Wei Yi acquires a supreme upgrade system. As long as there is experience, everything can be elevated. Cultivation can be upgraded, martial arts can be enhanced, alchemy can reach new heights, weapon forging can be perfected, bloodlines can be improved, and martial souls can be evolved. What? Even women can be upgraded? This explosive upgrade system promises an exhilarating journey of triumph. Name: Wei Yi. Identity: second-year student at the True Martial Academy. Cultivation level: none. Martial techniques: none. Wealth: none. Items: none. Gazing at the utterly desolate attributes of this novice, Wei Yi, one of the foremost players in the martial god world, felt no surprise. He understood that he had transcended into another realm. He was no longer merely a player in the game martial god world, but had assumed the identity of a second-year student at the True Martial Academy in the real martial god world of the Chu dynasty. As a former gamer, Wei Yi was acutely aware of the mystique and vastness of the martial god world. It was a fantastical universe where warriors reigned supreme and the strong were revered. Mighty warriors could cleave mountains and split rivers with their swords, and the pinnacle of supremacy could pluck stars from the sky and shatter the void. In such a world, ordinary individuals were relegated to the status of insignificant ants. Even the most exalted nobles and powerful officials were mere commoners in the presence of truly formidable warriors. For the strong, this was the best of worlds. For the weak, it was the most terrifying. Regrettably, Wei Yi found himself in the unfortunate position of being a complete weakling. However, the identity he had assumed was not without merit. He was the sole heir of Wei Tianyang, the head of the Wei family. The Wei family was one of the 10 most powerful clans in the Chu dynasty, dominating a region with numerous formidable experts and extensive influence. Wei Tianyang was a renowned first-rate powerhouse. Naturally, as the cherished son of Wei Tianyang, Wei Yi had enjoyed a life of luxury, living in comfort and ease, with all manner of indulgences at his disposal, accompanied by a multitude of servants. He was, without a doubt, one of the prime examples of an ideal transmigrator. However, everything changed dramatically when he entered the True Martial Academy at the age of 15. Shortly after his arrival, he was diagnosed with a congenital disability that rendered him incapable of cultivation. In a world where martial prowess reigned supreme, even the most ordinary farmer possessed some rudimentary skills. To be unable to cultivate was synonymous with being a waste. This was the most fitting description for him. No one could have anticipated that the esteemed heir of the Wei family would be revealed as a congenital failure, leaving many astounded. As a result, Wei Yi's status plummeted. Those who once surrounded him vanished without a trace, and even his so-called close friends revealed their true, opportunistic natures. Even Zhao Xueqian, the daughter of the Zhao family and a childhood companion, unhesitatingly severed ties with him, stating that she was enamored with the promising heir of the Wei family, not a worthless individual incapable of cultivation. Betrayed by all, Wei Yi found himself isolated. Were it not for his father's intervention, he would have likely been expelled from the academy in his first year. A waste like him could not remain in the True Martial Academy without tarnishing its reputation. Nevertheless, even with Wei Tianyang's esteemed position, it was insufficient to rival the academy's century-long reputation. Thus, despite his father's plea, the academy merely extended Wei Yi's time by 1 year. If he could not meet the academy's standards by then, he would still be expelled. Now, less than half a month remained until this deadline. In my family, my status has plummeted, making me inferior to ordinary clan members, and I am scorned and labeled a waste. My childhood sweetheart has cast me aside without a second thought. I have less than half a month before I am forcibly expelled from the academy. In the student dormitory, recalling the past tribulations of his predecessor, Wei Yi could not help but shake his head. It was utterly miserable. It was exasperating. As the heir of the Wei family, he should have been living a life of arrogance and indulgence. Yet he found himself in such a tragic predicament. Even as a newcomer, he felt a profound sense of discontent. However, since I have arrived, I shall remedy these issues. I will ensure that you remain in the True Martial Academy, and when the time comes to leave, it will be on your own terms, not in disgrace. I will make you the pride of your entire family, a figure of admiration among your kin, and your parents will take pride in you. And those who bullied, insulted, and abandoned you during your downfall will face retribution, realizing how foolish their actions were. Wei Yi's eyes glimmered with determination. As one of the top players in martial god world, he held absolute confidence in achieving these goals. Beep. Player Wei Yi has received a novice gift package. Would you like to open it? At that moment, the game's system notification chimed unexpectedly. Wei Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. The novice gift package was a boon granted to every newcomer, though it contained few high-tier items. Yet, it was precisely what he needed at that moment. Open it, he replied without hesitation. Beep. Player Wei Yi opens the novice gift package. Beep. Player Wei Yi has received a low-grade martial technique basic cultivation mind method, a low-grade martial skill Sun Wenyuan fist method, 10,000 silver coins, and a martial skill experience elixir. Beep. Player Wei Yi has unlocked the cultivation system, starting at first-level martial apprentice. Following this series of system notifications, Wei Yi's attributes underwent a remarkable transformation. Name, Wei Yi. Cultivation level, first-level martial apprentice. Cultivation method, basic cultivation mind method non-upgradable. Martial technique, Sun Wenyuan fist method LV1, LV10. With this change, Wei Yi focused his mind, activating the basic cultivation mind method, and a surge of powerful energy flooded into his body. He unleashed a punch, accompanied by the sound of wind breaking. What nonsense about being a congenital failure and unable to cultivate. To the game system, those were mere trifles. Wei Yi could not only cultivate, but had also directly attained the level of a first-level martial apprentice, a realm that would typically take an ordinary person months or even half a year to achieve. This is the power of a warrior. What an exhilarating sensation. Now, even if a bull stood before me, I could knock it over with a single punch. Wei Yi clenched his fists, laughter spilling forth. At that moment, he truly felt that entering this martial god world was an unprecedented opportunity. No matter how successful he had been on Earth, he could never have experienced such a marvelous encounter. With a rise in his cultivation, he would grow ever stronger, and transcending to the extraordinary was not beyond the realm of possibility. In that future, status, wealth, fame, and stunning beauties would all be within his grasp. Such a life would undoubtedly be the epitome of excitement. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a rapid knocking echoed at the door. The individual outside seemed entirely devoid of manners, pounding on the dormitory door as if it would break down at any moment. Wei could not help but frown. He opened the door. A corpulent, irate figure with a dark face stood before him. Before Wei Yi could utter a word, the hefty man fiercely pointed a finger at him, launching into a tirade. Wei Yi, are you seeking death? What did I say to you yesterday? Did you take my words as mere wind? Enough chatterhand over the 500 silver coins. Chapter 2. Slapping the scoundrel. The stout man with a dark complexion was Lu Dao, the administrator of this dormitory. When Wei Yi first arrived at the academy, upon learning of his identity as the heir of the Wei family, this man had rushed over to ingratiate himself, showering Wei Yi with shameless flattery and demanding numerous favors. However, after Wei Yi fell from grace, Lu Dao immediately turned his back, perceiving him as an easy target. With the inability to cultivate implying a lack of potential for resurgence, he frequently sought out Wei Yi, demanding benefits and creating trouble. This man was not only a despicable sycophant but also an ungrateful wretch. Recalling his memories of Lu Dao, Wei Yi's eyes involuntarily narrowed, and a resolution formed in his heart. What did you just say? I didn't quite catch that. Could you repeat it? Wei Yi remarked, his expression unchanged. Seeing Wei Yi's unexpectedly calm demeanor, Lu Dao was momentarily taken aback that in the past. During their confrontations, Wei Yi had either reacted with rage or succumbed to despair, but never had he appeared so composed. Yet, what was the use of calmness? No matter how serene, he was still a useless individual. Did he truly believe he could turn the tide? Lu Dao scoffed inwardly, looking down upon Wei Yi with contempt as he stepped closer and boldly declared, I told you yesterday you have two choices. Either hand over 500 taels of silver and continue residing here, or vacate the dormitory immediately and find somewhere else to stay. But I recall having already paid for my accommodation. Wei Yi replied, his gaze flickering as he questioned, You paid the academy for your lodging. This 500 taels is for me, as I manage the dormitory and, naturally, must collect fees for my services. Lu Dao asserted with an air of entitlement. He scrutinized Wei Yi, his gaze ultimately settling on the jade pendant at Wei Yi's waist, a glimmer of undisguised greed flashing in his eyes as he added, If you truly lack silver, why not pawn that jade pendant? I hear it's a family heirloom of the Wei clan. It should fetch a decent price. After all, you are now a waste. Incapable of inheriting your position as heir, it is of no use to you. Before he could finish his sentence, Wei Yi suddenly reached out and delivered a resounding slap. How dare you covet my family heirloom? Lu Dao was entirely unprepared and received the slap squarely, his body spinning in place. Yudadi stared at Wei Yi, his mind buzzing. utterly stunned by the unexpected aggression. He had never anticipated that Wei Yi, whom he deemed a mere worthless being, would strike back after enduring so many provocations. The surge of fury ignited within Lu Dao as he grappled with the realization that he had been struck by this so-called waste. He could hardly contain his indignation. Ding. Player Wei Yi slaps the scoundrel Lu Dao. Cultivation experience 10 to AT. That moment, the system notification echoed in Wei Yi's mind. Could this actually contribute to his cultivation experience? The surprise delighted him, and without hesitation, he raised his hand once more. What are you staring at? Do you think I won't strike again? Here's another slap for you. Another crisp sound rang out. Ding. Player Wei Yi slaps the scoundrel Lu Dao. Cultivation experience 10. This time, Lu Dao still failed to respond in time. Though he was a first-tier martial apprentice and had practiced martial arts, those skills had long since languished after years of inactivity at Jinwu Academy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become so soft and flabby. Thus, Wei Yi's second slap landed firmly on his face, leaving an unmistakable mark. How dare you strike me, Wei Yi? You've gone too far. After receiving 2 slaps, even someone as dim-witted as Lu Dao realized what was happening. His eyes widening with disbelief, he immediately erupted into a torrent of curses. The commotion drew the attention of nearby dormitory residents, who were astonished by the scene unfolding before them. Both Wei Yi and Lu Dao were familiar figures, and Lu Dao had often bullied Wei Yi. They were accustomed to the latter's submissive demeanor. However, the current situation seemed to have flipped entirely. Wei Yi striking Lu Dao. How could this be? Did Wei Yi possess such audacity? While the onlookers were consumed by disbelief, Wei Yi stepped forward, demonstrating exactly who he was targeting. It's scoundrels like you who dare to extort me, thinking me an easy mark. As he spoke, Wei Yi swung his hand again, aiming another slap at Lu Dao. This time, however, Lu Dao was prepared. He quickly turned his head to dodge. Laughing mockingly, you think you can take me down? I was unprepared before, but now, smack. His words were cut short as another slap landed on his face. He evaded the first slap but was caught off guard by Wei Yi's swift retaliation. How dare you? After receiving 3 consecutive slaps, Lu Dao's eyes turned bloodshot, bordering on madness. Yet, Wei Yi's response was simply another slap. Enough, I will fight back. Smack. You dare strike again. Smack. Stop. Smack. 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 Wei Yi showed no mercy to this ungrateful wretch. Ultimately, he grabbed Lu Dao by the collar with one hand and continued to rain down slaps with the other, relentlessly striking him from the dormitory building down to the ground below. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the transformation of the Wei Yi they thought they knew. However, Wei Yi paid no heed to their bewildered expressions. He relished the moment. Not only was he venting his long-held frustrations, but he was also gaining cultivation experience with each strike. Soon, the experience bar for a first-tier martial apprentice was filled to capacity. Ding! Player Wei Yi's first-tier martial apprentice cultivation experience is full, automatically advancing to second-tier martial apprentice. Upon hearing this system prompt, Wei Yi could not help but smile. With his advancement to a second-tier martial apprentice, he felt a surge of strength coursing through his body. Stop. I concede. I truly understand my mistakes, Lu Dao begged, tears streaming down his face, his cheeks swollen from the blows, speaking in a garbled manner, devoid of any remnants of his earlier arrogance as he knelt before Wei Yi. Pleading for mercy, Wei Yi smirked and inquired, what about the 500 taels? Are you still demanding them? Forget it. I don't want them. Lu Dao hastily shook his head, terrified. Now, tell me, who sent you to extort me? Wei Yi pressed further. N01, Lu Dao exclaimed, panic evident in his voice. N01. You dared to extort 500 taels without any backing. Wei Yi scoffed, fully aware that this was far beyond Lu Dao's usual petty schemes. As he spoke, Wei Yi raised his hand again, preparing to strike. The instant Lu Dao's face paled in fear, he hastily confessed, it was Sun Wenyuan. He ordered me to drive you out of the academy. I swear, I was forced into this. Humph. Useless wretch. At that moment, a cold snort echoed, and 3 figures emerged from around the corner of the courtyard, striding toward them. The leader was none other than Sun Wenyuan, a second-year student at Jinwu Academy and a direct descendant of the Sun family, one of Wei Yi's old adversaries. Chapter 3. LV 10 Fist Technique. Sun Wenyuan. Is it you? Upon seeing the trio, Wei Yi's expression hardened. He had suspected someone was orchestrating events behind Lu Dao, but never had he imagined it would be Sun Wenyuan. In truth, his true nemesis was not Sun Wenyuan, but rather Sun Wenyuan's older brother, Sun Wenzong. Years ago, both had pursued Zhao Xueqian, but Wei Yi had outperformed him, leading to a deep-seated enmity between the Wei and Sun families. Naturally, the relationship between Wei Yi and Sun Wenyuan was far from amicable, especially since they were in the same year. After Wei Yi was diagnosed with a blocked meridian and rendered incapable of cultivation, Sun Wenyuan had frequently found excuses to provoke and humiliate him, to the point where Wei Yi had lost all motivation to attend classes. Now, it appeared he had followed him to the dormitory. Sun Wenyuan, I didn't expect you to be such a persistent spirit, Wei Yi coldly remarked. Though these events were remnants of the former Wei Yi's experiences, with his current memories, they felt no different from his in less than half a month. You will be expelled from the academy. If I do not cultivate a good relationship with you now, when will I have the chance again? Sun Wenyuan approached Wei Yi, flanked by his two lackeys, a mocking grin plastered on his face. I can only imagine the scene when you are dismissed from the academy in a month's time. The academy has become intolerable, and it seems there is no place for you in the Wei family. For someone as worthless as you, it appears your choices will boil down to either an unfortunate end or a desolate existence in solitude. How pitiful, truly pitiful, that I wonder how you will ultimately decide. Having shared the same academic journey, if you find yourself with nowhere to turn, perhaps you might seek me out. I am in need of a humble servant to run errands for me. How generous of me, don't you think? Haha. As he spoke, Sun Wenyuan burst into a boisterous laughter, his two lackeys joining in merriment. However, Wei Yi merely regarded them with a cold, disdainful smile, showing no sign of being affected by their taunts. Seeing this expression on Wei Yi's face, Sun Wenyuan's amusement faded, and he could no longer maintain his grin. Wei Yi, do you know why I am here today? I shall not shy away from telling you. I am here specifically to trouble you. If you wish to avoid a beating, you ought to kneel and plead for my mercy. If I am in a good mood, I might let you off. Otherwise, not only will today be unfortunate for you, but I will continue to harass you every day henceforth. Sun Wenyuan threatened, his gaze icy and mocking. Kneel and beg. You will soon discover who will truly kneel. Wei Yi retorted with a sneer. As he spoke, he retrieved a skill experience elixir from his beginner's gift pack and swallowed it without hesitation. Ding! Player Wei Yi consumed a skill experience elixir, gaining 10,000 martial skill experience. Ding! Player Wei Yi's Song Yuan Fist Technique LV1 is now maxed out and automatically advances to LV2. Ding! Player Wei Yi's Song Yuan Fist Technique LV2 is now maxed out and automatically advances to LV3. Ding! Player Wei Yi's Song Yuan Fist Technique LV3 is now maxed out and automatically advances to LV4. Ding! Player Wei Yi's Song Yuan Fist Technique LV9 is now maxed out and automatically advances to LV10. It turns out Wei Yi had not initially intended to utilize the martial skill experience elixir for the Song Yuan Fist technique, as it was merely a low-grade skill. However, faced with bullying, he could not afford to concede defeat. That was simply out of the question. The elixir was but a trivial matter. Wei Yi willingly consumed it, instantly acquiring 10,000 martial skill experience, propelling the Song Yuan Fist technique to its utmost level, LV10. This pinnacle symbolizes the realm of perfection. As a torrent of memories flooded his mind, Wei Yi's mastery of the Song Yuan Fist technique reached an astonishing level. Give him a beating at this moment. Sun Wenyuan, unaware of Wei Yi's transformation, felt his fury surge upon hearing Wei Yi's words and immediately shouted at his two subordinates. The two exchanged glances and, grinning maliciously, advanced towards Wei Yi with confidence, feeling no pressure in targeting someone they deemed incapable of cultivation, seeking death. Although Wei Yi was currently only a second-tier martial apprentice, the elevation of his Song Yuan Fist technique to its maximum level drastically amplified his combat prowess. He was far from intimidated by these two insignificant foes and charged forward. With a swift sidestep, he evaded the first assailant's lunge and, with lightning speed, delivered a punch that struck the opponent's temple, knocking him out cold in an instant. The second thug, eyes wide with panic, found it too late to react as Wei Yi lunged toward him, delivering a powerful blow to his chest, resulting in a pained scream as he collapsed. One punch for each. These two were no match for Wei Yi. How is this possible? Black Wind Palm. Lie down, Sun Wenyuan roared, leaping into action, his strength evidently surpassing that of his companions as he unleashed his most proficient martial technique. A fierce wind howled, causing those who witnessed to recoil in fear. A gust of malevolence surged forth. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, instead of retreating in fear, Wei Yi shouted, "Come at me," and met the attack head-on with his iron fist. The clash between the two was unexpected. One was a known loser incapable of cultivation, while the other was a genuine fifth-tier martial apprentice. However, the outcome of their encounter was wholly unforeseen. Wei Yi remained steadfast, unmoving, while Sun Wenyuan was sent flying by the force of Wei Yi's punch, crashing into a wooden rack that splintered upon impact, leaving him dazed and unable to rise. This was the power of a LV10 maxed martial technique. Gasping in disbelief, the onlookers were left in awe. Ding! player Wei Yi has defeated the True Martial Academy student Zhang Wenwu, gaining 23 experience. Ding. Player Wei Yi has defeated the True Martial Academy student Li Siwei, gaining 24 experience. Ding. Player Wei Yi has defeated the True Martial Academy student Sun Wenyuan, gaining 35 experience. Concurrently, a series of system notifications echoed in Wei Yi's mind. A group of weaklings, he remarked, brushing off his hands with an air of disdain. Hearing this, Sun Wenyuan, struggling to rise, was so incensed that he spat blood and fell back down. Wei Yi, do not be so arrogant. Even if you consumed some strange elixir to defeat me, you are still a worthless failure incapable of cultivation. Moreover, my elder brother will not let you off easily, Sun Wenyuan shouted furiously. Wei Yi, uninterested in further banter, swiftly delivered a kick aimed at a sensitive area, causing Sun Wenyuan to gasp in shock. Rendered speechless, tell your brother that I, Wei Yi, will soon repay the humiliation he has inflicted upon me over the past year. Double. With a cold snort, Wei Yi dusted off his hands and walked away. Chapter 4. Storm Sword Technique. Wei Yi refrained from immediately confronting Sun Wenyuan, aware that his elder brother was far stronger than the inept Sun Wenyuan and was renowned as one of the Academy's most gifted martial artists. Presently, as a mere second-tier martial apprentice, although his LV-10 Song Yuan fist technique significantly enhanced his combat abilities, it was insufficient for him to defy the odds at this moment. His priority was to elevate his strength and remain within the Academy. Revenge could wait. One must possess strength to seek vengeance. Without it, it was merely an empty endeavor. Once his power had grown, he would teach those insolent individuals a lesson one by one. With such thoughts in mind, Wei swiftly made his way to the Academy's martial arts pavilion. The pavilion served as the repository for the Academy's martial techniques, accessible to all formal students for study, albeit at a cost. Wei Yi had a comprehensive strategy for enhancing his strength, yet he required a formidable martial technique. That Song Yuan fist technique was lacking, which is why he sought the martial arts pavilion. Upon entering, he found the place bustling with activity. All martial techniques were secured behind display cases, each accompanied by a descriptive label: sweep leg, a low-grade martial technique focused on legwork, targeting the lower body, an exceedingly practical skill priced at 300 taels of silver. Crackstone fist, a mid-grade martial technique with moderate difficulty in training, possessing considerable power, capable of cracking stones when mastered, priced at 1,000 taels of silver. Black Wind Palm, a mid-grade martial technique with a unique training method requiring the assistance of dark energy. Once mastered, unleashed a formidable killing wind, priced at 1,500 taels of silver. As Wei Yi scanned through various martial techniques, he noted that the majority were low to mid-grade, causing him to frown slightly. Clearly dissatisfied, suddenly, a piercing voice broke through his thoughts. S&T this the esteemed Wei Yi. What brings you to the martial arts pavilion today? You can't be here to train, can you? Wei Yi looked up to find a young man with a sharp face before him. Who are you? Wei Yi inquired, furrowing his brow. Hearing this, Wang Zitao's mocking expression faltered, his lips twitching in disbelief. Nothing is more disheartening than trying to provoke someone only to find they don't even recognize you. I am Wang Zitao, he spat through gritted teeth. Oh, now I remember. You're the one who attempted to rob a widow and nearly got beaten to death. That you're still alive? Wei Yi exclaimed, clapping his hands in mock recognition. Rob a widow? The neighbor's little Wang. The moment these words left his lips, a crowd gathered, pointing and whispering about Wang Zitao. His face turned crimson, then morphed into a deep shade of purple as he glared at Wei Yi. Unable to hold back, he roared, Wei Yi, stop spouting nonsense. When have I ever robbed a widow? I am a proud descendant of the Wang family in Jinling, already betrothed. How could I engage in such disgraceful acts? Oh, perhaps I mistook you for someone else. Wei Yi shrugged nonchalantly. With that, he turned to continue his search for martial techniques, fully aware that Wang Zitao harbored ill intentions and sought to provoke him. Thus he deliberately chose to humiliate him. Playing games with me? You're far too inexperienced, Wei Yi thought with a cold smile. No longer the naive child he once was. As their exchange unfolded, the crowd that had gathered began to disperse, allowing Wang Zitao to breathe a sigh of relief. However, upon seeing Wei Yi, he grit his teeth and, like a stubborn leech, clung to him once more. Wei Yi, are you here to purchase martial techniques? I am currently a sales trainee on the first floor of the martial arts pavilion. Since we both hail from Jinling, if you are in search of any martial arts techniques, I would be delighted to assist you in making a selection. However, as far as I am aware, your family has suspended your monthly allowance, correct? Do you still possess any silver? Are you able to afford these martial arts techniques? I fear that even the most inferior of the common techniques may be beyond your reach. Wang Zitao trailed closely behind Wei Yi, incessantly chattering and mocking him. Wei Yi, feeling exasperated, turned to face him. Fine, since you're so kind, I shall not refuse your assistance. However, the martial arts you offer are rather lacking in quality. Is there nothing of a higher standard? Wei Yi shook his head, his expression reflecting disdain. Upon hearing his words, Wang Zitao's countenance immediately darkened. If you desire superior martial arts, I shall take you to them, though I fear you may not be able to afford them. As he spoke, Wang Zitao led Wei Yi forward. Without waiting for Wei Yi to speak, he clapped his hands and called out, "Everyone, make way, the young master of the Wei family has arrived. He intends to purchase the finest martial arts techniques." The young master of the Wei family? That must be Wei Yi. I heard he is incapable of cultivation and is considered a waste. What need does a waste have for martial arts? Moreover, these techniques cost at least several thousand taels of silver. Can he afford them? I suspect we are in for quite a show. The crowd buzzed with chatter. Yet, Wei Yi appeared unfazed as he approached. A glance confirmed that these techniques were indeed superior to those outside. However, the prices were correspondingly high, with most ranging from 4,000 to 5,000 taels of silver, and some exquisite pieces even reaching 7,000 to 8,000. While many students at the True Martial Academy came from affluent backgrounds, few could produce such sums in one go. Wang Zitao was convinced that Wei Yi could not muster the funds, and thus he deliberately brought him here to embarrass him, grinning as he asked, "Wei Gongzi, what do you think? Do any of these catch your fancy? Do not tell me you cannot afford them." "I've heard that you earn a commission from selling martial arts techniques," Wei Yi suddenly inquired. "Yes. Why do you ask?" Wang Zitao replied, momentarily taken aback. Wei Yi nodded, then pointed to a rather attractive sales trainee beside him. "You there? I wish to purchase the Storm Sword technique. Is that the one priced at 8,000 taels of silver, a common superior technique?" The sales trainee was momentarily stunned with joy. The Storm Sword technique, a common superior technique, is notoriously difficult to master, yet immensely powerful, comparable to a common top-tier technique, priced at 8,000 taels of silver. One of the most expensive techniques available here, but indeed. As he spoke, Wei Yi retrieved 8,000 taels from his system, placing a thick stack of banknotes on the table, thereby dispelling any doubts. The sales trainee's face lit up with surprise, quickly regaining her composure. She said, "Please wait a moment. We need to sign a guarantee. You may only study it yourself and cannot teach it to others, or the academy will hold you accountable." "Not a problem," Wei Yi replied with a smile. Moments later, once all formalities were completed, Wei Yi left with the Storm Sword technique in hand, even cheerfully patting Wang Zitao on the shoulder as he departed. Wang Zitao stood there, dumbfounded, his face a mask of disbelief. How is this possible? Wasn't he cut off from his family's allowance? How does he possess so much silver? Yet, no one paid attention to his thoughts. Not long after leaving the martial arts pavilion, Wei Yi found a secluded corner and immediately opened the Storm Sword technique. Soon, a system notification chimed. "Ding, player Wei Yi has discovered the common superior technique Storm Sword technique. Would you like to learn it?" Of course, he thought. Having spent 8,000 taels, I certainly intend to learn it. Ding, player Wei Yi has learned the common superior technique Storm Sword technique. Current level, LV1. The system notification sounded once more, eliciting a smile from Wei Yi. With the assistance of the game system, who else could learn martial arts faster than he? Chapter 5. Rapid advancement for a gamer. The quickest way to enhance one's strength is through leveling up. In the world of martial gods, the most suitable choice for rapid advancement is hunting monsters. Thus, early the next morning, Wei Yi left the academy and ventured into the forest outside the city to commence his hunting journey. As for the academy's classes, he had not attended previously, and now he had no need to, as no one monitored his whereabouts. The world of martial gods differs significantly from Earth, outside the cities and villages inhabited by humans. The forests are predominantly the territory of wild beasts and monsters, which ordinary people dare not enter. Hence, Wei Yi had no concerns about a lack of prey or not encountering any. Instead, upon entering the mountains, he was incessantly approached by wild beasts and monsters seeking to challenge him, turning the tables and treating him as the prey. Wei Yi was not one to shy away at a fierce mountain goat with crimson eyes charged at him, and he promptly gripped his iron sword. Just as the red-eyed goat lunged at him, he deftly sidestepped to the left, skillfully evading its assault. Simultaneously, he unleashed the Storm Sword technique, and his iron sword transformed into a brilliant arc of light. Descending with ferocity, the red-eyed goat, unable to evade in midair, let out a mournful cry as its head was severed and sent flying. Wei Yi executed this strike with precision, effortlessly slaying a first-tier monster. This not only showcased the brutal power of the Storm Sword technique, but also demonstrated his exceptional combat prowess. Ding! Player Wei Yi has slain a first-tier monster, the Red-Eyed Goat. Experience gained, 80. Storm Sword Technique Experience, 75. The system notification rang out, and Wei Yi could not help but smile. At this rate, it would not be long before he leveled up again. What to do with the deceased Red-Eyed Goat? It would be a shame to simply leave it behind. Wei Yi murmured to himself. Ding! Player Wei Yi has unlocked the marketplace system, enabling buying and selling functions. Ding! Player Wei Yi is currently a second-tier martial apprentice and may only purchase items of corresponding level. The system was indeed thoughtful, and notifications rang out promptly. Wei Yi's heart surged with joy as he opened the game marketplace and quickly located the selling function. He opted to sell the Red-Eyed Goat. Ding! Player Wei Yi has sold a first-tier monster, the Red-Eyed Goat, and received 20 taels of silver. Wei Yi pondered for a moment before browsing for weapons in the game marketplace. A plethora of dazzling weapons appeared before his eyes. Regrettably, with his current purchasing level, he only had 2,000 taels of silver, rendering most weapons unavailable for purchase. He specifically checked the category for swords: the Xianyuan sword, Qishao sword, Teia sword, Longquan sword, Yuchang sword, Qingying sword, Zhanlu sword, Chunjun sword, and Juk sword. All of these were beyond his means. The Zhuxian sword, Jishi sword, Xiantai heavy sword, Yitian sword, and other renowned blades were similarly unattainable. After eliminating many options, Wei discovered that he could only afford a mere handful of swords. Ultimately, he settled on a Qingying sword priced at 1,000 taels of silver. This sword, wielded by Cao Cao during the Three Kingdoms period, though merely a common sword, could slice through iron like mud. Replacing the ordinary iron sword in Wei Yi's possession significantly boosted his combat effectiveness. Ding! Player Wei Yi has slain a first-tier monster, the Black-Haired Bull. Experience gained, 82. Storm Sword Technique Experience, 76. Ding! Player Wei Yi has slain a first-tier monster, the Four-Eyed Poison Frog. Experience gained, 75. Storm Sword Technique Experience, 68. Ding! Player Wei Yi has slain a common beast, the Wild Boar. Experience gained, 30. Storm Sword Technique Experience, 22. Ding! Player Wei Yi's second-tier martial apprentice experience points are now full, automatically leveling up to a third-tier martial apprentice. As Wei Yi commenced his hunting, system notifications continued to sound. His experience points surged consistently. By the end of the first day, Wei Yi had hunted dozens of monsters and over 100 common beasts. His cultivation level rose to the pinnacle of a 6th-tier martial apprentice, and he elevated the Storm Sword Technique to LV4. Unlike the Zhang Yuan Fist, the Storm Sword Technique, being a common superior technique, required significantly more experience for each upgrade while enhancing its power. Furthermore, selling the slain beasts and monsters to the game marketplace netted Wei Yi over 1,000 taels of silver, and this was merely the result of his first day. Given his intention to hunt for experience, Wei Yi had no plans to cease after just one day. For the next few days, he followed this routine, leaving the city at dawn and returning only after dark. Few paid attention to his transformation. Although his earlier altercation with Lu Dao and Sun Wenyuan had caused a minor stir, it was limited in scope. The true martial academy comprised several districts, with thousands of students, including numerous talented youths, so hardly anyone focused on a supposed waste and capable of cultivation. This was not the age of information networks. News was shared through word of mouth. Thus, in the minds of the majority, Wei Yi remained a waste and capable of cultivation, and even the true martial academy had not noticed his transformation. Wei Yi himself did not intend to change this situation immediately. Rather, he was determined to seize every moment to diligently cultivate and level up. Wei Yi, are you going out again? Lu Xing, his doormate, groggily awoke to find Wei Yi already prepared to leave. Yes, do you have something to discuss? Wei Yi inquired. Lu Xing, with his honest and straightforward demeanor, was one of Wei Yi's few friends at the True Martial Academy. The final exams are approaching, and your last assessment date is near. You haven't forgotten, have you? Lu Xing could not help but remind him. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten. Upon hearing this, Wei Yi slapped his forehead in sudden realization. Well, I saw something yesterday, but I am unsure if I should tell you. Lu Xing hesitated. Just speak your mind. Why hesitate with me? Seeing his demeanor, Wei Yi couldn't help but chuckled. It's like this. Yesterday, I went to find Instructor Qian for a matter, and I discovered that the Sun brothers, Sun Wenzong and Sun Wenyuan, had just come out from his office. Instructor Qian personally saw them off, and they were chatting and laughing. I vaguely heard your name mentioned in their conversation. Although I am unaware of the specifics, you should be cautious. After all, Instructor Qian is our main instructor in Class 8, and many matters are at his discretion. After pondering for a moment, Lu Xing gritted his teeth and divulged what he knew. I understand. Wei Yi nodded gently. Although his smile remained unchanged, A hint of coldness flickered in his eyes. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Give it some time, and I'll take you to soar high. With that, Wei Yi turned and left the dormitory. On his way, he glanced at the game system panel. Cultivation level, 9th stage martial disciple. His experience points had reached 95, and with just 5 remaining, he would ascend to the 10th stage martial disciple realm. The storm sword technique had also reached level 9. With such strength, he wasn't claiming to be invincible, but at least he no longer regarded certain petty nuisances with any seriousness. Chapter 6. 2 beautiful women. Wei Yi soon found himself once again in the forest outside the city. Despite having slain thousands of creatures in recent days, the beasts and monsters seemed undeterred, continuing to appear before him, only to meet their demise beneath the blade of his Qin sword. The Qin sword was indeed a testament to the system's quality. Had it been an ordinary sword, the blade would have dulled long ago. Yet, the Qin sword remained remarkably sharp, effortlessly slaying the beasts as if they were mere chickens or dogs. Ding. Player Wei Yi has slain a first-stage monster, Forest Wolf. Cultivation experience 83, Storm Sword Technique Proficiency 72. Ding. Player Wei Yi's 9th stage Martial Disciple cultivation experience is now full, automatically advancing to 10th stage Martial Disciple. Ding. Player Wei Yi's cultivation has reached 10th stage Martial Disciple. Triggering Breakthrough Task. Task Requirements. Slay 5 individuals with red notoriety. Task duration, within 1 day. Task reward. Successful breakthrough to first stage Martial Master. A series of system notifications sounded, and Wei Yi felt a twinge of concern. It was no surprise that a breakthrough task appeared upon reaching 10th stage Martial Disciple, as it mirrored the game's mechanics. However, the requirement to slay 5 red notoriety individuals within a day posed a significant challenge. After all, this was the real world, not a game where killing was inconsequential, where one could simply respawn after death. In reality, reckless killing could lead to dire consequences, potentially provoking even greater threats. His current strength was insufficient to withstand such retaliation, especially since the targets must be individuals with red notoriety. Where can I find 5 red notoriety individuals in just 1 day? Wei Yi lamented, his expression one of frustration. At that moment, a sudden scream caught his attention. In the distance, 2 young women were desperately fleeing through a canyon, pursued by 6 fierce-looking men who were taunting and jeering as they chased. Zhu Ling'er, Yang Qingqing. What are they doing here? Recognizing the 2 women, memories flooded Wei Yi's mind. Both were students at Zhenwu Academy, second-year scholars like him. Zhu Ling'er was renowned as one of the academy's most beautiful women, while Yang Qingqing, though slightly less remarkable, was still a rare beauty, certainly ranking among the top 20 in the academy. Even in their current state of panic, their charm remained undeniable. If not for their beauty, the pursuing men likely would not have been so relentless. Perhaps this was what they called a femme fatale. Yet, 5 red notoriety individuals were practically presented to him. What truly piqued Wei Yi's interest were the fierce men trailing behind them, each wearing a vicious expression that clearly indicated they were no good. They were undoubtedly his best options for completing the task. Hey, what are you doing? Bullying 2 girls in broad daylight is no feat, Wei Yi shouted from a high ridge, filled with righteous indignation. Upon hearing his voice, Zhu Ling'er and Yang Qingqing looked up, their faces lighting up with joy upon seeing him. In truth, neither recognized Wei Yi immediately. One reason was his recent transformation in demeanor, and the other was that they had not expected him to venture into such a perilous forest teeming with beasts. This gentleman, please help us. We would be eternally grateful. We are students of Zhenwu Academy. They called out in unison. They are members of the Shuin bandits. Please stop them. The Shuin bandits? Wei Yi exclaimed, elated. He had no fear of them being villains. He only feared they weren't villainous enough. Come here quickly. I will handle them. Without hesitation, Wei Yi leaped down. Kid, don't seek your own death. Stop wasting time talking. Kill him first. Who does he think he is, trying to be a hero? I despise these pretty boys. One bandit snarled. Yes, kill the boy first, then we'll have our fun with the 2 girls. They can't run anymore. The bandits laughed menacingly as they all charged at Wei Yi. Zhu Ling'er and Yang Qingqing's faces turned pale with fear. Don't worry, I'm here. Embracing the role of a hero, Wei Yi flashed a cold smile, drawing his Qi sword, and instantly unleashed the storm sword technique, striking down upon the foremost bandit with a powerful blow. The lead bandit sneered, dismissing Wei Yi's attack, and raised his weapon to counter it. However, when their weapons clashed, the outcome was beyond his expectations. His iron blade snapped cleanly in 2 at the point of contact. The precise cut was shocking to behold, and the derisive grin on his face vanished in an instant. Yet, he had no chance for regret, as a blinding flash of the sword swiftly severed his head from his body. Ding! Player Wei Yi has slain a Shuin bandit. Cultivation experience 93, Storm Sword Technique Proficiency 78. Ding. Player Wei Yi's breakthrough task completion has increased by 1. Current progress, 15. Indeed, they were individuals of red notoriety. Wei Yi thought with relief. Without waiting for the others to react, he stepped onto the body of the slain bandit and charged forward, his Qi Gang sword slicing through the air once more. Executing a signature move from the storm sword technique, swish, 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 like a tempest, he unleashed 3 consecutive strikes at blinding speed. The remaining 3 black water bandits were caught off guard, unable to fathom that Wei Yi's swordplay could be so swift and ruthless. With the power of a 10th stage martial disciple and a level 9 storm sword technique, they stood no chance. Their feeble throats were swiftly cut open, blood splattering as they fell, their eyes filled with disbelief and resentment. System notifications chimed again as Wei Yi's task completion surged by 3. Only 1 remained. With 2 bandits left, he coldly regarded them, like a ravenous wolf eyeing tender prey, his eyes gleaming with a predatory hunger. The 2 remaining bandits could not help but swallow hard, their expressions betraying their fear. "What are you?" one stammered. "You dare offend the Heishui bandits? Our boss will never let you go." Their voices trembled, revealing their terror. Meanwhile, Zhu Linger and Yang Qingqing felt the opposite. Initially, they had ventured into the mountains to gather herbs, believing they were doomed when they encountered the Heishui bandits. Their astonishment, they were rescued by Wei Yi, whose power greatly exceeded their expectations. Though he appeared only slightly older than them, his formidable strength was awe-inspiring. They exchanged glances, their cheeks flushed, eyes sparkling with admiration. "Qingqing, do you feel that this gentleman seems familiar? As if we've met before?" Zhu Lingo blinked and suddenly asked. "You feel it too? I was just thinking that he looked somewhat familiar. Could he be a student from our Zhenwu Academy?" Yang Qingqing eagerly nodded in agreement. Who could he be? They pondered deeply, then suddenly lifted their heads simultaneously, their eyes wide with disbelief. In unison, they uttered a name. Wei Yi. How could it possibly be him? Chapter 7. Sword Slaying the Thief Leader. Wei Yi was oblivious to the astonishment that filled Zhu Linger and Yang Qingqing's hearts at that moment. His gaze was fixed on the 2 black water bandits, fearing they might flee. In truth, the 2 bandits were contemplating escape themselves. The earlier group had failed to last even a single round against Wei Yi, so how could they fare any better? A glance exchanged between them ignited a shared desire to retreat. Just then, a piercing scream echoed through the mountains, and soon after, a robust figure clad in battle attire appeared atop the ridge. Upon sighting this man, the 2 bandits erupted in joy, simultaneously shouting, "Boss Hu! We're in a bit of a bind. Guzi and the others have all fallen." However, Zhu Linger and Yang Qingqing were struck with alarm and shouted in unison, "Wei Yi, run!" That's the leader of the Blackwater Bandits. Already a 3rd stage martial master, extremely powerful, we were defeated by him in an instant when we fought together. 3rd stage martial master. Wei Yi narrowed his eyes, a flicker of brilliance igniting within. Yet, he chose not to flee. Instead, he brandished his sword and charged toward the 2 bandits. The bandits were immediately gripped by fear, their faces paling as they desperately fled up the mountain. The Blackwater Bandit leader, witnessing this, roared with anger, "You're seeking death." As he spoke, he dashed down the slope with astonishing speed, like a tiger leaping through the forest, covering several paces in the blink of an eye. A tempest rushing toward them. Yet, even with such speed, it paled in comparison to Wei Yi's swordplay. Targeting the bandit on the left, Wei Yi struck without hesitation or mercy. Even an ordinary iron blade could not withstand the might of the Qinggang sword. Flesh and blood were utterly defenseless. In the blink of an eye, the bandit lay prostrate, blood spraying across the ground. The second bandit, terrified, tumbled down the mountainside. However, Wei Yi showed no interest in pursuing him, for his task was already complete. Ding! Player Wei Yi has slain 1 Blackwater Bandit, gaining 84 experience points. Storm Sword Technique Proficiency 69. Ding! Player Wei Yi has increased task completion by 1. Current progress 5. Ding! Player Wei Yi has successfully completed the breakthrough task, advancing to 1st stage martial master. Finally breaking through his bottleneck, Wei Yi felt a surge of pure internal energy rapidly flourishing within his dantian. A powerful force flooding his entire body, replenishing all the energy and spirit he had expended in battle. In an instant, he reached a peak state he had never experienced before. 1st stage martial master. Though merely a 1st stage martial master, he was still immensely more powerful than a 10th stage martial disciple. While martial disciples relied solely on brute strength, unable to unleash the full potential of martial techniques, the martial masters could cultivate internal energy within their dantian. With the circulation of internal energy, the potency of martial techniques surged dramatically, nearly doubling their combat effectiveness. "You shall die." At that moment, the Blackwater Bandit leader charged down, his face a mask of fury, eyes brimming with murderous intent. His iron blade howled through the air as it swung toward Wei Yi. Had he not broken through, Wei Yi would have had to retreat. But now, he felt no need for such caution. Who would perish was yet to be determined. With a cold smile, Wei Yi charged forward, his Qingang sword slicing through the air at an acute angle. Aiming directly for the bandit leader's arm, Zhu Linger and Yang Qingqing gasped in astonishment, their first instinct being that Wei Yi was overestimating himself and would surely meet a grim fate. They were filled with anxiety. On one hand, they couldn't bear to watch Wei Yi throw his life away, for their lives had been saved by him. Without his help, they would have faced dire consequences. On the other hand, they knew they were no match for the Blackwater bandit leader. Intervening would only lead to their own demise. What to do? What to do? What to do? They were at a loss for a plan. Meanwhile, Wei Yi and the Blackwater bandit leader had already engaged in combat. Their weapons clashed, and the leader's weapon was clearly of superior quality compared to the average bandit, preventing the Qingang sword from severing it directly. However, even in this exchange, the bandit leader found himself at a disadvantage. Both were pushed back several steps. Witnessing this, the leader was infuriated, while Wei Yi felt a surge of confidence. Zhu Linger and Yang Qingqing, however, stared in disbelief, their mouths agape, their eyes wide with unimaginable shock, unable to utter a single word. How could this be? That single thought echoed in their minds. The bandit leader, whom they could not defeat even when united, was being matched by Wei Yi. Did this not imply that they could not last even a single round against him? They had vastly underestimated Wei Yi's strength. Although he had just broken through to the first stage martial master, he wielded the storm sword technique at an impressive LV9, coupled with his extensive combat experience and sharp intellect, far surpassing the Blackwater bandit leader, though the leader was a third-stage martial master. Both ranks were still early stages, and the disparity was not as great as one might expect. Thus, Wei Yi not only fended off the leader's fierce onslaught, but also maintained a balance of offense and defense with ease. With each strike, Wei Yi grew more confident. While the Blackwater bandit leader became increasingly alarmed, he realized that the young man before him possessed strength far beyond his expectations, exhibiting none of the typical shortcomings of youth. Instead, Wei Yi was ruthless and decisive, forcing the leader into perilous situations time and again. "Who are you, boy?" the leader demanded, his voice laced with fury. "You are not worthy to know my name," Wei Yi retorted. "If you wish to know, go inquire with King Yanluo in the underworld." The storm sword technique, a top-tier martial skill, unleashed tremendous power in Wei Yi's hands. Once fully manifested, its ferocity resembled a tempest. Immediately placing the Blackwater bandit leader on the defensive, the balance of power shifted dramatically. Puff! The leader, taken by surprise, found himself pierced in the chest by Wei Yi's sword, blood gushing forth as his complexion drained to a pale hue. However, Wei Yi's gaze remained icy, devoid of any mercy. The Qingang sword, accompanied by a sharp cry, gleamed fiercely as it descended once more. "No, please don't," the Blackwater bandit leader shouted in abject terror, turning to flee. But he was a moment too late. The razor-sharp blade sliced through his neck, severing head from body, and his imposing figure collapsed into a pool of blood. Ding. Player Wei Yi has slain the Blackwater bandit leader. Gaining 300 experience points. Storm sword technique proficiency 220. Ding. Player Wei Yi has gained insight into the storm sword technique during battle. Proficiency 1000. Ding. Player Wei Yi's storm sword technique LV9 proficiency is now maxed out. Automatically advancing to LV10 at hearing the system notifications, Wei Yi couldn't help but smile that he had not anticipated such an opportunity. The storm sword technique had directly advanced to LV10, that the power of the LV9 technique was already astonishing. He could only imagine the extent of power that the maxed-out version would possess. Time to scavenge for loot. I wonder if the Blackwater bandit has anything valuable. Wei Yi wasted no time and began to search. Besides the iron blade, he found some silver coins and notes, totaling over 100 taels. However, after several days of hunting demon beasts and selling them at the market, his wealth had already surged back to over 7,000 taels. A mere 100 taels of silver held no significance for him. What truly caught his attention was a martial technique manual the bandit leader had been carrying, Blackwater movement technique, a top-tier martial skill. Not only was it a movement technique, but it was also a level above his storm sword technique. Acquiring it would cost at least 10,000 silver taels, a truly remarkable find. Without hesitation, Wei Yi chose to learn it. Ding. Player Wei Yi has learned the top-tier martial skill Blackwater movement technique. Current level, LV1. Upon mastering the Blackwater movement technique, Wei Yi focused his mind. Swiftly executing it, he felt as if he had become a flowing stream, his body becoming remarkably agile. With a flicker, he darted several paces away. Indeed, it was marvelous. Wei Yi felt immense satisfaction. What has happened with you both? At that moment, Wei Yi turned to Zhu Linger and Yang Qingqing, inquiring. Despite the passage of time, the two women still wore expressions of shock and disbelief. Looking at Wei Yi, they exchanged glances before asking in unison, "Are you really Wei Yi?" Wei Yi was momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 8. Forced withdrawal from school. Are you truly Wei Yi? Weren't you supposed to be unable to cultivate due to your condition? Have you resolved your issues with the absolute pulse? Upon first meeting Zhu Linger, Wei Yi had assumed she was a quiet girl, but he quickly discovered otherwise. One question after another flowed from her lips, revealing her natural curiosity. Of course, Yang Qingqing was no less inquisitive. How did you end up here? You've advanced to the martial master realm. Haven to you. How could you defeat the Blackwater bandit leader? Yang Qingqing chimed in, bombarding him with questions. The two women chattered incessantly, resembling two tireless larks. From this perspective, it was evident that they were indeed kindred spirits. Wei Yi suddenly felt a twinge of regret for returning to the academy with them. It became clear that one should not judge solely by appearances. He had initially thought these renowned beauties of the academy would possess proud and aloof personalities, but this was far from the case. Ladies, why do you have so many questions? Wei Yi asked helplessly. All right, just one last question. If you answer me, I shall remain silent henceforth. Zhu Linger and Yang Qingqing exchanged glances and promptly sealed their lips. However, after a moment's contemplation, Zhu Linger could not resist extending her pinky and pitifully imploring, "Speak." Wei Yi turned to gaze at her. "Why do you walk in such a peculiar manner?" Zhu Linger asked. Posing a question entirely unexpected by Wei Yi, he sighed in relief and explained, "It is because I have been practicing my martial arts techniques." Indeed, throughout the journey, Wei Yi had been honing his newly acquired movement technique, the Blackwater technique. Unlike combat techniques, movement techniques could be practiced outside of battles to gain experience as they traveled. The initially level 1 Blackwater technique had progressed to level 3, allowing for greater ease of use and significantly increased power. Zhu Linger and Yang Qingqing exchanged knowing looks and nodded in unison. They then set aside Wei Yi and began whispering amongst themselves, "No wonder he is so strong. He must be working exceptionally hard. I believe it has to do with Zhao Xueqian. I heard he was abandoned by her, and this past year must have been one of enduring humiliation. As the saying goes, do not underestimate a young man's potential." Yang Qingqing stated with conviction. Listening to their murmurs, Wei Yi found himself at a loss for words. After a moment's reflection, he chose to remain silent and ignored the two playful girls, continuing ahead in solitude. Upon returning to the academy, however, he was met with utterly unexpected news. He had been expelled. Indeed, the deadline had not yet arrived, and the end-of-month assessment was still to come. Yet he was being forcibly removed from the academy without so much as a consultation regarding his opinion. The announcement had been made by Instructor Qian. He instructed me to inform you that you must vacate the academy within 3 days and return your student identification and related documents. He stated, "From today onward, you are no longer considered a student of Zhenwu Academy." Liu Xing approached Wei Yi, his expression one of despair. Upon hearing this news, Zhu Linger and Yang Qingqing exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss for words, before turning to look at Wei Yi, who maintained a calm demeanor as if the statement had not pertained to him at all. "Did your instructor Qian truly say that? Surely there must be some mistake." Yang Qingqing could not help but interject, believing that with Wei Yi's strength, which rivaled the academy's most exceptional talents, there was no way he should be expelled. "Indeed, Wei Yi, you are already capable of cultivation and possess such strength. We cannot compare to you. How could you be expelled?" Zhu Linger concurred. "Perhaps Linger, you should ask your uncle for clarification," Yang Qingqing suddenly suggested. "Yes, Zhu Linger, your uncle is the vice principal of the academy. He must know the reasons behind this." Liu Xing's eyes lit up, though he was unsure how Wei Yi had become entangled with the two beauties. He wholeheartedly endorsed this idea. Zhu Linger did not hesitate. Wei Yi had just saved her life, so assisting him was a small matter. She promptly assured, "Wait here a moment. I will inquire with my uncle and return shortly." "Thank you." Wei Yi pondered and agreed that it would be wise to clarify the situation first. After all, grievances have their origins, and he wished to avoid misdirecting his inquiries. It's merely a trivial matter. Zhu Linger smiled radiantly, her beauty shining through, before she took Yang Qingqing's hand and hurried towards the faculty's office area. "Wei Yi, how is it that you are walking with Zhu Linger and the others? They seem quite close to you." Liu Xing teased, his curiosity evident. Wei Yi glanced at him, feigning a troubled expression. "What can I say? They find me handsome and insist on offering themselves." I declined, and now they are persistently following me. Hearing this, Liu Xing was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. "I was just joking." Wei Yi chuckled. Unable to contain his amusement at Lu Xing's bewildered demeanor, "Do, you frightened me." Lu Xing sighed, visibly relieved that "As for you." Wei Yi rolled his eyes. "You have no idea how popular Zhu Linger is in our academy. Not only is she the daughter of the Zhu family and the niece of a vice principal, but she also possesses top-tier cultivation talent and is exceptionally beautiful with a gentle and quiet disposition." "Wait a moment. Did you just say she has a gentle and quiet disposition?" Wei Yi interjected, incredulous as images of Zhu Lingo's incessant questioning flooded his mind. Were they indeed speaking of the same person? Of course, Zhu Lingo is renowned for her gentle and quiet nature, Lu Xing affirmed emphatically. As if fearing Wei Yi might doubt him, he continued to elaborate on her myriad virtues, extolling her popularity and perfection, suggesting that merely walking alongside her was akin to striking a stroke of luck. He continued until Zhu Linger and Yang Qingqing returned, at which point he finally fell silent. Wei Yi cast a glance at Lu Xing, then couldn't help but scrutinize Zhu Linger and Yang Qingqing more closely, causing them to feel somewhat uneasy under his gaze. "What's wrong? Why do you look at me so strangely?" Zhu Linger asked, knitting her brow. "It's nothing. What exactly is going on with my situation?" Wei Yi maintained his loyalty, refraining from revealing Lu Xing's jest. "Strange," Zhu Linger murmured before explaining. "I heard from my uncle that this decision was not made by the academy, that it was your class's instructor Qian who submitted the request for your expulsion, urging the academy to dismiss you early. Considering that your father's promise of 1 year has not yet elapsed, the academy has not made a final decision. As for why instructor Qian announced this early, I am uncertain. At this juncture," Yang Qingqing interjected, "I suspect that instructor Qian may harbor some resentment towards you, seeking to expedite your removal from the academy. Once the deed is done, the academy would be unlikely to reinstate you." Thus, it seemed that Qian Tonghe was indeed behind this upheaval, and perhaps the Sun brothers were involved as well. Wei Yi could not suppress a cold smirk. Once he uttered this thought, he immediately headed toward the academy's training hall. Simultaneously, he heard the system prompt chime in his mind. "Ding. Player Wei Yi has triggered the quest. Stay in the academy. Quest requirements. The academy must rescind the expulsion order. Quest duration, 3 days. Quest rewards. Cultivation experience 5,000, martial technique experience 5,000, and 1 bronze treasure chest." Chapter 9. Speaking with strength. Although Wei Yi had not attended many classes, he was still aware of the location of his class's training hall. Upon arriving outside, he saw Qian Tonghe instructing students in martial techniques. Lacking the patience to wait, Wei Yi strode directly to the door, knocking loudly. Instantly, everyone within the training hall was startled, ceasing their activities and looking towards the entrance. A female student nearest to the door rushed over to open it. Upon seeing Wei Yi, her mouth fell agape. Without hesitation, Wei Yi sauntered confidently into the training hall. All eyes turned toward him, revealing a spectrum of emotions: surprise, disdain, annoyance, and sympathy. A myriad of expressions. Qian Tonghe could not help but furrow his brow. "Wei Yi, what brings you here? Did Lu Xing not inform you that you have been expelled from the academy? From now on, you are no longer a student of Zhenwu Academy. You may collect your belongings and leave." Han Xiaojia, "Close the door and prevent any unrelated individuals from entering," he commanded. The student named Han Xiaojia stood at the entrance, glancing between Qian Tonghe and Wei Yi, unsure of what to do. "Wei Yi, if you do not leave, must I force you to go?" Qian Tonghe's expression darkened as he barked at Wei Yi. Rather than retreating, Wei Yi scoffed disdainfully. He approached Qian Tonghe and coldly inquired, "I have but one question. Is it the academy that expels me, or is it your personal decision?" Qian Tonghe. Upon hearing this, Qian Tonghe's expression shifted slightly. The students in the training hall exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a change in sentiment. The nature of these two answers was evidently distinct. One was a collective decision made by the academy, while the other was a personal decree from Qian Tonghe, and their implications could not be the same. However, being a teacher at Zhenwu Academy, Qian Tonghe was not ordinary. He quickly composed himself and replied, "This is both the academy's decision and my personal recommendation. You are a worthless being incapable of cultivation, a fact that is widely acknowledged. Last year, the academy intended to expel you, but out of respect for your father, they reluctantly allowed you to remain for another year. However, what benefit does prolonging your stay serve? A waste is still a waste, and your presence merely diminishes the average performance of our class. It is only because you have been dragging us down that our 8th class has consistently failed to secure a spot in the top 3 during assessments. Otherwise, the rewards from these evaluations would have been considerably greater for everyone." Once Qian Tonghe voiced these sentiments, a chorus of agreement ensued. They were indifferent to Wei Yi's fate, yet the prospect of their average performance being lowered and their rewards diminished was a tangible blow to their interests. Soon, under Qian Tonghe's influence, some began to shout, "Wei Yi, how dare you show your face here? After dragging us down for 2 years, you should have left long ago. Indeed, one should possess self-awareness. You cannot cultivate and are merely a waste. The best choice for you would be to withdraw from the academy voluntarily. A single rotten apple spoils the barrel, they exclaimed. Qian Tonghe, clearly intending to do you a favor by sparing your dignity. Had Lu inform you privately, yet you failed to appreciate his kindness. You are truly like a dog biting the hand of its benefactor. Amidst this uproar, Wei Yi remained unfazed. However, Lu Xing and Zhu Linger, who had accompanied him, could not help but defend him, but were stopped by Wei Yi. He stepped forward, gazing at the raucous students with a mocking smile. Since I am a waste, why don't you come and enlighten me? I would relish the opportunity to witness the prowess of you so-called elites. No amount of words could suffice. Ultimately, strength speaks volumes. Whether or not I am a waste is not for you, the likes of you, to decide. Yes, you heard correctly. I am indeed addressing you. A bunch of rubbish. Qian Tonghe is trash, and the students he produces are equally trash. Wei Yi unceremoniously ridiculed them as the entire 8th class erupted in outrage. How could they endure being insulted by a waste, especially with him pointing fingers at them? No one could swallow that insult. Immediately, a tall student charged forward. Wei Yi, you brought this upon yourself. Don't blame me. Before he could finish his sentence, Wei Yi delivered a punch that left him dazed. Enough chatter. Who else? Wei Yi surveyed the crowd. This insolent brat must be taught a lesson. Indeed, he cannot cultivate, at best. He has merely fumbled through a few martial techniques. Before he departs, he must receive a severe reprimand for daring to call us rubbish. Soon, 5 or 6 others rushed forward. They held a deep-seated impression of Wei Yi as a waste, and did not regard him as a threat. Wei Yi, however, showed no mercy, swiftly knocking each of them unconscious. The system notifications chimed, indicating an increase in his cultivation experience. Wei Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Who else wishes to step forward? This time, no one was foolish enough to advance. They were not truly dim-witted. After witnessing his prowess once, and then again, surely they could not remain oblivious to the change in Wei Yi. The remaining students not only refrained from advancing, but also retreated several steps, exchanging glances, each unwilling to be the first to act. Zhang Tianqian, weren't you just barking loudly? Will you not come and offer me your guidance? Wei fixed his gaze on Zhang Tianqian. Zhang opened his mouth. As the class leader, he prided himself as the best in the 8th class, and his pride urged him to charge forward. However, upon recalling those who had been knocked down by Wei Yi, he suppressed his impulse, shaking his head with a serious expression. We are classmates after all. I cannot bear to strike you. Upon hearing this, not only did Wei Yi roll his eyes, but the others also collectively expressed their disbelief. If you are afraid to confront him, then simply admit it rather than offer such a pathetic excuse. Wang Han, will you step up? Zhao Xuejian, Chen Lufan, how about you? Wei Yi called out the most gifted and powerful students in the class, except for Zhao Xuejian, who couldn't resist and was promptly sent flying by Wei Yi's punch. The others all shook their heads, unwilling to approach. Wei Yi stood alone, challenging over 100 students in the 8th class, and emerged victorious. He stood before them, and not one dared to approach. Zhu Linger and Yang Qingxing watched from the sidelines, their blood boiling with excitement. Had it not been for their concerns about propriety and their own positions, they would have wanted to cheer. At this moment, Wei Yi turned to face the deeply troubled Qian Tonghe. Tell me, do you still deem me a waste? Do you still dare to claim that I dragged down the class? Do not grow too arrogant. Wei Yi, this is the true martial academy, not your Wei family. Qian Tonghe gritted his teeth, his voice icy. Being publicly humiliated by Wei Yi had left him in a state of frustration and fury. I know this is not the Wei family. Had it been, do you think someone like you could stand here unscathed? How about this, Teacher Qian? Why not come and offer me some guidance? Wei Yi scoffed before directly making his request. At this proclamation, the training hall fell eerily silent, and everyone present gasped in disbelief. Wei Yi was challenging Teacher Qian. True Martial Academy is one of the 8 premier academies of the Dechu dynasty, though its overall strength may not rank first. It is consistently within the top 3. A significant factor in evaluating a school's comprehensive strength is the number and caliber of its instructors. True Martial Academy comprises 4 grades, with thousands of students and a faculty numbering in the hundreds. Most instructors in the 3rd and 4th grades are formidable grandmasters, while those in the 1st and 2nd grades are at least 8th or 9th tier masters. Qian Tonghe, in particular, is a high-ranking 9th tier master. Yet, Wei Yi was daring to challenge him. Even Zhu Linger and Yang Qingxing, who had always believed in Wei Yi, were momentarily taken aback. Qian Tonghe was not comparable to the Blackwater bandit leaders. Their cultivation levels and training methods were simply not on the same level. To speak frankly, even a coalition of several Blackwater bandit leaders would stand no chance against Qian Tonghe. No matter how gifted Wei Yi might be, Having spent a year without cultivation means he could only be considered a novice, making it inconceivable for him to rival Qian Tonghe. Upon hearing Wei Yi's words, Qian Tonghe could not help but laugh out of anger. It was the first time in his career as an instructor that a student had challenged him so openly, and he perceived it not merely as a lack of respect, but as a blatant insult. However, he did not refuse. Disrespectful, unruly, and a bully to fellow students. What qualifications do you, a scoundrel, have to remain in this academy? What right do you have to continue as a student of True Martial Academy? Today, I shall deliver a lesson on behalf of the academy. As he spoke, Qian Tonghe advanced towards Wei Yi, his formidable 9th-tier master prowess fully unleashed. The overwhelming energy surged within him, creating an imposing aura that caused several nearby students to stagger back. Unable to withstand the pressure, Wei Yi's expression turned serious. Regardless of Qian Tonghe's character, his strength was undeniable. The 9th-tier master realm was merely one step away from the Grand Master realm, a level far beyond a 1st-tier master. Nevertheless, he had no choice. It was a battle, and in Wei Yi's heart, there was no fear. This was his greatest strength. Who truly is the disgrace? Do not think I am unaware of your dealings with Sun Wenyuan. Accepting bribes and colluding with petty individuals to undermine your own students. You are despicably sinister. How dare you call yourself a teacher or a representative of True Martial Academy? Wei Yi's verbal prowess was impressive. Though he rarely chose to employ it, he may not fully understand the nature of the transactions between Qian Tonghe and Sun Wenyuan, yet it was sufficient for him to know that something was amiss. As anticipated, his words shifted the gaze of many students in the training hall, their expressions revealing doubt toward Qian Tonghe. The latter's face darkened ominously. You dare to slander me again? In a fit of rage, Qian Tonghe could no longer hesitate. Fearing that Wei Yi might unveil further shocking revelations, he rushed towards Wei Yi, his right hand forming a palm as he aimed a fierce strike toward Wei Yi's forehead. Bang! Wei Yi crossed his arms to block, yet was forced back several steps by Qian Tonghe's powerful blow. Immediately, he unleashed the Sun Wenyuan fist technique, channeling his internal energy as he initiated his counterattack. So, you've advanced to the Master Realm. No wonder you're so arrogant. But as a mere 1st-tier master, I can subdue you within a few moves. Though Qian Tonghe feigned disdain, he was inwardly astonished. A Master Realm. He had not anticipated that Wei Yi had already broken through to the Master Realm. He vividly recalls a few months ago when he conversed with Wei Yi on behalf of the academy. At that time, Wei Yi exhibited no cultivation whatsoever. This indicates that within a mere few months, Wei Yi has broken through to the Martial Master Realm, possibly even in a shorter span. It is worth noting that in the class he currently leads, none have yet reached the Martial Master level. The highest among them is merely an 8th-tier martial disciple. Moreover, looking across the entire 2nd year, only a handful have achieved the Martial Master breakthrough, and each of them is renowned as an exceptional talent. How could this be? How could Wei Yi, once deemed a waste, possibly ascend to the Martial Master realm? Qian Tonghe's heart brimmed with astonishment. Yet, it was precisely this astonishing leap that solidified his resolve to seize this opportunity to expel Wei Yi from the academy. Otherwise, should Wei Yi, with his demonstrated talent and the backing of the Wei family, set his sights on him in the future, his days at the academy would surely be fraught with peril. Today, I shall make you aware of the price of challenging an instructor. Qian Tonghe no longer held back. He summoned all the energy within him, unleashing the iron palm technique once more. A hazy light enveloped his palm, descending upon Wei Yi with the weight of a mountain, exerting immense pressure upon him. Wei Yi immediately retaliated with a punch, but even the fully mastered Sun Wenyuan fist was insufficient to withstand the onslaught. With a resounding crash, Wei Yi was propelled out of the training room, colliding against the railing outside the academy, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning pale. Very well, very well. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Wei Yi unexpectedly burst into laughter. Such strength invigorated him. He relished this challenge. Qian Tonghe, come out and face me again, Wei Yi bellowed, his voice reverberating throughout the academy, drawing countless students and instructors from their training rooms to witness him standing outside. At that moment, he unsheathed the Qin Gang's sword. With the sword in hand, his aura transformed instantaneously. This was his true, most formidable state. The fully mastered Sun Wenyuan fist could not rival Qian Tonghe, but that mattered not. He would instead employ the fully mastered storm sword technique. His fists were not Wei Yi's ultimate weapon. It was the Qin Gang sword that held that distinction, though he challenged a 9th-tier martial master with the strength of a 1st-tier martial master. Wei Yi felt no fear. With the sword in hand, he was prepared to confront even the mightiest of foes, his dark eyes aflame with battle intent. His low profile was merely a facade. His true nature was one of arrogance and defiance. Qian Tonghe, come out. With the black water movement technique, Wei Yi leapt onto the high platform outside, brandishing his sword and shouting loudly. his voice echoing far and wide. Provoking a flurry of whispers among the onlookers, Qian Tonghe, with a grim expression, stepped out of the training room. Observing the throngs of spectators, he realized he would likely gain notoriety today, albeit in a manner he would rather avoid. A misfortune befalling him courtesy of Wei Yi. He glared at Wei Yi with a gaze so menacing it seemed he wished to rend him limb from limb at a T that moment. Wei Yi's mind was once again filled with the system's notifications. Ding. Player Wei Yi's battle intent index has surpassed the average level. Ding. Player Wei Yi has met the conditions for awakening his hidden bloodline. Shall the awakening commence now? Awaken. Wei Yi's gaze deepened, devoid of hesitation. Chapter 11. The Bronze Bloodline. Ding. Player Wei Yi is beginning to awaken his bloodline. Collecting bloodline information. 1, 2, 3.60.97, 98, 99.100. Ding. Player Wei Yi has successfully acquired bloodline information and is commencing the gathering of bloodline power. Gathering bloodline power. 1, 2, 3.60.97, 98, 99.100. Ding. Player Wei Yi has successfully gathered bloodline power. Ding. Player Wei Yi's bloodline has successfully awakened. Current bloodline level, Bronze Bloodline. The game system's alerts continued to resonate. Wei Yi distinctly felt a mysterious force surging within him. Akin to an ancient soul awakening from a long slumber, his entire being expanded. A burning heat, terrifying energy. Wei Yi's body felt like a colossal furnace, his skin flushed red as if being scorched by raging flames. His robes billowing as though enveloped by a powerful aura. The heat, an unprecedented heat. Wei could not help but let out a howl to the heavens. At that precise moment, a torrent of formidable energy erupted within him. Accompanied by the roars of beasts, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, causing many to turn pale with astonishment. Wei Yi's bloodline had finally awakened. Even onlookers could see the intricate, luminous bloodlines manifesting across his skin. Outlining a mysterious totem in a resplendent bronze HUE.IT was so dazzling, so captivating, that all present were left speechless. This was the awakening of a bloodline. He had indeed awakened the power of his bloodline. Such awakenings are exceedingly rare. Among tens of thousands, there may be but a single instance. While merely a bronze bloodline, it was indeed a remarkable gift. Legend has it that the ancestors of the Wei family in Jinling once produced a peerless powerhouse who awakened a golden bloodline. Thus, Wei Yi's awakening of a bronze bloodline seems plausible. By all indications, this young man has likely resolved the issues that had plagued his cultivation, suggesting that the Wei family is set to unveil yet another prodigy. The once universally acknowledged waste had transformed into a genius with a bloodline awakening, a most intriguing turn of events. Even the numerous instructors could not refrain from discussing this phenomenon. They, being well-versed in such matters, readily recognized the anomalies of the bloodline awakening. Many students, too, were unable to suppress their envy. The awakening of a bloodline is exceedingly rare, though the true martial academy boasts thousands of elite students. Those who can awaken their bloodline are few and far between. The Wei they had once dismissed now stood among them, stirring a complex mixture of emotions within their hearts. How could this be? How could this little wretch awaken his bloodline? Qian Tonghe's face darkened to an extreme, his heart flooded with disbelief. He would prefer anyone else to awaken their bloodline than Wei. Their relationship had devolved into one of intense animosity. And the more powerful Wei Yi became, the less favorable it was for him. Yet at this moment, Wei Yi felt an unprecedented sense of elation. With the awakening of his bloodline power, his physical prowess surged, significantly enhancing his combat capabilities, elevating him several tiers in strength. The power of the bloodline, a formidable sensation. A smile crept across Wei Yi's lips as he gazed intently at Qian Tonghe. Qian Tonghe, do you dare to face me in battle? A revered instructor, yet one who slandered and schemed against his own student. Today, I shall demand justice. Wei Yi's voice boomed, resonating throughout the academy. Upon hearing this, the other instructors could no longer intervene. Qian Tonghe's countenance darkened further, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Wei Yi, he gritted his teeth, seething with an urge to tear Wei Yi to shreds. Oh, what if he awakened his bloodline? He had merely just broken through to the martial master realm, a mere first-tier martial master. Even with a bloodline awakening, Qian Tonghe held absolute confidence that he could suppress him. You brought this upon yourself. Wei Yi, your arrogance will be met with a proper lesson today, Qian Tonghe declared angrily. As he spoke, he leaped onto the high platform, denying Wei Yi any further opportunities. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful palm strike. His surging internal energy manifesting as an enormous, indistinct shadow of a palm. It was the wind shadow palm, an upper-tier martial technique, likely nearing mastery. Someone nearby could not help but exclaim, just moments ago, Qian Tonghe had used this very strike to shatter Wei Yi's Sun Wenyuan fist, sending him crashing out of the training room. Now, as the same strike approached again, Wei Yi showed no sign of fear. Instead, a cold smile flickered in his eyes. Storm Sword Technique. Breakthrough. The Storm Sword Technique was not to be compared with the Sun Wenyuan fist. The Sun Wenyuan fist was merely an inferior martial skill, while the Storm Sword Technique was an upper-tier martial skill. Moreover, the Storm Sword Technique was valued at a staggering 8,000 taels of silver, regarded as the pinnacle among upper-tier martial skills. Its power rivaling that of some top-tier martial techniques, coupled with the Qinggang sword in Wei Yi's hand, capable of slicing through iron like mud, the combination unleashed an overwhelming force. Boom. A deafening explosion echoed as the two energies collided midair. Although Wei Yi stumbled back several steps, Qian Tonghe was also forced to retreat a few paces. A wave of astonishment swept through the gathered crowd. Qian Tonghe himself stared in disbelief, his eyes wide open. They were two martial masters, one at the 9th tier and the other at the 1st tier, and yet their martial skills had reached an impasse. How could this be? In reality, a crucial factor lay behind this unexpected balance. Wei Yi had ignited the power of his bloodline. The bloodline power was immensely potent, and even a bronze bloodline significantly enhanced Wei Yi's capabilities, narrowing the perceived gap between them. Ha ha. Qian Tonghe, is this all the power you possess? Is this the caliber that qualifies you as an instructor? Since you deem me unworthy as a student, perhaps you should step aside and allow me to take your position. Wei Yi laughed heartily. Qian Tonghe felt an overwhelming urge to burrow into the earth, his animosity towards Wei Yi escalating with each passing moment. You are courting death, he bellowed, unleashing a flurry of strikes as he channeled his internal energy. Countless shadows of his palms surged toward Wei Yi, enveloping the entire platform. Yet, Wei Yi stood undaunted, wielding his azure sword with grace, executing the tempestuous sword technique with unparalleled fervor. At that moment, he fully displayed the terrifying prowess of the perfected storm sword technique. With myriad sword shadows sweeping toward Qian Tonghe like a torrential tempest, the two combatants were a study in contrast, one steadfast as a mountain, the other tempestuous as thunder, locked in a fierce contest on the high platform. Onlookers gaped in astonishment. This was no mere conflict between instructor and student, but rather a full-fledged duel between two masters. With the cultivation of a first-tier martial artist, Wei Yi exhibited combat power that rivaled that of Qian Tonghe. How formidable! Many murmured in disbelief. Haha, Qian Tonghe, you are no match for me. Surrender quickly, or my azure sword will show you no mercy. Wei Yi's confidence surged with each exchange, taunting Qian Tonghe. The latter, witnessing Wei Yi's audacity to converse mid-battle, felt a mix of fury and humiliation that if he could not subdue this student, how could he maintain his dignity at the true martial academy? He intensified his onslaught, gritting his teeth as he retorted. Wei Yi, do not be so arrogant. To defeat me, you should train for several more years. I am a 9th-tier martial artist. My internal energy far surpasses yours. You are but a 1st-tier martial artist. How long can you endure? I shall see who laughs last. As an instructor relying on his superior cultivation to subdue a student, Qian Tonghe felt a twinge of embarrassment, prompting many instructors to shake their heads disapprovingly. In truth, Qian Tonghe was at a loss. He possessed only a few martial techniques, with the most powerful being the Wind Shadow Palm. Yet, even that could not overcome Wei Yi, whose Storm Sword technique was both offensive and defensive. With the addition of the Black Water Movement, an exceptionally rare technique, he found himself unable to harm Wei Yi. Left with no viable options but to outlast his opponent, Qian Tonghe's predicament was dire. However, his inability to win did not imply that Wei Yi could not secure victory. Laughing last, Qian Tonghe, you overestimate yourself. Within 3 strikes, you shall be defeated, though the Storm Sword technique could counter the Wind Shadow Palm. It was fundamentally an offensive style. In Wei Yi's mind, the best defense was a strong offense. First strike, he declared, immediately unleashing a signature move from the Storm Sword technique. The sword thrust forth like a comet, its light flashing as a formidable surge of internal energy erupted, shattering the Wind Shadow Palm and forcing Qian Tonghe back several steps. With his pride wounded, Qian Tonghe unleashed the remainder of his internal energy, pushing the Wind Shadow Palm to its limits. Thunderous roars erupted as countless dark palm shadows manifested, sweeping toward Wei Yi like a tidal wave. Second strike. Wei Yi's eyes gleamed with determination, faced with the full force of a 9th-tier martial artist. He did not dare to underestimate his opponent. He too escalated the Storm Sword technique to its maximum potential, igniting the power of his bloodline. The Azure Sword danced in a flurry of strikes, creating a tempest of sword shadows that mirrored the ferocity of the storm. The clash of palm shadows and sword shadows reached a fever pitch, each technique vying for supremacy as both combatants reached their respective zeniths. At that moment, a glint of cunning sparkled in Wei Yi's eyes. The Black Water Movement activated instantaneously. He had been holding back, but now his speed reached its pinnacle. Like a shadow, he evaded the oncoming storm of palm shadows. Appearing before Qian Tonghe in the blink of an eye, with a swift motion, he thrusted the azure sword forward. Qian Tonghe's eyes widened in terror, his expression shifting dramatically, with no time to spare. He instinctively lashed out with a punch. Ha! The third strike. Yet, Wei Yi's azure sword coiled around his arm like a serpent, the blade poised at his throat. Time seemed to halt, the scene frozen in suspense. Qian Tonghe's eyes bulged in disbelief, as did those of the countless spectators. No one had anticipated the battle to conclude so decisively. Wei Yi had spoken of 3 strikes, and indeed, it had come to pass. Calmly, Wei Yi declared, "You have lost." As those words echoed, he channeled the last remnants of his internal energy into his sword, causing it to vibrate powerfully before delivering a forceful blow to Qian Tonghe's chest, sending him tumbling off the platform in a state of utter disarray. Wei Yi emerged victorious. Qian Tonghe lay defeated. In that instant, the previously boisterous academy fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Thousands of students and instructors stood speechless, their gazes fixed on Wei Yi atop the platform, and at Qian Tonghe, who lay dazed below. Their expressions were a complex tapestry of emotions. How is this possible? Wei Yi. How did he become so powerful? As astonishment swept through the crowd, a sense of dread crept into the hearts of many, including Sun Wenyuan, Wang Zitao, and the students of Class 8. They had once mocked Wei Yi during his lowest moments, believing he would remain impotent forever. To their shock, Wei Yi had risen again, showcasing astounding talent and strength that even Qian Tonghe could not contend with. If he were to seek vengeance, what would they do? I must hurry to the northern campus and inform my brother. Sun Wenyuan gritted his teeth and dashed away. He dared not linger in the vicinity, for he estimated that he could not withstand even a single strike from Wei Yi now. Unbelievable, that waste of space. Wei Yi has defeated instructor Qian. Zhang Xuequan's sister, Zhang Xuelian, turned pale at the thought. After a moment's reflection, she too raced toward her sister's campus, much like Sun Wenyuan. However, they were not alone in their reactions. Many who had previously crossed paths with Wei Yi quickly responded as news of his resurgence and victory over Qian Tonghe swept through the true martial academy like wildfire. The higher-ups of the academy soon caught wind of the developments. It was clear that Wei Yi had resolved his previous limitations. Not only could he cultivate again, but his talent had reached extraordinary heights, even awakening the power of his bloodline. Such a genius could not be expelled, but rather must be retained at all costs. The first to arrive was one of the vice presidents, Zhu Yuanhe, who happened to be Zhu Linger's uncle. Wei Yi, regarding the misunderstandings that have arisen, the academy will address them promptly. You need not worry. Focus on your studies and cultivation. A talent such as yours will not only remain at the academy but will also receive numerous benefits, he assured, bearing the authority of his position. If you have any further requests, feel free to voice them. The academy will do its utmost to accommodate you. The academy's attitude towards cultivation wastes and prodigies was evidently disparate. Yet, Wei Yi remained unfazed. Thank you, Vice President Zhu, that I have no other requests. I simply wish to transfer to another class. Join our class 3. Before Zhu Yuanhe could respond, Zhu Lingo interjected eagerly. Wei Yi and Zhu Yuanhe turned to her in surprise. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she stammered. I was just suggesting. Zhu Yuanhe observed the exchange with amusement. No problem. The instructor in Class 3 will certainly welcome a talent like Wei Yi, with the vice president's endorsement. It was clear that even the most reluctant instructor would be inclined to accept him. Ding! Player Wei Yi has completed the task. Stay at the academy. Do you wish to claim your reward? Simultaneously, a system notification echoed in Wei Yi's mind. Chapter 13. Purple Mist Manual. Upon returning to his dormitory and finding it unoccupied, Wei Yi eagerly selected to receive his task reward. The 5,000 cultivation experience instantly elevated him from a first-tier martial artist to a second-tier martial artist, restoring him to peak condition and banishing the fatigue from his recent battle. Additionally, he received 5,000 skill experience, which he devoted entirely to the Black Water movement. His triumph over Qian Tonghe was largely attributed to this exceptional technique. Without it, the outcome of the duel would have been uncertain. The Black Water movement had already reached level 3, nearing level 4. With the influx of experience, it surged past level 4 to level 5. With these enhancements, Wei Yi's strength saw a significant increase. The remaining reward was a bronze treasure chest. In the game, treasure chests are categorized into 4 tiers: bronze, silver, gold, and diamond. The higher the tier, the rarer and more difficult they are to obtain. Yet the items they yield are generally more precious and valuable. It remains a mystery what treasures the bronze chest might reveal. Although it is highly likely that the bronze chest will contain low-grade items, there is still a slim chance of obtaining higher-tier items. This is a moment of luck. I hope fortune smiles upon me, and that my luck on this first attempt is not abysmal. What I might uncover remains uncertain. Taking a deep breath, he chose to open the bronze chest. Ding! Player Wei Yi has opened the bronze chest. and obtained a medium-grade cultivation technique, Xia Secret Manual. Hearing the system prompt and seeing the book radiating a soft purple light in his inventory, Wei Yi was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. The Xia Secret Manual, a revered martial arts technique from the Huashan sect, is considered a pinnacle skill reserved for the sect's master. Its power is formidable, possessing the extraordinary ability to neutralize foreign true qi. Among the myriad internal martial arts in the realm of martial arts novels, it ranks within the top 10. Naturally, in the fantastical world of the martial god, it may not be top tier, but for Wei Yi, who has just begun cultivating his inner qi, the Xia Secret Manual is an extraordinary fit, a true high-end selection rather than mere standard fare. Drawing such a treasure from a bronze chest undoubtedly signifies a stroke of luck and a turn of fortune. According to Wei Yi's knowledge, most individuals at the True Martial Academy practice only low-grade techniques, including the instructors. Only those at the highest echelons of the academy are permitted to learn medium-grade techniques. Even within the esteemed Wei family, one of the 10 prominent families of the Dazhu dynasty, very few can cultivate medium-grade techniques, as their clan's foundational technique is merely a single medium-grade cultivation manual. Comparatively, it may not surpass the Xia Secret Manual by much. Cultivation techniques are fundamental to martial artists, far more precious than martial skills, and a medium-grade technique is truly invaluable. Wei Yi was naturally delighted to have drawn such a treasure from a bronze chest. Ding! Player Wei Yi has discovered the medium-grade cultivation technique, Xia Secret Manual. Do you wish to begin learning? Without a moment's hesitation, Wei Yi chose to learn. Ding! Player Wei Yi has mastered the medium-grade cultivation technique Xia Secret Manual, following the system prompt. The basic cultivation method was swiftly replaced by the Xia Secret Manual. The low-grade technique transformed into a medium-grade one, akin to exchanging a bird's gun for a cannon. As Wei Yi began to practice the Xia technique, his inner qi surged dramatically, filling his entire being with an overwhelming strength. A subtle purple glow flickered across his face, and his eyes gleamed with an alluring radiance. The experience was entirely different from practicing the basic cultivation method. The power was exhilarating. Wei Yi fully recognized the potency of the medium-grade cultivation technique. Even without activating his bloodline power, he felt confident enough to contend with Qian Tonghe. The following day, Wei Yi arrived at the training room, not the one for Class 8, but for Class 3. Last night, Xiao Yuji had arranged everything for him. He was now officially a student of Class 3. Wei Yi, come sit here. Wei Yi, this way, we've saved you a spot. As soon as he entered, he was warmly welcomed by Zhu Ling'er and Yang Qingqing, who behaved like two starstruck fans. Seeing the two most beautiful girls in class welcome an outsider like him, the other boys in Class 3 couldn't help but scowl, their expressions dark, casting unfriendly glances at Wei Yi. Fortunately, he had made quite an impression yesterday by defeating instructor Qian Tonghe, which deterred any immediate challenges. However, many still directed their glares at him. That I must say, ladies, you draw too much attention. I've become the target of everyone's envy. Wei Yi remarked, taking in the surrounding atmosphere. Although he didn't mind, he couldn't help but chuckle at the situation. Nevertheless, he sat down beside the two girls without hesitation. Humph, our youthful charm is irresistible. Now you see it. Right. If you dare bully us in the future, you'd better watch out. Zhu Ling'er and Yang Qingqing couldn't help but laugh at their own words. By the way, you never come to the training room. What brings you here today? Zhu Ling'er inquired curiously, blinking her eyes. Well, it's the first day. I should at least show some respect to instructor who. Wei shrugged in response. I heard that. A voice suddenly chimed in from behind. It belonged to a young woman, under 30, with short hair and a sharp demeanor. Instructor who was in charge of Class 3. Caught off guard, Wei felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. So, you only plan to show up today and not return? Instructor who asked with a smile, her gaze fixed on Wei Yi. Although she had previously regarded him with little interest, the events of yesterday had left a strong impression on her. Instructor who? You misunderstood, I was just joking. Though Wei Yi had indeed planned not to return, especially given that he possessed a game system enabling him to learn all martial techniques instantly, he couldn't articulate that to anyone else. However, instructor who merely smiled in response. Actually, if you prefer to train independently, that's fine by me. With your talent, I have complete faith in your self-study. However, she paused, looking at Wei Yi with a bright smile. For the final assessment, I expect satisfactory results from you. My requirement is modest. I want you to be first in your second-year class. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Zhu Ling'er and Yang Qingqing gasped in astonishment, as did several other students nearby. This demand. Was it really not too high? Wei couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it. Ding. Player Wei Yi has triggered the quest, eye for an eye. Quest requirements. Seek revenge on those who have previously bullied or insulted you. Quest duration, 3 days, quest rewards, 5,000 cultivation experience, 5,000 martial skill experience. The game system seemed intent on keeping Wei Yi on his toes. Just as one quest concluded, another was promptly issued. With such generous rewards for experience, Wei Yi would not let this opportunity slip by. However, who would be the most suitable target for revenge? Wei Yi pondered, sifting through potential candidates in his mind. The brothers Sun Wenyuan. The thought of their past transgressions propelled him to focus solely on them. Initially, he had intended to wait until he was stronger to exact his revenge. But being expelled by Qian Tonghe had delayed his plans. Clearly, the latter had acted under the brothers' instigation. Now, with this quest in hand, he could settle both old and new scores simultaneously. An advantageous situation indeed. As instructor whose class concluded, Wei Yi bid farewell to Zhu Linger and Yang Qingqing, then stealthily slipped out. Although Sun Wenyuan was in a different campus, his brother Sun Wenyuan was in the same one as Wei Yi. However, Wei Yi greatly underestimated Sun Wenyuan's timidity. After witnessing the confrontation between Wei Yi and Qian Tonghe the previous day, Sun Wenyuan had fled in fear, never to return. Sun Wenyuan has been absent since yesterday. He seems to have gone to his brother's place. You can check the North Campus, one of Sun Wenyuan's classmates revealed. Off to find Sun Wenyuan. Then, even if he has fled, I can still confront Sun Wenyuan. Hearing that Sun Wenyuan was missing, Wei Yi was unfazed, in comparison to the already punished Sun Wenyuan. His true target was still Sun Wenyuan, who had orchestrated many of his brother's actions. The true animosity lay with Sun Wenyuan. The Sun brothers were about to face their reckoning. As Wei Yi left with a fierce expression. The student who had spoken earlier shivered involuntarily, whispering to those nearby, the Sun brothers are not to be trifled with. Especially Sun Wenyuan. He's a third-year student who has reportedly reached Tier 10 of the martial apprentice realm. His techniques are formidable. Yet someone interjected, but can he truly surpass Wei Yi? A light chuckle emerged from the left. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Indeed, could anyone truly rival Wei Yi? Even Qian Tonghe, at Tier 9, had fallen to him. The Sun brothers were unlikely to pose a challenge as the tides of fortune turned. It was time for someone to put the Sun brothers in their place. Upon arriving at the North Campus, Wei Yi found that classes had just ended. His reputation at the True Martial Academy was quite notable. And many students were taken aback by his sudden appearance. Wei Yi, how did he arrive? I have no idea. I heard he challenged instructor Qian Tonghe yesterday in WON. Is that true? It seems so. Could it be that he has come to the North Campus today to challenge another instructor? After all, Zhimu Academy is a martial arts institution where the spirit of combat thrives. To enhance the students' fighting experience. The academy not only permits but actively encourages duels, provided no serious injuries occur. However, such challenges typically occur among students. A student challenging an instructor? Only Wei Yi has set such a precedent. Upon seeing Wei Yi striding towards them, the instructors at the North Campus felt a wave of anxiety, fearing that Wei Yi might be foolish enough to challenge them. If they were to engage with a student and win, it would bring them no glory. If they lost, they would suffer the same humiliation as Qian Tonghe. Fortunately, Wei Yi did not pause before them, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. In the third grade. Class 9, Wei Yi was well aware of Sun Wenyuan's class and quickly made his way to the martial arts room. At this moment, several students were still present, one of whom was Sun Wenyuan, who was animatedly discussing something with a few boys. Wei Yi? Sun Wenyuan did not notice his arrival, but others in the martial arts room did, and someone couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Hearing this, Sun Wenyuan immediately looked up, and upon seeing Wei Yi suddenly appear at the door, his expression darkened. Wei Yi, what brings you here? Well, why do you think I'm here? Wei Yi replied with a playful smile. Seeing Wei Yi's audacious demeanor, Sun Wenyuan felt a twinge of unease. He was already aware of Wei Yi's recent exploits against Qian Tonghe, as his brother Sun Wenyuan had come to inform him. However, Sun Wenyuan had not taken it to heart, convinced that Wei Yi would not dare to confront him. He never anticipated that mere words spoken yesterday would lead to Wei Yi's arrival today. This is North Campus, Class 9. Don't get too arrogant. A student from Class 9 reprimanded him with a scowl. Yes, don't think you can act recklessly just because you've gained some notoriety. You can still leave now. Otherwise, you won't have the chance later. Another student threatened in agreement. Wei Yi glanced at the two speakers, dismissing them entirely. Sun Wenyuan, speak. Do you want to settle this outside in the arena, or here? You choose. Regardless, you won't escape today. It's time to settle our grievances. With that, Wei Yi flashed a grin, revealing his pearly white teeth, yet his eyes held no hint of mirth. Sun Wenyuan's expression darkened considerably. He was used to being the one who bullied others, and had never been treated so audaciously. Especially by someone like Wei Yi, which ignited a fiery anger within him. Don't push your luck, Wei Yi, Sun Wenyuan hissed through gritted teeth. Push my luck. I dare say, I could never outdo your audacity. You know all too well the deeds you've committed. Don't pretend that the incident with Qian Tonghe wasn't orchestrated by you. As I said, today you cannot flee. You will repay all the ways you've wronged me. You can either embarrass yourself in the arena or leave this classroom on a stretcher. There is no third option for you. As Wei Yi's words hung in the air, the onlookers exchanged glances. Sun Wenyuan's eyes flickered as he shared a silent understanding with a few of his companions, then suddenly shouted, "Let's get him." With that, 5 or 6 boys, including Sun Wenyuan, charged at Wei Yi. 2 of them picked up chairs and hurled them fiercely towards him, while the others surrounded him from various angles, their movements swift and agile, like leopards stalking their prey, all locking on to Wei Yi. Unfazed, Wei Yi let out a cold snort, leaping into action with a flurry of kicks that shattered the chairs into splinters. As he activated the Zixia secret art, the energy within him surged, enveloping the martial arts room in a powerful aura that left everyone present momentarily stunned, their expressions shifting in astonishment. Altogether, even if he is a martial master, he cannot withstand our combined strength, Sun Wenyuan roared, leading the charge with a fist aimed squarely at Wei Yi. Chapter 15, Defeating an Instructor Again. Oh no. Oh no. There's a fight breaking out in Class 9. Zhang Xueqian was practicing martial techniques in the training room when her friend Su Jin rushed in, breathless and frantic. A fight? What do you mean? Zhang Xueqian paused, a perplexed expression crossing her face. If there's a fight, so what? What does it have to do with me? It's Wei Yi who is fighting, Su Jin explained, panting heavily. Zhang Xueqian's expression faltered at the mention of the familiar name, her previously indifferent demeanor shifting to one of unease, especially recalling how her sister had informed her about Wei Yi's recent activities. He must be fighting Sun Wenyuan, right? They've had their share of conflicts before. Sun Wenyuan is narrow-minded and has sought trouble with him multiple times. Now that Wei Yi has strength, he will surely seek revenge. It must be said that Zhang Xueqian was quite perceptive and had a good understanding of Wei Yi, almost predicting the situation accurately. However, Su Jin shook her head. Actually, Wei Yi did confront Sun Wenyuan and broke both his legs. Not to mention he didn't spare Sun Wenyuan's lackeys either. But then, Instructor Wu from Class 9 arrived and cornered Wei Yi in the martial arts room. And it seems another conflict erupted. You mean Instructor Wu Qian from Class 9? Zhang Xueqian exclaimed in astonishment. Instructor Wu is a 10th-tier martial master, and he's reportedly on the verge of breaking through to the Grand Martial Master realm. Would he really bully Wei Yi? Is Wei Yi even his match? I don't know. I saw the situation and rushed over here. How about we go back and take a look? Su Jin suggested. Zhang Xueqian hesitated, torn between curiosity and the reluctance to face Wei Yi again. Ultimately, she gritted her teeth and nodded. All right, let's go see. The two then hurried towards the martial arts room. Instructor Wu, do you really have to block me today? My dispute with Sun Wenyuan is a personal matter, and I haven't done anything to him that violates academy rules, Wei Yi stated, narrowing his eyes at Instructor Wu Qian, who stood in his path outside the martial arts room. Is that so? You call this not having done anything? With injuries like his, he'll be bedridden for at least a month. Do you think I am blind? Instructor Wu Qian shot back. Wei Yi, I am not Qian Tonghe. If you dare to harm my student in my class, you must face the consequences. If I let you walk away today, where would that leave my dignity? As he glanced at the moaning Sun Wenyuan and his companions on the ground. Instructor Wu's expression darkened. So, Instructor Wu is determined to take advantage of his position. Wei Yi retorted with a cold smile. Taking advantage? I am merely trying to teach you a lesson to prevent you from becoming too arrogant and straying onto the wrong path. I advise you to obediently accept your punishment and kneel on the martial arts platform for half an hour. If you do, I can treat this as if nothing happened. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. A glint of cold light flickered in Instructor Wu's narrow eyes. His stance was not just protective, but also a response to Wei Yi's audacious attitude that a mere elementary student daring to challenge the authority of an instructor? If this trend were not firmly curbed, how could he discipline other students in the future? Wei Yi remained silent as he claimed the rewards for completing the task an eye for an eye. Gaining 5,000 experience points in both cultivation and skills, which he utilized without hesitation. His cultivation level advanced to the 3rd-tier martial master. The ordinary grade black water body technique was also upgraded to LV6. Since Instructor Wu is eager to demonstrate his skills, Wei Yi welcomed the opportunity to learn from him. A mocking smile graced Wei Yi's lips. Upon hearing this, Instructor Wu's expression darkened. You have no idea what you're in for. Today, I will show you the difference between the heavens and the earth. With a furious shout, Instructor Wu lunged forward, extending his right hand with lightning speed towards Wei Yi. As a 3rd-grade instructor, his strength far surpassed that of Qian Tonghe, and his attack was not only swift but also imbued with an overwhelming force, creating an aura of inevitable dominance. Wei Yi's gaze sharpened. He could not afford to hold back. He immediately activated the Zixia secret art, allowing the energy within him to surge forth as he countered with a blade of his own. The two exchanged blows in rapid succession, their movements a blur as they engaged in a fierce confrontation. Wei Yi was forced to retreat 4 or 5 steps. Although he had just ascended to the 3rd-tier martial master realm, the disparity between him and Instructor Wu, a 10th-tier martial master, was evident. The instructors of the 3rd grade truly possess remarkable skills, Wei Yi observed, but he felt no fear as he spoke. He ignited the power of his bloodline, which was his true trump card, once unleashed. The aura surrounding Wei Yi transformed, shimmering with a faint light as a mysterious force surged forth, causing his robe to billow dramatically. Ancient patterns began to emerge, enveloping him in an aura of antiquity as his cultivation soared to new heights. Witnessing such a scene, Wu Qian's expression instantly changed. The power of his bloodline had indeed awakened. It was imperative to conclude this swiftly. With his seasoned experience, Wu Qian showed no hesitation and immediately launched a fierce assault. Channeling the full extent of his 10th-tier martial master cultivation, he unleashed his martial techniques, transforming his hands into 2 streaks of light that swiftly aimed for Wei Yi's vital points. Come again. Wei Yi's eyes sparkled with intensity as he laughed maniacally, instead advancing towards Wu Qian, executing the perfected Sun Wenyuan fist technique. Once again, their fists clashed, but this time it was Wu Qian who was forced to retreat 3 steps. His face a mask of astonishment. The onlookers were equally shocked. Instructor Wu, do you wish to continue? Wei Yi inquired once more. Wu Qian's face turned an ashen shade, his expression shifting continuously. Deep down, he understood that he would likely be unable to detain Wei Yi today. Wei Yi's strength far exceeded his previous expectations. Had Wei Yi not awakened his bloodline power, victory would have been assured for Wu Qian. However, now, with Wei Yi's newfound prowess, the tide had turned against him. And he feared that if the battle continued, he might truly be defeated by Wei Yi. Wei Yi, your actions today will be reported to the academy, and you shall undoubtedly face punishment, Wu Qian stated coldly. His countenance grim. His words unmistakably indicated that he would no longer obstruct Wei Yi, for he was powerless to do so. Not only did Wei Yi comprehend this instantly, but the surrounding students also grasped the situation. In that moment, countless mouths fell agape, as none had anticipated that the typically protective and proud Instructor Wu would voluntarily concede that I have not violated any academy rules. I trust that the academy will handle this matter justly. Wei Yi replied, unfazed by Wu Qian's threats, casting a glance at Sun Wenyuan. A sardonic smile graced his lips as he bypassed Wu Qian and strode forward. Those who had hoped for their instructor to exact revenge were now left disheartened, merely watching as Wei Yi sauntered away. Chapter 16. Regretful Zhang Shuiqian. What are you waiting for? He is about to leave. Upon seeing Wei Yi about to depart, Su Jin urgently urged Zhao Shuiqian. Her efforts to bring Zhao Shuiqian here were not merely for entertainment. She hoped to facilitate a reconciliation between the two, and now that Wei Yi was so formidable, if Zhao Shuiqian reconciled with him. As her closest friend, Su Jin would undoubtedly benefit as well. Zhao Shuiqian hesitated, unsure of what to say. After all, she was the one who had initiated the breakup, leaving Wei Yi, and now she was expected to reconcile. It was difficult for her to voice her thoughts. She hesitated, and Wei Yi prepared to leave. Su Jin, feeling anxious, directly pushed Zhao Shuiqian forward and called out, Wei Yi, wait a moment. Shuiqian has something to say to you. Turning at the sound of her voice, Wei Yi was momentarily taken aback. Zhao Shuiqian? Upon seeing the familiar face before him, he felt a fleeting sense of distraction, but it was only for an instant. The Wei Yi who had once harbored feelings for Zhao Shuiqian was no longer the same person. Even the previous Wei Yi, after experiencing abandonment and betrayal, might not still hold affection for her. Is there something you need? Wei Yi inquired, his tone cool and detached. Although he disdained sarcasm, he offered no warmth or courtesy. Zhao Shuiqian opened her mouth, but as familiar as she was with Wei Yi, the bond they once shared as childhood friends weighed heavily on her. Her feelings for him had never truly faded. However, being an ambitious person, she had chosen to sever ties with him when he was revealed to be incapable of cultivation, not wanting to spend her life with someone deemed useless. Yet, she never anticipated that Wei Yi would rise again, and now she found herself filled with regret. For the past few days, she had pondered what might have been had she not made that choice. But alas, there were no what-ifs. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave, Wei Yi stated, growing impatient as Zhao Shuiqian struggled to articulate her thoughts. Wait. As he prepared to walk away, Zhao Shuiqian quickly called out. Wei Yi halted, his expression now clearly showing signs of annoyance. With the final assessments approaching, shall we return together afterward? I acknowledge my past mistakes and hope you can grant me a chance for redemption. Zhao Shuiqian bit her lip, believing her intentions were clear enough for Wei Yi to understand. He certainly comprehended her meaning, yet after a long, searching gaze, he merely smiled. Some matters belong to the past, and they shall remain there. His response sidestepped her plea, and he turned to leave without a hint of hesitation. It was evident that Wei Yi's answer was not what Xiao Yuji had hoped for. Watching his retreating figure, she stood frozen in place, unresponsive for a long moment. Unbeknownst to her, 2 streams of tears slid from the corners of her eyes, tears of regret. Su Jin stood behind her, opening her mouth to offer comfort, but at a loss for words. Who could be blamed for this situation? Could it be Wei Yi? Perhaps the fault lay solely with Xiao Yuji herself. Wei Yi, you've returned. We heard you caused quite a stir at the North Campus and even fought with Instructor Wu. Are you all right? Upon his return to the East Campus, Zhu Ling'er and Yang Qingqing approached him. Seeing the concern etched on their faces, Wei Yi felt a flicker of warmth within. You two are quite well informed. But with all this concern for my well-being, could it be that you've developed feelings for me? Though I've saved your lives, there's no need for such devotion. Wei Yi jested at his words. Both Zhu Ling'er and Yang Qingqing's faces flushed crimson. Buffed. Who likes you? It's just that we were worried about you. They retorted in unison. Haha, I was merely joking. However, it seems this incident has spread rather widely. Wei Yi asked, taken aback. Indeed, otherwise how would we know? Instructor Hu is furious about it, saying you're a troublemaker, stirring up chaos since joining our class, and leaving her to clean up after you. You should really consider how to explain this to Instructor Hu, they said, chuckling at his misfortune. Wei Yi could only smile wryly that Wu Qian had escalated the issue to the academy, but naturally, they would not come looking for him. They would seek out Instructor Hu instead. Imagining her current ire, he thought, cough. I suppose I should lay low for a while, don't mention that you've seen me. With that, he turned to leave. Given the circumstances, he dared not return to the martial arts training room, fearing he might be coerced into agreeing to some conditions, a situation he wished to avoid. Hey, where are you going? I'm headed to the martial technique pavilion. Wei Yi intended to purchase martial techniques. The few techniques he currently possessed were insufficient. He only knew the Sun Wenyuan fist technique, the storm sword technique, and the black water body technique, with the Sun Wenyuan fist being merely a low-grade skill, which had become inadequate for his level as a martial master. That a martial artist's strength is not solely determined by their cultivation level, but also significantly influenced by the techniques they master. With nearly 10,000 silver coins in his game system inventory, he was more than capable of purchasing a higher-grade martial technique. How may I assist you? Upon entering the martial technique pavilion, a short-haired female student with bangs approached him. Wei Yi scanned the surroundings, but did not see Wang Zitao, prompting him to ask, where is Wang Zitao? He resigned from his part-time position this morning. The female student replied after a moment of surprise. That kid certainly moves fast, Wei Yi murmured, but he soon dismissed it, stating, I wish to purchase a martial art focusing on punches and kicks, preferably of upper-grade quality. Please show me. Certainly, please follow me. The female student brightened at his request, as the more he spent, the higher her commission would be. The diamond fist, upper-grade martial technique, powerful and vigorous, priced at 5,500 silver coins. The tablet pressing hand, upper-grade martial technique, consisting of 36 moves, both offensive and defensive, priced at 5,000 silver coins. The 18 linked kicks, upper-grade martial technique, with considerable learning difficulty, focused on leg techniques, priced at 6,000 silver coins. The female student showcased 6 or 7 upper-grade martial techniques, all reasonably priced. After careful consideration, Wei Yi quickly selected one that suited his needs, the heart-crushing palm, upper-grade martial technique, power contained, specifically damaging to the internal organs. Once mastered, even an ordinary grand martial master would find it difficult to resist. However, it is exceptionally challenging to learn, priced at 7,500 silver coins. Undoubtedly, this was a formidable technique, deserving of its price. As for the high difficulty of learning, with the game system at his disposal, Wei Yi chose to overlook that concern. Chapter 17. Arrival of family. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye. Half a month had gone by. During this period, Wei Yi ventured into the forest outside the city several times, hunting beasts to gain experience, and his cultivation swiftly ascended to the 6th tier of martial master. As for the martial techniques, aside from the newly learned heart-crushing palm reaching level 6, the other 3 techniques, including the black water body technique, had all attained the maximum level of 10. During this period, the final assessment of the Zhenwu Academy proceeded smoothly. Wei Yi, without a doubt, secured the top position in his second-year group, thereby fulfilling the task assigned by Instructor Hu. In truth, this posed no challenge for Wei Yi. Given his current prowess, even ordinary instructors were no match for him, and the second-year students stood little chance against him. In fact, only a few third-year students could compete with him, while those fourth-year students, soon to graduate from the academy, might present a credible threat. With this string of accomplishments, Wei Yi had completely shed the label of being a useless individual, instead emerging as a newly recognized genius of Zhenwu Academy. Admired and respected by many. Knock, knock, knock. Young Master Wei, are you in your dormitory? As Wei Yi had just risen that morning, a series of knocks echoed from outside his door, followed by a voice filled with utmost respect. The tone sounded rather peculiar to him. With a face full of suspicion, Wei Yi approached and opened the door, only to be greeted by a beaming, rotund face. None other than Lu Dao, the dormitory administrator he had previously reprimanded. What brings you here? Wei Yi snorted coldly, showing no courtesy to someone like Lu Dao. Since their last encounter, Lu Dao had been too intimidated to show his face, keeping his distance whenever Wei Yi was nearby. However, to Wei Yi's surprise, this fellow had taken the initiative to approach him today. Are you here to collect management fees? Wei Yi scrutinized Lu Dao with an unfriendly expression, his smile devoid of warmth. Upon hearing this, Lu Dao's face quivered with fear, and he quickly shook his head in denial. No. Young Master Wei, please don't misunderstand that I wouldn't dare to collect fees from you. It's just that someone below is looking for you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the audacity to disturb you. Lu Dao was genuinely afraid of offending Wei Yi. Initially, he had entertained thoughts of revenge, but after witnessing Wei Yi's defeat of 2 instructors, those thoughts vanished entirely. Though he was a petty character, he understood well whom he could and could not offend. In his eyes, Wei Yi was someone he absolutely could not cross. After all, if Wei Yi dared to strike instructors, what was he, a mere dormitory administrator, in comparison? Oh, who is looking for me? Wei Yi inquired. He claims to be your old steward and is currently waiting below. From his appearance, it seems he has come in haste. So it must be something of urgency. Upon hearing Lu Dao's explanation, Wei Yi finally understood. Very well, wait a moment. I shall come down immediately. A short while later, Wei Yi arrived at the bottom of the dormitory building. A hunched old man clad in simple attire quickly came into view. Young master. Before Wei Yi could utter a word, the elderly man approached him with a face full of joy. Wu Bo. Wei Yi swiftly recalled the identity of this old man. He was indeed their family's steward and a trusted confidant of his father. However, Wei Yi was curious as to why Wu Bo had personally come to the academy to seek him. Ordinarily, given Wu Bo's advanced age, such errands would not require his presence. Could it be that something significant had occurred within the family? Furrowing his brow, Wei Yi asked, Wu Bo, what brings you here? Is there something concerning the family? Young master, indeed there is something of great import regarding the family, which is why the head of the family has sent this old servant to find you in person. It was only after Wu Bo's explanation that Wei Yi grasped the situation. It turned out to be related to his position as the young master. Initially, as the sole son of Wei Tianyang, no one dared to contest Wei Yi's position as the family's heir. However, once it was discovered that Wei Yi possessed a congenital defect rendering him incapable of cultivation, many began to voice their dissent that a worthless individual unable to cultivate could clearly not assume the role of the Wei family's young master. This was a point even the family head, Wei Tianyang, could not argue against. Forcing Wei Yi into that position would only lead to further discontent among the other clan members, which would ultimately be detrimental to Wei Yi. Yet, the desire for this position was rampant, and the interests of the family were intricately intertwined, causing the decision to appoint a new young master to be postponed. However, with the recent news of Wei Yi overcoming his congenital defect and resuming cultivation, those who had previously opposed him could no longer remain idle. They saw an opportunity to secure the position of young master for themselves. Thus, under the initiative of several elders, the Wei family promptly began the process of appointing a new heir. Wei Tianyang's intent in sending Wu Bo to find Wei Yi was to ascertain whether the news of Wei Yi's recovery was indeed true, and if it was, and if Wei Yi possessed the strength and confidence to maintain his position, he should return promptly. Conversely, if the news proved false and Wei Yi remained unable to cultivate, it would be best for him to stay in the academy, avoiding unnecessary conflict. The master has said that the choice is yours to make. Wu Bo stated. Wu Bo, do you know who the main contenders for the position of young master are? Wei Yi countered with a question of his own. Wu Bo, having no objection, promptly replied, primarily, it is the sons of the 3 great elders who seek to vie for the position. Their contention was the reason the selection of a new young master had been delayed for so long. However, it seems they have now reached an agreement, deciding to appoint a new young master first. Which, in my view, is an attempt to oust you from that position. Wei Yi nodded, understanding their intentions. Recalling memories from his mind, he had some impression of the sons of those three great elders. His three cousins were considerably older than him. While they were not exceptionally gifted, they were far from inept. Each had broken through to the martial master realm early on, and they were likely not far from achieving the great martial master level. To the ordinary clan members, these three were undoubtedly suitable candidates for the young master position, especially in contrast to him, who had been deemed worthless. Ding. Player Wei Yi has triggered the quest, Wei Family Young Master. Quest requirement. Maintain the position of Wei Family Young Master. Quest duration, 1 month. Quest reward. Cultivation experience 10,000. Skill experience 10,000. 1 Xian grade martial technique. At that moment, the voice of the game system suddenly echoed in his mind. Wei Yi could not help but smile. There was no need for him to make a choice. The game system had already made one on his behalf, aligning perfectly with his desires. Wu Bo. Please rest for a moment that I will return to the family with you shortly. Wei Yi's eyes gleamed with determination as he spoke with a cold smile. Those petty clowns seeking to usurp my position must first prove they possess the qualifications and strength to do so. Ah, young master, I trust your judgment. Hearing Wei Yi's words, the old steward Wu Bo nodded fervently, his face filled with delight. Having watched Wei Yi grow up, he naturally hoped that Wei Yi could continue to serve as the Wei family's young master, eventually succeeding his father. Chapter 18. An ambush along the way in the morning hours. 2 swift horses galloped from Zhenwu Academy. The riders were none other than Wei Yi and Wu Bo. The distance between Jinling City, where the Wei family resided, and Zhenwu Academy was not overly great. With a fast horse, half a day's journey would suffice, given the recent developments within the Wei family. Wei Yi knew he must return as swiftly as possible. Delaying until everything had settled would only make matters worse, though his father, Wei Tianyang, was the head of the Wei family and wielded significant power. The three great elders also held considerable sway. Wei Yi perceived the current situation as one where the three elders were conspiring to remove him from the position of young master. Naturally, he would not grant them such an opportunity. While he did not place much importance on the title itself, he was unwilling to relinquish what was rightfully his. I shall see what qualifications those fellows possess to attempt to usurp my position as young master. If they still believe I am the same Wei Yi from before, they shall be sorely disappointed. Wei Yi thought coldly to himself, continuously urging his horse to run faster. Wu Bo followed closely behind him, filled with joy as he observed the transformation in his young master. After over a year apart, he noticed that Wei Yi had changed significantly. Not only had his cultivation strengthened, but his character had also become more confident and assertive. Bearing a faint resemblance to his father's demeanor, perhaps, he mused, the young master had truly grown up. Lost in their respective thoughts, the two rode onward. After more than an hour, they passed through a desolate mountainous area, when suddenly dozens of wild birds took flight from the forest. Wei Yi's heart raced. Not good. Wu Bo, be careful. Just as Wei Yi's warning escaped his lips, 6 figures dressed in black suddenly emerged from the bushes on either side of the path, brandishing long swords as they leaped towards Wei Yi, ignoring Wu Bo entirely and launching a coordinated attack against him. Young master. Even if Wu Bo were not astute, he could tell that they were under ambush. And a well-planned one at that. Seeing Wei Yi in peril, his expression changed dramatically. However, the 6 men clad in black paid no heed to his thoughts. Each of them was a martial artist, channeling their internal energy into their swords, simultaneously launching an attack. 6 terrifying sword energies converged like a vast net, enveloping Wei Yi entirely, leaving him no chance of escape. Moreover, at that moment, Wei Yi was mounted on a horse. His movements restricted, rendering him unable to dodge the assault. Seeking death, a frigid glint flickered in Wei Yi's eyes, his gaze brimming with a chilling murderous intent. The Qingang sword appeared in his hand in an instant. Without hesitation, he unleashed the ultimate move of the Storm Sword technique. With his cultivation at the 6th tier of martial artists, coupled with a level 10 mastery of martial skills, he conjured a dazzling curtain of swords in the blink of an eye. Its brilliance flashing, managing to withstand all 6 fearsome sword energies. Boom. While Wei Yi could endure the attack, his steed could not. Having galloped for over an hour, it succumbed to the immense pressure, collapsing to the ground, causing Wei Yi to tumble off its back. Just at that moment, dust billowed from the ground as a dozen burly men charged out from the forest, each bearing a fierce countenance, radiating a palpable aura of death. Their demeanor suggested they were ruthless fugitives, all rushing towards Wei Yi, who found himself encircled once more. Yet, at that moment, a sense of relief washed over Wei. Previously, Constrained atop the horse, he had no choice but to endure. Now, with his feet firmly planted on the ground, he found room to maneuver. Utilizing the black water movement technique, he flowed like water, swiftly navigating through the obstacles, and seized the just dismounted Wu Bo, retreating a dozen paces away. Distancing themselves from the assassins. "Who are you?" Wei Yi coldly inquired, setting Wu Bo down and fixing his gaze on the assailants. Over 20 individuals, all martial artists. Notably, the 6 men who had attacked first appeared to have reached the 8th or 9th tier, comparable to instructors from the 1st or 2nd year of the true martial academy. Such a formidable assembly was not to be trifled with. They were more than capable of dealing with ordinary grand martial artists. Their deployment against someone as inconsequential as Wei Yi indicated that their benefactors intended to leave him no chance of survival. "How do you possess the black water movement technique?" the leader among the black-clad men rasped, disbelief flickering in his eyes. Wei Yi's mind stirred, linking the origin of his black water movement technique to a sudden realization. With a cold smile, he remarked, "It appears you are all black water bandits." The moment he uttered these words, the previously questioning black-clad man's expression shifted drastically. It had not occurred to him that a mere inquiry could reveal their identity. "Indeed, you are black water bandits. It seems you are aware of my identity as well. Are you not afraid of retaliation from my father and the Wei family?" Wei Yi boldly asserted. "Now, tell me, who sent you? I can offer double the reward." He made a solemn promise without hesitation. Although he had eliminated a few of the black water bandits' lowly minions, he did not believe that such an elaborate assault was orchestrated merely for them. There must be greater forces at play behind the scenes. Enough with the chatter. Let us attack. Killing them both will complete our task, another black-clad man declared, his murderous intent palpable as he charged at Wei Yi. The others, witnessing this, followed suit, shouting and cursing as they lunged toward him. "Young master, I will hold them off. You must flee." Wu Bo interjected before Wei Yi could respond, positioning himself in front of Wei Yi. Although Wu Bo was also a 9th-tier martial artist, his age had weakened him, rendering him incapable of managing such a dire situation. He had evidently resolved to sacrifice himself to buy Wei Yi a chance to escape. However slim it might be, Wei Yi felt a surge of emotion. "Wu Bo, step back. I will handle this today." As he spoke, Wei Yi activated his bloodline power. Faced with so many martial artist assassins, he had no choice but to resort to such measures. Upon unleashing his bloodline power, his strength surged dramatically. Previously a 6th-tier martial artist, he swiftly ascended to the pinnacle of martial artists, even surpassing that level. With the wind at his feet, he spun and positioned himself in front of Wu Bo. His Qi Gang sword slashing through the air, unleashing a terrifying curtain of swords that swept forth with immense power. The first 5 or 6 attackers, unable to react in time, were sent flying back. Yet, this was not the end. Wei Yi took 3 decisive steps forward. The storm sword technique transformed into a tempest of fury, with dazzling and violent sword lights flashing, blinding all who beheld it. The foremost attackers, caught off guard, felt a chill at their throats, instinctively clutching them as they fell one after another. Witnessing this scene, even the hardened outlaws could not suppress their widened eyes, fear etched on their faces. With an impassive expression, Wei Yi advanced, causing them to retreat in terror. Chapter 19. 7th-tier martial artist Ding. Player Wei Yi has slain a black water bandit martial artist. Experience gained 650. Ding. Player Wei Yi has slain a black water bandit martial artist. Experience gained 800. Ding. Player Wei Yi has slain a black water bandit martial artist. Experience gained 720. A series of notifications echoed, and Wei Yi's experience bar on his system panel surged dramatically, just a little more, and he would reach the 7th tier of martial artists. It must be said that killing humans provided significantly more experience than hunting beasts. Although Wei Yi was not a bloodthirsty killer, he had resolved that he would not let a single one of these black water bandit assassins escape, especially since they had nearly taken his life. "Now, who sent you to kill me?" Wei Yi pressed on, his voice firm. The reactions of the group were now entirely different. Initially, they had dismissed him, a mere 16 or 17-year-old youth, as inconsequential. How could he possibly be their match, in their eyes? He was but prey. Yet, the bloody reality now stood before them, revealing that this young man could not be measured by ordinary standards. He was not prey, but a ferocious tiger poised to devour them. They exchanged fearful glances, hesitant to charge forward again. Even Wu Bo's eyes widened in surprise. He had never anticipated that in just over a year, his young master would not only resolve his cultivation issues, but also grow this formidable. He stepped forward, glaring at the black water bandit assassins and bellowing, "Speak. Who sent you here? You might have a chance at survival. If you remain silent, Once our young master strikes, you shall find only death awaits. Wu Bo's threats bore a semblance of borrowed authority. Wei Yi could not help but smile internally at this scene. His earlier anger had diminished considerably. Enough of this nonsense. I refuse to believe he alone can withstand our numbers. One of the black-clad leaders snarled, teeth clenched, rallying their dwindling morale. After all, the black water bandits were notorious for their ruthlessness. They were accustomed to dominance. The earlier shock from Wei Yi's display had worn off, and the ferocity returned to their eyes. Forget the rules. Unleash the hidden weapons. We cannot let that old man escape. With a furious shout, the remaining dozen surged forward again. Not only did blades clash, but various hidden weapons were hurled without restraint. Wu Bo, retreat, Wei Yi urgently warned, as he wielded his Qin sword, conjuring a curtain of swords to deflect all incoming projectiles. You seek death? Then allow me to fulfill your wish. Wei Yi held nothing back. The black water movement technique flowed through him at full force, his figure darting left and right, rendering him elusive. In the blink of an eye, he infiltrated the enemy ranks. The storm sword technique's numerous area of effect attacks were unleashed, and Wei Yi showed no mercy. Channeling all his internal energy, the black water bandits fell one after another beneath the edge of his Qin sword. Unable to mount any resistance, these black water bandits were undeniably inferior to the instructors of the true martial academy. Even the average instructor was no match for Wei Yi, and these men stood no chance against him. Furthermore, with his maxed-out black water movement technique, even though they outnumbered him, they could not leverage their numerical advantage, and one by one, they were dispatched with ease. In a mere moment, the original 20-plus ambushing black water bandits had dwindled to but a few. The remaining individuals exchanged fearful glances, their eyes betraying their terror. Despite their fierce reputations, they could not face death, and with no glimmer of hope for victory in sight, they chose to flee. Unfortunately, their speed was insufficient. Even those who had trained in the black water movement technique could not compete with Wei Yi's perfected version. A few swift movements later, the remaining black water bandits fell one by one, lifeless on the ground. The system notifications chimed again, but this time, it was an upgrade notification. Ding! Player Wei Yi's 6th-tier martial artist experience is now full, automatically promoting to 7th-tier martial artist. Feeling the surge of power within him, a smile crept across Wei Yi's face. This encounter had proven fruitful. Not only had he sustained no injuries, but he had also reaped significant rewards, successfully advancing to the 7th tier of martial artists. The black water bandits had indeed been generous in providing him with experience. Wu Bo, clean up the battlefield, Wei Yi instructed. Of course, young master, leave this to me, Wu Bo replied eagerly. However, at that moment, Wei Yi suddenly furrowed his brow and called out, Wu Bo, wait a moment. As he spoke, Wei Yi approached the corpse of a cloaked figure, narrowing his eyes slightly. Without hesitation, he hurled his Qin sword, aiming directly for the heart of the fallen man. With a sharp whoosh, the sword embedded itself into the ground instead. The figure, who had been feigning death, sprang to life in an instant, moving with the agility of a startled rabbit as he fled swiftly. Clearly, this individual had been playing dead. Where do you think you're going? Wei Yi activated his black water body technique, pursuing the figure without a moment's thought. Yet, midway through the chase, the cloaked man unexpectedly turned, claws outstretched, viciously aiming for Wei Yi's chest and throat. Brat, die. His cultivation erupted fiercely, revealing him to be a 10th-tier martial master. His eyes glinted with malice, and a sly smirk creased his lips. What of his talent? Without his favored weapon, he would still meet his end at the hands of this foe. With this thought, he attacked with renewed ferocity, channeling all his strength into his strikes. You shall be the one to die. Wei bellowed. Without his Qin sword, he immediately unleashed his crushing heart palm. His formidable inner energy flowed into his palm, transforming into a peculiar force which struck the man's chest just as the claws were about to make contact. The overwhelming inner strength penetrated deeply, instantly injuring his lungs, causing him to spew a mouthful of blood and be propelled backward. The cloaked man stared wide-eyed at Wei Yi, then tilted his head, ultimately succumbing to death. A hint of pallor crept across Wei Yi's face. The encounter had indeed been perilous. The cunning and power of this adversary were astounding, although he had not directly faced the man's martial arts attack. An eerie chill had seeped into his body, indicating that the techniques he had employed were far from ordinary. Had he endured the full brunt of that assault, he might not have survived unscathed. Fortunately, the Zixia technique could dispel foreign energies, and Wei Yi quickly began to circulate it, suppressing the chilling force within him. Ding! The game system notification chimed. Player Wei Yi has slain martial master Sun Wenyuan. Experience 900. Crushing heart palm skill experience 700. Wei Yi paused momentarily. Sun Wenyuan? It seemed this cloaked man was not aligned with the other black water bandits. Young master, Are you all right? At that moment, Wu Bo rushed over. His eyes brimming with concern. It's my fault for not seeing clearly. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let you be startled. Wu Bo, do not blame yourself. This man had schemed beforehand. I almost fell into his trap. Do you know their identity, young master? Could they be arranged by the three elders? Otherwise, how could anyone else know our whereabouts? Wu Bo speculated, his concern evident. The three elders? Wei Yi suddenly recalled something and shook his head. It should not be them. Our movements have not been concealed. Anyone paying a little attention could uncover our whereabouts. I have a good idea of who is behind this. Some people simply enjoy courting disaster. A glint of cold, killing intent flashed in Wei Yi's eyes as he gazed toward the direction of the Zhenwu Academy. Chapter 20. Those who seek their own demise in a lavish estate outside the Zhenwu Academy. Sun Wenyuan lounged in a chair, quietly perusing a scroll. Meanwhile, Sun Wenyuan paced back and forth in the courtyard, visibly agitated as he awaited something. Elder brother, are you not the least bit anxious? Sun Wenyuan could no longer contain himself. What good will it do to be anxious? Sun Wenyuan replied coolly, continuing to read. In truth, he was acutely aware that he could not concentrate. He too was anxious, though he did not show it. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed, and a Sun family warrior entered the courtyard. Where is Sun Tianxi? Sun Wenyuan asked impatiently upon seeing the newcomer. Reporting to second young master, brother Tianxi, he is dead. The warrior's face bore the marks of sorrow. Sun Wenyuan's eyes widened in shock. Sun Wenyuan leaped to his feet, the scroll slipping from his grasp. Impossible, he exclaimed, losing his composure. Sun Tianxi is a 10th-tier martial master, trained in the profound art of the cold claw technique. He is level-headed and always plans carefully. How could he fall to a newly promoted martial master? Moreover, he had so many Blackwater bandits to assist him. Indeed, what of those Blackwater bandits? There were over 20 martial masters. They couldn't all have perished, could they? Sun Wenyuan added, catching on. They are all dead. The Sun family warrior nodded helplessly. Upon inspection, it was confirmed that they all fell at the hands of Wei Yi. At this revelation, the brothers exchanged incredulous glances. This warrior, like Sun Tianxi, was a loyal member of the Sun family and would not deceive them. Could it truly be? Over 20 martial masters slain by Wei Yi? How could that be? In that moment, both were filled with shock, a chill creeping into their hearts. Indeed, Wei Yi and his companion had been ambushed, a scheme orchestrated by the two brothers. Elder brother, what shall we do? Sun Wenyuan, ever the timid one, paled at the thought of so many being unable to contend with Wei Yi. Calm yourself, Sun Wenyuan commanded, regaining his composure more swiftly due to his age. Sun Tianxi was disguised as a Blackwater bandit. Even if Wei Yi killed him, he would only think it was the work of the bandits. It has nothing to do with us. But what if he discovers the truth one day? Sun Wenyuan's fear was palpable. He was genuinely terrified of Wei Yi. That day will never come. Sun Wenyuan's eyes darkened with resolve. His conflict with Wei Yi ran too deep to be reconciled, and the greater Wei Yi's talent and strength grew, the greater the threat he posed to Sun Wenyuan. Sun Tianlin. He suddenly turned to the Sun family warrior. Here, you will take my letter to the family. Summon Uncle Dong San and Captain Lu to come here. I will detail the matters in the letter. Elder brother, what are you planning? Sun Wenyuan's eyes widened in shock. Indeed, Uncle Dong San and Captain Lu are both great martial masters. Once they join forces with a number of martial masters, I want to see if Wei Yi can still escape. Sun Wenyuan's eyes glinted with murderous intent, and even Sun Wenyuan, his younger brother, could not help but feel a chill if over 20 martial masters could not succeed. What of two great martial masters joining forces with additional martial masters? At that moment, Wei Yi remained oblivious to Sun Wenyuan's ruthless machinations, though he suspected Sun Tianxi's connection to the Sun family. He had no time to deal with the two brothers now, for he had more pressing matters at hand. The struggle for the position of the Wei family heir, the Sun brothers, would not vanish. He could take his revenge whenever he wished. Furthermore, his strength was rapidly increasing. The longer he waited for vengeance, the greater his chances of success would become. Thus, he felt no urgency. However, the struggle for the position of the Wei family heir could not afford such delays. If he hesitated for a few days, that position might be claimed by another, and reclaiming it would not be so simple. The three elder masters would not easily relinquish the meat already in their mouths. Hence, Wei Yi chose to return to his family without hesitation. The Wei family was one of the most prominent clans in Jinling City, powerful and influential, rightly regarded as a local dominion. Even the city lord treated them with deference. The Wei family boasted a lineage of over 1,000 members, and when including subordinate martial artists and servants, their total number approached 10,000. Wei Yi and Wu Bo's grand return to the family certainly attracted considerable attention. It was evident to all that Wei Yi's return was connected to the struggle for the position of the Wei family heir. However, while news of Wei Yi's ability to cultivate had circulated, It was not universally known. Such information was largely confined to the mid-level and upper echelons of the family. The ordinary members remained unaware and still viewed Wei Yi as the incapable waste he once was. Thus, they were left wondering what he intended to contest for. How could a so-called waste, unable to cultivate, contend with anyone? Did he believe he could still hold on to the position of heir? With such thoughts, many could not help but stifle their derisive laughter. In this world, where martial prowess was paramount, only tangible strength could command respect. Although Wei Yi, as the family head's only son, held a high status. Without strength, no one would take him seriously. Young master, we must hurry. The master said it may begin today, Wu Bo urged anxiously. Were it not for the urgency of the situation, he would not have arrived at the Jinwu Academy so early in the morning. In truth, he had set out from the Wei family in the dead of night. It was commendable that he, at his age, could still exert himself so. Yet, such matters could only be entrusted to the most trusted individuals. Otherwise, any deliberate delay along the way could spell disaster. Hearing Wu Bo's words, Wei Yi nodded. The afternoon was already pressing, and time was indeed of the essence. Where are the family head and the three elders? Wei Yi inquired of a fellow member of the Wei family. However, upon his inquiry, the young man bristled, retorting, "Who do you think you're to pull me? Show some manners. I am still your cousin." Wei Yi's expression darkened instantly. He has finally come to understand why Wei Yi once hesitated to return to his family. The position of young master is indeed too humiliating, as anyone dares to contradict him. Wei Qing, what are you doing? The young master is still the heir of the Wei family. How dare you disrespect him? Apologize at once. Wu Bo angrily scolded. However, Wei Qing showed no fear and raised his head haughtily. He was once the young master of the Wei family, but that status will soon be lost. I am a 9th-tier martial apprentice. How could I bow to a useless person who cannot cultivate? Slap. Before he could finish his words, Wei Yi directly slapped him away. The entire square fell silent in an instant, countless eyes wide with shock. Wei Yi, unfazed by their astonishment, turned to another person and coldly inquired, "Where are the family head and the three elders?" Although his tone was calm, it resonated like a soul-stirring command. Upon seeing Wei Qing lying on the ground, dazed from the blow, the man dared not hesitate and quickly replied, "The family head and the three elders are in the Dongyuan pavilion," seemingly discussing the selection of the young master. "Thank you." Wei Yi nodded and, without further ado, strode towards Dongyuan pavilion. Chapter 21. Strength is the true argument as the young master of the Wei family. Wei knew the location of Dongyuan pavilion well. There was no need for a guide, and he soon arrived at its entrance. Upon stepping inside, he was greeted by a chorus of voices. "I believe Wei Wu is the most suitable candidate for the young master. He is the eldest and most composed, undoubtedly the best choice. No, elder, the most suitable candidate should be Wei Hong, though Wei Wu is older. He lacks the requisite skills in handling affairs. His demeanor is too rigid. In contrast, Wei Hong is both cultured and martial, adept at socializing and highly regarded. The young master should be someone who enjoys popular support. I would argue that Wei Yuan is the most appropriate. In terms of cultivation talent, who can rival Wei Yuan? Wei Wu is a 9th-tier martial master, and Wei Hong is an 8th-tier martial master. But only Wei Yuan has reached the 10th-tier martial master realm. He is bound to be the first to break through to the grand martial master level. How can the young master position not include him? This is not even a question for consideration. Wei Wu, Wei Hong, and Wei Yuan are the sons of the three elders and the most prominent contenders for the position of young master. Although the three elders collaborated, when it came to the decisive moment of selecting the young master, they could not refrain from arguing. The spacious Dongyuan pavilion echoed with the sounds of their debates. Resembling a chaotic marketplace, Wei Tianong, seated at the head, rubbed his forehead, feeling somewhat pained. "Family head, which candidate do you find most suitable?" Suddenly, someone posed the question. "Indeed, family head. Who do you think is the most appropriate to assume the role of young master?" Instantly, all eyes focused on Wei Tianyong. As a top-tier expert of the Great Shu dynasty and a pillar of the Wei family, his authority was unparalleled. No one dared to oppose him. If it were not for Wei Yi's innate inability to cultivate, they would never have dared to challenge his position as young master. If Wei Tianyong were to support any of them, it would undoubtedly carry significant weight. The three elders, including Wei Wu, looked at Wei Tianyong with eager anticipation. Well, Wei Tianyong opened his mouth but found it difficult to speak. If he had his way, he would certainly prefer his own son to take over. However, considering his son, unable to suppress a sigh, he shook his head in resignation. "This matter shouldn't require deliberation. Naturally, I am the most suitable candidate for the position of young master. How could those other useless individuals compare to me?" Suddenly, a loud voice rang out. At that moment, a figure entered and shattered the silence. "Who? Which brat is causing trouble?" The pleasant atmosphere was disrupted. and many furrowed their brows in annoyance. However, upon seeing Wei Yi step into the pavilion, their expression shifted dramatically. It was indeed Wei Yi. They were currently discussing the selection of the young master, and with the main figure present, what did this signify? Wei Yi's previous remarks were already quite clear. His intentions were unmistakable. Some of the higher-ups could not help but glance at Wei Tianyang, questioning whether this was his subtle guidance. Yet, Wei Tianyang remained silent, merely observing Wei Yi with an unchanging expression. Wei Yi, what brings you here? Wei Yuan, the youngest and most impatient, stepped forward to inquire, while numerous elders refrained from speaking. Exactly, Wei Yi, it would be better for you to stay at the academy. Why return to the family to involve yourself in these matters? Brother is doing this for your own good, Wei Wu added solemnly. Wei Hong, on the other hand, remained silent, his contemptuous demeanor clearly indicating his disregard for Wei Yi. Coughed out at that moment. Wei Tianyang cleared his throat and finally spoke. Wei Yi, what is your purpose in returning this time? To inform you, father, that I have returned to secure the position of young master. I believe I am the most suitable candidate for this role, Wei Yi declared confidently, patting his chest without a hint of modesty. His words elicited laughter from everyone present. Such audacity was indeed shameless. The expressions of Wei Wu and the others darkened immediately. The three elders exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they grasped the deeper implications. Wei Yi's return was clearly orchestrated by Wei Tianyang, and if he were to involve himself in the conflict among the three families, the situation would become complicated. Wei Yi, I have watched you grow up, and to be honest, I hope you can shoulder great responsibilities. However, the reality is that you are unable to cultivate due to your innate inability, and you cannot bear the weight of the young master position. This is no laughing matter. You should not overreach, the elder spoke slowly. Indeed, Wei Yi, you have now been stripped of your position as young master. I understand you may feel upset, but this is unavoidable. The Wei family belongs to everyone and requires a competent heir. You must cease this unreasonable behavior, the second elder remarked bluntly, nearly pushing Wei Yi away. Following suit, several higher-ups voiced similar sentiments, urging Wei Yi to abandon his futile hopes. What do you think, Wei Yi? Wei Tianyang raised his hand, and the hall fell into an immediate silence, including the three elders who dared not speak further. I have nothing to say. In fact, I believe there should be no debate over the selection of the young master. This is not a matter of mere words. Did the elder not always say that strength is the ultimate argument? If that is the case, let us decide this through combat. Whoever wins shall claim the position. Without waiting for others to respond, Wei surveyed the room and boldly proclaimed, if you lack the courage for this, then why should the Wei family have such a spineless individual as its young master? As soon as his words fell, Wei Wu and the others felt their temples throb with anger. It was clear that Wei Yi was directly targeting them. Well said, strength is indeed the ultimate argument. Let us battle it out. Whoever wins shall take the position of young master. Wei Yuan, unable to withstand Wei Yi's provocation, coldly retorted, for he held Wei Yi in the utmost contempt, viewing him as a useless person who occupied a position without merit. With Wei Yuan's words, Wei Wu and Wei Hong found themselves in a bind. Their silence would imply fear, diminishing their stature and seemingly disqualifying them from the contest altogether. Soon, they too stood to express their agreement. We also find no issue with this. Let us determine the victor through combat. The elder rose, casting a deep glance at Wei Yi. However, we must establish rules beforehand. The fight must be based on genuine skill, without the use of any medicinal pills or external aids. Each of you four will battle once, and the final results will be compared. There is no need for such complications, Wei Yi chuckled. Since they wish to contest my position, I shall face all three of them at once. If they win, I will willingly withdraw. If they cannot defeat me even when united, then this matter should no longer require discussion. Upon hearing this declaration, the entire hall erupted in uproar. No one had anticipated Wei Yi's audacity to challenge three opponents alone. The three elders were momentarily stunned, while Wei Wu and his companions were filled with indignation. Even Wei Tianyang's expression betrayed a hint of astonishment. So, do you dare? Wei Yi taunted. If you wish to seize my position as young master, I grant you this opportunity. Surely, you cannot lack even this minimal courage. Since you insist, we shall oblige. Wei Wu and the others gritted their teeth in response. Chapter 22. 1 against 3 at the Wei family martial arts arena. Wei Yi and the three contenders faced each other on the stage, while a multitude of spectators gathered below. Among them were Wei Tianyang and the three elders, alongside numerous ordinary clan members. To all present, this was the selection battle for the young master. However, no one had anticipated that the first match would feature Wei Yi against Wei Wu and his companions. Elder, what exactly is Wei Yi planning? The second elder quietly inquired, I am uncertain of his intentions, but this young man possesses considerable cunning. With just a few words, he has seized the initiative. His eloquence surpasses even my own. The elder replied with a solemn expression. Humph, what is the use of cunning schemes without strength? Everything is in vain. He is merely a pawn for others. I fear that after a few rounds, he will be knocked off the stage, and the family head will be displeased. The third elder sneered, his face filled with scorn. In an instant, the three could not help but glance towards Wei Tianyang, only to find him serene and composed, betraying no hint of concern. They exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend the situation. They had indeed heard of Wei Yi's ability to cultivate at the Jinwu Academy, yet they believed that even if Wei Yi could cultivate, he had only done so for a short time and lacked family support. At most, he would have just broken through to the martial master realm, which could not compare to Wei Wu, who had received extensive family training. This sentiment was shared among them, and thus, they had no intention of teaming up against Wei Yi, not out of embarrassment, but because they deemed it unnecessary. Wei Yuan, you can handle this alone. We will support you, Wei Hong said, glancing at Wei Yuan. Indeed, there is no need to overwhelm the few, Wei Wu added, casting a glance at Wei Yi. Wei Yuan coldly surveyed the two and nodded. You need not intervene. I can conclude this fight in a few exchanges. The position of the Wei family's young master is undoubtedly mine. None can take it from me. Upon hearing this, both Wei Wu and Wei Hong frowned slightly. Wei Yuan, however, paid them no mind and advanced towards Wei Yi, channeling the energy of a 10th-level martial master. His innate talent combined with the Wei family's rigorous training had brought him to the brink of the great martial master realm. Submit voluntarily, or do not blame me for my ruthlessness. This is your final opportunity, Wei Yuan declared coldly, staring at Wei Yi. Heh, was Wei Yi's sole response, his meaning clear. Wei Yuan's expression darkened. He was unaware of the danger he was courting. Without further ado, he struck, his figure darting to Wei Yi's side in an instant. With a swift motion of his right hand, he unleashed a series of phantom strikes, enveloping Wei Yi from all directions. Revealing that he was employing no ordinary martial technique, the third elder held immense confidence in Wei Yuan's attacking prowess. However, the next scene left him in disbelief. Wei Yuan's determined assault met with empty air. For Wei Yi had vanished from his original position and appeared behind him instead. With a swift motion, he seized Wei Yuan and, to Wei Yuan's astonishment, unceremoniously hurled him off the stage. Countless eyes widened in shock. The outcome was entirely unexpected. Wei Yuan had lost, and not only lost, but was cast down with such ease that he had no opportunity to retaliate. Undoubtedly, Wei Yuan was paying the price for his underestimation. It is now your turn. I hope you do not prove as inept as he. Otherwise, it would be rather dull, Wei said with a grin as he turned to Wei Wu and Wei Hong. Do not be too arrogant, Wei Yi. Let us confront you together, Wei Wu retorted, angered and indignant. The two were not fools. They had come to realize that Wei Yi was far from a mere weakling. He had been feigning incompetence, concealing a terrifying strength. Whether in speed or power, he surpassed Wei Yuan, for it was impossible to toss Wei Yuan off the stage otherwise. With a fierce shout, Wei Wu and Wei Hong launched their attack simultaneously. They were indeed talents carefully nurtured by the Wei family, possessing commendable combat prowess. At least among martial masters, they were considered elite. However, such elites were no match for Wei Yi, who had just dispatched over 20 of them. Employing the perfected Blackwater movement technique, Wei darted around the arena, leaving Wei Wu and Wei Hong at a loss, repeatedly toying with them. Do you dare to face me directly? Wei Wu bellowed in humiliation. Very well, I shall oblige, Wei Yi replied with a light chuckle, clenching his fist. Although the Sun Wenyuan fist was ordinary, it wielded considerable power when augmented by the formidable energy of the Zixiao art. Wei Wu, in a state of panic, attempted to resist but was sent staggering back by Wei Yi's strike. Though the martial technique he employed was of a higher tier, his mastery paled in comparison to Wei Yi's Sun Wenyuan fist. After dispatching Wei Wu, Wei turned his attention to Wei Hong. In a flash, he evaded Wei Hong's sneak attack and executed the heart-crushing palm, appearing as if from nowhere behind Wei Hong. Striking him down from the stage, Wei Hong felt a surge of pain in his chest. Even with Wei Yi holding back, the sheer force of the heart-crushing palm left him shaken. Soon, only Wei Wu remained on the stage. Wei Yi stepped towards him, and Wei Wu, in a disheveled state, continued to retreat. Submit, Wei Yi commanded. Wei Wu's eyes flashed with reluctance, but feeling the increasingly potent aura emanating from Wei Yi, he sensed an overwhelming power surging within. In the end, he bowed his head. I concede. As these words left his lips, an eerie silence enveloped the entire square. No one spoke. All stared, dumbfounded, at the young figure on the stage. The former outcast, once scorned by all, had suddenly transformed into an unreachable genius. To be frank, the majority found it difficult to accept such a stark contrast, particularly Wei Qing, who had earlier been humiliated by Wei Yi and had harbored thoughts of revenge, was now pale with fear and trepidation. Suddenly, a hearty laugh rang out, drawing everyone's attention to the family head, Wei Tianyang, who was laughing heartily. In a flash, he appeared on the stage, looking at Wei Yi with an expression devoid of the previous mix of calm and worry. He no longer felt the need to mask his emotions, laughing joyously as he patted Wei Yi on the shoulder. "Well done. You have not brought shame upon me." Of course, Wei Yi responded, unable to suppress his smile. The father and son exchanged knowing looks. Eldest elder, with Wei Yi succeeding the position of the Wei family young master, do you have any objections? Wei Tianyang turned to the eldest elder and others, asking directly. Exchanging glances among themselves and observing the dazed expressions of Wei Wu and his companions, the eldest elder, with resignation, clasped his hands and replied, "We have no objections. We shall abide by the family head's orders." Chapter 23. The family ancestral grounds. You have finally returned. Upon arriving home, a graceful woman with tearful eyes tightly embraced Wei Yi. This was none other than his mother, Xiaolan, mother, Wei Yi. Now a young man, felt a bit embarrassed to be held so tightly. Behind them, Wei Tianyang watched with a smile, clearly enjoying his son's awkwardness. "You have no idea. Today, your son truly shone." As he spoke, Wei Tianyang recounted the events of the day when Wei Yi single-handedly faced Wei Wu and his companions. With eloquence, he painted a vivid picture of the encounter. Xiaolan listened, astonished, her mouth agape, as she turned to Wei Yi, incredulously asking, "Is what your father said true? Have you truly resolved your congenital issue?" No mother wishes for her son to be anything less than exceptional, and Xiaolan was no different. Previously, when Wei Yi had been thought to possess a congenital disability, she could only offer comfort and refrain from making any demands. Now, witnessing his remarkable transformation, she was overjoyed to be. "By the way, how did you resolve your congenital issue?" Wei Tianyang could not help but inquire. "In truth, I was never truly afflicted with a congenital disability. It was merely a misdiagnosis," Wei Yi explained, having prepared this response long ago. "Initially, my meridians were somewhat obstructed, which hindered my cultivation progress. However, as I persisted, the process became increasingly smooth, and my cultivation accelerated. That is what transpired. That Jinwu Academy nearly misled my son. I must seek an explanation," Wei Tianyang declared. Xiaolan and Wei Tianyang believed Wei Yi without a shred of doubt. They recognized that the academy was not to blame. It was simply that the individual conducting the assessment had not been thorough. However, since the issue was resolved, there was no need to stir up further complications. "You have a truly benevolent heart," Xiaolan praised. Wei Yi felt somewhat embarrassed. He was not the altruistic person they imagined. After dinner, Wei Yi was brought to the study by his father. "For the past 2 years, it was believed that you were born with a congenital disability and could not cultivate, so the family resources allocated to you were suspended. The family does not support the inept. This has always been the rule. At that time, I could not voice my objections, as you are aware of the situation. Family matters cannot be dictated solely by me. However, now that you have proven your potential and secured your position as the young master, those privileges will soon be restored. The family will fully support your cultivation. Whatever you need, simply ask. What others have, you will have, and what others lack, you may also possess." Wei Yi nodded, knowing he need not worry. His father would arrange everything for him. One more matter concerns the family ancestral grounds. The ancestral grounds. Wei Yi furrowed his brow. "I heard that you have awakened your bloodline power. Is it true?" Wei Tianyang inquired. "Indeed," Wei Yi confirmed with a nod. "Unleash the power of your bloodline and show me," commanded Wei Yi's father. Without hesitation, Wei Yi activated his awakened bloodline. A wave of mysterious energy surged within him, powerful and ancient, causing the very air in the study to swirl. Wei Tianyang's gaze sharpened, revealing a glimmer of unmasked satisfaction. Before Wei Yi's bloodline power could fully manifest, Wei Tianyang placed a hand on his shoulder, effortlessly suppressing the force back within him. Wei Yi's eyes widened in astonishment, sensing a familiar aura emanating from his father. "Indeed, I too have awakened my bloodline power." Before Wei Yi could pose a question, Wei Tianyang preemptively explained, "Your bloodline power is still too nascent and feeble, allowing me to easily contain it. What must I do to enhance my bloodline strength?" Wei Yi could not restrain his curiosity. "Do you know the greatest utility of bloodline power?" Wei Tianyang countered with a question. Wei Yi shook his head, though he was aware, the paramount purpose of bloodline power is to awaken the martial soul. All martial artists awaken their martial souls upon reaching the martial spirit realm. However, most martial artists awaken ordinary martial souls, while only those of noble bloodlines have the potential to awaken special martial souls. The purer and stronger the bloodline, the higher the probability of awakening a unique martial soul. The ancestral grounds of our family serve as a place to enhance your bloodline power. May I enter now? Wei Yi inquired, barely containing his excitement. Prepare yourself. Tomorrow you will join 20 carefully selected young disciples to enter. Initially, there was no slot for you, but given your performance today, I doubt anyone will dare to object. Wei Tianyang declared with authoritative confidence. It was evident that even if there were dissenting voices, he would suppress them. This, without a doubt, was the advantage of having a formidable father. The following morning, under the guidance of Wei Tianyang and the three elders, Wei Yi and the others arrived at the family ancestral grounds. This sacred site was among the most significant treasures of the Wei family. Nestled deep beneath the family estate, it was abundant with rich spiritual energy and served as the resting place of generations of ancestors. Imbued with pure soul essence, for an ordinary martial artist, this was akin to a celestial sanctuary, offering innumerable benefits for cultivation. However, the actual gains depended on one's own capabilities. Some might leave empty-handed, while others could ascend to greatness. The opening of the ancestral grounds would last for 3 days, and among the thousands of family members, only 21 of them could enter, making this a rare opportunity not to be squandered. The elder spoke slowly, surveying the gathered crowd before finally fixing his gaze on Wei. Having lived for decades, he found himself perplexed by the child he had watched grow up. Enough of this preamble. Let us proceed. Wei Tianyang gestured dismissively. Without hesitation, the 21 youths advanced towards the entrance, their figures vanishing into the dark abyss. With a resounding boom, the entrance sealed shut behind them. What benefits will they gain this time? Someone chuckled. If one could inherit the ancestral legacy, it would be splendid. The second elder chimed in cheerfully. The ancestral legacy seems unrealistic. I wonder if these young rascals can make any significant progress in 3 days. The elder shook his head. Wei Yuan is already a 10th-tier martial artist. Even if he doesn't break through to the great martial master, he should at least make significant strides, the third elder remarked with confidence. And what of Wei Yi? The third elder turned to Wei Tianyang, unable to suppress his competitive spirit, clearly still preoccupied with Wei Yi's earlier victory over Wei Yuan. That kid is merely a 7th-tier martial artist. There is no need for haste. Wei Tianyang waved off, his demeanor suggesting he was unbothered. Chapter 24. Silver Bloodline. The ancestral grounds were indeed a foreign realm to Wei Yi, who had never set foot there before. Generally, a member of the Wei family would only have one opportunity to cultivate there unless they achieved extraordinary feats. As he inhaled the dense spiritual energy saturating the space, Wei Yi couldn't help but marvel at the exceptional cultivation environment. Lamenting the brevity of their 3-day sojourn, if only he could train here for 2 or 3 months, even someone of lesser talent would undoubtedly experience substantial growth. Enough lamenting. I must seize this time to cultivate. Ignoring the others, Wei Yi sought a suitable spot to begin his training. That moment, Wei Yuan approached him, staring coldly and declaring with deliberate emphasis, Wei Yi, I will not lose to you. Wei Yi paused momentarily before nodding. Oh, I understand. And that was the end of their exchange. Seeing Wei Yi's dismissive attitude ignited a fire within Wei Yuan, who clenched his fists in frustration, his face a mask of indignation, yearning to strike Wei Yi. Fortunately, he had not yet lost his composure. Setting aside the question of whether fighting was permissible in this sacred space, it was likely that he would be the one on the receiving end of a beating. I will defeat you. Just wait. With that, he spun on his heel, retreating as if fearing another moment would further humiliate him. Such a child, Wei Yi chuckled, shaking his head at the retreating figure, undeterred by Wei Yuan's antics. He settled into a quiet corner and immediately began to circulate the Zixia secret manual. The formidable effects of the mid-tier profound technique soon manifested. The surrounding spiritual energy was rapidly consumed. With fresh waves rushing in from all directions, within moments, Wei Yi found himself enveloped in a thick cloak of spiritual essence. Concurrently, the system notifications chimed incessantly. Player Wei Yi has absorbed a wisp of spiritual energy. Cultivation experience 10. Player Wei Yi has absorbed a wisp of spiritual energy. Cultivation experience 9. Player Wei Yi has absorbed a wisp of soul power. Bloodline experience 10. Player Wei Yi has absorbed a wisp of spiritual energy. Cultivation experience 12. From these figures alone, it was evident that the benefits of cultivating here surpassed those outside. Typically, absorbing a wisp of spiritual energy outdoors would yield only 3 or 4 points of experience. Yet here, it could yield around 10. The frequency of absorption was also significantly higher. Wei Yi estimated that the effectiveness of cultivation in this environment was approximately 10 times greater than that outside. This astonishing figure meant that 3 days of training here equated to 30 days of continuous, uninterrupted cultivation outside that it was easy to surmise that by the end of this period, his cultivation would surely experience a considerable enhancement. However, beyond the prospect of growth in his cultivation, Wei Yi was far more delighted by the increase in soul power and bloodline experience. Although the pace of bloodline experience accumulation was markedly slower than that of cultivation, each increment allowed Wei Yi to tangibly feel his bloodline strength fortify. Time slipped by unnoticed as the 21 Wei disciples immersed themselves in their training. Neither Wei Yuan nor Wei Wu or Wei Hong sought to disturb Wei Yi. They were not foolish, well aware of the preciousness of this time. With the competition for the position of heir concluded, there was little point in further antagonizing Wei Yi. Every second mattered, and all were striving to enhance their own strength. Suddenly, a peculiar resonance rippled through the ancestral grounds that a hum reverberated throughout the space, sending waves of energy cascading outward. Wei Tianyang, seated outside and meditating, was the first to sense it, his eyes snapping open to reveal a piercing brilliance. Soon after, the three elders followed suit, quickly detecting the anomaly within the ancestral grounds. What is happening? One of the remaining 10 or so Wei martial artists queried, feeling a palpable sense of unease. Yet, Wei Tianyang and the three elders remained silent, intently observing the ancestral grounds as they sought the source of the enigmatic energy. Meanwhile, within the ancestral grounds, Wei Yi's bloodline power surged uncontrollably, mysterious runic symbols manifesting around him, enveloping him in an aura more potent and terrifying than ever before, akin to donning a suit of bronze armor. The surrounding spiritual energy trembled violently, awakening the other 20 Wei disciples, who turned in astonishment towards Wei Yi's position. However, Wei Yi remained wholly absorbed in his cultivation. Player Wei Yi's bronze bloodline experience is now full, automatically advancing to silver bloodline. The system notification chimed. Wei could distinctly sense the bloodline hidden within him boiling and igniting. Far more intense than during his initial awakening, his entire being seemed ablaze as mysterious runic totems flickered with blinding radiance, illuminating the ancestral grounds of his family. Positioned at the core, Wei stood like an insurmountable pillar of strength. Witnessing this, Wei Yuan and the others could not help but widen their eyes in astonishment. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, this terrifying aura erupted completely. The bronze light instantaneously transformed into a silvery brilliance, and the bronze armor enveloping Wei Yi's body morphed into silver. The power of his bloodline surged exponentially, the fearsome energy soaring into the heavens, unfettered even by the ancestral restrictions. The very air above the Wei family was stirred, heralding a tempest of change as celestial phenomena unfolded. Those waiting outside, including Wei Tianyang, were left in awe. Celestial phenomena, the awakening of the bloodline. It was the silver bloodline. The Wei family finally had another awaken with silver blood. The crowd erupted in cheers, although their ancestors had once produced a powerful being with a golden bloodline that was in their prime. Subsequently, bronze bloodlines became the norm, let alone silver. Wei Tianyang himself had only awakened a bronze-tier bloodline. Yet due to his formidable cultivation, he could easily suppress Wei Yi. Now that Wei Yi had evolved into a silver bloodline, it would not be so simple for him to maintain that dominance. As silver inherently suppressed bronze bloodlines, it was Wei Yi. It was indeed he, possessing a silver-tier bloodline. The crowd opened the entrance to the ancestral grounds and beheld the scene within. Their gazes converged upon Wei Yi, each face reflecting a myriad of emotions. Even the usually composed Wei Tianyang could not help but applaud and smile. Good lad, you have truly not disappointed me. Days later, at the Wei family estate, Wei sat alone in the attic. It had been 2 days since he emerged from the ancestral grounds, and news of his awakening of the silver bloodline had spread throughout the family and beyond, reaching various factions within Jinling City. It was not that the Wei family wished to conceal this. The celestial phenomena had been too conspicuous to hide. Thus, Wei Tianyang decisively declared that there was no need for secrecy, openly announcing the news. In an instant, Wei Yi's name resonated throughout the Wei family and indeed all of Jinling City, transforming his previous reputation as a waste into that of a young prodigy, renowned among the younger generation. With the awakening of a silver-tier bloodline, his ascension to the realm of grand martial artist was no longer in doubt, and a breakthrough into the martial spirit realm was imminent. Even the lofty rank of martial king now seemed within his reach. Such potential undoubtedly warranted the title of a genius. This news, while advantageous, also posed threats. Those harboring grudges against him and rival factions would undoubtedly pay closer attention, ready to strike at the first opportunity, rendering him more vulnerable. Conversely, the benefits were glaringly apparent. Detractors within the family, those who doubted his worthiness for the position of family heir, swiftly fell silent upon hearing the news. Even Wei Wu and Wei Hong publicly declared their disinterest in contesting the heirship. Only Wei Yuan, stubborn as ever, remained undeterred in his challenge, becoming increasingly eager. After 3 days of secluded training in the ancestral grounds, He was nearly on the cusp of the grand martial artist realm. According to his claims, upon breaking through, he would seek vengeance against Wei Yi. In truth, Wei Yi paid little mind to these advantages and disadvantages. He dismissed the benefits, for his heart was not set on the Wei family, nor did he intend to assume leadership. As for the threats, he welcomed them, seeing them as opportunities for retaliation and experience. A chance for growth rather than loss. Having completed the Wei family heir quest and gained 3 days of experience in seclusion, Wei Yi's cultivation advanced further, now reaching the 8th stage of martial artist. However, he had yet to utilize the 10,000 skill experience and the profound martial technique reward. The profound martial techniques were exceedingly precious. If mastered, they could even turn the tide of battle. Wei Yi held them in high regard. The system, however, presented him with 5 options from which to select one, relying on chance. The options included inferior grade profound technique, mixed yuan palm, inferior grade profound technique, tiger subduing fist, intermediate grade profound technique, 13 deadly swords, intermediate grade profound technique, poison dragon whip technique, and superior grade profound technique, air splitting palm. All 5 techniques were profound in nature, and aside from the poison dragon whip technique, which held little interest for him, Wei found the others appealing. However, his greatest intrigue lay with the 13 deadly swords in the air splitting palm. While the storm sword technique was decent, it ultimately remained a mundane technique with limited potential. Having already reached its maximum development, Wei Yi's strength grew. The challenges he faced would only intensify, rendering the storm sword technique increasingly inadequate. The air splitting palm, being a superior grade profound technique, represented the pinnacle of martial arts he had encountered since arriving in this world. Perfectly suited to replace the Song Yuan fist technique. Regrettably, it still required a draw. He hoped for favorable luck this time. A spinning wheel appeared before him as Wei Yi gritted his teeth and gave it a vigorous turn. The pointer whirled rapidly before gradually slowing down. Poison dragon whip technique. Wei Yi's eyes widened in surprise. Fortunately, it barely escaped the poison dragon whip's range, landing instead on the 13 deadly swords. Wei Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Though he had not drawn the best air-splitting palm, obtaining the 13 deadly swords was still commendable. 13 deadly swords, an intermediate-grade profound technique, featured straightforward yet vicious and cunning moves, comprising a total of 13 strikes, each representing a different transformation, a true lethal sword technique. Glancing at the description, Wei Yi nodded slightly and clicked to learn it. Ding! Player Wei Yi has learned the intermediate-grade profound technique, 13 deadly swords. Current level, LV1. The system panel displayed 13 deadly swords, LV1, LV20. Unlike mundane techniques, the maximum level cap for profound techniques was higher, now reaching LV20 instead of LV10. Wei Yi allocated all 10,000 skill experience points to the 13 deadly swords, swiftly advancing it to 13 deadly swords, LV4, LV20. The 10,000 experience points only elevated it by 4 levels, leaving Wei Yi somewhat exasperated. Higher-grade techniques were inherently more challenging to upgrade, a fact he had to accept. However, this also meant their power grew exponentially. Memories of the 13 deadly swords flooded his mind, as if he had practiced this technique for years, rendering it exceedingly familiar. Without hesitation, he drew his Qin Gang sword and began to wield it in an instant. The attic was filled with a torrent of sword energy, creating a dense and oppressive atmosphere. Wei Tianyang approached from afar, noticing Wei Yi practicing this sword technique. With his discerning eye, he immediately recognized its exceptional quality. Unable to contain his curiosity, he swiftly flew over, pointing a finger that transformed into a burst of air pressure aimed at Wei Yi's chest. Immersed in the 13 deadly swords, Wei Yi sensed the impending danger. A glint sparked in his eyes as he swiftly adjusted his wrist, the Qin Gang sword responding instinctively to pierce through the air pressure, then continuing its momentum, transforming into a swift shadow aimed at Wei Tianyang. Lost in the moment, he showed no mercy with this strike. Even Wei Tianyang could not help but alter his expression, for he could not harm his precious son, opting instead to retreat hastily. Simultaneously, he unleashed a wave of energy from both palms, blocking Wei Yi's assault, while also awakening him from his trance. "Father, is that you?" Wei Yi realized. Who else could it be? Wei Tianyang did not chastise Wei Yi but felt a sense of pride instead. Wei Yi had not become arrogant due to external acclaim. Continuing to diligently practice his sword techniques, this was the attitude he admired. "Where did you learn this sword technique? Its power seems quite formidable. It was a fortunate encounter, but I cannot disclose its origins." Wei Yi replied with a smile. "You rascal, do you fear that your father might steal your secrets?" Hearing this, Wei Tianyang could not help but chuckle and scold lightly. "Father, did you come to see me for a reason?" Wei inquired. "Indeed, Wei Tianyong explained. I just came from your mother. She asked me to summon you to her. My mother. What does she want? Wei Yi was taken aback. You'll find out when you go. Wei Tianyong pondered for a moment before adding, however, if you are not interested in what your mother discusses, there is no need to be distracted. If she inquires, just say it was my suggestion. With that, without waiting for Wei Yi's response, Wei Tianyong turned and departed in the left wing of the estate, known as the Medicine Fragrance Courtyard. The Wei family practiced alchemy. The overseer was Wei Yi's mother. Shuin, the only fourth-tier alchemist in the entire Wei clan. Fourth-tier alchemists were already quite rare, with scarcely a few in all of Jinling. Thus Shuin held a highly esteemed position within the Wei family. Wei Tianyong has maintained a steadfast position as the head of the Wei family over the years. This is largely attributed to his formidable strength, which defeats any potential adversaries, as well as the crucial support from Shuin. After all, the upper echelons of the Wei clan rely on Shuin's assistance in refining high-grade elixirs, making it unwise to offend this couple. The notion of replacing the Wei family's heir is also rooted in Wei Yi's inability to cultivate. A significant flaw. Mother, you called for me. Wei Yi inquired as he entered the left-wing courtyard. I have something to discuss with you. What has your father told you? Shuin asked, gesturing for Wei Yi to take a seat. He didn't mention much, Wei Yi replied. Upon hearing this, Shuin's expression darkened. What? Have you made up your mind to side with your father? That's not the case at all, Wei Yi sighed. Reluctantly recounting his father's words. That old man, Shuin muttered, irritation evident in her voice. She then turned her attention back to Wei Yi, a smile returning to her face. Here's the matter. I wish to teach you the art of alchemy. But your father vehemently opposes it, fearing it might distract you and hinder your martial arts training. At last, Wei Yi grasped the situation and curiously asked, Mother, why do you suddenly wish to teach me alchemy? Indeed, you are already 17, and if I intended to teach you, I needn't have waited until now. After your bloodline awakening, not only has your physical quality significantly improved, but your mental prowess has also multiplied. Have you not noticed? The essence of alchemy relies heavily on mental strength, and yours far surpasses that of your peers. Truly a promising candidate for an alchemist. What do you say? Would you like to learn alchemy from your mother? I have yet to pass on my true teachings to anyone. It would be perfect to transfer them to you. Of course, this will not impede your martial training. Shuin looked at Wei Yi with eager anticipation. Although he had little interest in alchemy, the hopeful gleam in his mother's eyes compelled him to acquiesce. Very well, but I cannot guarantee my aptitude for it. Regarding any potential hindrance to his martial progress, Wei Yi felt no concern. With the game system at his disposal, he hardly needed to devote extensive time to arduous training. Ding. Player Wei Yi has activated the alchemy's secondary profession system. Suddenly, a notification from the game system jolted him back to reality. He had momentarily forgotten about it. The system not only encompassed the primary profession of martial cultivation, but also various secondary professions, with alchemy being one of them. Player Wei Yi Alchemy Master Level. None Alchemy Skill. LV0 Success Rate for Alchemy. 0 for any grade of elixir. As he gazed upon the newly added alchemy's secondary profession system, a smile spread across Wei Yi's face. With this system in place, he no longer needed any innate talent for alchemy. To him, the system itself represented the pinnacle of alchemical aptitude. Mother, please show me how to refine elixirs. Wei Yi eagerly requested. Seeing his sudden enthusiasm, Shuin was taken aback. However, she viewed it as a positive development. After all, interest is the best teacher. Come, let us take a look. But remember to be quiet so as not to disturb others. With that, Shuin led Wei Yi into the alchemy chamber of the left-wing courtyard. Typically, the process of refining elixirs is not open to outsiders, but within the Wei family, most alchemists are clan members, many of whom are Shuin's apprentices. They would welcome her presence for guidance. Ding. Player Wei Yi observes the alchemy process. Alchemy skill experience 20. Ding. Player Wei Yi observes the alchemy process. Alchemy skill experience 15. Ding. Player Wei Yi observes the alchemy process. Alchemy skill experience 22. After spending the entire day observing and accruing experience, Wei Yi's alchemy secondary profession panel transformed to Player Wei Yi Alchemy Master Level. First rank alchemy skill. LV7 success rate for first rank elixirs. 70. A first rank alchemist is also referred to as an alchemy apprentice. And most individuals in the left-wing courtyard reside at this level. However, after a day of observation, Wei Yi's alchemical skills had surpassed those of most apprentices, achieving a remarkable 70 success rate for refining first-rank elixirs, an accomplishment even some second- and third-rank alchemists struggle to attain. Of course, Wei Yi remained a first-rank alchemist, unable to refine second-rank elixirs. Attempting to do so would likely result in catastrophic failures. The general consensus is that a person's ability to refine elixirs determines their rank as an alchemist. Mother, I wish to attempt refining some elixirs myself. Is that permissible? Wei Yi proposed the following morning. What, you wish to practice already? Isn't that a bit too soon? Shouldn't we study a while longer? Shuin exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. If it were anyone else, she might have swiftly dismissed the idea. To want to attempt alchemy after just one day of learning. It was akin to wanting to run before having learned to walk. Even with her exceptional talent for alchemy, she had spent several months learning before attempting her first refinement. Her plan for Wei Yi had been to study for a month before allowing him to practice. How about this? I will attempt to refine 3 batches of elixirs. If I succeed in even one, you must grant me my request. What do you think? Wei Yi suggested, sensing his mother's hesitation and quickly devising an alternative proposal. I'll give you 5 attempts to refine the simplest body refining pill. You watched the process yesterday. If you succeed in even one batch, I will acquiesce. Shuin decisively declared. 0.5 attempts with a success rate of 1 in 5 might seem a modest request. But for someone who had only just begun learning alchemy, even achieving a 10% success rate would be a formidable challenge. However, Wei Yi beamed with confidence. The body refining pill was also a first-rank elixir. And with his 70 success rate, succeeding in 1 out of 5 attempts seemed exceedingly manageable. All right, I accept. Wei Yi replied without hesitation. The mother and son exchanged a knowing glance and burst into laughter, though their thoughts were far from aligned. Chapter 27. A talent in alchemy. Shun is allowing Wei Yi to begin refining elixirs. He has only learned for a day. Isn't that a bit ambitious? It's clear he requested this himself. He has no patience and dares to learn alchemy. His future seems limited. He hardly deserves to be Shun's successor. Where is he refining? Let us go see. I believe it's in room 1. Let us go together. The news of Wei Yi's attempt at refining elixirs quickly spread throughout the left-wing courtyard. Nearly 99% of the onlookers regarded it as a jest. How could someone who had only learned for a day possibly refine elixirs? If it were that simple, wouldn't alchemists be everywhere? Their rarity would not afford them such esteemed status. Amidst the laughter, the crowd surged toward room 1, eager to witness Wei Yi's inevitable failure in alchemy. You may, let us go see as well. Upon hearing her friend's call, a young woman with a graceful visage looked up. Wei Ruame, a member of the Wei family's collateral branch, possessed the highest potential among this group of alchemists. Had Wei Yi not appeared, she would have been the most likely candidate to become Shuin's disciple. All right, let us go take a look. Wei Ruame, typically reserved and rarely engaging in such spectacles, felt an inexplicable urge to accompany her friend this time. Perhaps she was unwilling to concede, believing herself the most suitable successor for Shun. It seems he has begun. I believe he is refining the body refining pill. He probably only knows how to refine that. His techniques appear remarkably proficient, though. Has he practiced before? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Wei Ruame, amidst the throng, keenly noted this detail. Wei Yi's movements were impressively adept, to the point of rivaling her own skill. Was he truly just a newcomer who had learned for a day? She found herself engulfed in doubt. She was not alone in her uncertainty. Many shared her bewilderment, including Shuin. However, as Wei Yi's mother, she was aware of his novice status and that he had only begrudgingly agreed to learn. Yet, she could not fathom how he had become so skilled in such a short time. This conundrum lay squarely at the feet of the game system. Much like martial arts, once learned, as levels increased, Wei Yi could effortlessly master the techniques. With his alchemy skill at LV7, refining first-rank elixirs came naturally to him, as though he were a seasoned apprentice. Honeysuckle, 9-spirit grass, winter mushroom powder, dew from the morning, and fragrant leaves. The recipe for the body refinement pill was firmly etched in Wei Yi's mind. The entire process unfolded methodically, and he demonstrated considerable skill in controlling the heat, the most elementary of first-grade elixirs. The body refinement pill required a brief period for its creation. After the burning of 2 incense sticks, a batch of the pills was successfully completed. Please inspect it, mother, Wei Yi said, removing the elixir from the furnace and addressing Shuin. As a 4th-grade alchemist, Shuin possessed extensive experience, and just by observing Wei Yi's alchemical process, she could roughly predict the outcome. Nevertheless, she nodded and instructed Wei Ruame, who stood nearby. Ruame, please check it. Wei Ruame gently nodded, took a damp cloth, and opened the alchemical furnace, instantly releasing a rich fragrance of medicinal herbs that caused everyone present to widen their eyes in astonishment. After a thorough inspection, Wei Ruame, bearing a hint of shock, announced, 10 body refinement pills have been produced, all of excellent quality and fit for use. Undoubtedly, this batch of elixirs was a success. Shuin had afforded Wei Yi 5 opportunities, yet he required merely 1. A notification pinged. Player Wei Yi has successfully crafted a batch of body refinement pills. Alchemy experience 300. This prompted Wei Yi to smile broadly. Mother, Shall we continue crafting? He inquired cheerfully. Is this truly your first time refining pills? Shuin furrowed her brow in suspicion. Of course, I've been at the academy this whole time. Jinwu Academy lacks any facilities for alchemy. As for the family, has mother ever seen me in the left courtyard? Wei Yi replied without hesitation. Besides the body refinement pill, I am unfamiliar with any others. In fact, I referenced the processes of my senior brothers and sisters from yesterday. Upon hearing this, the others present couldn't help but blush. Although Wei Yi had drawn from their methods, his execution was far more adept, showcasing a talent that surpassed his predecessors. No wonder your techniques, while proficient, contain numerous glaring errors, mistakes typical of a novice. Sun Wenyuan remarked suddenly, as if she had found the answer to her earlier doubts. Her words intensified the shame felt by the others, who wished to vanish into the ground with this successful batch. It seems your talent for alchemy far exceeds my expectations. Had I known, I should have taught you years earlier, she lamented, feeling a twinge of regret as if she had hindered her son's potential. Everyone else may disperse. Ruame, please stay, Sun Wenyuan instructed, waving her hand. The crowd, eager to comply, quickly scattered, leaving only Sun Wenyuan, Wei Yi, and Wei Ruame in the alchemy room. Wei Ruame, puzzled by her teacher's intentions for keeping her, remained silent, awaiting clarification. Sun Wenyuan turned to Wei Yi and said, since you have fulfilled my request, you may now practice alchemy independently. However, the types and quantities of elixirs you wish to craft must first be reported for my approval. Otherwise, I cannot account for the precious materials wasted. No problem. As long as the value I create exceeds the costs, there shouldn't be any restrictions, right? Wei Yi replied with a smile, as long as you maintain a success rate of over 40%. There will be no issues. Seeing Wei Yi's confident demeanor, Sun Wenyuan couldn't help but chuckle. She then turned to Wei Ruame and asked, Ruame, would you like to become my disciple? Ah. Wei Ruame was taken aback. Glancing between Sun Wenyuan and Wei Yi, seemingly unable to comprehend. I had initially intended for Yi to be my successor, but given his extraordinary talent, I wouldn't be able to teach him for long and do not wish to hinder him. Sun Wenyuan sighed, explaining that if you are willing, I will personally instruct both of you. I am willing. Wei Ruame quickly nodded, recognizing the opportunity before her. Hearing her agreement, Sun Wenyuan beamed with joy, turning to her son with a mix of pride and regret in her eyes. Pride in Wei Yi's alchemical talent that surpassed her imagination, ensuring that his future achievements would likely eclipse her own. Regret that she could not serve as her son's alchemy teacher, as typically. One could only have one master in this art, and she did not wish to impede his future growth. In her view, only a true master of alchemy was worthy of guiding her son. Chapter 28. Uncommon Flames. The end-of-term assessment at Jinwu Academy had concluded, marking the beginning of the holiday period, allowing Wei Yi to delay his return to the academy. While enjoying the privileges of being the young master of the Wei family, he diligently worked to enhance his alchemical skills. His martial arts training also continued unabated. The deadly 13 swords had progressed from LV4 to LV8. As a medium-grade martial technique, the LV8 deadly 13 swords had begun to exceed the power of the maxed-out LV10 storm sword technique. Meanwhile, he had fully adapted to his recent surge in cultivation as an 8th-tier martial artist and the power of his silver-tier bloodline. With these combined elements, Wei Yi's actual combat prowess now rivaled that of an average low-tier grand martial artist. However, the most significant progress had been in his alchemical skills. Observing his alchemical subclass attributes, they had transformed into player. Wei Yi alchemist level, 3rd grade alchemy skill, LV24 success rate. 100 for 1st grade elixirs. 100 for 2nd grade elixirs. 40 for 3rd grade elixirs. It must be said that this alchemical subclass system was quite extraordinary. In merely half a month, Wei Yi had evolved from a novice with no knowledge of alchemy to a 3rd grade alchemist. Even more astonishing was his success rate. With a 100 success rate for both 1st and 2nd grade elixirs, he would successfully produce one batch every time, barring any unforeseen circumstances, rendering failures virtually non-existent. Such proficiency was something even his mother, a 4th grade alchemist, could not guarantee. Furthermore, his success rate for 3rd grade elixirs had reached 40, surpassing even his mother's capabilities. Thankfully, Wei Yi had been deliberately concealing his true abilities, showcasing only a fraction of his skills. Nevertheless, this had already astonished many, including Wei Ruame, who previously harbored some doubts about him but now held him in high esteem, frequently seeking his guidance as if he were the seasoned veteran of alchemy. Brother Wei, what elixir are you refining? Wei Ruame approached him softly. The 5-element pill, Wei Yi replied, maintaining his focus on the furnace's heat. At that moment, the elixir was nearing completion. The 5-element pill? Wei Ruame exclaimed, her face a picture of surprise. Although it is a second-grade elixir, its refinement difficulty rivals that of a third-grade pill. How do you appear so effortless? I possess a strong mental capacity. Wei Yi coughed lightly, offering an excuse as a third-grade alchemist. Crafting a second-grade elixir was indeed no challenge for him. The 5-element pill greatly benefits martial artists and can aid in breaking through bottlenecks. Would you like one? He casually inquired. It can do that. Aren't refined elixirs supposed to be submitted? Wei Romei's eyes widened. As long as I maintain a 40 success rate for submissions, the surplus is mine to keep. Wei Yi shrugged nonchalantly. Wei Romei was at a loss for words. Yet, considering Wei Yi's status as the young master of the Wei family, she felt somewhat reassured. After all, even if he submitted only 40 of his successful elixirs, few would dare to question him. Here, take this. Just as Wei Romei was lost in thought, Wei Yi had already stored the finished elixirs and retrieved a pill bottle, placing 3 5-element pills inside and handing it to her. No, I can't accept this. Wei Romei hastily refused. The single 5-element pill could fetch hundreds of taels of silver. 3 amounted to over 1,000. She could hardly accept such a lavish gift so casually. Don't worry, I have plenty to. You've been stuck at the 5th-tier martial artist level for quite some time, haven't you? This will help you break through. Wei Yi insisted. No, I still can't accept. The two exchanged refusals repeatedly. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed through the room. Quick, take it. Someone is coming. Wei Yi urged, shoving the pill bottle into Wei Ruomei's hands and calling out, "Come in." Shortly, a Wei family martial artist entered. Bowing and reporting, "Young master, the head of the family requests your presence." "All right, I understand." Wei Yi nodded. After tidying himself up, he quickly departed, winking at Wei Ruomei as he left, leaving an unspoken understanding between them. Wei Ruomei's face flushed, glancing at the pill bottle in her hand, her mind drifting to Wei Yi's handsome visage. What did he mean by gifting me elixirs? Under the guidance of the martial artist, Wei Yi arrived at the Wei family assembly hall. Upon entering, he realized not only was his father present, but also the 3 elders and several high-ranking family members. The atmosphere in the hall was notably peculiar, with expressions that mixed tension and excitement. Wei Yi hesitated to speak, taking a seat in a lower position at his father's gesture. Soon, the upper echelons of the Wei family gathered. The purpose of this assembly was due to a significant event that had transpired near Jinling. Reports indicated that an unusual flame had appeared within the Hongshan Ridge, situated between Jinling and Zhongshan. Wei Tianyang was the first to speak. What? An unusual flame? Is it truly an unusual flame? If it is, we must not let it slip away. Indeed, since it had manifested near Jinling, it was a gift bestowed upon the Wei family. The conversation quickly turned lively among the attendees. Wei Yi then understood why the expressions of those individuals had been so peculiar at the outset. The unusual flame was indeed an exhilarating prospect, yet it also signified danger. This flame could not only be utilized in alchemy but could also serve in combat. Mastering such a flame would equate to acquiring a substantial fortune, one that would never depreciate. Generally speaking, the unusual flame held utmost significance for alchemists, and if the news spread, even those of the 5th and 6th ranks would likely take action. For ordinary warriors, its value was also immense, especially for those practicing fire-based techniques. Possessing an unusual flame could transform them entirely. In summary, the unusual flame represented extraordinary worth. As of now, this news had not yet proliferated widely. To my knowledge, only certain factions in Jinling and Zhongshan were aware. Should we compete for it? Let us decide together. Wei Tianyang spoke gradually. My opinion is that we must secure it. The Grand Elder was the first to express his agreement. Indeed, I concur. The Sun family of Zhongshan seems poised to act. Even if we cannot obtain the unusual flame, we must ensure they do not. The second elder echoed coldly. Since the Sun family wishes to lay claim to it, why wait? We must take action. I have long wished to teach those scoundrels a lesson. The third elder also voiced his support. The assembly buzzed with agreement, as nearly all concurred on the necessity of action, given that the unusual flame had manifested near Jinling. It would be unthinkable to allow it to fall into others' hands. The Wei family, being one of the 10 prominent families of the Great Chu dynasty and a dominant force in Jinling, certainly would not cower before others. Very well, it is settled that I, along with the 3 elders, will personally lead a contingent of 20 grand warriors and 100 warriors. Wei Tianyang turned to Wei Yi and instructed. You shall accompany us. Yes, father. The father and son exchanged a subtle nod. With the unusual flame's appearance nearby, it was imperative to seize it. Failure to do so would bring misfortune upon them. Chapter 29. The Wei family and the Sun family. Hongshan Ridge is a desolate mountain range located at the border between Jinling and Zhongshan. Renowned locally, its harsh environment, treacherous terrain, and the presence of numerous ferocious beasts render it a perilous region, often deemed a death zone, where ordinary warriors dare not tread lightly. Yet this time, throngs of warriors surged into the area. The age-old adage, men die for wealth, birds perish for food, remains ever true. The allure of the unusual flame was simply irresistible. Had the news spread widely, the influx of warriors into Hongshan Ridge would likely have multiplied several times over. Currently, the two most formidable factions were undoubtedly the Wei family from Jinling and the Sun family from Zhongshan. The Wei family had dispatched a powerful king warrior, 3 spirit warriors, along with 20 grand warriors and over 100 elite warriors, presenting a formidable lineup capable of sweeping away most second- and third-rate factions. The Sun family, equally formidable, had also sent a king warrior at the helm, with hundreds of their own warriors deployed, creating an imposing presence. While the threats of Hongshan Ridge could deter ordinary warriors, they posed no hindrance to these two teams. All beasts, whether solitary or in packs, were swiftly crushed underfoot as dusk descended. Both teams ventured deep into the heart of Hongshan Ridge at that moment. The Sun family's contingent abruptly halted, and the head of the Sun family, Sun Jinshan, approached. The Wei family members immediately tensed, their expressions turning hostile as they regarded the approaching adversaries. The relationship between the Wei and Sun families had always been fraught with animosity, deepened by business conflicts in recent years that had led to frequent clashes, resulting in casualties on both sides. Wei Tianyang, is your family also interested in the unusual flame? Sun Jinshan called out as he approached. Sun Jinshan, is that not an obvious question? If we were not interested, would we have traveled such a distance? Wei Tianyang retorted coldly. State your business, or be gone. Upon hearing this, Sun Jinshan's expression darkened instantly, yet he suppressed his anger and replied, the unusual flame that has emerged is of great importance to our Sun family. If your Wei family is willing to withdraw from the competition, we could consider reasonable terms for negotiation. It was apparent that the Sun family was determined to obtain the unusual flame. Wei Yi observed Sun Wenzong and Sun Wenyu within the Sun family ranks with a cold glare, whispering to his father, they are clearly intent on acquiring the unusual flame. Wei Tianyang nodded slightly, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. He recognized the unusual flame's significance to the Sun family, which explained Sun Jinshan's conciliatory approach. However, the reason behind their desperation was irrelevant. What mattered was understanding the unusual flame's value to the Sun family. Very well, if you wish for us to withdraw, then I propose you show me your family's secret technique and provide compensation of 100,000 taels of gold. I shall leave immediately. Upon hearing his father's demands, Wei Yi could not contain his laughter, and the Wei family members joined in the mirth. 100,000 taels of gold equated to 1,000,000 taels of silver. Even if the Sun family was affluent, they could not possibly produce such as for their secret technique. It was even less likely they would part with it. Otherwise, how could Sun Jinshan hope to contend with Wei Tianyang? Sun Jinshan's expression darkened further at this moment. It seems collaboration is off the table, he queried coldly. If you wish to fight, we shall accommodate. The grand elder of the Wei family interjected. Very well. Sun Jinshan glared at the Wei family members, his eyes filled with murderous intent. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, let us depart. The Sun family members immediately surged deeper into Hongshan Ridge. Father, we must follow them, Wei Yi urged promptly. Indeed, since they value the unusual flame so highly, they must have made preparations. Let us pursue. Wei Tianyang's eyes lit up with realization, casting an appreciative glance at Wei Yi before leading the group in swift pursuit. The two teams were separated by mere dozens of meters, and given their comparable strengths, the Sun family could not shake off the Wei family, inciting frustration among them. Sun Jinshan's expression grew increasingly grim. What shall we do, elder brother? Sun Wenyu asked, unable to restrain himself as he trailed behind Sun Wenzong. What to do? Sun Wenzong replied impatiently, casting a glance at him. I have a feeling that Wei Yi has grown even stronger. Fear flashed in Sun Wenyu's eyes. He had been haunted by nightmares of Wei Yi, indicative of his trepidation. I had intended to eliminate him upon his return to the academy, but he has hidden away within his family. However, it matters not. Since we have crossed paths, I shall ensure he does not escape this time. I will inform father. This Hongshan Ridge shall be the grave for that brat, Sun Wenzong declared with a cold glint in his eyes. Meanwhile, within the Wei family ranks, Wei Tianyang suddenly inquired, do you have a grudge against those two from the Sun family? How did you know, father? Wei Yi responded, surprised. Haha, who do you think I am? Do you suppose I only keep an eye on that old Sun Jinshan? I noticed those two brothers fixating on you with evident hatred, indicating prior conflicts. Wei Tianyang explained with a chuckled, it is as follows. Wei Yi recounted the enmity between himself and the Sun brothers. including the ambush he had faced upon returning to his family. Did I have heard of that incident from Uncle Wu? I even sent someone to investigate the Blackwater bandits. It seems they have vanished without a trace. Based on your account, it was likely their scheme, Wei Tianyong queried. Most likely. While I have had conflicts with others in the academy, only those two possess the motivation and capability to incite so many against me. When the time comes, I will take care of them for you. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Wei Tianyong's eyes. He was no benevolent soul. Anyone who dared to conspire against his son would face dire consequences. He surmised that the Sun family would certainly send Sun Jinshan to intervene. Father, just deal with that old man.as for Sun Wenzong and Sun Wenyuan. I can dispatch them as easily as slaughtering chickens or dogs. Wei Yi sneered, his gaze fixed on the Sun family ahead, his own eyes brimming with malice. Originally, he had intended to wait until returning to the academy to take action, but now that they had encountered one another, he would not let the opportunity slip. Very well, do take care. Wei Tianyong nodded with a smile, his eyes filled with pride. At that moment, the group entered a valley, and suddenly, they felt the temperature around them rise sharply. In the distance, a bright crimson flame flickered, floating serenely, instantly capturing everyone's attention. An unusual flame. Everyone recognized the significance of the sudden appearance of this crimson fire, and in an instant, their breaths quickened in anticipation. Chapter 30. Frenzied slaughter. It is the unusual flame. Rush forth and seize it. Leave me alone. That belongs to me. Ha ha. Can your speed match mine? The is mine. This canyon is not solely occupied by the Wei and Sun families. Numerous smaller clans and rogue cultivators also seek it. Upon spotting them, their eyes blazed crimson with desire, and they surged forward recklessly. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed as a gigantic fierce tiger totem materialized in midair. Sun Jinshan, the head of the Sun family, soared into the air, blocking the path of the crowd. The immense black tiger loomed behind him, seeming to merge seamlessly with his being. This was his martial soul. Fools, do you think the is something you trash can covet? Die. As a martial king-level powerhouse, Sun Jinshan unleashed a cataclysmic strike. His fist, imbued with terrifying energy, descended upon the first dozen who rushed forward, leaving them no chance to resist as they were obliterated in an instant, turning to a rain of blood and shattered remains. Attack together! Kill him! Someone shouted. Thus began a frenzied slaughter. Father, look over there. 3 martial soul totems suddenly appeared among the Sun family's ranks. However, these 3 did not engage in the melee but instead raced toward the, united in their purpose. They were the 3 martial spirit level experts of the Sun family. Stop them. We will spare no mercy for those who block our way. The Wei family soon joined the fray. Wei Tianyong, your opponent is me. Before Wei Tianyong could make a move, Sun Jinshan swooped in, unleashing a devastating punch. But his primary target was not Wei Tianyong. It was the nearby Wei Yi. Wei Yi's expression shifted drastically as he hastily retreated. Why on earth would he dare to confront a martial king head-on? You dare harm my son. You seek death. Wei Tianyong's fury ignited. He activated his martial soul, revealing a colossal black bear totem behind him. Simultaneously, he drew his weapon, a dark gold staff, and swung it down, shattering Sun Jinshan's fist energy while transforming it into a massive shadow that barreled toward him. The 3 elders of the Wei family also sprang into action, quickly activating their martial souls to intercept the 3 martial spirit level experts of the Sun family. The entire canyon descended into chaos. Everyone, charge forward with me. Witnessing the tumultuous battlefield, Wei Yi seized the initiative as the young master of the Wei family. He possessed the authority to lead, with over 100 warriors remaining. Including 20 grandmasters, they still formed a formidable force. Under Wei Yi's command, they surged toward the location of the, prioritizing it above all else. All who stand in our way shall be mercilessly slain. Wei Yi's expression was cold as he gripped his sword, unleashing the lethal 13 swords. Though the techniques were not overly complex, they were brutally effective and remarkably swift, embodying true killing artistry that ordinary warriors could not withstand. Even grandmasters, caught off guard in the melee, fell victim to his sword, their heads soaring into the air amidst the overwhelming scent of blood. Wei Yi appeared as a reaper emerging from hell, cutting a swath through the throng with his sword. Stop them. Sun Wenyuan gritted his teeth and led the Sun family warriors to intercept. With a flick of his wrist, Wei Yi signaled his comrades, who immediately understood, charging forward under the leadership of the 20 Grand Masters. Wei Yi himself did not hesitate. He unleashed his full mastery of the Blackwater technique, transforming into a flickering phantom that deftly navigated through the throng, directly targeting the leading Sun Wenyuan. Die? Wei Yi's eyes glinted with cold, killing intent. He harbored no mercy for the bothersome Sun Wenyuan, his mind fixated solely on sending him to his demise. With his energy swirling chaotically, the sword became a streak of lightning, aiming for Sun Wenyuan's throat with blinding speed. Realizing the power of the strike, Sun Wenyuan's face drained of color. He had barely broken through to the martial master realm and was vastly outmatched by Wei Yi's prowess. Retreat! Sun Wenyuan stumbled backward, yet Wei Yi's sword pursued him relentlessly. In a moment of desperation, Sun Wenyuan seized his younger brother, Sun Wenyuan, pulling him in front as a shield. Brother, you! Sun Wenyuan's eyes widened in shock. But Wei Yi showed no mercy. Both Sun Wenyuan and Sun Wenyuan were marked for death in his eyes. The sword struck with lethal precision, piercing through Sun Wenyuan's chest. No. Sun Wenyuan's gaze brimmed with resentment and disbelief. Not directed at his killer, but at his elder brother, Sun Wenyuan, that he could not fathom that his once kind brother would thrust him into the abyss, witnessing his brother's demise at Wei Yi's hands. A flicker of guilt washed over Sun Wenyuan. Quickly replaced by resolve, he retreated behind the protective ranks of the Sun family warriors, shouting, Wei Yi has killed my brother. He is the sworn enemy of the Sun family. Whoever kills him shall have my word to fulfill any request. Sun Wenyuan's promise stirred the hearts of the Sun warriors. Even the grandmasters turned their attention towards Wei Yi. In an instant, Wei Yi found himself surrounded by a dozen opponents. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. With a glint of ferocity in his eyes, Wei Yi did not shy away. He activated his bloodline power. The silver-tier bloodline far surpassed his previous bronze-tier strength, and as an 8th-tier martial master, this enhancement propelled his combat prowess to that of a grand master. Die! Wei Yi's figure flickered as he unleashed a flurry of thrusts with his sword. In mere moments, several Sun warriors met their end. The brilliance of his swordplay and the chilling aura it emitted rendered even grand masters helpless against him. For them, Wei Yi's combat strength was overwhelmingly formidable. Not only was his bloodline power potent, but his mastery of the black water technique placed him in an invincible position. Coupled with the ferocity of the 13 swords, he became a reaper of lives. One after another falling to his blade, system notifications chimed incessantly as his experience points surged. Ding! Player Wei Yi has reached full experience as an 8th-tier martial master and automatically advances to 9th-tier martial master. In an instant, Wei Yi regained his peak condition, even stronger than before at 9th-tier martial master. The more he fought, the more powerful he became. Despite the Sun family bringing over 100 elite warriors, they could not withstand Wei Yi's relentless onslaught. Sun Wenyuan was utterly dumbfounded. Though he was aware of Wei Yi's strength, he had not anticipated such overwhelming power. The combined efforts of so many warriors could not fell him, even with numerous grandmasters among them. Fear filled Sun Wenyuan's eyes. Panic gripped his heart as he retreated, wishing desperately to find a hole to hide in. Yet, Wei Yi pursued him relentlessly. Sun Wenyuan, your life is forfeit. In a flash, Wei Yi closed the distance, his sword lancing forward with blinding speed and terrifying force. Sun Wenyuan's face paled as he cried, No, you can't kill me. I am the young master of the Sun family. Father, come save me. But Wei Yi remained unfazed. With a swift motion, he severed Sun Wenyuan's sword hand, blood spraying forth. From a distance, Sun Jinshan's eyes widened in fury, his rage boiling over. Wei Yi, you dare harm my son, I will take your life. Sun Jinshan abandoned Wei Tianyang, charging furiously toward Wei Yi. However, Wei Tianyang would not allow him to pass, intercepting him in a flash. Your opponent is me. Sun Jinshan seethed with rage, but found himself powerless. Both were martial kings, and Wei Tianyang was slightly stronger, leaving Sun Jinshan with no means to prevail. Other Sun family experts were similarly ensnared, held fast by the Wei family warriors. Sun Wenyuan had nowhere to escape. I'll fight you. He gritted his teeth and charged at Wei Yi with reckless abandon. With you? Wei Yi's expression remained cold. You will pay for your previous actions. Die? Wei Yi's demeanor was as unyielding as ice. His sword, like a venomous serpent, pierced through the air, and before Sun Wenyuan could reach him, Wei Yi slipped past him. In an instant, Sun Wenyuan clutched his throat, eyes wide in shock, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Ding! Player Wei Yi has slain Sun Wenyuan, gaining 1,000 experience points, 900 experience points for the 13-sword skill. The system notification confirmed Sun Wenyuan's demise, and a cold smile crept across Wei Yi's lips. Devoid of any pity, such a person had brought about his own end. He deserved it. Now to seize the... With the demise of the Sun brothers, Wei Yi lost interest in the remaining Sun warriors and swiftly shifted his focus. At this moment, numerous cultivators were charging toward the... yet they mostly impeded each other, their speed lacking urgency. Wei Yi executed the black water movement technique at its pinnacle, transforming into a shadow that surged toward the mountainside in an instant. As a martial skill of extraordinary quality, the black water movement technique thrived amidst the chaotic wilderness, allowing him to surpass the majority of others within moments, even when they attempted to intercept him. Their efforts proved futile against Wei Yi's momentum. Soon, he found himself leading the charge. "Block that kid. Kill him. We cannot allow him to obtain the..." Numerous voices shouted in anger, yet Wei Yi remained impervious to their threats, accelerating further away from them. Before long, they came into view. It hovered within a stone pit, shimmering with a crystalline red light. Up close, it resembled not a roaring flame, but rather a resplendent gem, flickering and swaying as if it possessed a life of its own. Wei Yi's eyes gleamed with excitement. It is the Crimson Crystal True Flame, ranked 108th on the list. Having once been a gamer, Wei Yi held a profound understanding of the rankings. Though the rank of 108th may seem modest, it was indeed remarkable, for only over 300 types were acknowledged. Most had already been claimed or were extinct, and the conditions for their appearance were exceedingly stringent. Many ordinary martial artists might never encounter even a few in their lifetimes. Additionally, the higher the rank, the greater the power and the more challenging the capture. For the top 10, not even a martial king like Wei Yi's father could hope to subdue them. Yet, the 108th ranked Crimson Crystal True Flame was just right for Wei Yi at this moment. Beep. Player Wei Yi has discovered the Crimson Crystal True Flame. Beep. Player Wei Yi has activated the system. Beep. Player Wei Yi requires 10,000 experience points to claim the Crimson Crystal True Flame. If you choose to claim it, your cultivation level will drop from 9th tier martial artist to 8th tier martial artist. You wish to proceed. The system's notification chimed at the appropriate moment. Wei Yi's expression darkened. After laboriously advancing from 8th tier to 9th tier martial artist, he was now faced with the prospect of regression. What a cruel twist of fate. However, after a moment's hesitation, he resolved to accept the offer. 10,000 experience points were negligible. He could easily regain them with a bit of effort. However, that was invaluable and irreplaceable that he would not hesitate even if it cost him 100,000 experience points. Just as Wei Yi made his decision to claim a sudden chill coursed down his spine, causing his heart to leap. Without turning around, he swiftly dodged to the side. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted behind him, unleashing a wave of terrifying energy. Although Wei Yi managed to evade in time, he could not escape unscathed. His back was torn, blood gushed forth, and his complexion paled. Still shaken, he turned to see a young man in splendid attire occupying his previous position, seemingly surprised by Wei Yi's evasion. "Not bad, your movement technique," the young man sneered. "But the is beyond your reach. It would be wise for you to leave now." Wei Yi's gaze turned frigid. He swiftly retrieved a healing elixir he had concocted days prior, swallowing it before gripping his Qin Gang's sword tightly. "You can go to hell." With those words, Wei Yi lunged forward with his sword. "You seek death." The young man's expression darkened at Wei Yi's insult. He refrained from drawing a weapon, yet a layer of black light enveloped his palms, allowing him to block all of Wei Yi's fierce attacks with ease, despite his cultivation not exceeding that of a martial artist. His combat prowess was no less formidable than Wei Yi's. He was equally at the 9th tier martial artist level. Wei Yi could sense that the young man had cultivated an exceptionally advanced technique and possessed impressive martial skills, making him a formidable opponent. Without the advantage of bloodline power, Wei Yi might have found himself at a disadvantage. "Who are you?" Wei Yi demanded coldly. "Are you afraid? Kneel and beg for mercy while you still can, or you shall surely regret it." The young man gritted his teeth, clearly unaccustomed to such humiliation. "If you wish for death, I shall oblige." A murderous intent flickered in Wei Yi's eyes as he intensified his assault. Though the young man lacked a weapon, Wei Yi's fervent onslaught soon forced him to the defensive, his expression growing increasingly grim. That moment, Wei Wu and the others arrived in a rush. "Let's eliminate him first," Wei Yi commanded with a glance at the three. Wei Wu hesitated, glancing at the Crimson Crystal True Flame in the pit, clearly torn. However, before he could voice his concerns, Wei Yuan had already launched himself at the young man, prompting Wei Wu and Wei Hong to follow suit reluctantly. Facing just Wei Yi had proven challenging for the young man, but with Wei Yuan and the others joining in, he found himself in a perilous situation. He shot Wei Yi a venomous glare, muttering, "You little brat, I will remember you." With that, he swiftly retreated from the fray, unhesitatingly fleeing into the distance. Wei Yi's eyes narrowed, intent on pursuing, but was restrained by Wei Wu. "First, claim the dot. We will protect you." Taking a deep breath, Wei Yi glanced at Wei Yuan and the others, nodding in acknowledgement that I appreciate it. Cousins, you shall be rewarded handsomely upon our return. The three willingly allowed Wei Yi to take the, and he felt compelled to express his gratitude. Soon, Wei Yi approached the, extending his hand. Claim the, he instructed the system. Beep. Player Wei Yi expends 10,000 experience points and begins to claim the Crimson Crystal True Flame. Countdown. 100, 99, 98, 97.100 seconds felt fleeting yet agonizingly protracted. The process of claiming the could not be interrupted. Any disruption would lead not only to failure in claiming it but also to severe backlash. Thus, the responsibility of fending off external threats fell to Wei Wu and the others. In just 10 seconds, two martial artists charged forward, engaging Wei Wu and the others in combat. Although they had been at odds moments before, they now fought in unison, fervently assaulting Wei Wu's trio. If it had been only these two, Wei Wu and the others could manage, but they were soon joined by three more opponents, one of whom was a 9th-tier martial artist. Wei Wu's group exchanged glances, knowing they had no choice but to endure. It was not merely out of a desire to protect Wei Yi. They understood that retreating would lead to his wrath. Take the blood fury pill, Wei Wu bellowed. The three quickly produced crimson pills and swallowed them. The blood fury pill, a 2nd-tier elixir, temporarily enhanced combat prowess, but would leave them weakened afterward. Anyone who dares to advance will be the sworn enemy of the Wei family. Wei Wu shouted, and after consuming the blood fury pill, they barely managed to hold off 5 opponents. If we secure the, we will flee without concern for the Wei family. Though the opposing martial artists were apprehensive of the Wei family, their desire to seize the, especially under the leadership of a 9th-tier martial artist, overrode their fear. Moments later, a dull thud echoed as the weakest of Wei Wu's companions, Wei Hong, was struck down. Wei Wu and Wei Yuan were forced to retreat repeatedly. Die! The 9th-tier martial artist snarled, his battle blade slicing through the air, unleashing a torrent of energy. This assault was not only targeted at Wei Wu and Wei Yuan, but also encompassed Wei Yi, who was in the midst of claiming the. Wei Wu and Wei Yuan's expressions turned grave. But just then, Wei Yi, who had been focused on claiming the, opened his eyes, with a wave of his right hand. The crimson crystal true flame that had been suspended before him vanished, transformed into a brilliant light that surged into his body at the same time. Wei Yi's aura surged dramatically, especially his dark eyes, which glimmered with fiery crimson, resembling 2 radiant gems that exuded an indescribable, eerie intimidation. Since you seek death, I shall grant it, Wei Yi declared coldly, his voice laced with profound menace. The 5 opponents could not help but be taken aback. They had never anticipated that Wei Yi would successfully subdue the crimson crystal true flame in such a brief span. Before they could react, Wei Yi had already appeared before them, specifically in front of the leading 9th-tier martial artist. With a swift motion, he unleashed the heart-crushing palm, a technique designed to inflict internal damage. The formidable energy surged into the opponent's body, combined with the terrifying power of the crimson crystal true flame, leaving a dark handprint on the martial artist's chest. He instantly spat blood and was sent flying, meeting his demise in an instant. Although the heart-crushing palm was merely a mundane martial skill, when infused with the fiery energy of the crimson crystal true flame, its might was comparable to an advanced skill. Such was the true value of the crimson crystal true flame, and this was but one of its many applications. Thus, it is no wonder that so many individuals are fervently vying for the coveted. Wei Yi drew forth the Qin sword, and crimson flames instantaneously enveloped the entire blade, especially at the edge. It blazed a vivid scarlet. The 13 death swords unleashed their formidable power once more, each stroke claiming a life. The remaining 4, in desperation, turned to flee, yet how could they possibly match Wei Yi's swiftness? In the blink of an eye, they fell, one after another, beneath his sword. Although they were all martial masters, their combat prowess paled in comparison to Wei Yi's. That a series of 5 system notifications resonated. Wei Yi's experience, having recently dropped to the 8th tier of martial master, surged once again. My gratitude to my 3 brothers for their unwavering protection, Wei Yi expressed, bowing his head in thanks. No need for thanks. It is our duty, Wei Hong replied, having risen once more, his gaze towards Wei Yi filled with astonishment. They had not anticipated that Wei Yi would so swiftly conquer the, and his strength had grown terrifyingly formidable. Dispatching 5 martial artists, including a grand master, as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables, reflecting on their own disheveled state, the 3 felt a twinge of shame. Let us descend and reunite with the main force. Under Wei Yi's guidance, they hastened down the mountainside. Knowing they had secured the, numerous adversaries soon surged forth to confront them, although they had already been claimed by Wei Yi, as long as he remained alive. they still harbored a chance to reclaim it. Wei Yi, however, displayed no hesitation. Though he had fallen from the 9th tier to the 8th, his bloodline power remained undiminished, and with the newly acquired Crimson True Flame, his combat prowess was significantly enhanced. The Qingang sword cleaved through the air, unleashing terrifying sword energy, rendering the martial artists who dared to obstruct him utterly powerless. The experience gained was substantial. Defeating a martial artist yielded hundreds of experience points. While a grandmaster granted over 1,000 as he fought onward, leaving a trail of blood, Wei Yi astonishingly reclaimed his position as a 9th-tier martial master, who dares to seek death. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted as the foremost dozen martial artists were obliterated by a single strike. Their remains reduced to mere pulp, and a massive chasm appeared. Wei Tianong materialized before Wei Yi and the others, and soon the remaining Wei family martial artists, including the 3 esteemed elders, gathered swiftly. "Have you secured the?" Wei Tianyong inquired, casting a glance at Wei. "I have not failed you." Wei Yi replied with a light smile and a nod. "Ha! Splendid! Forward!" Wei Tianyong laughed boisterously, taking the lead, while no one in the canyon dared to impede their passage. Even Sun Jinshan, the head of the Sun family, found himself at a loss after exchanging blows for several dozen rounds, realizing he was no match for Wei Tianyong. "These wretched scoundrels," Sun Jinshan seethed, his eyes ablaze with fury as he regarded the Wei family. He had not anticipated that this operation would not only fail to meet its objectives, but also cost him 2 sons. With many of his martial artists suffering casualties, he was consumed with a desire for vengeance against Wei Yi and his father, wishing to obliterate the entire Wei family. "Young Master Luo, my Sun family's endeavors were all for you. You cannot escape responsibility." Sun Jinshan turned to a figure standing beside him, an exquisite young man who had previously battled Wei Yi for the. His expression was equally grim as he scoffed. "What do you propose I do? Why not have your father take action and directly annihilate the Wei family?" "Humph, you certainly know how to scheme. Not only is the Wei family one of the 10 great families with intricate connections, but Wei Tianyu himself is a martial king-level powerhouse. Do you truly believe my father would mobilize for my sake?" The young man retorted coldly. "So we shall let this matter rest?" Sun Jinshan asked, discontent evident in his tone. "Not confronting the Wei family or Wei Tianyong does not mean we cannot deal with that Wei." The young man's gaze darkened, his eyes reflecting a chilling intent for retribution. Having taken what should not have been taken, he must pay the price. Chapter 33, 4th-rank alchemist in the left courtyard of the Wei family. Within the first alchemy chamber, Wei sat quietly before the alchemy furnace. It had been half a month since his return from Hongshan Ridge. The upheaval caused by that had been immense, compelling Wei Yi to remain within the family to evade trouble, while also dedicating this time to diligently study the newly acquired Crimson True Flame. He entrusted external matters to his father. At this moment, Wei Yi was wholly absorbed. Streams of radiant crimson true flame emanating from his palm. They enveloped the entire furnace, hastening the process of refining the medicinal concoction. Behind him, Shen Xiaolan and Wei Rumei stood, holding their breaths in concentrated silence, wary of any disturbance. Yet, the glimmers of concern in their eyes were unmistakable. Wei Yi was not concocting an ordinary elixir, but rather a precious 4th-rank pill designed to aid in breaking through to the Grand Master realm. That was exceedingly rare, and the complexity of its refinement was daunting. Even a seasoned alchemist like Shen Xiaolan could not guarantee a 100 success rate. Wei Yi had persevered for nearly half an hour, approaching the final stage. Should the elixir fail to materialize, this endeavor would likely end in failure. Will it succeed? Shen Xiaolan and Wei Ruame exchanged anxious glances, both harboring unspoken worries. Despite Wei Yi's rapid advancement in alchemy over the past half-month, they felt he lacked the necessary experience for such a challenging 4th-rank elixir. If it fails, it fails. Considerate practice for Ear. Though lamenting the potential waste of precious materials, Shen Xiaolan believed that if Ear could ultimately become a true master of alchemy, it would all be worthwhile. The materials needed for the were costly, which she typically would not dare to expend. Yet Wei Yi was her own sonat that moment. A rich fragrance of medicine erupted from the furnace, instantly saturating the entire space. The lid of the furnace lifted on its own, and glistening pills emerged in an array of 16. Shen Xiaolan and Wei Rumei could not help but widen their eyes in astonishment. That a smile crept onto Wei Yi's calm visage. It worked. Ding! Player Wei Yi has successfully refined a batch of 4th rank. Alchemy experience 12,000. Ding. Player Wei Yi's alchemy experience has reached its maximum, automatically advancing to LV37. The system notifications chimed. The successful refinement of a batch of granted Wei Yi an impressive 12,000 experience points, elevating his alchemy skill to LV37. Without a doubt, Wei Yi had now ascended to the rank of 4th rank alchemist. and an extraordinarily gifted one at that, with an alchemy skill level of LV37. His success rate for refining 4th-rank pills soared to 70, and with the aid of the Crimson True Flame, it could even reach approximately 90. Such odds were unimaginable for an ordinary 4th-rank alchemist. Did it truly succeed? 16. So many? Xiaolan and Wei Ruame were both utterly stunned. Wei Ruame's enchanting eyes brimmed with admiration. You are now a 4th-rank alchemist. Xiaolan suddenly came to her senses. Unable to suppress a gasp of astonishment, her own alchemical talent was exceptional, yet it had taken her years to achieve the 4th rank. In contrast, how long had Wei Yi been studying? It seemed impossible to compare the two. Though she had long recognized Wei Yi's remarkable aptitude for alchemy, she had never anticipated such prodigious talent, leading her to question if this truly was her son. Wei Yi smiled at the acknowledgement, nodding in affirmation without further elaboration. Mother, please have someone deliver one of these 16 to Wei Yuan and the others, as they assisted me greatly in successfully refining the Crimson True Flame last time. Consider it a token of gratitude. As for the rest, you may dispose of them as you see fit. I have no need for them. You don't want them? I do not require them. Wei Yi shook his head with a wry smile. His experience had already reached the level of a 10th-tier martial master, and further breakthroughs would necessitate system-issued tasks rather than rare elixirs. I intend to depart. Before his mother could inquire further, he continued, having stayed here for so long, it is time for me to go. I cannot hide indefinitely. Upon hearing this, Xiaolan and Wei Ruame exchanged glances, unable to suppress their sighs. Do you plan to return to the True Martial Academy? Wei Tianyang inquired in the study. You must understand that although half a month has passed since the incident, the storm has not yet fully abated. Many still have their eyes on you. Remaining at home ensures your safety, but once you venture outside, that guarantee vanishes. Wei Tianyang's expression turned grave. I am aware. Wei Yi nodded. However, if I wait for the turmoil to settle completely, I might have to hide for a year or two. I lack the patience for such a prolonged seclusion. What are your intentions then? Wei Tianyang remained silent for a moment before questioning again. I have heard that the Overlord sect is about to recruit a new batch of disciples, and our academy has 10 slots. I wish to go. Staying at the True Martial Academy is unsafe, but the Overlord sect offers a different prospect. If I become a core disciple there, few would dare to target me again. At least within the Daju Kingdom, Wei Yi articulated his plan. The Overlord sect stands as the true titan of the Great Chu dynasty, surpassing even the formidable Wei clan, renowned as one of the 10 prominent families. If the 10 families represent the first-tier forces of the Great Chu, then the Overlord sect epitomizes an elite echelon beyond comparison. It is the undisputed sovereign of the Southern Territories, with even the imperial family of Great Chu wary of provoking it. Wei Yi aspires to become a core disciple of the Overlord sect, a daunting ambition indeed. Wei Tianyang regarded Wei Yi and spoke slowly, noting the vast number of ordinary disciples within the Overlord sect. Yet the core disciples are few and far between. To become one of them is a feat akin to finding a needle in a haystack, not an endeavor to be taken lightly. If it were too easy, where would the challenge lie? The very difficulty of the task renders it all the more precious. Wei Yi chuckled at this. You know why the Sun family seeks to seize the? Suddenly, an epiphany struck Wei Tianyang, prompting him to inquire. Have you uncovered some news, father? Wei Tianyang retrieved a scroll from the table, handing it to Wei Yi. Upon receiving it, Wei Yi scanned its contents, his eyes narrowing slightly. Yu Wenbei, the second son of Elder Yu Wenhui of the Overlord sect. The memory of his previous encounter with the elegantly clad youth flooded back to him. He had suspected the young man's significant background, and now it was confirmed. He was indeed a prodigious warrior meticulously nurtured by the Overlord sect. The Sun family wishes to establish a connection with Yu Wenhui, and Yu Wenbei serves as their intermediary. Wei Tianyang explained. If my conjecture is correct, he is not merely desired by the Sun family, but rather by Yu Wenbei himself, as he is also an alchemist. By seizing the, you would not only offend the Sun family but also Yu Wenbei. Should you become a disciple of the Overlord sect, while Yu Wenbei may not dare to act overtly against you, his covert strategies will undoubtedly be numerous. Are you implying that you do not wish for me to join the Overlord sect? Wei raised an eyebrow. No, I harbor no such sentiments. I merely wish to elucidate the situation. The choice is yours to make, Wei Tianyang replied, maintaining his composure. In that case, I am all the more determined to join the Overlord sect, Wei asserted, clutching the scroll with utmost seriousness. To knowingly tread into the tiger's den. Father, you jest. Why Yu Wenbei hardly qualifies as a tiger. He is merely a small kitten. As the words left his lips, both father and son exchanged glances and burst into laughter, one filled with confidence, the other with pride. Chapter 34. The beautiful companion. The following morning, under the protection of several knights from the Wei family, Wei Yi departed for the Zhenwu Academy as his father had mentioned. Despite the passage of a fortnight, many still kept a watchful eye on him, or rather, on the moment he exited the family grounds. Numerous figures trailed him from a distance, fortunately, with dozens of elite knights safeguarding him, each a carefully trained warrior of the Wei family, boasting at least high-level martial prowess, and their leader a top expert of the martial spirit realm. Those who lingered behind dared not approach recklessly. "Uncle Hu, I appreciate your assistance this time," Wei Yi expressed to the burly knight beside him, the leader of the escort, Lu Hu. Though not a direct descendant of the Wei family, Lu Hu had married into it and was regarded as one of its renowned experts. "You need not be so polite with me," Lu Hu grinned. "I heard from the family head that you plan to join the Overlord sect. You must strive diligently. Do not bring shame upon the Wei family. Is it true that you were once a disciple of the Overlord sect, Uncle Hu?" Wei Yi inquired with curiosity. "Indeed, but that was over a decade ago. At that time, I was merely an ordinary disciple. And despite my efforts, I never ascended to the rank of core disciple. Eventually, I departed from the Overlord sect due to certain circumstances. Lu Hu's expression turned somewhat wistful as he recounted his past. After a leisurely exchange, Lu Hu provided Wei Yi with insights into the internal workings of the Overlord sect. Their convoy soon exited the city of Jinling, but at that moment, a group of stationary figures outside the city caught Wei Yi's attention. It was another contingent of roughly the same size, predominantly composed of robust, muscular men, all silent yet exuding an unmistakable aura of formidable warriors. However, what astounded Wei Yi the most was the striking young woman at the center of the group. None other than Zhu Linger, a classmate with whom he shared a close rapport. "What brings you here?" Wei Yi asked in astonishment. "Why shouldn't I be here?" Zhu Linger tilted her head with a beaming smile, seemingly pleased by his surprise. "Uncle Hu, is there something you haven't told me?" Wei Yi turned to Lu Hu. "This is all per the family head's arrangements." Lu Hu shrugged, chuckling. "Miss Xu also intends to return to the academy. So we decided to travel together for safety." Realization dawned on Wei Yi. His father had likely orchestrated this arrangement out of concern for his safety. Indeed, having the Zhu family accompanying them would enhance their security significantly. "What? You don't wish to travel with me?" Zhu Linger inquired with a playful blink. "How could I? Traveling with a beauty like you is an opportunity one cannot pass up," Wei Yi replied as he urged his horse forward. "Humph, that's more like it," Zhu Linger retorted, her expression softening into a radiant smile. "I heard you've been making quite a stir lately, with news of you circulating throughout Jinling. Care to share the details?" "If you're interested, we'll have time on the road to discuss it," Wei Yi replied. "All right then, let us set off." Soon, the two groups merged, and nearly 100 individuals galloped onward together, with a martial spirit-level expert leading each family. Complemented by numerous high-level martial artists, their protective force was undeniably formidable as they journeyed. They encountered neither bandits nor those intent on seizing the, but when their convoy reached a vast plain, a thunderous sound of galloping hooves erupted. "Halt!" Lu Hu commanded gravely. A large group of riders approaches, at least 300 to 500 of them. The expression of the Zhu family's captain shifted to one of seriousness. No sooner had the words left their lips than a long, dark line appeared at the edge of the plain, growing ever closer, accompanied by the sound of pounding hooves. A large throng of bandit cavalry charging toward them. Upon seeing their garb and the black flag fluttering in the wind, Wei Yi's expression darkened. "The Blackwater bandits, here they are again, haunting us like a persistent ghost." The hundreds of riders belonged unmistakably to the Blackwater bandits. In truth, they were the only faction in the vicinity of Jinling with such formidable strength. As several hundred well-equipped cavalrymen were not something even second-rate forces could muster. "I apologize for dragging you into this," Wei Yi said, turning to Zhu Ling. "Had it not been for my plight, you would not have incurred their ire." Zhu Linger, possessing both grace and intelligence, understood his meaning. With a playful blink, she reassured him. "What threat could a bunch of ruffians pose?" "You worry too much, Wei Gongzi." The captain of the Zhu family's guard chimed in, showing no sign of concern as he spoke. He gestured, and dozens of Zhu family warriors swiftly retrieved weapons concealed beneath black cloth on their horses, razor-sharp throwing spears glinting ominously under the midday sun. Undeniably lethal instruments of death. Clearly, they had come prepared. Wei Yi exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Hu, both unable to suppress their laughter. If the Zhu family was ready, how could the Wei family lack their own measures? Wei Yi clapped his hands, and a series of mechanical crossbows clicked into action, each Wei family guard brandishing their own array of dark, lethal crossbows. The cold sheen and menacing presence of the arrows matched the throwing spears in lethality. Lined up and aimed squarely at the galloping Blackwater bandit cavalry. Even the Zhu family captain, seasoned as he was, couldn't help but gasp in awe at the sight of dozens of military-grade crossbows. This was no mere, trivial preparation. No wonder they felt so confident. In comparison, their own preparation seemed lackluster. Casting a deep glance at Wei Yi, he remarked, "It appears that Wei Gongzi was well prepared." Wei observed the calm demeanor of Zhu Linger beside him and couldn't help but admire her further. Smiling as he declared, "Even if I do not consider my own safety, I must think of Miss Zhu. While I am willing to take risks, I cannot allow you to fall into peril as well." His words, though perhaps superfluous, were spoken in earnest, and he had been wholly unaware that Zhu Linger would accompany him. Liu Hu and the captain exchanged eye rolls at his nonchalance in the face of danger. Yet Zhu Linger found his words endearing, her cheeks flushing with a rosy hue as her gaze softened. Booming hooves echoed as the Blackwater bandit cavalry charged closer. The four exchanged knowing glances before issuing commands simultaneously. Fire, shoot. Dozens of throwing spears and crossbows unleashed their deadly projectiles in unison. As a result of this chaos, numerous Blackwater bandit cavalrymen fell in an instant, their cries of anguish echoing through the air as blood spattered in all directions. A massacre swiftly commenced. Under normal circumstances, no ordinary group could withstand the charge of hundreds of Blackwater bandit cavalry. However, the forces of the Wei and Zhu families were far from ordinary this time. With two formidable martial spirits leading the charge, accompanied by nearly 100 elite high-level martial artists and grand martial masters, although they were outnumbered, their quality far surpassed that of the enemy. "Kill," commanded Wei Yi, and all the Wei family warriors surged forward in unison. The Zhu family, save for a few guards left to protect Zhu Linger, also joined the fray. Wei Yi showed no mercy, wielding his Qin Gang sword to reap the lives of the Blackwater bandits. Although he remained at the 10th tier martial artist level, unable to break through without a specific quest, he could still gain skill experience. For instance, the deathly 13 Swords was still far from reaching its maximum level of 20. Chapter 35, Withering Chrysanthemum Ding. Player Wei Yi has slain a Blackwater bandit cavalryman. As his cultivation has not broken through, he cannot gain cultivation experience. Deathly 13 Swords experience 580. Ding. Player Wei Yi has slain another Blackwater bandit cavalryman. As his cultivation has not broken through, he cannot gain cultivation experience. Deathly 13 Swords experience 600. Ding. Player Wei Yi's Deathly 13 Swords LV11 experience is now full, automatically upgrading to LV12. Another Blackwater bandit warrior fell to Wei Yi's blade. The skill experience he obtained allowed him to successfully upgrade Deathly 13 Swords to LV12. At LV12, the power of Deathly 13 Swords far surpassed that of LV10 Storm Sword technique, particularly in one-on-one combat, where it exhibited an exceedingly terrifying lethality. Wei Yi was now quite curious about the power that Deathly 13 Swords would possess upon reaching the maximum level of LV20. "Young master, the Blackwater bandits are beginning to flee. What should we do?" A Wei family guard reported. Wei Yi raised his head and, indeed, saw the Blackwater bandits in disarray, with hundreds of them intent on escape. The guards of the Wei and Zhu families could not possibly stop them all. Continue the pursuit. Wei Yi's eyes flashed with determination as he made his decision. His fury towards the Blackwater bandits was at its peak, and he would show them no mercy. Under his command, dozens of Wei family warriors swiftly mounted their horses, lifting their crossbows to chase after the fleeing bandits. "Uncle Lu, Wei Yi has gone after them. You must help him. Don't let him come to harm." Zhu Linger urgently instructed the captain of the Zhu family guards upon witnessing their actions. Uncle Lu, hearing her words, wore a peculiar expression and replied, "Miss, my duty is to protect your safety. Besides, with Lu Hu around, he is in no danger." At that moment, Zhu Linger realized her own feelings, her face flushing red as she lowered her head, feeling anxious. Her demeanor was rather conspicuous. Not only did Uncle Lu notice, but several Zhu family guards also caught on, stifling their laughter at their mistress's uncharacteristic display. "To take a team to assist," Uncle Lu sighed in resignation, making arrangements while inwardly thinking that a young lady like her could not be kept at home. However, recalling Wei Yi's exceptional performance, he felt a stir of interest. Perhaps the Wei family would be a suitable match for a marriage alliance, and he could propose it to the family head upon returning, especially since the young lady herself seemed to be fond of him. How could this be? How could a mere Wei manage to handle hundreds of Blackwater bandit cavalry? On a distant hill, Yuan Bei gazed at the retreating Blackwater bandit cavalry, his expression dark and incredulous. He had waited more than half a month for Wei Yi to leave the Wei family. For today's operation, he had paid a hefty price, barely managing to borrow hundreds of cavalry from the Blackwater bandits. Originally, he believed this endeavor was a surefire success. He even planned to reap the rewards of victory, thinking that capturing Wei Yi would allow him to reclaim the Scarlet Crystal True Flame. As for the aftermath, it would be the Blackwater bandits who acted against Wei Yi, and he would bear no responsibility. By then, he would already be in the Overlord sect. His plan had seemed perfect, yet he had not anticipated that circumstances would shift so drastically, presenting him with such a scene. Defeated. Hundreds of well-equipped Blackwater bandit cavalry had lost. How could this be? Yuan Bei gritted his teeth, unable to fathom it. He was unaware that although the Wei family guard team numbered only a few dozen, they were exceptionally well prepared and had joined forces with the Zhu family's troops. Had it merely been the Wei family's forces, his plan might have actually succeeded. However, the outcome was now entirely different. Young master, regardless of the circumstances, we must leave quickly, several of his guards urged him. At that moment, the Blackwater bandit cavalry was already retreating towards them, closing in rapidly. If they did not leave soon, they would likely be caught up in the chaos. Meanwhile, the pursuing Wei family warriors began to reveal themselves. Though they were only a handful, they charged in like tigers among sheep, with the demoralized Blackwater cavalry unable to resist, each one only focused on fleeing for their lives. Damn those Blackwater bandits. I thought they had some strength, but they turned out to be utterly useless. Yuan Bei's heart bled at the thought of the rewards he had sacrificed. He finally understood that bandits were, after all, bandits and could not rise to significant power. Let us go. He cursed under his breath, casting a glance at Wei Yi, who was leading the chase, and quickly mounted his horse to flee. It was you, after all. At that moment, Wei Yi's gaze sharpened, and he instantly recognized Yuan Bei. As he saw Yuan Bei attempting to escape, his eyes shifted, and a plan formed in his mind. Yuan Bei, you cowardly rat, to see this young master frightened into fleeing. Truly a timid mouse. Wei Yi shouted at the top of his lungs. Why Yuan Bei nearly fell from his horse upon hearing this. His face turning ashen with rage, he burned with fury, wishing he could dismember Wei Yi. This damned brat. Master, he's trying to provoke you on purpose. Don't fall for his taunts. Let us leave quickly. His guards urged in alarm upon seeing Yuan Bei's reaction. I know why Yuan Bei was not foolish. Gritting his teeth, he suppressed his rage, ignoring Wei Yi's provocation, and spurred his horse forward to escape. Noticing Yuan Bei was not fooled, Wei Yi felt a twinge of regret, then promptly commanded, "Everyone, aim for that man. Fire." Upon hearing Wei Yi's command, the Wei family warriors did not hesitate. They redirected their crossbows and unleashed a volley of bolts towards Yuan Bei. A torrent of arrows surged forth, causing Yuan Bei's face to turn pale as he felt as though he had brushed against death itself. Wei Yi, that damned bastard. Yuan Bei felt as if he had danced on the brink of the abyss. Trembling in fear, with only one thought racing through his mind, to escape. Let me handle this. At that moment, Lu Hu drew forth a large bow, taking a deep breath as a cold glint flashed in his dark eyes. With a swift motion, he knocked an arrow, completing the action in an instant. Before Wei Yi could utter a word, the arrow was already flying through the air, tracing a long arc just as hope seemed lost due to the distance. A sudden gust of wind swept by, and the arrow plummeted towards Yuan Bei's position, striking true. A piercing scream echoed into the sky, blood splattering forth. The onlookers exchanged glances, then burst into laughter. This arrow had inadvertently struck Yuan Bei in the rear, withering chrysanthemum. Watching Yuan Bei awkwardly flee in pain, Wei Yi could not help but chuckle at the absurdity. He waved his hand, signaling an end to the pursuit. Chapter 36. 10 slots after dealing with the Blackwater bandits, Wei Yi and the others swiftly resumed their journey. No one came to hinder them thereafter. After all, the combined forces of the Wei and Zhu families numbered nearly 100, and each was elite, deterring any common bandit from daring to disturb them. Why Yuan Bei, the Blackwater bandits? Wei Yi pondered. As for Yuan Bei, he would set aside for now. Once inside the Overlord sect, there would be ample opportunity to settle scores. The Blackwater bandits, having repeatedly crossed him, would surely receive a harsh lesson at his hands. However, they were notorious for their elusive nature, often hiding their stronghold from prying eyes, presenting a challenge in locating them. With this thought, Wei could not help but feel a headache coming on. While he was confident in his ability to confront the Blackwater bandits, discovering their lair would not be a simple task. The reason why the Blackwater pirates have remained unscathed over the years is their remarkable ability to hide. Otherwise, given their reckless nature, they would have been eradicated countless times by now. Wei felt a sense of helplessness in his heart and could only temporarily set this matter aside. The most pressing issue for him at present was to gain entry into the Overlord sect. In the afternoon, Wei Yi and Zhu Linger returned to the Zhenwu Academy. Brother Wei, in order to join the Overlord sect, you must first secure a spot. Are you prepared for that? Throughout their journey, Wei Yi and Zhu Lingo had grown considerably closer. Sensing Wei Yi's thoughts, Zhu Lingo took the initiative to inquire, how does one obtain this quota? Wei Yi was aware of the existence of 10 quotas but was not well informed about the specifics. These 10 recommendation spots are typically arranged by the dean himself. To acquire a spot, you must first gain the dean's approval. Shall I take you to see the dean? Zhu Lingo suggested. having already secured a spot herself and evidently having a close relationship with the dean. That would be much appreciated, Wei Yi replied without hesitation. It's no trouble at all. In fact, I hope you can secure a spot as well. Qingqing cannot accompany me, so if you can go, it would provide me with some company, Zhu Ling'er said with a hint of joy on her delicate face. Taha. Once we enter the Overlord sect, I will certainly look after you, Wei Yi assured, patting his chest. That you're making a promise, and I intend to hold you to it, Zhu Ling'er said, her bright eyes glinting with a mischievous smile. Of course, Wei Yi replied without a moment's hesitation. With his current strength, he truly had no fear of any peer, save for the older, more seasoned warriors, even those elite prodigies nurtured by the Overlord sect. Hearing Wei Yi's assurance, Zhu Ling'er's smile blossomed even further, and they exchanged no further words. Zhu Ling'er quickly led Wei Yi to the door of the dean's office. Knock, knock, knock. Zhu Ling'er stepped forward and politely tapped on the door. Come in, an aged voice responded. Zhu Ling'er and Wei Yi entered. Inside the office were several individuals, including the elderly dean and 7 or 8 faculty members. As soon as Zhu Ling'er and Wei Yi stepped in, all eyes gravitated toward them. Zhu Ling'er, being the daughter of the Zhu family with her uncle serving as the academy's vice dean and also holding the title of campus belle, was well known among the attendees. Even the old dean smiled and nodded, his eyes filled with warm affection. As for Wei Yi, although he had previously been relatively unknown, he had recently surged to prominence, even defeating 2 instructors, which had earned him considerable renown among ordinary students and some faculty members. However, the faculty's attitude toward him was not as amiable, especially when compared to their demeanor toward Zhu Ling'er, who received gentle kindness, while most regarded him with cold indifference. After all, he was a troublemaker who had embarrassed 2 instructors, naturally provoking their disdain. Only the old dean maintained an expression of neutrality. Ling, my dear, you haven't visited in quite some time. What brings you here today? The dean asked with a warm smile. Not at all. I came to see you as soon as I returned to the academy, Zhu Ling'er replied, unable to suppress a hint of blush at the dean's words. Really? You came to see me the moment you returned? Well then, now that you've seen me, you may leave, the dean teased, his age granting him sharp wit. The room erupted in laughter. Zhu Ling'er was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless, and resorted to playful whining. Grandpa Dean. How can you say that? I will tell my grandfather that you are bullying me. Despite the old dean's silver tongue, he found himself at a loss when faced with Zhu Ling'er's playful antics. All right, I concede. Just don't tell your grandfather. Otherwise, that old fellow might come to dismantle my academy. What is it that you need from me? The dean asked, a look of exasperation crossing his face. It seems there are still a few unused spots among the 10 recommendations for the Overlord sect. Zhu Ling'er wasted no time in stating her purpose. Didn't I already give you one? The dean replied, though his gaze had turned towards Wei Yi standing beside Zhu Ling'er. Clearly having grasped Zhu Ling'er's intention at this moment, there was no need for Zhu Ling'er to elaborate further. Wei Yi stepped forward voluntarily. With a respectful gesture, he addressed the dean. Dean, I am seeking a recommendation to the Overlord sect, though. You must be the young lad from the Wei family. Wei Yi, correct. The dean scrutinized Wei Yi for a moment, his gaze flickering with interest as he smiled and inquired. Yes, that is indeed me, Wei Yi affirmed. Humph. You think you deserve a recommendation to the Overlord sect with only your second-year status. Do you believe you are qualified? At that moment, a nearby instructor scoffed, deridingly challenging Wei. Wei narrowed his eyes slightly and raised his head, casting a calm glance at the instructor. Instructor Su, as a second-year student, do you think I lack the qualification to enter the Overlord sect? At this juncture, Zhu Ling'er interjected. Instructor Su, that's not fair. Although I am also a second-year student, I was among the first to secure a recommendation. Instructor Su's lips twitched slightly. He was acutely aware of Zhu Ling'er's formidable connections and was reluctant to offend her. So he reluctantly replied, Miss Zhu, you are different. You were specifically chosen by Elder Shiman of the Overlord sect, making your case an exception. Upon hearing this, Wei Yi cast a glance at Zhu Ling'er, surprised to learn of her connections. At that moment, the dean cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention, for he was the one truly in charge of the 10 quotas. Wei Yi, I understand your desire to enter the Overlord sect. However, Instructor Su's words also hold truth. You are merely a second-year student, and there are many third- and fourth-year students awaiting their chance. They are older and arguably more in need of this opportunity. Hearing the dean's words, Zhu Ling'er's expression changed, and she could not help but wish to intercede on Wei Yi's behalf. Instructor Su wore a smirk of schadenfreude. Wei Yi stepped forward, blocking Zhu Ling'er, and addressed the dean. Surely, there must be exceptions. The need for opportunity is relative. If I can prove myself to be more outstanding than those third and fourth year students, would I then qualify for a spot? A glimmer of appreciation flickered in the depths of the dean's eyes. That can indeed be said. However, how do you intend to demonstrate that you are superior to them? I have a suggestion. Instructor Su interjected, a sly smile creeping across his face as he looked at Wei. I have a proposition, but I wonder if Wei Yi dares to accept. Chapter 37. 3 Strikes Wei Yi. How can you agree to Instructor Su's challenge? His intentions are clearly malicious. He is a fourth-year instructor with the cultivation of a third-tier Grand Martial Master. Competing against him would surely put you at a disadvantage. Zhu Ling'er pulled Wei Yi aside, her face etched with concern. That I agreed because I promised to accompany you to the Overlord sect. Wei Yi shrugged and smiled, evidently not taking it too seriously. You, Zhu Ling'er felt a mix of embarrassment and angered. At a time like this, you're still joking? Should I go plead with the dean again? If all else fails, I can pester him until he is too annoyed to refuse me. Zhu Ling'er devised a plan. Hearing her words, Wei Yi was momentarily taken aback, and warmth surged within him. Looking at the anxious girl before him, he recalled the phrase, "The emperor is not anxious, but the eunuchs are." Of course, he dared not voice this thought, instead reaching out to gently tousle her dark hair, smiling as he said, "I'm not joking. Really, there is no need to worry." The affectionate gesture left Zhu Ling'er momentarily dazed. You. Her face flushed crimsoned. As an unwed young lady, she had never experienced such intimacy from a male. Do you trust me? Wei Yi asked her gently. Of course I trust you. But, Zhu Ling'er bit her lip. Then don't worry, I will definitely win. Wei Yi smiled faintly, leaning closer to her ear and whispering, I'll let you in on a secret if I wanted to deal with him. One hand would suffice. The warm breath brushed against her ear, and his magnetic voice resonated in her mind. Zhu Ling'er's fair neck turned a deep shade of red. Her head hung low. And she murmured, I believe you. In truth, she barely comprehended the latter part of Wei Yi's words. Her heart raced, pounding as if a little deer were frantically leaping inside her chest. Ahem, you two youngsters. It is about time to wrap it up, the dean interjected. Since Instructor Su is willing to offer his guidance, I certainly won't refuse, Wei Yi said, his expression unchanged. As long as you can withstand my 10 strikes. You will naturally qualify for a spot. 10 strikes, after all, are a simple matter, Instructor Su replied with a hint of mockery. At this moment, Instructor Su timely spoke up. However, his gaze towards Wei Yi was laced with a distinct air of disdain. Very well, let us proceed to the indoor arena below. The old dean, without further ado, gestured for them to follow. Soon, a group of individuals arrived at the indoor arena on the first floor. The others stood beside the arena while Wei Yi and Instructor Su ascended the platform from opposite sides. Do you believe you can withstand 10 of my strikes? Instructor Su inquired, a smirk playing on his lips as he looked at Wei. Isn't this an opportunity you are offering me? Instructor Su, Wei Yi feigned ignorance, prompting a deeper scorn to flicker in Su's eyes. To be frank, I recently achieved a breakthrough to the 4th-tier Grand Martial Master, among the many instructors in the 4th grade. My prowess ranks within the top 10. Against someone of your mere martial artist level, you won't last even 3 moves. Then does that mean the 10 strikes you proposed are destined to remain unfulfilled? Wei Yi queried, feigning surprise. Humph, just as long as you understand. Instructor Su snorted coldly. You would be wise to concede now, sparing me the effort. Do not covet this opportunity. It is beyond what a second-year student like you can aspire to. Realizing this was a trap, Wei Yi pretended to understand, but then broke into a carefree smile. In that case, please enlighten me. Instructor Su, this is of your own making. Furious, Instructor Su's gaze grew increasingly hostile. His animosity towards Wei Yi stemmed not only from personal dislike, but also from a desire to prevent Wei Yi from seizing a slot that he intended for someone else. He had not anticipated Wei Yi's audacity. 3 moves, and you shall surely be defeated. As his words fell, Instructor Su's aura surged dramatically. As a 4th-tier Grand Martial Master, particularly one from the True Martial Academy. His strength was indeed extraordinary. A terrifying presence enveloped the entire arena, filling the vast training hall with a chilling atmosphere reminiscent of the depth of winter, while the old dean and other instructors felt little. Zhu Ling'er, who possessed only martial artist-level cultivation, could not help but turn pale. Fortunately, the old dean waved his hand, instantly dispelling the icy currents surrounding Zhu Ling'er. In contrast, Wei Yi, despite also being a martial artist and the target of Instructor Su's focus, appeared utterly unfazed, maintaining his usual demeanor. That young man has potential, remarked the old dean, amused. Little Ling'er, your judgment is commendable, Grandpa Dean. What are you saying? Zhu Ling'er blushed, playfully tugging at the old dean's arm, pleading, since you see his worth. Grant him a slot. If he wins, he earns it, right? Don't you have faith in him? The old dean chuckled. Is that so? We shall see. At that moment, Instructor Su launched his attack, a seemingly simple punch. Yet it contained the purest power of a fourth-tier Grand Martial Master. This blow, although appearing straightforward, was far from something an ordinary martial artist could withstand. Undoubtedly, Wei Yi's cultivation lay beneath the Grand Martial Master realm. Yet he was not an ordinary martial artist. As the lightning-fast punch approached, he swiftly executed the Black Water technique, a peak-level martial skill. Even for a Grand Martial Master, it was no trivial feat. Thus, Su's punch missed entirely, shocking everyone present. Only 2 moves left, Wei Yi declared, raising a finger with a sly smile. You recording death? Su's fury ignited. Initially, he merely intended to defeat Wei Yi, but now he sought to teach this insolent boy a harsh lesson. Ice-cold fist. With a furious shout, Su unleashed another punch towards Wei Yi. This time, it was a genuine martial technique, one of Su's most formidable skills. Chilling true energy surged forth, enveloping the punch in a frosty dragon, roaring as it rushed to engulf Wei Yi. Double dragons emerged from the sea. Before Wei Yi could react, Su unleashed another punch with his left hand, employing his signature technique. Fueled by rage, Su meant not only to defeat Wei Yi within 3 moves, but also to severely injure him. A harsh lesson indeed. Observing this, many instructors could not help but furrow their brows at the ruthlessness shown towards a student. Brother Wei, Zhu Lingo gasped, covering her mouth in alarm, her anxiety palpable. Accept your fate, Su growled, executing both techniques simultaneously. Not even a mere martial artist could evade such an assault, let alone a Grand Martial Master caught off guard. As the fists neared Wei Yi's chest, Su envisioned the scene of Wei Yi sprawled on the ground, wailing in defeat. Suddenly, Wei Yi vanished. Yes, he had vanished. Su's signature maneuver had failed yet again, leaving him momentarily stunned. How could this be? The 3 moves are over. Now it's my turn. I only need 0.1 move. A chilling voice echoed from behind Su. Startled, Su turned to find Wei Yi had mysteriously appeared behind him. A cold sweat broke out on Su's brow. If this had been a real battle, he would have been dead. When did you appear behind me? What technique did you employ? He demanded, suppressing his humiliation and fury. Fool. Do you think I would divulge my secrets? Wei Yi retorted, a mocking smile on his face. His irritation boiling, Su was momentarily speechless, anger threatening to erupt. He had never anticipated being bested by a student in such a manner, yet he found himself powerless against Wei Yi. He finally understood why Wei Yi had triumphed over those 2 instructors. His strength was indeed beyond that of an ordinary student. However, he was unaware that Wei Yi's power had evolved significantly since then. 0.1 move. Wei Yi reiterated, raising a finger, seemingly concerned that Su had not comprehended. Do not be so arrogant, Wei Yi. Su gritted his teeth. Arrogant? You will soon discover whether this is arrogance or not. Wei Yi's eyes glinted with a cold intensity. His lack of respect for Su was not due to a disregard for his teachers, but rather a belief that Su was unworthy of such respect. Suddenly, a peculiar sound echoed, an ancient aura gradually emerging. That a terrifying energy rippled around Wei Yi, evoking the power of his bloodline. The old dean's expression shifted as he observed Wei Yi on the arena. Intrigue flickering in his eyes. Boom. The bloodline power erupted fully. Wei Yi's robes billowed without wind. It was not the bronze bloodline, but an upgraded silver bloodline power. A dreadful aura surged forth, causing all instructors, save the old dean, to recoil in shock. Though Wei Yi was constrained by the game's system at the 10th tier martial artist level, the addition of the silver bloodline had elevated his capabilities beyond that of a 4th tier Grand Martial Master like Su. Yet, Wei Yi's true mastery exceeded even that. Slowly extending his right hand, a flicker of crimson flame ignited, appearing delicate and ephemeral, yet upon closer inspection, it seemed to ignite the very currents of air around it. As the flame blazed, the frigid atmosphere of the training hall dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming heat that even the strongest, the old dean, could not evade. This was not merely a demonstration of cultivation power, but the might of extraordinary fire. The old dean's face paled. Is this the infamous crimson true flame that has caused such a stir in Jinling recently? Indeed, it seems so, replied a middle-aged instructor, astonished. I heard the crimson true flame had fallen into his hands. By the look of it, he has nearly mastered it. Now is not too late. The opportunity lies before us, another instructor added. Exchanging glances, they realized the implications and nodded in agreement. Gaining admission to the Overlord sect was undoubtedly a prime opportunity, a chance to recruit Wei Yi. Although the Jinwu Academy is one of the top 10 academies, its foundation remains rooted in its students. It is only through nurturing powerful and gifted students that the academy can gain fame and gradually flourish. In their eyes, Wei Yi is precisely such a promising student. Are you ready? Wei Yi inquired, looking at Instructor Su. You seek death. Before Wei Yi could make a move, Instructor Su angrily shouted, unleashing his full fury. His surging true energy swirled violently, enveloping his entire right hand in an instant. He quickly charged towards Wei Yi, his right fist expanding significantly as the powerful force of true energy surged forward. This punch clearly demonstrated that Instructor Su was utilizing his full strength. There was no retreat for him. Wei Yi, however, was not intimidated. 0.7 kill fist. This was a low-tier Xian-grade martial technique that Wei Yi had recently learned from the Wei family. As the young master of the Wei family, acquiring a couple of martial techniques was hardly a challenge for him. Although his practice time with the 7-kill fist was brief, currently at only LV3. Its might, augmented by the Crimson Crystal True Flame, exceeded that of a typical low-tier Xian-grade technique. As Wei Yi threw his punch, the Crimson Crystal True Flame enveloped his fist, and with his bloodline power ignited. The veins on his arm bulged ominously, exuding an intimidating aura that was almost indescribably fierce. Power of the 7 kills. Boom. When their fists collided, the outcome was unexpectedly lopsided. Wei Yi remained rooted in place. Yet Instructor Su was forcefully pushed back that he stumbled 6, 7, 8 steps that unable to halt his retreat until he reached the edge of the arena. Grasping his trembling arm with his left hand, he collapsed onto the ground. His expression one of utter shock. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, Instructor Su struggled to raise his head. He had never anticipated his defeat at the hands of Wei Yi, and moreover, Wei Yi had only used a single move. I have shown mercy. Otherwise, your arm would be crippled, Wei Yi stated calmly, devoid of arrogance or pride, merely stating a fact. He had indeed held back, given the power of the Crimson Crystal True Flame. While it wouldn't have killed Instructor Su, it would have easily rendered his arm useless. Wei Yi's words ignited a surge of anger within Instructor Su, draining color from his face. Several instructors rushed onto the platform to administer aid, while the remaining spectators cast complex glances at Wei Yi. Though they held hope for him, his repeated defeats of instructors felt like a slap in the face to them, and as fellow educators. They could hardly feel pleased. He truly won, exclaimed Zhu Ling'er, her face alight with excitement. She was unconcerned with anything else. Upon seeing Wei Yi unscathed and victorious, she hurried over to him. Now do you believe me? Wei Yi chuckled, ruffling her hair playfully. Don't touch my head. Zhu Ling'er's smile vanished, replaced by a mix of shyness and annoyance. Being patted on the head always made one feel like a child. She stood on tiptoe and gave Wei Yi's hand a playful shove. What else could there be? Wei Yi widened his eyes dramatically, teasing her. You? Zhu Ling'er pouted, her cheeks puffing up in frustration, yet she couldn't help but feel a bit helpless at Wei Yi's playful demeanor. As long as I won, that's all that matters. Wei Yi laughed lightly, turning to the old dean. You may have one of the 10 slots. Before he could speak, the old dean interjected. Thank you, Dean. Wei Yi expressed his sincere gratitude. Although he had fought for it himself, it was still an opportunity granted by the academy. Without this slot, his path to the Overlord sect would have been fraught with difficulties. Regardless, you are a student of the Zhenwu Academy. Since you possess strength, granting you a slot is not unreasonable. The old dean spoke with a profound meaning. Wei Yi paused for a moment, then comprehended. I will remember this, and no matter what happens in the future, I will always carry the mark of Zhenwu Academy. The old dean nodded with a smile. This was the promise he sought. Chapter 39. Seizing the opportunity for wealth, the 10 recommended slots for entry into the Overlord sect were soon confirmed. 5 fourth-year students, 3 third-year students, and 2 second-year students, among whom were undoubtedly Wei Yi and Zhu Ling'er. In comparison to the thousands of students at the academy, 10 slots were exceedingly scarce, nearing a ratio of 1 in 1,000. Among these 10 slots, aside from a few predetermined candidates, such as Zhu Ling'er, who was directly chosen by the Overlord sect, the rest were undoubtedly the cream of the crop at Zhenwu Academy. Of course, this did not imply that Zhu Ling'er was lacking in talent. Rather, her youth and shorter cultivation time rendered her slightly inferior to those in the 3rd and 4th years. Thankfully, everyone was aware of her unique status, ensuring that her slot would not be contested. However, Wei Yi, as a second-year student, was not so fortunate. Despite the significant reputation Wei Yi had garnered in recent days, each of Zhenwu Academy's talented individuals held their own acclaim. In comparison, Wei Yi's rapid rise made him seem more vulnerable. For consecutive days, he was relentlessly challenged by others, including second-year students and many from the 3rd and 4th years, all with the singular goal of seizing the coveted slot from him. Is the date for entering the Overlord sect still unconfirmed? If it remains uncertain, I might just have to find a place to hide. Wei Yi lamented wearily in the academy's reading room. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ling'er and Yang Qingqing couldn't suppress their laughter. They were well aware of Wei Yi's recent tribulations, Being challenged might not be inherently painful, but being pursued relentlessly by countless challengers was hardly a pleasant experience. It should be soon, just a few more days, Zhu Ling'er speculated. Alas, once you all leave, I will be left all alone in the academy, Yang Qingqing remarked with a forlorn gaze, not directed at Zhu Ling'er, but rather at Wei Yi. Wei Yi felt awkward, coughing lightly in response. Perhaps due to the life-saving grace he had shown, Yang Qingqing held a slight fondness for him. What about Lu Xing? Wei Yi attempted to change the subject by patting Lu Xing beside him. Yes, I'm still here, Lu Xing replied with a silly grin, not comprehending the situation. Yang Qingqing rolled her eyes in exasperation. Actually, Wei Yi, I have an idea to alleviate your current troubles, Lu Xing suddenly suggested. What idea? You could place bets, such as 1,000 taels per match. If they are willing to bet, then you can fight them, thus reducing the number of challengers. Moreover, you could earn quite a bit from the betting. Assuming you can win. That is indeed a splendid idea. Wei Yi's eyes lit up upon hearing Lu Xing's suggestion. However, 1,000 taels per match is rather low. 10,000 taels per match sounds more appropriate. Those without money can just scram. Wei Yi clapped his hands, exclaiming that if it's 10,000 taels per match, then for 10 matches, it's 100,000 taels, and for 100 matches, it's 1,000,000 taels. This is almost faster than robbing. At this point, Wei Yi's eyes widened in realization. Why hadn't he thought of this sooner? This was an exceptional opportunity for profit. Are you certain you want to challenge? Are you aware of the rules I just set? Wei Yi asked, a peculiar expression on his face as he regarded the fourth-year student across from him in the training hall. He understood that betting 1,000 taels per match was somewhat excessive. Considering most students were merely teenagers, and even if they came from respectable backgrounds, they couldn't possibly possess vast wealth. Yet, he had significantly underestimated the allure of entering the Overlord sect. Before he knew it, challengers were already lining up to duel him. 1,000 taels is nothing. But are you certain that if you lose, you will relinquish your slot in the Overlord sect? The fourth-year student inquired. Furrowing his brow. In his view, 1,000 taels could not compare to the opportunity of entering the Overlord sect. Of course, but only if you can defeat me, Wei Yi replied with a light chuckle. Even Instructor Su, a fourth-stage Grand Martial Master, had been unable to best him. How could an ordinary student possibly prevail? This was the true reason he felt confident in making such a promise. That said, if a student possessed such strength, they would hardly need to challenge him for a slot. Then let us begin. The challenger, clearly from a wealthy family, did not seem to regard the 1,000 taels with much significance. Or perhaps, in comparison to the opportunity to enter the Overlord sect, the sum was merely trifling. Take this. With an angry shout, he summoned his true energy and lunged at Wei Yi with his sword. Striking with remarkable speed and skill. A seventh-stage martial master, he indeed ranked among the elite within the academy. However, to Wei Yi, he was disappointingly ordinary. Nevertheless, Wei Yi decided to hold back slightly. A quirky smile played on his lips as an idea sprang to mind. Though he could easily secure victory, even with a single move, he chose instead to suppress his strength, maintaining a level just slightly above that of his opponent. The result was that after exchanging dozens of blows, Wei Yi narrowly emerged victorious. Here is your 1,000 taels in banknotes, despite suffering a narrow defeat. The man's face oscillated between shades of green and white as he reluctantly tossed down a sum of 10,000 taels of silver before departing in discontent. Thank you for the concession, Wei Yi said with a smile as he accepted the banknote. 10,000 taels was no small amount. His total assets were only a few tens of thousands. So this sudden increase brought him considerable joy. Who else wishes to challenge me? Defeating me offers the rare opportunity to enter the Balmwang sect, a chance not to be missed. Wei Yi continued to entice the onlookers. The crowd, having witnessed the contest, felt tempted. Wei Yi's strength appeared not to be overly formidable. Perhaps they had a chance of victory. I shall, declared a wealthy young master, brandishing another 10,000 taels. Excellent. Wei Yi's smile widened further. Once again, he carefully controlled his strength, engaging in multiple exchanges before narrowly securing victory. As a result, more and more individuals began to discern Wei Yi's true capabilities, and the number of those willing to wager against him surged. How does this fellow possess so many tricks? He deliberately downplays his strength, observing from a distance. The old dean quickly grasped Wei Yi's scheme and couldn't help but chuckle in amusement. Beside him stood the vice president of the academy, Zhu Yuanha, who was also Zhu Ling'er's uncle, and he too couldn't suppress his laughter. This is quite the entrepreneurial endeavor, Zhu Yuanha remarked, earning 10,000 taels at a time. What a brisk pace. It's tempting even for me. This rascal, should he truly lose, I wonder how he would fare. The old dean chuckled reproachfully. However, he also understood that such an outcome was nearly impossible, based on his estimation of Wei Yi's prowess. Few, if any, among the ordinary students or even the academy's instructors could surpass him. If he does lose, we must grant him a place, allowing him entrance into the Bawang sect. Zhu Yuanhe suddenly sighed. Speaking softly, the old dean, taken aback by these words, soon wore a wry smile. Indeed, our Jinwu Academy's reputation has waned in recent years, falling short compared to several other academies. It remains uncertain how this lad will perform once he enters the Bawang sect. True gold fears no fire, whether he is a dragon or a snake, remains to be seen within the depths of the Bawang sect. At this point, both men felt a sense of anticipation. By the way, why the urgency in sending Linger to the Bawang sect? At her age, isn't it better to wait a couple of years? The old dean inquired, curiosity piqued. There are matters beyond my control. Linger. Alas, she is a child of misfortune, Zhu Yuanhe replied, a flicker of guilt surfacing in his eyes. Is it your father's health that concerns you? The old dean's expression shifted as he began to piece together the situation. Zhu Yuanhe nodded slightly. Had it not been for my father's health issues, Linger would not need to enter the Bawang sect so soon. Her future, I fear, will depend solely on her own efforts. Chapter 40. The Bawang sect. The students of Jinwu Academy were not foolish. Wei Yi's scheme to amass wealth was quickly uncovered. This was to be expected, as he consistently exhibited strength slightly superior to that of his challengers. Over time, even the most oblivious would discern the ruse. However, this revelation mattered little to Wei Yi. In just a few days, he had amassed an impressive sum of 730,000 taels. In other words, he had successfully swindled 73 unsuspecting individuals. This far exceeded his initial expectations, as he had not anticipated so many willingly stepping into his trap. Yet, it also underscored the allure of the Bawang sect. Although Jinwu Academy was one of the 10 prestigious academies of the Deju dynasty, it was ultimately still an ordinary institution. The instructors were merely martial masters. What caliber of students could they produce? Thus, the quickest route to becoming powerful lay in joining a premier force like the Bawang sect. Days later, under the guidance of Vice President Zhu Yuanhe, Wei Yi and 9 others departed the academy en route to the Bawang sect. The Bawang sect was undeniably the dominant force in the southern region. Even the Daju dynasty's influence paled in comparison to that of the Bawang sect. In the eyes of many factions in Jiangnan, offending the Daju dynasty was acceptable, as the emperor was distant and could not reach them. However, offending the Bawang sect was an entirely different matter. One would likely have no chance to escape. Jinwu Academy was neither too far nor too close to the Bawang sect. After several days of travel, Wei Yi and his companions finally entered the Bawang sect's territory, where they were welcomed by the sect's disciples and led to the Outer Court's annex. Indeed, the Outer Court annex. While Jinwu Academy had 10 recommendations for entry into the Bawang sect, these recommendations merely granted access to the Outer Court annex, meaning they would become the lowest-ranking outer disciples of the Bawang sect. The outer disciples of the Bawang sect, not counting the numerous branches scattered across the land, numbered in the thousands within this annex alone. To become a formal disciple, one must pass an examination. Those who succeed advance to formal discipleship, while those who fail remain as outer disciples. In truth, even being an outer disciple is a coveted opportunity, as it allows for the potential to ascend to inner disciple status or even core disciple status. This is the opportunity that everyone yearns for. Within the Outer Court annex, nearly half of the disciples were recommended by various factions, including those from Jinwu Academy, while the remainder were recruited from the Bawang sect's various branches. Among these, most were seasoned disciples, resulting in significant competition for the chance to enter the inner court. Thus, you must assist one another. Only by uniting can you progress further, Zhu Yuanhe advised earnestly. We understand. The group responded in unison. Zhu Yuanhe nodded slightly and glanced at his niece. Zhu Lingo. He sighed softly but chose not to elaborate further. Zhu Yuanhe, since these individuals are distinguished talents selected by your esteemed academy, they should not disappoint you. A middle-aged man stepped forward, offering words of reassurance. Everything will be entrusted to you. Director Liu, Zhu Yuanhe replied courteously. This Director Liu was not the head of an academy, but the director of the Outer Court annex of the Bawang sect. The Outer Court had several divisions, each led by a division head. This middle-aged man, Lu Shuin, was the head of the Ilong division to which Wei Yi and the others were assigned, though Lu Shuin was merely a division head within the Bawang sect's Outer Court. His strength was formidable, ranking at the 5th level of the martial spirit realm, a status that would make him a formidable figure in any other setting. However, within the Bawang sect, he held no significant standing. As numerous individuals within the Outer Court possess similar or greater power, this illustrates the intimidating strength of the Bawang sect. After escorting Wei Yi and his companions to the Bawang sect, Zhu Yuanhe and his group quickly departed, as they did not belong to the Bawang sect. If Wei Yi and the others wished to make a name for themselves within the sect, They must rely on their own abilities. As friends of your director Zhu, since you all hail from Jinwu Academy, you shall reside in the same courtyard. The allocation of rooms is up to you. Lu Zhinshuan stated. Further details regarding daily activities and training will be conveyed later. Additionally, an inner court examination will take place in 1 month, which is the matter you should focus on the most. As the division head overseeing hundreds of outer disciples, Lu Zhinshuan had no time for lengthy conversations with Wei Yi and the others, after providing them with some minor conveniences out of respect for Zhu Yuanhe. He soon took his leave. In the courtyard, only Wei Yi and his 9 companions remained. They exchanged glances, each realizing they were no longer students of Jinwu Academy but had become outer disciples of the Bawang sect. Ding! Player Wei Yi has joined the Bawang sect and become an outer disciple. Triggering breakthrough mission. Mission requirements. Successfully complete the inner court examination in 1 month to become a formal disciple of the Bawang sect. Mission duration, 2 months. Mission reward. Successfully break through to the Great Martial Master realm. The long-awaited breakthrough mission had finally arrived. Wei Yi had lingered at the 10th level of the Martial Master realm for quite some time. However, upon reviewing the mission requirements, he couldn't help but smile wryly. It wasn't that the breakthrough mission was overly difficult, it was simply the waiting period of 1 month that was exasperating. Alas, such is the torment of time. Wei found himself with little choice but to resign to fate. With only 5 rooms available, how shall we allocate them? Inquired Zhou Heng, a 4th-year student. I want the innermost room, along with Linger. Another 4th-year student, Su Huan, asserted first. Among the 10, only she and Zhu Linger were female, and they had formed a good rapport, naturally wishing to share a space. Wei Yi, let us share a room, an individual beside him interjected. Placing an arm around his shoulder. It was Pei Qinghe, a 3rd-year student known for his cheerful demeanor, and Wei Yi had a favorable impression of him. Can I decline? Wei Yi asked with a wry smile. Absolutely not. Pei Qinghe immediately adopted a serious demeanor and firmly refused. Upon hearing her words, the crowd could not help but chuckle. The group had pleasant personalities, lacking any social misfits, especially in this unfamiliar place of the Tyrant sect. The dormitory arrangements were swiftly completed. Just as everyone was preparing to wash up and rest, the gate of the courtyard was abruptly kicked open. 7 or 8 outer disciples, with unfriendly expressions, swaggered in. Leading them was a youth with a hawk-like nose, who contemptuously surveyed the crowd before speaking without courtesy. You are all newcomers, and I don't care where you come from, since you've arrived at the outer sect of the Tyrant sect. You must adhere to the rules here. I won't waste more words. Each person owes 5,000 taels of silver as a protection fee. Handed over obediently. Chapter 41. Black Tiger Society Newcomers Rules. 5,000 taels of silver. Hearing the words of the hawk-nosed youth, Wei Yi and the others exchanged glances in disbelief. They were not foolish. Upon witnessing the situation before them, they quickly realized what was afoot. Extortion. They never anticipated that upon arriving at the Tyrant sect, they would encounter such blatant coercion. Did they consider them easy prey? Perhaps they had mistaken their targets. Zhou Heng, the oldest and most composed among the 4th-year students, was the first to step forward. You are mistaken, he declared. Don't waste words. It's best if you hand over the money honestly, lest you suffer the consequences. Know that private duels are not prohibited in the outer sect. The hawk-nosed youth sneered, clearly dismissing them. Zhou Heng's anger flared in response. The others also wore grim expressions. In the true martial academy, they were among the elite, respected not only by their peers but also by their instructors. How could they endure such brazen extortion upon entering the Tyrant sect, refusing to heed advice? Haha. Do you fear the wind may twist your tongue? Let me be clear. I have no 5,000 taels. Would you accept 5? Without waiting for others to speak, Pei Qinghe retorted angrily. Upon hearing her words, the faces of the intruding outer disciples changed instantly. The hawk-nosed youth narrowed his eyes. Very well. Typically, newcomers possess a degree of arrogance. But it is rare to encounter such spirited individuals as yourselves, he coldly continued. Let me remind you, this is the Tyrant sect, not your previous abode. Regardless of your past status, here, you are merely insignificant newcomers. We represent all the senior outer disciples that if you ignore our warnings, you will offend not just a few, and you may find it impossible to remain in the outer sect. You might even miss next month's assessment. Do you understand now? As he spoke, the expressions of the crowd subtly shifted. They had come here to participate in the assessment to enter the inner sect, to clash with all the senior outer disciples. With that thought, hesitation began to creep in among them. You represent all the senior outer disciples? At that moment, Wei Yi suddenly stood up. How many senior outer disciples are there? At least several thousand. I presume. How much silver do you think each of them would receive from this meager sum you collect from us? Initially, Zhou Heng and the others had been somewhat intimidated, but upon hearing Wei Yi's words, They quickly regained their composure. It was implausible for the senior outer disciples to unite merely to extort this trifling amount, and they were clearly being intimidated. Indeed, if you're sending a representative, why not choose someone more presentable? Perhaps you should return and consult again. Appoint someone else. Su Huan chimed in with a laugh. Though she was a woman, she was unafraid of confrontation. Exactly. Just because you claim to be a representative of the senior disciples. Shouldn't you at least provide some evidence? The others echoed in agreement. The hawk-nosed youth's expression darkened considerably. Fine, fine, fine. You will regret this. Before he could finish, he suddenly struck out, his right hand clawing towards the nearest Su Huan with ferocity. Clearly angered by her earlier mockery, although Su Huan was also a martial artist, she was caught off guard by the sudden attack, her face paling as she hastily retreated. Fortunately, Zhou Heng reacted quickly. How dare you lay a hand on her? He gathered his true energy and, with all his might, launched a punch at the hawk-nosed youth, intending to teach him a lesson. However, the hawk-nosed youth showed no sign of fear. Instead, a hint of disdain flickered in his eyes. A senior disciple of the tyrant sect, while his talent might not be top tier, his combat experience was undoubtedly extensive, far beyond that of a mere newcomer. He effortlessly dodged Zhou Heng's swift punch and retaliated with a powerful palm strike aimed directly at Zhou Heng's chest. Zhou Heng coughed up blood and was sent flying to the ground with a heavy thud. Seeking death, the others were instantly incensed. Two of them immediately teamed up to attack the hawk-nosed youth, but the remaining outer disciples swarmed in. The few from the true martial academy were no match for them. Not only was there a significant gap in cultivation, but their combat experience was also vastly different. These students had just stepped out of the academy's ivory tower and were simply unable to contend with the seasoned disciples of the tyrant sect. Little beauty, you look quite nice. How about following me? One of the outer disciples, with a rather unappealing appearance, began to flirt with Zhu Ling, her face flushed with anger. You're asking for a beating. Wei Yi charged in, his expression icy. Employing the black water movement technique, he transformed into a blur and appeared before the man, delivering an unceremonious slap. The disciple was sent flying backwards, losing several teeth in the process. Utterly dazed, for a moment, the courtyard fell silent, all eyes fixed on Wei Yi and Zhu Ling. You little brat. The outer disciple who was about to curse at Wei Yi was met with his cold glare, causing him to swallow his words. Are you all right? Wei Yi turned to Zhu Ling, concerned. I'm fine. She shook her head. In that instant, she felt immensely touched. Watch out. Suddenly, her expression changed dramatically, and she urged loudly. Wei Yi's expression turned cold, and without looking back, he vanished from his spot. The two outer disciples who had intended to ambush him were momentarily stunned. In the next instant, two fists, each the size of a bowl, appeared before them. Bang, bang, two punches, the 7-kill fist. The two ambushers were sent flying back like sandbags, just like the previous assailant. With 3 of his subordinates incapacitated, the hawk-nosed youth's expression darkened significantly. Just as he prepared to shout for a group attack, he found Wei Yi's figure flashing before him. You're seeking death. The hawk-nosed youth was furious, striking out without a second thought that a newcomer dares to defy me. I will teach you a lesson today. However, he was unaware that Wei Yi's strength was far beyond that of an ordinary newcomer. Before his palm could even touch Wei Yi, Wei Yi's fist had already struck his chest. The speed was completely unexpected. With the might of a 10th-tier martial artist unleashed, the power of the 7-kill fist was fully realized, and the hawk-nosed youth was sent soaring into the air. With a resounding crash, he made intimate contact with the ground, dazed and pale, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Excellent. Well done. The students from the true martial academy erupted in applause. Meanwhile, the outer disciples were thrown into disarray. Retreating in fear, the earlier arrogance had vanished, as they never expected that the seemingly easy task of bullying newcomers would result in such a formidable opponent. You still want silver? Wei Yi asked with a smile. You just wait. We, the Black Tiger Society, will not let you off. The hawk-nosed youth, face grim, found himself powerless against Wei Yi. He was infuriated to the point of vomiting blood. He anticipated encountering such a tough adversary among the newcomers. Leaving behind a harsh threat, he fled with his subordinates, not daring to linger. Looks like we need to be cautious for a while. It's best to travel in groups, Wei Yi suggested to the others, observing their disheveled retreat. Yet, he noticed that everyone was looking at him strangely. What's wrong? He asked, puzzled. Wei Yi, I didn't expect your strength to be so formidable. Pei Qinghe was the first to speak, her expression one of astonishment. Indeed, Wei Yi, you're only in your 2nd year, right? I thought you were like Ling, relying on connections, but you're truly a hidden ace. Su Huan chimed in, her words unfiltered. Hey, What are you saying? Zhu Linger approached Su Huan playfully. Su Huan chuckled foolishly. From now on, we'll rely on Brother Wei for help. Zhou Heng laughed as he spoke. Director Zhu has indeed stated that everyone should assist one another. Wei smiled and waved his hand dismissively. By the way, I must inquire about the nature of the Black Tiger Society. The situation may not be as simple as it appears. Chapter 42, The Steel Claw Tiger. Hua Tianlu, the Black Tiger Society, is indeed extraordinary, at the very least. Within this outer sect branch, its influence is substantial. With thousands of disciples in the outer sect, various factions, both large and small, naturally exist, and the Black Tiger Society is among the most powerful. Not only does it boast hundreds of members, but its leader, Xiao Yuji, is currently one of the two most renowned figures in the outer sect. Xiao Yuji ranks among the top 3 in terms of strength within the outer sect, and he is also one of the oldest disciples. Had it not been for his unfortunate luck during the last inner sect assessment, he would have likely already ascended to become an inner sect disciple. His cultivation level is widely acknowledged to be on par with that of inner sect disciples. In addition to him, the Black Tiger Society is home to several other formidable experts, including Xiao Yuji's 3 most famous generals, the Plague Demon Tiger, Lei Yuan, the Smiling Tiger, Su Pingzheng, and the Steel Claw Tiger, Wei Tianlu. These 3 are also senior disciples of the outer sect, well-known figures whose abilities, while not quite matching Xiao Yuji's, are nonetheless sufficient to place them within the top 50 of the entire outer sect. While being in the top 50 may not sound impressive, it is quite a feat, considering that the outer sect branch comprises thousands of disciples. These individuals are either talented elites recommended by various factions or outstanding warriors selected from the branches of the Overlord sect. Much like those at the True Martial Academy, each person possesses exceptional talent, making it no mean feat to stand out among such a large number of practitioners. In summary, the Black Tiger Society indeed wields considerable power within the outer sect branch. It is not just the new disciples who should be cautious. Even the seasoned ones would think twice before offending them. Thus, when the Black Tiger Society was humiliated by a few newcomers, it was inconceivable for them to swallow their pride. Consequently, the next morning, dozens of Black Tiger Society members gathered outside Wei Yi's residence. Is it you who dared to provoke and assault our members? Leading the way was a burly man dressed in blue, his expression grim. His square face was etched with frost, his thick black eyebrows twitching slightly, as his cold, lifeless eyes fixed on Wei Yi and his companions standing at the entrance. Suppressing his rage as he questioned them, he was none other than Hua Tianlu, one of the 3 generals of the Black Tiger Society. Zhou Heng whispered a reminder. He had gathered considerable intelligence about the Black Tiger Society the previous night and was well acquainted with their members. Upon hearing his words, a sense of foreboding washed over the True Martial Academy group. Hua Tianlu, while not as fearsome as Xiao Yuji, he was nonetheless among the top 5 experts of the Black Tiger Society. Looking at the dozens of Black Tiger Society members before the gate, each wearing a cold smile and casting unfriendly glances, it was clear that the situation would not end amicably. The crowd at the True Martial Academy silently lamented. Although they had anticipated retaliation from the Black Tiger Society, they had not expected it to come so swiftly, leaving them no time to prepare. Meanwhile, the other outer sect disciples, reveling in the drama, gathered nearby, laughing and discussing the unfolding events. What should we do, Brother Wei? Zhu Linger asked anxiously. Should we seek out Director Liu? Observing the disparity in strength between the two sides, even the usually hot-tempered Pei Qinghe felt powerless. If we involve Director Liu, how will we ever stand in the outer sect again? Lu Huan shook his head. That would be akin to reporting to a teacher. Once we do that, whether right or wrong, we will surely be looked down upon by others. Besides, this is not something Director Liu can manage. Even if she intervenes once, she cannot prevent it from happening a second or third time. Should we turn to her every time? Upon hearing this, the group felt even more despondent, their gazes instinctively shifting to Wei. Although he was not the eldest, his display of strength the previous day had earned him their admiration, making him the group's pillar of support. What do you propose? Faced with their hopeful expressions, Wei did not hesitate and stepped forward. Looking at Hua Tianlu, he had no intention of engaging in a debate. Instead, he directly posed a question. In this world, strength reigns supreme. Often, reasoning cannot be articulated through mere words, but must be demonstrated through power. Without strength, no matter how eloquently one speaks, they will be disregarded. Wei Yi's straightforwardness clearly caught Hua Tianlu off guard, causing him to momentarily falter. He turned to a young man with a crooked nose beside him. Brother Hua, it was this brat who struck first yesterday. We were all overwhelmed by him, but he acted ruthlessly. Showing no regard for our Black Tiger Society, we cannot let him off. The young man with the crooked nose immediately exclaimed with malice. His loud voice elicited laughter from the onlookers. A group of seasoned disciples had been bested by a newcomer. This was indeed a rare occurrence. The other Black Tiger Society members could not help but twitch their lips in embarrassment, quickly distancing themselves from the young man. Being beaten by a newcomer, yet still having the audacity to shout. Useless. Hu Tianlu shot him a sharp glare before turning his attention back to Wei Yi. His expression increasingly unfriendly. The Black Tiger Society had not suffered such humiliation in a long time. Newcomers are required to pay a protection fee. This is a rule of the outer sect. Not only have you violated this rule, but you also dared to injure our members. Do not accuse me of bullying the weak. I present you with two choices today. Hu Tianlu fixed his gaze on Wei Yi and coldly continued. First, each of you must pay 10 times the protection fee and join our Black Tiger Society. Second, a simpler option. You and I will fight. Regardless of the outcome, this matter will be settled. As he spoke, a sinister smile crept across Hu Tianlu's face. Choose 10 times the protection fee. That amounts to 50,000 taels each for 10 people. 500,000 taels in total. What an outrageous demand. What does it mean to join the Black Tiger Society? Isn't it notoriously difficult to gain entry? Are you foolish? Once they join the Black Tiger Society, they will be free to bully us as they wish. However, the second option is not without its risks. Hu Tianlu is known for his ruthlessness. Engaging him in a fight would likely leave one severely injured, making participation in the inner sect assessment a month later impossible. The murmurs of the crowd grew louder. The expressions of the true martial academy group darkened. Clearly, neither option was favorable. They exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for what to do. No need to deliberate. I will face you in battle. Before anyone could respond, Wei Yi declared decisively. There was no trace of fear in his eyes. Rather, he seemed oddly exhilarated. Brother Wei, it's too dangerous to fight him. Indeed, Wei Yi. There's no need. Hearing Wei Yi's words, Zhu Linger and the others hurried to dissuade him. Rest assured, I am confident. Wei nodded affirmatively. You've got guts, kid. Hu Tianlu's eyes glinted with a hint of bloodlust. The outer sect branch of the Overlord sect does not prohibit dueling, provided that no one dies. In general, the higher-ups tend to look the other way. I assure you, I will not disappoint. Wei Yi maintained his composure, gazing steadily at Hu Tianlu, a peculiar smile flickering in his dark eyes. Chapter 43. The Mighty Steel Claw Technique. The outer sect branch of the Overlord sect is well equipped with various martial arts training apparatus and facilities. Naturally, the combat arena is no exception. In fact, the arena is arguably the most popular location within the entire outer sect branch. Feeling restless? Let's head to the arena. Jealousy driving you to the arena. A disagreement? To the arena. Brother, did you compete in the arena today? For the disciples of the Overlord sect, engaging in duels at the arena has become a frequent daily habit. It is precisely for this reason that the seasoned disciples in the outer sect possess considerable combat experience. When Hu Tianlu and Wei Yi ascended the arena, a crowd quickly gathered around them. Hu Tianlu, why is he here? Who is the one challenging him? How dare they battle Hu Tianlu? Looks like a newcomer. Wow, this newcomer has some guts to take on the ruthless Hu Tianlu. The onlookers, seasoned disciples, exchanged amused comments. Hearing their remarks, Zhu Linger and the others felt their anxiety deepen. What should we do? Zhu Linger turned to Lu Huan. I don't know. Lu Huan's face was filled with helplessness. What could she do at this moment? If she had a solution, they wouldn't be in this predicament now, would they? Junior sister Zhu, do not fret too much. Since Wei Yi dares to enter the arena, he must have a plan. Zhou Heng interjected to reassure her, but Hu Tianlu is no ordinary opponent. The Steel Claw Tiger, Hu Tianlu, is known for his viciousness and will not easily let Wei Yi off. Pei Qinghe couldn't help but chime in. Her words only served to pale Zhu Linger's complexion further. The others shot Pei Qinghe disapproving glares, sighing in unison. In truth, they all understood the gravity of the situation. However, Wei Yi is taking their place in the arena that if he were to be severely injured and unable to participate in the inner sect assessment a month from now, they would truly be at a loss as to how to face him. Regardless, let us first observe the contest. Defeat is not a certainty. Zhou Heng sighed helplessly and said. The crowd then turned their gaze toward the arena ahead. Newcomer, do you truly believe you are my match? On the stage, looking at Wei Yi, Hu Tianlu asked with a mocking expression. To be honest, I admire your courage. However, you likely have not yet acclimated to the environment of the Overlord sect. This is not the small place you once inhabited. Perhaps having not encountered such a brazen challenger in quite some time, Hu Tianlu was in no rush to strike, adopting a cat-and-mouse mentality instead. You are rather verbose, Wei Yi replied, his gaze steady. Hu Tianlu's expression shifted slightly in response. Humph, you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Soon enough, you will have reason to regret, he sneered, narrowing his eyes as his interest in Wei Yi waned. A cold, sinister smile creeping onto his lips. With his internal energy slowly circulating, he slightly curled his fingers, Steel Claw Tiger. This nickname was derived from his iron-like hands. Suddenly, an astonishing aura erupted from within him, transforming his entire presence in an instant. Interesting. Wei Yi narrowed his eyes, for the first time revealing a hint of seriousness that a Grand Martial Master. Second stage Grand Martial Master. Yet, Hua Tianlu's imposing aura was significantly more formidable than that of Instructor Su, a fourth stage Grand Martial Master from the True Martial Academy. Indeed, he was a figure of renown within the outer sect of the Overlord sect. Wei Yi suppressed his earlier disdain and adopted a more earnest demeanor. Come forth. As the Zixia heart method activated, a surge of true energy erupted from his dantian. Although Wei Yi was currently at the 10th stage Martial Master realm, the Zixia heart method endowed him with a total amount and purity of true energy that rivaled ordinary Grand Martial Masters. Coupled with the latent power of his bloodline, this sudden outburst transformed into an astonishing aura that radiated outward, matching Hua Tianlu's presence. Witnessing this scene, not only did the spectators widen their eyes, but Hua Tianlu's expression also shifted. He does possess some strength. No wonder he is so arrogant. However, this level is still far from sufficient. Kid, prepare to receive my attack. With a furious shout, Hua Tianlu charged forward with astonishing speed, his hands becoming claws as he attacked simultaneously. Wei Yi remained unfazed and immediately retaliated with a punch. A resounding crash echoed as their fists collided, resulting in a stalemate. Clearly dissatisfied with this outcome, both combatants called for a rematch. With another furious roar, they exchanged blows rapidly, the arena resonating with a series of dull thuds as their true energies clashed. Wei Yi was internally shocked. Hua Tianlu's strength far exceeded his expectations. Not only was his foundation exceptionally solid, but his combat experience was also extensive, leaving Wei Yi at a disadvantage in this brief encounter. However, Hua Tianlu's expression grew increasingly grim. A senior disciple, being unable to subdue a newcomer like Wei Yi after such a considerable time was undeniably a loss, a profound humiliation. Mighty Steel Claw Technique. Hua Tianlu suddenly roared, his eyes taking on a faint crimson hue as his aura surged violently. Having been unable to gain the upper hand against Wei Yi for so long, he ceased to conceal his strength and unleashed his signature technique, the Mighty Steel Claw Technique. This was not a technique of the Overlord sect, but rather a family heirloom of Hua Tianlu's, an advanced martial art of the Xian grade, which, despite its high cultivation difficulty, possessed immeasurable power. Hua Tianlu had cultivated this technique to the brink of mastery through sheer endurance, rendering him a formidable opponent against any ordinary Grand Martial Master. Kid, brace yourself. As he executed the technique, true energy flooded into his hands, which transformed into eerie claws glowing with a deep azure light, emanating a sharp, fierce energy akin to steel blades. The speed of his assault increased several-fold, and even Wei Yi found himself slightly caught off guard. In an instant, he activated the black water body technique to evade, but it was still a moment too late. Wei Yi's chest was torn, leaving two glaring wounds. A searing pain shot through him. He squinted slightly, his expression changing. This was his first injury since his rebirth, and it was at the hands of Hua Tianlu, an unexpected turn of events. An impressive technique, Wei Yi remarked, not angered, but rather smiling in acknowledgement. Today, you cannot escape your fate. Hua Tianlu, however, bore no trace of humor in his eyes, which were filled with a fierce and menacing glare. As he spoke, he charged at Wei Yi once more with wild abandon. The sheer speed of his attacks left the onlookers stunned, as they could scarcely follow the rapid succession of claw strikes that filled the arena with an oppressive chill. At this moment, Wei Yi found himself unable to employ his heart-crushing palm or 7-kill fist techniques. He could only rely on the black water body technique to barely maintain his footing. There was no denying that Hua Tianlu's mighty steel claw technique was truly formidable. It seems I must also unleash my full power, he murmured to himself. Then, in a flash of sword light, the Qi Gang sword appeared in Wei Yi's grasp. Chapter 44. Soared like a swimming dragon. As soon as he grasped the Qi Gang sword, Wei Yi's aura transformed dramatically. His cultivation remained unchanged, and he was still the same person. However, the impression he projected was entirely different. Previously, Wei Yi exuded a gentle and serene demeanor, but now he radiated an aura of sharpness and intensity, akin to a lone wolf king, his dark eyes devoid of emotion, embodying a cold detachment, a true swordsman. This essence was the hallmark of a genuine swordsman. With the sword in hand, it also resided within his heart. In this moment, Wei Yi's mind was free of all distractions. 13 deadly swords. Wei Yi struck without hesitation, shedding the earlier guise of frantic evasion. Neither the heart-crushing palm nor the 7-kill fist represented his utmost capabilities. These were merely techniques he had learned to diversify his combat repertoire. From the beginning, Wei Yi's true power lay in the sword he wielded. The 13 Deadly Swords, a mid-tier martial technique of the Xian grade, and one that he had elevated to LV-12, was unleashed with a swiftness that surpassed lightning. A blinding radiance erupted, and Hu Tianlu's expression shifted dramatically in response. His mighty steel claw technique also prioritized speed and ferocity. Yet he now realized that the velocity and power encapsulated within Wei Yi's strike far exceeded his own technique. What filled him with dread, however, was the realization that he had no means to evade this seemingly inevitable sword strike. Damn it! How could this be? Break for me. Hu Tianlu was no coward, faced with such peril. He did not flinch, but instead unleashed his full power, channeling his true energy into his palms and striking with all his might. The near mastery of the mighty steel claw technique clashed with Wei Yi's 13 deadly swords. And the area was engulfed by their overwhelming energies and brilliant lights. The spectators were left wide-eyed, their expressions a mix of disbelief and astonishment. Boom! A violent explosion of energy erupted as the sword light surged. Hu Tianlu was sent reeling, taking several staggering steps back until he found himself at the edge of the arena, barely managing to halt his retreat. Looking up at Wei Yi, Hu Tianlu's expression fluctuated dramatically. He could hardly believe that their encounter had placed him entirely at a disadvantage. This is impossible. How can this be? The thought crossed his mind. His eyes widened in rage. You will pay for this. Kid. Hu Tianlu, unwilling to accept defeat, unleashed a furious howl and immediately launched a relentless assault against Wei Yi. All the techniques of the mighty steel claw were deployed without reservation, a flurry of claw illusions and terrifying gusts of wind surrounding him. With this full-on eruption, Hu Tianlu's aura reached unprecedented heights. Bring it on. Wei Yi's eyes sparkled with determination as he met Hu Tianlu's charge with his sword drawn. The prowess of Hu Tianlu truly ignited Wei Yi's fighting spirit. And in the blink of an eye, they engaged in battle once more. Hu Tianlu's claws moved like the wind, while Wei Yi's sword flowed like a dragon. Both combatants were warriors who fought with offense rather than defense. And their fierce exchanges were nothing short of spectacular. The spectators below the arena were utterly captivated at this moment. There was no concern regarding whether Wei Yi was a newcomer, nor was there any thought that he would be mercilessly beaten. The two were evenly matched, captivating all onlookers with their spectacular duel. Ding! Player Wei Yi gained insight during the battle, earning 200 experience points for the deadly 13 swords. Ding! Player Wei Yi gained insight during the battle, earning 150 experience points for the deadly 13 swords. Ding! Player Wei Yi gained insight during the battle, earning 220 experience points for the deadly 13 swords. The notifications rang out continuously, and Wei Yi was pleasantly surprised by such unexpected gains. Ding! Player Wei Yi's deadly 13 swords reached level 12. Experience points are now full, automatically promoting to level 13. Upon hearing this alert, Wei Yi felt a surge of exhilaration. However, once the deadly 13 swords upgraded to level 13, the notification ceased, indicating that the experience gained from this battle had reached its limit. The ability to advance the deadly 13 swords was already an unexpected delight for Wei Yi, and he did not wish to be greedy. Given this, the contest could come to an end. In truth, Wei Yi could have ended the battle long ago, but he had chosen to prolong the fight solely to accumulate experience. Now that experience farming was no longer feasible, there was no need to continue. Observing the almost frenzied state of Hu Tianlu, a cold smile crept across Wei Yi's lips. Hu Tianlu had initially intended to severely injure him during the match, potentially jeopardizing his chance to participate in the intersect assessment. However, he had not anticipated Wei Yi's formidable strength, which had completely exceeded expectations. In this way, Hu Tianlu had undoubtedly ensnared himself, unable to harm Wei Yi, and instead had fallen into a trap of his own making. One could imagine that losing to a newcomer like Wei Yi in such a public setting would soon spread throughout the outer sect, undoubtedly boosting Wei Yi's reputation. Meanwhile, Hu Tianlu would become a laughingstock, his hard-earned popularity plummeting to the ground. In other words, Wei Yi would rise by stepping on Hu Tianlu, while Hu Tianlu would serve as a stepping stone for Wei Yi. This was entirely a consequence of his own actions. He had no one to blame but himself. Surrender. Wei Yi spoke coldly. No, I will never lose. You want me to concede? Dream on. Hu Tianlu snarled fiercely. However, after such a prolonged and frenzied assault, his inner energy had long been depleted, and his momentum was nowhere near as formidable. Wei Yi chuckled, his eyes filled with derision. He held no sympathy for someone like Hu Tianlu. Without further ado, he struck swiftly. The Qi Gang sword seemed to come alive, slicing through the air as Wei Yi moved with a diagonal thrust, executing a strike from an extraordinarily cunning angle. The sword energy erupted, and Hu Tianlu, in a state of panic, was utterly unable to defend himself. The sword tip danced like a dragonfly skimming the water, landing 7 precise strikes upon Hu Tianlu. Blood spurted forth. Hu Tianlu let out a wretched scream, his body hurtling backward before collapsing onto the arena, unable to rise for an extended period, a trickle of blood staining the ground and rendering the scene tragically poignant. Are we still going to continue? Wei Yi asked indifferently. If we were to continue, I cannot guarantee I will show mercy. Upon hearing this, Hu Tianlu's previously defiant demeanor shifted dramatically. He gritted his teeth and lowered his head. Ultimately, he dared not gamble with his life. A sharp intake of breath echoed among the spectators, their gazes towards Wei Yi transforming profoundly. A newcomer had truly defeated the Steel Claw Tiger, Hu Tianlu of the Black Tiger Society. It was nothing short of astonishing. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would scarcely believe it. You can't leave. At that moment, seeing Wei Yi descend from the arena, a youth from the Black Tiger Society with a snub nose shouted in frustration. Wei Yi turned to face him, his gaze devoid of warmth. The youth felt a chill run down his spine. Unable to suppress a gulp as cold sweat trickled down his forehead, the words he struggled to utter faltered at his lips. I thought I wasn't talking to you. After finally managing to finish his sentence, his legs trembled uncontrollably, filled with regret. If even Hu Tianlu was no match for him, what use would he be by charging in? Merely offering himself as fodder, other members of the Black Tiger Society, while eager to confront Wei Yi, were clearly filled with trepidation and dared not advance. The impact of Wei Yi's earlier strike that sent Hu Tianlu flying had left an indelible impression on them. Wei Yi surveyed the group, speaking with a calm demeanor. If you still wish to cause me trouble, I am always prepared. Furthermore, remember this. I am not a newcomer. My name is Wei Yi. Chapter 45. Heroic sword in his match against Hu Tianlu. Wei Yi rose to fame as he had anticipated. Within just a few days, this news spread throughout the entire outer sect. After all, Hu Tianlu was no ordinary individual. His ability to stand out among thousands of outer sect disciples attested to his prowess. And as one of the 3 tiger generals of the Black Tiger Society, his reputation was considerable. Wei Yi, a newcomer, had ascended by stepping on him, thus naturally capturing the attention of the entire outer sect. He had nearly set a record for the fastest rise to prominence for a newcomer in the outer sect of the Overlord sect. The name Wei Yi quickly became known to all, with many new disciples idolizing him, and numerous senior disciples extending invitations, eager for him to join their respective factions. Of course, this did not include the Black Tiger Society. If there had been any hope of reconciling the tensions between Wei Yi and the Black Tiger Society prior to this incident, it was now undeniably frozen. Wei Yi had not only risen by stepping on Hu Tianlu but had, in fact, elevated himself above the Black Tiger Society. For this reason alone, reconciliation was impossible. Otherwise, it would appear as though they were intimidated by a mere newcomer. As one of the largest factions in the outer sect, the Black Tiger Society could not afford to lose face. However, contrary to Wei Yi's expectations, the Black Tiger Society did not make an immediate appearance. For several consecutive days, not a single soul was seen. Had they given up, or did they have other plans? Wei Yi was momentarily perplexed, but chose to dismiss the thought that in truth, he had never placed much importance on the Black Tiger Society. He did not intend to linger in the outer sect's affiliated academy for long. His true aspiration lay within the inner sect of the Overlord sect. Or even higher positions, naturally. He would not regard a faction from the outer sect with great significance. Among the 3 tiger generals of the Black Tiger Society, Hu Tianlu was a second-tier Grand Martial Master, while the Smiling Tiger, Su Pingzheng, and the Diseased Demon, Lei Yuan, were likely of comparable strength as for the leader of the Black Tiger Society. Xiao Yuji, he might possess slightly greater strength than Hu Tianlu, yet not by a significant margin. In this light, there was little need for concern. Thus, with this comparison in mind, Wei Yi felt no anxiety. After all, this was the affiliated academy of the Overlord sect, and even if the Black Tiger Society sought revenge, they would have to adhere to the rules, since the Black Tiger Society had not approached him for trouble. Wei Yi was disinclined to pay them any mind. He quickly adapted to the normal life within the outer sect's affiliated academy. As an outer sect disciple, he was not required to undertake any tasks or duties. His primary focus each day was to cultivate and enhance his strength. In reality, the so-called affiliated academy was merely a reserve base for formal disciples of the Overlord sect. The sole task of outer sect disciples was to diligently train in order to advance to the inner sect. Everyone was striving towards this goal. At this moment, however, Wei found himself troubled by a different issue. In the single-person sword training room, Wei sat on the ground, resting, after a morning of rigorous practice. He was drenched in sweat but paid it no mind. Instead, his gaze was fixed intently upon the Qin Gang sword in his hand, a hint of helplessness curling at the corners of his mouth. Is it time to retire? Indeed, it was merely an ordinary weapon. At this moment, The edges of the Qin sword were lined with fine cracks, although they were not immediately conspicuous as the wielder. Wei Yi understood that the sword's lifespan was nearing its end. Despite his current status as a martial master, this should not have been the case. However, in addition to his pure cultivation, Wei Yi had also mastered bloodline power at the silver level and the crimson crystal true flame. The bloodline power was manageable, but the crimson crystal true flame, ranked 108th on the list of extraordinary fires, was the most ferocious form of energy in this world. The Qi sword could endure the infusion of ordinary true energy, yet it could not withstand the repeated onslaught of the crimson crystal true flame. As this continued, the sword had become what it was now. Clearly, the Qi sword was approaching its final moments. Wei felt a deep sense of regret. The Qi sword was his first sword, one he had wielded with great ease. Alas, it was ultimately just an ordinary weapon. It seemed he had no choice but to replace it. Wei opened the game system and accessed the game store, beginning to search for a suitable sword. Compared to last time, the selection of swords available to him had significantly increased. This was partly due to his enhanced cultivation, which had granted him greater purchasing authority, and partly because he now possessed over 700,000 taels of silver, allowing for a broader range of options. This time, Wei did not intend to purchase an ordinary weapon, but aimed to acquire a treasured sword. Treasured swords differed from standard weapons. No matter how sharp or effective an ordinary blade might be, it remained a mere ordinary weapon, akin to the Qin sword. While its attributes were commendable, it could not withstand the infusion of greater strength due to the material used. In contrast, treasured swords were forged from rare ores using special methods, often inscribed with Dao patterns and infused with runic arrays, endowing them with a degree of extraordinary sentience. In truth, only martial artists who had reached the Grand Martial Master realm could barely unleash the full potential of a treasured sword. In the hands of an ordinary martial master, treasured swords bore little difference from regular weapons. Originally, Wei Yi had planned to wait until he advanced to Grand Martial Master before replacing his weapon with a superior treasured sword. However, it seemed plans could not keep pace with changes, and he had no choice but to expedite the process. The prices of precious weapons are indeed quite steep. Upon seeing the prices of the swords in the shop, Wei Yi felt a mixture of joy and regret. His joy stemmed from the fact that such exceedingly rare treasures were abundantly available in the game store, allowing him the luxury of purchasing them at will. However, he also felt regret, as many of them were beyond his financial reach, or he lacked the requisite purchasing permissions. Most of the items he could afford were of low quality, yet there were still hundreds to choose from. Wei Yi found himself overwhelmed by the choices, desiring them all. This one will do. Valued at 100,000 taels of silver, it should be quite good, considering it is a product of the system. At the moment he made his selection, a flash of light appeared, and an ancient-looking sword manifested before him. Its dark sheath was adorned with intricate, archaic patterns, emanating a mysterious aura from within. As he drew the sword, a dazzling white light burst forth, accompanied by an icy chill that flooded his mind with an enigmatic sensation. The heroic sword. Originating from the world of Fengyun, it was an unnamed sword passed down to the disciple Jianchun. Without a doubt, the heroic sword was a top-tier weapon of exceptional quality. As Wei Yi's thoughts stirred, a remarkable scene unfolded. The heroic sword proactively leapt from its sheath, swirling around his body. Radiating a blinding white light, exuding an indescribable sense of mystery, the sentient weapon truly lived up to its reputation. Wei could hardly contain his elation. At that moment, he truly grasped the sword's enigmatic power. With the heroic sword in hand, his strength had undoubtedly ascended to new heights. If he were to face off against Hua Tianlu again, the latter would likely be defeated in less than 10 moves. Chapter 46. The Beast Soul Tower. The training environment at the outer sect of the Overlord sect was quite commendable. Although it did not match the inner sect, it surpassed many other ordinary locations. The facilities for training were comprehensive, but there were also unique training venues, such as the Beast Soul Tower, which was one of them. The Beast Soul Tower was an extraordinarily unique structure. The strong members of the Overlord sect had captured numerous beast souls from the outside world and placed them within. In the tower's special environment, these beast souls could persist indefinitely. Even if defeated, they could resurrect. Disciples of the Overlord sect could enter the Beast Soul Tower to battle these souls, not only without any danger, but also gaining substantial combat experience and insights, making it an ideal place for honing martial skills. The only downside was the fee. Entering once cost 1,000 taels of silver. This price was indeed burdensome for the average person. However, for Wei Yi, whose wealth had recently surged, it was hardly a concern. This Beast Soul Tower is truly remarkable. I've never heard of it before, Zhu Linger remarked with a curious expression, surveying her surroundings. In the entire Dechu dynasty, only the imperial family or the Overlord sect possessed the capability to construct such a tower. Just the special formations within the tower alone were beyond the ken of ordinary formation masters. Pei Qinghe, seemingly knowledgeable, explained from the side. I've heard that the average outer sect disciple can reach the 20th level. How far did you get when you tried yesterday? Su Huan inquired with a smile. Upon hearing this, Pei Qinghe's smile faltered, and an awkward expression crossed his face. Could we not discuss such an embarrassing topic? The average level for outer sect disciples was the 20th, while he had only managed to reach the 9th. In other words, he had barely achieved half of the average level. Although most newcomers were at this standard, it was still somewhat humiliating to admit. Laughter erupted among the group as they noticed Pei Qinghe's discomfort. Brother Wei, why not give it a try first? Zhulingo encouraged Wei Yi. Aren't you going to try? Wei Yi turned to her. I want to see how you do first. Zhulingo replied with a grin. I fear you might reach the 30th level in one go, and then I wouldn't want to try afterward. Su Huan teased with a wink. Yes, they jested. A young man in white nearby could not help but snicker. Casting a disdainful glance at Wei Yi and the others, he mockingly retorted, Aren't you afraid of the wind catching your tongue? A bunch of clueless rookies daring to boast about reaching the 30th level. Among the thousands of disciples in the outer sect, fewer than 10 can reach the 30th level. With your caliber, you might as well wait for your next life. Suddenly confronted by this unexpected individual, the expressions of Wei Yi and his companions shifted from bright to clouded. May I ask your name? Wei Yi squinted and inquired. I am Han Wushu. The young man in white replied haughtily. I barely placed 29th in last year's outer sect competition. Brother Han is a top-tier powerhouse among the outer sect. How could you not recognize him? Your eyes must be failing you, one of Han Wenshu's followers interjected. Indeed, Brother Han is sure to enter the inner sect during the upcoming assessment, and he will be your senior brother then. You newcomers, lacking in manners, ought to greet Brother Han properly. A few followers of Han Wenshu jumped in to shout. Hearing their words, Han Wenshu lifted his chin even higher, his pride unmistakable. So, he is merely a failed disciple from the last assessment. Pei Qinghe scoffed derisively. With that attitude, one might think he was the first in the outer sect. Su Huan chimed in with even sharper mockery. They've already faced the Black Tiger Society head-on. Why would they fear someone like Han Wenshu? You. Han Wenshu's face turned crimson with anger, his eyes blazing with fury. Brother Han, it seems this is the Wei you've been hearing about. One person suddenly whispered in his ear. You are Wei Yi? Han Wenshu's gaze locked onto Wei Yi with intensity. Do you think that just because you managed to defeat Hu Tianlu by luck, you can look down on others? Han Wenshu questioned angrily. What does that have to do with me? Wei Yi was bemused, realizing that his growing fame had attracted hatred along with it. Brother Han, we were merely joking among ourselves. You are the one who sought trouble, Wei Yi replied helplessly. You mean I'm being unreasonable? Han Wenshu's eyes widened. Isn't that the case? Very well, since you insist, let us compete that we shall challenge the tower together. Whoever reaches a higher level shall be deemed the victor. If I win, you need not offer any deference. But you must bow and greet me whenever you see me. Do you dare to agree? Wei Yi's expression grew contemplative as he assessed Han Wenshu. Like Hu Tianlu, Han Wenshu was also at the second-tier martial master level. Though his aura was slightly stronger. No problem. If I win, you need not greet me. Simply avoid my presence, Wei Yi replied coolly. You. Han Wenshu's eyes flashed with anger as he gritted his teeth. Fine. I accept your terms. Instantly, the onlookers became curious. One was an established outer sect disciple, ranked 29th, while the other was an up-and-coming newcomer, Wei Yi. After defeating Hu Tianlu, Wei Yi was now challenging a formidable veteran disciple like Han Wenshu. The tension was palpable. Many spectators could not help but discuss among themselves. Wei Yi, this guy must be quite experienced. Be careful not to lose. Pei Qinghe cautioned. Brother Wei, you can do it. I believe you will win. Zhulinger expressed her unwavering confidence in him. Let us go, Han Wenshu sneered. The two stepped forward, each paying 1,000 taels of silver and swiping their identity tokens. Soon, two new records appeared on the light screen beside the Beast Soul Tower. Wei Yi, 0 level. Han Wenshu, 0 level. Let me tell you. Challenging the Beast Soul Tower is not solely about strength. As I mentioned earlier, fewer than 10 people in the outer sect can reach the 30th level, and I am precisely one of them. Good luck, Han Wenshu scoffed before stepping into the Beast Soul Tower, his figure quickly vanishing. 30 levels. Huh. Looking at his retreating form, Wei Yi chuckled softly. My goals, however, extend far beyond 30 levels. With that, he stepped forward, also vanishing from the entrance of the Beast Soul Tower. Chapter 47. Experience galore. The internal structure of the Beast Soul Tower was remarkably unique. The space was not singularly fixed. In fact, each person entering the tower occupied a completely independent space, unaffected by others. Although Wei Yi followed closely behind Han Wenshu into the tower, upon entering, he could not see Han Wenshu's figure at all. What appeared before him was a desolate and dilapidated grand hall. The conspicuous plaque hung prominently within the hall, emblazoned with 3 large characters. First level, several ferocious and sinister beasts lay in the corners of the hall. The moment Wei Yi set foot in the hall, these beasts opened their eyes one by one, slowly lifting their heads. Their bloodthirsty gazes were filled with a savage gleam, and they regarded Wei Yi with an insatiable, frenzied hunger, as if he were a Tang Sung whose flesh could grant them immortality to them. He was irresistibly alluring. Roar! With a deafening roar, the foremost rhinoceros demon beast lunged at Wei Yi with great ferocity. Swiftly followed by several others that exhibited remarkable speed, they leaped forward like shadows of a tempest, almost simultaneously converging upon him. A nauseating stench assaulted Wei Yi's senses, prompting a slight change in his expression. It must be said, the beast's soul tower was indeed extraordinary. The atmosphere and scene bore a striking resemblance to the fierce battles with demon beasts outside. However, Wei Yi was no ordinary warrior, and these first-tier demon beasts posed no threat to him. Die! Wei Yi's gaze turned icy as the heroic sword was drawn from its sheath, releasing a blinding light. This treasured weapon, recently acquired, was revealing its formidable power for the first time. With a swift motion, the sword's energy pierced the air, blood splattering in the aftermath. Remarkably, Wei Yi remained firmly planted in his spot, yet all 4 or 5 of the attacking beasts fell without exception, not even grazing the hem of his robe. Under the heroic sword, none were spared. Moments later, with a series of crisp explosions, the demon beasts vanished entirely. Ding! Player Wei Yi has slain a first-tier demon beast soul. Cultivation level not breached. Cannot gain cultivation experience. Deathly 13 sword experience 35. Ding. Player Wei Yi has slain a first-tier demon beast soul. Cultivation level not breached. Cannot gain cultivation experience. Deathly 13 sword experience 42. Ding. Player Wei Yi has slain a first-tier demon beast soul. Cultivation level not breached. Cannot gain cultivation experience. Deathly 13 sword experience 30. Simultaneously, a succession of notifications echoed in his mind. Wei Yi was taken aback as he gazed at the newly added data on the system panel. A hint of uncontainable delight marking his features. He had not anticipated that slaying beast souls within the beast soul tower would yield experience. Although the amount gained was minimal, it was far more gratifying than hunting demon beasts in the wild. The dangers and myriad troubles faced in the wilderness were considerable, whereas slaying beast souls here was not only straightforward but also abundant, rendering this place a veritable sanctuary for experience accumulation, at least for someone of Wei Yi's current standing. With this in mind, it seemed he would frequent this locale for a while. Initially, he had thought reaching level 20 with the Deathly 13 sword would be a formidable challenge, but with this experience haven, it no longer appeared insurmountable. Truly, the Overlord sect lived up to its name, and it seemed his choice had been fortuitous. A smile crept upon Wei Yi's face. At that moment, the surrounding space shifted, leading him into the second layer of the beast soul tower. Once again, he found himself in a desolate and expansive hall, but the demon beasts present were noticeably stronger and more numerous. Was there a gradual increase in strength with each layer? Wei Yi pondered, tightening his grip on his sword. Roars erupted as the awakened demon beasts lunged at him with fervor, akin to the previous layer. Wei Yi retaliated with his sword, and the melee once more commenced. Meanwhile, as Wei Yi and Han Wenshu navigated the tower, the numbers displayed on the external screen fluctuated incessantly. Han Wenshu, indeed a formidable senior disciple, showcased his extensive tower climbing experience as his corresponding number changed rapidly. While Wei Yi remained on the first layer, Han had already advanced to the third layer of the Beast Soul Tower. By the time Wei Yi entered the second layer, Han had already reached the fifth, his momentum exceedingly swift, creating an ever-widening gap between them. Witnessing such a disparity, Han Wenshu's entourage of junior disciples could not help but boast. The gap is indeed vast. At this rate, by the time senior brother Han reaches the 30th layer, that newcomer will still be struggling to reach the 10th. Who knows, perhaps he'll falter at the 9th layer? A newcomer daring to compare himself to senior brother Han. What delusions! The current generation of newcomers truly lacks self-awareness. Exactly. Just a stroke of luck in a single match, and he thinks he's someone special. Humph. His true colors will soon be revealed. Their taunts incited immense anger in Zhu Linger and her companions. Not only they, but even some nearby junior disciples wore displeased expressions, as they too were caught in the crossfire of insults. Conversely, the senior disciples laughed and chatted, seemingly indifferent, merely here to witness the spectacle. These people are infuriating. Lu Huan muttered and angered. They'll soon be proven wrong. Pei Qinghe's expression mirrored his discontent. Big brother Wei will surely triumph. Zhu Linger clasped her hands together, fervently praying. Wait, something's changing. Look! Lu Huan exclaimed, suddenly wide-eyed. What has changed? Zhu Ling'er and her companion inquired, puzzled. Look at the changing numbers on the screen. Lu Huan pointed anxiously at the display. Zhu Ling'er and her companion turned, mouths agape as their pupils widened in disbelief. It has changed. It truly has done so rapidly. Third layer, fourth layer, fifth layer. The numbers refreshed in a flurry, almost instantaneously, dispelling the previous sluggish pace. The gap between Han Wenshu and Wei Yi diminished significantly. In an instant, everyone present could not help but stare in astonishment. They had witnessed tower climbing before, but never at such an astonishing pace. Particularly from a newcomer. It has changed. It has surpassed. That newcomer has overtaken Han Wenshu. My heavens, this newcomer is remarkable. At that moment, even the senior disciples were swept up in the excitement. Involuntarily cheering. An increasing number of onlookers were drawn in. Chapter 48. The bewildered Han Wenshu. Unbeknownst to Wei Yi, the remarkable events occurring outside had sparked considerable commotion. His initially slow pace transformed into a remarkable surge as he grew accustomed to the tower's challenges. After all, it was his first time in the Beast Soul Tower, and realizing that slaying beast souls yielded experience led him to tread cautiously at first, causing his ascent to lag. However, as he became familiar with the environment, he unleashed his full potential, leading to a rapid acceleration in his progress. The deathly 13 sword at level 13, combined with the heroic sword, unleashed a terrifying lethality. The low-tier demon beast fell to his blade with ease. Moreover, with his mastery of the black water movement technique at its peak, his speed was unparalleled, making him feel entirely at home within the Beast Soul Tower. One after another, demon beasts perished beneath his sword. And he continued to ascend through the layers. As he climbed higher, the strength and number of the demon beasts increased, yet Wei Yi's pace remained undeterred, even subtly accelerating. The first 10 layers were populated by first-tier demon beasts, the 11th to 20th layers by ordinary second-tier beasts, and the 21st to 30th layers by elite second-tier beasts. Thus, most outer disciples found themselves stymied between the 21st and 30th layers, with only a few managing to surpass the 30th layer. In this regard, Han Wenshu, as one of the rare disciples to breach the 30th layer, indeed had grounds for pride. Regrettably, he had provoked the wrong rival. For Wei Yi, the distinction between the 20th and 30th layers was negligible. While Han Wenshu toiled on the 20th layer, Wei Yi had already ascended to the 30th. Not only had he overtaken Han, but he had also widened the gap between them to 10 layers. At this juncture, the excitement outside reached its zenith. They had witnessed tower climbing before, yet such an astonishing pace, especially from a newcomer, was truly remarkable. Ding! Player Wei Yi has slain a second-tier demon beast soul. Cultivation level not breached. Cannot gain cultivation experience. Deathly 13 sword experience 240 as he ascended. The strength of the demon beasts intensified, and the experience gained from slaying them increased correspondingly, with the last of the 30th layer's demon beasts falling to Wei Yi's sword. The space shifted once more, allowing him to successfully reach the 31st layer of the Beast Soul Tower. The 31st layer was comprised entirely of third-tier demon beasts, akin to great warriors, and there were a staggering 10 of them. In other words, facing the foes on this layer was equivalent to battling 10 great warriors in unison. Even the weakest among them would pose a formidable challenge when combined. As these third-tier demon beasts roared and charged towards him, Wei Yi was compelled to summon every ounce of his focus that he unleashed the full extent of his silver-grade bloodline power, while refraining from utilizing the red crystal true flame. Swish, 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 the brilliance of his sword illuminated the hall, flooding the space with a dazzling light akin to broad daylight. This was the extensive sword technique from the latter 3 forms of the deathly 13 sword, exhibiting astonishing prowess under the full support of the purple mist true chi. The foremost demon beasts were swiftly dispatched in an instant. Time passed gradually as Wei Yi diligently accrued experience by vanquishing monsters. Han Wenshu, too, was pushing himself to ascend. After nearly 2 incense sticks of time, he finally began to feel the strain. He had been exerting himself to the utmost, depleting a tremendous amount of his vital energy, although his cultivation had already reached the second-tier Grand Martial Master realm, and he was on the verge of breaking through to the 3rd tier. The prolonged exertion had brought him to the brink of his limits. However, upon glancing at the numbers on the plaque in the Grand Hall, a smirk of pride crept across his lips. The 33rd floor. This was the best achievement he had ever attained. Previously, he had only managed to reach the 31st floor, but this time, his competition with Wei Yi had ignited an unprecedented fighting spirit within him. He had pushed himself to the limit, and ultimately, his efforts bore fruit, allowing him to ascend to the 33rd floor, in the realm of the Beast Soul Tower. This accomplishment could be deemed quite remarkable. At least among this cohort of outer disciples, it was unlikely that more than 5 individuals could reach this level. Establishing such a record today, once publicized, would surely elevate his reputation significantly. As for that newcomer who had competed with him, he would likely become nothing more than a mere backdrop to his own glory. With this thought, Han Wenshu burst into a triumphant laugh, his mouth curving into a broad grin. He harbored a deep-seated disdain for Wei Yi, not only because Wei Yi was younger and more handsome, but also due to the fact that he had made such a name for himself upon entering the outer sect, far surpassing Han Wenshu's own initial reputation, which incited intense jealousy within him. Yet, he could already foresee that after this encounter, the little fame Wei Yi had painstakingly accumulated would only serve to embellish his own narrative, reducing Wei Yi to a mere passerby. Do not blame me, blame your own misfortune. Of all the people to compete against, why choose me? Do you truly believe you can surpass me? Such arrogance. With a sneer, Han Wenshu's gaze reflected a hint of contempt. Soon, he was enveloped by a surge of spatial energy and transported out of the Beast Soul Tower, landing directly outside the tower doors. Upon seeing the throngs of people gathered outside the Beast Soul Tower, Han Wenshu was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that these individuals were drawn here by his record? While his achievement of reaching the 33rd floor was commendable, it should not have attracted such a crowd. Had he underestimated his own significance? An array of thoughts surged through his mind. Nevertheless, this was undoubtedly a fortuitous development, and his spirits soared with excitement. Subsequently, Han Wenshu donned what he believed to be his most amiable smile and warmly greeted the crowd. Greetings, fellow disciples. Thank you all for waiting for me here. I am truly grateful that it is also thanks to your enthusiastic support that I managed to barely reach the 33rd floor. Have you finished your rambling? If so, hurry up and get out of the way. You're obstructing us. Before Han Wenshu could complete his statement, an irritable senior disciple couldn't contain his frustration and began berating him. Yes, don't block the way. Move aside. Wei Shidi is likely to come out soon. We want to see Wei Shidi. The crowd chimed in, and Han Wenshu was left utterly dumbfounded. His emotions plummeted like a roller coaster, crashing from the highest peak to the lowest valley. How could this be possible? He gazed at the display, which revealed not his own tower-climbing achievement, but rather that of Wei Yi. Han Wenshu's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with utter shock. How could this be? He screamed internally, yet no answers came forth. The 41st floor. He had never anticipated that Wei Yi would ascend to the 41st floor in one go, far surpassing his own record. He was acutely aware of his own capabilities. Even if he were to exert every ounce of strength he possessed, pushing himself to the brink, it would have been impossible to reach such heights. Yet, this newcomer had done so. Moreover, in such a public setting, it was nearly impossible to fabricate results. The Beast Soul Tower itself could not deceive. Thus, it was essentially an undeniable fact that I lost. I lost to this newcomer. The realization hit Han Wenshu hard, rendering him utterly despondent as he sank to the ground. Just moments ago, he had envisioned the accolades and benefits that would come from his newfound fame, yet the reality was a cruel twist of fate. Reflecting on his earlier demeanor, he felt like nothing more than a jester. Han Wenshu was on the verge of tears, and I truly brought this upon myself. The only thought racing through his mind was regret. Had he known this would happen, why would he have provoked Wei Yi? Had he not instigated the confrontation, none of this would have transpired. He could envision the mockery he would face as word of this incident spread throughout the outer sect. The mere thought of such a scenario made him wish to vanish entirely. Wei Yi, please fail and exit the Beast Soul Tower quickly. The higher your record climbs, the greater the commotion, and the more Han Wenshu, will become a laughingstock. Please, fail soon. Fixated on the screen before him, Han Wenshu continually muttered in his mind that he had no other recourse but to pray for Wei Yi's swift downfall, hoping for a slightly lower record to lessen his own humiliation. However, Wei Yi's performance was not in accordance with his wishes. The display beside the Beast Soul Tower flickered, and the layer information updated once more. Wei Yi, 42nd floor. Clearly, in that span of time, Wei Yi had advanced yet another level. This incited a new wave of chatter among the gathered crowd. By now, nearly 200 to 300 individuals had congregated around the Beast Soul Tower, comprising both newcomers and senior disciples, their discussions resembling the cacophony of a bustling marketplace. He has passed yet another layer. The 42nd floor. I heard from the inner disciples that there might be dozens of third-tier elite demon beasts appearing. How terrifying. Dozens of third-tier elite demon beasts. If it were me, I doubt I could last even a couple of rounds. This newcomer is truly defying the odds. Indeed, how are we older disciples supposed to hold our heads high when newcomers are so astonishingly brilliant? As he listened to their enthusiastic discussions, Han Wenshu's spirits sank even further. However, at this moment, Wei Yi within the Beast Soul Tower remained oblivious to Han Wenshu's plight. In fact, at this juncture, Wei Yi had completely set his thoughts of Han Wenshu aside, even dismissing the so-called competition. He was wholly immersed in the exhilarating rhythm of grinding for experience, relentlessly slaying demon beasts and reaping rewards. The system notifications chimed incessantly. Wei Yi found it impossible to stop. In reality, if one were to assess his cultivation level alone, Wei Yi would not have been so frenzied. After all, his cultivation was merely at the 10th tier martial master realm. Even with the formidable Zixia heart technique and the purity of his vital energy, he could not surpass Han Wenshu's 2nd tier grand martial master level by much. What truly propelled Wei Yi forward with such unstoppable momentum was the silver tier bloodline power and the crimson crystal true flame he wielded. The eruption of his silver tier bloodline power extended his combat effectiveness over time. Meanwhile, the application of the crimson crystal true flame augmented his prowess even further, even when confronting those 3rd tier elite demon beasts. The hero sword infused with the crimson crystal true flame remained devastatingly lethal. The blade flashed brilliantly as demon beasts fell before him, and with the black water movement technique, his figure darted like lightning. Ding! Player Wei Yi slays a 3rd tier demon beast soul. Cultivation has not broken through. Experience cannot be acquired. Deathly 13 Sabers experience 600. Ding! Player Wei Yi slays a 3rd tier demon beast soul. Cultivation has not broken through. Experience cannot be acquired. Deathly 13 Sabers experience 700. Ding! Player Wei Yi slays a 3rd tier demon beast soul. Cultivation has not broken through. Experience cannot be acquired. Deathly 13 Sabers experience 660. Ding! Player Wei Yi's Deathly 13 Sabers experience is full, automatically leveling up to LV14, but after a considerable amount of time, the accumulated experience finally allowed the Deathly 13 Sabers to upgrade once more. The power of the LV14 Deathly 13 Sabers had noticeably increased. Wei Yi finally paused, a hint of uncontainable joy gracing his lips. If the previous upgrade of the Deathly 13 Sabers from his battle with Hu Tianlu had been a stroke of luck, then this time, it was the result of diligent effort. After such an extended period of battling and grinding, Wei Yi began to feel a sense of fatigue, his spirit and energy severely depleted. The 46th floor, he had not anticipated reaching so far in one go. Had it been half an hour already? Wei Yi chuckled wryly, realizing he had lost track of time. It should be about time. Han Wenshu likely only managed to reach the 30th floor at most, otherwise he wouldn't have spoken so confidently. With that in mind, it seemed appropriate to conclude his endeavor. He glanced around the expansive, enigmatic hall, sighed, and ultimately decided against pressing further. It was not that he couldn't continue. Rather, it would be too taxing. The demon beasts to come would be stronger and more numerous, and even if he could grit his teeth and push through, it would require every ounce of his strength. There was simply no need for such exertion. After all, that if he wished to grind for experience, he could always return. It was merely a matter of 1,000 taels of silver. Thus, it was time to exit. With this thought, Wei Yi concentrated, and the surrounding space shifted instantaneously. The void warped, and a surge of mysterious spatial energy enveloped his entire being. Moments later, Wei Yi felt his surroundings change, plunging him into darkness. When he opened his eyes once more, he found himself standing outside the Beast Soul Tower. Before him lay a throng of people, a sea of unfamiliar faces surging toward him. The cacophony of shouts and exclamations was akin to a crashing tide. Wei Yi blinked, momentarily dazed by the scene unfolding before him, and wondered who could enlighten him about the peculiar circumstances. Chapter 50. Li Hanluan of Qinghu Academy. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had elapsed. In the evening, outside his residence, Wei Yi saw off several visiting senior sisters. Sister Liu, I currently have no intention of joining any faction. If I do, I will certainly consider your Lu Yun gang first. Wei Yi said apologetically. That's what you said, and I take it to heart. If you dare deceive me, well, you know the consequences, Lu Ruyun replied with a playful glint in her eyes, a hint of threat evident in her tone. Of course, Wei Yi replied with a wry smile. Moments later, Lu Ruyun and her companions departed. As he watched their retreating figures, Wei Yi let out a long sigh of relief. The commotion caused by his remarkable feat of conquering the 46th level of the Beast Soul Tower had far surpassed even the uproar of his victory over Hu Tianlu in the arena. The fallout from this event had significantly elevated his reputation among the outer sect, where he had begun to eclipse many senior disciples in ranking. Consequently, invitations from various groups and factions had surged. The individuals he had just seen off were from the Lu Yun gang, one of the outer sect's most formidable factions, although the Lu Yun gang's overall strength was inferior to that of the Black Tiger Society. Its influence was even more pronounced, as over 80% of the female disciples in the outer sect were members of the Lu Yun gang. To speak frankly, if the Lu Yun gang wished to target someone, they could effortlessly turn that individual into a pariah without needing to lift a finger. Wei Yi had summoned great courage to decline Lu Ryun's invitation, especially considering the number of attractive women within the Lu Yun gang. Yet, he sighed, lamenting his aspirations for the inner sect. Knowing he would not remain in the outer sect for long, he had no desire to join any of the outer sect factions, primarily because he had no plans to linger there. If he were unfortunate enough to fail the upcoming inner sect assessment, he would choose to leave rather than wait for another year for the next opportunity. After all, endowed with his talents and abilities, he could rise anywhere and had no need to squander a precious year. Nevertheless, based on past assessments, he was confident that he would pass, that he couldn't fathom failing an inner sect assessment after setting the record for the outer sect disciples at the Beast Soul Tower. At that moment, the sound of approaching footsteps broke his thoughts. The curly-haired youth approached from a distance, his tall, handsome figure marred only by a mischievous grin that was somewhat irksome. "Brother Wei, you certainly have a resolute heart. Even the so-called one of the three beauties of the outer sect, Lu Ryun, you could reject," the curly-haired youth teased as he drew near. Wei Yi rolled his eyes in exasperation at Li Hanluan, the talented disciple from Qinghu Academy. "While your reputation in the outer sect may not rival the astonishing Wei Yi among the new entrants, you certainly rank in the top tier." The two academies, Zhenwu Academy and Qinghu Academy, had always enjoyed a cordial relationship, leading to ample collaboration between the two and fostering friendly interactions among their students. As such, Li Hanluan had become one of Wei Yi's few friends during this time. "Did you encounter them just now?" Wei Yi inquired as a member of Lu Yun gang. "How could I not greet the gang leader?" Li Hanluan replied, a broad smile adorning his face. "However, our gang leader is quite displeased with you. After all, you're the first man she personally approached only to reject her. You know I only wish to enter the inner sect and have no interest in the factions of the outer sect." Wei Yi shrugged, revealing his thoughts to Li Hanluan without reservation. "Even after entering the inner sect, you can still be considered a member of Lu Yun gang," Li Hanluan countered. "The Lu Yun gang may be respectable in the outer sect, but who knows of it in the inner sect?" Wei Yi retorted. Li Hanluan was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in agreement, realizing the truth in Wei Yi's words. Why not just leave Lu Yun gang altogether? Young man, you possess great courage. If you're unafraid of the trouble our beautiful gang leader may bring upon you, then by all means, proceed," Li Hanluan joked, evoking laughter from Wei Yi, imagining the temperament of the gang leader. Li Hanluan shuddered and quickly abandoned the notion. "Forget it. We'll discuss it after entering the inner sect. By the way, I came to see you for a reason," he added. "Then let us discuss it inside." The two settled into a room. Wei Yi poured tea for Li Hanluan. "Speak. What is it you need? Do you know why the Black Tiger Society hasn't caused you any trouble for such an extended period?" Li Hanluan asked, taking a sip of tea before continuing. "How would I know? I have no inclination for masochism, but if they wish to come, let them. Why would I seek them out?" Wei Yi replied nonchalantly. Displaying little concern for the matter, Li Hanluan was momentarily speechless at Wei Yi's reaction. Typically, when outer sect disciples offended the Black Tiger Society, they were filled with dread, fearing retaliation. That it was rare to find someone so unconcerned as Wei Yi. Reflecting on Wei Yi's character and strength, Li Hanluan found it somewhat understandable. "Let me put it this way. While you have a grievance with the Black Tiger Society, it's worth noting that they have approached you twice, only to be met with your retaliation. Currently, the Black Tiger Society is preoccupied with another matter. Once that is resolved, they will not let you off easily. Not to mention, Xiao Yuji is not a benevolent character. He is known for his vindictiveness, so, have you considered taking the initiative to strike first?" Li Hanluan asked, his tone laced with temptation. Wei Yi raised his gaze to meet Li Hanluan's, his expression contemplative. Li Hanluan remained silent, allowing Wei Yi to ponder. "Are you suggesting we join forces? What would be the benefit?" Wei Yi inquired after a prolonged silence. "To be honest, I'm not entirely sure of the benefits. However, if we can successfully seize from the tiger's mouth, the rewards will undoubtedly be substantial, especially since the Black Tiger Society has spent significant time planning this," Li Hanluan explained, a smile illuminating his face. "In reality, if not for a fortunate coincidence, I would never have discovered their scheme." Seizing from the tigeress mouth, Wei Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. Li Hanluan nodded, his voice low and deliberate. It could also be described as seizing food from the tiger. Chapter 51. Seizing from the tiger's mouth. Seizing from the tiger's mouth, as the phrase suggests, refers to snatching food from a tiger's jaws to claim benefits from others. Morally, this may be deemed wrong. Yet Wei Yi had never been one to adhere strictly to moral codes. Moreover, the target was the Black Tiger Society, with whom he had an existing grudge. Thus, he felt no compunction. In the dead of night, amidst the desolate forest, the nightingale chirped and frogs croaked. Wei Yi and Li Hanluan donned dark attire suitable for stealth, concealing their faces with black cloths. After all, engaging in nefarious deeds required anonymity. They stifled their breathing, darting through the woods, moving swiftly from one ridge to another, akin to seasoned hunters. Throughout the journey, they stirred no creatures of the forest. Are we not there yet? Wei Yi wiped the sweat from his brow, unable to suppress a frown as he whispered. Almost there. Just ahead, Li Hanluan replied, his voice hushed. Having run for quite some time, Li Hanluan's stamina was waning, his complexion slightly pale. Fortunately, their destination was near. After cresting the ridge beneath their feet, the surroundings abruptly transformed, opening into a clearing filled with overgrown grass and a chaotic burial ground. Be cautious. There are individuals keeping watch. Wei Yi suddenly pulled Li Hanluan down, offering a warning. Li Hanluan cautiously raised his head to survey the area. Indeed, several individuals atop a nearby slope were vigilantly scanning their surroundings, although the distance made it difficult to discern their features. Their attire indicated they were disciples of the Black Tiger Society. It seems we haven't come to the wrong place, Li Hanluan remarked, laughing rather than feeling frustrated. What do you suppose they're digging up? Wei Yi asked, eyeing the disordered graves. Indeed, the Black Tiger Society has been plotting to excavate graves. Naturally, they are not just any graves. Based on my estimation, they might belong to a nobleman in hiding or a martial arts predecessor. They certainly aren't ordinary individuals. How would I know? Only Xiao Yuji and a few Black Tiger Society leaders are privy to the specifics. The rest are likely in the dark. I stumbled upon their movements purely by chance. However, considering their extensive planning and the fact they are operating under the cover of night, the grave's occupant must be of considerable significance. Why bother with so much? When the time comes, we'll just seize the treasures. If there's danger, we'll evade it, Li Hanluan remarked nonchalantly. Upon hearing his words, Wei Yi couldn't help but chuckle. It made sense. Regardless of whose grave it was, such unscrupulous acts were not ours to commit. We were merely responsible for seizing the treasures. As they conversed, the two stealthily made their way toward the chaotic graveyard. During the day, they would have easily been spotted, but under the cover of night, clad in dark attire and deliberately concealing themselves, no one noticed their presence. After a brief interval, they halted, hiding behind a gravestone. Not far from them, a group of individuals was busily excavating, while three others stood by, waiting. As Wei Yi recognized the trio, his pupils involuntarily narrowed. Indeed, it was them. Xiao Yuji, the leader of the Black Tiger Society, known as one of the two external tigers. The other two were his formidable subordinates, the smiling tiger Su Pingzheng and the plague tiger Lei Yuan. Undoubtedly, all three were top-tier experts within the society and core figures of the Black Tiger Society. Typically, had they been affronted by a newcomer like Wei Yi twice, they would have retaliated long ago. However, this time, they had remained silent for half a month, preoccupied with the current endeavor. Should they succeed, their gains would be immense, significantly enhancing their strength and increasing their chances of entering the inner circle. In comparison, Wei Yi's matters were trivial. After all, to them, teaching a newcomer a lesson could be done at any time. Is it not done yet? Xiao Yuji, a robust figure exuding a powerful aura, inquired coldly. His gaze is piercing as steel. Almost there, came the hurried response from the excavators. It was indeed curious. That old fellow had once been a renowned figure, yet why was he buried here? Su Pingzheng remarked, a hint of a smile tugging at his lips. Who knows, perhaps he feared being dug up after death. Lei Yuan replied dismissively. Are you implying us? It seems we are indeed engaged in that very act. Su Pingzheng's plump face displayed surprise. Why are you so chatty? Lei Yuan frowned. Isn't it just boring? If you're bored, then help out. Just then, the coffin in the grave began to emerge, gradually being hoisted up by ropes and placed on the adjacent ground. The members of the Black Tiger Society exchanged glances, unable to suppress their excitement. Even Xiao Yuji, usually stern and unsmiling, revealed a slight grin. Open the coffin, he commanded in a low voice. 4 Black Tiger Society warriors stepped forward, cautiously pushing aside the topmost coffin lid. The onlookers remained vigilant, but surprisingly, there were no hidden traps or mechanisms during the opening. Xiao Yuji glanced at Su Pingzheng and nodded slightly, without hesitation. Su Pingzheng donned a pair of specialized gloves and approached the coffin. Probing inside, the crowd held their breath in anticipation. Found it. Su Pingzheng's eyes brightened, revealing a look of delight. Elixirs, several bottles, though it's uncertain if they're still usable. Also, 3 weapons, likely treasures. though they've lost some spirit. And Emmanuel, oh my boss, Wei Yi struck gold. It's the old fellow's signature martial technique. Upon seeing the large characters on the manual, Su Pingzheng's elation was palpable, his breathing quickening that a plethora of items lay before them, prompting the members of the Black Tiger Society to burst into joyous laughter. Their haul far exceeded their expectations. Yet, amidst their celebration, Wei Yi and Li Hanluan, concealed nearby, were equally exhilarated. Treasures. Indeed, treasures. They exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with excitement, before silently nodding in agreement. Subsequently, the two, previously crouched low, began to rise, their suppressed cultivation slowly unfurling. Chapter 52. The mantis and the cicada. Wei Yi and Li Hanluan wore expressions of grave seriousness, their demeanor more earnest than ever. Seizing food from a tiger's mouth requires confronting the threat posed by the tiger itself. Neither Wei Yi nor Li Hanluan dared to let their guard down. The prowess of Xiao Yuji, one of the two external tigers, was well known. He ranked among the top 3 of thousands of disciples in the outer sect, a testament to his formidable strength. Su Pingzheng and Lei Yuan, alongside Hua Tianlu, were recognized as the 3 great generals of the Black Tiger Society, their strength comparable to Hua Tianlu's, perhaps even greater. Both were also martial masters, Su Pingzheng at the 2nd tier and Lei Yuan at the 3rd. The remaining 7 or 8 members were all elite core figures of the Black Tiger Society, each possessing peak martial prowess and ample combat experience. Attempting to snatch treasures from such individuals was indeed akin to wresting food from a tiger's jaws. Their most advantageous factor was their element of surprise. Wei Yi and Li Hanluan inhaled deeply to that moment. Time seemed to stand still, their heartbeats momentarily stilled. Action. With a hushed command, they sprang into motion, their accumulated power erupting in an instant. Their speed reached its zenith, akin to 2 frenzied leopards in pursuit. The specifics of their forms blurred, appearing as indistinct phantoms that eye in mere breaths. They covered the short distance of 10 paces. Not good. Xiao Yuji's complexion changed drastically, the impending danger registering first with him. Turning to look, his expression darkened to a scowl. Stop them, he bellowed in fury. To excavate this grave, he had expended considerable time and effort. How could he tolerate 2 interlopers attempting to snatch away his hard-won spoils? Stop those 2 fools. They're seeking death. At this moment, Su Pingzheng and Lei Yuan also reacted, their expressions grim. However, by then, Wei Yi and Li Hanluan had already dashed to the pile of treasures. Words were no longer necessary. It could be summed up in a single word: seize. Get lost. Wei Yi unleashed his 7-kill fist. Over the past half-month, he had invested 1,000 taels of silver daily in the Beast Spirit Tower to gain experience. While primarily enhancing his deathly 13 swords, his 7-kill fist had also seen significant improvement. Now reaching LV10. LV10 equated to a minor mastery, its power formidable, coupled with Wei Yi's full cultivation awakening and the activation of his bloodline power. Lei Yuan found himself no match for the ferocity of Wei Yi's punch. Sent flying backward in a fair fight, Lei Yuan might have held his own, but faced with Wei Yi's sudden assault and his own panic, the conditions were anything but equal, rendering him helpless against Wei Yi's overwhelming strike. Concurrently, Li Hanluan held nothing back. With 2 explosive palm strikes, his might was on par with Wei Yi's. The 2 Black Tiger Society members had no time to react before being swept away by Li Hanluan's force. Yet, at that moment, Xiao Yuji hurled a powerful punch toward him. True to his reputation as the leader of the Black Tiger Society, Xiao Yuji unleashed a wave of formidable energy, revealing his cultivation level as a 5th-tier martial master. More astonishingly, he practiced a certain lightning attribute technique. His chi surged, causing his fist to radiate a blinding purple light as it whistled through the air, as if eager to consume everything in its path. Li Hanluan's heart tightened. He was not fearful, but rather caught off guard, having just launched his own attack, leaving him vulnerable. Fortunately, at that moment, Wei Yi darted in front of him. I'll handle this. The 7-kill fist erupted once more. However, in the face of Xiao Yuji's overwhelming power, Wei Yi also summoned the energy of the crimson crystal true flame, infusing it into his punch, faint red light flickering, though hardly noticeable in the darkness. The fists clashed with a resounding boom. Terrifying energy collided at the point of impact. Wei Yi stifled a grunt and staggered back 3 steps as the violent electric energy surged through him, coursing painfully through his meridians, causing his complexion to flush. Yet, Xiao Yuji too suffered. Despite his higher cultivation, Wei Yi's crimson crystal true flame energy was extraordinarily potent as Xiao Yuji's lightning-infused qi coursed through Wei Yi. Wei Yi's energy similarly penetrated Xiao Yuji. Comparatively, the crimson crystal true flame's power far exceeded that of the lightning attribute qi. How is this possible? Xiao Yuji was similarly forced back, a trickle of crimson blood escaping his lips. Shock evident in his gaze, he had never anticipated that this seemingly inferior opponent would unleash such formidable combat prowess. While he was stunned, Wei Yi and Li Hanluan were already prepared, wasting no time. You gather the treasures. I will hold them off. Before Wei Yi could speak, Li Hanluan took the initiative to say, grateful for Wei Yi's timely assistance that had spared him from injury. Li Hanluan spoke. He suddenly struck his chest, and an enigmatic surge of energy erupted, sending blue ripples through the air. The aura surrounding Li Hanluan intensified dramatically. The power of bloodlines. Wei Yi's heart jolted, possessing bloodline power himself. He instantly recognized that familiar sensation. He never anticipated that Li Hanluan had such a hidden ace up his sleeve. However, this was fortuitous for them. Good. Wei Yi ceased his chatter, seizing the moment while Li Hanluan unleashed his power to obstruct others. He promptly crouched down to snatch the treasures. Producing a prepared bag, Wei Yi hastily stuffed everything before him into it without even glancing. Originally, Su Pingzheng had piled the items together, awaiting Zhang Yuanji's distribution. Hence they had not been collected. Little did he know, this inadvertently facilitated Wei Yi's gathering. Elixirs, precious weapons, gold, and jewels. Wei Yi seemed intent on taking everything, leaving nothing for the Black Tiger Society. Yes. And that so-called martial arts manual, an idea, flashed in Wei Yi's mind as he recalled Su Pingzheng's earlier mention of the owner's renowned martial technique, although he was unaware of the identity of this tomb's master. Possessing a famed martial skill was certainly no trivial matter. The swift glance revealed an ancient tome nearby. Indeed, it was there. Wei Yi's heart swelled with joy as he reached out to grasp it. However, at that moment, a slender jade hand suddenly emerged from the shadows, swiftly seizing the manual first. Chapter 53. Half of the manual. Upon seeing the unexpected slender hand, Wei Yi was momentarily taken aback. His eyes widening in astonishment, mirroring the expressions of Xiao Yuji and the others when they first beheld him, and Li Hanluan. It was utterly unexpected. At this moment, a saying involuntarily surfaced in Wei Yi's mind. The mantis stalks the cicada. Unaware of the aureole behind, the members of the Black Tiger Society were the cicadas, he and Li Hanluan the manises, and the owner of that delicate hand was undoubtedly the aureole lurking behind them. Damn! Realizing this, Wei Yi was instantly filled with rage, a fierce fire igniting within him. They had exerted great effort only to serve as a decoy for another. How could he swallow this humiliation? Not too shabby. Meanwhile, the woman picked up the manual, chuckling lightly as she assessed it. Veiled in a scarf, her features were obscured by the night, but her stature and voice suggested she was a young woman. Upon finishing her words, she prepared to pocket the manual and depart. However, just then, a blinding flash of sword light swept toward her. The woman's expression shifted as she swiftly retreated, looking up to see Wei Yi launching a surprise attack with his sword. You wish to force my hand? The woman glared coldly at Wei Yi, her chest heaving with evident annoyance. Hand over the manual, or you shall go nowhere today. Wei Yi's expression darkened as he spoke. His gaze icy and devoid of any pity. It was no wonder Wei Yi was ruthless. He estimated that among the treasures, that manual was the most precious, its value surpassing even the sum of the others. Given it was the renowned martial skill of the tomb's master, now that the manual was in her possession, how could he afford to be courteous? He felt an overwhelming desire to flay this sudden interloper alive. Arrogant and presumptuous. Hearing Wei Yi's words, the woman scoffed dismissively. Glancing at the approaching members of the Black Tiger Society, she said nothing and immediately utilized her skills to retreat. Yet, Wei Yi was not about to let her have her way. He had long anticipated this woman's escape, and with the black water technique fully activated, he swiftly positioned himself before her. Without wasting words, he wielded his heroic sword without hesitation. A torrent of sword light erupted, sealing off all her escape routes. The reason Wei Yi initially refrained from using his sword and resorted to the 7-kill fist was to avoid revealing his identity to the Black Tiger Society, as he preferred to minimize trouble. Yet now, to reclaim the martial skill manual, he could no longer afford to hold back, unleashing his most potent means of combat. After days of grinding experience in the Beast Soul Tower, the 13 death knives had been elevated to LV-18, nearing mastery, and its power had naturally surged several tiers. The terrifying sword light surged forth, causing the woman's expression to shift. Since you forced my hand, do not blame me for being ungracious. Her cool gaze held a hint of barely concealed anger. Initially, she intended only to see some benefits and leave, never anticipating a confrontation. However, now that Wei Yi continued to press, she was not so composed. Swish, a precious sword appeared in her hand, its blade exceedingly thin, faintly shimmering with a blue hue, emanating an icy aura that it was undoubtedly another extraordinarily valuable weapon, with a swift sound of slicing through the air. Her long sword descended like drifting snowflakes, appearing gentle yet wielding immense power. The radiant sword energy erupted, and her strike deftly dismantled Wei Yi's sword-light assault. Simultaneously, she seized the opportunity to retreat several steps, escaping the danger zone. However, her gaze toward Wei Yi was decidedly unfriendly. Excellent swordsmanship, it seems you are no nameless figure. Wei Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, a cold smirk escaping his lips. You talk too much. The woman's expression shifted slightly, and with a flick of her right hand, countless sword lights instantly manifested, rushing toward Wei Yi in an instant. Wei Yi snorted coldly, displaying no fear, and immediately swung the heroic sword. The LV 1813 death knives were formidable, each strike following the last in an unbroken sequence. Waves of sword energy erupted, showcasing the full might of the heroic sword. However, to Wei Yi's astonishment, this woman managed to parry each of his sword techniques, remaining unflinching as he unleashed the deadly moves of the 13 death knives, as if she were an immovable boulder, steadfast and composed. Wei Yi finally confirmed that this woman's swordsmanship was undoubtedly on par with his own, if not superior. Yet, she was unfamiliar with the 13 death knives. After all, this was a transcendent martial skill from the gaming system, which allowed Wei Yi to maintain a slight edge. Who is this woman? Her swordsmanship is astonishing. Could she also be an outer disciple of the Overlord sect? A tempest of thoughts surged within Wei. He had initially believed that the LV 1813 death knives would easily overpower her. But to his surprise, she was capable of neutralizing his every technique, leaving him frustrated to the point of bloodshed. There was no alternative. He would have to resort to that move. Wei Yi's gaze turned icy, and the technique of his sword shifted dramatically. The 13th sword, the most astonishing move within the 13 death knives. Wei Yi had yet to use it, not because he lacked mastery, but because he had reserved this technique for a truly worthy opponent. Little did he expect that this inexplicably appearing woman would be the one to witness his debut. Swish, as this sword was thrust forth, it was as elusive as a deer's horn. Utterly unfathomable, an exquisite marvel. The woman's eyes glimmered with a hint of undeniable surprise. Instead of fear, she appeared somewhat exhilarated. Whoosh, the sword energy sliced through the air. The woman immediately raised her sword to block. And as the energy detonated, it transformed into a shimmering barrier. Yet, it could not withstand the exquisite stroke of Wei Yi's sword. The barrier shattered, and the woman's expression changed dramatically as she crushed a jade talisman, conjuring an energy shield to protect her vital areas. The frigid sword tip appeared before her, but instead of delivering a lethal strike, it deftly lifted the manual from her waist, sending it soaring into the air. This is what I seek. Wei Yi smirked, reaching out to grasp it. Prioritizing the manual over injuring this woman was paramount. You. The woman was seething with humiliation and immediately lunged forward to seize the manual. The two of them grasped opposite halves, glaring at each other, neither willing to relent. Rip, the ensuing sound was piercing in the night, leaving the onlookers speechless, while Wei Yi and the woman stared wide-eyed. The manual had been torn asunder. Chapter 54. Not a hair left behind. The woman glared coldly at Wei Yi, her fury palpable, her expression grim. Wei Yi, too, wore a displeased countenance, tightly clutching his half of the manual. His expression shifting between uncertainty and resolve, they stared at each other, their eyes fierce, as if they wished to devour one another whole. Clearly, both were unwilling to suffer loss. I will remember you. I may not obtain the complete manual, but you shall not either. The woman chuckled coldly. Then, her actions took Wei Yi completely by surprise. Without further ado, she abruptly turned and fled. Indeed, she simply ran away, leaving Wei Yi clutching the remaining half of the manual. Feeling utterly bewildered, he could hardly comprehend that she would be so decisive, abandoning the other half of the manual without a second thought. What use was half a manual? Who would learn martial skills with just half a manual? Were they not afraid of going mad from practicing? The woman's actions not only astonished Wei Yi, but also caught every other onlooker off guard. No one had anticipated that she would suddenly withdraw. And with her remarkable speed, the Black Tiger Society members were unable to stop her, watching helplessly as she vanished into the night, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Brother, she has escaped. Su Pingzheng was momentarily taken aback. Then his expression soured as he spoke. They had refrained from intervening in the duel between Wei Yi and the woman, hoping to let both sides suffer significant losses, allowing them to swoop in and capture both. However, their plans had backfired, and instead of gaining an advantage, they had allowed the adversaries to escape. That I'm not blind. Xiao Yuji gritted his teeth, his frustration evident that it was bad enough that the woman had fled, but she had taken half of the secret manual with her. Even if he managed to capture Wei Yi, he would only end up with half of the manual, which, like Wei Yi, he deemed useless. The thought made him feel a surge of rage. These individuals kept appearing one after another, truly infuriating. Regardless, they needed to subdue the remaining two first. Go all out. Xiao Yuji, a decisive man, commanded without hesitation. At that moment, he wished to delay no longer. Under his leadership, all members of the Black Tiger Society charged fiercely toward Wei Yi and Li Hanluan. Xiao Yuji personally confronted Wei Yi, while Su Pingzheng and Lei Yuan teamed up against Li Hanluan. The remaining elite members of the Black Tiger Society did not linger idly by. They unleashed their martial techniques, showing no mercy as per Xiao Yuji's orders. Wei Yi and Li Hanluan exchanged a glance and nodded slightly. Let us go. No sooner had the words left their lips than both drew out two pitch-black spheres. Though they appeared unremarkable, Xiao Yuji and the others could not help but change their expressions. Their pupils constricting. What kind of devilry had these two prepared? Get back. Xiao Yuji shouted in terror. Just as he spoke, Wei Yi and Li Hanluan smashed the spheres onto the ground. Boom, 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 boom. The deafening explosions rang out consecutively. Enormous craters appeared before the members of the Black Tiger Society, and thick clouds of dust erupted. Those caught off guard were hurled away by the devastating force of the explosions, many sustaining serious injuries. After a long while, they struggled to rise, with the exception of Xiao Yuji, who had reacted swiftly to evade the blasts. Most others bore varying degrees of injury. In stark contrast, Wei Yi and Li Hanluan had long since vanished from sight. Having absconded with all the treasures they had extracted from the coffin, leaving nothing behind. Witnessing this scene, the faces of the Black Tiger Society members darkened. Xiao Yuji, in particular, wore a grim expression, as if encased in a thick layer of ice. His silence palpable, revealing the fury boiling within him, like a volcano on the verge of eruption. What on earth just happened? We have labored tirelessly to locate the tomb, expending so much time and effort. Aside from us, no one else should have known about this operation. How did those three suddenly appear? He glared fiercely at the others, his voice cold and accusatory. Upon hearing this, the group could not help but shudder. Xiao Yuji's implication was clear. There must be a traitor among them. Impossible. We've all been together during this time. How could any information have leaked? Even if someone had thoughts of betrayal, there has been time for it. Su Pingzheng frowned, while the rest of the society members, unaware of the specifics of the mission, were equally perplexed. Then tell me, what about those three? Xiao Yuji demanded angrily. Su Pingzheng fell silent. While the woman's sudden appearance was one thing. The two men had clearly been prepared, timing their ambush precisely, with an escape plan already in place. This suggested that information might indeed have been leaked. As this realization dawned on him, Su Pingzheng could not help but scan the others with suspicion. Who betrayed us? The hot-tempered Lei Yuan, known for his violent temper, glared at the others, his ominous gaze suggesting he was ready to strike at any moment. Not me. I've been with the boss these past few days. It can't be me. The others, pale-faced and terrified, quickly defended themselves. What a joke. Who would want to have the blame placed upon them? The group erupted in a cacophony of self-justifications. Xiao Yuji sighed inwardly. Finding calm amidst the chaos, he had carefully selected these individuals. Those who might be loose-lipped had been left behind. Logically, they should not betray him. Yet, how had those three shown up? Was it truly mere coincidence? He pondered deeply. Regardless, they must locate those three individuals. If I am not mistaken, they are likely disciples from the outer sect's-affiliated academy. Otherwise, there would be no need for them to conceal their identities. One of the men possesses a water attribute bloodline. Another wields impressive swordsmanship and commands a special fire attribute energy. As for the woman, her swordplay appears to be the profound technique known as the Wu Yi sword art. Based on these characteristics, we must find them. Once their identities are confirmed, they will repay us tenfold. Xiao Yuji growled, his teeth clenched in fury. Chapter 55. The Eagle-Shaped Ghost Shadow 18 Techniques in the Depths of Night. At an inn beneath the Bamwang sect, Wei Yi and Li Hanluan fled breathlessly. To evade any post-incident investigations by the Black Tiger Society, they refrained from entering through the main entrance of the inn. Instead, scaling the eaves and slipping through a window into a pre-booked room on the second floor. Finally, we can rest. I'm exhausted. Li Hanluan plopped down, utterly spent. The younger man lacked the stamina. Wei chuckled teasingly, noting that compared to him, his endurance was slightly better. At least he was drenched in sweat like Li Hanluan. Li Hanluan rolled his eyes at the remark. Enough with the banter. Quickly bring out the goods. Let us see what treasures we've acquired. I hope we didn't toil all night only to end up with worthless junk. With that, Li Hanluan's interest peaked once more. Rest assured, There are plenty of valuable items. Wei Yi smiled as he placed the bundle on the table and began to unpack it. The quantity was indeed substantial: pills, fine weapons, gold, silver, jewels, along with some bronze and jade artifacts. Notably, there was also that half-volume of the martial arts manual. Upon inspecting the pills, Li Hanluan lamented as he noted that most of their efficacy had diminished. Even if their potency has waned, they can still be refined again later. Since these pills served as burial items, they were certainly not ordinary. Given the passage of time, it was natural for their effects to diminish. You can refine pills? Li Hanluan asked, eyes wide in surprise. I am a proper fourth-tier alchemist. Wei Yi replied with a dismissive glance, his tone dripping with condescension. Is that true? A fourth-tier alchemist? Do you even know what that entails? Li Hanluan appeared skeptical. He had seen fourth-tier alchemists before, but none were as young as Wei Yi. Believe it or not, but there is no alchemy facility in the outer sect. I suppose I'll have to wait until we enter the inner sect to find a way. Wei Yi shrugged. TSK. You say that with such conviction. You really have a flair for theatrics, Li Hanluan scoffed, clearly still unconvinced. Shifting his gaze, he pushed the pills toward Wei Yi with a grin. In that case, all these pills are yours. Once you successfully refine them, just give me a few. All right, Wei Yi replied, glancing at him, and without hesitation, he gathered them all. The three fine weapons were quite decent, although their spiritual essence had diminished. They were still considered top-notch. If sold, they could fetch around 200,000 taels of silver. As for the gold, silver, jewels, and bronze and jade artifacts, their value was also considerable. However, selling them would likely be troublesome. At the very least, they could not be disposed of in the outer sect's affiliated academy, or they risked attracting the attention of the Black Tiger Society. This is going to be a hassle. Li Hanluan frowned. Then it's up to you to take care of it. Just split the profits with me after you sell them. Wei Yi, having no pressing need for money, was in no rush. However, Li Hanluan was taken aback by Wei Yi's trust. Aren't you worried I might pocket it all or simply keep it for myself? He questioned. A mere few 100,000 taels. Do you really think my friendship is so cheap? If you did that, it would only reveal your lack of foresight and limited potential, Wei Yi replied. Engrossed in studying the half-volume of the martial arts manual, Li Hanluan couldn't help but chuckle. You really can't help but show off, can you? His previous comment had merely been a jest. While a few 100,000 taels was a considerable sum, he wasn't so short-sighted. After all, one could run from a monk but not from the temple. As long as he remained a disciple of the Bawang sect, there was no escaping Wei Yi. What is the manual like? Seeing Wei Yi so focused, Li Hanluan's curiosity got the better of him. How shall I put it? It appears to be a manual for body techniques. It is both profound and powerful. If I am not mistaken, this should be an earth-grade body technique. Wei Yi raised his head and spoke earnestly. Upon hearing this, Li Han instantly stood up from his seat, unable to conceal his astonishment. Earth-grade martial technique? Are you sure you're not joking? Li Han stammered slightly. It was no wonder he was so shocked. Earth-grade martial techniques were exceedingly rare in the kingdom of Duel. Even first-rate forces found it challenging to possess them. Only super first-rate sects like the Overlord sect could potentially collect a few. Yet, even for such elite sects, Earth-grade martial techniques were not common commodities, but rather invaluable legacy manuals that ordinary disciples would never have the opportunity to learn. You can see for yourself. Unfortunately, there is only half a volume. Wei Yi sighed, handing over the half of the manual he held. Li Han quickly extended his hands to accept it. That moment, a series of system prompts suddenly echoed in Wei Yi's mind. Ding! Player Wei Yi has discovered a fragmented Earth-grade intermediate movement technique. Eagle Shadow 18 techniques. Do you wish to learn it? Wei Yi had initially thought this manual was untrainable, but he was pleasantly surprised to find that the game system allowed for learning. For him, there was no reason to refuse an intermediate Earth-grade martial technique. Yes, ding! Player Wei Yi has learned the fragmented Earth-grade intermediate martial technique, Eagle Shadow 18 techniques. Due to its incomplete nature, its grade has been downgraded to upper Xian grade. Current level, LV1. Simultaneously, a multitude of memories surged into his mind. These included not only the methods and key points for practicing Eagle Shadow 18 techniques, but also some information about the origins of this martial technique manual. After assimilating these memories, Wei Yi realized that Eagle Shadow 18 techniques was the renowned martial art of the Eagle King, Lu Zong. Lu Zong was indeed a legendary figure, having risen from a humble background with mediocre martial aptitude. By all accounts, he should not have achieved great success, yet he became one of the foremost experts in the Chu dynasty and was held in high esteem, mingling closely with many martial arts masters. Representing the common martial artist, regrettably, this remarkable individual met an untimely death, and to this day, no one knows who killed him. However, why was he buried in that chaotic graveyard? Wei Yi couldn't help but furrow his brows. Subsequently, another system prompt sounded. Ding. Player Wei Yi has triggered the quest, Eagle King's Legacy, quest requirements. 1. Learn and master the complete Eagle Shadow 18 techniques. 2. Investigate the true cause of Lu Zong's death. Quest duration, 1 year. Quest reward, gift from the Eagle King. Chapter 56. Is the chrysanthemum still painful? The game system indeed did not adhere to conventional logic. After learning the Eagle Shadow 18 techniques, it immediately issued a corresponding story quest. Although the quest rewards were enticing, completing this task was evidently no simple matter. The first requirement was to learn the complete version of Eagle Shadow 18 techniques, which necessitated obtaining the other half of the manual. However, Wei Yi currently had no idea who possessed that half, let alone how to retrieve ITAS for investigating the cause of Lu Zong's death. That was even more daunting. He had no leads and didn't know where to begin. Moreover, the matter involved the death of a top-tier expert, which could not possibly be straightforward. Wei Yi genuinely feared he might fall into some perilous trap. The only fortunate aspect was that the quest had a lengthy time frame, an entire year, sufficient for Wei Yi to elevate his cultivation several levels. Thus, he resolutely set this quest aside for the moment. The following morning, Wei Yi and Li Han returned to the Outer Sect's annex. With the constant influx of people in the Outer Sect, no one particularly noticed their presence for the Black Tiger Society. Although Xiao Yuji intended to investigate their identities, the society's efficiency had yet to reach such swiftness, let alone trace it back to them. Meanwhile, Pei Qinghe hurriedly rushed out from the courtyard, her face lighting up at their return. Wei Yi, you're finally back. Where have you been? Pei Qinghe asked, her joy evident. Where have I been? I went to settle some scores, and made quite a fortune, Wei Yi thought to himself, suppressing a chuckle as he refrained from divulging last night's events to Pei Qinghe, and instead countered with, why are you in such a hurry? Is something the matter? Pei Qinghe, accustomed to being straightforward, had not thought much of it, and quickly replied, I was just about to go find you. Find me for what? You can't possibly miss me that much, Wei Yi inquired with a smile. Uft. What are you saying? Pei Qinghe laughed helplessly. It's about Zhu Ling. What happened to her? Upon hearing Zhu Ling's name, Wei Yi's expression shifted, and his brows furrowed in concern. An intersect senior brother came looking for her. Initially, it wasn't a big deal. We know her family has some connections in the sect, so we didn't pay it much mind. But unexpectedly, they ended up arguing fiercely. That intersect senior brother seemed intent on taking her somewhere, but she was unwilling, leading to the quarrel. We tried to mediate for a long time to no avail. So I came out to find you for a solution. Pei Qinghe briefly recounted the situation. Intersect senior brother, do you know what they were arguing about? Wei Yi asked while rubbing his temples. Pei Qinghe shook her head and shrugged. That person's attitude was quite unpleasant, very temperamental, and he looked down on others. When Zhou Heng tried to mediate, he actually pointed at Zhou Heng and questioned his qualifications to intervene. You should have seen that arrogant expression. Well, he is an inner sect disciple. That's to be expected. You'll understand when you see him, Pei Qinghe remarked, clearly agitated. Wei Yi chose to remain silent as they walked into the courtyard together. Indeed, they found Zhu Ling embroiled in a heated argument with a young man. Zhu Ling's face was flushed with anger, while the young man wore a haughty expression. Zhou Heng and the others stood by anxiously, wanting to interject but unable to do so, as there was a significant disparity in status between outer and inner sect disciples. The TO put it bluntly, if an outer sect disciple clashed with an inner sect disciple, as long as no one died, the sect generally wouldn't hold the inner sect disciple accountable. Even in the rare event of a fatality, an inner sect disciple would typically face only minor penalties and would not be held liable for murder. Of course, this was contingent upon the inner sect disciple being able to overpower the outer sect disciple. If they couldn't, then they would have no face left to speak of. Junior brother Wei Yi finally returned. Zhou Heng and the others exclaimed with delight upon seeing Wei. If they were still green novices, then Wei Yi had already made a name for himself in the outer sect, with a reputation rivaling that of seasoned disciples, which naturally held weight in their eyes. Brother Wei. Zhu Ling turned to Wei Yi, her small face almost in tears. What's going on? Wei Yi approached Zhu Ling and asked. I don't want to attend that gathering, but he insists I go, Zhu Ling said, her eyes reddening. You are my fiancé, Yi. If you don't accompany me, who will? Besides, getting to know inner sect disciples is an opportunity for you. Before Zhu Ling could finish her sentence, the inner sect disciple interrupted. This statement caused an uproar among those present. Until that moment, they had been unaware that this young man was Zhu Ling's fiancé. And that Zhu Ling had a fiancé? Wei Yi couldn't help but frown upon hearing this. Zhu Ling quickly shook her head. No, I didn't agree. He's talking nonsense. It's not true. Such matters are decided by our parents. Your consent is unnecessary. My father has already sent someone to your family to propose, and the news will return any day now. Humph. The young man turned to Wei Yi, his expression unkind. Simultaneously, Wei Yi turned to face him. The two locked eyes, momentarily taken aback. They actually knew each other. Wei Yi, Yuanbei, they both exclaimed simultaneously, their eyes widening in shock. Clearly, neither had anticipated encountering the other under such circumstances. The young man, who claimed to be Zhu Linger's fiancé, was none other than Yuanbei, with whom Wei Yi had a deep-seated conflict. Looking at each other, Wei Yi's gaze shifted, and he couldn't help but chuckle. What are you laughing at? Yuanbei's face darkened, and upon seeing Wei Yi's visage, his anger flared. I'm not laughing at anything. I just wanted to inquire, does your chrysanthemum still hurt? The moment these words left Wei Yi's mouth, the courtyard fell silent. Everyone present stared wide-eyed at the two. Even the usually innocent Zhu Linger wore a look of shock. You. Faced with the misunderstanding from the crowd, Yuanbei's face turned crimson with rage. His eyes fixed on Wei Yi, recalling the humiliating experience he had endured. He couldn't help but grit his teeth, his expression one of sheer malice, as if he wished to devour Wei Yi alive. Chapter 57. I will kill you. Yuanbei's resentment towards Wei Yi was profound. The last experience he had endured was nothing short of catastrophic, with that arrow deeply embedded in a certain unmentionable area. He had to flee for his life without daring to stop, galloping away with gritted teeth, clutching the long arrow. The journey was fraught with turbulence and bloodshed, a torment the likes of which he had never experienced throughout his life. Following the ordeal, the severity of his injuries rendered him bedridden for over 10 days, despite the efforts of skilled physicians. Furthermore, the extraordinary fire he had intended to refine was seized by Wei Yi, igniting a fierce desire for vengeance within him. The amalgamation of old grievances and new enmities left him yearning to reduce Wei Yi to ashes. Thus, upon sighting Wei Yi, his spirits plummeted, the recollection of painful memories casting a shadow over his countenance. Betraying his disdain and hatred, Wei Yi, do not provoke me. You must understand. This is not Jinling, but the Bamwang sect. He glared coldly at Wei Yi, his teeth clenched in fury. In Jinling, he was powerless against Wei Yi, for that was the territory of the Wei clan. However, within the confines of the Bawang sect, he felt unencumbered by such constraints. I am aware. However, I too am a disciple of the Bawang sect now. Wei Yi replied with a light chuckle, shrugging off the animosity directed at him. His nonchalance only further incensed Yuanbei, akin to the discomfort of having swallowed a fly. What are you, a mere outer disciple of the Bawang sect, to claim such a title? Yuanbei retorted scornfully, disdain evident in his gaze. The expression on the faces of those present soured at his words, as they too were outer disciples. Why, Yuanbei, do not overstep your bounds. Even if you are an inner disciple, what of it? If you do not wish to remain here, you may leave. No one is forcing you to stay. Zhu Linger interjected coldly. Her opinion of Yuanbei had never been favorable. And with the clash between him and Wei Yi, she unhesitatingly chose to side with Wei Yi. You dare speak to me in such a manner? Yuanbei glared at her in fury. And how do you believe I should address you? Zhu Linger, though generally amiable, could be quite forthright when angered. Do not harbor delusions. I shall make it unequivocally clear that even if my family concedes to your demands, I will never harbor affection for you, nor will I ever become your fiancé. The color drained from Yuanbei's face upon hearing her words. Initially, he had not taken the engagement seriously. But after his father conspired with Elder Ximen, he had reluctantly acquiesced. It was only upon seeing Zhu Linger's portrait that he became captivated, which led to his visit to the outer courtyard. Yet he found himself in this humiliating predicament. Casting a glance at Zhu Linger and then at Wei Yi, Yuanbei felt akin to a bull-headed man wearing a green hat. What man could endure such disgrace? Wei Yi, you seek death. I shall kill you today. An all-consuming rage surged within him, his eyes turning crimson as the combined weight of fresh and old grievances erupted, leading him to lose all semblance of reason. In a fit of fury, he attacked without warning. Upon returning to the Bawang sect, he had already broken through to the Grand Martial Master realm. Moreover, he was not an ordinary Grand Martial Master. Given his conditions and resources, he could have advanced much earlier, but he had deliberately slowed his pace to solidify his foundation. This had resulted in his combat prowess far exceeding that of typical warriors of the same rank. With a surge of true energy, he unleashed a tremendous wave of force, compelling Zhu Linger and the others to retreat. He struck at Wei Yi with a punch that transformed into a fearsome energy dragon. Wei Yi, recognizing the strength of Yuanbei, felt a flicker of apprehension. He was aware that Yuanbei was formidable, as their previous confrontation over the extraordinary fire had demonstrated their equal footing. However, Yu Wenbei's evident progress surprised him. Yet, in comparison, Wei Yi felt his own advancements had been even greater. Bring it on. Wei Yi's gaze hardened. Devoid of fear, he propelled himself forward using the recoil of his right foot against the ground. Countering with a punch .7 killing fist, the two fists met in a clash, true energy surging forth, their robes fluttering as the energy waves reverberated throughout the courtyard, leaving onlookers aghast. The intensity of their confrontation was palpable. As they exchanged blow after blow, their figures a blur as they engaged in a fierce melee. Wei Yi, today I shall teach you a lesson, so you may understand the heights of heaven and depths of earth. Yu Wenbei bellowed, unleashing a flurry of martial techniques. Be careful. The one who receives the lesson might just be you. Wei Yi sneered, realizing that the 7 killing fist was ineffective against his opponent. Wei Yi unhesitatingly activated his bloodline power, while simultaneously channeling the red crystal true flame into his fist. With a resounding explosion, the outcome of their clash was starkly different this time. While the surge of Wei Yi's bloodline power remained within Yu Wenbei's capacity to endure, the energy of the red crystal true flame exceeded his expectations. The violent energy of the extraordinary fire surged into Yu Wenbei, causing immediate discomfort in his chest and rendering his true energy circulation laborious. Seizing the opportunity, Wei Yi unleashed a relentless barrage of iron fists, forcing Yu Wenbei to stagger backward, clearly on the defensive. Finally, Wei Yi's figure flickered as he closed the distance, delivering a powerful straight punch infused with the strength of the 7 killing fist, sending Yu Wenbei reeling back several steps. His face flushed as he coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood, while Yu Wenbei's complexion quickly paled, struggling to raise his head and meet Wei Yi's gaze. His eyes brimmed with shock and indignation that he could not fathom how, after breaking through to the Grand Martial Master realm, he still found himself outmatched by Wei Yi. How can this be? How could I be defeated by you again? Yu Wenbei uttered, disbelief etched on his features. Wei Yi had inadvertently morphed into an inescapable nightmare for him that I will not concede so easily. Wei Yi, I shall defeat you. He glared at Wei Yi, teeth clenched, before wiping the blood from his mouth. Casting a lingering glance at Zhu Ling, he then turned and strode toward the courtyard exit, his pride wounded, unable to bear remaining any longer. Are we just going to let him leave? Pei Qinghe voiced his dissatisfaction. He harbored considerable resentment toward Yu Wenbei, believing that a sound thrashing would be most fitting. Upon hearing his words, the others turned to him with strange expressions, their eyes conveying a singular message. What more do you want? After all, Yu Wenbei's father was an inner elder, while they were merely outer disciples. If they pushed too far, it would be to their detriment. Given that the inner sect assessment was approaching, it would be prudent to avoid any unnecessary disturbances. Wei Yi smiled, explaining, indeed, the authority of an inner elder is not to be underestimated. Should he choose to sabotage our inner sect assessment, it would be problematic. If that were to happen, we would have no place to lament our misfortunes. However, Pei Qinghe could not help but worry. Wouldn't he report today's incident to his father? Would he? If he had any sense of shame, he would not. Zhou Heng interjected before Wei Yi could respond. The others chuckled at the notion, recognizing that if Yu Wenbei were to seek parental intervention, it would be excessively shameless, for he was clearly a proud man concerned with his reputation. As the individuals from Zhenwu Academy speculated, Yu Wenbei indeed refrained from reporting the incident to his father, as he was at a loss for words. How could he explain that he had lost to an outer disciple, or that the girl he had not yet wed appeared to have betrayed him? Or perhaps that the individual who had previously humiliated him in Jinling now stood before him in the outer sect. Yu Wenbei's pride prevented him from confiding in his father, as he sought to prove his worth. Even if he could not surpass his elder brother, he was determined not to be seen as a mere fool. Yet, not seeking his father's intervention did not mean he would let Wei Yi off easily. I will defeat you, but before that, I shall present you with a grand gift, a recompense for the harm you have inflicted upon me. Humph, you wish to enter the inner sect? I will ensure you cannot. Yu Wenbei gritted his teeth, soon arriving at the entrance of an independent courtyard within the outer sect. This residence was spacious and elegantly appointed, yet it was solely occupied by one individual. Or rather, one person monopolized the entire estate. Yu Wenbei, what brings you to my abode today? A young man with black hair greeted him with a faint smile. Although he referred to Yu Wenbei as senior brother, there was no trace of respect in his demeanor. He remained seated, exuding an air of indifference. Witnessing this haughty attitude, a flicker of anger stirred within Yu Wenbei. After all, he was an inner disciple. However, considering his request, he suppressed his irritation. Moreover, In terms of both status and strength, he could not impose himself upon the young man before him, who had likely extended the title of senior brother as the utmost expression of respect. The individual before me is none other than Zhang Wu, the foremost disciple among the thousands in the outer sect's affiliated academy. Chasing Windblade is his title, while Zhang Wu is his name. This moniker and his name are not only renowned in the outer sect but are also familiar to many within the inner sect. In this vast outer sect, numerous individuals possess the strength to vie for the top 3 positions, such as the so-called 2 tigers of the outer sect, Black Tiger Xiao Yuji and White Tiger Han Dongqing, as well as the charming leader of the Lu Yun gang, Lu Ruyun, along with several other exceptionally gifted disciples. However, the position of the outer sect's number 1 is universally acknowledged to belong solely to Zhang Wu. In terms of cultivation, Zhang Wu is not the pinnacle, being merely a 5th-tier Grand Martial Master. Not significantly stronger than Xiao Yuji and the others. Yet, his mastery of swordsmanship is astonishingly extraordinary. He has not only perfected several high-tier sword techniques, but has also grasped a profound sword intent that eludes countless swordsmen. His talent in swordsmanship is nothing short of monstrous. Although Yuan Bei has never sparred with him, he has heard others speak of Zhang Wu, and even his brother, who is typically quite arrogant, praises Zhang Wu as someone who, once he enters the inner sect, will undoubtedly become a significant contender among core disciples. Furthermore, Yuan Bei is aware that Zhang Wu has caught the eye of a powerful figure within the sect. And upon entering the inner sect, he will surely be accepted as a direct disciple. As for whether Zhang Wu can enter the inner sect, that is not even a question. If he cannot, Yuan Bei cannot fathom who else from the outer sect could. I have come here today with a request for Brother Zhang. Why Yuan Bei, seeking assistance, lowered his stance and referred to him as Brother Zhang instead of his junior. Zhang Wu smirked slightly, setting down his cup and teasingly inquired, Brother Yuan, if you seek my assistance, that is no problem, but you should know my price is not low. I understand. 100,000 taels in silver notes. I will have someone deliver it later. Why Yuan Bei gritted his teeth, suppressing the pain of parting with that sum. Zhang Wu was somewhat taken aback by Yuan Bei's willingness to pay so readily. 100,000 taels is no small amount, even for inner sect disciples. Tell, what is it? While I am fond of wealth, if this task is too troublesome, I may lose interest, Zhang Wu remarked with a hint of solemnity. For Brother Zhang, this task is but a trifle, Yuan Bei flattered. He then turned serious, gritting his teeth as he stated, I need Brother Zhang to help me thwart someone during the inner sect assessment, preventing them from entering. An outer sect disciple. Who is this person that dares to offend Brother Yuan? Zhang Wu laughed upon hearing this. He initially thought it was a serious problem causing Yuan Bei distress, but it turned out to be merely a matter concerning an outer sect disciple. To be honest, he had yet to regard anyone in the outer sect with much seriousness. If Xiao Yuji and the others are of inner sect disciple caliber, then his strength is nearly on par with that of core disciples. He does not even consider ordinary inner sect disciples, let alone an outer sect disciple. Is it Xiao Yuji or Han Dongqing? Or perhaps Qiu Ping? Could it be Lu Ruyun? Zhang Wu casually listed a few possible names. In his mind, only a handful of individuals could have offended Yuan Bei to this extent. After all, if it were an ordinary outer sect disciple, Yuan Bei would not have sought him out, especially with 100,000 taels at stake. None of them. Yuan Bei shook his head, his expression darkening. It is a newcomer. His name is Wei Yi. A newcomer. Zhang Wu was momentarily taken aback. Before bursting into laughter, he looked at Yuan Bei, the mockery in his eyes unabashed. In the following days, Yuan Bei did not cause any disturbances, and Wei Yi's life returned to a semblance of peace. He spent his days either honing his skills in the Beast Soul Tower or practicing the Eagle Shadow 18 techniques with fellow challengers and others from the Zhenwu Academy. Despite the incomplete state of the technique, which had downgraded its rank to mid-tier Xian grade, it remained the highest-level martial arts manual he currently possessed. The higher the rank, the greater the learning difficulty. Moreover, body techniques cannot be leveled up in the Beast Soul Tower. They require constant practice and application. Fortunately, Wei Yi's comprehension is quite commendable, and within a few days, the technique's level had quietly risen to LV7. Though only LV7, his speed rivaled that of a fully leveled LV10 Blackwater technique, with its agility surpassing many. After all, one is a mid-tier Xian grade, while the other is merely a low-tier mortal grade. The difference in rank is not trivial. Hence, Wei Yi eagerly anticipates mastering the complete version of the mid-tier Eagle Shadow 18 techniques, especially since the Eagle King Lu Zong earned his title through this technique. Unfortunately, Wei Yi still does not know who the woman was that took the other half of the manual that night. Li Hanluan attempted to investigate discreetly, but found no leads. However, compared to their regrets, the members of the Black Tiger Association were utterly frantic. After working so hard, they had gained nothing, while others reaped all the benefits, leaving them with nothing to show for their efforts. Xiao Yuji was nearly driven mad. In their quest to locate Wei Yi and his companions, the Black Tiger Association turned the entire outer sect upside down, searching and interrogating everywhere, offending one group after another. This behavior displeased other forces in the outer sect, prompting even the higher-ups, such as the branch leaders, to intervene and admonish the Black Tiger Association's members to cease their relentless activities. Consequently, the investigation shifted from overt to covert, becoming considerably more discreet. Yet, they were evidently still unwilling to give up so easily. Wei Yi and Li Hanluan's initial plan was meticulously crafted, and thus far, no connections to them had been found. As for the conflict between Wei Yi and the Black Tiger Association, the latter seemed preoccupied and unconcerned, viewing Wei Yi merely as a newcomer. Compared to the legacy martial arts of Eagle King Lu Zong, he was not a worthy opponent to draw attention. The only source of worry for Wei Yi during this time was Zhu Linger, whose spirits were dwindling day by day, and she was gradually becoming more haggard. Those around her could not help but feel concerned. And Lu Huan's attempts to persuade her had yielded little effect. How about we have a chat? Wei Yi sighed and approached Zhu Linger. Although he was reluctant to meddle in others' affairs, he genuinely cared for this friend. Moreover, Zhu Linger had indeed aided him significantly, whether in dealing with the hundreds of Blackwater bandit cavalry or securing his place in the academy. Now that she was in trouble, he could not stand by idly. Upon hearing Wei Yi's suggestion, Zhu Linger lifted her head. Her once bright eyes now lacked their usual sparkle, appearing dim and forlorn. Biting her lip gently, she shook her head, declining Wei Yi's kind offer. Wei Yi was not offended. Instead, he chuckled softly and asked, "What is this? Have you decided not to acknowledge me as your big brother? Consider it just a casual chat, a little heart-to-heart. Trust me, sometimes expressing your thoughts can be a relief. Keeping everything bottled up inside is never pleasant." Zhu Linger lowered her head in silence. After a long pause, she finally looked up again, her eyes reddened, tears shimmering as she choked out, "A few days ago, I received a letter from my family to my grandfather's health. He is not well." Wei Yi's heart sank at once. He instantly understood the true reason behind Zhu Linger's emotional turmoil. Her grandfather is the true head of the Zhu family, a renowned martial king-level powerhouse, holding a position akin to Wei Yi's father in the Wei family, capable of making decisions on nearly all matters and serving as the backbone of the entire Zhu clan. However, unlike his father, who is in the prime of life and robust, capable of maintaining his strength for decades even without breakthroughs, Zhu Linger's grandfather is already in his twilight years, clearly nearing the end of his days. One can only imagine the turmoil that would ensue when such a pillar of a grand family is lost. Moreover, Zhu Linger's parents passed away early, leaving her grandfather to raise her. He is the person she is closest to. Realizing this, Wei Yi couldn't help but sigh, gazing at the tearful figure before him, recalling her once vibrant demeanor and feeling a pang in his heart. Regarding Zhu Linger, he did not harbor any romantic feelings, partly due to his youth. He had not yet considered such matters, and partly because Zhu Linger was still a blossoming flower, a girl of 15 or 16 years, and he did not wish to take advantage of her. Nevertheless, he felt a genuine concern and affection for this lovely girl, much like a protective older brother does. "So, your family is pressuring you to marry Yuanbei?" Wei Yi inquired softly that if that is the case, I can somewhat understand the Zhu family's reasoning that why Yuanbei's elder brother is a core disciple of the Overlord sect, and his father is an elder within the inner sect. If Zhu Linger were to ally with the Yu family, it could significantly improve the Zhu family's current situation. At the very least, with the Yu family's protection, the Zhu family would not be devoured by the predatory forces lurking around. "My grandfather did not say so," Zhu Linger replied, shaking her head. "He only mentioned that he might only be able to hold on for another 6 months and could only protect me for that long. He hopes I can grow up quickly. I feel guilty towards my grandfather." At this point, Zhu Linger could no longer contain herself, throwing her arms around Wei Yi and bursting into tears. Her sobs echoed, and those who heard her were moved to sorrow. Hearing her weep, Wei Yi felt a lump in his throat that a girl of merely 15 or 16, at the prime of her youth, should be indulging in a carefree existence. Yet she finds herself ensnared in immense pressure and adversity. "Do not fret. All shall be well," Wei Yi gently reassured her, patting her back. "Moreover, I shall assist you in nurturing our dear Linga. In time, we shall have no fears. What is Yuanbei? He is unworthy even to hold our Linga's shoes. When the time comes, Linger may marry whomever she desires. No one shall have authority over you." After weeping for an extended period, Zhu Linger finally ceased her tears. She lifted her head, her eyes red, gazing at Wei Yi with anticipation. Wei Ge, will you always support me? Certainly, Wei Yi replied with a smile, ruffling her hair. Then, may I marry you? Zhu Lingao asked earnestly. This matter is rather complex. Perhaps we should wait until you are a bit older to discuss it, Wei Yi awkwardly responded. Chapter 60. Xian Yulian. Wei Yi paid no heed to Zhu Lingao's words. In contrast, Zhu Lingao felt slightly embarrassed upon seeing Wei Yi in the following days. Being a young girl, she was somewhat shy, and after her impulsive confession, she regretted her boldness, feeling she had made a fool of herself. Such matters should not be voiced so openly. However, she became earnest in her cultivation. As she had declared, she wished to grow stronger swiftly. Zhu Lingao possessed a commendable aptitude for cultivation. Indeed, she might even be considered talented. Yet she had lacked the impetus to strive diligently until now. With the weight of the future pressing upon her shoulders, she transformed remarkably, rising early each morning to practice martial arts and returning late at night to rest. Becoming the most diligent individual in the entire courtyard, the others observed her situation and, rather than harboring jealousy, endeavored to provide her with better conditions. For instance, Wei Yi gifted her numerous pills to enhance her cultivation, which he had casually concocted during idle moments at home. He had no need for them himself, so they had merely been stowed away in his spatial pouch. Now, giving them to Zhu Lingao was a sensible use of resources. Naturally, his indifference did not imply that others shared his sentiment. It was well known that pills for cultivation were exceedingly precious, often unattainable in many places, and Wei Yi's generous donation of over a dozen bottles was far from a trivial gesture. It was a significant act. Zhou Heng and others could not help but marvel, but it was not their place to comment. Zhu Lingao, however, was profoundly touched and silently vowed to repay Wei Ge in the future. Unbeknownst to Wei Yi, he had hardly regarded these casually made pills with any significance. He even thought they occupied unnecessary space in his pouch. Sometimes, the disparity between individuals is indeed vast. Days passed in this manner, and the deadline for the inner sect assessment approached ever closer. The atmosphere within the outer sect academy grew increasingly tense and oppressive. Out of thousands of outer disciples, fewer than 100 would successfully enter the inner sect, becoming official inner disciples, a selection rate akin to 1 in several dozen. Moreover, the assessment would not only evaluate strength, but also fortune. None wished to be eliminated and waste another year in the outer sect. One evening, a woman boldly strode into the courtyard, drawing the attention of everyone present. She was undoubtedly beautiful and possessed an exceptionally tall stature, yet the haughty expression on her face was unsettling. Xian Yulian. Without waiting for others to speak, Zhu Lingao stood up, surprised to see her. You ought to address me as cousin. Clearly, you lack manners, the woman chided, striding closer. What brings you here? Zhu Lingao furrowed her brow. Who is she? Noticing Zhu Lingao's unusual expression, Wei Yi approached, concerned that Zhu Lingao might find herself entangled in trouble again. What is it to you? Before Zhu Lingao could respond, the woman shot a glare at Wei Yi and rebuked him angrily. Wei Yi's expression darkened slightly at her words. Seeing his change in demeanor, Zhu Lingao quickly interjected. She is my cousin, but her temper is rather poor. She clearly wished to avoid conflict between the two. Wei Yi took a deep breath, suppressing his annoyance, and nodded without further comment. Let us discuss this outside, Zhu Lingao suggested. We shall speak right here. Do you fear others overhearing? The woman dismissed Zhu Lingao's suggestion with disdain, her eyes narrowing. Humph. I, Xian Yulian, conduct my affairs with integrity, unlike certain individuals who resort to underhanded tactics behind others' backs. What do you mean by that? Zhu Lingao's expression soured as she sensed the implication in the woman's words. What do I mean? Are you truly so obtuse? Because of your family's affairs, my mother has worked tirelessly to establish a connection with the Yuan family, persuading elder Yuan to arrange a marriage, which would grant your Zhu family a substantial backing. Yet, you, without a second thought, rejected it, leaving my mother in a precarious position. Humph. Can you deny that this is the mess you have created, Zhu Lingao? The two engaged in a heated exchange, leaving the onlookers astounded. Wei Yi then realized that Xian Yulian was indeed the daughter of Elder Xian. What do you expect me to do, according to your plans? Should I become engaged to Yuan Bei? Zhu Lingao retorted, her expression darkening. Of course. This is the arrangement of our elders, and is for your benefit. What right do you have to refuse? Xian Yulian replied, her tone filled with self-importance. Then why don't you marry Yuan Bei yourself? Wei Yi interjected unexpectedly. How could I possibly marry that useless man? Xian Yulian shot back reflexively. Only after the words escaped her lips did she realize. Turning to glare at Wei Yi, her expression hostile. Who do you think you are? This is a conversation between us. What gives you the right to interrupt? The old adage, do not impose on others what you do not desire for yourself, seems lost on you. You hypocritically push your cousin into a pit of fire, revealing that you and your mother are cut from the same cloth. Wei Yi retorted, his temper flaring as he regarded this peculiar cousin of Zhu Ling. What did you say? You seek death. Qian Yulian's temper flared at his words, and without hesitation, she raised her hand to strike. No. Zhu Ling's eyes widened as she rushed forward to intervene. The slap landed squarely on her cheek, sending her staggering and leaving her face flushed. Linger, are you all right? Zhou Heng and Su Huan rushed to support Zhu Ling. Pei Qinghe could no longer restrain herself and began to berate Qian Yulian. Is this my fault? If anyone is to blame, it is her for siding with a wild man against her own cousin. She deserves it, Qian Yulian retorted defiantly, unwilling to back down. Hearing her words, Wei could no longer contain his fury. On behalf of Linger, you will slap yourself twice and apologize. I can overlook this incident as if it never occurred. Otherwise, you shall not leave this place today. Wei Yi glared at her, his voice cold and deliberate. Chapter 61. Anger unleashed. Confronted with Wei Yi's piercing gaze, Qian Yulian felt a tremor of fear and involuntarily retreated several steps, her countenance shifting dramatically. Truthfully, she had never encountered such a fierce gaze from an outer disciple before. Even among inner disciples, few could exert such pressure upon her. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, her expression darkening, beyond a hint of unacknowledged fear. She was overwhelmed with frustration and anger. How could a mere outer disciple instill such trepidation in her? If word of this spread, she could not accept such a reality. What did you say? Qian Yulian laughed bitterly in fury, taunting Wei Yi. Have you lost your mind? Do you even realize who you are addressing? Do you understand your own status? A mere outer disciple. Do you dare challenge me? Foolish woman, it appears you prefer to drink punishment rather than accept a drink of hospitality. Wei Yi coldly rebuked. As he spoke, he advanced toward Qian Yulian. His steps were measured, but each one radiated a sense of unyielding resolve. With every stride, his aura intensified, creating an increasingly terrifying atmosphere. The distance of mere yards felt foreboding under the weight of his presence. Zhou Heng and the others wished to intervene, but found themselves paralyzed by the oppressive force emanating from Wei Yi. Even speaking felt like an insurmountable challenge. They couldn't help but feel bitter. Having once stood on equal ground as students of the true martial academy, the gap between them now felt insurmountable. Faced with Wei Yi's formidable aura, Qian Yulian, too, felt a change within her. Though she remained undeterred, as an elite disciple of the inner sect, her cultivation and battle experience are far beyond those of the ordinary outer sect disciples. Wei Yi's actions not only failed to intimidate her, but instead ignited her inner fighting spirit. You are the one who invited trouble, a presumptuous fool. Today I shall make you aware of the disparity between inner and outer sect disciples. Kneel before me. Qian Yulian's gaze turned icy as an astonishing surge of chilling true energy enveloped her palm completely. The ice crystals formed and reflected a blinding radiance under the sun, emanating an aura of extreme cold. With a swift strike, Qian Yulian appeared before Wei Yi in an instant, evidently intent on imparting a profound lesson. She showed no mercy and unleashed her full power. However, just as her palm was about to land, Wei Yi's figure abruptly vanished from sight. You are far too careless. Is this the extent of an inner sect disciple's strength? Wei Yi's voice suddenly resonated behind her, chilling to the bone. In that moment, Qian Yulian felt a shiver run down her spine. Wei Yi had executed the recently learned technique. Eagle Shadow 18 forms that the eagle represents speed, while shadow symbolizes an elusive agility. Once mastered, this technique becomes nearly impossible to predict, leaving even an inner sect disciple like Qian Yulian unable to detect it. Nonetheless, Qian Yulian's reflexes were not slow. Without turning around, she swiftly unleashed a sidekick, infused with potent true energy. The clash of their strikes echoed, sending Qian Yulian staggering backward. However, Wei Yi was not unscathed either. A layer of ice covered his arm, and the biting cold seeped into his body, causing a faint numbness to spread. 8th level Grand Martial Master, it seems you possess some skill, Wei Yi mused, narrowing his eyes and revealing a hint of cold amusement. If their cultivation levels were equal, he could have won that exchange. Alas, the gap was significant, one being a 10th level Martial Master and the other an 8th level Grand Martial Master, a disparity that was not trivial. Yet, such a challenge was precisely what he sought. As he spoke, the power of his silver-grade bloodline surged forth, an ancient aura rippling outward. The bloodline released waves of energy, akin to numerous buffs, causing Wei Yi's combat strength to ascend dramatically, rapidly closing the vast gap between them. Unexpectedly, you have awakened your bloodline power. But so what? I, Qian Yulian, have defeated countless bloodline warriors. Humph. Today, you shall still fall by my hand. Her countenance darkened as she declared. Yet deep inside, her vigilance heightened significantly. No longer daring to hold back, she channeled all her energy, embodying the 8th level Grand Martial Master. Among the thousands in the outer sect, few could match her cultivation level. And her overwhelming presence drew the attention of many onlookers. In the blink of an eye, the two were locked in combat, neither yielding an inch, both unleashing their full might. The sheer force, pure true energy, and adept martial skills created a spectacle that captivated a growing audience. Many outer sect disciples, drawn to the fierce exchange, widened their eyes in disbelief. New disciples were unaware of Xian Yulian's identity. But the veterans had all heard her name. She was a true elite of the inner sect, her cultivation astonishing, and her temper volatile, an individual whom even regular inner sect disciples dared not provoke. The fact that Wei Yi had engaged her in battle was astonishing. How could he possibly hold his ground? Will you apologize? Wei Yi questioned amidst the fray. I would rather die than apologize. Are you after that little harlot? Just wait. I will not let you off easily. Xian Yulian, known for her stubbornness, retorted with fury, even hurling insults at her own cousin. Her outrageous demeanor undoubtedly fueled Wei Yi's anger further. I swear, I will strip you of your skin today. Wei Yi's fury boiled over as he unleashed the crimson crystal true flame he had kept hidden. Flames roared within his palms, and the crowd gasped in shock. Chapter 62. Reduced to Tears. The crimson crystal true flame, ranked 108th on the list of mysterious flames, was a formidable force, although Wei Yi's current cultivation level prevented him from fully harnessing its power. The ferocity it unleashed when fully activated was nothing short of terrifying. The fiery blaze erupted, generating an intense heat that enveloped him. His palms appeared to be completely ablaze, more intimidating than any supreme martial technique. The onlookers were left speechless, their expressions filled with disbelief. This is a mysterious flame. How could this guy possess such a hidden ability? What a prodigy! How is it possible for someone from the outer sect to confront Xian Yulian head-on? He is truly remarkable. This is dreadful news. We have gained a formidable rival in the upcoming inner sect assessment. The murmurs of the crowd were unending. Xian Yulian's expression shifted between various shades of dismay as she recognized the flames. Though she had never wielded such power, she never anticipated that this outer sect youth had mastered a mysterious flame. How could he? Her face darkened. Yet surrendering was not an option. Who am I? I am Xian Yulian. How could I concede to a mere outer sect disciple? She mentally rallied herself, determination replacing her fear. Frost palm. She launched her attack first, her true energy surging wildly as it flowed into her hands, coalescing into an even more formidable frost than ever before. The frost palm, a profound martial technique, was the most refined skill she had mastered. It surged forth, unleashing a frigid tempest that seeped into the surroundings, affecting all who stood nearby. However, Wei Yi, empowered by the mysterious flame, felt no such chill. I will teach you a lesson for your insolence. I warned you, unless you apologize to Xiao Linger, you shall not leave this place today. Wei Yi spoke coldly as he retaliated. 7 kill fist. With the full force of the crimson crystal true flame propelling him, the power of the 7 kill fist surged to unprecedented heights. Under the infusion of powerful fire energy, his fist began to manifest dark energy streams, a hallmark of mastering the 7 kill fist. With a thunderous explosion, he unleashed a devastating punch, sending shockwaves through the air that rattled the onlookers. Although Xian Yulian's frost palm was formidable, it was no match for the sheer might of Wei Yi's strike. The clash of ice and flame resulted in Xian Yulian being forced back several steps. Yet Wei Yi was relentless, his fist striking again and again, pressing her further into retreat. Will you concede? Will you apologize? Despite his earlier harsh words, Wei Yi refrained from truly harming Xian Yulian. Mindful of her connection to Zhu Linger, of course, he did not hold back either. Each punch was infused with tremendous power, each strike filled with the terrifying energy of the crimson crystal true flame. Xian Yulian's expression was one of utter despair as she was pushed back under Wei Yi's relentless assault. Witnessing this, the crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. No one had anticipated that Wei Yi would dominate Xian Yulian. Xiao Linger, your Wei Gu has truly avenged you this time. From now on, who in the outer sect would dare to offend you? Even the inner sect disciples would think twice before provoking you. Su Huan remarked with envy as she gazed at Zhu Linger. Zhu Linger lowered her head, her cheeks flushed with emotion. She felt an overwhelming gratitude. This was not the first time Wei Yi had come to her aid. When she was pursued by the Blackwater bandits in the forest, he had saved her. When she was engulfed in despair, he had comforted her. When she resolved to strive for improvement, he had been her greatest support. Now, faced with her cousin's bullying and humiliation, Wei Yi stood up once again on her behalf. Time and again, he had etched an indelible mark upon her heart, especially at this moment, as her grandfather lay gravely ill. With no one in her family able to assist her, Wei Yi steadfastly remained by her side. Gazing at the tall silhouette not far away, Zhu felt her eyes mist over, and a silent resolution formed in her heart. Wei Ge, regardless of whether you harbor feelings for me or not, I shall remain by your side, following you unconditionally, in whatever capacity. While Zhu felt a surge of optimism, Qian Yulian's mood was akin to being struck by a relentless storm, leaving her at a loss for words. The reason she had come to confront Zhu today stemmed from a mix of exasperation and provocation. First and foremost, as she had stated, it was to defend her mother's honor. After all, her mother had worked tirelessly, only to face unjust reproach from both sides, which she could no longer tolerate. Furthermore, the taunts from the Yuan brothers had stoked the flames of her anger. Although she could manage Yuan Bei, she found herself at a loss against his elder brother, Yuan Wu Di. With the incessant gossip from others adding fuel to the fire, her fury reached a boiling point, prompting her to seek an explanation from Zhu. Unfortunately, her fiery temperament escalated the situation, causing it to spiral out of control. As Wei Yi defended Zhu, the circumstances shifted dramatically, leading to the current impasse. In truth, Qian Yulian felt deeply aggrieved. Zhu had allies to support her, who stood by her side. She felt cornered by Wei Yi, and her resentment only grew. Yet, despite her grievances, she stubbornly refused to yield or apologize. Finally, unable to contain her emotions, she collapsed to the ground, sitting there as tears streamed down her face. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily taken aback. Hadn't she been known for her fiery temper and fierce demeanor? How had she ended up in tears? You bastard! It's you that I will kill you! At that moment, a thunderous voice erupted, filled with unrestrained fury. The speaker was none other than Xiao Yuji, the leader of the Black Tiger Society. Chapter 63. A Chaotic Battle Kid. Was it you that day? Xiao Yuji charged forward, teeth gritted in accusation. Wei Yi understood precisely what he was referring to, but how could he possibly admit to such a thing? He immediately shook his head. What are you talking about? I have no idea. No idea. Xiao Yuji laughed bitterly in his rage. At that moment, Su Pingjing and Lei Yuan also rushed over, accompanied by Hua Tianlu, who held the deepest grudge against Wei Yi, along with several other members of the Black Tiger Society, encircling Wei Yi. Kid, stop pretending. That martial skill, that unusual fire, it must be you. Su Pingjing barked, his expression grim. They had been trapped in a misunderstanding, mistaking Wei Yi's unusual fire for a specific type of elemental energy, and limited their focus to the older disciples, never suspecting that a newcomer would dare act so boldly. It wasn't until they stumbled upon the duel between Wei Yi and Qian Yulian that they recognized the martial prowess and unique fire Wei Yi showcased, leading to a sudden realization. So it turns out that it's this newcomer we never noticed. Boss, stop wasting words with him. This brat has been opposing us at every turn. Let's break his legs first. Hua Tianlu, who already had a vendetta against Wei Yi, seized the moment to instigate the attack. Xiao Yuji was not a virtuous character himself. Upon hearing this, his eyes glinted with malice. Recalling the frustration and indignation he had endured, a fierce anger ignited within him. He bellowed, break this kid's legs first. As soon as he spoke, Xiao Yuji led the charge, and the other members of the Black Tiger Society, including the three major generals, lunged at Wei Yi with the intent to overwhelm him. Spectators could only watch in astonishment. Wasn't it just a duel between Wei Yi and Qian Yulian? How had it devolved into a confrontation with the Black Tiger Society? Qian Yulian, still sitting on the ground, also struggled to comprehend the sudden shift. While others might remain indifferent, the students from the True Martial Academy could not stand by idly. Brother Wei, Xiao Yuji, do not go too far. We're here to help you, Wei Yi. The 9 students from the True Martial Academy immediately sprang into action, joining the fray. Each of them had made significant progress in their training, perhaps only slightly inferior to the older disciples. But the disparity was no longer as pronounced as when they first began. The Black Tiger Society clearly aimed to suppress newcomers, seizing the opportunity to dominate the inner gate assessments. They could not simply stand by and watch. Let's go help them, someone shouted, prompting a wave of newcomers to join the battle, attacking the members of the Black Tiger Society with fervor. Leading the charge was none other than Li Hanluan from Qinghu Academy. Accompanied by several disciples from the same institution, the addition of these 7 or 8 individuals significantly bolstered the strength of Wei Yi and his allies. More importantly, Li Hanluan's rallying cry stirred a sense of camaraderie among the newcomers, prompting many to join the fray. It was an undeniable truth that newcomers often faced oppression from their seniors, a phenomenon that transcended all realms. While many newcomers harbored frustrations, not all possessed the extraordinary talents of Wei Yi. Typically, they could only endure the hardships. However, the chance for vengeance ignited their spirits, and those with fiery tempers could no longer hold back. Who cares about the Black Tiger Society? We newcomers are not to be trifled with. Indeed, Brother Wei, you are our pride among newcomers. We are here to assist you. What is the Black Tiger Society to us? I'm Jinling Zhao Lao Lu. We from Hangqing Academy are no cowards, in the blink of an eye. A large number of individuals surged into the fray. Even some older disciples could no longer contain their dissatisfaction. Damn, these newcomers are turning the tide. We must suppress them. Otherwise, will we lose our standing? I refuse to go against newcomers. Let us take on the Black Tiger Society. We've long been displeased with their arrogance and oppression. Let us unite with the newcomers against them. Amidst the uproar and shouts, the scene rapidly transformed into a chaotic melee. The members of the Black Tiger Society wished to clarify their position, but how could they explain their actions without exposing their own shame? Furthermore, Wei Yi offered no opportunity for Xiao Yuji to explain. Break my legs? I doubt you possess the capability. Unyielding in the face of the Black Tiger Society, Wei Yi drew his hero sword. Unleashing the 13 sword techniques, with swift precision, he executed a series of strikes, each as quick as lightning. The foremost members of the Black Tiger Society were forced to retreat in an instant. Hua Tianlu, in particular, bore the brunt of Wei Yi's assault, his chest garment shredded by the sword's energy, leaving a long gash across his torso, blood gushing forth as he was sent flying. Despite Hua Tianlu's notable strength, he paled in comparison to Wei Yi's full-throttle assault, especially under the enhancement of the Scarlet Crystal True Flame, which rendered Wei Yi's sword energy formidable, impervious to ordinary martial techniques. Among the Black Tiger Society, only Xiao Yuji possessed the prowess to contend with Wei Yi. Yet, even he found it exceedingly challenging to cope with the current Wei Yi. It was at this moment that Xiao Yuji truly grasped the terrifying strength of Wei Yi. Understanding why he could overpower the inner gate disciple, Sun Wenyuan, the 13 sword techniques continued to be unleashed, their brilliance captivating all. You court death. Xiao Yuji's expression darkened as he wielded his steel blade with all his might. His abilities were commendable, and he managed to fend off Wei Yi's sword energy with a series of swift strikes. However, the longer the confrontation persisted, the more pressure he faced. His only hope lay in Wei Yi exhausting his true energy and stamina. After all, Wei Yi had already battled Sun Wenyuan for an extended period. This newcomer is truly a prodigy. Xiao Yuji had to concede to himself that I must seize this opportunity to eliminate him. Otherwise, the next encounter might be even more daunting, perhaps without a chance at all. With steely resolve, Xiao Yuji intensified his attacks, channeling his true energy with reckless abandon, clearly intent on outlasting Wei Yi in a war of attrition. Yet, he had gravely miscalculated. Though Wei Yi's true energy had indeed been significantly depleted, he possessed ample means of recovery. Realizing his energy was waning, Wei Yi promptly retrieved a vial of recovery pills. Consuming them as if they were mere candies to in an instant, his condition was restored to a considerable degree, leaving Xiao Yuji and the others dumbfounded. Today, let us see who shall prevail. Wei Yi smirked, his gaze fixed upon them. Chapter 64. Who led this? None anticipated that Wei Yi had such an ace up his sleeve, having prepared an abundance of recovery pills, and he was utterly unreserved in their consumption. To the onlookers, it appeared as though he was devouring pure silver. Just like that, with 10 or more pills consumed, thousands of taels of silver vanished into thin air. Such items were consumables. Prudent individuals would never be so extravagant. Much like in gaming, no one wishes to encounter players with deep pockets that in martial contests. Similarly, no one desires to face off against wealthy martial artists, for both types share a common trait. They do not adhere to the rules of fair competition. To the dismay of the members of the Black Tiger Society, Wei Yi is not only a wealthy individual but also possesses extraordinary combat prowess. The combination of affluence and strength renders the situation exceedingly unfair for the others, who would prefer not to contend with such a formidable opponent. However, they find themselves with no alternative but to confront him. Let us attack together. I refuse to believe we cannot subdue him as a united front. Xiao Yuji growled through gritted teeth. Since exhausting their resources had proven ineffective against Wei Yi, they resolved to join forces for a collective assault. As he spoke, Xiao Yuji surged forward, wielding his steel blade with impressive force. The infusion of his vigorous true energy made the gleaming white blade even more dazzling, unleashing a barrage of sharp sword energy directed at Wei. Su Pingzheng and Lei Yuan exchanged determined glances, each making the decision to engage. They shared a consensus. This adversary must be dealt with. Known as the Smiling Tiger, Su Pingzheng appeared amiable yet possessed a ruthless heart, revealing his true nature in battle. He swiftly maneuvered to Wei Yi's left flank, poised to execute a surprise attack. Meanwhile, the ferocious Wei Yuan, the mightiest among the three tiger generals, unleashed his fury. With crackling electricity surrounding him, he leaped into the air, swinging his great sword down upon Wei Yi with lethal intent. Seeing the furious onslaught directed at him, Wei Yi's expression shifted slightly. Bound by the unfinished breakthrough task, his cultivation was restrained at the 10th level of the martial artist realm. Although his combat ability surpassed that of his peers, facing the combined might of Xiao Yuji and his companions still proved challenging. "Get away from me," he shouted, swinging his sword with ferocity, sending Su Pingzheng careening away from his stealthy approach. Following this, Wei Yi unleashed a powerful vertical slash, forcing the formidable Xiao Yuji to retreat. At that moment, Wei Yuan, wielding his great sword, descended upon him. With no room to evade, Wei Yi gritted his teeth and met the attack head-on. Crossing his sword in front of his chest to absorb the devastating blow, the sheer force compelled him to stagger back, yet he persevered, clenching his jaw. Wei Yuan, consumed by rage, showed no regard for the consequences. Intent on annihilating Wei Yi, "Brother Wei," cried Zhu Linger, attempting to assist. However, Hu Tianlu swiftly intervened, striking at her with his palms aimed at her head. Fortunately, Li Hanluan intervened just in time. Yet another disciple attempted to ambush Li Hanluan. And soon Pei Qinghe joined the fray, leading to complete chaos. "Get away from me," Wei Yi roared, channeling his bloodline power into his legs, grounding himself firmly and reversing the momentum to push Wei Yuan back. In a swift motion, he slashed downward, the power of his treasured sword unexpectedly sending Wei Yuan's great sword flying, leaving him stunned and empty-handed. Before Wei Yuan could process his defeat, Wei Yi's kick sent him crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. "What are you doing? Cease this at once," a thunderous voice erupted, enveloping the area in an overwhelming pressure point. 3 figures descended from the sky, all high-ranking members of the outer court. Leading them was Lu Zhenxuan, one of the branch leaders. The imposing aura of the 3 martial spirits weighed heavily upon everyone present, forcing them to halt in trepidation, their faces paling in fear. Even Wei Yi struggled to maintain his composure, finding it nearly impossible to move. "What is the meaning of this? A brawl among many. Do you think the rules of the outer court are mere trifles?" Lu Zhenxuan questioned sternly, devoid of his usual smile, and no one dared to respond. While the outer court did not prohibit duels, such contests were meant for skill development, not for a chaotic brawl involving dozens. "Who initiated this?" Lu Zhenxuan pressed. Without hesitation, Wei Yi pointed accusingly at Xiao Yuji. "It was him." Xiao Yuji, caught off guard, quickly pointed back at Wei. Lu Zhenxuan's expression darkened as he repeated his inquiry. In a flash, Wei Yi signaled to his companions, and all the newcomers, whether they had participated or not, pointed in unison at Xiao Yuji. "It was him," they declared in a chorus, as if rehearsed. Xiao Yuji's face turned ashen. He intended to have the members of the Black Tiger Society point at Wei Yi, but before he could signal, he felt a sharp pain in his chest, his body propelled against the wall with a resounding crash. He spat blood and collapsed, his complexion instantly paling to "Is it you?" Lu Zhenxuan appeared before him, his expression cold and menacing. "It this moment." Everyone gasped in astonishment. Lu Zhenxuan, usually amiable, revealed a terrifying side, far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary martial spirit. Xiao Yuji struggled to rise, but before he could fully regain his footing, Lu Zhenxuan struck him down again with a resounding thud. This time, he could not rise. "Take him away," Lu Zhenxuan instructed calmly. "This is the first and I hope the last occurrence. Should there be another incident, one will walk out and one will leave. The outer court does not require such troublemakers." Upon finishing, Lu Zhenxuan cast a penetrating glance at Wei Yi before departing with the others. Chapter 65. Pyongyang Sword Art. No one anticipated that the chaotic battle would conclude so abruptly. Yet for Wei Yi and his companions, this outcome might be the most favorable, though reprimanded by the branch leader. They faced no substantial punishment. Conversely, Xiao Yuji and the Black Tiger Society found themselves in a dire predicament, likely becoming a thorn in Lu Zhenxuan's side for quite some time. Unable to act with their previous arrogance and instead forced to tread carefully. "You are indeed cunning and treacherous, a despicable individual," Shi Yulian scoffed as she approached Wei Yi, evidently referring to his clever maneuver against Xiao Yuji. Had Wei Yi not acted swiftly to ensnare Xiao Yuji, he would have likely faced dire consequences himself. "Are you leaving or not?" Wei Yi replied with a cold smile, uninterested in further dialogue. "Humph, mark my words, our matters are far from settled. Next time, I will make you pay." With that, Shi Yulian raised her chin, strutting away like an arrogant peacock. Observing her retreating figure, Wei Yi chuckled, shaking his head. This woman possesses an air of unfounded confidence by the time they meet again. Wei would have surely completed the inner door assessment, having successfully achieved a breakthrough to the grand martial artist realm. At that point, Qian Yulian would be no match for him. Leaving him to ponder how she could possibly make him pay. What do you mean by honeydew? Pei Qinghe inquired curiously that I was referring to cantaloupe juice. Wei Yi replied dismissively. What is cantaloupe? Pei Qinghe pressed further. Wei Yi turned to him, patting his shoulder and sighing. Young man, you ought to read more. With that, he exited, leaving Pei Qinghe bewildered, scratching his head in confusion, wondering if he truly needed to read more. In the core area of the outer court, before a tranquil residence, Wei Yi gently knocked on the door. An elderly servant opened it, ushering him inside. You truly are a clever one. You have not disappointed me. Lu Zhenshuan remarked with a faint smile. This residence was indeed his abode. The branch leader has spared me. I am profoundly grateful, Wei Yi replied respectfully. Others may have believed Lu Zhenshuan was deceived by Wei Yi's cleverness, leading to Xiao Yuji's punishment. Yet, Wei Yi did not harbor such arrogance. If Lu Zhenshuan were truly so easily fooled, he would not hold the position of branch leader, especially given the peculiar glance Lu Zhenshuan cast at him upon leaving, which hinted at something amiss. Thus, he had specifically come to this place, only to discover Lu Zhenshuan had indeed acted with intention. Do you understand the purpose behind my actions? Lu Zhenshuan inquired with a smile. I would appreciate your clarification, branch leader. In a few days, the inner door assessment will commence, Lu Zhenshuan stated casually. The location for this assessment has been determined. It will take place in the sect's small cave heaven secret realm. Given your strength and intelligence, passing this assessment should pose no challenge. I hope that once you enter the small cave heaven, you can assist me with a task. The small cave heaven secret realm? Wei narrowed his eyes, pondering what task Lu Zhenshuan might require of him. With Lu Zhenshuan's status and strength, it was unlikely he would need assistance with trivial matters, especially concerning something as significant as the small cave heaven secret realm. Wei Yi approached the matter with caution. Help me retrieve an item from within the small cave heaven. Lu Zhenshuan appeared oblivious to Wei Yi's changing expression and continued in a calm tone. Of course, I will not ask you to assist me for nothing, but if you fulfill my request, I shall bestow upon you a volume of profound martial arts, one that is renowned across the realms. Lu Zhenshuan spoke with measured composure. Director, you cannot be jesting. A profound martial arts technique that is renowned throughout the world. While I may not be well read, you cannot deceive me, Wei Yi replied, a wry smile gracing his lips. Although profound martial arts are indeed precious, they clearly fall short of the level of being renowned throughout the world. Techniques like the Eagle Shadow 18 techniques may hold such a reputation, but profound martial arts simply cannot bear such a title. While it is true that most profound martial arts are not capable of such a claim, the one I possess is quite different. Noting the skepticism in Wei Yi's eyes, Lu Zhenshuan remained unfazed and continued to explain with a smile. Surely you have heard of the Pure Yang Sword sect. The Pure Yang Sword sect? Wei Yi was momentarily taken aback, his gaze sharpening. He had indeed heard of the Pure Yang Sword sect, once one of the most formidable swordsmanship sects in the entire Chu dynasty. With its practitioners having reached the martial sovereign realm, their power nothing short of terrifying. The greatest strength of the Pure Yang Sword sect lay in its Pure Yang Sword intent, which was derived from a volume of profound martial arts known as the Pure Yang Sword technique. This is the very martial arts tome I speak of. Do you believe the Pure Yang Sword technique does not merit the title of being renowned throughout the world? Lu Zhenshuan smiled amiably at Wei Yi. Well aware that Wei Yi was a sword practitioner, if it were any other martial arts technique, Wei Yi might have declined, but he was certain that the Pure Yang Sword technique would be irresistible to him. As anticipated, Wei Yi was indeed quite taken with it. Although the Pure Yang Sword technique was a profound martial arts, it was considered far more precious than many earthly techniques in the eyes of numerous sword practitioners. Director, what do you require me to retrieve from the small cave heaven? Wei Yi asked, taking a deep breath, clearly having made up his mind. Lu Zhenshuan smiled upon hearing this, rising to his feet. I need you to fetch a night pot. A night pot. Wei Yi nearly stumbled, blinking in disbelief, his expression one of utter confusion. I must have misheard. You want me to retrieve a night pot from the small cave heaven? There is no need to speak so loudly, Lu Zhenshuan replied, a hint of embarrassment crossing his features. After clearing his throat a couple of times, he explained, it is not an ordinary night pot. I will clarify the specifics shortly. As long as you assist me in retrieving it from the small cave heaven, I shall grant you the Pure Yang Sword technique. Is there danger involved? Wei Yi inquired. What do you think? Lu Zhenshuan chuckled. To be honest, I am not certain, as I have never entered that place myself. Then, Director, could you allow me to see the Pure Yang Sword technique first? Wei Yi asked, his eyes glimmering with curiosity. I only wish to glance at it for a moment to ascertain its authenticity. Otherwise, I would feel uneasy. Lu Xinxuan frowned at his request, but ultimately produced an ancient tome and placed it on the stone table. You may examine it for half a cup of tea's worth of time. Wei Yi's heart leapt with joy as he immediately picked it up and began to peruse it.in that moment. A system prompt resounded. Chapter 66. Assessment announcement ding. Player Wei Yi has discovered an incomplete volume of profound martial arts, the Pure Yang sword technique. You wish to learn it? Upon hearing the system prompt, Wei Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. What? How is it an incomplete technique? He instantly looked up at Lu Xinxuan. Is this martial arts manual incomplete? That is merely the first half. It suffices for your verification of authenticity. Lu Xinxuan replied nonchalantly. Hearing this, Wei Yi's mood plummeted. What a stroke of bad luck. I had hoped to utilize the system's assistance to directly copy the Pure Yang sword technique. If I could obtain it beforehand, I would not need to worry about completing the task and could avoid any risks. Yet, I did not foresee that the clever Lu Xinxuan would only provide me with half of it. How am I to navigate this situation? Director, since it is for the purpose of verification, wouldn't it be better to provide the complete text? Half seems rather petty, Wei Yi tentatively suggested. To his surprise, Lu Xinxuan shook his head. Half the manual will suffice. There are many remarkable individuals in this world, and many possess extraordinary memories. If you, Wei Shiji, could memorize it all in a short span, I would be left with nothing but a futile endeavor. Seeing Lu Xinxuan's earnest expression, Wei Yi found himself at a loss for words. That it must be said, Lu Xinxuan's concerns were well-founded. Although Wei Yi lacked photographic memory, the game system he commanded was far superior, and incomplete manual was still an incomplete manual, and Wei Yi had no choice but to accept this reality. Ultimately, acquiring half of the Pure Yang sword technique was still a commendable achievement, and it seemed he would indeed need to venture into the small cave heaven to seek that night pot. Ding! Player Wei Yi has learned the incomplete profound martial arts, the Pure Yang sword technique. Ding! Due to the partial content being incomplete, its rank has been downgraded to intermediate profound martial arts. Current level, LV1. Immediately thereafter, the memories of the first half of the Pure Yang sword technique surged into Wei Yi's mind. The technique comprised 36 sword forms, and he swiftly mastered the first 18 moves, which were intricate and formidable, subtly surpassing the deadly 13 swords. Of course, Wei Yi had only acquired the knowledge. To unleash the true power of the Pure Yang sword technique, he needed to elevate its level further. Upon exiting Lu Xinxuan's residence, Wei Yi did not return to his own quarters, but instead headed straight for the Beast Soul Tower. Although the day's events had left him somewhat fatigued, his routine of gaining experience could not be interrupted. For Wei Yi, this was the most crucial method of cultivation. 1,000 taels of silver. Wei Yi completed the payment and once again entered the Beast Soul Tower. Before long, the deadly 13 swords, which had reached the pinnacle of LV18, smoothly advanced to LV19. Ding. Player Wei Yi's LV18 deadly 13 swords has reached full experience and automatically advanced to LV19. The deadly 13 swords can no longer gain experience for upgrades. Please explore other means for advancement. The system prompt followed. This undeniably indicated that there was no way to progress from LV19 to LV20 through experience grinding. Wei Yi had long been prepared for this, as the game system's design dictated such a course. Excluding the most basic martial arts, any profound or higher-grade martial arts requires serendipity and enlightenment to reach full mastery. Otherwise, one would remain stuck at the penultimate level. The deadly 13 swords had now reached this critical juncture. The power of the LV19 deadly 13 swords was already astonishing, but to reach the final stage of completion, Wei Yi would need to derive insights independently. Since the deadly 13 swords could not be upgraded, he would have to switch to another martial art. The 7-kill fist had reached LV12 over the past few days, but Wei Yi had no interest in training that. Instead, he opted for the recently acquired Pure Yang sword technique. Although it was currently only at the intermediate profound level, once both halves were complete, it would be a true pinnacle profound martial art. And more importantly, mastering the Pure Yang sword technique at full capacity could lead to the comprehension of the Pure Yang sword intent. This was an immensely powerful asset. The renowned Pure Yang sword sect had built its fame upon the Pure Yang sword intent. Sword intent for sword practitioners is akin to blade intent for blade practitioners. Both are exceedingly difficult to master yet incredibly potent techniques. Once successfully grasped, it is akin to soaring to great heights. Even Wei Yi harbored an eager anticipation. First, let us focus on grinding experience. It is paramount to elevate the level of the Pure Yang sword technique. Wei Yi cast aside his distractions and quickly returned to his diligence. The beasts in the Beast Soul Tower faced devastation once more, falling one after another beneath Wei Yi's sword, their essence merging into the system as invisible experience. Ding! Player Wei Yi's LV1 Pure Yang Sword technique has reached full experience and automatically advanced to LV2. Ding! Player Wei Yi's LV2 Pure Yang Sword technique has reached full experience and automatically advanced to LV3. Ding! Player Wei Yi's LV3 Pure Yang Sword technique has reached full experience and automatically advanced to LV4. The experience required for the earlier upgrades was relatively modest. Under Wei Yi's fervent efforts, the level of the Pure Yang Sword technique soared rapidly after completing a round of monster grinding in the Beast Soul Tower. Wei Yi gritted his teeth and pressed on for 2 more rounds, utterly exhausted, his face pale as a sheet. However, the results of grinding 3 consecutive rounds in the Beast Soul Tower were nothing short of remarkable. With the Pure Yang Sword technique skyrocketing from LV1 to LV8, its power significantly enhanced, now sufficient to be wielded in combat. Brother Wei, what is wrong? Upon returning to the courtyard, Zhu Linger, seeing him utterly fatigued, hurried over with a concerned expression. I am fine, merely exhausted from prolonged cultivation. Wei Yi replied with a forced smile. Please, sit down. I shall fetch you a cup of water. Zhu Lingo helped Wei Yi to a stone bench in the courtyard. Then, hastily, she poured a cup of water and placed it before herself, akin to a diligent little maid. The schedule for the inner sect assessment had been announced, set to take place in 3 days. At this moment, Zhou Heng and his companions happened to enter the courtyard, and, upon seeing Wei Yi, they exclaimed with delight, "Has it been announced? 3 days from now. Has the assessment location been disclosed?" Wei Yi inquired, his eyes flickering. "Yes, it will be held in our sect's small cave heaven." Zhou Heng nodded in reply. "Really?" Zhu Linger gasped. "The small cave heaven is quite extraordinary. I have heard tales of it many times. We must give it our all this time." Zhou Heng, however, shook his head with a wry smile. "Moreover, the Black Tiger Association has already proclaimed that they will make this inner sect assessment a difficult ordeal for you. They will not allow you to pass." Turning to Wei Yi, Zhou Heng continued, "Huh, are they really that formidable? Why don't they just ascend to the heavens?" Wei Yi scoffed. Chapter 67. The Small Cave Heaven 3 days later. The inner sect assessment officially commenced. Thousands of disciples congregated in the outer sect's annex, a sea of black-clad figures. Among them were both senior and junior disciples, as well as participants who had rushed back from distant branches. Everyone was unusually excited, hoping to pass the assessment and join the inner sect, thus becoming official disciples of the Bawang sect. Although the outer sect disciples were also members of the Bawang sect, it was widely understood that they were not considered true members, merely reserve candidates. The inner sect of the Bawang sect was their ultimate goal and aspiration. There are indeed quite a number of people, Wei Yi remarked as he surveyed the surroundings, that in the end, perhaps only 100 will successfully advance. Zhou Heng said, a mix of excitement and anxiety evident in his demeanor. "Xiao Linger, are you afraid?" Wei Yi turned to Zhu Linger beside him. "Not afraid." She shook her head, her composed expression causing Wei Yi to regard her with newfound respect. "Wei Yi," a low, furious voice called out. Xiao Yuji, leading the Black Tiger Association members, approached. "What do you intend to do, Xiao Yuji?" Upon their arrival, Zhou Heng and the others instinctively felt a surge of trepidation, fearing that the Black Tiger Association might act out. "Rest assured, we also wish to enter the inner sect and will not stir up trouble at this moment." Xiao Yuji grinned, seemingly mocking Zhou Heng's apprehension. "Are you fully recovered?" Wei Yi asked nonchalantly. Xiao Yuji's expression darkened. "You." It must be said that Wei Yi's sarcasm was quite potent. Upon hearing his words and noting his nonchalant demeanor, Zhao Yuji's anger flared, nearly causing his chest to explode. "Wei Yi, wait for it. I cannot deal with you now, but once we enter the small cave heaven, you will see." Zhao Yuji bared his teeth, his eyes filled with a chilling malice. "Indeed, you little brat, with us around, do not even think about passing the assessment." Hu Tianlu, following behind, boasted menacingly. Wei Yi turned his head and suddenly stepped forward. Hu Tianlu's face changed in fright, and he retreated repeatedly, only to realize that Wei Yi had merely taken a step forward without any other action. Puffed. Witnessing Hu Tianlu's frightened demeanor, everyone nearby burst into laughter. Hu Tianlu's face flushed crimson. Wishing he could find a hole to burrow in, he had indeed been intimidated by Wei. Zhao Yuji shot him a fierce glare, unable to suppress his anger as he scolded. "What a disgrace. You think such trash can kick me out of the assessment?" Wei Yi looked at Zhao Yuji, his sarcasm unabashedly evident. "You truly are Navi, Wei Yi." Zhao Yuji gritted his teeth, his entire body trembling, wishing to rally a crowd to strike now. Yet, it was clear he lacked the courage. If he acted out, not only would he forfeit his qualification to compete, but he could also be expelled outright. Actually, I agree with him, a cool voice suddenly echoed. The crowd involuntarily parted to create a path that a black-haired youth stepped forward, his expression calm and devoid of any unusual emotion, yet even in this placid demeanor, he exuded an immense pressure. Chasing Windblade, Zhang Wu. He was universally acknowledged as the foremost among the outer sect, a prodigious talent who had comprehended the essence of the blade. Even Wei Yi had to concede that he was indeed a remarkable individual. If there were anyone in the outer sect that he felt uncertain about defeating, it would undoubtedly be Zhang Wu. Xiao Yuji, you truly are regressing, Zhang Wu chuckled lightly, though it was a taunt. Xiao Yuji did not dare to retort, only gritting his teeth in silence. Having already incurred Wei Yi's ire, he did not wish to make an enemy of Zhang Wu as well. He would not survive the inner sect assessment if he did. I hope we have the chance to cross paths during the assessment. Turning to Wei Yi, Zhang Wu added meaningfully. After speaking, he turned to leave. What does he mean by that? Do you have a grudge against him? Li Hanluan, who had appeared at some point, whispered. This is my first time meeting him. Wei Yi shook his head, his brows slightly furrowed. Though Zhang Wu's simple statement posed a greater threat than the entire Black Tiger Association combined. Perhaps he was just speaking casually. Individuals like him were often unpredictable. Who could fathom their thoughts? Your beautiful guild leader has come to find you, Wei Yi suddenly remarked, glancing at the graceful figure approaching from a distance. Li Hanluan turned to look. The newcomer was none other than Lu Riyun, the leader of the Lu Yun Guild. Clad in form-fitting attire, her tall figure was perfectly accentuated, complemented by her striking features and ample curves, making her exceptionally eye-catching. Even Zhu Linger beside her felt a twinge of envy, glancing down at her own petite figure with dissatisfaction. That I assure you, she has come to seek you out, Li Hanluan sighed. Junior brother Wei, Lu Riyun directly targeted him upon arrival. Ahem. Wei Yi awkwardly cleared his throat. Glancing at Li Hanluan's resentful expression, he forced a smile and asked, does guild leader Lu require my assistance? If we encounter any members of the Lu Yun Guild in the secret realm, I hope junior brother Wei can show them some mercy, Lu Riyun stated without preamble. Your guild's members encompass almost half of the female disciples in the outer sect. If I agree, would that mean I cannot act against any of the female disciples? Wei Yi replied, astonished. With your strength, do you truly need to resort to violence against women? Lu Riyun appeared even more surprised. One must acknowledge her sharp tongue. With such a remark, even Wei Yi, regardless of his thick skin, felt embarrassed to deny it. I am primarily interested in the Black Tiger Association. Wei suddenly glanced at the members of the Black Tiger Association in the distance and spoke loudly. Their expressions darkened further. However, before they could respond, a thunderous sound abruptly resounded. Immediately after, dozens of figures soared into the air, all being powerful figures from the outer sect annex. Leading them was an elderly man with white hair, who was none other than the head of the outer sect annex, a legitimate martial king-level powerhouse. Silence. He spoke indifferently, his voice infused with an overwhelming authority. Instantly, the previously raucous plaza fell into complete silence. Commenced the opening of the small cave heaven at his command. 8 outer sect powerhouses simultaneously took action, Shuin among them. They each produced a mysterious token, activated their vital energy, and brilliant light flickered as mysterious ripples emanated outward. An ancient aura permeated the air, a semblance of the primordial world emerging faintly. Suddenly, a pitch-black fissure tore through the void, rapidly expanding. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a gaping maw, reminiscent of a fearsome beast. Chapter 68. The priceless experience. Pearl stepping through the crack, the scenery before him instantly transformed. His vision plunged into darkness, and his body felt as if it were in free fall. After a few breaths, Wei felt his feet touch solid ground and opened his eyes, the light returning. He surveyed his surroundings and found himself standing in the center of a valley, with not a single soul in sight. Could it be that everyone's positions are assigned at random? Wei pondered. This posed no significant challenge for him, as his strength rendered him independent of others. Glancing at the 2 items in his possession, one an energy token and the other a teleportation talisman, he contemplated their significance. The energy token served as a measure of performance in this assessment. Each token began with an initial value of 1. By entering the small cave heaven and slaying beasts, one could accumulate energy points, thereby increasing the token's value. The first 100 individuals to amass their token value to 9 would earn the qualification to enter the inner sect. Furthermore, there were no restrictions on seizing each other's tokens, meaning that besides hunting beasts to enhance their token values, outer sect disciples also had to remain vigilant against potential attacks from others. As for the teleportation talisman, it was a means of self-preservation in life-threatening situations. It was a single-use item. Once activated, it would transport the user away, which also meant forfeiting their qualification to compete. Ding! Player Wei Yi has entered the small cave heaven. Ding. Player Wei Yi has begun the breakthrough task. Ding. Player Wei Yi has entered the otherworldly space, unlocking experience accumulation privileges, and may purchase blank experience pearls in the marketplace to temporarily store experience points. A series of system notifications rang out. The last item caught Wei Yi's attention. He had yet to complete his current task, his cultivation stagnating at the 10th level of the martial master realm, which rendered him incapable of absorbing experience points to enhance his skills. However, if he possessed an experience orb, he could temporarily store his experience points and utilize them once he broke through his cultivation limits. Imagining the moment when he could unleash a multitude of experience points at once, causing his cultivation to soar, Wei Yi couldn't help but chuckle that it was astounding that the experience orbs were now for purchase. Weren't they once given away freely in the past? He muttered to himself before opening the game store. After a thorough search, his eyes widened in disbelief. What? So expensive, he exclaimed. The details of the product were as follows. Item: blank experience orb. Purpose: used to temporarily store experience points. Price: 188,888 silver coins. Upon seeing this information, Wei Yi felt a pang of frustration. He never anticipated that the once free experience orbs in the game would now be priced exorbitantly at nearly 190,000 silver coins. He had only spent 100,000 silver coins on the heroic sword, yet this small experience orb was nearly double that price. It was truly a ripoff. With a resigned expression, Wei Yi knew he had to make the purchase despite the obvious scam. Silver coins were not a concern for him. He could always find ways to earn more. However, experience points were irreplaceable and essential for his existence. I'll buy it. Wei Yi gritted his teeth, watching as his wallet shrank significantly. Holding the ordinary little orb in his hand, he felt a pang of regret. Although he had come to terms with it, spending nearly 190,000 silver coins on such a trivial item still drove him to the brink of madness. He resolved to earn back his investment. Without further ado, he set off to hunt monsters and accumulate experience. As soon as he entered the forest, he was not left to search for prey. 3 crimson-furred demon leopards came seeking him. All were second-tier demon beasts, emanating a potent aura, clearly at the pinnacle of their tier, comparable to peak martial masters. Within the forest, demon beasts were significantly stronger than martial artists. These wild creatures were leagues beyond the illusory beasts conjured within the Beast Soul Tower. The 3 red leopards, their eyes glinting with cunning and bloodthirst, rapidly spread out, forming a triangular assault formation as they stealthily approached Wei Yi. The low, guttural sounds of their breathing pierced the quietude of the surroundings. The tense standoff ensued between 1 human and 3 beasts, the atmosphere thick with hostility. Suddenly, one of the leopards roared, unleashing a bizarre wave of demonic energy toward Wei Yi. In that instant, the other 2 leopards charged forward. Speed was the greatest strength of feline demon beasts. In the blink of an eye, the 2 leopards appeared beside Wei Yi, their claws poised to strike. At that moment, with a swift motion, he drew his sword point. 2 glaring beams of pure white sword light erupted forth, faster than the leopards themselves. The pure yang sword technique shone with the brilliance of the sun, and the leopard stood no chance against the sharpness of his weapon. Blood splattered as the 2 leopards let out agonized cries and were sent flying. The remaining leopard, sensing the dire situation, turned tail and fled without hesitation, its speed astonishing. Want to escape? Too late. Wei Yi scoffed. Activating the Eagle Shadow 18 techniques, he transformed into a shadowy figure, darting several paces forward like a bolt of lightning. Appearing behind the fleeing leopard, with a swift slash of his sword, a blinding arc of sword energy erupted, resulting in a thunderous explosion as the leopard was cleaved in 2. Ding. Player Wei Yi has slain a second-tier demon beast, gaining 800 experience points, temporarily stored in the experience orb. Pure Yang sword technique experience points 560. Ding. Player Wei Yi has slain a second-tier demon beast, gaining 750 experience points, temporarily stored in the experience orb. Pure Yang sword technique experience points 520. Ding. Player Wei Yi has slain a second-tier demon beast, gaining 900 experience points, temporarily stored in the experience orb. Pure Yang sword technique experience points 640. A series of system notifications rang out. Wei Yi glanced at the energy token at his waist. Although the value remained at 1, it was evident that the progress bar had advanced significantly. He estimated that if he were to slay 4 or 5 more second-tier demon beasts, he would evolve to the next level. However, reaching the 9th level would require considerable time and effort. It seemed that, at times, he would have to resort to robbing others. Otherwise, grinding alone would be excruciatingly slow. After all, only the top 100 individuals could enter the inner sect. Wei Yi sold the corpses of the 3 leopards to the system store, He muttered to himself that that moment, a figure on the mountain path captured his attention. It was none other than Han Wenshu, who had once faced off against Wei Yi in the Beast Soul Tower and had been thoroughly humiliated in recent times. Han Wenshu's life had not been easy. The reason was clear. He had become a laughingstock among the outer sect after his humiliating defeat at Wei Yi's hands. Had it been a mere contest, it might not have been so dire. But he had instigated the confrontation, only to be severely embarrassed. With Wei Yi's rising fame, anyone mentioning him would naturally bring Han Wenshu into the conversation, relegating him to the role of a mere backdrop. He also had a compatriot named Hua Tianlu, and together they were mockingly referred to as the pillars supporting the prodigious newcomer Wei Yi. Wei Yi. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been reduced to this state. The thought of Wei Yi made Han Wenshu grit his teeth in anger. Although he was not a top-tier figure in the outer sect, he had enjoyed a decent level of notoriety. However, following that incident, his reputation plummeted. His once loyal followers had deserted him, and he was reprimanded by his family elders, losing several ranks within his clan. Even the junior sister he had been pursuing for months deemed him untrustworthy and rebuffed him. Han Wenshu found himself isolated, suffering significant blows in both his career and love life. But I shall not succumb to despair. This intersect assessment is my golden opportunity, and if I can successfully pass the assessment and enter the intersect, who would dare to look down on me? If I complete the task the fastest, I may even attract the attention of the intersect elders and be accepted as a disciple. At that point, everyone will have to heed my commands. With these thoughts in mind, Han Wenshu felt invigorated, tightly gripping the item in his hand. It was neither an energy token nor a teleportation talisman, but a map. The map of the Little Cave Heaven Secret Realm. It detailed many areas within the secret realm and marked the locations of various demon beast congregations, including several spots where one could swiftly accumulate energy points. For the outer sect disciples participating in this assessment, possessing such a map granted an unparalleled innate advantage. To acquire this precious map, Han Wenshu had nearly exhausted all his savings, wagering everything on this opportunity. However, should he pass the assessment, it would all be worth it. Yes, everything is worth it. Once I enter the inner sect and become a disciple, I will seek revenge on that Wei Yi, imagining the scene of Wei Yi kneeling before him, begging for mercy. Han Wenshu couldn't help but break into a gleeful smile. Meanwhile, on the hillside, as Han Wenshu chuckled to himself in a daze, Wei Yi wore a perplexed expression. Senior Han, what a coincidence. Wei Yi stepped forward with a smile. Hearing that familiar voice, Han Wenshu snapped back to reality, abruptly looking up to see Wei Yi's beaming face. Instantly, he was taken aback. Wei, what are you doing here? He stammered, swallowing hard in shock. Despite having fantasized about confronting Wei Yi, he knew very well that even the members of the Black Tiger Society had struggled against him. No amount of blind confidence could mask the disparity between them. Without a second thought, he turned to flee. How decisive. Wei Yi chuckled, shaking his head as Han Wenshu's figure disappeared from sight. Senior Han, since we've crossed paths so fortuitously, why the haste to leave? His voice echoed eerily as he appeared before Han Wenshu, an amused smile gracing his features. Han Wenshu stumbled back, tripping over himself and landing on the ground. What do you want? He stuttered, panic evident in his eyes. Wei Shitty, my energy token still shows a value of 1. Stealing from me is futile. He forced a smile, his expression one of despair that he never anticipated such misfortune. Amidst the multitude, he happened to encounter Wei Yi first. Indeed, it was quite the irony. Wei Yi nodded slightly, just as Han Wenshu believed he had narrowly escaped a crisis. Wei Yi continued, however, I have heard that the teleportation talisman is quite extraordinary. Why not? Han Xiao, give it a try? No way. Han Wenshu immediately shook his head at the suggestion. What a joke. Activating the teleportation talisman would mean forfeiting his qualification in the competition. There was no way he would agree to that. Isn't it true that we are competitors now? Wei Yi asked with a smile, his right hand twisting as the hero's sword floated into the air. A resonant hum echoed, and an astonishing aura radiated outwards. A treasured weapon. Han Wenshu swallowed hard, his fear intensifying. After all, he had spent a year as a disciple in the outer sect and understood the power of a treasured weapon well. He hadn't expected that the sword in Wei Yi's hand was also a treasured weapon. Of course, he knew that Wei Yi had drawn the sword not to show off, but to threaten him. Could you spare me? Han Wenshu asked, trembling as he withdrew a map hidden in his sleeve. A map? Wei Yi's expression shifted. He regarded Han Wenshu as he deftly lifted the sword, instantly snagging the map, which he then unfurled. Moments later, Wei Yi's pupils involuntarily constricted. He lowered his head and gazed deeply at Han Wenshu. Then chuckled. Indeed, Han Shixiang possesses great skill to have acquired such a fine treasure, and I am truly impressed. You're too kind. Shitty, I am willing to give you this map, but I implore you to spare me. Han Wenshu was still concerned that Wei Yi might not keep his word. However, Wei Yi was not one to break promises. Naturally, no problem that I in that case. I wish you good fortune, Han Shixiang, and hope to see you again. Furthermore, let our grievances be settled here that as long as you do not trouble me again, I shall not seek to cause you any distress. With that, Wei Yi's figure flickered and swiftly vanished into the mountains. Staring blankly at his departing silhouette, Han Wenshu exhaled heavily. Perhaps this outcome was not so bad after all. Chapter 70. The Gonyang four brothers armed with the map to the small secret realm obtained from Han Wenshu. Wei Yi's subsequent actions became significantly easier. In no longer wandering blindly through the secret realm, he could now follow the map's guidance directly to the locations where the beasts congregated. This undoubtedly saved a considerable amount of time. Coupled with Wei Yi's formidable strength and his astonishing swordsmanship, traversing the map alone became a simple task. Consequently, the value of his energy cards surged rapidly that in just 5 or 6 days, it had already risen to 8. With the final goal of 9 within reach, estimated to be achievable in a day or two, that the experience stored in his blank experience orb had also accumulated significantly. Meanwhile, the level of the pure Yang sword technique had rapidly ascended to LV-15. Surpassing the LV-11 of the Eagle Shadow 18 techniques, which was still lingering. This was an unavoidable situation. While sword techniques could be leveled up through slaying monsters, martial arts could only be honed gradually. Even in a flawed state, the Eagle Shadow 18 techniques were of high quality, and reaching LV-11 so swiftly was a testament to Wei Yi's exceptional insight and diligent effort in the wilderness. Wei Yi walked alone. Although he had been in the small secret realm for 5 or 6 days, he had yet to encounter any familiar friends. Instead, he had come across several unfortunate members of the Black Tiger Society, forcing them to use their teleportation talismans to escape. Suddenly, Wei Yi's gaze turned cold. With a swift motion, he slashed the air with his sword, cleaving a demon serpent that had been lurking in the treetops into two. He employed not the pure Yang sword technique, but the deadly 13 swords, swift, precise, and lethal, the hallmarks of this technique. Although the pure Yang sword technique had reached LV-15, in terms of sheer lethality, the deadly 13 swords remained unparalleled. There was no bloodshed, only the twitching remains of the severed serpent lay on the ground. The progress on his energy card advanced once more, its radiance growing increasingly brilliant, akin to a vast orb of light. Even in the wilds, it drew the attention of many nearby. Wei Yi felt a twinge of exasperation that he wondered who had designed this energy card. Initially, it caused little concern, but as more energy was absorbed and the value increased, the glow became increasingly intense, almost as if it were deliberately inviting theft. At this moment, few could match the value of Wei Yi's energy card, making it the most conspicuous on his journey. As a result, he had fended off no less than 10 attempts from individuals seeking to forcibly seize his energy card. That was indeed a troublesome matter. At this rate, even if he reached 10, he would likely be unable to leave for a while, needing to gather 100 individuals first. There was a possibility that even upon reaching 10, his energy card could be stolen. This game was proving to be rather unenjoyable. The higher the energy card's value rose, the closer he got to success, yet it attracted more unwanted attention and danger. Observing the lurking figures surrounding him, Wei Yi shook his head, a look of resignation on his face. Suddenly, a fierce wind howled. Wei Yi's gaze sharpened, his nerves on high alert as he sensed an impending danger. That he halted in his tracks. Who goes there? He murmured. Thudding footsteps echoed, drawing closer amidst the chaos. Though the sounds were disordered, they possessed a strange rhythmic cadence, suggesting the presence of multiple individuals. Wei Yi raised his head, and soon, 4 figures came into view. They were not just any 4 individuals. They bore a striking resemblance to one another, their robust physiques reminiscent of warriors on the battlefield. All 4 were drenched in sweat, clearly having sprinted over, yet their fierce demeanor remained undiminished, exuding an even more potent aura. Who are you? Wei Yi's expression tightened. The strength of these 4 was formidable, undoubtedly ranking among the top 20 in the outer sect. More crucially, the fact that all 4 possessed such prowess and appeared to be brothers was somewhat concerning. You may not recognize us, but we know you. My name is Gonyang Jing. The stoutest among them spoke first. Gonyang Zhong, said the second, whose honest features suggested a reserved nature. I am Gonyang Bao, announced the third. Wearing a broad smile. I am the fourth, Gonyang Gua, he added, possessing the most handsome visage yet a notably cold demeanor. You are the Gonyang 4 brothers? Wei Yi's expression shifted in surprise. soon realizing. Although he had only been in the sect for a month, he had heard of the Gongyang four brothers on several occasions. Despite their low profile, their strength was top tier. Moreover, they were true brothers who fought together, making them a formidable force that even groups of hundreds would hesitate to provoke. Wei had not anticipated encountering them in this small secret realm, or rather, that they would come looking for him. "You are here for the energy card?" Wei Yi asked calmly. "Indeed. As far as I know, your energy card is currently the most dazzling, and I imagine you have accumulated quite a bit of energy, enough for each of us brothers to level up," Gongyang Jing replied straightforwardly. "Wei Shitty, we acknowledge your strength, but no matter how strong you are, you cannot contend with the four of us united. So you understand?" Gongyang Bao followed up with a cheeky grin, his expression irksomely smug. "Not quite." Wei Yi shook his head. "Once we engage, we will not hold back. By then, you may not even have time to activate your teleportation talisman." Gongyang's voice was icy, his aura thick with menace. "Thousands have entered this secret realm, and many have already met their demise. I advise you not to be obstinate." Hearing this, Wei Yi's pupils involuntarily constricted. He then smiled, gazing at them. "Are you threatening me?" "We are merely offering a friendly reminder," Gongyang Zhong replied. It has been quite some time since anyone has given me such a friendly reminder. It feels rather pleasant. So let us fight." Wei Yi's expression hardened, his aura surging dramatically as he raised the hero's sword. The crimson, true flame instantly enveloped the entire sword, fierce flames blazing. Chapter 71. How about a bet? Wei Yi held no contempt for the Gongyang brothers. Thus, he unleashed all his cultivation from the very start. Not even when facing Qian Wenyuan had he exerted himself to such an extent. In his eyes, the Gongyang brothers posed a far greater threat than Qian Wenyuan. Although Qian Wenyuan was an elite of the inner sect with superior cultivation, she was ultimately just one individual. In contrast, the Gongyang brothers comprised a formidable quartet. Each possessed considerable strength, and united, they shared an unbreakable bond, rendering them capable of effortlessly challenging opponents beyond their level. Wei Yi understood that even against them, he must give his all. Upon witnessing Wei Yi's aura surge wildly, the faces of the Gongyang brothers tightened immediately. If given the choice, they would naturally prefer to win without conflict. However, with Wei Yi opting for battle, they would not retreat. As they had stated, the allure of Wei Yi's energy token was too great. Securing it would save them at least 2 days, potentially making them the first to complete the task. Having chosen to participate in this assessment, nothing held greater significance than fulfilling their mission. Even if Wei Yi were truly a fierce tiger, they were determined to pluck the teeth from its mouth. With fists like crashing waves, Gongyang Jing and Gongyang Zhong struck first, engaging directly with explosive punches. In an instant, 2 terrifying waves of fist energy erupted, transforming into formidable currents that surged toward Wei Yi with a deafening roar. Meanwhile, Gongyang Bao and Gongyang Gua gripped their battle blades tightly, exuding a chilling aura, their expressions grim. Whether it was the inherently cold Gongyang Gua or the previously carefree Gongyang Bao, both were now intensely focused. They dashed from opposite sides, swinging their blades, unleashing visible sword chi with a lethality surpassing that of the earlier punches. Truly, the Gongyang brothers were a remarkable quartet, their synergy and mental connection making them a force to be reckoned with, likely beyond the capabilities of ordinary inner disciples. Wei Yi's mind raced, yet his sword did not waver. The blade flashed with brilliant light, concealing a cold, murderous intent within its radiance. Although the 13 death blades had not yet reached a perfected state of integration, Wei Yi had already mastered it to an extraordinary degree. His moves flowed effortlessly, devoid of any apparent pattern. With the agile techniques of the Eagle Shadow 18 steps complementing his movements, Wei Yi flickered like a phantom, effortlessly dismantling the brothers' combined assault. Again, taste my blade. Yet the Gongyang brothers were no easy prey. They had long recognized Wei Yi's formidable prowess and had prepared themselves mentally for a fierce confrontation. Without any slackening or carelessness, they immediately regrouped and continued their fervent assault. The 5 fought with fervor, the air filled with the sounds of their explosive energies, especially for the outer sect disciples nearby. The very ground seemed to tremble beneath their feet. No one dared to intervene. And even the nearby beasts wisely refrained from seeking their doom. In the blink of an eye, 2 incense sticks worth of time passed, their battle growing increasingly intense, with both sides expending considerable stamina and spirit. Each was desperate for victory. The Gongyang brothers bore injuries, and Wei Yi was not spared either. Several ghastly wounds marred his chest and back, fueling his ire. "Get away from me." Wei Yi's gaze turned frigid. Suddenly, he transformed his 13 death blades into the pure yang sword technique. The once cryptic and vicious moves now unfolding with grandiosity. Gongyang Jing and Gongyang Zhong, who had been at the forefront, were caught off guard, and injured by the explosive pure yang sword energy. Stumbling back several steps, seizing this opportunity, Wei Yi's sword pivoted abruptly, the crimson true flame igniting, slicing through the air toward Gonyang Bao, the weakest among the brothers. Faced with Wei Yi's sudden onslaught, Gonyang Bao's complexion paled. Panic setting in as he instinctively retreated, frantically wielding his battle blade. However, the ferocious blade energy could not withstand the might of Wei Yi's weapon. With a resounding crash, he was sent flying by the explosive force of the crimson true flame. Yet Wei Yi, relentless in his pursuit, leapt forward to deliver a lethal strike. Die. At that moment, Gonyang Bao's expression truly changed. Sensing the chilling aura of death, his face drained of color. Third brother, stop. Gonyang shouted in a desperate plea. Yet in that instant, a glimmer of cunning sparkled in Wei Yi's eyes. The attack on Gonyang Bao was merely a ruse to bait Gonyang into action, for Gonyang posed the greatest threat to Wei Yi. With most of his wounds inflicted by the latter's blade, apologies. Wei Yi's gaze was void of pity. He unleashed the 13 death blades, employing his most powerful 13th strike, a move that even the mysterious masked woman from that night could not withstand. To everyone's astonishment, although Gonyang was formidable, he was momentarily dazed, unable to react in time against Wei Yi's full-force assault. He could only watch helplessly as the pristine blade approached, growing larger in his vision. With a piercing thrust, the sword pierced through, yet it did not strike Gonyang's chest. At that critical moment, Gonyang leapt forward, intercepting the blow to shield his younger brother, clutching the blade with his hands as blood flowed freely. He could not utter a single word, yet his determined gaze spoke volumes. He would not relent. Such profound brotherhood. In a world where many betray their kin for gain, witnessing this act of sacrifice stirred something within Wei Yi. However, it was insufficient to deter him from his course. With the blade firmly grasped by Gonyang, Wei Yi relinquished his right hand and stepped forward, delivering a powerful punch toward Gonyang. 7-kill fist. At that moment, Gonyang, still reeling from shock, could only hastily raise his blade to defend against Wei Yi's full-force strike. Yet Wei Yi's punch, infused with the crimson true flame, unleashed a surge of 7-kill energy. Causing Gonyang's weapon to slip from his grasp, Wei Yi seized him by the throat, lifting him high as flames erupted around them, the specter of life and death hanging precariously in the balance. Stop. We concede, the others shouted urgently. Wei Yi halted, observing them with a cold smile that hinted at mockery. How about we make a wager? Let us bet on whether I dare to kill him. Chapter 72. Your names are quite nice. How about we make a wager? Let us bet on whether I dare to kill him. Upon hearing Wei Yi's words, the other three were struck with a sudden shock. Their expressions shifting dramatically, Gonyang immediately sought to resist, but under Wei Yi's grip, he found his internal energy sealed, rendering him utterly powerless to fight back. He could only watch helplessly. Despite this being a matter of life or death for him, despair enveloped his mind, a numbing sensation overwhelming him. As his complexion drained of all color, Gonyang exchanged glances with the others, and a wave of regret washed over them. They lamented their decision to provoke Wei Yi. Having underestimated his capabilities, within a month of entering the sect, he had already made a name for himself, disregarding even the Black Tiger Society and inner sect disciples. How could he be so easily trifled with? We were overly naive, thinking we could seize the energy token from him. Gonyang felt a deep sense of remorse. As the eldest among the four, he had not anticipated his decision would endanger his brothers. Release my brother, and we will give you all our energy tokens. That we can also consider other requests, as long as they are within our means. Just let him go. Gonyang dared not threaten Wei Yi, recognizing that this man was unyielding in the face of intimidation. Conversely, should he maintain a stubborn attitude, Wei Yi would undoubtedly not hesitate to take lethal action, for Gonyang could not even activate a teleportation talisman to escape. Very well, I accept your terms. Wei Yi pondered for a moment before nodding. Releasing his grip, Gonyang collapsed onto the ground, utterly drained, unable to rise, gasping for breath. Fourth brother, are you all right? Gonyang and Gonyang Bao rushed to support him. Even Gonyang, who had been pierced by the sword, approached pale but fortunate enough not to have sustained life-threatening injuries. Second brother, Gonyang looked up at Gonyang. I'm fine, understanding his brother's concern. Gonyang shook his head and succinctly replied, what do you want us to do? At this moment, Gonyang raised his head to look at Wei Yi, his expression complex. To be honest, I never expected you to be so accommodating. Initially, he thought they would need to haggle further, but Wei Yi had released them without hesitation. Rest for now, Wei Yi said, tossing a handful of recovery pills into his mouth before throwing a vial to Gonyang. Gazing randomly at Gonyang, he retrieved a special medicinal pill from his spatial pouch and handed it over. This was a 4th-grade healing pill, which, when chewed and applied to a wound, would facilitate rapid recovery. Gong Yangzhong took it in a daze, his mouth agape, at a loss for words. Should he express resentment? Gratitude? Both seemed rather inappropriate. The others also looked at Wei Yi with complex expressions, puzzled by his intentions. This bottle of recovery pills, not to mention the 4th-grade healing pill, was worth at least 10,000 taels of silver, and even money could not guarantee its procurement. Yet, he had given it to them so freely. Are you curious as to why I did this? Wei Yi inquired with a smile. Noticing their bewildered gazes, the 4 brothers nodded in unison. Because, I find your names quite appealing. They remind me of many things that I cherish. Wei Yi replied earnestly. The 4 brothers nearly stumbled to the ground, their expressions darkening instantly. They had long complained about their names, which, despite being given by their parents, were difficult for them to accept. As they unmistakably implied, loyalty to one's country. Meanwhile, within a grand palace of the outer sect, dozens of powerful individuals sat cross-legged in various positions, forming an indistinct encirclement around a massive sphere at the center. Upon closer inspection, one would see that within this sphere were mountains, rivers, people, and even familiar faces, representing the external manifestation of the Little Cave Heaven's secret realm. This sphere was, in fact, the external core of the Little Cave Heaven. The key to the Ba Wang sect's control over it. Suddenly, a faint sound pierced the air. Though subtle, it caught the attention of several individuals, prompting them to rise swiftly, their expressions shifting. It is I. Before they could take action, a commanding voice resounded. A middle-aged man clad in splendid attire appeared, his square visage and robust physique emanating an imposing aura that instilled great pressure upon the assembly. Even the elder, the head of the Outer Sect Academy, hastily stood to pay his respects, bowing before Elder Qiu. The Ba Wang sect boasted countless inter-sect experts, yet true authority lay only with the sect leader at the pinnacle of the Chu. Along with the 4 law-enforcing elders and 18 managing elders, Elder Qiu was one of the 4 law-enforcing elders, possessing the power to intervene in any matter concerning sect regulations. In other words, there were few affairs within the sect that fell beyond their jurisdiction, a testament to their formidable authority. No one had anticipated that this esteemed figure would suddenly appear. How is the assessment proceeding? Elder Qiu inquired indifferently. It has been 5 days. Among the top 100 performers, 2 have already achieved an energy value of 8, while the others are mostly at 7. At this rate, we should have results in another 5 days. The head of the academy responded respectfully. Too slow. Without further explanation, Elder Qiu commanded, activate the bloodlight array. We must have results within 3 days. Upon hearing this, the crowd could not help but change their expressions, all eyes turning to the academy head. The bloodlight array of the Little Cave Heaven's secret realm was extraordinary and not easily activated. Elder Qiu, once the bloodlight array is activated, while it will significantly accelerate energy collection, the ferocity of the beasts will also increase dramatically, and the temperament of the disciples may be adversely affected. The casualty rate may rise considerably. The academy head hesitated before speaking. Are you questioning my decision? Elder Qiu's gaze turned icy, instantly releasing an astounding pressure. Though the academy head was a martial king-level expert, he felt himself sink under the weight of the elder's aura, his expression changing drastically. He stammered, I dare not. Then do as I command. Elder Qiu snorted coldly. Our Ba Wang sect requires only the elite. As for the useless, if they perish, so be it. Why concern ourselves? Chapter 73. The uncommon Zhuling of the bloodlight array slowly activated, enveloping the entire Little Cave Heaven in a layer of eerie red light, radiating a peculiar and mysterious aura. Shortly thereafter, all beings within the secret realm unknowingly felt its influence, and the entire environment began to undergo drastic changes. The once lethargic beasts awakened, their drowsy demeanor replaced by a fierce bloodlust reflected in their eyes. Roars echoed as the entire realm seemed to tremble. Countless beasts surged forth from the depths of the forests, launching attacks against the outer sect disciples who had intruded into the Little Cave Heaven. However, the impact was not confined to the beasts alone. The outer sect disciples were equally affected. Their usual composure and calmness seemed to evaporate, replaced by aggressive and volatile behavior, with tempers flaring in the face of the beast's onslaught. They recklessly engaged in slaughter. Moreover, it was not solely a battle between humans and beasts. Conflicts among the outer sect disciples over energy tokens became increasingly frequent and intense. Some who had just cooperated moments before turned on each other in a frenzy of greed. Kill, kill. With blood-red eyes, it appeared as though countless individuals within the Little Cave Heaven had succumbed to madness. Yet, amidst the chaos, there were those who remained lucid. Within a dilapidated ancient temple, a defiant young man with short hair sensed something amiss and abruptly lifted his head. Observing the subtly shifting sky, he narrowed his eyes, a cold smile creeping upon his lips. It seems it has begun. Since my father has arranged everything for me, I cannot let him down. This intersect assessment is my true opportunity for ascendance. Others will merely serve as stepping stones for my rise. Once he spoke, he swiftly rose to his feet and clapped his hands. Instantly, a dozen individuals resting around the temple stood up in unison. Their expressions cold and wordless. Each exuded a powerful aura, indicating they were indeed true elites of the outer sect. Upon closer inspection, one would find that more than half of them ranked among the top 100 in the outer sect. I shall not waste words. If this operation succeeds and I obtain what I desire, I guarantee that all of you will enter the inner sect this year, regardless of whether you pass the assessment. Xiaoping stated calmly, his voice filled with confidence and assurance. Had anyone else made such a claim, the crowd would surely have been skeptical, while there were alternative paths to the inner sect. Those routes were beyond their aspirations. However, now that Xiaoping had made such a promise, they harbored no doubts, for they were aware of his true identity. Rest assured, young Master Qiao, even if Zhongwu arrives, he cannot seize what belongs to you, the leader replied solemnly. This individual was Su Dazhong, ranked 5th on the outer sect strength leaderboard, undeniably a top-tier expert. Very well, if there are no objections, let us depart. With that, Xiaoping took the lead, followed closely by the others. The group surged forth like arrows released from a bow, swiftly making their way to the depths of the secret realm, in a forest several miles from the ancient temple. 2 frenzied hunting dogs attacked a woman caught in their midst. Upon closer inspection, this woman was none other than Zhu Ling. However, at this moment, she exhibited none of her previous delicacy. Clad in form-fitting attire with her long black hair tied back, she exuded an air of remarkable competence. Her once delicate features were now etched with a cold determination. If the upheaval in her family had altered her mindset, her experiences within the little cave heaven had propelled her to full maturity. In her heart, she was no longer the young lady of the Zhu family, but a true warrior of the Ba Wang sect. That I can do this. Brother Wei possesses exceptional talent. I, Zhu Linger, am no waste. I will pass this assessment, she continuously reminded herself, gripping her longsword tightly. The gleaming white blade shimmered with a blinding brightness as her figure darted skillfully through the fray. She executed her family's martial arts technique. Though it paled in comparison to the Eagle Phantom 18 techniques, it was nonetheless a profound level technique that in conjunction with her petite frame, it appeared nothing short of extraordinary, as the hunting dog struck repeatedly yet failed to land a blow on her. Suddenly, Zhu Linger's eyes brightened as she discerned an opportunity to strike. Now is the moment. She swiftly pivoted, tightening her grip on the sword, channeling her internal energy with full force, and executed a lightning-fast diagonal slash. The left hunting dog, caught off guard, was decapitated by her blade, blood spraying forth. Had this been in the past, Zhu Linger would have been horrified. Yet now, she felt no revulsion. Instead, she bit her lip and, with renewed resolve, launched another strike at the remaining hunting dog. The beast evaded, but Zhu Linger pressed her advantage, showing no mercy as she relentlessly swung her sword. With a final powerful blow, she delivered a decisive strike. The hound, with nowhere to evade, was swiftly slain by the sharp blade, not even having the chance to utter a cry of despair. Heaving a sigh, Zhu Linger collapsed to the ground. Breathing heavily, she observed the significant rise in the energy value on her waist. A flicker of joy graced her face. At this pace, she believed she still harbored hopes of becoming one of the top 100 outer disciples to reach the 10th rank. After a moment's contemplation, she retrieved a pill bottle from her bosom, pouring a single medicinal pill into her palm. A hint of reluctance gleamed in her eyes, yet she swallowed it nonetheless. Such precious restorative elixirs were regrettably dwindling in number. Had she known better, she would have asked Brother Wei for more. However, it seemed she was increasingly indebted to him. If recalling something, a slight blush crept across Zhu Linger's delicate features. Not bad. Little girl, a voice rasped suddenly. Zhu Linger's expression shifted, and she gripped her sword tightly, rising to a defensive stance. Emerging from the thicket was a burly man clad in green, his thick brows furrowed. It was none other than Hou Tianlu, one of the 3 tiger generals of the Black Tiger Society, his face twisted into a sinister smile. While he may not have recognized many from the true martial academy, Zhu Linger was an exception. Chapter 74. The rising intent to kill. Who would have thought I'd encounter you here? How fortunate, he sneered. What? Is your brother Wei not with you? Hou Tianlu's lips curled into a cold smirk. He did not rush into an attack, but instead scrutinized Zhu Linger from head to toe with narrowed eyes before slowly speaking again. Humph, if Brother Wei were here, would you dare to appear so brazenly before me? Zhu Ling'e retorted with a mocking glint in her eyes. Not only did Hua Tianlu recognize her, but she also knew him as one of Wei Yi's defeated subordinates. What did you say? Do you think I fear him? I assure you, should he dare to show his face, I will make him regret it. Upon hearing her words, Hua Tianlu's fury ignited. His countenance darkening, he harbored a mix of hatred and fear towards Wei Yi. But he could not allow anyone to claim he was inferior to him. How arrogant! Zhu Ling'e's disdain only deepened. She had expected Hua Tianlu to erupt in rage, but to her surprise, he remained composed, albeit with an even more malevolent gaze directed at her. Your relationship with Wei Yi is quite extraordinary. If I ensure you fail the assessment and cannot enter the inner sect, he will surely be displeased. Wu Tihi, do you wish to leave the secret realm on your own, or shall I assist you? Hua Tianlu's face twisted slightly, a glimmer of cold murderous intent flickering in his eyes. If I must intervene, I assure you, I will show no mercy. As he spoke, he was already unleashing his power, a torrent of true energy surging from his dantian, enveloping the surrounding area with an overwhelming aura. Though he had been humiliated by Wei Yi on several occasions, Hua Tianlu's strength was formidable. One of the 3 tiger generals of the Black Tiger Society, he ranked among the top 50 in the outer sect. Among the thousands of disciples participating in the assessment in the small cave heaven secret realm, Hua Tianlu's prowess was undoubtedly among the elite, far exceeding that of Zhu Ling'e, who had only recently begun her journey. Despite Zhu Ling'e's rapid progress during this period, she was still at a considerable distance compared to Hua Tianlu. Zhu Ling'e, not being foolish, refrained from acting impulsively. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned and fled. Upon witnessing this, Hua Tianlu did not pursue her, but merely smirked disdainfully. Soon, Zhu Ling'e found herself cornered once more, as 7 or 8 members of the Black Tiger Society had encircled her in her escape direction. Unlike the lone stragglers, the Black Tiger Society boasted hundreds of members, making it easy for them to gather companions among the thousands of competitors. Must you resort to overwhelming numbers to confront me? Zhu Ling'e's expression turned. I see why. No need. I am more than sufficient on my own. Hua Tianlu, brimming with confidence, waved off his companions from advancing further. He then gripped his claws, ruthlessly lunging at Zhu Ling'e. Dark energy swirling ominously, clearly fueled with intent to kill. Die. Zhu Ling'e clenched her teeth. Although she lacked confidence in defeating Hua Tianlu, she was equally unwilling to activate her teleportation talisman and forfeit her chance in the competition. In a flash, she swung her sword towards him, the blade slicing through the air with chilling ferocity. However, within mere moments, the outcome of their clash became apparent. Zhu Ling'e's complexion paled, a trickle of crimson blood escaping her lips. Yet, it was her indomitable spirit that compelled her to persist. She refused to surrender, knowing Wei Yi's strength could surely secure a place in the inner sect. She did not want to be separated from him. With a resounding crash, Hua Tianlu's claw of true energy erupted, brutally injuring Zhu Ling'e, forcing her to stagger back several steps. Her face as pale as parchment, struggling to lift her head, she pondered, was there truly no chance left? Her spirit simmered with unyielding determination, reaching its zenith. No, she cried out in defiance, summoning every ounce of strength to charge at Hua Tianlu once more. At that moment, Hua Tianlu's murderous intent peaked. What he sought was not merely Zhu Ling'e's disqualification from the assessment, but her very life. Did you hear that sound? In the thicket, Wei Yi abruptly halted, turning to the Gonyang brothers behind him. Not at all, Gonyang Jing replied, shaking his head. Don't stall for time on purpose. Gonyang Gua interjected coldly, exasperated. You asked us for a favor, so hurry up. We still need to complete the assessment afterward. Fourth brother, Gonyang Zhong shot a glare at Gonyang Gua upon hearing his tone. Gonyang Gua, recognizing the gravity, fell silent, especially after Gonyang Zhong had recently taken a blow for him. Wei Yi remained silent, intently listening, as he sensed something familiar in the distant sound. Indeed, there's hardly any noise. I didn't hear anything either. Perhaps you misheard? Or were you just dazed? Gonyang Bao chuckled, his carefree demeanor evident. He generally held a good attitude towards Wei Yi, accepting defeat to him graciously. Could it truly have been my mistake? Wei Yi furrowed his brow, just as Gonyang could no longer restrain himself from urging again. Wei Yi spoke up. Wait for me here. I will go investigate. He had discerned the sounds of combat from that direction. No sooner had he finished speaking than his figure vanished from sight. You. Gonyang fumed, his expression darkening. He was convinced Wei Yi was deliberately wasting time to hinder their completion of the assessment, thus preventing them from entering the inner sect. Even if we cannot enter the inner sect, preserving your life is still a gain, Gonyang Jing remarked, casting a glance at him. If this year proves futile, We can always return next year. Do not behave like a child trying to compete with him. I'm sorry, Gonyang sighed, feeling a twinge of guilt. Let us go see for ourselves, Gonyang Zhong declared. And without further ado, the four brothers hastened after him. Meanwhile, Wei Yi, who had raced to the mountains, was consumed with rage, especially upon witnessing Zhu Lingo's tragic plight. His eyes turned crimson with fury. Damn it. Wei Yi gritted his teeth, his heart ablaze with anger. Coupled with the bloodlight array's stimulus, his murderous intent surged uncontrollably that very moment. Hui Tianlu grinned malevolently, raising his palm to strike Zhu Linger. And Wei Yi's fury reached a boiling point. Hui Tianlu, cease this at once, Wei Yi bellowed, his voice echoing throughout the forest. Before he could finish, he hurled his sword with unrestrained force, the blade slicing through the air, cleaving the void. Hui Tianlu had just lifted his gaze when he caught sight of a blinding flash, followed by a sharp pain in his palm. The searing agony jolted him as the sword pierced through his hand, forcing him to stumble backward. With a thunderous impact, the sword lodged deep into the tree trunk, pinning Hui Tianlu before it. Chapter 75. A vicious strike. This sudden and astonishing sword strike took everyone by complete surprise. Not only did Hui Tianlu fail to react, but the surrounding members of the Black Tiger Society were equally taken aback. They merely witnessed a blinding flash of light, and then Hui Tianlu was pinned against the tree. Even Zhu Linger stood in stunned silence, her teleportation talisman clutched in her hand, her mind seemingly in a state of suspension. Yet, Wei Yi's actions showed no signs of hesitation, employing the Eagle Shadow 18 techniques to their utmost limit. He appeared before Zhu Linger in the blink of an eye, cradling the weak and trembling girl in his arms. He swiftly produced several restorative pills and placed them into her mouth. Upon seeing Wei Yi, Zhu Linger's eyes widened in astonishment, her mind still caught in a daze. As he fed her the pills, she mechanically opened her mouth, swallowing them whole without chewing. Am I dreaming? Brother Wei, is it truly you? After a moment, she finally registered reality, her voice laced with disbelief as tears streamed down her cheeks. It's all right now, but I'll handle everything from here, Wei Yi assured her, gently wiping her tears away. Unable to resist, he gently tousled her small head. Observing Zhu Linger's pale and disheveled face, a wave of compassion surged within him. Taking a deep breath, he set Zhu Linger down on the ground. Gradually, he lifted his gaze, and the gentle smile on his face vanished, replaced by an icy, ruthless intent. Wei Yi was not a person who reveled in killing deities since entering the secret realm of the little cave. He had not actively taken a life. Even when encountering members of the Black Tiger Association, he merely forced them to use their teleportation talismans to leave. Otherwise, given his swordsmanship, once he drew his blade, they would have little chance of escaping. Yet, in this moment, Wei felt no compassion towards Hui Tianlu. Only an overwhelming desire to kill resided within him. You are quite remarkable. I regret not having rendered you powerless from the very beginning. Wei Yi spoke coldly, his suppressed fury evident to all. Wei Yi. At that instant, the members of the Black Tiger Association finally seemed to awaken. Upon seeing Wei Yi, they could not help but gasp in shock, their expressions filled with disbelief. Wei Yi, what do you intend to do? Release me at once, or else. Hui Tianlu's threats were abruptly cut short by a piercing scream, his face twisting in agony. Wei Yi had manipulated the hero's sword from afar, severing his right hand. Typically, precious weapons could be activated from a distance, yet this required immense mental energy. With Wei Yi's current level merely that of a 10th-tier martial artist, such a feat was only achievable due to his solid foundation cultivated through the Zixia heart method. This sudden action inflicted unbearable pain upon Hui Tianlu. The hero's sword returned to Wei Yi's grasp as Hui Tianlu, now handless, fell helplessly to the ground. You dare! Hui Tianlu gritted his teeth, clutching his bleeding stump. His hatred for Wei Yi now unmasked. He raised his gaze, his eyes filled with venomous resentment. Oh, you hate me. Good. It would be troubling if you did not. That if you do not hate, how could I bring myself to act? Wei Yi approached him, his expression unyielding. His calm voice echoed, and soon he stood before Hui Tianlu. With a flick of his sword, he tore through Hui Tianlu's clothing, revealing a pale yellow talisman, his teleportation talisman. As it fell into Wei Yi's hand, Hui Tianlu's expression shifted dramatically. With this, his chances of escape vanished. What do you plan to do? Hui Tianlu stammered, his voice trembling. In this moment, he finally felt fear and comprehended the nature of the adversary he faced. Wei Yi, do not go too far. If you harm Brother Hua, the Black Tiger Association will not spare you, and no matter how strong you are, can you truly contend with so many of us? The members of the Black Tiger Association, not mere wooden figures, could no longer restrain their anger as they witnessed Wei Yi's growing audacity. They quickly surrounded him, though none dared to strike first. Their intentions palpable. Perhaps we still have a chance to act. A mocking voice rang out that it was none other than Gong Yongbao. With a smirk directed at Wei Yi, he declared, "The opportunity to be the hero is yours. But we shall deal with these ruffians. Either hand over your energy tokens and leave, or perish here," Gong Yonghua added coolly. Meanwhile, Gong Yongjing and Gong Yongzhong remained silent, blocking the sides, clearly unwilling to allow any of these individuals to escape. Having deemed it impossible to seize Wei Yi's energy token, they resolved to collect those of the ordinary disciples instead, hoping to gather enough to complete their own tasks. "Then I shall leave it to you." Seeing the Gong Yang brothers take charge, Wei Yi nodded. Confident in their abilities, he turned away, focusing intently on Tianlu. "Do not kill me. I surrender. I truly concede this time. I promise never to provoke you or your friends again. I will avoid you at all costs. I swear." Tianlu, pale and trembling, pleaded desperately. Previously, he had placed great importance on his pride. Yet now, he merely wished to preserve his life. "It is too late." Wei Yi shook his head, his cold gaze devoid of any emotional warmth. "Though you know where the other members of the Black Tiger Association are?" Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he inquired. Tianlu hesitated, clearly ignorant of their whereabouts. Wei Yi sighed, and in a flash, the brilliant light of his sword surged forth. Tianlu's eyes widened in horror as Wei Yi seized the energy token from his waist. Then turned towards Zhulinger. "Are you afraid?" he softly asked as he approached her. Zhulinger, her eyes glistening with tears, vigorously shook her head. "Silly girl, transfer the energy to your own token. I will not allow you to be in such a predicament again." Wei Yi gently tousled her hair again, his affection unmistakable. Chapter 76. The first task completer. The method to transfer energy from one token to another was quite simple. It merely required them to be placed together and brushed, akin to swiping a card. Zhulinger's energy token had already reached a value of 7, and she was halfway through the progression. In contrast, Tianlu's token was even higher, nearing 8. Although it paled in comparison to Wei Yi's, it was still sufficient to rank within the top 20 among the competitors. This was not due to Tianlu's strength, but rather his good fortune in encountering several members of the Black Tiger Association early on, allowing them to combine their efforts to swiftly level up. Still feeling dazed, Zhulinger instinctively followed Wei Yi's advice and brushed her token against Tianlu's. Suddenly, her eyes widened in astonishment. The white glow of her energy token transformed into a dazzling gold. Wei Yi too was taken aback. After the transfer from Tianlu's token, Zhulinger's value had skyrocketed to 9. Though it had only just reached that milestone, it signified that she had indeed completed the assessment task. How did this happen?" Zhulinger panicked, her joy replaced by anxiety as she looked up at Wei Yi. It dawned on her that she should not have taken Tianlu's token, as it was clearly the spoils of Wei Yi's victory, and he had yet to complete his own task, whereas she had done so ahead of him. That moment, a commanding voice echoed through the air above the secret realm of the little cave. "The first task completer has emerged. The assessment will conclude once the number of completers reaches 100. However, before its conclusion, if the energy tokens of the completers are stolen, they will lose their ranking and qualification." Simultaneously, a colossal leaderboard manifested in the void, displaying only one solitary name: Zhulinger. This leaderboard undoubtedly indicated the names of those who had completed their tasks. Upon witnessing this sudden turn of events, countless individuals within the secret realm of the little cave erupted in frenzy. No one had anticipated that someone would complete the assessment task so quickly, and that this individual would not be a renowned expert but rather an unknown newcomer. In an instant, everyone was eager to rush to Zhulinger's side, desperate to seize her energy token for themselves. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, and the competition intensified for Zhulinger, who was now the target of envy. She felt on the verge of tears. "Wei Go, perhaps we should exchange energy tokens," she suggested anxiously. She felt she had taken something that rightfully belonged to Wei Yi. "Exchange? Is that even possible?" Wei Yi found her words both amusing and bewildering. "I am not sure." "Then how about you transfer my energy into your token?" "You silly girl, there is no need to worry. Completing the assessment task is not particularly difficult for me. I will merely be a tad slower. As long as I remain among the top 100, it matters not whether I am a bit quicker or slower." Wei Yi replied with a smile, shaking his head. Indeed, completing the assessment task posed little challenge for him. Even without seizing others' energy tokens, spending a day or two hunting beasts would suffice for success. However, your prominence is quite eye-catching. Everyone now knows your name. To acquire your energy token would mean completing the assessment, and I suspect many will now target you," Wei Yi observed, stroking his chin as he gazed at the massive leaderboard in the sky. With only Zhu Linger's name gracing the board, it was nearly impossible not to attract attention. I have an idea, Gong Yongbao suddenly interjected. Wei Yi turned to see that the four brothers had dealt with the Black Tiger Association members, having seized their energy tokens. However, the values of these tokens were significantly lower. At least compared to Tianlu's, that are you suggesting that we allow Xiao Linger to draw others in, and then we take the opportunity to reclaim our own? Wei Yi inquired with a smile. Indeed, with this junior sister attracting the greedy, we can join forces to reclaim what is rightfully ours if fortune favors us. We might complete the task in half a day. Public Sheep nodded immediately. What do you all think? Wei Yi turned to the other three before anyone could respond. The leader, Public Sheep, stepped forward to express his agreement, stating they would assist him and follow his arrangements. That night pot, or whatever it is, should be fine to retrieve a little later, right? Wei Yi pondered for a moment. Compared to that mysterious night pot, securing a spot seemed more crucial. In a certain mountainous region, Xiao Yuji led a dozen members of the Black Tiger Society in an encirclement of a group of demon beasts. Suddenly, a shattering sound echoed. He looked down at the broken jade talisman in his hand, his expression darkening. That rascal, Tianlu, has he perished or exited the secret realm? Shortly thereafter, a list of task completers appeared in the sky. Upon catching sight of a name that seemed vaguely familiar, Xiao Yuji's eyes narrowed involuntarily. Zhu Linger, isn't she from the Jinwu Academy? Is she that Wei Yi's sister? Could it be their doing? A trace of deep-seated hatred flickered in Xiao Yuji's eyes. He had two objectives for this inner door assessment. One was to pass the assessment himself, and the other was to prevent Wei Yi from succeeding. Previously, he failed to seize Wei Yi due to the assistance of many newcomers. However, this time, he was convinced it would not be the same. Brother, shall we commence our action? Lei Yuan, who stood beside him, whispered immediately. As Xiao Yuji's trusted aide, he was well aware of Xiao Yuji's plans. Send a signal talisman. We must quickly locate Wei Yi's current position, then gather all nearby to deal with him. It would be best to trap him in this cursed place. Xiao Yuji's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he spoke without hesitation. On a sheer cliff, a young man with black hair sat at the summit. He neither hunted demon beasts nor snatched energy tokens from others. Instead, he lounged on the cliffstone. Sleeping. Many passers-by caught sight of him and even noticed the dazzling brilliance of his energy token. However, upon realizing his identity, none dared to approach. They swiftly departed, seemingly afraid to awaken him. After a while, the black-haired youth slowly roused. Glancing at the enormous list in the sky, he raised an eyebrow and lazily stretched. It should be about time. After all, he had secured 100,000 taels of silver from Yuan Bei. He could not afford to be untrustworthy. He murmured to himself, I should also seize his energy token. Advancing should pose no problem. With that, his figure gradually faded, and he mysteriously vanished from sight. Meanwhile, at the innermost depths of the little cave heaven's secret realm, in front of a completely sealed ancient palace, Su Dazhong led a group of individuals, relentlessly assaulting the palace's defensive formations. As the array's strength diminished, Xiaoping looked up at the list in the sky, a hint of disdain curling his lips. A bunch of ignorant fools. Such trivial assessments warrant such anxiety. Once I acquire the demon bone pot I shall emerge as the greatest victor of this assessment, and in the future, the entire tyrant sect will belong to me. Chapter 77. The Unfortunate and the Fortunate. Little girl, hand over your energy token, or else, don't blame us for being ruthless. 4 or 5 men surrounded Zhu Linger menacingly. Zhu Linger blinked, her face adorned with a cunning smile. You all are so foolish. The 4 or 5 men were momentarily taken aback. This little girl. Was she not the least bit afraid? Before they could utter another word, 5 terrifying figures suddenly appeared behind them. Each wearing a cold smile. It is you who should surrender the energy tokens. Do not waste time. Hurry up. Moments later, the energy tokens of those individuals fell into Wei Yi and his companions' hands. Time and again, this world proved to be rife with foolishness. Even the simplest schemes, under the influence of greed and impulsiveness, would easily ensnare the unwary. Soon, Wei Yi climbed to the second position on the task completers list. However, the third to ascend was not the Public Sheep brothers, but rather Lu Riyun, the leader of the Lu Yun gang, who silently surpassed the others. Xiao Yuji of the Black Tiger Society was the 4th to reach the list. Not long after, the names of many first-rate experts from the outer sect appeared on the assessment task list, including the Public Sheep brothers. After all, orchestrated robbery was indeed the swiftest means of collection. Before long, nearly half of the 100 spots on the list were claimed. Yet at this moment, others began to drop off the list, their names replaced by others, clearly indicating their energy tokens had been stolen. Ascending the list was both a guarantee and a harbinger of greater danger. as it attracted further attempts at thievery. Everyone understood that seizing any name on the list meant an immediate completion of the assessment task. Under such circumstances, who would bother to grind monsters? If not you, then whom? Wei Yi and his group of 6 boasted energy token values reaching the pinnacle of 9, their golden brilliance astonishing that as they advanced. The 6 golden orbs undoubtedly drew numerous gazes. However, it was precisely due to this that few dared to rob them, for a group of 6 who had made the list were formidable and not easily challenged. Wei Yi and his companions naturally relished the ease of their journey. Following the map's guidance, they sped towards the deepest area of the secret realm, since the assessment task was already completed. Wei Yi intended to fulfill Lu Zhenshuan's instructions and locate that night pod. The situation seemed somewhat amiss. Lu Zhenshuan had previously mentioned that numerous demon beasts guarded the ancient palace, yet now there were none in sight. Had they all been fortuitously dealt with? Or had someone gotten there first? As they progressed smoothly, Wei Yi could not help but furrow his brow, his expression gradually shifting. The reason he had enlisted the public sheep brothers was to mitigate these troubles. Yet now the troubles had vanished, rendering the situation rather peculiar. If he could not obtain that night pot, Lu Zhenshuan would undoubtedly withhold the latter half of the pure yang sword technique from him. This sword technique was exceedingly rare, and aside from Lu Zhenshuan, Wei Yi had no idea where else to procure it.as for stealing or forcibly acquiring it from Lu Zhenshuan, facing a martial spirit level powerhouse. Wei Yi had no confidence that BY's estimation, Lu Zhenshuan was likely among the most formidable figures within the martial spirit ranks. Accelerate. Wei Yi's expression grew tense, and without further ado, he activated his movement technique. Zhu Linger, without a second thought, followed closely behind. The public sheep brothers had completed their assessment tasks and now were wholly committed to assisting. The 6 of them darted through the forest like a pack of ravenous wolves, startling several isolated outer sect disciples along the way. Fortunately, as they ventured deeper into the secret realm, fewer people remained. Soon, the ancient palace came into view, which was precisely the target that Xiao Ping and his group were currently assaulting with all their might. Upon seeing Wei Yi and his companions rushing over, Xiao Ping's expression abruptly shifted. Could it be they had received news ahead of time? How could that be possible? Xiao Ping found it hard to believe. Just then, with a thunderous roar, the palace's defensive array was finally breached by Su Dazhong and the others working together. The internal space of the palace was not vast. One could see everything from outside. Upon noticing the purple-black night pot placed atop the altar within the palace, joy erupted on Xiao Ping's face. The seal has finally been broken. Let us go in, Xiao Ping commanded immediately. He then turned to Wei Yi and his companions, who were still 100 meters away, and mockingly taunted. Unfortunately, you are a step too late. I do not fear telling you that once I acquire the item, I will teleport away immediately, so you have no hope. Ha ha. With that, Xiao Ping led the charge into the palace. You stop. Wei Yi's face turned pale. He immediately exerted all his energy and rushed forward. However, no matter how fast his movement technique was, it could not span over 100 meters in an instant. At least, Wei Yi was not capable of such feats yet. Thus, he could only watch helplessly as Xiao Ping and the others burst into the palace. The thought that the moment they obtained the item, they would teleport away made Wei Yi wish he had wings to fly over. Just then, a thunderous explosion resonated. The energy barrier they had just breached began to gather its remaining energy and suddenly enveloped Xiao Ping and the others. A brilliant light flashed, and all those who entered the palace, including Xiao Ping, were abruptly immobilized, sealed in place. Upon witnessing this scene, Wei Yi and the others were momentarily stunned, their mouths agape. What is happening? As Wei Yi approached the palace, shock plastered his face, yet he dared not rush in. It was as if they had turned to stone. Zhu Linger's eyes widened in astonishment. Let me take a look. The excited expression on Gong Yongbao's face was not one of schadenfreude, but rather one of genuine interest. He immediately crouched down to examine the situation closely. The third brother has always had a penchant for studying peculiar formations and symbols. Gong Yongjing explained I see. At that moment, Gong Yongbao burst into hearty laughter, realizing that these unfortunate souls had rushed in without fully dismantling the formation, inadvertently triggering the residual magic array, thus becoming ensnared for at least 2 or 3 hours. And us? Wei Yi promptly inquired that we should be grateful to them. Thanks to their folly, we can enter freely, Gong Yongbao affirmed with a confident nod. So that's how it is. Noticing the night pot placed at the front of the palace, Wei Yi's spirits lifted, and he approached Xiao Ping with a beaming smile. Then I shall not hold back. Chapter 78, Absorbing Ancient Demon Blood. Ding. Player Wei Yi has discovered the extraordinary demon bone pot, containing ancient demon blood. Ding. Player Wei Yi can absorb ancient demon blood to increase bloodline experience. Would you like to absorb it? Ding. Player Wei Yi can sell the demon bone pot along with the ancient demon blood to the system's marketplace for 100,000 taels of silver. Would you like to sell it? Upon merely touching the handle of the Black Knight pot, a series of system prompts echoed in succession. Wei Yi stood frozen in place, his dark pupils narrowing slightly, a hint of uncontainable surprise flickering at the corners of his mouth. The demon bone pot? Ancient demon blood? He realized that what lay before him was not a mere night pot, but rather a demon bone pot. The name alone exuded an air of nobility and sophistication. It was clear that it was not ordinary, being crafted from demon bones and containing precious ancient demon blood. Surely, even the most eccentric person would not use a night pot to hold such invaluable ancient demon blood. As for whether to absorb the ancient demon blood for personal enhancement or to sell it for 100,000 taels of silver, was there any question? Such a treasure was meant for personal use. In comparison, 100,000 taels paled in significance. Wei Yi had not yet fallen to such depths. However, at this moment, it was evidently not the right time to absorb it directly. It would be prudent to first vacate the area and then find a safe place to slowly absorb and refine it. With this in mind, Wei Yi quickly made his decision. Let us go. Grasping the demon bone pot, he spoke immediately. Zhu Ling'er and the four brothers of Gong Yang had no objections, although they recognized the potential value of the demon bone pot. They harbored no greed. Upon hearing Wei Yi's words, Xiao Ping's eyes widened in disbelief. Internally, he was driven to the brink of madness. Yet, he found himself utterly powerless. Unable to intervene or even utter a curse, he could only stare fixedly at Wei Yi as he took the demon bone pot away. In a moment of mockery, Wei Yi waved the demon bone pot before Xiao Ping, wearing a smile that spoke volumes. That triumphant expression nearly drove Xiao Ping to grind his teeth in frustration. Had he not been ensnared by the formation, he would have surely fought to the end. But as it stood, he could only watch as Wei Yi departed, growing increasingly distant, his heart crumbling that he had never imagined that all his efforts, aligning with Su Dazhong and others, clearing the beasts that obstructed their path, painstakingly breaking through the palace's barriers, and personally confronting the remnants of the formation, had ultimately benefited this individual before him. How I loathe this. The heavens are unjust. Tears of sorrow streamed down Xiao Ping's face. More than half an hour later, in an unknown cave several dozen miles away, Wei Yi chose this location to absorb the ancient demon blood. Lest the night grow long and dreams be disturbed, I may need some time, but I require your protection, Wei Yi stated earnestly, looking at the few people before him. Rest assured, Wei Go, as long as I am here, no one can harm you, Zhu Ling'er immediately promised, her chest puffed with pride, thrilled to finally have the chance to contribute. We have no objections either. Unless you come out of the cave, no one can intrude. The four brothers of Gong Yang quickly affirmed. Time was of the essence. Wei Yi wasted no words, thanking them briefly before swiftly entering the cave. Inside, the space was vast and barren. Wei Yi sat cross-legged and took out the demon bone pot. Cradling it in his hands, absorbed the ancient demon blood, Wei Yi murmured softly. Instantly, a radiant light enveloped both him and the demon bone pot. Delicate crimson threads, as fine as gossamer, began to emerge from the pot, seemingly drawn by a mysterious force, slowly penetrating through Wei Yi's 7 orifices. The sensation was smooth and gentle, unlike anything he had ever experienced. However, once inside Wei Yi's body, these threads transformed into a torrent of ferocious energy, akin to a rebellious and terrifying beast awakening within him, roaring and thrashing violently. Wei Yi's complexion shifted dramatically, crimson blood oozing from his orifices, creating a terrifying sight. Wei Yi let out a low growl. Veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes flashing with a frenzied crimson hue, his face twisting in agony, pain, and unprecedented torment. Wei Yi gritted his teeth, enduring the savage onslaught of this terrifying energy. What an immense force! It was utterly horrifying. Could this truly be ancient demon blood? What kind of fearsome beast's essence was this? Wei Yi was uncertain of its origins, yet he could distinctly feel the overwhelming power of this demon blood energy. As if his entire being were on the verge of explosion, it was undeniably the most fearsome energy he had ever encountered, surpassing even the crimson true flame he commanded. Fortunately, it was not solely agony. With the integration of ancient demon blood into his body, Wei Yi's bloodline power was simultaneously escalating. Ding! Player Wei Yi absorbs a trace of ancient demon blood. Bloodline experience 1000. Ding! Player Wei Yi absorbs a trace of ancient demon blood. Bloodline experience 1000. Ding! Player Wei Yi absorbs a trace of ancient demon blood. Bloodline experience 1000. The system prompts rang incessantly. This served as the spiritual pillar that sustained Wei Yi through the excruciating process. He held on to a single conviction. If he persevered, he would become powerful. He would succeed. The absorption and refinement of the ancient demon blood not only fortified his bloodline strength, but also rapidly enhanced his entire physical constitution. Ding! Player Wei Yi absorbs a trace of ancient demon blood. Physical constitution enhanced. Ding! Player Wei Yi absorbs a trace of ancient demon blood. Physical constitution enhanced. Ding! Player Wei Yi absorbs a trace of ancient demon blood. Physical constitution enhanced. His previously somewhat gaunt figure began to visibly bulk up at an astonishing rate. His muscles grew firmer and more powerful. His strength intensified. His agility surged. His flexibility and resilience became formidable. All of these improvements were not merely one-dimensional but comprehensive. Though the process of absorption and refinement was excruciatingly painful, the results far exceeded Wei Yi's prior expectations. Time drifted by unnoticed. The once silvery sheen of his bloodline power gradually transformed. Threads of golden blood, imbued with an ancient and noble aura, began to emerge. Chapter 79. Golden Bloodline, the golden-hued blood. Upon sensing the sudden transformation within his bloodline, Wei Yi's heart trembled violently at a change in bloodline. No, more accurately, it was a further evolution of his bloodline. Having absorbed the ancient demon blood within the demon bone pot, his bloodline experience had steadily increased, indicating that he had reached a critical juncture for another evolution. Just as Wei Yi had once evolved from bronze bloodline to silver bloodline in his family's ancestral grounds, this was a similar situation. An unprecedented sense of power enveloped him, growing more intense by the moment. His heartbeat raced, thumping as if it might leap from his chest. Wei Yi inhaled deeply, calming the rising tension within him. At this moment, the piercing agony had lessened considerably. Perhaps it was because his body had been reinforced and was gradually adapting. He had not anticipated such a transformation. The ancient demon blood was indeed extraordinary. This intersect examination was truly a fortuitous opportunity, far more valuable than any position within the intersect. Xiaoping must have known about this long ago. His identity was likely not simple. Who would have thought it would benefit me instead? And what of Lu Shuin? Did he seek the demon bone pod or the ancient demon blood? What if he desired the ancient demon blood? Wei Yi furrowed his brow. It mattered not. After all, what was in his mouth could still be spat out, right? As long as he seized the moment and swiftly leveled up. Breaking through several times, he need not concern himself with those individuals. Wei Yi swiftly cast aside these chaotic thoughts, fully immersing himself in his cultivation. The golden bloodline continued to manifest. An ancient and mysterious aura began to emanate from within, revealing enigmatic runic patterns. Additionally, there were totems, evolving into the unique abilities of the golden bloodline. The power of the totem. A colossal shadow materialized behind Wei Yi. Its exact form obscured, yet the mysterious and formidable aura it exuded instilled a sense of trepidation. Even Wei Yi, the master, felt the weight of this presence. The crimson true flame erupted uncontrollably, quivering incessantly, clearly sensing the threat. Ding! Player Wei Yi's silver bloodline experience has reached its peak, automatically advancing to the golden bloodline. Time passed, though how long was uncertain, until the system notification finally resonated. In an instant, the power of the bloodline was fully unleashed, akin to a volcanic eruption. The once ethereal totemic shadow behind Wei Yi solidified. Terrifying ripples, visible to the naked eye, surged outward in all directions. His long, dark hair rose without a breeze. Wei Yi lifted his head, and within his pitch-black eyes blazed a fierce flame, reminiscent of distant stars igniting in the void. Alas, it has been an hour. Why hasn't he seen your brother Wei emerged yet? Outside the cave, Gong Yongbao, growing impatient, could not help but murmur incessantly. The other three brothers merely raised their eyelids, yet none responded to him. Sister Zhu, what is your relationship with senior brother Wei? Gong Yongbao, in search of distraction, approached Zhu Ling. Zhu Linger hesitated. I am recognized as senior brother Wei's sister. In truth, Zhu Linger longed to express a deeper connection. But it was clear to her that Wei Yi currently regarded her more as a cherished sister rather than a romantic interest. Nevertheless, she felt no urgency, for she was still young. As long as she could remain by senior brother Wei's side. She believed that once she matured, she could surely capture his heart. After all, the pursuit of a man by a woman is merely a veil away, while the pursuit by a man is akin to crossing mountains. When that time comes. Is that so? Gong Yongbao nodded knowingly. What do you mean? Zhu Linger looked up. Senior brother Wei treats you exceptionally well, Gong Yongbao stated earnestly. Zhu Linger rolled her eyes. She discerned that he was merely idle and seeking conversation. That moment, a mysterious ripple emanated from within the cave. Where the ripple passed, several sturdy boulders shattered with a resounding crash, trees toppled, and vegetation was obliterated. The 5 individuals instantly stood, retreating rapidly. Protect your vital energy. They exchanged glances, unable to suppress their astonishment. This terrifying aura erupted suddenly, not only startling Zhu Linger and the others nearby, but also causing a disturbance throughout the entire realm of the secret cave. Everyone within the secret realm sensed a heart-stopping presence sweep past, leaving no one unscathed. An inexplicable feeling of vulnerability gripped them all. This overwhelming aura seemed to originate from an ancient, primal era. Even the numerous outer sect experts within the core palace of the outer gate became alert. What just happened? I felt as though some force awakened suddenly. Unfortunately, we cannot enter the secret cave. Otherwise, experiencing it firsthand would surely lead us to the source. Could it be that some outer sect disciple unexpectedly broke through? That seems unlikely. The aura felt akin to a martial soul awakening. And those outer sect disciples are still far from that level. The outer sect experts buzzed with speculation. The headmaster, however, appeared to possess some knowledge, casting a discreet glance at Elder Qiao, who sat nearby, but chose to remain silent. Some matters were beyond his control. Elder Qiao's expression remained unchanged, yet a hint of subtle satisfaction flickered in his eyes that it seemed Ping had succeeded, that it was worth the effort I invested in planning for him. Meanwhile, in a corner of the palace, Lu Zhenshuan furrowed his brow deeply. Did I wonder if that young man will succeed? If he does not, he contemplated the challenges ahead, his expression darkening, returning to the secret cave. At the foot of the mountain where Wei Yi was in seclusion, dozens of figures rushed forward. Upon closer inspection, these individuals were all members of the Black Tiger Society. Leading the charge were Xiao Yuji, the society's head, and his trusted aide, the plague demon Hu Lei. The smiling tiger Su Pingzheng had yet to be encountered, while the steel-clawed tiger Hua Tianlu had already perished at Wei Yi's hands. A fact Xiao Yuji was acutely aware of, intensifying his animosity towards Wei Yi. Is this the place? Xiao Yuji turned to a companion beside him, his tone frosty. The individual, holding a compass, confidently affirmed, absolutely, he is definitely on the mount. Then let us ascend together. Follow my orders, and leave him no chance to escape. Xiao Yuji's eyes glinted with murderous intent. He had summoned such a large number of people to ensure this location became Wei Yi's burial ground, allowing him no escape. Yes, the others responded immediately. With that, over 30 elite members of the Black Tiger Society swiftly took action, employing their skills to race up the mountain, the wind howling, an aura of menace surrounding them. Chapter 80. One step, one kill. Suddenly, the sky unleashed a torrential downpour, the wind howling, rain and wind striking fiercely, casting the world into darkness. Yet, the members of the Black Tiger Society seemed unfazed by the downpour, moving with incredible speed and agility, akin to a pack of predatory wolves in migration. Truly, they embodied the elite of the Black Tiger Society. Dozens raced through the forest, not a word was spoken. Each wore an expression of cold indifference, the atmosphere heavy with tension, the accumulated malevolence sending shivers down one's spine. In reality, the relationship between Wei Yi and the Black Tiger Society had escalated beyond personal conflict, transforming into a broader enmity with the entire society. It was not just Xiao Yuji who sought his death. Lei Yuan wished him dead, and many others within the Black Tiger Society harbored the same intent. For as long as Wei Yi remained, the Black Tiger Society would forever be a laughingstock within the outer gate, incapable of reclaiming its former glory. However, once Wei Yi was eliminated, all could revert to normalcy, and the Black Tiger Society would once again ascend to the ranks of the top forces within the outer gate, benefiting all its members. Thus, in their eyes, Wei Yi must die today. The rustling of rain, the howling wind, the sound of falling leaves, the roars of beasts, countless sounds melded together, rendering the rain-soaked forest particularly desolate. Zhu Linger and the 4 brothers stood beneath the canopy of a large tree outside the cave, when suddenly, Gong Yangzhong's eyelids jumped. He immediately dropped to the ground, straining to listen. Noticing his abrupt action, Zhu Linger was momentarily taken aback, while the other 3 could not help but change their expressions. What's wrong? Zhu Linger asked in astonishment. Someone is approaching. They are likely not friendly. At least 20 of them. Gong Yangzhong inhaled deeply. Before the others could respond, he continued, none are weaklings. In truth, as the assessment progressed, true weaklings had nearly vanished, either perishing within the secret realm or being forced out. Those that remained all possessed considerable strength. Though they were aware of this, hearing Gong Yangzhong articulate it made everyone feel a tightening in their chests. Are they coming for the energy tokens we possess? Gong Yangbao furrowed his brow. their 5, plus Wei Yi, had all reached the maximum level of energy tokens, ranking within the top 100 on the leaderboard. This meant their tokens represented 6 spots for entering the inner sect, a tempting target that could indeed prompt some to band together against them. Humph, attempting to snatch food from our mouths. They must consider whether they have the capability. Gong Yanguo tightened his grip on his battle blade, a glint of cold resolve flashing in his eyes. Just as he finished speaking, figures burst forth from the forest. Not 20, but over 30. All were elite members of the Black Tiger Society, led by none other than Xiao Yuji, one of the top 3 powerhouses in the outer gate. Upon seeing their collective emergence, the 4 brothers' expressions darkened. Where is Wei Yi? Xiao Yuji's gaze swept over Zhu Linger and the 4 brothers, coldly demanding. Though the energy tokens they bore shone brightly, his focus was not on them but rather on Wei Yi. Wei Yi is not here. You are in the wrong place. We are merely resting here. Gong Yangjing stepped forward, speaking in a deep voice. Not here. Ha! Do you take me for a fool? Since when have the 4 brothers grown so close to her? Xiao Yuji sneered, pointing at Zhu Linger, his face full of mockery. With a wave of his right hand, the Black Tiger Society members behind him swiftly moved, encircling the 5 of them. Xiao Yuji, what do you intend to do? Don't think we fear you. Gong Yanguo shouted angrily, while the others drew their weapons. Xiao Yuji, however, turned a blind eye and directly stated, I will give you a cup of tea's worth of time to reveal Wei Yi's whereabouts, and I shall spare you that if you choose silence you will either die or be expelled from the secret realm. Upon hearing Xiao Yuji's threat, the expressions of Zhu Linger and her 4 companions immediately darkened with palpable gravity. They had already completed their assessment tasks, and as long as their energy tokens were not taken, they could certainly enter the inner sect. How could they possibly wish to activate the teleportation talisman and leave the secret realm? Yet, if they were to engage in combat, facing such a multitude, they were clearly outmatched. What to do? The group was in a state of panic. Zhu Linger was naturally unwilling to betray Wei Yi, while the 4 Gonyang brothers, with their firm characters, also refused to act as despicable traitors. At that moment, however, Lei Yuan unexpectedly stepped forward and pointed towards a cave not far away, saying, Boss, Wei Yi may be hiding there. Xiao Yuji's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of undisguised surprise flickering across his face. Could it be that he was injured? Take a few people and check it out immediately. Lei Yuan, who harbored a deep-seated hatred for Wei Yi, did not hesitate and promptly led a few individuals towards the cave. Zhu Linger and her companions hurriedly attempted to obstruct them. However, at this moment, Xiao Yuji personally blocked their path, laughing heartily. It seems he really is hiding inside. Lei Yuan, hurry in and search. Are you so eager to find me? A cold voice suddenly echoed as a figure materialized at the entrance of the cave. Who else could it be but Wei Yi, Brother Wei? Upon seeing Wei Yi appear unexpectedly, Zhu Linger was instantly elated. The Gonyang brothers also transitioned from despair to joy. They had prepared themselves for a desperate fight, but now it seemed unnecessary. Moreover, they keenly noticed that Wei Yi's physique appeared to have undergone significant changes, and his aura had become more inscrutable and profound, as though each step he took bore immense weight. Even from a distance, without him directing his focus at them, they could not help but feel an overwhelming pressure. Reminiscent of facing high-ranking experts from the outer sect. Wei Yi, you truly are here. Do you know today is your day of reckoning? Lei Yuan bellowed. He was known as the sickness demon tiger for a reason, as he rarely exhibited calmness or rationality. Thus, his declaration was straightforward. Just you? Wei Yi chuckled lightly, his disdain evident in his gaze. Attack. Xiao Yuji coldly commanded. He was eager to ascertain whether Wei Yi was indeed injured. Although the members of the Black Tiger Association were aware of Wei Yi's formidable strength, they were not so intimidated as to lose their fighting spirit. With a single command, 4 individuals dashed forward, simultaneously unleashing their martial skills to strike at Wei Yi. Lei Yuan's expression turned grim as he too gripped his great sword tightly and followed suit, launching an assault on Wei Yi. With 5 individuals joining forces, including an outer sect expert like Lei Yuan, their combined might should not be underestimated. However, upon witnessing this scene, Wei Yi could only sneer in contempt, overestimating yourselves, as his words resonated. He did not unleash his full power. Instead, he met them head-on, his figure flickering like a specter. In an instant, he unleashed a punch, manifesting the first martial skill he had mastered, the low-grade common technique, Sun Yuan Fist. When harnessed with Wei Yi's terrifying strength, even the simplest form of Sun Yuan Fist exhibited astonishing power, sending the foremost attacker flying amidst a scream, blood spraying forth as their heart meridian shattered, resulting in death. With another step, he advanced, delivering a devastating crushing heart palm to the chest of the second assailant. who was unable to react in time due to Wei Yi's lightning speed. The crushing heart palm targeted the lungs, severing the opponent's heart meridian. The second individual fell lifelessly. The remaining two, in a frenzy, swung their blades at him. Wei Yi stepped forward once more, his momentum surging. And with the 7-kill fist, he clashed against their blades. The two weapons were simultaneously distorted by the force of his fist, and with another advance, Wei Yi's fist struck their chests with ferocious power. Their expressions shifted from red to pale, then quickly turned ashen as blood gushed from their 7 orifices, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. 4 steps. 4 deaths. At this moment, Wei Yi's aura reached its zenith. Coldly gazing at the 5th assailant, Lei Yuan, faced with that utterly indifferent gaze, the usually frenzied Lei Yuan could not help but shudder, his steps involuntarily halting. Gulped, he swallowed hard, the fear on his face utterly unmistakable. Chapter 81. The ferocity of the Iron Fist. Lei Yuan was no naive frog in a well. On the contrary, he hailed from a prominent family and had spent considerable time in the outer sect of the Overlord sect. Having encountered numerous powerful individuals, that he had also witnessed many formidable experts in action. However, he had never before experienced the sheer shock that Wei Yi instilled in him this time. 4 steps forward. 4 lives extinguished. 1 step, 1 kill. His demeanor was as relaxed as strolling through a garden, yet his strikes were ruthlessly vicious. Observing Wei Yi's expressionless face, his calm eyes devoid of any emotional fluctuation, Lei Yuan felt for the first time that he had scarcely begun to comprehend the opponent before him. Unable to suppress a gulp, the notorious sickness demon tiger, known for his reckless abandon, chose to retreat in the presence of Wei Yi. Such a Wei Yi was indeed someone he dared not confront alone. Thinking of escaping, it may be too late. At that moment, Wei Yi sneered and stepped toward him. His eyes filled with icy killing intent. Before Lei Yuan could create distance, Wei Yi had already closed the gap. Having fought Lei Yuan before, he knew of Wei Yi's astonishing speed in a comparison of swiftness. Even 2 of Lei Yuan would not match him. With no chance to flee, Lei Yuan resolved to advance rather than retreat. Die! He roared, channeling his inner energy into his great sword, delivering a fierce downward slash aimed at Wei Yi. This strike was not only swift but also imbued with tremendous force, causing the air to ripple as it passed. Yet, in the face of such a powerful blow, Wei Yi chose to meet it head-on with his iron fist. A resounding explosion echoed as energy surged forth. The 7-kill fist, executed by Wei Yi, unleashed incredible power, and coupled with his recently elevated golden bloodline, his physical prowess had dramatically improved in this confrontation with Lei Yuan. Wei Yi surprisingly gained the upper hand, not retreating an inch, while Lei Yuan, who had initially occupied a favorable position, was forced to step back, his face paling rapidly. Everyone, attack, kill him. At this moment, Xiao Yuji, who had been spectating, could no longer contain himself. He was now 100% certain that not only was Wei Yi uninjured, but his strength had also significantly increased. In just a few days, Xiao Yuji felt utterly frustrated. Almost wishing to spit blood, he simply could not comprehend how Wei Yi, having entered this minor secret realm for an assessment without sustaining injuries, could possibly have grown stronger. Thus, he could wait no longer and dared not hesitate. He issued a command for everyone to join forces and surround Wei Yi. If they could eliminate him today, all their problems would naturally resolve. If they could not kill him, there would be endless troubles in the future. This individual would undoubtedly become a significant threat to me. Xiao Yuji was consumed with murderous intent and, as he bellowed, he led the charge against Wei Yi. At this moment, Wei Yi appeared before Lei Yuan, showing no courtesy, and directly unleashed a powerful punch to Lei Yuan's chest. Though Lei Yuan exerted himself to resist while retreating rapidly, he was simply outclassed in both speed and reaction time compared to Wei Yi. He could not respond in time, and Wei Yi's punch was already upon him. The force was concentrated in a single point and erupted suddenly, causing Lei Yuan to spew blood and be sent flying backward. Incapacitated and unable to rise to continue the fight, witnessing this scene, Xiao Yuji's rage intensified. Yet another trusted subordinate had been crippled by Wei Yi. Wei Yi, you will pay for this, Xiao Yuji roared. Unleashing his inner energy as he hurled a punch forward, he was indeed one of the top 3 experts of the outer sect. This punch, when unleashed, caused even the surrounding winds to still, its terrifying might striking fear into the hearts of onlookers. However, this time, Wei Yi did not meet him head-on. I'll deal with the smaller threats first, then I'll handle you. Wei Yi's eyes glinted with fierce intent. Just as the Black Tiger Association sought to eliminate him swiftly, he had long harbored grievances against them. Aware of Xiao Yuji's strength, he understood that resolving this confrontation would not be easy in a short time. Thus, he shifted his strategy and directed his assault toward the ordinary disciples of the Black Tiger Association. At this moment, Zhu Linger and the Gonyang brothers also sprang into action. Zhu Linger's strength was not inferior to that of the Black Tiger Association disciples. While the Gonyang brothers far surpassed them, the five of them plunged into the fray, helping Wei Yi to restrain nearly half of the Black Tiger Association disciples, with Wei Yi's agile movements. He faced only 2 or 3 opponents at a time, never exceeding his limits. The 7-kill fist was continuously unleashed, with the crushing heart palm occasionally striking from the shadows, each move ruthless and deadly. Wei Yi showed no mercy. Amidst this relentless pursuit and counter-pursuit, one Black Tiger Association disciple after another fell at Wei Yi's hands. Ding! Player Wei Yi has slain a member of the Black Tiger Association, gaining 920 cultivation experience, temporarily stored in the experience orb. 7 kill, fist martial skill experience 620. Ding! Player Wei Yi has slain a member of the Black Tiger Association, gaining 840 cultivation experience, temporarily stored in the experience orb. 7 kill fist martial skill experience 570. Ding! Player Wei Yi has slain a member of the Black Tiger Society, gaining 880 experience points, temporarily stored in the experience orb, and 590 experience points in the heart-crushing palm martial arts technique. The system notifications incessantly echoed in Wei Yi's mind, with waves of experience pouring in. For Wei Yi, this massacre undoubtedly yielded bountiful rewards. However, Xiao Yuji, closely pursuing him, seethed with resentment, his teeth grinding in fury. Although he possessed a martial technique of a similar exalted grade, having not yet mastered it fully, he believed he should not be in such a dire predicament. In truth, the disparity in agility between them was stark. Xiao Yuji understood that Wei Yi's martial technique likely stemmed from the tome eagle-shaped ghost shadow 18 techniques found in the tomb of the Eagle King Lu Zong. Only a technique of such caliber could produce such extraordinary effects. This was rightfully his, now wielded against him by Wei Yi. The realization ignited a visceral urge to vomit blood within Xiao Yuji. Witnessing his comrades from the Black Tiger Society fall one after another at Wei Yi's hands drove him to the brink of madness. Wei Yi, you coward, dare to face me in a fair duel? Xiao Yuji roared, his eyes aflame with fury, teetering on the edge of insanity. Meanwhile, the remaining Black Tiger Society members had dwindled, many fleeing in terror. Leaving only a handful behind, Wei Yi chose to cease his pursuit, turning to Xiao Yuji with a cold smile. Very well, I shall grant your wish. Without warning, Wei Yi's figure flickered and appeared before Xiao Yuji, delivering a powerful punch aimed at his head. Chapter 82. Slaying the Tiger. Wei Yi's sudden ambush was not entirely unexpected for Xiao Yuji, a top-tier external disciple. He lacked neither strength nor combat experience. However, the swiftness of Wei Yi's assault caught him off guard. Until now, Wei Yi had held back his speed, but now, having upgraded to LV-12 in the eagle-shaped ghost shadow 18 techniques, his true velocity was unleashed. In the blink of an eye, he was before Xiao Yuji, launching a fist that contained nearly all his might. If it landed, Xiao Yuji's head would surely explode like a watermelon. An unprecedented life-and-death crisis descended upon him. And even with his battle-hardened experience, Xiao Yuji could not help but pale. Fortunately, his reflexes were quick. He leaned back with an awkward posture, narrowly avoiding the devastating blow. Simultaneously, he pushed off the ground, showcasing astonishing core strength. Retaliating with a kick aimed at Wei Yi's lower body, Wei Yi was certain this was an attempt to cripple him, for no man remained indifferent to such a concern. With a grim expression, he was forced to retreat, giving Xiao Yuji a precious moment to catch his breath. You are truly insidious, Wei Yi remarked coldly. Likewise, Xiao Yuji retorted, eyes glistening with derision. Die. With that, they charged at each other once more. This time, Xiao Yuji denied Wei Yi any chance for a sneak attack. His true energy surged violently, unleashing the full force of his Grand Martial Master realm, simultaneously pressuring Wei Yi and delivering powerful strikes. The two engaged in a flurry of exchanges, iron fists colliding, their energies intertwining with ferocity. The quality of their true energy was comparable, with Wei Yi's advantage stemming from the higher tier of the Purple Mist Manual. While Xiao Yuji excelled in the strength of his Thunder attribute energy, neither could gain the upper hand, a situation neither desired. They were unwilling to use a teleportation talisman to escape. Both were intent on eliminating the other. Xiao Yuji regarded Wei Yi as a formidable foe, and Wei Yi saw Xiao Yuji as a thorn in his side, eager to rid himself of him. Wei Yi, you have forced my hand. Today, I shall kill you. Xiao Yuji suddenly produced a blood-red pill and swallowed it. A fourth-tier alchemist. Wei Yi recognized it immediately. Not the common blood-boiling pill, but the rarer and more potent frenzied blood pill. A fifth-tier elixir. While it could significantly enhance combat prowess for a short duration, its after-effects were daunting, capable of driving one into madness. Few dared to use it, as most martial artists valued their lives too dearly. Xiao Yuji had possessed this frenzied blood pill for some time, but had never considered using it until now, willing to take the risk to eliminate Wei Yi. Damn this man. How could he possess such a thing? Sensing Xiao Yuji's energy exploding in intensity, Wei Yi felt a tightening in his chest. Taking a deep breath, he chose to unleash the power of his golden bloodline. It was not out of a desire to conceal his strength, but rather a precaution, as he had only recently broken through and had yet to fully master his power. Any misstep could lead to catastrophic loss of control. However, time was of the essence. Boom! Although Xiao Yuji's consumption of the frenzied blood pill dramatically heightened his strength, Wei Yi's activation of the golden bloodline also propelled him to astonishing heights. A golden glow enveloped his entire being. Akin to donning a suit of golden armor, an ancient aura flowed through him, mysterious runes flickering. With the golden bloodline activated, Wei Yi's demeanor took on a noble quality, his powerful presence radiating outward. Leaving those nearby, including Zhu Linger and the remaining members of the Black Tiger Society, in stunned silence. Wei Yi, you will die. Die. Witnessing Wei Yi surpass him once again, Xiao Yuji descended into a frenzied state. Without hesitation, he charged at Wei Yi, fist raised and martial techniques unleashed, unleashing torrents of energy that howled through the air, a terrifying amalgamation of thunderous light and blood-red energy. Totemic power. Break for me. Wei Yi's eyes gleamed with intensity as he spoke in a deep voice. Behind him, a totemic phantom materialized once more. The strength of the golden bloodline surged forth, as the Wei family's ancestors had once ascended to greatness through it. Establishing the Wei family as one of the 10 great families in the Dechu dynasty, the might of the golden bloodline was beyond question, even if Wei could not unleash its full potential. A fraction of its power sufficed to contend with an opponent like Xiao Yuji. The 7-kill fist reappeared, striking forth with a roar reminiscent of a beast. The totemic phantom surged ahead. In the clash of the two, victory was swiftly determined. Despite Xiao Yuji's all-out effort, he was overwhelmed by the onslaught of Wei Yi's totemic power. With a splatter of blood, he was sent staggering back. His face pallid as a sheet, struggling to maintain his footing. Wei Yi's strike not only severely injured Xiao Yuji, but also plunged him into the aftermath of the frenzied blood pill. How is this possible? Xiao Yuji collapsed to the ground, shock overtaking him as disbelief clouded his features. He never imagined he would fall to Wei Yi, especially after consuming the frenzied blood pill. Nothing is impossible. Wei Yi approached, devoid of any compassion, his eyes cold as ice. Speak. How do you wish to die? He inquired icily. You are dreaming. I cannot die here. Xiao Yuji snarled through gritted teeth, though he was unwilling to depart so soon. He hastily grasped the teleportation talisman. In the grand scheme of things, preserving his life outweighed the qualification for entering the inner sect. Wei Yi, wait for me. I will avenge this, he shouted, but his words were abruptly cut short by a horrific scream. A flash of crimson light erupted as Xiao Yuji's right hand, clutching the teleportation talisman, was severed cleanly. The hero's sword had materialized in Wei Yi's grasp. Since you refuse to choose, I shall make the choice for you. With that, Wei Yi raised the sword, poised to strike. No. Xiao Yuji's face drained of color, and he howled in rage, struggling to escape. Yet, Wei Yi's sword descended in an instant, faster than lightning. Without any hindrance, Xiao Yuji's head tilted, falling into a pool of blood. The once mighty Black Tiger, who had dominated the outer sect, met his end at Wei Yi's hands. Clap, clap, clap. At that moment, a series of incongruous applause rang out, accompanied by the appearance of a dark-haired youth striding forward. Chapter 83. The first among the outer sect. Upon seeing the sudden arrival of the dark-haired youth, Wei Yi's pupils constricted. It was Zhongwu, the wind-chasing blade. He had not anticipated this figure's sudden emergence. Had he just arrived, or had he been present all along? If it were the former, it would be bearable. If the latter, the thought sent a chill through Wei Yi, for he had been utterly oblivious to Zhongwu's presence until now. In other words, the opponent's skill in concealing their presence has undoubtedly reached an extraordinary level. Zhongwu, the unparalleled master of the wind-chasing blade, is rightfully regarded as the foremost figure among the outer disciples, and is also a once-in-a-century genius in the art of swordsmanship. His name resonates far beyond the outer sect, reaching even the ears of many inner disciples. Individuals like Xiao Yuji may flaunt their prowess among the outer disciples, but once they step into the inner sect, they are rendered insignificant. The phrase outer sect dragons, inner sect insects epitomizes their status. However, Someone like Zhang Wu commands respect not only in the outer sect, but also within the inner sect, provoking trepidation in countless others. A true genius is a genius wherever they may be, and Zhang Wu embodies this truth. As previously mentioned, among the entirety of the outer sect, the only person Wei Yi genuinely regards with caution is Zhang Wu. Upon his arrival, not only did Wei Yi's expression subtly shift, but Zhu Linger and the Gonyang brothers also couldn't help but change their countenance dramatically, although Zhang Wu stands alone in their eyes. He possesses a far greater aura than the multitude of the Black Tiger Society. While they might have been able to assist against the members of the Black Tiger Society in the face of Zhang Wu, their attempts to help would be futile. If Zhang Wu sought to confront the 5 of them, it might only take 5 strikes, if not fewer. The name carries weight, and the 5 of them instinctively tensed up. As for the remaining members of the Black Tiger Society, well, there were hardly any left. The moment Xiao Yuji perished, the remaining few fled without a trace. Wei Yi and his companions had little desire to pursue them further. "Who might you be?" Wei Yi inquired first, his gaze fixated on Zhang Wu. "Your strength is quite impressive. I initially thought you were merely a somewhat talented newcomer. It seems I misjudged you. In the future, there will be no one in the outer sect who can rival you. You will be the foremost among them." Zhang Wu nodded slowly, his gaze sweeping over the lifeless bodies on the ground. And he spoke with an approving tone. His words clearly indicated that he no longer considered himself merely an outer disciple. In the future, you will be the first in the outer sect, he affirmed. "Such grand aspirations," Wei Yi chuckled lightly, shaking his head. "I have little interest in such titles. While it is often said that it is better to be a head among chickens than a tail among phoenixes, I do not share that sentiment. After all, what if one day I could be the head of a phoenix? One must have dreams. Otherwise, what distinguishes them from a salted fish, don't you think?" Hearing Wei Yi's earnest jest, Zhu Lingo couldn't help but chuckle, and even the Gongong brothers smiled faintly, admiring Wei Yi's ability to maintain a light-hearted demeanor in such circumstances. Zhang Wu's lips curled into a slight smile, his eyes reflecting a hint of appreciation. However, it was short-lived, and his expression shifted to one of indifference as he spoke seriously. "What if I want you to remain in the outer sect? Am I to stay simply because you desire it? You must think highly of yourself. Who gave you such misplaced confidence? Merely those worthless bodies on the ground." Wei Yi chuckled incredulously, astonished by Zhang Wu's words, and pointed at the corpses of Xiao Yuji and the others. Taken aback by Wei Yi's unabashed retort, Zhang Wu's expression faltered. It had been quite some time since anyone had spoken to him so boldly. In the outer sect, most lacked the courage to be arrogant before him. Wei Yi might be the first. Zhang Wu helplessly shook his head, stating, "I am not adept with words. My expertise lies in blade techniques. Do not compel me to take action." He lifted the treasured blade he held, its deep blue sheath adorned with ancient patterns. Despite the distance, Wei Yi could sense an uncontrollable, violent blade aura concealed within. Undoubtedly, this seemingly unremarkable blade was a treasured weapon, its quality likely on par with the heroic sword in Wei Yi's possession. "Let us engage in combat. Allow me to witness the prowess of this so-called first among the outer sect." Wei Yi replied, a calm smile gracing his face. He twirled the heroic sword in his hand, unleashing a formidable battle intent. With glimmering eyes, he lifted his gaze to Zhang Wu and spoke slowly. "Very well." Zhang Wu narrowed his eyes slightly, his left hand grasping the sheath while his right hand firmly held the hilt. He did not immediately draw his sword, but instead lowered his stance slightly, gradually approaching Wei Yi, the blade drawing technique. This was one of Zhang Wu's signature moves. "Prepare to receive my strike." Feeling Zhang Wu's aura intensifying and solidifying, Wei Yi was determined not to grant him the luxury of time to accumulate strength. Without hesitation, he unleashed his treasured sword, transforming it into a dazzling array of sword light that enveloped the area. Yet, just as the brilliance descended, Zhang Wu's figure vanished like a ghost. "You are the one who must receive my strike." Zhang Wu's voice echoed, imbued with remarkable confidence. The blade was drawn in an instant. The blade drawing technique, while not a martial skill in itself, was merely a technique for utilizing the sword. Yet, in Zhang Wu's hands, it reached a pinnacle of mastery, rivaling the might of top-tier martial skills. At that moment, his spirit and energy surged to their zenith. He drew his blade. It seemed not merely a weapon, but the very embodiment of life itself. Light erupted in a blinding flash, dazzling to the eyes. The cold sensation, the restrained killing intent, and the terrifying power that left one defenseless coalesced in that moment. Wei Yi finally understood why no one in the outer sect dared to challenge Zhang Wu. It was not a matter of desire, but rather a matter of fear. Even Wei Yi, who had just experienced a significant surge in strength, felt a hint of pressure in the face of Zhang Wu. Indeed, some prodigious talents exist in this world, Wei Yi may possess capability, strength, and cunning, fulfilling all the criteria to become a top-tier powerhouse. Yet, if one were to argue, he was not a true genius. At best, he was a cheater. In contrast, Zhang Wu was the epitome of true genius. This single stroke imposed an unprecedented pressure on Wei Yi. However, that was precisely what made it exhilarating. There is nothing more thrilling than defeating a genius. Wei Yi smiled, unleashing the full power of his 10th-tier martial artist cultivation. The power of his golden bloodline surged forth. The energy of the crimson true flame erupted. With a continuous surge, Wei Yi's cultivation skyrocketed in that instant, soaring as if propelled by a rocket. The 13 deadly swords, the final 13th strike. All of Wei Yi's cultivation was channeled into this most powerful strike. Chapter 84, the 14th strike. Ding! Player Wei Yi has entered a state of enlightenment. 13 deadly swords martial skill experience 10,000. Ding! Player Wei Yi LV 1913 deadly swords experience is full, automatically leveling up to LV 20. Ding! Player Wei Yi's 13 deadly swords has reached LV 20, achieving the perfect realm, automatically comprehending the ultimate move, the 14th strike. Several system notifications chimed out. A surge of profound memories flooded into Wei Yi's mind. However, his emotions remained undisturbed, his expression unchanged as he continued to thrust forth that singular strike. There was no opportunity to change tactics midway. The 13th deadly sword clashed with the blade drawing technique. Zhang Wu's blade drawing technique was a concentrated, full-force strike of spiritual energy, while Wei Yi's 13th deadly sword unleashed a terrifying strike fueled by all his cultivation. This was undoubtedly the pinnacle of their confrontation. Any other outer disciple would likely be unable to withstand the might of such techniques from either of them. With a sword and a blade, a resounding explosion echoed. The turbulent energies collided violently between the two. The howling sound was relentless as sword aura and blade intent erupted. Both of their bodies were violently repelled. Wei Yi's heart sank, and Zhang Wu's expression shifted. Both were exceedingly proud individuals. Neither would willingly accept second place when first was attainable. Nor would they accept defeat to a fellow disciple of the same cohort, particularly for Zhang Wu. While he appeared calm on the surface, losing to a newcomer like Wei Yi would be more unbearable than death itself. "You are indeed impressive," Zhang Wu remarked coldly, the subtle disdain in his eyes vanishing entirely. At this moment, he finally regarded Wei Yi as a worthy opponent. "You are not lacking either," Wei Yi replied without reservation. The two faced each other, their auras surging wildly. Zhang Wu revealed no hint of restraint, unleashing his strongest technique, blade intent. The moment the blade intent emerged, Zhang Wu's entire demeanor transformed. His black hair billowed. His face grew resolute, and he resembled an unyielding, unparalleled sovereign. A terrifying aura of overwhelming dominance surged forth, flooding the surroundings. Not only did Wei Yi, standing at the center, feel its pressure, but even Zhu Ling'er and the others watching nearby struggled to withstand the daunting weight of the blade intent. Retreating to create distance. Blade intent. This was what every sword practitioner fervently yearned for, akin to sword intent for sword practitioners. The reason Wei Yi was so invested in the pure yang sword technique, a profound martial skill, was due to its potential to lead him to comprehend pure yang sword intent. Once mastered, his combat power would multiply. For Zhang Wu, blade intent held the same significance. With the emergence of blade intent, his strength escalated exponentially. So this is the blade intent you have comprehended? Truly extraordinary. No wonder you are hailed as a genius in the way of the blade, Wei Yi murmured, taking a deep breath. As he spoke, the space behind him distorted, and a totemic phantom re-emerged. A terrifying aura erupted with a thunderous force. Originally completely suppressed by Zhang Wu, the totemic phantom suddenly turned the tide. Although Zhang Wu's sword intent was formidable, Wei Yi's golden bloodline was far from ordinary. Witnessing such a spectacle, Zhang Wu couldn't help but feel a jolt of surprise that he never anticipated that a bloodline warrior could exhibit such prowess. Once you break through to the martial spirit realm, your condensed martial soul will likely be extraordinary as well. At this moment, Zhang Wu couldn't suppress a hint of envy, despite his prodigious comprehension and extraordinary talent in the sword path. He was not a bloodline warrior, and in this regard, he naturally fell short compared to Wei Yi. But that was a matter for the future. For now, I simply wish to defeat you, Wei Yi stated coldly, immediately brandishing his sword towards Zhang Wu. The battle between the two was far from over. Foolish delusion, Zhang Wu retorted angrily upon hearing Wei Yi's words. His treasured blade erupted with power, under the influence of his sword intent. The might of his martial techniques surged dramatically, each strike coalescing into a terrifying sword aura. Fortunately, Wei Yi benefited from the enhancement of the Crimson Crystal True Flame, making his sword techniques nearly on par with Zhang Wu's. They clashed fiercely, exchanging dozens of blows in mere moments. During this time, Wei Yi absorbed the recently manifested arcane memory, barely grasping the newly acquired 14th sword technique. This new technique undoubtedly took Wei Yi by surprise. He hadn't expected the deadly 13 swords to evolve into a 14th sword. However, after assimilating that arcane memory, Wei Yi understood that this 14th sword was far more terrifying and powerful than the 13th sword. The 13th sword was merely that, 13 techniques. Yet, the 14th sword embodied the entirety of the previous 13 techniques. Or rather, this sword represented all the sword forms of the preceding 13 at the deadly 13 swords. The 14th sword, with a furious shout, Wei Yi made no hesitation. Without warning, the 14th sword was unleashed, it soared through the air like a celestial being. Zhang Wu was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the 13th sword was not Wei Yi's ultimate technique. And this sword was even more fearsome. Where on earth did this monster emerge from? The continuous flow of martial techniques made Zhang Wu wonder if this truly was just a newcomer. With no other choice, he had to resort to his ultimate technique, the overbearing blade. Zhang Wu bellowed, his eyes wide with intensity. As his inner energy surged uncontrollably, his complexion gradually turned pale as he unleashed a single strike. Pouring all his strength into it, the terrifying blade aura transformed into a white ribbon, stretching several feet long as it surged towards Wei Yi. Simultaneously, Wei Yi's deadly 14th sword shot towards Zhang Wu. The onlookers, including Zhu Linger and the other outer sect disciples drawn to the scene, collectively gasped in shock, their eyes wide with astonishment. They could hardly comprehend why there was such a vast disparity among the outer sect disciples, as if they were not even on the same level that I truly am inferior to them. Even the typically proud Gangyangguo couldn't help but sigh softly. Gangyang Zhong, standing beside him, patted his shoulder but offered no words of comfort. As he too was at a loss for how to console him, the air erupted with explosive sounds as terrifying energy rampaged uncontrollably, sweeping away all vegetation in the vicinity. Clouds of dust billowed. After a considerable amount of time, Wei Yi and Zhang Wu finally revealed themselves, both looking disheveled and breathless, their faces slightly pale. Despite having consumed recovery pills, the furious outburst of their ultimate techniques left them feeling somewhat weakened. Their eyes locked onto each other, neither showing any intention of yielding. There can only be one victor. Just as they prepared to clash once more, a resounding authoritative voice echoed from the sky. Only 5 places remain for the intersect selection. Once the 100 spots are filled, this round of intersect assessments will conclude that I hope all participating disciples are prepared. Upon hearing this announcement, everyone paused momentarily, looking up to see that the sky-high list indeed displayed 95 names, leaving only 5 blank spaces. Wei Yi glanced at his energy badge, now at maximum level, and let out a silent sigh of relief. However, Zhang Wu's expression changed dramatically, for his assessment task remained unfulfilled. He had previously dismissed this concern. But later, he had been too busy pursuing Wei Yi, intending to seize Wei Yi's energy badge to resolve the issue. Yet now, it seemed the difficulty was somewhat daunting. Damn it, Zhang Wu couldn't help but curse in frustration. Chapter 85, Smooth Promotion. Confronted with this vexing problem, Zhang Wu immediately dashed out, not towards Wei Yi, but towards the corpse of Xiao Yuji. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Zhang Wu swiftly crouched down and, with astonishing speed, snatched Xiao Yuji's energy badge. He activated it immediately, transferring the energy to his own badge. The golden light burst forth, and the number on his badge finally changed from 8 to 9. The assessment task was complete. Zhang Wu's name soon appeared on the ethereal leaderboard. Only then did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. How could he have almost forgotten about this matter? If he failed to enter the intersect, it would indeed be a laughingstock. At this moment, everyone began to awaken to the situation, their eyes wide with disbelief as they turned to Zhang Wu. Even Wei Yi was taken aback. He had not realized until now that Zhang Wu had yet to complete his assessment task. Wei Yi felt a twinge of regret. Had he known this earlier, he would have clung to this guy relentlessly, denying him the opportunity to complete his task. At that point, the so-called number 1 among the outer sect, Zhang Wu, would be unable to fulfill his assessment task and enter the intersect. And that would be quite amusing. Of course, it was too late to say anything now. To take without asking is to be a thief. Wei Yi casually quoted an ancient text. Zhang Wu's face instantly flushed crimson upon hearing this. The others looked on with peculiar expressions. The meaning behind that statement was clear. Taking what does not belong to you without permission is an act of theft. while forcibly seizing might be acceptable, as it fell within the game's rules of relying on strength and skill. No one would raise objections. However, theft was undeniably looked down upon. For those with thicker skin, it might not matter, but for a proud genius warrior like Zhang Wu, such ridicule was unbearable. Yet, since Xiao Yuji was slain by Wei Yi, it was indeed true that Xiao Yuji's energy badge was a spoil of war for Wei. Zhang Wu took it without a second thought, which could certainly be deemed theft. This realization, Zhang Wu's complexion shifted between green and white. Feeling an extreme sense of embarrassment, "I'll let you off this time." Zhang Wu gritted his teeth and said, "Huh, do I need your mercy? Come, let us duel another 500 rounds and see who wins." Wei Yi scoffed, unabashedly taunting him. Though he wasn't confident about defeating Zhang Wu, he was equally certain he wouldn't lose. To be honest, their strengths were currently quite comparable. Neither could gain the upper hand, which was precisely why Zhang Wu had abandoned his attempt to forcibly seize the energy badge from Wei Yi. "You!" Zhang Wu's anger flared, and he took a deep breath to suppress his rage. "This time, it was you Wenbei who wanted to deal with you, which is why he asked me to intervene and sabotage your assessment task." With that, Zhang Wu showed no inclination to linger, swiftly employing his movement technique to vanish into the nearby forest. By revealing this information, it was clear he was attempting to repay Wei Yi for the small favor of the energy badge, leaving them with no debts to each other. A rather proud gesture. "Oh, it was that you Wenbei fellow." Wei Yi mused with narrowed eyes. "That I had originally planned to let him go, but it seems I will have to have a proper chat with him once I enter the inner sect." "Congratulations on your victory, Wei Ge." Zhu Linger soon approached, her face alight with excitement. "Ahem, it was merely a tie." Wei Yi coughed lightly, not wishing to appear overly arrogant. "A tie was already quite an achievement." "Indeed, aside from you, who else in the outer sect can match Zhang Wu's prowess?" Gong Jing remarked with admiration. "Exactly. Who besides you in the entire outer sect could contend with Zhang Wu on equal footing?" Gong Bao chimed in with equal enthusiasm. Even Gong Gua, who had previously looked down on Wei Yi, now regarded him with respect. "Once you enter the inner sect, I hope Wei Shixiang can lend us your support." Gong Zhong requested earnestly. "We will assist each other." Wei Yi replied without hesitation. He had a favorable impression of the Gong quartet. Previously, when dealing with the Black Tiger Society, the four brothers had kept their word and fought alongside him. And Wei Yi had taken note of that. At this moment, the competition for the inner sect spots had reached a fever pitch. Besides Zhang Wu immediately securing a spot, two more names quickly appeared on the leaderboard, one of whom was Qiu Ping. Wei Yi couldn't help but furrow his brows that he hadn't expected Qiu Ping, who had been trapped in the ancient temple by the formation, to manage to catch the last train to the inner sect. This was not good news for him. He had snatched the demonic bone cauldron that Qiu Ping was about to acquire. One could imagine how much effort Qiu Ping had invested, only for his treasure to be taken away by Wei Yi. If their situations were reversed, Wei Yi would definitely be filled with resentment. It seemed that matters between him and Qiu Ping were far from settled. Entering the inner sect would likely bring further complications. Although Wei Yi acknowledged this, his demeanor remained calm, clearly not overly concerned. As the saying goes, treasures of the world belong to those with virtue. There exists a limited number of valuable opportunities. How does one seize them? Should we embody the spirit of Kong Rong, selflessly yielding to others? To pursue a stable development may only lead one to become an ordinary individual, forever distant from true greatness. Striving for excellence, undeterred by challenges, is the mindset that defines a true warrior. Which prominent figure has ascended to the pinnacle without traversing a treacherous path? Soon, the final two spots were filled. To my surprise, both individuals were known to Wei Yi. One was Han Wenshu, the unfortunate lad who had his maps snatched upon entering the secret realm. Remarkably, he ultimately secured a coveted inner sect position. The other was Su Pingzheng, the last standing leader of the Black Tiger Association. The other leaders, Xiao Yuji and Tianlu, had perished at the hands of Wei Yi, while Lei Yuan was incapacitated by him. It remains a mystery how Su Pingzheng would perceive Wei Yi in the inner sect. Regrettably, the remaining members of the Jinwu Academy failed to complete their assessment tasks. Zhu Ling sighed with a hint of disappointment. Among the 10 from Jinwu Academy, only Zhu Linger and Wei Yi advanced successfully. This was already commendable, considering that among the thousands of outer sect disciples, only 100 triumphed, rendering the newcomer success rate tragically low. Even the talented Li Hanluan faced a disheartening defeat, likely extending his stay in the outer sect by another year. Wei Yi felt powerless regarding this matter. The secret realm was vast. If he encountered anyone, he could offer assistance, but if not, he could only lament their misfortune. The selection of 100 inner sect candidates was officially concluded. The assessment tasks were over. An authoritative voice resonated throughout the secret realm. Shortly after, the teleportation talismans on everyone activated automatically, transforming into beams of light as they were transported back to the outside world. In no time, all participating disciples appeared in the outer sect plaza. Some were elated, while others were disheartened. The once crowded plaza, filled with thousands of outer sect disciples, now felt emptier, with a noticeable reduction in numbers. Besides those who had departed early, the rest had likely been permanently left behind in the secret realm. The mortality rate was indeed astonishing. Fortunately, Wei Yi's acquaintances emerged unscathed, albeit without completing their assessment tasks. Yet they were essentially unharmed. The top 100 on the leaderboard would attain the privilege of entering the inner sect. Today, rest and prepare. Tomorrow at dawn, we shall gather for the inner sect. The outer sect's Grand Dean addressed the 100 disciples at the forefront, his aged eyes brimming with anticipation. Wei Yi subtly turned to glance at Lu Zhenxuan, who nodded slightly in response. And they exchanged a discreet signal. Chapter 86. A surge in cultivation. Although Wei Yi had arranged to meet Lu Zhenxuan, he had yet to fully decide whether to hand over the demon bone vessel. He found himself grappling with two lingering questions. The first was the true value of the demon bone vessel. Was it of any use to him? The ancient demon blood was undoubtedly precious. Having elevated his silver bloodline to a golden one and significantly enhanced his physical prowess. Gazing at the reflection of the striking young man in the bronze mirror, Wei Yi even questioned if he was still the same person. It wasn't as if he had undergone a drastic transformation, but his physique had indeed become more robust and commanding, exuding a noble aura as though it were innate, even clad in rags. No one would mistake him for a beggar. Instead, he would be perceived as a fallen nobleman. Yet, with the ancient demon blood no longer available, was the demon bone vessel still of value? The second question was whether Lu Zhenxuan desired the vessel itself or the ancient demon blood within it. If Lu Zhenxuan sought the ancient demon blood, Wei Yi knew he could not provide it. Contemplating these issues left Wei Yi feeling vexed. It was quite bothersome. Could Qiaoping also be someone Lu Zhenxuan arranged? No, that seems unlikely. Qiaoping had brought a dozen top-tier outer sect experts. If Lu Zhenxuan could rally such numbers, he wouldn't need to trade with me. Was there someone else interested in the demon bone vessel? Or the ancient demon blood? Suddenly, inspiration struck Wei. He summoned the game system and attempted to sell the demon bone vessel in the system's marketplace. The system promptly responded, offering a meager 5,000 taels of silver for it. Such a low price. Wei Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. The depreciation was staggering. Hadn't it been valued at 100,000 taels of silver alongside the ancient demon blood? How could it drop in value so quickly? Was it that the truly precious item was the ancient demon blood, not the vessel itself? Wei Yi was well aware of the game system's rules, though the marketplace's buyback price was notoriously low. It at least provided a rough estimate. The previous offer of 100,000 taels was unprecedented, indicating the ancient demon blood's high worth. Now, without it, the demon bone vessel was valued at merely 5,000 taels. A 20-fold devaluation, clearly highlighting the disparity. What use was 5,000 taels to Wei Yi? Despite his recent expenditures, he still possessed hundreds of thousands of taels. 5,000 taels were insignificant. In that case, it would be better to gift it to Lu Zhenxuan. At least he could exchange it for the latter half of the pure yang sword technique. With this thought, Wei Yi swiftly made his decision. After all, Lu Zhenxuan initially sought the night vessel, and the ancient demon blood had no bearing on their transaction. However, before meeting Lu Zhenxuan, Wei Yi had another crucial task to accomplish, a breakthrough in his cultivation. It was no easy feat. He had finally reached the great martial master realm. Observing the system panel indicating that his breakthrough task had been accomplished, a sense of joy radiated from Wei Yi's face. He had been stuck at the 10th tier of the martial master realm for quite some time. Now that the breakthrough task was successfully completed, he had finally ascended to the 1st tier of the great martial master realm. Of course, this was not the end. Wei Yi quickly retrieved a blank experience orb. After several days of battling demon beasts in the secret realm, the experience stored within the orb had exceeded 130,000. This was undoubtedly a considerable fortune for Wei Yi. Even if one were to offer him 130,000 taels of silver in exchange, he would refuse. He consumed 10,000 experience points. Ding! Player Wei Yi's 1st tier Great Martial Master experience is now full, automatically advancing to the 2nd tier. He consumed 20,000 experience points. Ding! Player Wei Yi's 2nd tier Great Martial Master experience is now full. Automatically advancing to the 3rd tier, he consumed 30,000 experience points. Ding! Player Wei Yi's 3rd tier Great Martial Master experience is now full, automatically advancing to the 4th tier. He consumed 40,000 experience points. Ding! Player Wei Yi's 4th tier Great Martial Master experience is now full, automatically advancing to the 5th tier. Soon, 100,000 experience points vanished. Only over 30,000 remained, insufficient to break through to the 6th tier of the Great Martial Master realm. In the blink of an eye, Wei Yi had completed a 5-level leap, progressing from the 10th tier of Martial Master to the 5th tier of Great Martial Master. The speed of this breakthrough was nothing short of astounding. Even the most extraordinary cultivators could not achieve such a feat. This was no longer a normal rate of advancement. If publicized, it would undoubtedly cause a stir. Naturally, Wei Yi was still merely a lowly outer sect disciple, and his cultivation was not particularly high, so no significant figures would take notice of him. As this breakthrough unfolded, Wei Yi's aura surged dramatically. The exceptionally pure true energy flowed into his body, circulating through his meridians before gradually entering his dantian. His momentum grew increasingly formidable, and the reservoir of true energy became astonishing. This pure true energy was indistinguishable from that cultivated through his own efforts. Under the operation of the Zixia heart method, he maneuvered it with ease, experiencing no discomfort or difficulty within his meridians. At the 5th tier of Great Martial Master, he was no longer constrained by the bottleneck of the Martial Master realm. Even within the inner sect, such cultivation should not be considered subpar. Furthermore, with diligent experience farming, he could soon achieve another breakthrough. Confidence gleamed in Wei Yi's eyes. For others, a single breakthrough posed immense challenges. Yet for him, aside from the major realm breakthroughs requiring task completion, minor realm advancements were as effortless as eating or drinking. All it took was diligence and a bit of monster hunting. This was the extraordinary advantage of the game system. The Great Martial Master realm was indeed different. Wei Yi waved his right hand, sending a wisp of true energy shooting forth, with a resounding crack. An empty bottle on the table shattered into fragments. True energy projection. This was a unique skill mastered by those in the Great Martial Master realm, achievable only with the robust and pure true energy characteristic of that level. If he were to compete with Zhongwu now, Wei Yi was confident he could secure victory with an 80 to 90% certainty. Feeling his strength surge dramatically, Wei Yi was in high spirits. After practicing for a considerable time until he fully adapted, he made his way to Lu Jinshuan's residence. Knock, knock, knock. Wei Yi rapped on the door. The same old servant opened it. Upon seeing Wei Yi, a smile crept across his aged face. Ah, it's young Master Wei. The master has been awaiting you in the study. Chapter 87. The transaction with Lu Jinshuan in the study. Wei Yi met Lu Jinshuan. Greetings, Dean Lu, he said, slightly bowing as he offered his respects. Compared to the last time, his demeanor was notably more composed. This was not solely due to his recent breakthrough in cultivation, as he had now ascended to the rank of a 5th-tier Grand Martial Master. More significantly, he had successfully passed the assessment and, from this moment forth, would be considered an inner disciple of the Overlord sect, no longer under the jurisdiction of the Outer Court. Additionally, he possessed something that Lu Jinshuan desired. You've arrived? Please, take a seat. Lu Jinshuan keenly observed Wei Yi's change in attitude, furrowing his brow slightly, but refraining from comment. Instead, he gestured for Wei Yi to sit down. On his previous visit, Wei Yi had not been afforded such courtesy. With a slight smile, Wei Yi accepted the invitation and seated himself directly across from Lu Jinshuan. I have brought what the dean requested. Before Lu Jinshuan could speak, Wei Yi took the initiative. Really? Lu Jinshuan's eyes lit up, his expression of joy impossible to conceal. At that moment, he no longer cared about Wei Yi's attitude, and immediately, with a beaming smile, inquired, "Where is it?" At this juncture, Wei Yi appeared rather unhurried. He casually picked up a cup from the table, toyed with it for a moment, and then leisurely remarked, "However, Dean Lu, you did not tell me the whole truth when we last spoke. The item you requested was not solely retrieved by me. There were others vying for it. I exerted considerable effort to obtain it. Surely, you must provide me with an explanation." Upon hearing this, Lu Jinshuan narrowed his eyes slightly. His smile gradually fading. He calmly explained, "This issue is indeed my oversight. I only learned of it later. However, you did succeed, did you not? And you passed the assessment, advancing to an inner disciple after just a month. Such a newcomer is rare, and I should congratulate you. Can you tell me what the demon bone jar is actually used for?" Wei Yi suddenly raised his head with earnest curiosity. "You know the name of the demon bone jar?" Lu Jinshuan's pupils constricted slightly, a hint of coldness flickering in his gaze. Wei Yi met his gaze with apparent indifference, chuckling lightly. "I mentioned that I fought tooth and nail to acquire it. Initially, I had no idea what it was. I thought it was merely a night pot, but it was Qiao Ping who enlightened me. What is Qiao Ping's background? Surely you can disclose that to me." Upon hearing this, Lu Jinshuan felt a sense of relief wash over him, his smile returning as he explained, Qiao Ping is the illegitimate son of Elder Qiao from the inner sect. He was not given much attention and was left to fend for himself in the outer court. However, after Elder Qiao's eldest son met with an unfortunate end over 6 months ago, he reluctantly began to cultivate Qiao Ping. Elder Qiao? Wei Yi's expression turned perplexed. One of the 4 elders of the sect. Lu Shuin clarified, as this information registered. Wei Yi's countenance shifted subtly in response. He had suspected that Qiao Ping had some notable lineage, but he had not anticipated it to be of such magnitude. The 4 elders referred to the 4 chief law enforcers of the Overlord sect, who were indeed figures of significant authority within the sect. Each of these elders wielded immense power, and should they wish to deal with him, it would be akin to crushing an ant. So, is the demon bone jar something Elder Qiao prepared for Qiao Ping? Wei Yi inquired, his voice laced with barely contained anger. You did not mention any of this to me. Were you deliberately setting a trap? You need not be overly anxious. Allow me to explain, Lu Shuin replied with a smile, waving his hand. The appearance of the demon bone jar in the minor cave paradise was indeed arranged by Elder Qiao. However, he merely facilitated the situation. There are other secrets involved that I cannot disclose. As for whether Elder Qiao will act against you, there is no need for concern, due to the existence of his wife. He currently cannot risk revealing his connection to Qiao Ping. He only cultivates Qiao Ping in secret, let alone taking action against you on his behalf. Does Elder Qiao, as a law enforcer of the sect, truly need to be cautious about such matters? Wei Yi questioned skeptically. The higher one's status, the more entangled one becomes. Unless one is a hermit, everyone must consider certain necessary elements, Lu Shuin mused. Seemingly reflective. Moreover, his wife is not of simple background. She is one of the 18 chief elders of the sect, and her father is one of the senior elders. The family influence is immense. Elder Qiao rose to the position of law enforcer partly due to his wife's power. Do you believe he can disregard her feelings? His wife not only bore him a son, but now has a younger son as well. Though still quite young, she is notoriously protective. How could she possibly allow Qiao Ping, as an illegitimate child, to grow up and threaten the position of her biological son? With this explanation, Lu Shuin elucidated the situation. And Wei finally grasped the implications. While Qiao Ping's lineage was considerable, it was also fraught with complications, suggesting that there was little to fear. Well, having explained all this, can I now retrieve the demon bone jar? Though the demon bone jar holds significant value, it is only useful to certain individuals. For you, it is effectively worthless at this juncture. Lu Shuin produced 2 ancient tomes, which were none other than the upper and lower halves of the pure yang sword technique. In comparison to the useless demon bone jar, this pure yang sword technique is truly beneficial for you. Furthermore, should you encounter genuine trouble in the future, within my capabilities, I can assist you once. Surely, that is acceptable. Seemingly sensing Wei Yi's interest, Lu Shuin added another incentive to their negotiation. Since you, Dean Lu, have said so, how could I possibly refuse? Wei Yi responded with a smile, flipping his hand to reveal the demon bone jar. A spatial treasure? Lu Shuin's expression momentarily froze in surprise. Wei Yi chuckled softly but offered no response. Realizing his slip, Lu Shuin dismissed it from his mind and quickly inspected the demon bone jar. Moments later, he nodded, affirming its authenticity. Seeing that Lu Shuin was unconcerned about the absence of the ancient demon blood inside, Wei Yi internally sighed with relief. Perhaps Lu Shuin was entirely unaware of its existence. Naturally, Wei Yi would not enlighten him. He pretended to scrutinize the 2 volumes of the pure yang sword technique. Upon hearing the system notification chime, he knew they were genuine and promptly stored them away. In that case, I shall take my leave. Take care. The 2 completed their transaction, both content with the outcome. However, as Wei Yi exited Lu Shuin's residence, he couldn't help but glance back, his eyes narrowing slightly. Chapter 88. Mengpa, have you acquired the demon bone jar? A cold voice suddenly echoed in the study. Lu Shuin felt a chill run down his spine, and his pupils involuntarily narrowed. He swiftly turned around, gathering a formidable energy in his palms. However, upon seeing the figure seated at the desk, with a knowing smile in her eyes, he found himself momentarily stunned, dissipating the energy he had gathered. I pay my respects to Lady Ming Po. At that moment, a woman clad in a floral dress leaned against the desk's edge. He was utterly unaware of when she had appeared. Even though Lu Shuin was a formidable martial artist at the peak of the martial spirit realm, with spiritual power comparable to that of an ordinary martial king, he had sensed nothing amiss. It all seemed to transpire silently. Had she intended to ambush him, he might very well have perished at her hands. Though he was loath to admit it, this was indeed the reality. Yet, considering her identity, Lu Shuin felt that everything was quite natural. The mysterious woman's visage remained obscured by a mask bearing the likeness of Meng Po, completely concealing her face. This was the origin of her alias. Only her eyes were visible through the mask's openings, exuding an enigmatic coldness that resembled two unfathomable whirlpools. Anyone who met her gaze would unknowingly become ensnared within. Undoubtedly, she was a woman of exceedingly mysterious origins. In truth, even Lu Xian, despite their close association, did not fully comprehend her identity, only knowing of her formidable power, handed over. Her tone was understated, devoid of any imperiousness. Yet it bore an air of undeniable authority. Lu Xian dared not hesitate, promptly presenting the demon bone jar he had only just acquired. The woman took the jar in her hands and, much like Lu Xian had moments prior, scrutinized it for a brief time before nodding slightly. Indeed, this is the genuine article. I initially thought I would have to go to the Qiu family to obtain this item, but it appears that was unnecessary. You have done well this time, she commended. Then, with a shift in her tone, she added with a faint smile, however, I fear you may not have realized that there was originally another crucial item within the demon bone jar, which is now missing. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian's expression changed dramatically. He was no fool, and quickly grasped the implications of her words. Lady Meng Po, do you wish for me to retrieve that person? He inquired immediately. The woman did not respond but instead rose and strolled to the window. Observing Wei Yi's figure moving along the path outside, thought a peculiar smile played upon her lips. Indeed, an interesting young man. The audacity is indeed remarkable. No wonder one dares to snatch food from Qian Tonghe's grasp, and even manages to deceive you in the process. How amusing it becomes upon further reflection. The woman, unfazed by Lu Xian's increasingly dark expression, remarked with keen interest, unfortunately, he is not suited for integration into the holy sect. She sighed, shaking her head at this moment. Lu Xian found himself somewhat perplexed, unable to grasp the true meaning behind the words of the enigmatic Meng Po. Never mind, there is no need to seek him out. That object is of no significance to us. What we desire is merely the demon bone cauldron itself, among the 5 great demon bone artifacts. We originally possessed 2, and now we have acquired the demon bone cauldron. Once we obtain the demon bone furnace from the Xiao sect, we will have 4 of the 5 artifacts in our possession, leaving only the demon bone tripod to be acquired. Have you perhaps already received news of the demon bone tripod, dear Meng Po? At her words, Lu Xian could not suppress a glimmer of joy. He was well aware of the implications of gathering the 5 great demon bone artifacts. At the very least, he would no longer have to live in hiding within the tyrant sect. Indeed, but the prerequisite is your assistance in retrieving a certain item from your tyrant sect's treasury, the one I mentioned to you previously. The woman nodded slowly, her smile revealing her intent. This presents a significant challenge. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian could not help but chuckle bitterly. The woman turned her gaze, a rare smile illuminating her eyes. I have faith in your success. You have half a year. I hope you do not disappoint me. No sooner had she spoken, than her form flickered as if refracted by sunlight, vanishing without a trace, as though she had never existed. What manner of identity does Lu Xian possess? How could he be privy to such secrets? It is likely not a simple matter. Outside the residence, Wei Yi remained unaware of the discussions unfolding within the study, instead furrowing his brow in contemplation. Lu Xian, a mere outer sect branch leader, seeks to usurp the demon bone cauldron. This alone raises suspicions. Moreover, the matters concerning Elder Qiu in the inner sect are known only to a select few. Yet, Lu Xian seems to be acutely aware of them. He almost resembles a tabloid journalist. Never mind. It is of no concern to me. Now that I have secured the pure yang sword technique, it matters not how things unfold, that I shall tend to my own affairs. Let the heavens collapse, for there will be taller individuals to bear the weight. Wei Yi shrugged. He had no intention of worrying himself over matters that did not concern him, especially not with a meager salary. He was well aware of his current position, merely an ordinary disciple of the tyrant sect. With that, Wei Yi strode forward. Simultaneously, he summoned the system, preparing to learn the complete version of the pure yang sword technique. Ding! The player has already mastered the first half of the pure yang sword technique. Shall it be fused with the second half? Upon fusion, the pure yang sword technique will become complete, and its rank will elevate to the profound level. But the player's martial arts level will proportionally decline. A system prompt echoed in his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, Wei Yi replied, Fusion. Soon, an array of memories merged into Wei Yi's consciousness. The pure yang sword technique swiftly transformed from a fragmented version of the mid-level profound rank to the complete version at the peak level. However, his martial arts level dropped from LV16 to LV12. Of course, its power did not diminish significantly. After all, it had ascended to the peak level of profound martial arts. Yet, the path to reaching the maximum level of LV20 would undoubtedly become much more arduous. As the experience required for leveling up had increased substantially, it seems that comprehending the essence of the pure Yang sword is not so easily attained. Wei Yi mused, yet his steps did not falter. As he traversed the boardwalk and passed through the outer sect square, he found himself intercepted by none other than Xiaoping. Wei Yi had not anticipated encountering him so soon after discussing him with Lu Zhenxuan. Of course, Xiaoping was not alone. He was accompanied by a dozen others, led by Su Dazhong. The remaining individuals were also top-tier outer sect disciples, forming a formidable assembly. Xiaoping glared at Wei Yi with a dark expression and waved his hand. Immediately encircling Wei Yi, surrender the item. Otherwise, you shall pay dearly today. Xiaoping's eyes gleamed with malice as he gritted his teeth while addressing Wei Yi. Chapter 89. Silver Tongue Charm, do you intend to lay hands on me? Wei Yi paid no mind to Xiaoping's bluster, instead turning his gaze towards Su Dazhong and the others, though Su Dazhong's reputation in the outer sect did not rival that of Zhang Wu or Xiao Yuji. He was still among the top 5 elite masters. Wei Yi recognized him well. As for the others, while he did not know many of their names, he was aware they were all prominent figures within the outer sect. However, upon meeting Wei Yi's gaze, many could not help but take a step back. Currently, no one in the outer sect dared to regard Wei Yi as a mere novice disciple, although he had only joined the outer sect for a short month. His reputation had soared to remarkable heights. He had defeated Hua Tianlu, conquered the Beast Soul Tower, bested the Black Tiger Society, and clashed with Sun Wenyuan. Each event a resounding success, with not a single failure to his name. Wei Yi's strength and renown had long surpassed that of the majority of senior disciples. Even Su Dazhong could not muster the courage to stand firm before him. Junior Brother Wei, since you have taken something from Junior Brother Qiao, it would be best to return it. This way, we can all avoid unnecessary conflict. Su Dazhong urged after a moment's hesitation. If it could be avoided, he preferred not to confront Wei Yi, who had already passed the assessment to enter the inner sect. He had no desire to offend him now more than ever. In truth, had it not been for Xiaoping's assurances, he would not have wished to involve himself in such murky waters. Wei Yi, I warn you, you had best hand over the item immediately. Then, bow and apologize to me. Otherwise, I will not let this matter rest. Even if you have entered the inner sect, I possess ways to deal with you. Xiaoping, disregarding Su Dazhong's sentiments, bellowed with clenched teeth. His hatred for Wei Yi was palpable. Considering the circumstances, it was understandable. He had prepared for so long, harboring great expectations as an illegitimate child. He had endured hardships for years. And having finally obtained such a tremendous opportunity arranged by his father, it was disheartening to find it all slip away due to Wei Yi's interference. The transformation from hope to despair was a bitter pill to swallow. And it was a wonder he had not lost his sanity. Were it not for the sect's regulations, he would have long since lost control and acted against Wei Yi. Such thoughts were unknown to outsiders. Observing Xiaoping's demeanor, Wei Yi found himself unable to suppress a laugh. Initially, he had thought Xiaoping possessed some skill, but now it was evident that his cunning was shallow. Xiao Yuji is dead, Wei Yi suddenly declared. The crowd was taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances, all wearing expressions of confusion. They could not comprehend the meaning behind Wei Yi's sudden proclamation. Hua Tianlu is dead as well, Wei Yi continued. At this, the crowd felt a jolt, the pieces beginning to fall into place. Lei Yuan was fortunate enough to have only been crippled, narrowly escaping with his life. A smile crept across Wei Yi's face, as though he genuinely felt pleased for them. However, to the onlookers, his smile appeared chilling and bloodthirsty, sending shivers down their spines. Those present bore grudges against Wei Yi, and with deaths and injuries among their ranks. The identity of the perpetrator was unmistakable. If I am not mistaken, within half a month, the Black Tiger Society will also fall apart, because the majority of their core members will not emerge from the Minor Heaven's secret realm. Wei Yi continued, speaking casually as though engaged in a friendly chat. Yet to the crowd, this information was startling. Many could not help but swallow hard, their eyes reflecting an increasing sense of dread. Such an adversary was not one anyone wished to provoke. Are you all busy? If not, shall we sit down and discuss matters at leisure? Wei Yi feigned realization, suddenly inquiring. Busy, busy, we are very busy, Senior Brother Wei. Farewell. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. Instantly, half the group turned on their heels and departed without a second thought. Witnessing this spectacle, not only did Xiaoping's countenance darken, but even Su Dazhong's expression soured. The abrupt departure of these individuals was a blatant slap in the face. However, Wei Yi remained unfazed, his smile gradually faded, his gaze turning icy as he fixated on those who lingered. Under his unwavering stare, the remaining individuals felt a wave of uncertainty wash over them. They did not wish to remain, yet were torn between choices, weighing which option was more advantageous. Yet, with Wei Yi's intense gaze upon them, their deliberations were instantly cast aside. Senior Brother Su, I just remembered I have matters to attend to as well. Let us gather again another time. And no sooner had he spoken than he hastily made his exit. The others, influenced by his departure, followed suit without hesitation. Perhaps Qiao Ping had deep connections, rumored to be tied to influential figures in the inner sect, yet they lacked such backing. They were merely ordinary disciples. Once marked by Wei Yi, their fate could only be death or severe injury. In such a scenario, even if they did enter the inner sect, what would it matter? Nothing was more important than preserving their own lives. In a matter of moments, the group that had once surrounded Wei Yi, brimming with menace, had dispersed entirely, leaving only Qiao Ping and Su Dazhong. Senior Brother Su, this should be the last time I address you as such. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Do not meddle in matters that do not concern you. Otherwise, the consequences may be beyond your capacity to bear. Wei Yi spoke calmly. Su Dazhong's expression darkened, and he was immediately inclined to explode in anger. However, upon seeing Wei Yi's serene gaze and the astonishing aura he subtly exuded, he could not help but take a deep breath. Suppressing the fury that surged within him, he was neither the sharpest tool in the shed nor a fool. He understood the threat posed by Wei Yi. Although reluctant to admit it, he had to concede that the repercussions of offending Wei Yi were indeed beyond his endurance. Even Xiao Yuji, who possessed greater strength than him, had perished. The once mighty Black Tiger Society was on the verge of collapse. What right did he have to challenge Wei Yi? Once Wei Yi entered the inner sect and mastered profound techniques, his prowess would likely surge again, making it impossible for Su Dazhong to contend with him. To stand up for Qiao Ping would only lead to his own downfall. Young Master Qiao, you should handle this matter yourself. I truly find myself powerless, Su Dazhong said with great embarrassment. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and left, ignoring Qiao Hua's calls. You. Seeing Wei Yi effortlessly disperse the group he had painstakingly gathered, Qiao Ping's face flushed with rage. His eyes turned a deep crimson as he glared at Wei Yi, gritting his teeth as if he wished to tear him apart. Do you believe you are my match? If you think so, feel free to take action, but I assure you, I will not show mercy. Severed limbs are a distinct possibility, Wei Yi replied with a relaxed shrug. You. Qiao Ping regained his senses. Even he, despite his foolishness, knew he was no match for Wei. He was so incensed he could taste blood. Yet, he was utterly powerless against Wei Yi. Qiao Ping felt on the verge of tears. You wait, Wei Yi, mark my words, you will pay for this. In utter frustration, Qiao Ping could only leave a threatening remark before turning away. Watching him depart, Wei Yi scoffed and shook his head. He was not averse to teaching the arrogant youth a lesson, but preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble. While beating Qiao Ping seemed feasible, it would likely provoke Elder Qiao. Compared to the relatively harmless Qiao Ping, Elder Qiao posed a far greater threat. Thus, Wei Yi chose to tolerate Qiao Ping. Indeed, what cunning and skill. He had initially expected a confrontation, yet mere words had sufficed to dismiss those fools. Today had truly opened his eyes. He was indeed a master of persuasion. Just then, a soothing voice suddenly reached Wei Yi's ears. Chapter 90. Be My Brother. Wei Yi's mental acuity was exceptionally strong, not merely due to his solid foundation and stable cultivation, but also because he was a fourth-tier alchemist. Alchemy places great emphasis on mental fortitude. Wei Yi had elevated his alchemical skills to level 37, greatly enhancing his mental prowess. Although he was merely a fifth-tier martial artist, his mental strength surpassed that of most martial artists at the spirit realm. It was rare for someone to approach him so silently. His heart tightened, yet he maintained his composure and turned to face the mysterious woman adorned in a Mengpa mask. Wei Yi frowned slightly. Unable to recall having encountered her before. We don't know each other, he asked, wary yet intrigued. In this outer sect annex, donning a mask seemed quite peculiar. After all, normal individuals would not behave thus. What astonished him further was that amidst the bustling crowd, no one seemed to notice the strange woman, as if she were an inconspicuous wisp of air, overlooked by all. This bizarre sensation drove Wei Yi to the brink of frustration. He had a nagging intuition that had she not spoken, he too would have ignored her presence like everyone else. What on earth was happening? His heart raced involuntarily, completely deviating from the calm demeanor he had exhibited moments ago in the face of the 10 men. We do not know each other. However, you appear quite anxious, the woman remarked, her eyes blinking playfully as she chuckled. Are you afraid of me? You possess a remarkable sense of humor. May I inquire your name? Surely, you are not affiliated with our overlord sect, Wei Yi responded, swallowing hard and taking a step back. Increasingly convinced of the woman's peculiarity, struggling to maintain his composure, he forced a smile and inquired further. I am uncertain of my own identity that I seem to belong to the overlord sect, yet I also appear not to. Can you assist me? The woman shook her head, although only her eyes were visible. The momentary look of longing in her gaze sent a shiver down Wei Yi's spine, prompting him to bite his tongue and regain focus. He could now assert with absolute certainty that this woman was no ordinary individual. Since you are unwilling to divulge anything, we have nothing more to discuss. Farewell. Wei Yi turned to leave, eager to distance himself from this enigmatic figure. Something about the situation felt decidedly off, and he ought not be in such a hurry to depart. It is rare for us to meet, in an instant. The woman blocked his path. Wei Yi's pupils constricted sharply, the speed at which she moved. His eagle shadow ghostly steps had reached level 12, marking him as a top-tier practitioner in terms of agility. Yet this woman surpassed him effortlessly. Who are you? As she stood before him, Wei Yi's smile faded, and his tone grew cold. That I truly do not know. The woman replied, shaking her head once again. Then there is nothing more to discuss. Wei Yi scoffed and attempted to sidestep her, only for her to block his path once more. Frustrated, he activated his agility techniques, changing directions multiple times. Yet, it became evident that he was outmatched, akin to comparing a motorcycle to a Cadillac, an insurmountable difference. Wei Yi felt as if he were a monkey unable to escape the grasp of Buddha's fingers. Can you at least tell me what you want? Wei Yi, overwhelmed and despondent, sat down, looking at her with utter resignation. Then what must I do for you to agree to be my brother? The woman inquired, squatting beside him and gazing intently. Wei Yi took a deep breath, suppressing his irritation. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The reason she wore a mask must be significant. This presented the perfect opportunity. If you wish to be my sister, at the very least, I should see your face. I am a member of the Appearance Association, and I would not wish to have a sister who is too unattractive. The woman cast him a sorrowful glance. Look, you are unwilling to comply. If you refuse, then let us part ways. As she spoke, Wei Yi stood up, brushing off his clothes in preparation to leave. I agree. But before he could take more than a few steps, her sweet voice called out behind him. Wei Yi turned, his eyes widening in surprise. Chapter 91. The story of a brother according to Wei Yi's assumptions. The reason the other party wore a mask, even if they were not a hideous creature too ashamed to show their face, was certainly due to some scar or birthmark. Otherwise, why would one don a mask in broad daylight? After all, a true beauty, if concerned about being noticed, would opt for a veil rather than a rigid mask. This realization led Wei Yi to employ such a strategy, calculating that this was indeed the other person's apprehension. They would surely be reluctant to reveal themselves to a stranger. Perfectly, they could part ways without further entanglement. However, Wei Yi was taken aback when he discovered that the woman was actually willing to unveil herself. What astonished him even more was that her face was neither ugly nor marred by scars. On the contrary, her flawless visage was breathtakingly beautiful. Wei Yi was not the naive country bumpkin who had never seen the world. Not to mention in his previous life, he had encountered countless beauties, and in this life, as the heir of the Wei family, he had also met many captivating women. For instance, Zhu Linger, who incessantly called him Brother Wei, was a rare beauty in her own right. Wei Yi had always believed that a woman's beauty was significantly determined by both her appearance and demeanor. While many possessed physical beauty, few could boast of both stunning looks and remarkable grace. This woman before him, in both aspects, he would rate a dazzling 95. Additionally, her exquisite and alluring figure only added to her allure. Truly, she was a flawless beauty. What a twist of fate! Such a stunning woman turned out to be mentally unstable. This was the singular thought racing through Wei Yi's mind. See, are you satisfied? The woman bit her lip, her delicate face flushing slightly, seemingly hinting at a touch of shyness. Yet, she stepped closer to Wei Yi and softly inquired. Your master hasn't he set any rules, has he? Like, any man who sees your face must marry you. Wei Yi suddenly lifted his head and asked. Thud. His head was struck lightly. What are you daydreaming about? I'm your sister. If you want to find a wife, I can help you. I know many beauties. Wei Yi was taken aback, feeling both amused and exasperated. I don't think I've agreed to be your brother yet. The previous blow had left his head throbbing. He glanced at her, feeling too shy to retaliate. Weren't we supposed to be fair? I showed you my face. You agreed. The woman stared at Wei Yi, her eyes wide, seemingly incredulous at his audacity. Wei Yi felt utterly drained of retorts. Let me take you to a place. It's not suitable for conversation here. With that, she grasped Wei Yi's hand and led him forward. Before he could utter a word, a mysterious energy enveloped them entirely. Moments later, she soared into the sky with Wei Yi in tow. After approximately 2 cups of tea worth of time, they descended upon the peak of a nearby mountain. "What do you wish to say?" Wei Yi asked. Feeling too lethargic to resist, he had discerned that carrying someone while flying was effortless for her, indicating that she was at least a martial king-level expert. If not stronger as a mere grand martial artist, he had no hope of opposing such a formidable presence. "First, take a look at this." The woman produced a scroll and handed it to Wei Yi. Upon opening it, he was momentarily stunned. Then he couldn't help but chuckle. "You wouldn't have been secretly observing me for a long time, would you? When was this portrait made? Check the date on the back." She pointed to the reverse side of the scroll. Wei Yi turned it over. 3 years ago. "I don't think I looked like this back then." Taking a deep breath, he asked, "You're not telling me you actually have a brother who looks just like me, right?" "Well, not exactly. I should be taller and more handsome than him. And perhaps a bit thicker skinned," she added. Wei Yi shook his head in dismissal. "That's a point I cannot concede. Skin can't be compared in that manner." "He died," she suddenly stated. 3 years ago. "The moment I saw you today, I thought he had come back to life. So that's why I'm a bit neurotic. I hope you don't take it too personally. In truth, I genuinely wish he could return, even if it meant sacrificing my own life. You're correct. You and he don't resemble each other much." He was quite reserved, honest to a fault. Believing everything others said, too naive and innocent. "You, on the other hand, are cunning and shrewd. I can even see from your eyes that you are quite ruthless." Hey. Even if you're praising your brother, there's no need to demean me so," Wei Yi protested, feeling indignant. "Well, I'm merely speaking the truth. You dare say that in the beginning, you didn't contemplate harming me. Don't deny it. My cultivation far surpasses yours. And my mental acuity is sharper." The woman smiled, seemingly unperturbed by his protests. Hearing her, Wei Yi felt somewhat embarrassed. That was only natural. A mysterious stranger suddenly approaches me, wearing a mask. How could I not be afraid? Of course, I had to consider self-defense. I never truly intended to act, merely taking precautions. All right. I never said anything. And yet you're complaining," she chuckled, shaking her head. "In truth, I wish he could be more like you. If he had been, perhaps he wouldn't have died 3 years ago. I liken you to my brother because I've always hoped my brother could possess your attributes: intelligent, cunning, shrewd, knowing when to advance or retreat, and capable of forbearance. Unfortunately, he always diverged from what I envisioned." Wei Yi chose not to respond, instead sitting quietly beside her, listening to her recount tales of her life and her brother's. Her voice was gentle and captivating as she shared her story, revealing that she had likely not engaged in such heartfelt conversation for a long while, having bottled up countless emotions within. Perhaps she didn't know whom to confide in. Approaching him was not merely about making him her brother. It was more about finding solace, an outlet for her pent-up feelings. Gazing at this seemingly perfect woman, despite not even knowing her name, Wei Yi couldn't help but think that having a sister like her might not be so bad after all. Chapter 92. A newcomer with audacity. As dusk descended, the skies darkened. The woman prepared to depart. Before she left, Wei Yi finally learned her name, Xiao Yuji. According to her own words, no more than a handful of people knew her name. And Wei Yi was now among them. "Do not mention having met me to anyone. Do not speak my name in anyone's presence. I do this for your own good," Xiao Yuji earnestly warned him, her expression revealing that she was not jesting that moment. Wei Yi finally grasped that her reason for wearing a mask was not due to her appearance, but rather her identity, which was potentially quite mysterious. "So, does this mean I won't be able to see you again? Is this akin to forgetting each other in the rivers and lakes?" Wei Yi asked, shrugging with a smile. Truthfully, although he had been reluctant at first, he now felt a twinge of regret. After all, she was indeed a great beauty, wasn't she? "If you find yourself in trouble, seek me out at Baiwa Villa. I might be there from time to time." After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yuji took out a small silver-white token and handed it to Wei Yi. "When you arrive, simply present this token, and someone will bring you to me." Wei Yi accepted the token, examining it in his hand. It was exquisitely crafted, adorned with intricate floral designs. He raised his head, unable to suppress a jest. "Can I borrow some money too? A couple of million should be fine." Xiao Yuji pondered for a moment, then replied earnestly, "If it's more than that, I might have to resort to robbing others." Wei Yi was momentarily taken aback, then couldn't help but shake his head in amused disbelief. "You always say such things with such a serious expression. Is that really appropriate? But I genuinely feel that way." They arrived at the outer gate, and the two bid farewell without any insistence or farewells. Merely exchanging a gentle wave. It truly felt like a moment of forgetting each other in the rivers and lakes. Holding the delicate token, Wei Yi pondered whether he would ever have the chance to meet the remarkable Xiao Yuji again. Baiwa Villa, he seemed to have heard of it, but it appeared to be quite far away. Shaking his head, he stepped into the outer gate. The following day, the 100 outer disciples who had passed the secret realm assessment were brought into the inner sect. The inner sect, in essence, encompassed the multitude of buildings constructed atop the mountain. Compared to the few simple residences that made up the outer sect's subsidiary, the inner sect's domain was undoubtedly vast. Filled with a variety of buildings and abundant martial training facilities, with proficient martial artists frequently seen coming and going in the realm outside. It is rare to encounter formidable warriors at the martial spirit or martial king level. However, within the inner sanctum of the Overlord sect, even the most casual passing steward or elder possesses such formidable prowess. To speak candidly, although Xiao Yuji may roam freely within the outer gate, as if traversing an uninhabited domain, she would not dare to intrude into the inner gate lightly. The Overlord sect, as the dominant power in the southern region, boasts an overwhelming number of strong individuals, including many enigmatic elders who remain in seclusion for prolonged periods. Across the world, few would dare to intrude uninvited. Now, allow me to elucidate the benefits and privileges afforded to the inner disciples. Please listen attentively. In a grand hall of a certain palace within the inner gate, an elder clapped his hands and addressed the assembly, stating that every newcomer is entitled to freely study 2 medium-level profound techniques or martial skills in the scripture pavilion. Each month, all individuals receive a stipend of 1,000 taels of silver for expenses. Along with a certain allocation of medicinal pills, they may undertake tasks in the 4 great halls to exchange for various material rewards and enjoy the extensive martial training facilities available within the inner gate. They can also learn from the esteemed elders that it took him a considerable time to convey all this, which included both benefits and obligations. However, compared to the outer disciples, the treatment of the inner disciples is significantly superior, as the sect earnestly invests in their development, unlike the outer courtyard where disciples are left to fend for themselves. That is the gist of it. You may remain here for a while, and shortly, someone will escort you to your new accommodations, the elder concluded succinctly, then waved his sleeve and departed hastily. Was he in a hurry to relieve himself? Gong Yongbao suddenly interjected. The others turned to look at him in unison. What are you saying, senior brother Gong-yang? Zhu Linger blushed instantly. I think that is quite plausible, chimed in Zong Wu, appearing unperturbed. Wei Yi could only smile wryly and shake his head at that moment. Footsteps echoed, and soon after, 4 or 5 inner disciples strode into the grand hall. Clad in fresh inner sect attire, they exuded an air of grandeur, their appearance and demeanor markedly superior to that of the outer disciples. Undoubtedly, their cultivation levels also surpassed those of the outer disciples. Leading them was a tall, elegantly dressed youth, whose hair stood on end like a porcupine, exuding a rather flamboyant aura. His brow bore an unmistakable hint of defiance. To be frank, his presence was more imposing than that of the elder who had just spoken. His indifferent gaze swept across the hall, instantly silencing the previous chatter, restoring tranquility to the space. Noticing this, the young man smiled faintly, seemingly satisfied. Not bad, he remarked, ascending the dais. Fixing his gaze upon the gathered crowd, he casually inquired, I have heard that among you is a newcomer who is rather audacious. Would someone kindly introduce me? Upon hearing his words, the expressions within the hall shifted subtly. Eyes darted between one another, with some glancing at Xiao Ping, others at Zong Wu, and many towards Wei Yi. Figures such as Su Pingzheng, Xiao Ping, and Han Wenshu, along with the Gongyang siblings, all instinctively turned to Wei Yi, although Zong Wu had previously claimed to be the foremost among the outer disciples. When it came to the description of an audacious newcomer, the majority immediately thought of Wei Yi, believing him to be deserving of such a title. I ask at you. Your name should be Wei Yi, right? Yet, you seem rather ordinary. The young man, his arms crossed, scrutinized Wei Yi with a dismissive smirk. This. Wei Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, a cold glimmer flashing within them. Recognizing the derisive smile on the young man's lips, he realized that this individual was deliberately targeting him. We know each other? Wei Yi inquired in a low voice. Not at all, the youth replied, shaking his head. His expression shifted, revealing an unmistakable arrogance as he coldly addressed Wei Yi. What qualifications does a mere newcomer like you have to know me? Do you think you're worthy? At this, the onlookers could not help but react, understanding that the young man was indeed directing his contempt towards Wei Yi. Zhu Linger immediately felt compelled to defend him, but was restrained by Wei Yi. This fellow is Long Juanli, the betrothed of Shimin Yulian, Zong Wu remarked nonchalantly, without lifting his gaze. What do you mean by is? Gong Yongbao queried, somewhat confused. It is what it is, Either it is, or it isn't. There's no maybe about it. The families have consented, but Shimin Yulian herself disagrees. That's essentially the situation. Though I'm not particularly invested in these matters, Zhongwu shrugged, seemingly indifferent. Wei Yi cast a meaningful glance at Zhongwu, realizing that he had initially underestimated him as merely talented. That it was clear now that he had connections, as evidenced by his knowledge of such affairs. Are you seeking revenge for Shimin Yulian? Wei Yi stood up, fixing his gaze on Long Juanli and directly questioning him. Impossible. Long Juanli burst into laughter. That woman is far too proud to need my assistance in such matters. Shaking his head, he turned to Wei Yi and added, I simply find you irritating. Irritating? Wei Yi chuckled incredulously. That I must admit. That is quite a compelling reason. I have yet to encounter someone so forthright. You are even more direct than I. If you find me irritating, then bear it, Wei Yi replied, his expression one of incredulity. The crowd could not help but widen their eyes. Long Juanli, taken aback, had not anticipated such a response from Wei Yi. Bear it? Are you serious? You dare to speak to me in such a manner? Long Juanli's playful demeanor vanished, replaced by a chilling intensity as he fixed his gaze on Wei Yi, questioning him with deliberate emphasis. How do you think I should address you? Should I kneel and bow in deference? Wei Yi retorted unapologetically. To be frank, you are an inner disciple, and so am I. Addressing you as senior brother would be extending you courtesy. If I choose not to, what can you do about it? Wei Yi scoffed, regarding him with disdain. He had never been one to have a meek temperament. Otherwise, he would not have stirred up so much trouble in the outer gate, since Long Juanli had sought him out for trouble. Wei Yi saw no reason to meet him with civility. After all, what was there to fear? You are indeed audacious. I am curious to see what grounds you possess for such arrogance, Long Juanli retorted, his anger manifesting as a smile. As an experienced inner disciple, though not among the core members, he was still significantly stronger than these newcomers. Now, faced with Wei Yi's blatant disrespect, his expression darkened immediately. As he spoke, he stepped toward Wei Yi, his cultivation erupting forth. A terrifying aura began to radiate from him, akin to a storm brewing within the hall. The crowd instinctively retreated, while the Gongyang siblings and Zhu Ling hesitated, exchanging glances to gauge whether they should assist Wei Yi. It's fine, he cannot harm me, Wei Yi reassured them with a light smile. The five then relaxed and turned to take their seats. However, Wei Yi's words only served to further infuriate Long Juanli. He cannot harm you. Long Juanli's chest swelled with rage upon hearing this. A newcomer who had barely entered the sect dared to speak so brazenly in his presence, completely dismissing his authority. You're asking for it, Long Juanli bellowed, his right hand forming a fist as he swung it toward Wei Yi. Indeed, he was a distinguished inner disciple. Wei Yi estimated that his strength surpassed that of Shimin Yulian by a significant margin. This punch, seemingly unremarkable, was imbued with both speed and power. His cultivation was fully revealed. 9th level Grand Martial Master. A glint of determination flashed in Wei Yi's eyes. This time, he refrained from utilizing his bloodline powers and simply relied on his 5th level Grand Martial Master cultivation to withstand the blow. He retaliated with a punch of his own. The two strikes collided, producing a resonant thud as both were forced to retreat several steps. Wei Yi staggered back 7 steps while Long Juanli retreated 5. Though it appeared that Wei Yi bore the brunt of the impact, considering the disparity in their cultivation levels, he was quite satisfied with the outcome. After all, he was a 5th level Grand Martial Master while Long Juanli was a 9th level Grand Martial Master. A difference of 4 entire realms. Such a result would undoubtedly leave Long Juanli dissatisfied, prompting him to charge forward once more. You brat, take another punch. The two exchanged over 10 blows in the blink of an eye. Each strike evenly matched, neither able to gain the upper hand. Wei Yi grew more composed as he fought, seizing the opportunity to acclimate to his recently heightened powers. Conversely, Long Juanli became increasingly agitated. He was unable to suppress Wei Yi, which left him feeling anxious. Furthermore, although Wei Yi's cultivation level was inferior, his strength was remarkably augmented due to the ancient blood refinement, making each blow feel particularly punishing to Long Juanli. UVE forced my hand, Long Juanli declared. As the hours passed without subduing Wei Yi, Long Juanli could no longer contain himself and decided to unleash his ultimate technique. With a thunderous roar, his eyes glowed a deep crimson, and flames erupted from within him, enveloping his entire being in a fierce blaze. The temperature in the grand hall surged dramatically. Initially, he managed to suppress the heat to avoid causing too much disturbance. But now, his singular focus was to bring this young man to his knees. Boom, boom, boom. The air crackled with energy. In that moment, Long Juanli seemed to transform entirely, wielding the formidable family martial art of the Long clan. A technique of great renown. The sheer power was terrifying, The onlookers' expressions shifted to shock, and they hastily retreated from the hall. Catching sight of this, Wei Yi's face darkened. He immediately activated his agility to escape outside. If the battle continued here, they might very well demolish the entire hall, and that would be an unforgivable crime. Not flee. Long Juanli's crimson eyes were unyielding, and with another furious roar, he transformed into a red whirlwind. Pursuing Wei Yi relentlessly. Chapter 94. I fear nothing, to be honest. Wei Yi was feeling quite irritable. The sudden appearance of this troublesome foe was unwelcome to anyone. What further vexed him was Long Juanli's reckless approach, attacking indiscriminately in a council hall and causing such a ruckus. Initially, Wei Yi had hoped to keep the matter contained, but Long Juanli's chaos made that impossible. He could manage his own temper, but controlling the reckless fury of Long Juanli was beyond him. The sheer magnitude of Long Juanli's martial prowess reverberated throughout the inner sect, and it would not be long before the entire inner circle became aware of the incident, thrusting Wei Yi into the spotlight. This was not the kind of fame he desired. It was only his first day in the inner sect, and already he was embroiled in a scandal that could label him as unruly, disrespectful, and dismissive of sect rules. Such a reputation would solidify his image as an arrogant newcomer. Reflecting on all this, it was remarkable that Wei Yi could maintain any semblance of calm. This was truly an unwarranted calamity. Dragging him into the fray. Damn it, this wretched fool. Now I'm destined for notoriety. Wei Yi gritted his teeth, his gaze at Long Juanli filled with open hostility. He had only intended to intimidate Long Juanli into retreat, not to escalate the situation. However, now that the cat was out of the bag, he might as well make a scene that if he were to be expelled from the sect, so be it. If not, perhaps the younger disciples would think twice before provoking him again. Wei Yi's expression hardened, his dark eyes glinting with defiance. The Bawang sect was indeed commendable, but he was not bound to it. He could easily align himself with the northern Shawu sect, join the royal family of Dechu, or even venture beyond the Dechu dynasty to other realms. With the system at his disposal, he could flourish anywhere. This was the source of his confidence. In truth, Long Juanli had not been entirely incorrect. Wei Yi could be quite audacious. He was never one to be docile. However, his bravado was often concealed beneath a veneer of restraint. If left undisturbed, he had no desire to target anyone, but once provoked, he would not hold back. I fear nothing. Wei Yi roared defiantly, immediately channeling the power of his golden bloodline. Being a fifth-rank great martial master was merely a reflection of his cultivation. The true strength lay in the mysterious powers derived from his golden lineage. Boom! Terrifying energy erupted from within Wei Yi, illuminating the sky with a brilliant golden radiance, as if he donned a resplendent golden battle robe. Ancient runes manifested around him, his aura astonishingly potent. Long Juanli's display of his family's martial arts was already striking, but compared to Wei Yi's newfound power, it paled in comparison. The golden light swiftly suppressed Long Juanli's fiery blaze. Witnessing such a spectacle, the gathered crowd, along with passers-by, couldn't help but widen their eyes. Wei Shixiang seems to have grown even stronger, exclaimed Gong Yongbao, his mouth agape. This is true genius. One can only seek to befriend him and never offend him, added Gong Yongjing, his tone serious. This sentiment echoed the attitude of their four-man group. Though they had not known Wei Yi for long, they had seen him grow progressively formidable, almost witnessing his evolution firsthand. To them, it was preferable to offend the older inner disciples than to cross Wei Yi. Indeed, he had become significantly stronger. Zhang Wu's expression turned grave. He had recently sparred with Wei Yi and, though their last encounter had ended in a draw, he could distinctly sense Wei Yi's considerable advancement this time. Today, Wei Yi, I shall teach you a lesson. Long Juanli's voice thundered, now completely enveloped in flames. Albeit merely a manifestation of his vital energy, the intensity was remarkable. Under the impetus of his family martial art, it became even more ferocious. I want you to kneel and concede today. As the words left his lips, Long Juanli propelled himself into the air, his right fist crashing downward toward Wei Yi's head, transforming into a roaring fire dragon. The overwhelming energy and heat erupted like a volcano. Naturally, Wei Yi would not remain passive. The heroic sword appeared in his grasp. With a swift motion, he slashed downward, unleashing a golden sword aura that cleaved through the fiery dragon. An explosive sound echoed as the fire dragon disintegrated. As Long Juanli landed, Wei Yi seized the opportunity, his sword flashing downwards in rapid succession, unleashing a flurry of terrifying sword energies. Foolish wretch, if you wish to kneel in defeat, I shall grant your wish. Whoever fails to kneel is the true loser. Wei Yi's heart hardened, and he showed no mercy. Facing the onslaught of his formidable sword energies, Long Juanli's expression shifted, and he hastily retaliated with a flurry of punches. each infused with blazing energy, managing to barely fend off the assault. Yet, Wei Yi swiftly followed up with another barrage of strikes, his sword dancing through the air, unleashing a tempest of sword energies that blanketed the sky. In this moment, all present inhaled sharply. As for Long Juanli, he was utterly engulfed by the overwhelming sword energies. Chapter 95. Do you submit? The martial art employed by Long Juanli was indeed a family inheritance called the Flame Dragon Armor. A tangible earth-tier technique. In essence, the Flame Dragon Armor served as a defensive support technique. If cultivated to perfection, the true essence of the flame would manifest as a dragon, significantly enhancing one's combat prowess while rendering most attacks ineffective. However, Long Juanli had not yet reached the pinnacle of mastery, nor even the minor completion stage. Mastering higher-tier techniques like this was no easy feat, especially for those who could not level up as effortlessly as Wei Yi. Consequently, under Wei Yi's relentless assault, Long Juanli's defenses began to falter. The protective flames that surrounded him grew increasingly tenuous, while the terrifying sword energies continued to surge without sign of abatement. Boom, boom, boom. The cacophony of clashing energies resonated throughout the hall, drawing an ever-growing crowd. Initially curious about who dared to engage in such a brawl in the council hall, spectators soon displayed expressions of astonishment as they witnessed the astonishing battle between Wei Yi and Long Juanli. Is that Long Juanli of the Long family? Despite unleashing the Flame Dragon Armor, he is being utterly overwhelmed. Who is this opponent? He must be a newcomer. He looks unfamiliar. If he were an older disciple, he would not be so obscure. Wow, are newcomers really this exceptional now? Although Long Juanli's strength may not rival that of the core disciples, he was nonetheless considered an elite within the inner sect. Yet, he found himself utterly powerless. I recalled that this fellow was named Wei Yi. I had heard my cousin from the outer sect mention him. Not long ago, he had beaten up Sun Wenyuan, and it seemed that Long Juanli intended to avenge her and win her favor. Little did he expect to kick a steel plate. How amusing. Long Juanli has now brought disgrace upon the Long family. How delightful. The inner sect disciples buzzed with gossip. This group of onlookers showed no inclination to intervene. Rather, they relished the spectacle. Long Juanli was known for his arrogant demeanor within the inner sect, and he had few allies. Naturally, no one was willing to assist him. In fact, many hoped Wei Yi would thoroughly trounce Long Juanli, ensuring he lost face completely. I will never concede. The one who should yield is you. Long Juanli shouted, his eyes aflame with rage, as he attempted to overwhelm Wei Yi with his words. Faced with his predicament, he showed no signs of submission. Instead, he fervently channeled his true energy and charged at Wei Yi. He unleashed his martial arts techniques with all his might, flames swirling around him, forming two long fire dragons that roared toward Wei Yi. This time, Long Juanli held nothing back. It was indeed his most powerful attack. As the fiery energy surged forth, Wei Yi narrowed his eyes, swiftly retreating while tightening his grip on the hero's sword. The cold blade erupted with an astonishing aura, showcasing the true power of the treasured weapon. Visible whirlwinds of energy encircled the sword. Purple mist surged into the blade, radiating a dazzling violet light. Though Wei Yi had yet to master sword intent, his proficiency with the sword had reached an extraordinary level beyond that of ordinary individuals. With a slight tilt of the sword, he unleashed his ultimate move, the 14th sword. The brilliant light was akin to the first rays of dawn, momentarily blinding those who beheld it in an instant. The oncoming fire dragons shattered without a trace of hesitation. The sword's brilliance was unstoppable, cleaving through everything in its path. Even the fiery armor enveloping Long Juanli, forged from earth-grade techniques, split open, revealing a gaping black fissure. In the next moment, a resounding crack echoed as the armor exploded, releasing a torrent of violent energy. Long Juanli was caught entirely off guard. He had not anticipated such a turn of events. The shattering of his armor inflicted visible harm, sending him crashing backward into the palace wall. His garments were torn, and blood flowed freely. Although he did not lose consciousness, his face turned pale, contorted in pain. This was, in fact, Wei Yi's act of mercy. Had he unleashed his full force, Long Juanli's life would have been forfeit. The crowd erupted in astonishment, over 100 spectators gaping in disbelief. The once boisterous square fell into a stunned silence. All eyes fixed on Wei Yi as he approached Long Juanli step by step. His footsteps were steady and deliberate, each resonating with an unsettling rhythm that sent shivers through Long Juanli's heart. As Wei Yi drew nearer, Long Juanli's expression grew increasingly grim. Will you yield? Wei Yi asked coldly as he stood before Long Juanli. Did I refuse? Long Juanli gritted his teeth, his obstinate nature refusing to bow. He defiantly raised his head, glaring at Wei Yi as he spat. Even if you defeat me today, I will never submit. What are you, A mere newcomer without any backing in this sect. You are nothing but trash. As long as I, Long Juanli, am in the inner sect, you shall never have peace. I smack. Long Juanli's tirade was abruptly silenced by a resounding slap, not from Wei Yi's hand, but from the sheath of his sword. Blood trickled from Long Juanli's mouth, and he was momentarily dazed. You bastard, you! Long Juanli began to recover, fury surging within him. Smack! Another sharp sound rang out as Wei Yi struck him again, this time sending his head spinning to the other side, causing his gums to bleed. Will you yield? Wei Yi asked, his tone devoid of emotion. I won T. Smack! Will you yield? I. Smack! Will you yield? Wei Yi maintained his detached demeanor, persistently repeating the same question. Long Juanli's face swelled, and he gradually appeared dazed. I give in. I give in. Please stop. I yield. Long Juanli screamed, his voice growing slurred with desperation. Tears of humiliation streamed down his face. Chapter 96. Long Juan, dare you harm my son? You seek death. A thunderous roar erupted, akin to a bolt of lightning from a clear sky. A burly middle-aged man appeared before the crowd, rushing toward them with astonishing speed. Wei Yi barely had time to react as the shadow flashed past him. And before he knew it, a fist was hurtling toward him. Wei Yi's expression shifted in alarm as he instinctively crossed his arms in front of his chest. Bang! The impact resonated like a drum, sending him flying through the air as if he were a mere punching bag. Despite his defensive posture, he felt a crushing pressure in his chest, and his arms went numb. He staggered back a dozen steps before finally regaining his footing. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his heart raced uncontrollably. Wei Yi took a deep breath, struggling to suppress his shock at the unexpected might of the middle-aged man. Brother Wei, upon witnessing the scene, Zhu Linger rushed forward in alarm. The Gongyang brothers hesitated but soon stood by Wei Yi's side. Juanli, are you all right? The burly man asked, disregarding Wei Yi as he scooped Long Juanli into his arms. Concern etched across his face. Father, I'm fine, Long Juanli mumbled, his face swollen like a bun, his words barely comprehensible. The middle-aged man could only grasp the gist of his son's words, and his anger flared. Setting Long Juanli down, he turned to Wei Yi, his expression dark and furious. What is your name? How dare you inflict harm upon a fellow disciple within the sect? Do you not understand the gravity of your actions? The burly man glared at Wei Yi, immediately accusing him. What was initially a sparring match had transformed into a heinous crime in the eyes of the middle-aged man, who painted Wei Yi as the sole perpetrator. The accusation of harming a fellow disciple was an unforgivable offense in any sect. Hearing this, the crowd's expressions shifted, unease rippling through them. Do not speak recklessly. It was Long Juanli who attacked first. Brother Wei was merely defending himself, Zhu Lingo interjected, unable to contain herself. Indeed, we can all testify to that, Gong Bao added, eager to stand by Wei Yi. And who are you? New disciples, the middle-aged man sneered, his voice dripping with disdain. I am Long Jian, an enforcer of the sect's punishment hall, that if you protect him, you will be guilty as accomplices, and expulsion from the sect will be the least of your worries. A palpable aura of menace emanated from him, causing Zhu Linger and Gong Bao to pale, retreating instinctively. You are Long Juanli's father. Wei Yi stepped forward, his aura surging as he positioned himself protectively in front of Zhu Linger and the others. He regarded the middle-aged man with cold disdain, scoffing. From your demeanor, it seems you wish to shield him. How convenient to fabricate charges against others. However, you are gravely mistaken today. We are not alone here. With a multitude of witnesses present, Wei Yi declared loudly, you cannot simply accuse me without evidence. You take all of us for fools. The crowd, unable to remain silent, began to murmur in agreement. They had no desire to become embroiled in the affairs of Wei Yi and the Long family, but they refused to be treated as simpletons. Indeed, senior sister, I stand by you that I have been silently observing from the sidelines. That useless Long Juanli is no match for you. Long Ji, sure, while you may speak with impunity, you cannot presume that we are all fools. Others may fear you, but I do not. The crowd began to shout in unison, their fervor escalating. Perhaps a few individuals might hesitate to offend Long Yuan, but with so many voices united, the law does not punish the multitude. Moreover, Long Yuan is hardly a figure of authority, merely a steward of the punishment hall, and certainly not a significant individual within the inner sect. Upon hearing the chorus of support for Wei Yi, Long Yuan's expression darkened, his countenance turning grim. He had initially intended to frame Wei Yi, assuming him to be a newcomer, but was taken aback by Wei Yi's cunning, as he had summoned witnesses from the gathered crowd, regardless of the circumstances. An investigation must precede any conclusions. You will accompany me to the punishment hall for questioning, Long Yuan stated coldly. A plan soon formed in his mind as he advanced toward Wei Yi, clearly intent on using force to subdue him. Once he had captured Wei Yi and brought him to the punishment hall, he could dictate the narrative. I have not violated any sect regulations. What grounds do you have to take me to the punishment hall? Wei Yi retorted with a cold smile, resolutely refusing. If I command you to go, then you must comply. Long Xiao Yuan bellowed, his right hand clawing forward menacingly toward Wei Yi. How brazen of you to lay hands on me, a senior. Wei Yi's expression tightened as he swiftly executed the Eagle Shadow 18 techniques. Evading to the side. You dare to dodge, you little wretch? You will pay for your insolence. Long Xiao Yuan's anger flared. Not wishing to prolong this, he revealed his true power, an overwhelming aura emanating from him. He was a warrior of the martial spirit realm, and not merely at the first or second level, but at least 5th tier or higher. To in a flash, he appeared before Wei Yi, his eyes dark with malice. His hand shooting out like lightning once more. You cannot escape. Long Xiao Yuan hissed, a sinister grin curling at the corners of his mouth, having already reduced his son to such a pitiful state. He would not let Wei Yi off easily. This is your doing, forcing my hand, he declared. Old bastard, do you truly believe I will not retaliate? You are nothing, so get lost. Unable to contain his fury, Wei Yi erupted in a torrent of curses, his internal energy and bloodline power surging wildly as he swung his sword without hesitation. In an instant, a terrifying wave of sword light surged towards Long Xiao Yuan. Today, not only did I beat your son, but I will also deal with you. Chapter 97. Battle with the martial spirit. Long Xiao Yuan was determined to coerce Wei Yi into submission. But Wei Yi would not yield. Though Long Xiao Yuan held the position of steward within the punishment hall and was a powerful martial spirit warrior, Wei Yi felt no fear. He would never choose to capitulate or confess to a crime he did not commit. He was no fool, and he would not fall into Long Xiao Yuan's trap. Even if Long Xiao Yuan were to strike, Wei Yi would not back down. He was prepared to fight with all his might. Old bastard, if you wish to play, I shall play to the end with you, Wei Yi shouted, channeling his energy fiercely as he swung his sword with wild abandon. Countless sword lights erupted like a tempest, sweeping toward Long Xiao Yuan. Though he was a martial spirit warrior, the sight before him caused his expression to shift slightly. At that moment, he began to understand why his son, despite his decent strength, had been so thoroughly defeated. This youth possessed extraordinary power. If such strength could be wielded with such ease, he was certainly not inferior to many senior disciples within the sect. Nevertheless, this did not excuse the humiliation of his son. You seek death, and I shall grant it. You are not only harming your fellow disciples, but also defying authority. 2 crimes combined. You have earned a death sentence. Long Xiao Yuan roared, flames erupting from his body, revealing the fire dragon armor previously wielded by Long Xiaoyun. This was an earth-grade martial technique, yet Long Xiao Yuan executed it with far greater ease and potency than his son. In no time, he conjured a fiery shield to block in front of him, consuming the oncoming sword energy entirely. Not a single attack managed to breach his defenses. At that moment, Long Xiao Yuan waved his hand, making the fiery shield vanish, and he charged toward Wei Yi with a swift punch. His speed was astounding. Unlike the casual punches he had thrown before, this time Long Xiao Yuan unleashed true martial spirit-level combat power. As he struck, a shrill whistle cut through the air, his fist enveloped in crimson flames, resembling a blazing fireball. Taste my punch. The strike was faster than before, leaving Wei Yi no opportunity to evade. His expression tightened. A martial spirit warrior wielded astonishing power with any technique. It was undeniable that the gap between their realms was immense. Wei Yi, at the 5th tier of the Great Martial Master level, could easily dominate a 9th tier Great Martial Master like Long Xiaoyun, but against Long Xiao Yuan of the Martial Spirit realm, he found himself at a disadvantage. Break for me. Wei Yi gripped his sword tightly, channeling the Crimson True Flame, his energy consumption skyrocketing. However, he could not afford to hesitate. The raging flames enveloped his longsword, and with a furious shout, he brought the blade crashing down. This seemingly simple strike was, in fact, a culmination of all his strength. 5th tier Great Martial Master cultivation, the power of the golden bloodline, the crimson true flame, and the strength of his body refined by ancient demon blood, all of this combined. He swung down with all his might, colliding fiercely with Long Xiao Yuan's fist, unleashing a violent explosion of energy between them. The stone floor beneath them shattered, dust swirling into the air. Both Wei Yi and Long Xiao Yuan were sent staggering back. Long Xiao Yuan only retreated 3 or 4 steps, while Wei Yi was forced back 8 or 9. By this measure, it was evident that Wei Yi was at a disadvantage. Yet, the fact that Long Xiao Yuan was pushed back by Wei Yi's sword left the onlookers in shock. Not only those unfamiliar with Wei Yi among the older inner sect disciples were astonished, But even those who considered themselves well acquainted with him were taken aback. Brother Wei, Zhu Linger wore a worried expression, wanting to assist but unsure how. What to do? The Gonyang brothers were equally anxious, seeking help but knowing no one in the inner sect, leaving them at a loss. You truly are something, Long Yuan remarked coldly. Locking eyes with Wei Yi, he refrained from further insults. Yet his icy gaze revealed his intent. He had genuinely developed a murderous intent. Initially, Long Yuan sought only to avenge his son, but upon realizing Wei Yi's remarkable strength and potential, he now intended to eliminate him before he could become a future threat. Boom! Long Yuan unleashed his full power, flames erupting fiercely. Clearly, his fire-based techniques had reached a profound level. In an instant, he was enveloped in flames, which took on a dragon-like form. His fire dragon armor had reached a minor completion stage, allowing him to disregard attacks from any warrior below the martial spirit level, rendering it excessive against a mere great martial master like Wei Yi. This signified that Long Yuan was unwilling to grant Wei Yi any further opportunity. Even a lion spares no effort when hunting a rabbit. Die, he murmured, charging toward Wei Yi with incredible speed. The overwhelming aura pressed down on Wei Yi relentlessly. The 7th-tier martial spirit realm possessed a clear advantage over a 5th-tier great martial master. Under this oppressive force, Wei Yi had no choice but to retreat. Long Yuan appeared before him in an instant, delivering a punch. Wei Yi strained to defend, but was still knocked back with tremendous force. Crashing against a stone pillar, gritting his teeth, he refused to retreat, instead channeling his energy wildly to continue resisting. His sword light shone brilliantly like a waterfall, yet it was insufficient to contend with Long Yuan's full power. The disparity in their cultivation levels was simply too great. Boom, boom, boom. Long Yuan unleashed a flurry of punches, driving Wei Yi back step by step. Get lost, you little wretch. With the final punch, Wei Yi's sword flew from his grasp, and he was sent tumbling backward. Puffed. Wei Yi fell to the ground, spitting blood, struggling to rise. The madness in his dark eyes intensified as he fixed his gaze on the smug Long Yuan not far ahead. A sinister smile crept across his lips. The one who will be rolling away may not be who you think. As his words fell, he suddenly surged forward, unleashing the remaining power of his golden bloodline. The hidden totem finally manifested, seamlessly integrating into Wei Yi's being. Suddenly, Wei Yi's aura surged with an intensity akin to that of a rocket, causing Long Yuan's expression to shift dramatically. In Chapter 98. Titled The Monster of a Newcomer, Wei Yi was acutely aware of the chasm that lay between himself and Long Yuan. It was not merely a matter of cultivation level. It was also because Long Yuan had already transcended to the martial spirit realm. What does it mean to attain the martial spirit realm? In essence, it signifies the birth of the soul of martial arts, or in other words, the manifestation of a martial soul. Wei Yi understood all too well the terrifying nature of a martial soul. After all, the Wei family was not lacking in martial artists at the martial spirit level, with his father even being a martial king. While it is possible for a martial master to challenge a grand martial master, the converse is exceedingly difficult due to the existence of the martial soul, a 7th-stage martial spirit powerhouse. Long Yuan naturally looked down upon Wei Yi, a grand martial master, although Wei Yi had unleashed his cultivation and activated earth-grade martial techniques. He had yet to awaken his martial soul. This was undoubtedly Wei Yi's opportunity. By deliberately concealing the existence of his totem, he aimed to seize this fleeting chance. Only one chance. It was at this moment. Wei Yi's eyes sparkled with determination as he dashed forward. The totem swiftly merged into his body, and in an instant, his aura erupted with an extraordinary intensity. Terrifying whirlpools of true energy encircled him, and a fierce blaze of energy erupted from within, suppressing all previous injuries in an instant. Wei Yi reached his peak state, and his combat power soared like a rocket, skyrocketing beyond limits. The totem could be regarded as the embryonic form of the martial soul. Its integration into his body allowed him to harness the power of the martial soul prematurely. If we were to liken it to a gaming skill, it would be akin to receiving a plethora of auxiliary buffs, resulting in a rapid enhancement of all attributes. How could this be possible? Upon witnessing this spectacle, Long Yuan's expression shifted profoundly, and without hesitation, he chose to retreat. For a martial spirit level powerhouse to withdraw before a grand martial master was undeniably humiliating. Yet, in that moment, Long Yuan felt that even shame was preferable to confrontation. Unfortunately, he was a step too late. Wei Yi's movement techniques were not inferior to Long Yuan's. It was merely his cultivation that had impeded his full potential. Now, with the totem's integration, his state had reached its zenith, and his speed surged dramatically. He appeared before Long Yuan in an instant and unleashed a powerful punch without a moment's pause. Bang! His fist, as large as a bowl, struck Long Yuan's lower abdomen with tremendous force. The steel-like fist made intimate contact with Long Zhiyuan, shattering the fiery armor that encased him and sending him staggering backward. This was far from the end. Having seized the opportunity, Wei Yi would not let it slip away easily. "What you just gave me, I shall return in kind." Wei Yi shouted furiously, his fists continuing to rain down like a whirlwind. Bang, bang, bang. Long Zhiyuan was forced to retreat under the relentless assault, reliving the pitiful state Wei Yi had previously endured. Although Long Zhiyuan was a powerful figure at the martial spirit level with numerous tricks up his sleeve, he found himself without a chance to retaliate against Wei Yi's frenzied onslaught. It seemed as though Wei Yi had no intention of pausing. Punch after punch, the attack continued. Finally, Long Zhiyuan was injured and coughed up blood, his complexion paling. Before he could utter a curse, Wei Yi's fist descended once more. Witnessing the bizarre and chaotic turn of battle, the inner disciples present could scarcely comprehend the scene before them. Their eyes widened in disbelief, filled with shock beyond imagination. It was one thing for a newcomer to land a beating on Long Zhiyuan, as both were grand martial masters, and the triumph of a new disciple over an older one was shocking yet acceptable. But what was happening now? Long Zhiyuan was not Long Zhiyuan. He was a genuine powerhouse at the martial spirit level, a seventh-stage martial spirit with earth-grade techniques, and not weak among his peers. Yet, he was being thoroughly beaten by Wei Yi, a mere grand martial master, without any chance to fight back. Am I still dreaming? Someone murmured to themselves that it's not a dream. The newcomers are simply too extraordinary. Another sighed, at this rate, how are we older disciples supposed to survive? Some began to worry. Nevertheless, the battle between Wei Yi and Long Zhiyuan raged on. Wei Yi gritted his teeth and continued to unleash his fury, not daring to grant Long Zhiyuan even a moment's respite. Any pause could lead to Long Zhiyuan seizing the opportunity to turn the tide. While Long Zhiyuan was filled with rage, he could only passively defend against Wei Yi's relentless and merciless attacks. The two seemed trapped in an unending cycle. "Dare you stop and fight fairly?" Long Zhiyuan roared in frustration. "Stop? Not a chance." Wei Yi retorted with a cold smirk. "You little brat, I'll make you pay for this." Long Zhiyuan's eyes turned bloodshot, his demeanor becoming increasingly frenzied. "Just you wait until your next life." Wei Yi scoffed. That moment, a sudden gust of wind howled, and a figure clad in green materialized in midair, a middle-aged woman, graceful and still possessing some allure, clearly a beauty in her youth. However, her gaze was cold and her expression laced with disdain. "Truly useless. How could I have such a worthless brother?" the woman sneered. "You've brought shame upon the Long family. Hurry up and assist me." Long Zhiyuan, his face flushed, shouted loudly. "Humph!" The woman snorted, pointing a finger. Instantly, an energy arrow shot forth, aimed directly at Wei Yi's head. Startled, Wei Yi had no time to curse. He immediately chose to evade. Boom! A deafening explosion ensued as the small energy arrow created a massive crater in the hard stone floor. Cold sweat trickled down Wei Yi's back, his heart racing. Had he been a fraction slower, that arrow would have struck him, and he might very well have ended up lifeless on the ground. Looking up at the middle-aged woman, Wei Yi's expression darkened considerably. "Kid, do you remember what you just said? Now it's your turn to be unlucky." At this juncture, Long Zhiyuan seized the opportunity to awaken his martial soul. A colossal and fearsome beast martial soul materialized behind him, and his aura surged violently, restoring his former composure. "Today, I shall skin you alive," he hissed, eyes locked on Wei Yi with a venomous glare, as if eager to devour him whole. Chapter 99. Unexpected twists. Must the Long family lose all semblance of dignity? First, you send your son, then you come, and now your aunt appears. Will the old master be next to intervene? Is it really necessary to go to such lengths to deal with a young man? Before Long Zhiyuan could act, a foreign voice suddenly resonated. Though the tone was soft, it carried an eerie clarity that reached every ear present. Everyone turned to follow the sound, spotting a rugged young man with a simple demeanor striding toward them. His pace was swift, and though he did not employ any movement techniques, he soon stood before the crowd, specifically before Wei Yi. With a friendly smile, he declared, "I'm here to help you." Before Wei Yi could respond, the young man straightforwardly expressed his intention. Blinking in confusion, Wei Yi was perplexed. He did not recognize this person. Why was he here to assist him? Beside him, Zhu Linger instantly perked up, exclaiming, "They're bullying him too much. Isn't there anyone in the sect to control them?" The young man nodded in agreement. "I think so too. Which is why I'm here. You're a good person," the little girl chimed, giving him a thumbs up. The young man chuckled warmly at her praise. Hearing their exchange, Long Zhiyuan's expression darkened slightly, while the middle-aged woman's demeanor grew serious. They exchanged glances. "Zhou Yong, are you going to interfere?" Long Zhiyuan questioned coldly. Suppressing his anger, Zhou Yong was clearly the name of the amiable young man, and it was evident that he was not an unknown figure within the sect. Both Long Jian and the woman recognized him. Had circumstances been different, Long Jian might have given him some leeway. However, at this moment, his mind was consumed with thoughts of revenge against Wei Yi and restoring his own dignity. He had no intention of accommodating Zhou Yong. You heard what I said earlier. I want to repeat myself, Zhou Yong replied, nodding without any unnecessary words. His willingness to intervene was unmistakable. Long Jian, you should know that it's not that the sect cannot control you. This is merely a small matter, and it hasn't escalated to that level, which is why no one has intervened if matters escalate excessively. Do you believe you can continue to act with impunity here? Zhou Yong spoke calmly. So, you intend to be the first then? At this moment, the middle-aged woman suddenly inquired with a hint of intrigue. Following that, she smiled coldly, narrowing her beautiful eyes, a glimmer of frost flashing within. You should know that being the first is no trivial task. That I must say, Zhou Yong, your audacity has indeed grown. That it is not my audacity that has increased, but rather the weight of the sect's rules. No matter how significant a matter may be, it cannot surpass the regulations of the sect, Zhou Yong replied nonchalantly. You have indeed inherited your master's true teachings, the woman scoffed, her eyes filled with derision. I am keen to see what qualifications you possess to interfere in this affair. The sinister smile crept onto Long Jian's lips. Without further ado, he dashed forward, closing the distance of over 10 paces in an instant. Launching a fierce punch towards Zhou Yong, in the face of this sudden assault, Zhou Yong's expression remained unchanged, as if he were neither surprised nor alarmed. He extended his right hand and effortlessly grasped Long Jian's fist in his palm. Regardless of how fiercely Long Jian struggled, he could not break free, as if ensnared within an iron cage. Long Jian's countenance underwent a drastic change. Have you already broken through to the martial king realm? Long Jian asked in astonishment. I fortuitously advanced during a mission last month, Zhou Yong replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman's expression darkened slightly. She finally comprehended why he dared to involve himself in this matter, because he possessed such strength and qualifications. The martial king realm and the martial spirit realm are entirely different concepts. Moreover, given his cultivation technique, once he ascends to the martial king realm, he will undoubtedly be a formidable force within that tier. Even surpassing her, I shall test your mettle. The middle-aged woman huffed coldly, clearly still unwilling to relent. As she spoke, she waved her right sleeve, and immediately, the square was engulfed in swirling winds and sands, which swiftly coalesced into a massive sand python, roaring with ferocity, and opened its maw wide to strike at Zhou Yong. Zhou Yong's gaze sharpened. The middle-aged woman was also a martial king-level powerhouse, and one who had broken through many years ago, far beyond Long Jian's comparison. He promptly flung Long Jian away and shouted, simultaneously unleashing a punch. The force of his punch surged forward like a spear piercing the air, instantly penetrating the giant sand python. As he did so, the energy erupted, reducing the sand python to mere dust. Calmness returned to the surroundings. All present could not help but gasp in awe, although the confrontation had been brief. Its brilliance left the onlookers in rapture. Martial king-level skirmishes are rarely witnessed. How about it? Do you wish to continue? Zhou Yong stood composed before Wei Yi, calmly addressing Long Jian and the woman. The middle-aged woman's expression remained unchanged, yet if one observed closely, a trace of concealed shock lingered in her depths. As for Long Jian, although he was filled with resentment, he was more cautious now and dared not recklessly advance. For with Zhou Yong, a martial king, blocking his path, he could not contend with Wei Yi. Zhou Yong, why must you meddle? Long Jian ground his teeth, still unwilling to let Wei Yi go. That if you refrain from intervening, I will surely repay you in the future. Zhou Yong chuckled heartily, turning to Zhu Ling beside him. Am I a good person, right? Zhu Ling was momentarily taken aback before nodding vigorously. You heard that? Unlike you, I am indeed a good person. Zhou Yong then turned back to Long Jian. You? Long Jian was nearly choked with rage. What kind of absurd reasoning is this? You may leave. The middle-aged woman waved her hand, speaking calmly. It was not that she wished to let him go, but rather that she could not hold him back. After all, this was within the sect, where countless eyes were discreetly watching. Just then, a voice of authority rang out. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure descended upon the land, causing all present to involuntarily feel their bodies grow heavier. A middle-aged man in splendid attire stepped forward. Chapter 100. The two elders I have seen, Elder Qiao. Upon the sudden appearance of this elegantly dressed man, everyone present immediately bowed respectfully. Even the previously impressive Zhou Yong was no exception. The middle-aged woman, however, was momentarily taken aback before smiling and approaching. Calling out, "Husband, you have come as well, my lady." The elegantly dressed man nodded slightly. Witnessing this scene, Wei Yi felt surges of astonishment within him. He never anticipated that this elegantly dressed man would be Elder Qiao. And even more so, that the middle-aged woman was Elder Qiao's wife. Madame Qiao is of the Long family. Wei Yi suddenly understood, finally clarifying the relationships at play, that he immediately turned to glance at Qiao Huan not far away. As expected, though Qiao Hua kept his head lowered, outwardly appearing no different from the others, Wei Yi still keenly observed the subtle distortion of his features and the venomous glare in his eyes. Even when facing him, Qiao Hua did not exhibit such emotions. That it was evident that while Qiao Hua harbored hatred towards him, it was merely a normal kind of enmity. However, his hatred for Madame Qiao ran much deeper. The disparity between these sentiments was immense. Wei Yi felt a surge of delight, as this might just be his opportunity. "Zhou Yong, what brings you here?" Elder Qiao turned to Zhou Yong, seemingly inquiring casually. "There was an altercation here earlier, and I came to check," Zhou Yong replied respectfully without hesitation. "Long Yuan is merely a deacon of the punishment hall. He can be disregarded. Madame Qiao, despite being a managing elder, does not truly oversee matters, so I can regard her equally. However, Elder Qiao, as one of the 4 law-enforcing elders, is a true powerhouse of the sect. I must treat him with respect. This is not a matter of choice, but of sect regulations. Having observed, you may take your leave." Elder Qiao waved his hand, directly issuing an order. Zhou Yong's expression stiffened, frozen in place. Long Yuan, however, was overjoyed and urged, "Zhou Yong, do you dare to disregard Elder Qiao's command?" Although Elder Qiao is his brother-in-law, Long Yuan would never dare to address him so. Zhou Yong glanced between Long Yuan and Wei Yi, gritting his teeth. "Elder Qiao, I wish to take him with me." Zhou Yong pointed at Wei Yi. "You may leave on your own." Elder Qiao replied expressionlessly, clearly rejecting Zhou Yong's request. Zhou Yong found himself in a dilemma. All eyes in the vicinity were now focused on him. Madame Qiao remained indifferent. Long Yuan wore a mocking expression. Zhu Ling looked on with eager anticipation. Others bore curious gazes. Wei Yi took a deep breath, preparing to step forward to alleviate Zhou Yong's predicament. Just then, another voice broke the silence. "What if I wish to take him with me?" Unbeknownst to Wen, another figure appeared in mid-air. An elderly man, over 50, with a gaunt appearance, clad in a silver-gray robe, stood calmly, exuding an air of tranquility. Even when facing Elder Qiao, he showed no signs of weakness, instead subtly asserting dominance. Elder Yin. Upon seeing this sudden appearance, a flicker of astonishment crossed Elder Qiao's eyes. Zhou Yong's sudden emergence was one thing, as everyone in the sect was aware of his penchant for meddling. But why was Elder Yin here? Elder Qiao observed Wei Yi below with a composed gaze and asked, "Elder Yin, what is your intention?" "I have no particular intention, that I merely wish to inquire what Elder Qiao intends." Elder Yin replied with a slight smile, his aged face reflecting a calm demeanor, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Elder Qiao fell silent for a moment. The crowd dared not interrupt. With both elders present, the atmosphere felt immensely tense, breath-quickening for many. Wei Yi also felt his mind struggling to keep pace. He had initially intended to subtly mention Qiao Hua to threaten Elder Qiao, but unexpectedly, Elder Yin appeared as if to assist him. Wei Yi found himself utterly perplexed. Was today his unfortunate day? Or his fortunate one? However, given the situation's progression, he was no longer anxious. At this moment, Elder Qiao spoke. "It seems everyone is aware of the previous matters." Elder Yin nodded slightly. Given the considerable commotion, those who ought to know are well aware. This incident cannot be attributed to any single individual. Both parties share responsibility. Elder Qiao, being a law-enforcing elder, naturally possessed a level of discernment, far surpassing that of the crude and direct Long Yuan. Hearing his words, although Long Yuan felt discomfort, he did not dare to rebut. "Indeed, I concur with that sentiment." Elder Yin nodded in agreement. "Rewards for merit and penalties for misdeeds are the rules of our Ba Wang sect. Thus, all involved must face punishment at this juncture." Elder Qiao's expression turned cold, taking the lead in targeting his own brother-in-law. Long Yuan, who abused his power and bullied the weak, had a profoundly negative impact, resulting in the dismissal of the punishment hall supervisor. "What do you have to say?" Long Yuan could no longer contain himself, his eyes widening in disbelief as he shouted. He never expected that the first victim would be himself. Although the position of punishment hall supervisor was not a high-ranking one, it wielded considerable authority, and he was unwilling to relinquish it. "Brother," Madame Qiao glanced at him. Long Jin inhaled deeply, refraining from further argument. Instead, standing to the side, panting heavily, Clearly struggling with his emotions, Elder Qiao did not pay him any mind and turned his attention back to Long Juanli. Continuing, Long Juanli was the first to act. But he was also the most injured, so his annual sect benefits will be revoked. For ordinary disciples, the annual benefits of the sect were substantial and often unacceptable. However, for the Long family, it was not a great loss. Long Juanli wisely chose to accept this decision without protest. Long Juan also remained quiet, waiting to see what punishment would be meted out to Wei Yi if there were any signs of partiality. He would not stand for it.as for the remaining disciple. Elder Yan, you oversee the law enforcement hall and are most familiar with the sect's regulations. You shall determine the appropriate punishment, Elder Qiao said. Looking towards Elder Yan. Elder Yan couldn't help but be taken aback for a moment. He had to admit that Elder Qiao's deft maneuvering was commendable, having already dealt heavy penalties to two of his own. He faced a dilemma with the last disciple. A lenient judgment would seem inappropriate, yet a harsh one would also be problematic. Thus, handing this over to Elder Yin was undoubtedly the wisest choice. For he could not afford to be lenient, regardless of his reasoning. Wei Yi, you engaged in a brawl in the conference hall, injuring fellow disciples, showing disrespect to your elders, and disturbing the order of the sect. Do you acknowledge these charges? Elder Yin turned to Wei Yi and asked coolly, did I acknowledge them? Wei Yi replied after a moment's silence, nodding in agreement. That is good. You have 3 days to prepare. After that, report to the Black Dragon City branch. Upon Elder Yan's pronouncement, a stir of astonishment rippled through the assembly. Even Elder Qiao could not hide his surprise. Long Jian ceased his commotion, casting a glance at Wei Yi that was tinged with a hint of sympathy. Chapter 101. The task in Black Dragon City. In the law enforcement hall of the sect, in a secluded chamber, Wei Yi stood anxiously to one side. Elder Yin regarded him with interest, examining him from head to toe. You were so composed before. Why do you seem so constrained now that you are before me? Elder Yin inquired with a smile. How could I not be nervous being scrutinized by a man of your stature? Wei Yi lamented inwardly. Naturally, he could not voice this thought, opting instead for a smile. I was merely putting on an act before. Now that I am in your presence, there is no need for pretense. You certainly know how to network. Your father is concerned about your standing within the sect. From what I see, your character should serve you well. Elder Yin chuckled, shaking his head. You know my father? Wei Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. He was unaware of such connections. Do you think I had nothing better to do than to help you out of goodwill? Elder Yin replied with a hint of annoyance. Though somewhat innocent, you have indeed been excessively arrogant. No newcomer to the inner sect behaves as you do. Though you think the many disciples in the sect are indifferent, they simply wish to teach you a lesson. Upon hearing this explanation, Wei Yi finally began to comprehend. As for the accusation of arrogance, he chose to overlook it. However, he was quite curious about the relationship between Elder Yin and his father. Did my father ask you to look after me? I have been in the sect for quite a while, yet I had no idea. Wei Yi blinked, a look of confusion on his face. Are you blaming me for not seeking you out sooner? Elder Yin inquired coolly. That is not my intention. Please do not misunderstand. Wei Yi hastily clarified that it was a rare opportunity to have such a powerful ally. He certainly did not want to squander it. In truth, my intentions align with your father's. The reason he did not inform you earlier, nor did I seek you out, was to test you. If you cannot even enter the inner sect, there would be no need for my care, Elder Yin explained with a calm demeanor. Wei Yi nodded, finding the rationale sound. If he could not even enter the inner sect, he ought to leave without needing any assistance. However, I did not anticipate you would stir up so much trouble. Not only did you create quite a scene in the outer sect, but now you have made a significant disturbance upon entering the inner sect. It is no wonder your father asked me to keep an eye on you. I almost regret agreeing to do so. At this point, Elder Yin shot Wei Yi a pointed look. He was a man of principle and had little patience for those who disrupted order. Were it not for his strong bond with Wei Yi's father, he would not have intervened on his behalf. The situation was beyond my control, Wei Yi said, sensing Elder Yan's displeasure, and he offered a rueful smile as he explained. As for Long Juanli, he approached me without cause, and his father, Long Yuan, is not one to be trifled with. He attacked me right away and even attempted to frame me. As for Madame Qiao, she is no saint either. Her approach was ruthless and vicious. So you consider yourself the good guy in this scenario. It takes two to tango. Why not acknowledge that Elder Qiao was also targeting you? Elder Yin chastised him lightly. You could say that. He indeed has a grudge against me. Wei Yi responded, nodding helplessly. You, truly. Listen to my explanation first. Wei Yi hesitated, contemplating whether to share his experiences in the secret realm regarding the theft of Qiao Hua's treasure and his relationship with Elder Qiao. After he finished his account, Elder Yin finally understood. I thought as much. I found it peculiar why he would meddle in such minor matters. You truly did. I do not know what to say. It seems you are simply unlucky. However, you should refrain from discussing this with others, as it involves sensitive matters. If he discovers you are the source of this information, he will not treat you kindly, and even I may struggle to protect you then. Elder Yin warned seriously that I understand. Wei Yi nodded repeatedly. He certainly would not be foolish enough to disclose this information. Had it not been for the need to gain Elder Yan's trust, he would have kept quiet. By the way, what is the situation regarding Black Dragon City? Wei Yi couldn't help but ask after a moment of hesitation. I was wondering how long you could hold out before asking. Elder Yin replied with an enigmatic smile. Do you believe I intend to harm you? No, I would never think that. Wei Yi quickly shook his head. Regardless of your intentions, I am seeking your assistance with this matter. Elder Yin proceeded to elaborate on the details concerning Black Dragon City. It was a city located in the central region of the Great Chu dynasty, situated at the intersection of the three major superpowers, the Overlord sect, the Killing Martial sect, and the Great Chu dynasty, making it particularly significant. Moreover, Black Dragon City was backed by the Beast Mountain Range, with several rare mineral veins hidden underground, rendering it rich in resources that no one wished to forsake. Over time, it had become a no-man's land, with no single faction able to assert complete control, and management was shared among the three major powers and other factions. However, in recent months, the city's administrators had faced frequent calamities, with members dispatched by the Overlord sect mysteriously dying one after another. As this situation escalated, the strength of the Overlord sect's branch in Black Dragon City diminished significantly. Such a scenario could not be ignored. Yet due to the city's inherent dangers, no disciple was willing to undertake this task, regardless of the lucrative rewards. That was until Wei Yi appeared, and Elder Yin assigned him to the task directly. Thus, Long Jiyuan's gaze towards Wei Yi was laced with sympathy, as he viewed him as a doomed individual. Are you suggesting that I resolve this issue? My strength may not be sufficient for such a task. Wei Yi realized, feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure. Was he being sent to his own demise? Indeed, I believe you possess the capability, Elder Yin affirmed. Black Dragon City has its own rules. Major forces cannot send overly powerful warriors there. After all, it is merely a city. Would one dispatch a top-tier powerhouse to oversee it? That would be absurd, of course. I am also seeking your opinion that if you truly do not wish to take on this task, I will not force you. You could simply take a stroll around the area, then retreat to another location for 6 months before returning to the sect, and I will arrange everything for you. Elder Yin stated, having clearly devised a plan without any intention of coercion. Naturally, this leniency stemmed from his relationship with Wei Yi's father. Otherwise, Elder Yin would not have been so accommodating. Ding! Player Wei Yi has triggered the quest, Black Dragon City. At that moment, the system notification echoed. Wei Yi could only smile wryly, understanding that he likely had no choice but to accept this challenge. Chapter 102, Prestige Value Lottery. With regard to the gaming system, Wei Yi found himself somewhat helpless. While it had provided him with immense advantages that others could not compare to, the occasional unexpected tasks posed a considerable dilemma for him. For instance, in the current situation, he was afforded no opportunity to decline. The game system directly issued a corresponding task. Some might argue that failing to complete a task incurs no real punishment, but for Wei Yi, who was plagued by obsessive tendencies, the sight of an unfinished task lingering on the game system was profoundly unsettling. Every individual with similar compulsions would surely understand this sentiment. Moreover, the rewards for each task were undeniably enticing. The absence of benefits was far more uncomfortable than any meager reward in Elder Yan's presence. Wei Yi was unable to scrutinize the details closely. However, once he returned to his assigned residence, he finally settled down to examine the task at hand. Ding! Player Wei Yi has triggered the task, Black Dragon City. Task requirements: uncover the true cause of the Black Dragon City incident and resolve it. Task duration: 3 months. Task rewards: cultivation experience 100. 000, skill experience 100, 000, sect prestige value 10, 000. Upon reading this, Wei Yi was momentarily taken aback. What on earth was sect prestige value? He immediately delved into the system and discovered a prestige value system, akin to the Alchemy system, which served as a subsidiary of the main system. However, the prestige value system currently only pertained to the Ba Wang sect. The A Wang sect prestige value: 9,430. Wei Yi had not anticipated that his prestige within the Ba Wang sect had reached such heights. He casually flipped through the record of increases, defeated the Black Tiger Society, earning sect prestige value 100. Triumphed over the Steel Claw Tiger Hui Tianlu in the arena, earning sect prestige value 300. set a record in the Beast Soul Tower that reverberated throughout the outer sect, earning sect prestige value 800. Defeated inner sect disciple Shi Min Yulian, earning sect prestige value 500. There were many other scattered entries, some yielding greater increases than others. Generally, significant events impacting the sect garnered substantial prestige increases. For example, completing the assessment tasks in the minor cave heaven increased prestige by 1,000, and the recent stir in the inner sect had directly granted Wei Yi an additional 3,000 prestige points. All these factors combined accounted for his impressive total. What exactly was the utility of this prestige value? Wei Yi's curiosity was piqued. Surely it could not merely serve as a trivial adornment. Furthermore, this prestige value existed solely within the confines of the game system and bore no influence on the external world. His elevated prestige would not alter the perceptions of those outside the game. After all, they were not NPCs. Wei Yi continued his inquiry and soon discovered that prestige value could be exchanged for treasure chests. 1,000 prestige points could procure a bronze treasure chest, while a silver chest required 10,000 prestige points. A golden chest demanded a staggering 100,000 prestige points, and the highest tier, the diamond chest, necessitated an astonishing 1,000,000 prestige points. It was downright absurd. Wei Yi could not help but wonder if, even upon ascending to the position of sect master one day, he could accumulate 1,000,000 prestige points. After all, 1,000,000 prestige points was no small feat. Even if he amassed 1,000 points daily, it would take several years to accumulate such a sum. Shaking his head at the thought, he found the prospect quite overwhelming. It seemed the diamond chest could be dismissed outright, while the golden chest remained a distant hope, now that he possessed over 9,000 prestige points. Should he wait to accumulate 10,000 for a silver chest, or directly exchange for 9 bronze chests? Wei Yi hesitated momentarily. However, recalling the last time he had drawn a mid-tier Xian grade Zixia secret tome from a bronze chest reignited his enthusiasm. Although the probability of obtaining valuable items from a silver chest was significantly higher, it offered only a single chance. If he failed to draw anything worthwhile, that would be the end of the opportunity. Conversely, exchanging for bronze chests would afford multiple attempts. If luck were on his side, he might uncover several treasures. Weighing these factors, Wei found himself leaning towards the exchange for bronze chests. With 9,000 prestige points, he could acquire 9 chests. His only concern was whether his luck could withstand the test. Surely, his luck should be decent. After all, he had undertaken a task as formidable as the one in Black Dragon City. If he were not rewarded with some measure of good fortune, it would indeed be a cruel twist of fate. With a resolute determination, Wei Yi decided to exchange for the bronze chests, promptly expending all 9,000 prestige points. In an instant, his inventory was enriched with 9 bronze treasure chests. His confidence surged. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself and began to open the bronze chests one after another. Ding! Player Wei Yi opened a bronze chest and obtained 25 taels of silver. Ding! Player Wei Yi opened a bronze chest and acquired a low-grade martial skill. The Shadow Strike. Ding! Player Wei Yi opened a bronze chest and received a bottle of low-grade pills containing 20 pieces. The first 3 chests yielded nothing of worth, and Wei Yi's expression darkened slightly. Without hesitation, he continued to open 3 more chests. Ding! Player Wei Yi opened a bronze chest and obtained 55 taels of silver. Ding! Player Wei Yi opened a bronze chest and received 3,000 taels of silver. Ding! Player Wei Yi opened a bronze chest and acquired a mid-grade martial skill, the Shattering Fist. Once again, the 3 chests produced meager rewards, with the third yielding a modest sum of silver. However, it was still far from satisfactory. 3,000 taels of silver held little value for Wei Yi at this stage, and the martial skills were of no use to him either. Ding! Player Wei Yi opened a bronze chest and obtained a peculiar item, the Spirit of Spring Elixir. Finally, the 7th chest yielded something different. However, upon closer inspection, Wei Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. The Spirit of Spring Elixir? Such a thing existed. After a moment's contemplation, he carefully stored it in his inventory, recognizing that it could prove useful at some point. Ding! Player Wei Yi opened a bronze chest and received a brand new training outfit. The 8th chest produced yet another useless item. How much could a training outfit be worth? Perhaps 10 taels of silver? It was the least valuable item of all the chests. A true disappointment. At this juncture, Wei Yi was utterly despondent, fully grasping the dismal odds associated with bronze chests. As for the last time he had drawn the mid-tier Xian grade Zixia secret tome, he no longer doubted that it had been a stroke of extraordinary luck. With this mindset, he casually opened the 9th chest. And in an instant, a radiant glow emanated from within. Wei Yi paused momentarily, then found himself utterly stunned. Chapter 103, Longevity Pill. Ding! Player Wei Yi opened a bronze chest and received 5 pieces of a 7th grade longevity pill. The system notification chimed in that moment. Wei Yi finally comprehended the meaning of enduring hardship before tasting sweetness, of fortune turning in his favor, of withered trees springing to life. Well, to summarize, the surprise had arrived with remarkable suddenness. Wei Yi had nearly given up hope, even resolving that he would never again touch a bronze chest in favor of silver ones. However, the bronze chest had unexpectedly bestowed upon him such a magnificent gift. The specific effect of the longevity pill was to directly extend one's lifespan by 3 years. Simple and unambiguous. Though effective only upon first consumption, it was nonetheless invaluable. After all, it was a 7th grade pill. As far as Wei Yi knew, throughout the entire Dechu dynasty, there appeared to be no existing 7th grade alchemist. The highest-ranking alchemist was likely a 6th grade practitioner employed by the imperial family of Dechu. In other words, within the entire Dechu domain, no one could concoct such a longevity pill. Naturally, even if an alchemist existed, they would require the necessary materials and the formula for the longevity pill. Otherwise, all would be in vain. This clearly illustrated the value of the longevity pill. How should Wei Yi utilize these 5 longevity pills? The effect of the longevity pill was not particularly beneficial for the young. Rather, it was invaluable for the elderly whose lifespan was nearing its end. Just under 20 years of age, Wei Yi had no immediate need for the longevity pill. If his cultivation continued to rise steadily, his lifespan would naturally extend alongside it, rendering the pill unnecessary. For some, 3 additional years of life were immeasurable, but for someone like Wei Yi, it held little significance. He resolved to leave one for each of his parents. As for the others, Wei Yi furrowed his brow. He realized he had no one particular to whom he wished to gift a pill. Suddenly, he recalled that Zhu Ling's grandfather was said to have only 6 months left to live. Once he passed away, the Zhu family would likely face turmoil. Without support, Zhu Ling could easily find herself embroiled in family disputes, such as forced marriages and other troublesome matters. Perhaps he should offer one to her. Recalling how Zhu Ling had steadfastly stood by his side, Wei felt no reluctance in his decision. The longevity pill was of little use to him, but for Zhu Ling, it could grant her 3 precious years. With this thought, he felt the gesture was indeed worthwhile. As for the remaining 2 longevity pills, he would simply keep them for now. The following morning, Wei Yi departed his residence and made his way to Zhu Ling's dwelling. The accommodations for male and female inner sect disciples were separate. He knew that Zhu Ling resided in a place called the Purple Fragrance Courtyard. After navigating several buildings and pavilions and crossing a long wooden bridge over a lake, he finally arrived at the entrance of the Purple Fragrance Courtyard. At that moment, a woman clad in white emerged from within. Wei Yi paused for a moment, his brow slightly furrowed. For some inexplicable reason, he felt a vague familiarity with her, as if he had encountered her somewhere before. Yet, upon closer inspection of her face, he could definitively conclude that he did not know her. Wei Yi had always been confident in his memory. He usually retained at least some impression of those he had met. However, he was certain he had never seen this woman before. How peculiar. Unable to suppress a slight frown, Wei Yi momentarily forgot that his prolonged gaze was rather impolite. "Have you finished staring?" came a cool voice. Miaofu parted her crimson lips to inquire. Under normal circumstances, she rarely engaged with men, but the intensity of his gaze was somewhat unbearable. My apologies that I was lost in thought. Wei Yi stammered, quickly offering an awkward apology. He was not one to be unreasonable and acknowledged that his previous behavior had indeed been somewhat rude. "Let us not repeat this," Li Miaofu replied, her expression softening slightly as she nodded. She then turned away and walked into the distance. Observing her aloof demeanor, Wei Yi clicked his tongue, suddenly sensing that she exuded an air of coldness. She must be off to practice her swordsmanship. Quite diligent, he thought, shaking his head with a smile, not dwelling too much on the encountered. He then entered Zixiang Garden and swiftly found Zhu Ling's room. Gently knocking on the door, "Please take this elixir," he said, placing the longevity pill into Zhu Ling's hands before leaning closer to her ear to whisper about its properties. Upon hearing this, her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, and her mouth fell slightly agape as the vial nearly slipped from her grasp. "This is a longevity pill. It can extend life by 3 years. A 7th grade elixir?" Zhu Ling exclaimed, utterly stunned. "I can't accept this. It's far too precious." Without hesitation, she shoved the elixir back into Wei Yi's hands. A 7th grade elixir. Even if she were sold, she could not afford it. Although their relationship was very close, she understood the adage that favors could turn to enmity when it came to interests. She did not wish for Wei Yi to perceive her as someone greedy and insatiable. Sighing at Zhu Ling's resolute attitude, Wei Yi had anticipated her reaction. She was a clever girl, one who elicited both admiration and concern. "This is not for you. It is for your grandfather," he clarified. Upon hearing this, Zhu Linger's spirit shifted. She could disregard her own needs, but her grandfather with less than 6 months to live, the longevity pill could make all the difference. It's all right if you cannot afford it. However, your grandfather, as the head of the Zhu family, surely cannot ask for the compensation. I leave that negotiation to you. How much can you retrieve for me? Can I trust you? Wei Yi grasped Zhu Linger's shoulders. Gazing earnestly into her eyes, "Brother Wei," two tears slipped from the corners of Zhu Linger's eyes. She recognized that Wei Yi was thoughtfully considering her situation. By the way, I encountered a woman outside who should be your senior sister. It was quite an awkward situation. Let me tell you. Wei Yi quickly shifted the topic, fearing she might break into tears again. As he recounted his embarrassing moment, Zhu Linger erupted in laughter, her sorrow transforming into mirth. "Brother Wei, how could you view her like that? That must be sisterly. She is a core disciple of our sect, said to be a rare talent in swordsmanship." Zhu Lingo giggled. "A rare talent in swordsmanship?" Wei Yi blinked in surprise, his eyes narrowing as a realization dawned upon him. Chapter 104. The Swordsmanship Prodigy. Li Miaofu. As dusk settled, Li Miaofu returned to Zixiong Garden. She had spent the entire day practicing her sword techniques at the sect's sword testing cliff. Indeed, her day had been consumed by relentless practice, as was her routine. After exhausting herself, she would rest briefly before resuming her training. Even her lunch had been prepared in advance that morning. For over a year within the inner sect, her life had adhered to this unchanging regimen, rain or shine, in terms of swordsmanship talent. Few among the elite of the Bawang sect could rival her. When it came to dedication, she was unmatched within the vast inner sect. If one were to encapsulate her essence in 2 phrases, it would be this. Though she could easily rely on her beauty, she chose to depend on her strength. Despite already possessing a talent that left others despairing, she relentlessly pursued further improvement. Among the dozens of core disciples, she was the youngest, having only ascended to this status less than 6 months ago, yet her prowess firmly placed her among the top 5. Each cohort of disciples contained exceptional talents, such as Wei Yi and Zhang Wu, both recognized for their formidable abilities. In the previous cohort, Li Miaofu had been the most luminous figure. Unlike Wei Yi's rebellious spirit or Zhang Wu's aloof demeanor, she maintained a humble disposition, never instigating trouble. Yet, through her extraordinary talent and an unparalleled earnest attitude, she garnered respect from all, including high-ranking elders within the sect. Some elders had even proclaimed that the future of Bawang's sect rested heavily upon her shoulders, with the remaining disciples collectively accounting for a mere fraction of that hope. Regardless of external evaluations, Li Miaofu's attitude towards cultivation remained unchanged. She seemed oblivious to arrogance or complacency, focused solely on relentless effort. Recently, her swordsmanship training seemed to have stagnated. Perhaps it was time to explore a different approach. Seeking Elder Lu's guidance or perusing the sect's library for similar sword techniques could prove beneficial. Lost in thought, Li Miaofu ambled along when suddenly, her expression shifted, and she halted in her tracks. Not far off, by the courtyard's rockery, a figure leaned against it, gazing at her with an intense look. A smirk playing on his lips, his eyes seemed familiar. Itsu. Li Miaofu furrowed her brow slightly, still unaccustomed to the intensity of his gaze. "Yes, I've been waiting for you." Wei Yi nodded slightly, expressing his purpose directly. "I've been here for quite some time, and I didn't expect you to return so late. Working hard, are we? Do you have something to discuss with me?" Li Miaofu responded coldly, her demeanor growing more distant, her enchanting eyes betraying a hint of impatience. Clearly, she regarded Wei Yi as one of those frivolous men who chased after her. "Can I come to see you for no reason?" Wei Yi replied playfully, seemingly unfazed by her irritation. Li Miaofu shot him another glare, deciding to bypass him without uttering a word. Truly deserving of being a core disciple. Such arrogance. Do you look down upon us, ordinary disciples? Wei Yi teased with a mischievous grin. You. Li Miaofu halted, her face flushing with anger. Though she didn't bully others, she would not allow herself to be bullied. "If you have nothing to discuss, you should focus on your training instead of wasting time here," she admonished, taking a deep breath to suppress her rising anger. "Do not let youth slip away in vain." Wei Yi blinked, unable to stifle his laughter. He hadn't anticipated that she would even resort to poetry. All right, I'm not joking with you. The reason I'm here is to borrow something," he said, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. "I have nothing to lend you." Li Miaofu dismissed him without hesitation, her distaste for him evident. "Are you certain?" She remained silent, her icy gaze fixed upon him. Wei Yi smiled nonchalantly, then activated his movement technique. In an instant, he transformed into a blur, akin to an eagle taking flight, vanishing and reappearing before her in the blink of an eye, showcasing his remarkable agility. Now, do you know what I wish to borrow? Upon hearing this, Li Miaofu's pupils constricted, her heart startled. She hadn't anticipated it's you, she exclaimed involuntarily. Haha, it truly is you. Wei Yi burst into laughter. His earlier suspicions were confirmed by her words. Li Miaofu was indeed the masked woman who had snatched half of the Eagle Shadow 18 Techniques manual from him that day. It was no wonder he had felt a sense of familiarity earlier. Later, upon Zhu Linger's reminder, Wei Yi realized that Li Miaofu was a swordsmanship prodigy. He couldn't help but associate her extraordinary sword skills with that enigmatic masked woman. However, he could not be entirely certain, which was why he had deliberately waited for Li Miaofu to confirm his suspicions. Even if he was wrong, it mattered little, as he was to depart from the sect in a couple of days for Black Dragon City. To his surprise, he had indeed guessed correctly. Do not deny it. You are undoubtedly that masked woman. Otherwise, your reaction to the Eagle Shadow 18 techniques would not have been so pronounced. Humph, I trust you have already surmised what I wish to borrow from you, namely, the remaining half of the Eagle Shadow 18 techniques manual. The memory of having half the manual snatched away from him caused a surge of resentment in Wei. Nevertheless, he understood the urgency of the situation. Above all, acquiring that half of the Eagle Shadow 18 techniques was paramount, especially since he had the Eagle King legacy task yet to fulfill. Itsu. Li Miaofu's expression fluctuated between shadows and light as she fixed her gaze on Wei Yi. Only then did she comprehend that he was the man from that fateful night. Remembering her previous misfortune, her anger flared anew. However, her demeanor quickly shifted. With a calm voice, she stated, I do not understand what you are saying. The art of deception seemed to be second nature to women, particularly those of striking beauty, and Li Miaofu had reached an exceptional level in this regard. Do not feign ignorance. At her words, Wei Yi's expression darkened. Yet before he could respond, Li Miaofu interjected with a cold laugh. Please do not linger here and create a disturbance. This is Zishan Courtyard. If you continue to pester me, I shall scream for help. And even if you are not expelled from the sect, you will certainly face disciplinary actions. Do you wish to test that? Must you be so harsh? Wei Yi managed a bitter smile. He had not anticipated Li Miaofu would resort to such tactics. Humph. Li Miaofu scoffed twice, maintaining her silence while regarding him with an icy smile. What must I do to convince you to lend me that half of the manual? The situation was not in Wei Yi's favor, and he chose to temporarily concede. How about this? Instead of borrowing, we exchange. You possess only half the manual, which cannot be fully cultivated without the other half. If you obtain mine, there would be no issue. Surely you are interested in the renowned martial skills of the Eagle King Lu Zong. Apologies, but I must confess I am not particularly interested, Li Miaofu replied, a hint of arrogance evident in her tone. Prior to that, I have already mastered a top-tier martial technique of my own. While it may not surpass the Eagle Shadow 18 techniques, it is not far behind. More importantly, I have been cultivating this technique for quite some time and do not intend to switch to another until I reach perfection. Wei Yi was momentarily speechless. Then you may prepare as you wish. With your intelligence and talent, you may achieve perfection at any moment. Even if you extol my virtues to the heavens, I shall not grant you your wish. Li Miaofu narrowed her eyes slightly, revealing her true thoughts. Wei Yi recalled her words from that night. If she could not have it, neither would he. It seemed she still held a grudge over the sword she had lost to him. Women truly are meticulous and vindictive. Wei Yi felt a sense of helplessness. Had circumstances permitted, he might have been tempted to seize it by force. Actually, I am not entirely unwilling to offer you an opportunity. At that moment, Li Miaofu unexpectedly shifted her tone. Wei Yi's eyes brightened. Let us duel in swordsmanship. If you win, I shall agree to the exchange. Li Miaofu continued, her passion for swordplay evident. What if I lose? Wei Yi promptly inquired. If you lose, then you lose. That is only natural. There is no price to pay. Just promise not to disturb me thereafter. Li Miaofu replied earnestly. Wei Yi was tempted to question her certainty in victory. Why even duel if she was so confident? Was it merely to toy with him? Nonetheless, this was his chance, and he could not afford to let it slip away. Did you conceal your strength that night? How did you appear behind us so fortuitously? Wei Yi could not resist asking, a question that had lingered in his mind for over half a month. Li Miaofu hesitated, glancing around before saying, This is not the place for such discussions. Follow me. Under Li Miaofu's guidance, they soon arrived at a tranquil residence nearby. This is where I reside, though it is too vast and empty for my solitary company. She explained casually. That night, I had just returned from a failed mission, feeling rather disheartened. When I happened upon you two sneaking about. On a whim, I decided to follow, and the rest, as you know, unfolded. So, she had indeed followed them. Wei Yi could not help but chuckle bitterly. That is why I concealed my strength. After all, it was not a favorable situation, and I did not wish to reveal my identity. Otherwise, you would not have had the chance. Li Miaofu rolled her eyes. Though she had suffered a minor setback, she was still vexed over her defeat in swordsmanship. Her words indicated that she did not regard the true treasures of the Eagle King Lu Zong with much reverence. This made sense. As a core talent nurtured by the Overlord sect, what could she possibly lack? It was unlikely she would covet the meager belongings of a deceased individual. Her actions that night were more an outlet for frustration than genuine desire. Yet she had not anticipated her defeat, leading to her vexation and the appropriation of half the manual. Understanding all this, Wei Yi could only smile wryly. He had not expected the situation to unfold this way. It seemed they were merely unfortunate to have crossed paths with Li Miaofu. How shall we measure our skills? If I am not mistaken, you have already broken through to the martial spirit realm. Wouldn't that place me at a disadvantage? Wei Yi was aware that core disciples of the Overlord sect were typically at the martial spirit level. Let us compare swordsmanship, Li Miaofu replied promptly. I will suppress my cultivation to match your level. Only swordsmanship? Wei Yi raised an eyebrow slightly. Indeed, she confirmed. You mentioned that if we were merely comparing swordsmanship, techniques such as sword intent would not be permitted. How do you know I have comprehended sword intent? Li Miaofu was taken aback. Wei Yi had only speculated. After all, Zhang Wu had already grasped blade intent. It was plausible that Li Miaofu had mastered sword intent as well. Given that these individuals were all exceptionally talented, Wei Yi felt a sense of urgency and privately vowed that during his upcoming trip to Black Dragon City, he must urgently cultivate the pure Yang sword technique to its utmost level and swiftly grasp the pure Yang sword intent. Otherwise, facing off against such opponents would be exceedingly frustrating. Very well, I shall refrain from using sword intent, Li Miaofu acquiesced, indicating that neither would invoke their respective sword intents. Unintentionally, she had displayed her prowess. Wei Yi's complexion darkened at her words, and he gritted his teeth. If it is purely a comparison of swordsmanship, you may not necessarily be my match. The sword technique you employed last time was quite impressive. I had never witnessed anything like it, Li Miaofu said, her excitement evident, her eagerness palpable. Let us begin. As the words fell, both of them changed their demeanor, each taking a stance at opposite ends of the courtyard. Their expressions focused and serious. Wei Yi waved his right hand, and his heroic sword soared into the air, landing gracefully in his grasp with a crisp, melodious sound. Li Miaofu also drew her treasured sword. Its blue glow illuminating the dim courtyard, transforming it into a vibrant spectacle. However, a frigid aura emanated from her sword, causing the temperature in the entire space to drop several degrees. Prepare yourself. Their eyes gleamed with intensity as they struck simultaneously. Their movements swift as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, brilliant sword lights flashed across the clearing. Chapter 106, Talent Beyond the Ordinary. In their previous encounter, Li Miaofu had deliberately concealed her identity, refraining from showcasing her full strength. This time, however, she had no reason to hold back. In her mind, the previous defeat could be attributed to extenuating circumstances. If she were to falter again, she would find it difficult to forgive herself. Although she was not arrogant, she possessed a certain pride in her abilities. Hence, when she made her move, it was without reservation. With a single strike, her sword descended like a celestial being, not only remarkable in speed but also imbued with an overwhelming momentum. Although she refrained from channeling her sword intent, years of swordsmanship training had elevated her skills to an astonishing level. Even in casual execution, she commanded an awe-inspiring aura that could instill fear, effortlessly captivating those who bore witness. Seeing this, Wei Yi's expression shifted as he finally grasped the true prowess of a core disciple within the sect. Only now does one truly grasp the prowess of Li Miaofu, the prodigy of swordsmanship. Fortunately, Wei Yi is no mere ornamental figure. In comparison to their last encounter, his swordsmanship has also seen considerable advancement. Not only has the deadly 13 swords reached a consummate level, but he has also newly acquired the pure Yang sword technique, a renowned martial art of the pure Yang sword sect. Although categorized as an upper-tier technique, its power rivals that of ordinary earth-tier sword arts. More importantly, Wei Yi has fully mastered all his sword techniques. With exhilaration coursing through him, Wei Yi, undeterred by fear, laughed heartily as he charged forward. His heroic sword immediately erupted with a fierce, sharp sword aura. With a sweeping strike, the pure Yang sword technique transformed into a dazzling display of sword light, the essence of pure Yang resplendent like a blazing sun in the blink of an eye. The two engaged in combat. Li Miaofu, having trained in a diverse array of sword arts, executed each technique to profound depths without a hint of repetition. Each strike was immensely powerful, imposing great pressure upon her opponent. Wei Yi alternated between the deadly 13 swords and the pure Yang sword technique, sometimes exuding a chilling murderous intent, at other times embodying a majestic aura. With his solid foundation, he held his ground. And unbeknownst to them, they exchanged dozens of blows amidst a radiant tapestry of sword light enveloping the courtyard. The terrifying sword aura howled and ravaged the air. Fortunately, the courtyard, being remote and spacious, drew little attention to Li Miaofu. Exhilarated by the exchange, grew increasingly animated. Both the deadly 13 swords and the pure yang sword technique were exceptional, far surpassing the mundane sword techniques. Their allure for someone as passionate about swordsmanship as she was akin to that of a poppy flower. "Receive my next strike," she suddenly exclaimed, her voice ringing with excitement. In the heat of battle, her combat prowess intensified. As her words echoed, her sword slipped from her grasp and transformed into a misty curtain of swords descending upon Wei Yi. Resembling an enormous cage falling from the heavens, Wei Yi's heart raced. He dared not hesitate. The 14th sword, he gritted his teeth and shouted, finally unable to restrain himself, unleashing his most formidable sword technique. The 14th sword, a culmination of the essence of all the deadly 13 swords, manifested without a trace, as if it had vanished into thin air. A blinding light flashed, and the gray sword curtain was torn asunder by a pitch-black rift. Li Miaofu's eyes widened in astonishment, a flash of lightning illuminating her mind. The enigma that had eluded her for days suddenly found clarity, akin to a moment of enlightenment. "Wait," she cried out, her face alight with joy. Ignoring Wei Yi, she resumed her focused practice with unyielding determination. Wei Yi stood frozen, mouth agape. What was happening? Was there a halftime break? He gazed helplessly at Li Miaofu, utterly at a loss for words. But as he watched, his eyes widened in disbelief. One sword after another, she unleashed, revealing an exceedingly profound sword art. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. Each strike emanated an indescribable sharpness, akin to the hardest and most terrifying metal. Unyielding and unstoppable, the chilling aura sent shivers down Wei Yi's spine. Sword intent. Or perhaps it was a new form of sword intent, though merely in its nascent form, far from true mastery, with Li Miaofu's comprehension. It would not take long for her to fully grasp it. Was this a third type of sword intent? Wei Yi felt truly struck, since his arrival in this world, buoyed by the game system. He had held a belief that he was second only to the heavens. Those so-called geniuses, in his heart, were no different from ordinary folk, mere refuse. Indeed, they were all refuse to him. The difference was but a fleeting moment of surpassing, versus a more protracted effort. Yet now, he comprehended the term gifted beyond measure. There were indeed genuine prodigies in this world, such as this young maiden before him. Her talent, her focus, even overshadowed her outward beauty and grace. She could rely on her looks, but chose instead to rely on her strength. Last, Wei Yi beheld such a person, involuntarily feeling a twinge of admiration. Perhaps this world was more intriguing than he had imagined. However, did that not make the challenge all the more enticing? Wei Yi found himself uplifted. Defeating a throng of refuse proved nothing. It merely demonstrated a slight superiority over the dross. But to conquer a host of true geniuses, now that was a different matter altogether. Consider this half of the manual as a gift. A shadow flitted past, and Wei Yi caught it, recognizing it as the half of the Eagle Shadow 18 technique stolen by Li Miaofu. Looking up at her, he wore a look of mild surprise. "Thank you for helping me achieve my breakthrough. This insight is immensely significant for me. This half of the manual shall serve as my gratitude." Li Miaofu expressed her thanks, sincerity glimmering in her captivating eyes. "Then I shall not be polite. This manual is indeed vital to me," Wei Yi replied, accepting it without hesitation. Ding. Player Wei Yi has now mastered half of the Eagle Shadow 18 techniques. Would you like to fuse it with the other half? Upon fusion, the Eagle Shadow 18 techniques would become complete, elevating its tier to medium earth grade, though the player's martial arts level would proportionately decrease. Meanwhile, a system notification chimed. Chapter 107. The secrets of the 18 techniques. Li Miaofu resolved her training dilemma and successfully achieved her breakthrough. Wei Yi also obtained what he desired. Both fulfilled their wishes, drawing them closer. They conversed for a while longer, exchanging simple introductions, both regarding each other as friends. Wei Yi then discovered that Li Miaofu was not much older than he. In fact, by the months, she was even slightly younger. Observing their disparity in cultivation levels, Wei Yi felt a sting of humility once more. During Wei Yi's self-introduction, Li Miaofu realized he was the newcomer who had caused a commotion in the assembly hall. Although she had been focused on her training, she was not completely unaware of external affairs. The uproar had been quite memorable. She even jested that Wei Yi's notoriety on his first day surpassed her entire year's worth. "I've heard of the Black Dragon City mission. Many inner disciples have failed, and most perished there, she commented, recalling the tales, upon learning that Wei Yi was soon to venture to the Black Dragon City branch. Li Miaofu mused, "Can you still engage in casual conversation? Are you cursing me to never return?" Wei Yi's expression darkened. Li Miaofu chuckled softly, shaking her head that I merely wish to caution you. It's best to remain vigilant of the Dechu royal family and the Black Shadow sect. As far as I know, only our Overlord sect's leaders have frequently met with misfortune, while they have merely lost some inconsequential minions. There seems to be something amiss. Thank you. I shall remain vigilant. Wei Yi nodded. Well then, the hour grows late. Let us part ways. Li Miaofu smiled, rising to her feet. Wishing you a safe journey. They say good people do not live long, while the wicked thrive for 1,000 years. I believe you shall live long. Let us hope so. Wei Yi shrugged, dismissing her light-hearted jest. Remembering something, he could not help but ask, after I leave, if possible, please look after Zhu Linger, who lives with you. Zhu Linger, I seem to recall her somewhat. But who is she to you? Li Miaofu inquired, her cool gaze fixed on Wei Yi without blinking. My sister. Wei Yi promptly replied that oh, no problem. Li Miaofu nodded, saying nothing more. The two quickly parted ways, returning to their respective quarters. Wei Yi summoned the game system once more, selecting to confirm the fusion of the Eagle Shadow 18 techniques. Ding! A series of system notifications chimed. The two versions of the Eagle Shadow 18 techniques swiftly began to merge, and countless related memories surged into Wei Yi's mind. The duration of this fusion far exceeded that of the pure Yang sword technique. With the intricacies of martial arts memories far more complex and obscure, after all, one was an upper-tier technique, while the other was of medium earth grade, there was a notable difference. Wei had already cultivated the Eagle Shadow 18 techniques to LV12. After this fusion, the upper-tier technique was transformed into a medium earth grade technique, causing his martial arts level to decline to LV8, specifically LV8 LV30. Indeed, the upper limit for earth grade techniques is level 30. Furthermore, with each level requiring an increased amount of experience, it was unclear how long it would take to reach a state of perfection. Wei Yi could not help but feel a headache coming on. This was still with the game system allowing him to cultivate faster than others. At this moment, he truly understood why Li Miaofu showed little interest in the Eagle Shadow 18 techniques. The difficulty of mastering techniques of such caliber was exceedingly daunting. Once modifications are made, it implies a considerable expenditure of time and energy. Li Miaofu's reluctance to change is undoubtedly the wisest choice. Mastery of a single discipline surpasses superficial familiarity with many. Ding! Player Wei Yi has acquired the complete version of the Eagle Shadow 18 techniques, fulfilling the first requirement of the Eagle King's legacy quest, and has received a portion of the Eagle King's rewards. Just as the Eagle Shadow 18 techniques became complete, the game system's notification resonated in Wei Yi's mind. Startled, he realized that the Eagle King's legacy task was divided into two parts: learning the complete version of the Eagle Shadow 18 techniques, and investigating the true cause of the Eagle King Lu Zong's death. He had, without a doubt, completed the first requirement of the quest, thus eligible for part of the reward. However, the specifics of the part of the Eagle King's reward were not clarified. Wei Yi frowned slightly. While the game system was generally beneficial, he could not dismiss the possibility of a trap, should he claim the reward or not. Ultimately, he decided he could not forego this opportunity. After all, it was a reward. And even if it turned out to be a trick, it likely wouldn't be severe. Soon, he confirmed his choice to receive it. Instantly, the void twisted, and Wei Yi felt as though his entire soul had been extracted. Swiftly transported to a mysterious realm that a venerable elder with a youthful visage appeared before him. Upon seeing the elder's countenance, Wei Yi's heart jolted with astonishment. This elder was unmistakably the Eagle King Lu Zong. Although Wei Yi had not yet delved deeply into the investigation of Lu Zong's demise, he had familiarized himself with the basic information regarding the task, and thus had seen Lu Zong's likeness in portraits. The resemblance was uncanny. This elder was indeed Lu Zong. However, it seemed merely a fragment of his spirit or perhaps a memory, not the true Eagle King himself. Wei Yi's mental acuity was sharp, and he quickly discerned this nuance. Yet, Lu Zong appeared oblivious as he approached and began to speak. I shall impart to you the true essence of the Eagle Shadow 18 techniques, particularly the secrets of the 18 methods. Should you master 10 of them, you may traverse mountains and wander the world with ease. Mastering 15 will allow you to breach formations and access treasures. Even the forbidden grounds of sects will feel as if unguarded. If you achieve mastery of all 18 techniques, the world will be yours to traverse freely. Despite being but a wisp of consciousness, his words radiated an air of pride. The demeanor that proclaimed superiority over all moved even Wei Yi. As for how much could be learned, that depended on your capabilities. With that, Lu Zong commenced his demonstration, with the genuine Eagle King providing instruction. Wei Yi's speed of comprehension soared exponentially. Notifications from the system echoed continuously. Ding. Player Wei Yi gained insight from the demonstration. Eagle Shadow 18 techniques experience 1000. Ding. Player Wei Yi gained insight from the demonstration. Eagle Shadow 18 techniques experience 1000. Ding. Player Wei Yi gained insight from the demonstration. Eagle Shadow 18 techniques experience 1000. As these notifications rang out, the martial skill level, which had just ascended, rapidly surged once more. Chapter 108. Preparations for departure. The following morning, Wei finally emerged from that mysterious state. He opened his eyes and rubbed his somewhat numbed face vigorously. After some time, he regained full consciousness. With a sigh, he reflected on the peculiar experience. While he had reaped considerable benefits, it was undeniably unnerving. Particularly the sensation of his soul completely detaching from his body. A heart condition would make such an experience unbearable. The game system was indeed shrouded in mystery. Wei Yi chuckled wryly, choosing not to dwell on it further. Upon summoning the game system, his face lit up with delight. After a night of observation and comprehension, he had accumulated approximately 200,000 to 300,000 experience points in martial skills. Although the experience required for upgrading Earth-grade martial skills was substantial. The Eagle Shadow 18 techniques leapt from LV8 to LV21, a remarkable increase of 13 levels. Undoubtedly, the Eagle Shadow 18 techniques had now reached a profound level of mastery. Even those perfectly perfected Earth-grade martial skills would struggle to rival his LV21 proficiency. With this thought in mind, Wei Yi eagerly attempted to put his skills to use. Almost instantaneously, as the thought crossed his mind, his body reacted reflexively, darting forward with astonishing speed that even surprised him. In the blink of an eye, he found himself at the door, about to collide with it. In that moment, maintaining his composure, Wei gathered his energy, exerted his abdomen, and with a powerful kick, he propelled himself sideways. Using the door as leverage to ascend to the roof, he then traced a graceful arc in midair, performing 2 flawless somersaults, executing a perfect 720-degree turn before landing smoothly on the ground. All of this transpired in mere moments. Even after halting, Wei Yi's heart continued to race. His previous agility was commendable, but compared to this newfound ability, it felt like a chasm separating the two. Whether in speed, agility, or reflexes, he had undergone a transformation of monumental proportions. With such skills at his disposal, who among martial artists of the same rank could rival him? Even those with superior cultivation levels would find it challenging to match his speed. If they could not defeat him, at the very least, he could hope to escape. Wei Yi could not help but chuckle at the thought. The advancement of the Eagle Shadow 18 techniques had significantly enhanced his self-preservation capabilities for his upcoming journey to Black Dragon City. For the next 2 days, Wei Yi diligently prepared for his journey to Black Dragon City. During this time, Li Hanluan visited him, delivering the silver notes earned from selling the batch of contraband. Totaling over 400,000 taels of silver, which they split evenly, each receiving over 200,000 taels. This windfall considerably replenished Wei Yi's finances. With this newfound wealth, he headed to the sect's designated shop for a grand shopping spree. Acquiring a variety of auxiliary pills, restorative elixirs, detoxification potions, and medicinal remedies. Essentially, anything that could potentially be of use was procured in advance. Moreover, he chose only the finest quality items, known for their efficacy and minimal side effects. Albeit at a steep price, he continued spending until only 20,000 taels of silver remained. Although he was extravagant with his expenditures, he understood the importance of retaining a safety net. Additionally, he claimed all the benefits afforded to new disciples, including clothing, pills, monthly stipends, and so forth. Considering his unique circumstances, he even received an advance of 6 months' worth of pills and stipends. While 6 months was not a considerable duration for Wei Yi, he recognized that even the smallest benefits were worth accepting. Furthermore, each newly admitted disciple was entitled to learn 2 Earth-grade martial arts or techniques free of charge, which Wei Yi gladly took advantage of, selecting an auxiliary body refinement technique named Flame Body Refinement Technique. He did not change his primary cultivation technique. Although Purple Mist Heart technique was also merely Earth-grade, it was a product of the system, and even the Bawang sect's scripture repository would struggle to provide a superior Earth-grade primary cultivation technique. The Flame Body Refinement Technique was solely an auxiliary technique designed to temper the body through the power of flames, continuously enhancing physical strength and overall constitution. Wei Yi's choice was influenced by his previous enhancement from absorbing ancient demon blood, prompting him to select a body refinement technique for further fortification. Coupled with his mastery of the Crimson True Flame, the effects of body tempering would undoubtedly be amplified. For his second choice, Wei Yi opted for a boxing technique known as Dragon Elephant Fist. This technique was quite renowned within the Bawang sect, and nearly every disciple interested in martial arts would choose to practice it. However, the true glory did not belong to the Dragon Elephant Fist, but rather to its superior counterpart, the Dragon Elephant Prajna Fist. The Dragon Elephant Prajna Fist was an immensely powerful earth-grade boxing technique. Renowned as one of the Bawang sect's most celebrated legacies, One Punch unleashed the might of 10 dragons and 10 elephants, making it extraordinarily formidable. Even those with lesser physiques would be severely injured from a single blow. This powerful boxing technique had once been compared to the Bawang sect's mightiest Bawang Fist. However, as Dragon Elephant Prajna Fist was an earth-grade technique, Wei Yi was not yet qualified to learn it. Nor could he even gaze upon it. Attempting to stealthily learn it through the system was also impossible, so he resolved to first study the simplified version, Dragon Elephant Fist, with the hope of acquiring the Dragon Elephant Prajna Fist in the future, making it easier to learn when the opportunity arose. After 2 days of preparation, Wei Yi was finally ready, and on the third morning, he packed a seemingly inconspicuous bag containing little of substance, preparing to set off. "Did you deliver the items to your grandfather?" he inquired, stroking Zhu Linger's small head. The little girl, with tears welling in her eyes and her eyelids swollen, nodded vacantly before shaking her head. "I have already sent word for my uncle to come and fetch me. It's safer that way." "You did well." Wei Yi nodded in approval. "Do not weep any longer. If you do, little Linga will lose her beauty," Wei Yi said with a gentle smile as he wiped away her tears. However, as soon as he spoke, Zhu Linger began to cry even more fiercely, unable to articulate her sorrow, only managing to choke back sobs. Wei Yi, feeling quite helpless, turned to the 4 brothers of the Gonyang family who had come to bid farewell as well. "Rest assured, we will take good care of little Linga. She shall be our sister from now on." Before Wei Yi could utter another word, Gonyang Jing was the first to assure him, "If anyone dares to bully you, remember to let me know, and we shall confront them together when I return." Wei Yi grinned, his words eliciting laughter from the others. Although he was a newcomer, his audacity was evident, having even dared to confront someone as formidable as Long Xiao Yuan, which certainly lent him a greater aura of intimidation than most seasoned disciples. "We are leaving now," Wei Yi said. Not one to indulge in sentimentality, he quickly waved his hand and made his way toward the exit of the sect. As he departed, Zhu Linger cried even harder. And the Gonyang brothers fell into silence. Though they did not voice it, their worries were palpable. They had come to understand the dangers of Hailang City. Chapter 109. Unsettled Roads. "Are you here to see me off as well?" Wei Yi halted at the gate of the Bawang sect, a curious smile gracing his lips as he raised an eyebrow at the figure before him. Not far ahead stood Yuan Bei, an inner disciple of the Bawang sect, who was in fact Wei Yi's first adversary, with a grudge that had formed even before his initiation into the sect. However, with Wei Yi's current strength, he regarded Yuan Bei with little concern, his attention more focused on the imposing figure beside him. The man was extraordinarily muscular, resembling a massive bear, with an intimidating presence that demanded respect even without uttering a word. His features bore a striking resemblance to Yuan Bei, and Wei Yi deduced that this must be Yuan Wudi, the true prodigy of the Yuan family and a key disciple of the Bawang sect. Celebrated for his prowess, you've just entered the inner sect and already been dispatched to Hailang City's branch to meet your demise. How do you feel about that? Still feeling arrogant, Yuan Bei's face was painted with mockery, his gaze filled with pride. Each encounter with Wei Yi had ended in his own defeat, and witnessing Wei Yi's banishment to Hailang City filled him with delight. The perilous reputation of that branch was well known among the inner disciples of the Bawang sect. Even a core disciple at the martial spirit level had disappeared without a trace there. In Yuan Bei's eyes, Wei Yi's fate was nearly sealed. Have you ever heard a saying? Wei Yi, instead of engaging in banter, spoke calmly. What is it? Yuan Bei frowned slightly. A true man does not feast on 5 grains, but rather cooks them in 5 cauldrons. Wei Yi lifted his head, speaking slowly and deliberately. Death is not frightening. What is truly terrifying is living a mundane life like yours, where even in death, no one would remember you. You. Upon hearing this, Yuan Bei's eyes widened in rage. Very true, a voice interjected, and the ever-silent Yuan Wudi broke into a smile, his gaze at Wei Yi tinged with a hint of admiration. If you survive and return, perhaps you will have earned the right to be my opponent. His tone was haughty, carrying a weight of expectation. Let us hope that by then, you still possess the qualifications to stand against me. Wei Yi's lips curled into a subtle smile, his words laden with meaning. Without further ado, he descended the mountain. Yuan Wudi paused in surprise, caught off guard by Wei Yi's audacity. He had anticipated Wei Yi's arrogance, but had not expected it to manifest to such a degree. Yet, recalling how Wei Yi had bested Long Junli on his very first day and had clashed with the sect's elder Qiu Fu Run, he found a sense of amusement in the encounter. This fellow genuinely piqued his interest. Observing Wei Yi's retreating figure, Yuan Wu Di couldn't help but chuckle. How boastful! Those who are overly arrogant tend to meet swift ends that I fear he might perish before even reaching Hailing City. Yuan Bei sneered, his eyes filled with malice as he muttered under his breath, hinting at darker intentions that Yuan Wu Di, upon hearing this, frowned slightly and admonished, "You should keep a low profile for a while. And about Zhu Linger, do not provoke her any further." Why? Yuan Bei's face darkened, filled with discontent. Though they were brothers, their relationship was far from harmonious. There are those in the inner sect who are keen on protecting him. And word has spread. You cannot afford to offend that person. Even I tread carefully around them. With that, Yuan Wu Di turned and departed, leaving Yuan Bei in a state of turmoil. He knew well his brother's strength ranked among the top 5 core disciples. If even he was wary, the threat was considerable. Such individuals could not merely be seen as disciples but rather as pillars of the sect's future. Even their father would be reluctant to cross them. Damn it. How could that Zhu Linger be involved? No, the Zhu family is too busy with their own troubles to concern themselves with her. It must be that Wei Yi that he truly is insufferable, adding to my woes even after leaving. But soon he shall face his demise. Does he think trouble awaits him only in Hailing City? I have prepared a grand gift for him along the way. A moment later, Yuan Bei clapped his hands, summoning a messenger who promptly arrived with a pigeon that Yuan Bei affixed a sealed letter to the bird's leg and released it into the sky. In a matter of moments, the pigeon vanished from sight, a cold smile appearing on Yuan Bei's lips. Not far from the Ba Wang sect, in a modest town, the messenger pigeon flapped its wings and alighted in the largest courtyard of the town. A burly man spotted the pigeon and his eyes brightened with excitement. Without hesitation, he seized the bird, retrieving the letter before sprinting into the main hall. "Master, the pigeon has arrived," he shouted. Hearing this, a middle-aged man seated at the head of the table. His expression grim, immediately rose to his feet. The other 7 or 8 individuals present in the hall also displayed eager anticipation. "Where is the letter? Bring it here," the middle-aged man commanded. The burly man, eager to oblige, presented it with both hands. The middle-aged man took the letter, his hands trembling as he opened it. Upon reading, an expression of wild joy erupted on his previously somber face. Taking a deep breath, he struggled to contain his overwhelming excitement. His eyes narrowed, and a chilling malice surged forth. He has finally emerged. That little brat can no longer hide within the Ba Wang sect. Excellent. Truly splendid. The heavens have smiled upon me. This time, I shall flay his skin, extract his tendons, and drink his blood. I will grind his bones to dust to avenge my grievances. As he spoke, he slammed his palm down, causing the table to splinter into pieces with a resounding crash. Chapter 110. The heartless couple in the southern regions of Dechu, deep within a vast swamp, there lay a solitary island. However, this island was far from desolate. On the contrary, it was bustling with activity. Rows of tightly knit buildings and watchtowers stood guard, presenting an imposing and militaristic facade. The island was frequented by many formidable warriors, and a black banner fluttered in the wind, emblazoned with a skull. Serving as the emblem of the Blackwater Bandits, this island was, in fact, one of the most secretive hideouts of the Blackwater Bandits. In the central hall of the island's estate, 3 individuals sat calmly across from one another. On the left side were a couple. The man, tall and robust, wore a simple garment underneath a casually draped gray robe. His disheveled hair was tied haphazardly with a rope, giving him an unkempt yet wild appearance. His features were not conventionally handsome, but possessed a rugged charm, highlighted by a long scar running down his cheek. This middle-aged man was none other than the leader of the Blackwater Bandits. Hey Cohen. Beside him sat a short-haired woman, whose name was not widely known. Others referred to her as Snake Lady. Together, they were known as the Heartless Couple. The origin of this moniker stemmed from 2 reasons. Firstly, the couple was indeed ruthless, never leaving a job unfinished, motivated solely by monetary gain, and showing no regard for human life. Over the years, they had led the Blackwater Bandits in their nefarious pursuits, leaving countless dead in their wake, earning a fearsome reputation throughout the southern regions, and standing out even among numerous bandits. They asked for another reason. It lies in the cultivation method they practiced, known as the Black Heart Scripture. It is said that the Black Heart Scripture originates from a hidden cave, boasting an extraordinary lineage. It is precisely due to their acquisition of this scripture that these 2 individuals, of seemingly mediocre talent, have ascended to the formidable realm of martial spirits. Together, they can even confront warriors of the king level head-on. The reason the Blackwater Bandits have not been eradicated over the years. instead growing increasingly powerful, is not solely due to their adeptness at evasion, but also significantly attributed to the couple's formidable prowess. Opposite them sits a middle-aged man with a pale face and no beard. Clad in luxurious robes, exuding an unmistakably effeminate aura, his elongated eyes, laced with a hint of a smile, evoke a chilling sensation. A discerning person could immediately discern his identity. Brother, this is intelligence from the Overlord sect. One individual swiftly enters the hall, presenting a report to He Kun as He Kun unfurls the document. His eyes involuntarily narrow slightly. Has the Overlord sect sent someone again? The effeminate middle-aged man inquires with a sharp tone. Surely this person is not an ordinary disciple. Ah, you are mistaken, my lord. This time, they have dispatched an inner disciple, and a newcomer at that, having only recently joined the inner ranks. He Kun flicks his right hand, and a strand of dark red, icy flame ignites instantaneously, reducing the intelligence report to ashes. Boss He, your mastery of the water fiend flame has truly reached new heights, the old servant remarked with a slight smile, though a hint of concern clouded his expression. But is the information you mentioned credible? While the Overlord sect may not place much importance on a mere Black Dragon city, would they truly make such a careless arrangement? Sending a newcomer to his demise? If the Overlord sect were not foolish, how would we find our opportunity? He Kun replied with a cold smile. He then shifted his tone. Moreover, the individual they sent has a considerable history with our Blackwater bandits. We previously had no time to deal with him, but now he is unwittingly walking into our trap. If that lad intends to go to Black Dragon City, the 1,000-fathom cliff is an unavoidable path, presenting us with an excellent opportunity for action, not too far from here. Beside him, the serpent lady chuckled softly, though her gaze remained icy. That brat should have died long ago, observing the murderous intent radiating from the couple. The old servant could not help but feel surprised. Was a common disciple of the Overlord sect truly worth such animosity? However, it was not his concern. Murder is not my business. However, let us keep the commotion to a minimum. The Overlord sect is the farthest from here, so they may not react quickly, but the Fiend Martial sect seems to have uncovered something recently. With less than a month left, we cannot afford to fail. I assure you, I will not disappoint. He Kun solemnly promised. Killing that lad will be as effortless as slaughtering poultry. Previously, I simply had no time to attend to him, but now he has walked into our web, making it a trivial matter. Your confidence is reassuring. My disappointment is inconsequential, but if His Highness the Third Prince were to be disappointed, Before he could finish, the old servant vanished like a specter. His brazen threat caused both He Kun and his wife to exchange glances, their expressions darkening slightly, a glint of sharpness flashing in their eyes. This old eunuch is truly worthy of being the disciple of the Sunflower ancestor. His speed is remarkable, the serpent lady muttered under her breath. Rest assured, in a month's time, we will no longer have to heed his whims. Anticipating the imminent success of their plan, He Kun felt a surge of excitement. However, before proceeding, he needed to deal with that pesky little fly. Meanwhile, at the outer courtyard of the Overlord sect, Shuin sat quietly in his study, hands outstretched, gazing at the intelligence he had just received. A peculiar expression surfaced on his face. That lad, I never expected he would not be left in peace after leaving the sect, the Sun family, the Blackwater bandits. But when did he forge ties with Lady Mengpa? Could he have joined the Holy Church? Contemplating this, Shuin furrowed his brow. This doesn't seem right. Lady Mengpa clearly stated he was unfit to join the Holy Church. Forget it. These matters are beyond my control. Since Lady Mengpa has issued a command, I shall execute it. Moreover, having owed that lad a favor and promised to assist him once, this opportunity would allow him to repay the debt. Achieving two objectives with one action, Shuin chuckled lightly, then exited his study and instructed the old servant waiting outside. I will be away for a few days. Shuin swiftly departed the sect. However, before leaving, he released several carrier pigeons from his hands. Everything seemed far more complicated than it appeared. The man is hunting the cicada, while the oriole waits in the shadows. But who is the mantis and who is the oriole? Or who is the cicada? Until the end, who can truly know? Some individuals are indeed restless. In a forest along the way, Wei Yi held a recently landed carrier pigeon, chuckling to himself. His dark eyes glinted with a chilling light. Chapter 111. Waiting in vain. It turns out Wei Yi planned to swiftly travel to Black Dragon City to resolve the situation there. However, now he found himself in no rush, instead opting to delay. Abandoning the main road, he forsook his steed and plunged into the wild woods. What was Wei Yi up to? Leveling up through monster grinding. Indeed, he was engaged in monster grinding. While on the move, He was also hunting creatures. The untamed wilderness was not devoid of demon beasts, though most people would refrain from provoking them. After all, even if one were to slay these beasts, the benefits were minimal, and the potential dangers were considerable. Thus, ordinary individuals would avoid such actions. Yet for Wei Yi, these demon beasts could be transformed into pure experience points, the fastest route to enhancing his strength. Ding. Player Wei Yi has slain a second-tier demon beast. Experience 700, Pure Yang Sword Technique Experience 470. Ding. Player Wei Yi has slain a third-tier demon beast. Experience 2000, Pure Yang Sword Technique Experience 1200. Ding. Player Wei Yi has slain a second-tier demon beast. Experience 500. Pure Yang Sword Technique Experience 300. As he progressed, Wei Yi spared no mercy, slaying every demon beast he encountered, even not letting pass some ordinary beasts that had yet to evolve into demon beasts. After all, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Moreover, compared to the rarer second and third-tier demon beasts, the number of ordinary beasts was far greater. After all, these wild forests were not dense with demonic energy. And truly powerful demon beasts would not linger there. For Wei Yi, this was perfectly fine, that he was not yet capable of confronting those boss-level powerful demon beasts. He could only slay lower-tier beasts to level up. As he continued to grind, Wei Yi's experience points steadily increased. With over 30,000 experience points remaining in his previously empty experience orb, he soon amassed enough for a total of 50,000. Successfully promoting to the 6th-tier Grand Martial Master realm, his experience continued to rise, bringing him closer to the 7th-tier Grand Martial Master realm. The experience for the Pure Yang Sword Technique was also rapidly advancing, rising from LV12 to LV13, and now approaching LV14, that once the Pure Yang Sword Technique reaches the maximum level of LV20, he would have the chance to comprehend the Pure Yang Sword intent. Filled with anticipation, Wei Yi felt a surge of motivation. With such rapid growth and strength, Wei Yi felt no fatigue. After all, he had stocked up on numerous recovery potions, leaving him unconcerned about his condition. Occasionally, during the night, he practiced the newly acquired Flame Body Refinement Technique and the Dragon Elephant Fist. The Flame Body Refinement Technique utilized the true flame of red crystal for body refining, resulting in a noticeable enhancement in his physical attributes. Even the ancient demon blood energy that had yet to be absorbed was refined and absorbed anew under the continuous tempering of the true flame of red crystal, further strengthening Wei Yi's physique. With his body's power increasing, the training of the Dragon Elephant Fist also progressed exceptionally smoothly. If Wei Yi were not solely focused on elevating the level of the Pure Yang Sword Technique and lacked spare experience points for the Dragon Elephant Fist, its power would undoubtedly have surged to an astonishing level in a short time frame. However, while Wei Yi was reveling in his monster grinding, the Sun family was growing increasingly anxious. Days earlier, upon receiving news from Yuanbei, Sun Jinshan had led them from Zhongshan, hastily arriving at a small town several dozen miles from the Overlord sect to await further information. They certainly did not dare to act near the Overlord sect. Although Sun Jinshan harbored intense hatred for Wei Yi, seeking vengeance for the deceased Sun Wenzong and Sun Wenyuan, he could not afford to jeopardize the entire Sun family. Thus, upon learning of Wei Yi's departure from the Overlord sect, he refrained from immediate action, instead opting to wait discreetly along the way, planning to ambush Wei Yi when he appeared as a martial king-level powerhouse leading the charge, accompanied by several martial spirits and over a dozen Grand Martial Masters. Dealing with a mere Grand Martial Master like Wei Yi should be a piece of cake, in Sun Jinshan's mind. Wei Yi was merely a sitting duck, destined to fall into his grasp. But the problem was, Sun Jinshan waited and waited, day after day, yet not a trace of Wei Yi appeared. What on earth is going on with that lad? Sun Jinshan's face was contorted with fury as he anxiously awaited the arrival of his target. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "Where is that little brat? Is he being carried here on a grand procession?" He coldly inquired of the others, "Have any of you spotted his whereabouts?" The road he awaited was the one most likely to be traversed by Wei Yi. They had also stationed people on other paths, yet none had reported anything. If they had seen him, we would have received word by now, a warrior from the Sun family replied with a shake of his head. What on earth could be happening? Sun Jinshan's eyes widened, on the verge of exploding with rage. He was truly tormented to the brink of madness. Both of his sons had perished at Wei Yi's hands, and he dreamt nightly of inflicting the most excruciating pain upon him. Initially, when Wei Yi had hidden in the Wei family, he found himself powerless to exact revenge. Later, when Wei Yi returned to the Zhenwu Academy, he had not yet been able to take action before Wei Yi entered the Bawang sect, leaving him even more helpless. Now, after waiting so long for Wei Yi to leave the Bawang sect, He found himself unable to locate the boy. Sun Jinshan felt an overwhelming urge to scour the vicinity for any trace of him. Could there be another hidden path? Someone speculated. It seems unlikely, came the response. But who knows? Perhaps we overlooked something. The Sun family members engaged in fervent discussion. They could hardly imagine that Wei Yi had not taken the main road at all, but instead had ventured into the wilderness, making it impossible for them to catch sight of him. Why not wait for him at Qianzhong Cliff? Suggested one. Qianzhong Cliff was the only route to Hailang City, with no alternate paths available. As long as that brat does not abandon his mission with the Bawang sect, he must pass through there. A Sun family warrior's eyes brightened with realization. Excellent. Let us proceed to Qianzhong Cliff and wait for him. Sun Jinshan gritted his teeth in fury, declaring, I shall see just how long that brat can prolong this. Thus, they waited, and another 10 days passed. Finally, Wei Yi appeared near Qianzhong Cliff, with a mission at hand. He could not afford to delay indefinitely. However, the 10 days spent grinding against monsters had yielded immense rewards. His cultivation successfully broke through to the 8th rank of the Great Martial Master realm. This rapid advancement, achieving 3 small breakthroughs in merely 10 days, far exceeded ordinary expectations. The Pure Yang sword art was diligently pushed to level 19, and further progress to level 20 would depend solely on his own insights. The Eagle Phantom 18 techniques also advanced to level 22 through continuous practice, granting him astonishing speed. Furthermore, both the Flame Body Refining Technique and the Dragon Elephant Fist saw significant improvements in comparison to when he left the Bawang sect. Wei Yi's strength had grown considerably that he raised his head and gazed at the perilous Qianzhong Cliff in the distance, his expression devoid of anxiety, instead exuding calmness as he strode forward. Chapter 112. I will skin you alive, Master. That brat has appeared. A Sun family warrior rushed to the mountaintop, slightly bowing as he reported to Sun Jinshan in a hushed tone. Upon hearing this, Sun Jinshan, who had been sitting on the ground like a statue, suddenly jolted upright, his eyes wide with disbelief. He slowly rose, the weariness of recent days replaced by an unprecedented radiance on his aged face. What did you just say? His voice trembled involuntarily. Witnessing the once formidable family head in such a state stirred a mix of emotions in the warrior, intensifying his hatred for Wei Yi. I report to you, Master, that Wei Yi has entered the vicinity of Qianzhong Cliff. Elder San and others are keeping watch over him. That brat has finally shown himself. Sun Jinshan regained his composure, and an uncontrollable joy surged across his face. After waiting so many days, he had even begun to suspect that Wei Yi might have abandoned the mission in Hailang City or received advance notice, circumventing them from another route. He was on the verge of giving up. 10 days, a full 10 days. During this time, he had endured the torment of waiting, his patience stretched thin. Thankfully, all the hardship had not been in vain. That little brat had indeed appeared. Good, good, good. He has finally shown himself. And my wait has not been in vain. Sun Jinshan burst into laughter, and the other Sun family warriors joined in, though their smiles carried an edge of malevolence. None of the Sun clan harbored anything but deep-seated hatred for Wei Yi. Since that little brat has finally appeared, we need not wait any longer. Let us take his life. At this moment, Sun Jinshan fully regained the imposing authority of the family head, a renowned martial king. Narrowing his eyes, he glared with an icy, murderous intent. Let us go. As soon as he spoke, he sprang into the air. The other martial artists of the Wuling realm followed suit, soaring after Sun Jinshan. The remaining great martial masters swiftly employed their techniques, darting across the cliff to converge on Wei Yi's location. Shadows flickered across the steep precipice as over a dozen elite warriors from the Sun family swiftly surrounded Wei Yi. Their eyes were fixed on him, each one radiating a palpable and overwhelming killing intent, an oppressive aura descending upon him like a tidal wave. Wei Yi's body quivered slightly, and he involuntarily halted. Raising his head, he flashed a chilling smile, greeting them with an enigmatic tone. Thank you for your patience, everyone. Do you know? Sun Jinshan began, his face dark as he confronted Wei Yi. We have been waiting for you here for a full 10 days. You probably didn't expect me to appear before you, did you? Are you too frightened to speak? How astute of you to notice. Wei Yi replied with a mocking smile, feigning seriousness. However, his casual demeanor starkly contrasted with his words, rendering the situation even more ironic. Sun Jinshan's expression soured, and he snorted derisively. Do you not think you can play any tricks in front of me, attempting to find an opportunity to escape? That I assure you. That is impossible. Here, at the edge of this cliff, there is no other path for you to take. My 2 sons died at your hands. You must pay for their lives today. Wei Yi, do you know? Each night, I dream of how to torment you into a painful death. As he spoke, Sun Jinshan's face twisted with rage. He had only 2 sons, both of whom had perished at Wei Yi's hands. His hatred for Wei Yi had reached an indescribable level. The sight of Wei Yi drove him into a frenzied state. "Master, allow me to take care of this brat." Suddenly, a middle-aged man beside him knelt in supplication. Sun Jinshan turned to see that it was Sun Dong, the third in line within the clan, known to the younger generation as Uncle Dong San. He was the first master of Sun Wenyuan and Sun Wenyuan. And having no offspring of his own, he regarded them as his own. His hatred for Wei Yi, who had slain both of them, ran deep. "Leave him alive. I want to torment him slowly," Sun Jinshan commanded darkly. Having finally captured Wei Yi, he was unwilling to let him die too easily or quickly. He longed for a slow and painful demise. "Yes, master, I will ensure he cannot beg for life or death." Sun Dong immediately complied, unleashing his full power, 10th-ranked Great Martial Master. Apart from Sun Jinshan and a few elders of Wuling realm, he was the strongest among those present, which was why Sun Jinshan trusted him to subdue Wei Yi. Sun Dong gripped his great sword tightly and advanced step by step toward Wei Yi. "You little bastard, today marks your end. You can no longer be arrogant or pleased with yourself. I will make you pay in blood for your debts. You will join Wenzong and Wenyu in hell." With each step, he uttered a chilling proclamation, his murderous intent intensifying. By the time he stood before Wei Yi, his aura reached a peak, the surrounding air warping under the sheer force of his malice. His eyes burned a fierce crimson, resembling those of a ferocious beast, filled with brutal and savage intent. "Have you finished?" Wei Yi asked with an unperturbed expression. "That if you're done, I shall send you to meet them. After all, you seem to miss them so dearly." Before he finished speaking, Wei Yi's figure vanished from sight, as if he had simply ceased to exist. An uncanny spectacle. A sudden flash of blinding sword light erupted. Wei Yi's figure appeared before Sun Dong, executing a single, swift motion. His sword descended with unparalleled speed. Blood splattered, and at that moment, the profound significance of speed became evident in the grand tapestry of martial prowess. While Wei Yi's velocity may not yet be deemed the pinnacle, within his current realm as a great martial master, he had nearly reached an extraordinary level. None of the dozen elite Sun family warriors present anticipated the terrifying swiftness of Wei Yi. Not even Sun Jinshan, who was at the martial king level. This was the terrifying essence of the LV-22 Eagle Shadow 18 techniques. In the blink of an eye, Wei Yi stood before Sun Dong. The reason Lu Zong, the Eagle King, was revered by many was largely due to his mastery of this formidable technique. Although Wei Yi was not yet comparable to Lu Zong, his speed was indeed extraordinary by common standards. Sun Jinshan was taken aback, as was Sun Dong, until Wei Yi's sword came crashing down. The sharp blade embedded itself deep into his shoulder, and the searing pain jolted Sun Dong into awareness. His eyes widened in shock as he felt the blood pooling in his palms, his body sinking under the weight. Yet, he dared not relent, gritting his teeth to hold the sword at bay. He understood all too well that if that sword fell, it would spell his doom. Regrettably, his attempts to halt Wei Yi were futile. With a swift motion, Wei Yi's left hand joined the right, gripping the sword hilt firmly before unleashing a tremendous force. Wei Yi's eyes glinted with cold indifference, devoid of any compassion. As he roared, he summoned all his strength, since absorbing the ancient demon blood and practicing the flame body refinement technique. Wei Yi's power had undergone a remarkable transformation. Though perhaps not on par with specialized body refining martial artists, he was indeed formidable among ordinary practitioners. Sun Dong stood no chance of resistance as the heroic sword fell mercilessly. Blood sprayed forth, and Sun Dong's arm was severed from his body. He collapsed to the ground, his anguished cries echoing throughout the mountain chasm. Witnessing this, the Sun family warriors were momentarily stunned, although the events transpired in an instant. Their minds struggled to comprehend. By the time they reacted, Sun Dong was already writhing on the ground, having lost an arm. The fact that a 10th-tier great martial master was no match for this young man was a shocking revelation, even to Sun Jinshan, who had held high hopes for Sun Dong. Suppressing his astonishment, Sun Jinshan's expression darkened, replaced by a fierce desire for vengeance. "Kill him," he commanded, and over a dozen Sun warriors sprang into action. Several martial spirits and numerous great martial masters united to confront a mere great martial master. This was no longer a case of a larger force overpowering a smaller one. It was sheer annihilation. Previously, they might have hesitated out of concern for their reputation, but Sun Dong's fate had erased such considerations. Now, their singular focus was to eliminate this young man. Even Sun Jinshan, a terrifying martial king, revealed his prowess, his gaze locked onto Wei Yi, poised to attack at any moment. "Brat, die." A senior elder of the Sun family at the martial spirit level summoned his martial spirit, determined not to let Wei Yi escape. "You shall perish." The foremost martial spirit warrior unleashed their full power, enveloped in a torrent of true energy, and swung a massive red blade down upon Wei. The two other martial spirit warriors flanked him, cutting off any avenues of escape, while over a dozen great martial masters joined the fray. In such a dire situation, even an ordinary martial spirit would struggle to cope, leaving them with little choice but to submit. Die, you brat, Sun Jinshan growled through gritted teeth. However, at that moment, Wei Yi's figure distorted strangely, akin to a phenomenon of light refracting in the sun, and he vanished from sight. Multiple attacks missed their mark. It was as if they could not grasp Wei Yi's presence. How is this possible? They had never encountered such an extraordinary martial technique. Sun Jinshan could no longer contain himself and finally made his move. As a martial king, a top-tier powerhouse even in the vast Chu dynasty, he was now targeting a mere great martial master, an unprecedented action for him. Yet, he had only one thought in mind. Like the other Sun warriors, he was determined to eliminate this insolent brat. Sun Jinshan's strike was indeed earth-shattering, his terrifying aura capable of shaking Wei Yi to his core, even without summoning his martial spirit. The sheer might of a martial king was enough to loom heavily over Wei Yi. While he might have had some ability to resist against martial spirits, the chasm between him and a martial king was immense. Over 90% of martial practitioners would never reach such heights. Wei Yi, however, was not foolish enough to confront Sun Jinshan head-on, that he immediately activated his golden bloodline power, countering the oppressive aura while simultaneously executing the Eagle Shadow 18 techniques. If you wish to kill me, be prepared to pay the price. Avoiding Sun Jinshan and the martial spirit warriors, he targeted the great martial masters. Prepare to die. The full force of the death-defying 13 swords was unleashed. And these ordinary great martial masters could not withstand it. The sword light flashed, and with each strike, a Sun warrior fell, some even perishing in an instant. The death-defying 13 swords truly lived up to its deadly reputation. Yet, Sun Jinshan and the martial spirit warriors could do nothing against Wei Yi, not due to inability, but because they could not match his speed. Even Sun Jinshan, skilled in evasion, found himself outmatched by Wei Yi's finesse. With the other Sun warriors obstructing him, he was unable to unleash his full potential. Get out of my way. I will kill him, Sun Jinshan bellowed in frustration. He unleashed his full power, sending a terrifying wave of energy towards Wei Yi. Hearing Sun Jinshan's command, the Sun warriors complied. Though they felt a sense of frustration, the great martial masters were no match for Wei Yi, while the martial spirits struggled to keep pace with his speed. Rather than continue this futile pursuit, they decided to let Sun Jinshan confront Wei Yi alone. They quickly distanced themselves, recognizing that while they were not weak, they could not overpower Wei Yi. Observing this shift, Wei Yi wasted no time in fleeing. Displaying no inclination for a desperate last stand as he ran, he taunted, "A group of trash. You are nothing but this. Even with numbers, you cannot prevail, since you are allowing me to escape. I shall take my leave. Until we meet again." Wei Yi laughed heartily, then transformed into a fleeting shadow, resembling an eagle soaring through the sky, swiftly retreating down the mountain. Sun Jinshan seethed with rage. Grinding his teeth in frustration, their attempt to corner Wei Yi had resulted in several casualties, and now they had given him an opportunity to escape, a humiliation beyond measure. "Brat, where do you think you're going?" If Wei Yi managed to flee, Sun Jinshan felt he might as well end his own life. With a roar, he charged after him, the other Sun warriors trailing closely behind. "You cannot escape, you little wretch. How could a mere great martial master hope to elude me? I advise you to surrender. It will spare you some suffering. Otherwise, once I capture you, you will regret ever being born." Sun Jinshan's shouts echoed behind him, attempting to undermine Wei Yi's resolve. "You old bastard, do you think you can catch me? Not in this lifetime that a dignified martial king unable to handle a great martial master like me. If I were you, I would find a block of tofu and end it all. That I do not regret my existence. Instead, I regret not having shot you against the wall when I had the chance." Wei Yi was far from the type to remain silent in the face of insults. On the contrary, he retaliated with fervor. When had Sun Jinshan ever faced such a spectacle? Upon hearing Wei Yi's scornful insults, his face instantly flushed a deep purple, veins bulging on his forehead, and his eyes seemed ready to emit flames. Without further ado, he unleashed his fury and pursued Wei Yi with relentless fervor. Despite being a master at the martial king level, his agility was inferior to Wei Yi's, yet his cultivation realm surpassed Wei Yi's by a significant margin. As he exerted himself fully, the distance between them quickly diminished that moment. Wei Yi's complexion shifted slightly, and he hastily stuffed a handful of restorative pills into his mouth, summoning every ounce of strength. He sprinted forward with all his might. Consequently, the gap between them widened once more. However, over time, it became evident that Wei Yi, being merely at the great martial master stage, could not match Sun Jinshan, who was at the martial king stage. This realization bolstered Sun Jinshan's confidence in capturing Wei Yi. But just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Suddenly, the light before him dimmed as dozens of figures blocked the path ahead. Each individual exuded a menacing aura, unmistakably indicating they were not to be trifled with. Leading the group was a man and a woman, unmistakably the notorious leader of the Blackwater gang, He Kuan, and his wife, Xin Yangzi. Upon spotting Wei Yi charging toward them, He Kuan instantly recognized him. After all, few had caused the Blackwater gang as much trouble as Wei Yi had, and he had long since made their blacklist. "Kid, you've come knocking at my door. Don't blame me for what happens next." He Kuan's eyes glinted with a ruthless intent as he lunged forward without a second thought, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at Wei Yi's heart, clearly intent on ending his life immediately. Seeing this, Wei Yi's heart raced, and his expression darkened. He Kuan's assault was both sudden and swift, leaving him no time to evade. Gritting his teeth, he countered with a punch of his own. "Get lost." With a surge of bloodline power, he unleashed the ultimate technique of the seven-killing fist, the energy coalescing instantaneously. Their fists collided with a resounding thud. He Kuan staggered back a half-step, while Wei Yi was forced to retreat 7 or 8 steps, his face paling as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Interesting, He Kuan mused, a hint of surprise flickering across his face. Although he hadn't used his full strength, he had exerted about 70 to 80% of his power, expecting that dealing with a mere great martial master would be effortless. Yet, he hadn't anticipated that his punch would fail to subdue Wei Yi. And instead, he found himself pushed back to the leader of the Blackwater gang. He Kuan was a formidable figure, far surpassing the martial artists of the Sun family at the same realm. Even the likes of Long Jiyuan from the Overlord sect could not compare to him. Just as he was contemplating this, he raised his right hand, summoning a cold, ominous light. A dark red flame spiraled upward, transforming into a fire serpent that lunged toward Wei Yi. Exotic fire. Wei Yi's pupils constricted. Without hesitation, he activated the crimson crystal true flame within him. Instantly, a fiery serpent of crimson hue, akin to glass, erupted from his body, engaging in a fierce clash with the dark red flame serpent. The former ranked 108th on the exotic fire list, while the latter held the 93rd position. Logically, the water evil flame should have been significantly stronger than the crimson crystal true flame. However, He Kuan underestimated Wei Yi, who fought with all his might, leading to a stalemate where neither could gain the upper hand. As the two exotic fires returned to their respective owners, He Kuan's eyes gleamed with unmistakable greed as he fixated on Wei Yi, involuntarily licking his dry lips. "You are He Kuan of the Blackwater gang?" Wei Yi narrowed his eyes, a chill in his tone. "Where do you think you're running, little brat?" At that moment, Sun Jinshan and the Sun family martial artists caught up, blocking Wei Yi's escape. He found himself caught between a wolf and a tiger, with no means of retreat. Chapter 115. Help arrives. He Kuan, Xin Yangzi. Upon seeing the members of the Blackwater gang, Sun Jinshan and his companions were momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting to encounter this notorious couple here. Moreover, they had brought along numerous formidable fighters from the Blackwater gang to intercept Wei Yi. Was this a favor to them? Master Sun, He Kuan greeted with a shadowy gaze and a sardonic smile. Previously, Sun Wenyuan and Sun Wenyuan had sought the Blackwater gang's assistance to deal with Wei Yi. The Sun family and the Blackwater gang had long been engaged in clandestine dealings. And thus, He Kuan and Sun Jinshan were familiar with each other. "I want this kid's life." Before He Kuan could speak, Sun Jinshan pointed at Wei Yi, coldly asserting his intent, clearly wary of any potential complications arising from the Blackwater gang. Upon hearing this, He Kuan was momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances with Xin Yangzi before they both burst into laughter. "Not a problem. I only want the exotic fire in his possession," He Kuan readily replied. They had come to eliminate Wei Yi anyway. The identity of the assailant mattered little to them. Moreover, the crimson crystal true flame that Wei Yi wielded was an unexpected boon for He Kuan. Having already refined the water evil flame ranked 93rd, if he were to also acquire the crimson crystal true flame ranked 108th, his overall strength would surely ascend to a new level, akin to a major breakthrough in cultivation. With this thought, He Kuan couldn't help but smile, even gazing at Wei Yi with a hint of favored. "No problem," Sun Jinshan agreed without a second thought. He had no particular interest in the crimson crystal true flame. He was neither an alchemist nor practiced fire-based techniques. Furthermore, as a martial king, the flame held little significance for him. His only focus was on avenging his two deceased sons by killing Wei Yi, while everything else could be disregarded for the time being. The two parties quickly reached a consensus, and the piercing gazes of dozens of individuals converged on Wei, especially the intense stares from Sun Jinshan. He Kuan and Xinyangzi bore down upon him with an almost tangible pressure. Kid, will you take the initiative to die, or shall we be the ones to strike? Do not entertain any other thoughts. Even if you sprout wings today, you will not escape. Resign yourself to your fate. He Kuan and Xinyangzi continued their mocking laughter, while Sun Jinshan led the Sun family martial artists to advance menacingly. Faced with the overwhelming murderous intent from so many, the terrifying pressure closing in from all sides made it impossible for Wei Yi to evade. He felt increasingly uneasy, his nerves taut as he slowly retreated, scanning his surroundings for an opportunity to escape. Yet, as He Kuan had pointed out, with such a formidable encirclement, his chances of escape seemed non-existent if he could master the eagle-shaped Phantom 18 techniques to perfection. Perhaps there would be a glimmer of hope, but clearly, he was nowhere near that level at present. Looks like your situation is rather dire. A light, teasing voice suddenly chimed in an instant. A figure descended from the sky, swiftly alighting atop a large rock not far away. With arms crossed over his chest, he regarded Wei Yi with a relaxed smile. This person was none other than Lu Jinshuan from the outer sect of the Overlord sect. You finally made it. Wei Yi looked up, a smile of relief breaking across his face. In fact, I've been here for a while. I saw you were holding your own, so I didn't rush to assist. So, what do you say? I promised to lend a hand once. Do you want to use that opportunity now? Lu Jinshuan inquired with a nonchalant smile. Who are you? Wei Yi's expression turned grim. Whoever you are, I advise you not to seek your own demise. Otherwise, not only will this kid die, but you'll also accompany him to the underworld. Sun Jinshan threatened without reservation. Seeing an unexpected disruptor appear just as he was about to succeed infuriated him. Moreover, he sensed that this newcomer was merely at the martial spirit stage and dismissed him entirely. Such confidence. Lu Jinshuan smirked. If I'm not mistaken, you must have forcibly broken through to the martial king stage using other means. With your level of trash, you'll likely never surpass this level. Who are you to threaten me? Sun Jinshan's anger flared at Lu Jinshuan's words. Wei Yi quickly seized the opportunity to interject. He's right. If you're looking for someone to blame, direct your ire at him. Sun Jinshan turned his glare back at Wei Yi, who was now retreating, creating distance between them, with the arrival of Lu Jinshuan to assist. The pressure he bore was instantly alleviated by more than half, allowing him to breathe much easier now. Sun Jinshan, gritting his teeth, cast a cold glare that flitted between Wei Yi and Lu Jinshuan, evidently contemplating which one to eliminate first. Master Sun, you handle one, and I shall deal with the other. He Kuan interjected. With so many of us, why hesitate? Let us simply eliminate them all. The snake lady let out a chilling laugh, her seductive eyes glinting with cruel intent. Upon hearing their words, Sun Jinshan suddenly came to a realization that in terms of cultivation, they held a distinct advantage. In numbers, they were overwhelmingly superior. What was there to deliberate? They could simply slay both together. Die. Sun Jinshan roared, launching a powerful punch towards Wei Yi. Although infuriated by Lu Jinshuan's brazen mockery, his desire to kill Wei Yi was far greater, for the hatred of a slain son was a wound that ran deep. Naturally, Wei Yi would not be foolish enough to confront a martial king-level expert head-on. Such an act would not be bravery, but sheer madness. Instantly employing his agility, Wei Yi darted towards Lu Jinshuan. Lu Jinshuan smiled indifferently, not moving away, but rather displaying an expression of haughty confidence. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed as the large stone beneath him shattered, and Lu Jinshuan propelled himself forward like a cannonball. Reaching Sun Jinshan in the blink of an eye, the two fists collided with an explosive sound, a terrifying surge of energy erupting. Lu Jinshuan stood firm, while Sun Jinshan was forced to retreat 3 steps. His expression shifting. A martial king. Lu Jinshuan chuckled coldly, twisting his neck, disdain evident in his voice. Just trash. Chapter 116. Lu Jinshuan's might. Just trash. Upon hearing Lu Jinshuan's words, everyone present was left dumbfounded, not only by his displayed prowess, but also by his audacious demeanor. Even Wei Yi couldn't help but gape, realizing that in terms of arrogance, Lu Jinshuan was on an entirely different level. At least his capacity for mockery far surpassed Wei Yi's. That demeanor, coupled with his words, was capable of inciting enmity to an extraordinary degree. Sun Jinshan's eyes turned crimson, his brows furrowing in rage, and at that moment, even Wei Yi was momentarily forgotten. Without further ado, he activated his martial spirit and launched a frenzied assault on Lu Jinshuan. You arrogant fool! Today, you will pay the price, Sun Jinshan bellowed. The black tiger martial spirit manifested as a totem behind him, unleashing a torrent of terrifying martial spirit energy that surged around him. In an instant, he hurled another powerful punch at Lu Junsun.at. This moment, Lu Junxian also summoned his martial spirit. As a martial artist at the martial spirit realm. Although Lu Junxian's martial spirit strength was indeed inferior to Sun Junshan's, his punch caused his entire body to swell as if undergoing a transformation, revealing an unprecedented aura of ferocity. The one seeking death is you. Lu Junxian grinned, a menacing smile gracing his face, his entire being exuding a formidable killing intent. Die. Boom, boom, boom. The two exchanged blows in a flash, yet the situation was not as Sun Junshan had anticipated. He was not dominating the fight. On the contrary. Despite Sun Junshan unleashing all his strength, Lu Junxian remained unfazed. Their combat was evenly matched, and subtly, Lu Junxian seemed to hold the upper hand. The reality was that the disparity between them was not as vast as onlookers assumed. Although Sun Junshan was a martial king, he had only recently broken through to that realm and did so through unconventional means, placing his combat abilities at the lower tier of martial kings. Lu Junxian, however, stood at the pinnacle of the martial spirit realm, his foundation solid and his cultivation stable. Backed by the tyrant sect and a mysterious organization, the techniques and martial skills he wielded were of the highest caliber. While he might struggle against top-tier martial kings, dealing with someone like Sun Junshan posed no challenge at all. Of course, the gap in realm was not to be dismissed. Lu Junxian's ability to challenge beyond his level stemmed fundamentally from his own formidable strength. As Wei Yi had initially surmised, among martial artists in the martial spirit realm, Lu Junxian was undoubtedly one of the most exceptional. This guy possesses incredible physical strength. He must be a body cultivator. What is his background? The martial arts he employs seem to be of a rare grade, yet I've never seen anyone utilize them. Could he be a martial artist from the Great Chu Kingdom? He Kuan's expression shifted noticeably. Within the tyrant sect, there were countless powerful individuals, and Lu Junxian was merely the head of an outer branch, having deliberately concealed his prowess, thus he remained largely unrecognized. He Kuan had initially believed that Sun Junshan's strength was sufficient to suppress Lu Junxian, but it was now evident that this was far from the case. Faced with such an unexpected turn of events, He Kuan's expression darkened. What if we disregard Sun Junshan's fate and focus on eliminating Wei Yi? He Kuan pondered, his eyes flickering with thought. Discarding an ally posed no moral burden for him, especially since he had never truly regarded Sun Junshan as a partner. Yet, this notion was quickly abandoned. No. Even if we kill Wei Yi, if that fellow escapes, it could lead to unforeseen complications. He Kuan's intent in ambushing Wei Yi at this precipice was to discreetly resolve the matter. However, should Lu Junxian escape, the situation could escalate, exposing the Blackwater bandits. The tyrant sect and the Wei family would undoubtedly be alerted, jeopardizing their grand plans in Black Dragon City. This was the scenario He Kuan most dreaded. Damn it. What bad luck. Let us kill them all. He Kuan made his decision swiftly. He shouted, Master Sun, my wife and I will assist you. He then commanded the others, all of you, go and deal with that brat. Whoever can take his life will be rewarded with 200,000 silver and an advanced martial technique. As soon as the words left his mouth, He Kuan and the snake lady charged towards Lu Junxian, while the others surged towards Wei Yi like a swarm. In contrast to Sun Junshan's mere dozen or so men, the Blackwater bandits boasted a greater number of martial artists, with 7 or 8 at the martial spirit level, along with 20 to 30 grand martial masters. Each of these individuals was a ruthless killer with blood on their hands. Spurred by He Kuan's generous rewards, they became frenzied, rushing towards Wei Yi with wild shouts. Within moments, Wei Yi was being pursued by a throng of over a dozen martial spirit level experts and several grand martial masters. Even with his strength, he found it impossible to resist, resorting instead to employing the Eagle Shadow 18 techniques to evade. As for Lu Junxian, while he faced no significant pressure from Sun Junshan, the entrance of He Kuan and the Snake Lady into the fray made things considerably more challenging. Both He Kuan and the Snake Lady were undoubtedly top-tier martial spirit level experts. While they may not match Lu Junxian, they were not far behind. Especially He Kuan, whose formidable combat prowess was augmented by his mastery of the sinister Water Fiery Flame, relentlessly attacking Lu Junxian from the sidelines, leaving him in a state of disarray. Time and again, Lu Junxian was forced to retreat, his outer robes torn in several places. Infuriated, he turned to Wei Yi, scolding, "You little brat, stop pretending. I've already sent word to you. I refuse to believe you have no plans in place. If you have any trump cards, now is the time to reveal them, or I will not be responsible if I leave." Hearing this, Wei Yi glanced at him, unable to suppress a smirk at Lu Junxian's frantic demeanor, surveying the surroundings and noting that the time was ripe. He thought, they truly have no patience. All right. They should have had their fun. It's time for us to show our might. In a flash, Wei Yi appeared on a nearby elevation, retrieving a signal rocket and shooting it into the sky. Boom! The rocket exploded in midair, and instantly, a host of shadowy figures emerged in the distance, all racing towards this location. Chapter 117. A combined assault. This sudden appearance was not just a few individuals or even a dozen, but a full 100. Each person radiated a fierce aura, unmistakably indicating that they were at least Grand Martial Master level. Moreover, there were no less than 20 martial artists at the martial spirit level, all igniting their martial spirits, transforming into terrifying shadows that sped towards this direction. Leading the charge were two formidable figures, one tall and sturdy with a resolute expression, the other robust and rugged, exuding an unrestrained demeanor. Their auras were overwhelmingly powerful, rivaling that of Sun Wenyuan, clearly indicating that they were first-rate experts at the martial king level. The one on the left was none other than Wei Yi's biological father, Wei Tianyang, the head of the Wei family. The other was closely related to Wei Yi by blood. He was Wei Yi's maternal uncle and the strongest member of the Shin family, Shin Shantao. Sun Wenyuan, you old tortoise, unable to compete with me, you resort to ambushing my son. Today, I shall utterly obliterate you. Wei Tianyang's fury was palpable, his voice echoing from afar even before he arrived. Haha, don't worry, Xiao Yi, your uncle is here to assist you. I will deal with these scoundrels today. Shin Shantao's voice was equally thunderous, his aura radiating a fierce, menacing energy. The onlookers, whether they were from the Wei family or the elite of the Shin clan, exhibited no hesitation in unleashing their full power, converging towards the scene. This was the might of the Wei family, one of the 10 great families of Dechu. Hundreds of powerful figures surged forth, their collective presence akin to an unstoppable tidal wave. Not only was Lu Jinsun taken aback, but Sun Jinshan, He Kuan, and Xin Yangzi were left utterly astounded. Did you leak the information? He Kuan snarled, turning to glare at Sun Jinshan, disregarding any semblance of politeness. Sun Jinshan was momentarily uncertain whether the leak originated from his side or the Blackwater bandits. However, seeing the current situation, it was evident that someone had betrayed them, either from his camp or from the enemy. Wei Tianyang, Shin Shanta, how could they both be here? Sun Jinshan gritted his teeth. He was no match for either of them alone, let alone facing them together. Even if he were split in two, he could not withstand their assault. He turned to He Kuan and commanded, "You hold them off." Without hesitation, he waved his hand, signaling the Sun clan to retreat, while he charged directly towards Wei Yi. "You old fool." He Kuan roared in response. "Old tortoise," Wei Tianyang bellowed from a distance. "Old wretch," Wei Yi cursed in frustration. Yet, without a moment's thought, he turned and fled. "Scum, get lost." At that moment, Lu Jinsun stepped forward unprompted, recently battered by the combined might of Sun Jinshan and his cohorts. He saw this as an opportunity for revenge. With a furious roar, he merged his martial soul into his body, causing his physique to swell and grow taller. A single punch erupted forth, a visible gray energy swirling around it. The impact resonated like thunder as Sun Jinshan was sent reeling back, gasping for breath, a trickle of crimson blood escaping his lips, his eyes wide with disbelief. How is this possible? Lu Jinsun smirked coldly, revealing his true strength. He had previously held back due to the circumstances. This was not merely the realm of martial spirits. His power was on par with a martial king. Sun Jinshan sadly realized that apart from Wei Yi, he could not match any of the 3 adversaries before him. Moreover, Wei Yi was as elusive as an eel, slipping away from his grasp. This dire predicament filled him with frustration. Retreat, as the situation deteriorated. He Kuan and Xin Yangzi seethed with anger. They failed to kill Wei Yi and instead found themselves ensnared. The two promptly began their retreat. Sun Jinshan hesitated briefly but ultimately abandoned his pursuit of Wei Yi. With Lu Jinsun blocking his path, he had no chance of reaching him. However, at that moment, the Wei family surged forward, not from one side but converging in a fan-shaped formation. Having set this trap, they would not allow the enemy to escape easily. "Not a single one gets away," Wei Tianyang shouted. "Leave that old fool to me." Lu Jinsun interjected, stepping forward to intercept Sun Jinshan. Wei Tianyang paused briefly, but without delay, redirected his assault toward He Kuan. His stout staff descended with tremendous force, overwhelming He Kuan, whose face darkened as he realized escape was impossible. He had no choice but to brace himself. "Haha, let me deal with this vile woman." Though reluctant to harm women, he would not show mercy to this venomous one. Shin Shantao's attack was even more terrifying that he stomped down, unleashing a torrent of true energy, coalescing into a colossal, fearsome orb of light that descended with crushing weight. "You scoundrel!" Xin Yangzi's eyes turned icy with fury. Known for her agility, she had mastered the black water technique, which even Wei Yi had learned from her. Yet, against the brutish Shin Shantao, her skills found no application. Unlike Sun Jinshan or Lu Jinsun, She lacked the confidence to confront him directly and found herself at a severe disadvantage. The forces of the Sun family and the Blackwater bandits were largely intercepted. Although they numbered 30 to 40, they struggled against the nearly double the number of elite Wei family members. Losing their previous bravado, especially as Wei Yi joined the fray without reservation, his 8th-tier martial artist prowess erupted, empowered by his golden bloodline and the energy of the Crimson Flame. He held nothing back. With the heroic sword in hand, he was virtually unstoppable. The martial artists of lower tiers could barely withstand his onslaught. Even a martial spirit realm warrior fell to his blade in a panic. System notifications rang out continuously, signaling the influx of experience points. Moments later, Wei Yi, unsatisfied, turned his gaze toward He Kuan, who was being thoroughly dominated by his father, the leader of the Blackwater bandits. A chilling intent filled Wei Yi's eyes. Chapter 118. Deep affection between couples? If confronted with a choice between Sun Wenyuan and He Kuan, Wei Yi would unhesitatingly choose to eliminate He Kuan. In his eyes, He Kuan posed a far greater threat. Though Sun Wenyuan was a martial king, his combat prowess was not particularly formidable, and with age, it was unlikely he would advance further. In contrast, He Kuan was relatively young and still had the potential to break through to the martial king level. Should he succeed, his strength would skyrocket. His ruthless nature and command over thousands of Blackwater bandits made him a significant threat. Thus, Wei Yi's first target was set on He Kuan. Despite their first encounter, their enmity ran deep and was irreconcilable. The first time, Wei Yi had killed a Blackwater bandit leader and several lackeys to rescue Zhu Ling'er and Yang Qingqing. The second time, upon returning to his clan, he was ambushed by dozens of Blackwater bandits and eliminated them entirely. The third time, Yuan Bei borrowed hundreds of cavalry from the Blackwater bandits, intending to ambush him for the Crimson Flame, but he led over 100 guards to a decisive victory. Having faced multiple attempts on his life by the Blackwater bandits, Wei Yi could hardly forget. Conversely, He Kuan harbored a fierce hatred for Wei Yi, having lost many subordinates to him, which compelled him to take personal action this time. Since you've chosen to reveal yourself, don't blame me for being merciless. A fierce killing intent flickered in Wei Yi's eyes as he subtly shifted his course toward He Kuan. During this approach, he refrained from engaging others, striving to conceal his aura to prevent He Kuan from detecting his intent. Wei Tianyang sensed his son's movements, their connection allowing them to communicate without words. He quickly grasped Wei Yi's plan. Maintaining a calm facade, he intensified his assault on He Kuan, forcing him to retreat step by step toward Wei Yi. Although He Kuan was formidable, he could only adopt a defensive stance against the martial king Wei Tianyang. As He Kuan drew closer, Wei Yi tightened his grip around the hilt of the heroic sword, adjusting the blade slightly, its gleaming edge reflecting blinding light. Suddenly, Wei Tianyang unleashed two powerful strikes with his staff, forcing He Kuan to stumble back 3 steps. In that moment, Wei Yi's eyes narrowed, a terrifying killing intent surging within him. Now, die. In that instant, Wei Yi's power erupted, the purple mist of true energy flooding into his sword. Visible waves of violent sword energy surged from the blade. Wei Yi leaped into the air, delivering a lightning-fast strike at He Kuan. There were no unnecessary moves. The speed of the sword was blinding, leaving He Kuan no time to react. Just then, a startled cry rang out from nearby as Xinyangzi noticed Wei Yi's intent. Her expression shifted dramatically as she dashed toward him with astonishing speed. Puff! Wei Yi's sword fell, blood spraying forth. But the strike did not land on He Kuan. Instead, it struck the lunging Xinyangzi, who collapsed into a pool of blood. Half of his body was completely drenched in scarlet blood. Madam, He Kuan's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with rage. Yet Wei Yi remained cold and unyielding, devoid of any compassion or sympathy. He immediately abandoned the snake lady, gripping his sword tightly as he rushed towards He Kuan once more. In the realm of martial artists, there is no room for compassion, only the stark distinction between victory and defeat, life and death. His father, Wei Tianyang, similarly advanced, wielding a sturdy staff with intent to swiftly end He Kuan's life. Even Shun Shantao hurried towards them at that moment. The three shared a singular thought: to eliminate He Kuan as swiftly as possible, fully aware of the threat he posed. Suddenly, a shadow darted past. Then He Kuan vanished from sight. Wei Yi and the others were momentarily dumbfounded, their expressions frozen in shock. It was unfathomable that someone could move with such speed, snatching him away right before their eyes. The trio quickly looked up. A middle-aged man clad in a delicate, flowing robe stood a distance away, his demeanor ethereal. He released his grip on He Kuan's collar, discarding him onto the ground. At this moment, He Kuan finally regained his senses. He looked up at the man, trembling slightly, and uttered, Lu. Is this what you meant by not disappointing me? Before He Kuan could finish his sentence, the man coldly interrupted him. He Kuan's face contorted with bitterness. Do you not care for your wife? Wei Yi suddenly shouted. He Kuan immediately turned his gaze, his eyes burning with fury as they locked onto Wei Yi. Had looks been lethal, Wei Yi would have perished countless times over from that glare. He Kuan had never anticipated that he would find himself in this predicament, facing off against this young man. Release her, and we shall bury our grievances, each going our separate ways. He Kuan spat through gritted teeth. Are you still asleep? Or have you lost your mind? Wei Yi sneered at him, his eyes brimming with disdain. Let us not forget that your black water bandits have attacked me multiple times. Our enmity is already substantial, and as for today, you brought people to ambush me. I have yet to settle the score with you, Daha. You think you can simply dismiss our grievances? Who do you think you are? Wei Yi scoffed. Hearing this, Wei Tianong and Shin Shanao couldn't help but chuckle. They exchanged knowing glances, choosing to let Wei Yi take the lead in this confrontation. So tell me, what shall we do? He Kuan took a deep breath, suppressing his rage as he coldly questioned. She was injured for your sake. If you are still a man, step forward to take her place. That I seek only you. If you agree to take her place, I shall allow her to leave unharmed. As he spoke, Wei Yi raised his sword, positioning it against the snake lady's neck. If you are not a man and wish to watch the woman who almost sacrificed herself for you perish before your eyes, then consider this conversation null and void. You may leave at any time. So, what will it be? Will you be a man or a heartless scoundrel? Wei Yi narrowed his eyes, silently observing He Kuan, awaiting his choice. Chapter 119. A desperate escape. Wei Yi's scheme was undeniably ruthless. For a person like He Kuan, there were few individuals he genuinely cared for, and his wife, the snake lady, was undoubtedly among them, especially since she had just shielded him from Wei Yi's ambush, effectively saving his life. How could he now abandon her? If he chose not to save her, not only would he face scorn from others, but he would also struggle to reconcile with himself. Yet, if he acquiesced to Wei Yi's demands, it would likely cost him his life, for Wei Yi would show no mercy. This was indeed a dilemma. He Kuan gritted his teeth. Wavering as he struggled to make a decision, he raised his head to look at Wei Yi, opening his mouth to say something that might alter the situation. However, Wei Yi preemptively cut him off. Do not bargain with me, nor attempt to threaten me. I shall not entertain any of your conditions. Your words are meaningless. As for threats, they hold no weight with me. If I were fearful, I would not be standing here today. So spare me your attempts. Wei Yi observed He Kuan with keen interest, his eyes shimmering as he stated, What I wish to know is what choice you will ultimately make. I am quite curious. Wei Tianyang chimed in with a grin, embellishing the moment. Just moments ago, your wife risked everything to save you. Will you stand by idly and watch? Are you truly a man? Haha, perhaps not. There are many heartless men these days. Not everyone embodies the spirit of a true gentleman like us. Shin Shantao, seemingly reveling in the chaos, continued to provoke He Kuan. The taunts echoed around him. He Kuan's expression shifted dramatically, darkening to an extreme. He subtly glanced at the side, where Old Man Lu stood. Old Man Lu understood He Kuan's unspoken plea to rescue the snake lady. However, he had no intention of intervening. The only reason he had managed to save He Kuan earlier was due to the element of surprise. Now that Wei Tianyang and Shin Shantao were on guard, they likely had traps laid out, waiting for him. With two formidable warriors joining forces, he was not prepared to confront them directly, nor was he willing to gamble with his life. There truly no other way. Everything is negotiable. I beg of you, Old Man Lu, He Kuan whispered. Begging me will not yield results. If you have the courage, you may try it yourself. Old Man Lu coldly and decisively rejected him. This was not his fight. He had only aided He Kuan to prevent his demise from complicating matters for the Black Dragon City. The fate of the snake lady was of no concern to him. Upon hearing this, He Kuan's gaze dimmed slightly. Very well, I have made my decision. He Kuan raised his head and cast a deep glance at the snake lady, his words trailing off. Then, without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled. His speed was extraordinary, propelling him several yards away in the blink of an eye. In another instant, he had leaped to the cliff's edge, swiftly disappearing into the vast, jagged stone forest. The others could not pursue him in time. In a whirlwind of confusion, everyone stood dumbfounded. In truth, it was not just Wei Yi and the others. Even Old Man Lu was momentarily stunned. No one had expected that the hesitant He Kuan would act with such decisiveness, abandoning both the snake lady and his subordinates to flee for his life. Truly, he was cold-blooded and heartless. Such a man was indeed capable of great deeds. Watching He Kuan flee at breakneck speed, Old Man Lu chuckled softly, though a flicker of disdain crossed his features. Even though he was a eunuch, he could not respect a man who would so easily forsake his own wife. Not that he had held Heikuin in high regard previously. With the principal now gone, it was time for him to depart. I hope we have the chance to meet again. Casting a meaningful glance at Wei Yi. Old man Lu swiftly executed his technique, transforming into a mere blur. His speed far surpassed that of Heikuin, and in just a few swift leaps, he vanished from sight, leaving the Wei warriors unable to intercept him. Wei Tianyang and Shun Shantao sighed, choosing not to pursue. Heikuin's sudden flight had caught them off guard, while Old Man Lu's astonishing speed had effectively quashed any thoughts of chasing him down. How could they pursue someone they could not catch? Wei Yi and the others exchanged glances, astonished at the turn of events. They had not anticipated Heikuin's ruthless and decisive nature to this extent. Sacrificing so many without a second thought, Wei Yi shook his head with a bitter smile, then lowered his gaze to the snake lady, who appeared utterly despondent. Her face ashen. It was clear she had not expected that her selfless act of heroism would yield such a disheartening outcome. It should have been foreseen. That man was inherently selfish. Convincing him to willingly walk into his own demise was nearly impossible, but it seemed that eliminating him would require a different approach. Wei Tianyang shrugged. Not feeling particularly regretful, he then turned to the snake lady, coldly stating, "What shall we do with this woman?" "Humph, do not be fooled by her current plight. She is no innocent. The number of lives she has taken exceeds 800. If not 1,000, that a poisonous vixen like her is not worth mourning." Shin Shantao scoffed, seemingly concerned that Wei Yi might show unwarranted mercy. He quickly elaborated, "Wei Yi understands the nature of the snake lady all too well." Just as Wei Yi was about to speak, a sudden explosion reverberated through the air. Following that, they heard Lu Jinshuan cursing vehemently as he rapidly retreated. Upon closer inspection, they saw Sun Jinshan pull out a vial of blood fury pills. Then, in a frenzied manner, consume the entire bottle in one go. Normally, a sensible person would only take a single blood fury pill. Such a scene, where one consumes an entire bottle of blood fury pill, is indeed a rarity. As Lu Jinshuan felt his aura surge uncontrollably, blood gushed from all 7 orifices, transforming him into a veritable specter of blood. Seemingly spurred by the fleeing Black Kuan, he discarded the Sun family warriors without a second thought and fled into the distance. Witnessing this spectacle, Wei Yi and his companions could not help but unleash a torrent of curses. Chapter 120. 9th rank Grand Martial Artist Black Kuan abandoned the Snake Lady and his subordinates to flee alone. Sun Jinshan also deserted his kin in haste. For Wei Yi, this was utterly infuriating. Although he had never anticipated capturing every single one of them, he was dismayed that the 2 boss-level figures he most desired to eliminate had both escaped. What a waste! Was it all in vain? Not entirely. While Black Kuan may have fled, the Snake Lady and over 30 elite members of the Black Water Pirates remained, virtually all of whom had been left behind. These warriors were not mere foot soldiers. They constituted the backbone of the Black Water Pirates. The Snake Lady, in particular, was a core figure second only to Black Kuan. Together, they could contend with martial kings. But without her, Black Kuan could only muster the strength of a peak martial spirit. As for Sun Jinshan, his losses were equally catastrophic. Not only had he lost 4 elders at the martial spirit level and a dozen grand martial artists, but he himself had narrowly escaped thanks to the reckless consumption of a blood fury pill. The consequences of this action were equally dire. According to Wei Tianyang and Shin Shantao, even if Sun Jinshan managed to evade this disaster, his cultivation would suffer a significant decline, and a drop in rank was highly probable. For the foreseeable future, he would be unable to engage in combat at Wei Yi's behest. Many of the remaining foes were captured alive for him to deal with personally. He claimed it was to exact revenge and relieve his pent-up resentment. In truth, it was a transparent ploy to harvest experience points, including the Snake Lady. The elimination of nearly several dozen elite warriors yielded an immense amount of experience, propelling Wei Yi from the 8th rank to the 9th rank of Grand Martial Artist. Even the experience bar for the ultimate 10th rank surged by nearly half, with just an additional 50 or 60,000 experience points. He would be poised to ascend to the 10th rank. Such opportunities for experience accumulation were rare indeed, and it seemed that provoking enemies had its advantages, such as delivering experience right to his doorstep. This bounty greatly uplifted Wei Yi's spirits. Concurrently, a new task appeared on his system panel. Ding! Player Wei Yi has irrevocably become arch-enemies with the Black Water Pirates, and any chance of reconciliation has been extinguished. Task: eliminate the Black Water Pirates. Triggered. Task requirements. The Black Water Pirates are a scourge, committing heinous acts. Player Wei Yi is urged to eradicate them promptly, resolving the matter of their leader, Black Kuan, and dismantling the entire organization. Task duration: 6 months. Task rewards: 100,000 cultivation experience, 50,000 skill experience, and 1 silver treasure chest. Wei Yi would not let this task slip by. He had never intended to spare the Blackwater pirates. And the system's issuance of such a task was as if it were a bonus reward. 6 months should suffice. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes. This time frame was ample for him to enhance his strength further. Once he pinpointed Black Kuin's location, he would surely have the opportunity to deal with him. Once Black Kuin was eliminated, the Blackwater pirates would pose no further threat. However, he wondered why there was no task to eliminate the Sun family. Was it due to insufficient animosity, or perhaps the Sun family's notoriety was lacking? With the dust settled, the schemes of Sun Jinshan and Black Kuin had ultimately backfired, resulting in substantial losses for both the Sun family and the Blackwater pirates. After concluding the matter, Lu Jinshuan quickly took his leave. Wei Yi expressed his gratitude but did not insist on his company to Black Dragon City. Don't you need us to accompany you there? Shen Shantao inquired with a smile. That I've heard that the situation there is rather troublesome. Although our presence may not guarantee a solution, having us there would certainly ease your burden, at the very least deterring anyone from daring to confront you. Wei Yi pondered for a moment. The assistance of 2 martial kings was undoubtedly a significant temptation. Yet, after careful consideration, he chose to decline. You should return promptly. It has been several days since you left the family. Remaining away too long may lead to unforeseen circumstances. As for the task in Black Dragon City, he assured them he could manage it. You may assist me once, but you cannot do so every time. Since I have chosen to join the Overlord sect, I must ultimately rely on myself. Shen Shantao appeared surprised. Remarkable. Your resolve has notably strengthened. Time apart has indeed changed perspectives. Wei Yi replied with a grin. While Wei Tianyang nodded in approval from the side, suddenly recalling something, he could not help but ask, by the way, what is your relationship with Lu Jinshuan? How did he learn of the events so swiftly? The Wei family and the Shin family received no intelligence on this matter, yet he seemed to arrive almost instantaneously. Wei Tianyang's confusion was evident. The Wei family held a deep-seated enmity with the Sun family and had spies embedded within. Yet they had received no information. When Wei Yi had sent word earlier, he had even thought it a jest. Moreover, that individual's prowess was quite remarkable. His martial techniques were far from ordinary. Was he truly merely the head of an auxiliary branch of the Overlord sect? Shin Shantao also found it hard to believe. While the Overlord sect boasted many formidable figures, it seemed improbable for a mere outer branch leader to possess such might. The martial spirit level could completely suppress Sun Jinshan, forcing him to resort to consuming an entire blood fury pill to escape, which far exceeded the capabilities of an average martial spirit warrior. His identity that I am not entirely certain. However, he bears me no ill will, as he owes me a favor from a previous incident, which he has now repaid. Wei Yi replied thoughtfully. Wei Tianyang and Shen Shantao exchanged glances, but refrained from further inquiries. Exercise caution while you are alone. I will keep a close watch on the Sun family. Unless that old coot Sun Jinshan decides not to return, he will not have the opportunity to seek you out again. Regarding the Blackwater pirates, I will arrange for someone to investigate their stronghold, and once located, we will act swiftly. Wei Tianyang spoke, concerned for his only son, though he could not be at his side constantly. He wished to eliminate threats before they could develop into crises. If time permits, do return home. Your mother misses you dearly. Looking at Wei Yi, he sighed, a complex expression in his eyes that at times, he wished for his son to grow quickly. Yet at other moments, he hoped he would remain forever young. Much like a hawk, once it matures, it must leave its parents and soar into the vast skies beyond. Chapter 121. Arrival at Black Dragon City. I will kill him. I will slay that wretched boy and tear him limb from limb. Get out. All of you, get out. If you don't leave now, I will chop each of you into minced meat to feed the dogs. A furious tirade erupted from a courtyard within the lair of the Blackwater pirates. The sound of shattering porcelain followed suit, echoing throughout the premises. The many servants inside turned pale, trembling and bowing their heads, not daring to approach the inner chambers for fear of provoking the wrath of the infuriated Black Kuin. Since his return, Black Kuin had been in this state for several days, having killed several servants for the most trivial of offenses. This bloody lesson had left everyone in a state of fearful silence, as for why only Black Kuin had returned, and the whereabouts of the Snake Lady and the other leaders. No one dared to voice such inquiries. Not even the remaining heads of the Blackwater pirates. Given the current situation, even a fool could guess what had transpired. Suddenly, a strange, dark wind swept through, and a figure appeared within the inner chambers. Observing the disheveled and inebriated Black Kuin, the visitor could not help but frown. What has become of you? Elder Lu expressed his dissatisfaction, speaking coldly. Had I known this would happen, I would have left you to perish at the hands of that boy. Black Kuin, upon hearing this, sluggishly lifted his head to look at Elder Lu, his eyes igniting with intense hatred. You damned eunuch, are one of the culprits. I will kill you. Without a moment's hesitation, Black Qian swung a powerful fist towards Elder Lu. The elder's expression darkened instantly. No eunuch relished being referred to as a damned eunuch. And Elder Lu was no exception. He loathed his identity deeply and never donned official robes nor referred to himself in the first person. Black Qian had undoubtedly struck a nerve. It appears you require a thorough awakening. In the prime of his strength, He Qian was never a match for the esteemed Master Lu, given his current state. How could he possibly prevail? With a swift movement, Master Lu evaded He Qian's punch, his right sleeve flicking to unleash a torrent of formidable energy that struck He Qian with a thunderous crash. He Qian's body was hurled against the wall, the violent force unabated, causing him to spew a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning ashen. However, after this brutal awakening, he regained clarity, choosing not to act recklessly, but rather fixating his gaze on Master Lu in silence. What is happening? What is going on, boss? A large group of subordinates burst in, creating a ruckus. Master Lu snorted dismissively and waved his sleeve again, summoning a whirlwind that swept those intruders away before they could fully enter. That boy is nearing Highlang City, he remarked coldly. That boy. Upon hearing this, He Qian finally reacted, a surge of murderous intent igniting in his dark eyes. He rose, declaring, I will go kill him. Not yet, Master Lu countered. Shaking his head. Why not? He Qian's expression darkened. We are merely partners. It is not your place to dictate my actions. It is precisely because we are partners that you cannot kill him now. Should you appear in Highlang City, it would undoubtedly stir significant unrest, complicating many matters. Master Lu stated calmly, I have come to deliver good news. The array masters have recently made breakthroughs, and the timeline may be advanced. Once our plan is fulfilled and I obtain what I desire, you may wreak havoc as you please, even razing Highlang City to the ground. None of it would concern me. He Qian fell into contemplative silence. Recognizing the lack of room for negotiation, he could not afford to offend Master Lu, nor the powerful third prince he represented, if not for the necessity of his assistance in the plan. He might have already met his demise. Fine, I will comply. But that boy is clearly not easily deceived. Otherwise, he would not have outsmarted us this time. What if he discovers our intentions beforehand? He Qian asked in a muted tone. If he insists on courting death, there will be those to handle him. Master Lu narrowed his eyes, a glint of coldness emanating from them. He will meet the same fate as those from the sub-branch of the Overlord sect. Prepare well, the time should not be far off. With that, he vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. Boss, are you all right? His subordinates rushed back in. He Qian felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. If I had to wait for you, I would have died several times over. He lifted his head and coldly uttered a single word. Scram. At that moment, Wei Yi traversed mountains and rivers. Arriving at the gates of Highlang City, though it lay in a lawless zone, the city maintained commendable order, managed by various factions. Ordinary individuals dared not act recklessly here. Gazing up at the bustling and majestic city, Wei could not suppress his astonishment. The grandeur, power, and prosperity of Highlang City exceeded his expectations. He finally understood why. Despite the considerable distance and being outside the traditional territory of the Overlord sect, they still stationed personnel here to establish a sub-branch. In Wei Yi's view, Highlang City rivaled the renowned metropolises in more affluent regions. So, this is Highlang City, the Great Chu dynasty, the Xiao sect, the Overlord sect, and many other factions have established their presence here. Who could be behind the frequent assassinations of the sub-branch leaders of the Overlord sect? Was it a single party, or several colluding factions? Wei narrowed his eyes. This prosperous and towering city was not merely a settlement to him. It was a treacherous trap rife with peril. To step inside would mean confronting countless dangers. Yet now that he had arrived, retreat was not an option. I shall uncover who manipulates behind the scenes. Wei Yi sneered, striding boldly into the city. Just then, a sudden clamor of hooves thundered forth. A squad of armored knights burst from the city, startling passers-by into cries of alarm, while the knights themselves laughed boisterously. Noticing Wei Yi standing in their path, the lead knight merely flicked his whip, charging his steed directly at Wei Yi, his youthful face alight with cruel excitement. At that moment, Wei Yi raised his head. Chapter 122. The arrogant prodigal under the young knight's command. His steed did not slow. Instead, it accelerated towards Wei Yi with a ferocious momentum. The speed was akin to a gale, threatening to inflict grievous harm, or even death. Upon impact, the young knight reveled in the impending chaos. You deserve this misfortune. Anyone daring to obstruct my path meets this fate. This young knight was none other than Hua Yuankong, the son of the Marquis of Luxiang, a notorious scion of Highlang City, though the Luxiang Marquis held a lowly title within the Great Chu dynasty. Hua Rong, The Marquis was no ordinary figure. He had the favor of the third prince, a known confidant, and managed all court affairs in Hailing City, wielding considerable influence. This status allowed Hua Yuankong to act with impunity. Yet today, he had crossed paths with Wei Yi. Wei Yi's demeanor varied with the attitude of those he encountered. If met with respect, he reciprocated, but if faced with arrogance, he would respond with even greater disdain. If he could stir up chaos within the ranks of the Overlord sect, he had no fear of a mere city like Hailing. Get lost. The single word he uttered was imbued with a formidable and overwhelming spiritual force. Akin to the roar of a lion in the Buddhist tradition, with his spiritual prowess nearing the peak of the martial realm, an immense wave of energy surged forth, conjuring a gray tempest around him. The ordinary steed under Hua Yuankong, overwhelmed by this powerful force, whinnied in terror, halting its charge as if faced with a fearsome beast rather than a mere man. Hua Yuankong, caught off guard, tumbled from his mount. Landing ungracefully, ugh, he groaned in pain. A mere spoiled rich kid with mediocre riding skills. His retainers, skilled knights, quickly managed their horses and rushed to his side. "Young master, are you all right?" They fretted, concerned for his well-being. "Get away from me," Hua Yuankong snapped, painfully rising to his feet, glaring at Wei Yi with venomous eyes. "Did you meddle just now? Are you addressing me?" Wei Yi replied coolly. "You dare to feign ignorance? Do you know who I am?" Hua Yuankong's irritation grew as he saw Wei Yi's calm expression, akin to swallowing a fly. Without hesitation, he commanded, "Beat him. Beat him to a pulp. Let him know whose territory this is." To Hua Yuankong, Wei Yi was merely a passerby, an itinerant warrior in Hailing City. A beating would suffice. Even death would be of little consequence. His retainers, emboldened by their young master's arrogance, did not hesitate to surround Wei Yi. It must be noted that Hua Rong valued his son, providing him with a cadre of over a dozen guards, including 4 martial masters, with the others being peak martialists, if they coordinated effectively. Even a typical martial spirit-level warrior would struggle against them. Wei Yi's pupils narrowed as he swiftly stepped back, creating distance, and queried nonchalantly, "Is Hailing City your domain?" "Ha! You still have the gall to ask?" "It is my father's word that prevails here. Now, do you understand fear?" Hua Yuankong boasted arrogantly. Arrogantly, he boasted, "If you kneel and apologize to me now, I might spare your life. Otherwise, you won't leave here today." "I am of the Overlord sect," Wei Yi suddenly interjected. "What of the Overlord sect?" "I am of the 9 Kings sect. Let me tell you, in this Black Dragon City, no one holds sway except my father." "The Overlord sect, is it? I relish in beating those from the Overlord sect. You lot, don't just stand there. Attack." With this urging from Hua Yuankong, the guards sprang into action. The 4 formidable martial masters were the quickest to react, channeling their inner energy and unleashing their martial skills as their blades swiftly descended upon Wei Yi. With a cold smirk, Wei Yi finally revealed his true prowess. Against these ordinary fighters, he did not even need to draw his heroic sword. In a flash, he evaded the lethal blades and landed a powerful punch on one of them. Dragon Elephant Fist, accompanied by a dull thud, the man was sent flying back, overwhelmed by the force of Wei Yi's strike. Following this, Wei Yi unleashed 2 swift kicks, creating a series of phantoms, causing 2 of their swords to fly from their grips. With 2 more punches, the remaining 2 martial masters met the same fate as the first. Stumbling back, blood spewing forth, without even grazing Wei Yi's attire, the last remaining fighter's expression shifted dramatically, yet rather than retreating, he bellowed, channeling his inner energy and striking fiercely with his blade, unleashing waves of astonishing blade energy towards Wei Yi. However, once Wei Yi's agility was in play, these blade energies could not confine him. With a flickering motion, he maneuvered around the man's side, striking down with his heart-crushing palm, eliciting a piercing scream. Within mere moments, all 4 martial masters were rendered incapable of fighting. The remaining onlookers' faces paled in shock. Even the dimmest of minds could discern Wei Yi's overwhelming strength. Hua Yuankong was filled with dread. "You truly possess audacity. I have not provoked you, yet you insist on challenging me," Wei Yi scoffed, advancing step by step towards Hua Yuankong. The latter's face drained of color as he stumbled backward, ultimately losing his footing and collapsing in terror. "Stop him," he shouted in panic. Chapter 123. Who needs to fear the Overlord sect? Everyone, attack together. This brat, no matter how strong, cannot withstand us all. Protect the young master. Although the guards were astonished by Wei Yi's capabilities, they were not yet willing to abandon Hua Yuankong. Or perhaps they lacked the courage to do so if they did, unless they fled to the ends of the earth. The influence of Lord Li Xiang would ensure they faced dire consequences. With a furious roar, over a dozen rushed forward, including the few martial masters who had regained their footing, exchanging glances and quietly following behind. This spectacle drew a crowd. Those entering the city ceased their journey, and those exiting hesitated. Even the guards on the city walls appeared to be spectators. The locals detested Hua Yuankang's arrogance in Black Dragon City, and many were pleased to see him receive a lesson, though none dared voice their opinions due to Lord Lixiang's might. Humph! You know not your own mortality. Wei Yi's gaze turned icy, a glint of ruthless intent flickering in his eyes. Just days ago, he had personally slain numerous elite warriors from the Sun family and the Blackwater bandits, his thirst for blood not yet fully quenched. However, mindful of his recent arrival in Black Dragon City, he restrained his murderous thoughts, realizing it was unwise to escalate the situation too far. Nevertheless, even without resorting to lethal force, he would not hold back. Utilizing the 18 methods of the Eagle Shadow, he instantly transformed into a myriad of indistinct phantoms, darting left and right, forward and backward, leaving the guards utterly bewildered, unable to discern his true location. How could they strike at an unseen enemy? Yet Wei Yi did not show mercy. The Dragon Elephant Fist was continuously unleashed. During this period, as his pure Yang sword technique reached LV-19 and could no longer be upgraded, he began to elevate the Dragon Elephant Fist level. Though the time was short, it had already risen to LV-11. With each punch and kick, he wielded terrifying strength, evoking the image of a dragon and the might of an elephant. Not even the martial masters could withstand his assault. As they charged in, they were systematically defeated, swiftly reduced to a state of disarray. Brat, just wait. Hua Yuankang, though a wastrel, was not a fool. Witnessing his subordinates fall one by one to Wei Yi's effortless prowess, he realized the gravity of the situation. Leaving behind a feeble threat, he turned to flee, contemplating summoning powerful allies from the Lord's estate, even his father himself, to deal with this insolent youth. What? Being bullied? And now seeking your father? Wei Yi's icy words cut through the air as he materialized before him like a specter. Startled, Hua Yuankang halted, instantly adopting a blustery demeanor. Dare lay a hand on me, and you'll regret it. My father is Lord Lixiang Huarong. I advise you not to court death, or else, smack. Before he could finish, Wei Yi's palm struck him, rendering him unconscious. He spun twice before crashing to the ground with a heavy thud. After several such impacts, his backside was nearly ruined. Hua Yuankang had never encountered such humiliation, and his heart raced with fear, nearly bringing him to tears. At that moment, a rapid sound of footsteps echoed, the ground trembling beneath them. Dozens of well-built martial artists rushed out from the city, their movements synchronized and their aura formidable. The onlookers quickly dispersed, not daring to impede their passage. Hua Yuankang's expression shifted to one of delight. The guards, too, were filled with anticipation, initially believing reinforcements had arrived. However, to their astonishment, upon exiting the city gates, all the newcomers bowed in respect to the young man. We greet the branch leader. The several dozen members of the Overlord sect's branch chorused in unison. The branch leader was the title Wei Yi held in the Black Dragon City's branch, essentially making him the new head of this faction. We have arrived late. Please forgive us. Branch leader, a middle-aged man with second-tier martial spirit cultivation, addressed Wei Yi with cupped fists. And you are? Wei Yi inquired. I am Hou Jingtiao, currently serving as the acting deputy branch leader. The middle-aged man spoke with deference. Despite being a martial spirit-level powerhouse, Wei Yi was appointed by the sect as the branch leader and was a distinguished inner disciple, rendering his status far superior. Are all the branch disciples present? There are still a dozen or so stationed within the branch, Hou Jingtiao quickly replied. Wei Yi furrowed his brow slightly, feeling dissatisfied. Why this reckoning? The entire Black Dragon City branch boasted fewer than 100 members, which was indeed too weak. Seemingly sensing Wei Yi's thoughts, Hou Jingtiao explained in a low voice. The branch was once strong, with hundreds of disciples and several martial spirit-level leaders. However, after several unfortunate incidents, only a few dozen disciples remain, and only one martial spirit leader is left. At this point, Hou Jingtiao couldn't help but show a bitter expression. In these times, other disciples of the Overlord sect avoided the Black Dragon City branch, and even he himself would have applied for a transfer if he had not been in good standing. Rest assured, I will resolve these issues. Wei Yi nodded, understanding the situation, and casually offered a word of comfort before turning his gaze back to Hua Yuankang and the others. Take this brat back to the branch. Break the legs of all the others as a form of punishment. Upon hearing this, everyone present was momentarily stunned. Not only was Hua Yuankang dumbfounded, but Hou Jingtiao was equally taken aback. Once he collected himself, Hou Jingtiao hurriedly urged, Be branch leader. He is the son of Lord Lixiang, and these individuals are all guards of the Lord's estate. If we proceed with this, it could lead to serious consequences. What did you say? How dare you treat me this way? Do you believe I? Hua Yuankong immediately blustered, but under Wei Yi's fierce glare, he paled and fell silent. Old ho, you cannot be so timid. We are all members of the Overlord sect. Who do we have to fear? Wei Yi regarded Ho Zhengtiao with a calm demeanor. The Overlord sect is a top-tier power, a dominant force in the south, unafraid even of the great Chu royal family. Why should we fear a mere Lord Li Xiang? Despite the tribulations faced by the Black Dragon City branch, they have all been conducted in the shadows. No one dares to brazenly slay members of the Overlord sect. For should they be exposed, it would not be mere investigations that await them, but the wrathful vengeance of the Overlord sect. Act. Wei Yi's expression hardened as he commanded, I will take full responsibility for all actions. Yes, the many branch martial artists responded in unison, their expressions one of excitement. They had endured too much oppression in recent times that it dawned on them that they were, after all, members of the Overlord sect. Who do we have to fear? Without a moment's hesitation, dozens of branch martial artists swiftly surrounded the guards of the Lord's estate, eyes blazing with intensity, unhesitatingly choosing to strike. Chapter 124. Lord Li Xiang Huarong. Within Black Dragon City, in the residence of Lord Li Xiang, Huarong was engaged in casual conversation with several guests in the hall. Huarong's appearance is rather unremarkable, and his physique is quite corpulent, giving one the impression that he resembles a prosperous merchant rather than a noble lord of high standing. Nevertheless, no one in the entirety of Black Dragon City dares to underestimate him. This is not due to any exceptional prowess he possesses. On the contrary, Huarong's cultivation talent is quite ordinary. Despite having access to various techniques and resources, after years of training, he has barely reached the martial spirit realm. Having only achieved this through the assistance of elixirs, his combat capabilities are even inferior to some top-tier grand martial masters. The reason for the caution surrounding him lies in the remarkable martial power he commands. Aside from the thousands of city guards under the jurisdiction of the Great Chu Court, the myriad of factions that rely on him, and particularly the several hundred elite guards in his lordship's estate, each of whom possesses at least the cultivation of a martial master, present a significant deterrent. Additionally, he commands 4 formidable warriors known as the 4 Great Vajras and 8 Protectors, all of whom are fierce experts he has recruited at great expense. The 4 Great Vajras are all powerful figures at the martial spirit level, each having made a name for themselves and capable of standing alone in battle. They have followed Lord Huarong for many years and are his most trusted subordinates. The 8 Protectors, meanwhile, have attained the pinnacle of grand martial master cultivation, always advancing and retreating together, skilled in a combined assault technique that makes them formidable opponents even for ordinary martial spirit cultivators. In fact, numerous martial spirit experts have fallen prey to them. Suddenly, a series of hurried, low footfalls echoed through the room, and a middle-aged man dressed as a steward hurried into the hall, swiftly approaching Huarong and whispering something in his ear. The smile on Huarong's face quickly vanished, and he lowered the teacup in his hand. The guests exchanged glances, sensing that something was amiss, and promptly rose to take their leave. You may depart. I will not see you out, Huarong said, his displeasure evident. The guests quickly exited the hall. At that moment, Huarong's expression darkened completely as he turned to the estate steward, suppressing his anger, and coldly inquired, what exactly is going on? How did that boy get into a conflict with someone from the Overlord sect? The boy he referred to was undoubtedly his only son, Hua Yuankong. He found his son a considerable headache, as he seemed to attract trouble every few days. However, with his wife having passed away early, this sole offspring was his heart's flesh, untouchable and unrebukable, leaving him with little recourse. It appears the young master went hunting outside the city and, not recognizing Wei Yi, the new leader of the Overlord sect's branch, got into a confrontation. The young master was no match for him. The steward recounted quickly. Subsequently, the branch members arrived and broke the legs of all the young master's guards, even taking him captive to their branch. The steward did not dare hesitate, hastily narrating the events. Such brazen audacity, Huarong exclaimed, unable to restrain himself as he slammed his palm on the table and stood up, his face a mask of fury. How dare a mere branch leader, newly arrived in Black Dragon City, act with such arrogance? Does he think the city belongs to the Overlord sect? Huarong cursed vehemently. Does that mean you wish to teach that boy a lesson? The steward stepped forward, his eyes glinting with a ruthless gleam, making a gesture indicative of a decisive action. His practiced demeanor suggested this was not his first encounter with such matters. By the way, what did you say his name was? Huarong suddenly seemed to recall something and asked again. His name is Wei Yi, reportedly an inner disciple of the Overlord sect with rather mediocre cultivation. The steward answered, somewhat puzzled. It seems this matter is more complex than it appears. Huarong mused. momentarily taken aback before resuming his seat, his demeanor calming. Lord, it seems he hasn't even broken through to the martial spirit realm. Merely an ordinary inner disciple of the Overlord sect, is such caution truly necessary? The steward inquired, perplexed. Huarong regarded him with a sidelong glance, a wry smile escaping his lips. You are unaware of certain matters. Do you know of the Blackwater bandit, Heikuan, the very bandit leader who collaborated with Lord Liu? Just days ago, he fell into the hands of this boy. Lord Liu personally conveyed to me that I should be wary of him and not fall into his schemes. This boy has such connections. Even Lord Liu must tread carefully. The steward's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, one would typically overlook an ordinary inner disciple of the Overlord sect who hasn't even reached the martial spirit realm. Yet, some individuals do not adhere to the usual rules. As the saying goes, the most dangerous dogs are often the silent ones. This boy is likely one of them. Could it be that the Overlord sect deliberately sent him to let down our guard? That could be a possibility. However, we have made preparations in advance, and no matter how clever he is, he cannot prevent what is to come. Besides, he is merely a grand martial master. Does he truly believe he can turn the tide? And what of the young master? The steward cautiously asked. Though he was Huarong's confidant, such matters were beyond his purview. Do not engage him directly for now. Here is the plan. Go to the treasury and fetch 100,000 taels of silver to send to him. And bring that insufferable boy back. Sending him 100,000 taels of silver? Is that not too lenient? The steward protested, somewhat reluctant. Lenient? Huh? How could that be? Even if we do not act against him now. Given his obstinate nature, he must be shown some consequences. Spread word of the estate in the southern district to him. Given his temperament, he will not remain indifferent, and soon enough, we shall witness some entertaining developments. Huarong spoke with a detached demeanor. That estate is currently in the hands of the Nine-Blade Society, which is allied with the Blood Martial sect. Oh, you mean? The steward's eyes lit up. And understanding dawned upon him. Precisely. We need only to incite a little unrest from the shadows and await the ensuing spectacle. Huarong's expression darkened, revealing a glint of murderous intent. Currently, we cannot act against him. But once that matter concludes, he will not escape. He is merely a grasshopper after autumn. Chapter 125. The estate taken? Branch leader. Branch leader. Good news to in the hall of the Overlord sect's branch. Wei Yi was engaged in a meeting with several branch managers when one of the disciples rushed in, exclaiming excitedly, Wu Dasong, what are you doing? Must you shout incessantly? Is there no decorum? Ho Jingai glanced at Wei Yi, his expression shifting, and he quickly stood to reprimand the disciple. Only then did the disciple realize he had indeed become overly excited. Standing awkwardly in place, unsure whether to advance or retreat. Never mind. Speak your mind. I have brought good fortune to the branch. Surely, I am not the bearer of ill tidings? Wei Yi waved his hand with a smile. Unconcerned. While he was ruthless to his enemies, he was generally amiable towards his own people. The others could not help but chuckle at his response. Get on with it. Thank the branch leader, and you better watch yourself. Ho Zhengtai snorted, issuing a warning. Thank you, branch leader. I will be more careful in the future, Wu Dasong replied with a silly grin before continuing. It's the Lu Xiangho's estate. They sent someone to apologize and even offered 100,000 taels of silver to redeem Hua Yuankong. Hoping the branch leader would agree. What? Is that true? 100,000 taels. This cannot be a jest. Upon hearing this, the 7 or 8 branch managers present could not help but drop their jaws in astonishment. Even the deputy branch leader, Ho Zhengtai, wore a dazed expression that he blinked rapidly, fixing an intense gaze on Wu Dasong, demanding, You are not jesting, are you? You, who are usually so loud, dare to deceive the branch leader? If you are found to be lying, you will not escape unscathed. How could I dare? Wu Dasong protested, bemused. These are the banknotes they sent. The people from the Lu Xiangho estate are still waiting outside. As he spoke, Wu Dasong placed a large stack of banknotes before Wei Yi. Wei Yi picked them up, weighed them in his hands, and nodded. This appears to be about 100,000 taels. Seeing such a substantial pile of banknotes laid before them, the assembled individuals finally believed it. However, once confirmed, their astonishment only deepened. The Lu Xiangho estate is regarded as the most powerful force in Black Dragon City. Always the oppressor and never one to bow to anyone. After having defeated the Lu Xiangho's men and captured their son, Hua Yuankong, they had all mentally prepared for a major confrontation with the Lu Xiangho estate. Yet, unexpectedly, the estate not only refrained from retaliation but also chose to submit, offering 100,000 taels of silver. This was entirely beyond their expectations. In an instant, their gazes towards Wei Yi transformed entirely. In contrast, Wei Yi himself did not display much shock or excitement. Today, he deliberately seized the opportunity to provoke the Lord of Luxiang, aiming to incite action from them in hopes of breaking the stalemate in Black Dragon City. Unexpectedly, Lord Huarong of Luxiang would rather bow his head and apologize than take action, leaving Wei Yi somewhat helpless. After all, they had already apologized and even sent a substantial sum of silver. He could hardly cling to the matter any longer, as that would be quite unreasonable. I will accept the silver. Let them take their people back, Wei Yi finally said after a moment of silence. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief, fearing Wei Yi might foolishly insist on a confrontation with the Luxiang Lord. By the way, is your name Wu Dasong? Wei Yi suddenly inquired. I have always been called Wu Dasong. The young man replied, bewildered by the question. Have you ever fought a tiger? Wei Yi asked. No, Wu Dasong replied, shaking his head in confusion. Then it's of no consequence. Your name is quite fine, just a character short. Wei Yi waved his hand dismissively. Wu Dasong exited the hall, still in a daze. Wei Yi had no intention of recounting the tale of Wu Song and the tiger. As for the 100,000 taels of silver notes, although they were intended for Wei Yi, he chose to accept only half. He distributed the remaining half among everyone in the branch, allocating amounts varying from a few thousand to a few hundred taels based on their status. This unexpected windfall significantly enhanced the goodwill of the branch members towards their new leader, ASA manager. The two most essential tools are undoubtedly the carrot and the stick, reward and punishment. In this instance, Wei Yi had already established his authority by daring to provoke the Luxiang Lord. Everyone was aware he was not to be trifled with now, with such a generous distribution of silver. Nothing is more effective than the allure of wealth, elevating the perception of Wei Yi to a whole new level. As for age or other trivial matters, those were inconsequential. Old Lord, do you not feel that our branch's courtyard is somewhat too small? Wei Yi asked, finally voicing his concern as they walked through the premises. Actually, our branch was not always located here. Ho Zhengtao hesitated before responding. Not here? Wei Yi was momentarily taken aback. Yes, we used to be based in the southern part of the city, where we had a much larger estate. That was our original base. Ho Zhengtao confirmed with a nod. Then why did we move here? Wei Yi asked, puzzled. One reason is that too many people died there. Several past leaders perished in that location, and it was deemed unclean, a bit too ominous. The other reason is that other forces had set their sights on that territory. Thus, we relocated here, Ho Zhengtao explained awkwardly. However, upon hearing this explanation, Wei Yi could not help but furrow his brow. The notions of uncleanliness and ominousness were merely excuses. Warriors cultivate their skills against the odds, if they are not afraid of the heavens. Why would they fear unclean spirits? The real reason must be that other factions coveted their territory. Thus, it could be said that the branch of the Overlord sect had been driven to this place. Realizing this, Wei Yi's frown deepened. He had initially underestimated the power of this branch, but it appeared to exceed his expectations. It was not merely a matter of struggling, but rather a complete lack of status. Are you suggesting that someone has seized our branch's estate? Wei Yi repeated incredulously. Did another faction actually take over our Overlord sect's estate? Ho Zhengtao's face flushed crimson as he nodded, seeing the truth of the matter. Wei Yi was at a loss for words. If the situation were to reach the sect, those old-timers would likely be infuriated. When had the Overlord sect ever suffered such disgrace? Was it the Shaohua sect or the Luxiang Lord's estate? Wei Yi asked coldly, suppressing his anger. In his view, only these two powerful factions could dare to seize the estate of the Overlord sect, one being a superpower rivaling the Overlord sect in the north, and the other the representative of the great Chu royal family in this region. If it was the Luxiang Lord's estate, Wei Yi would regret having let Huaqiu Kong go so easily. However, Ho Zhengtao's answer once again surprised him. It was the Nine-Blade Society, Ho Zhengtao replied. What is that? Wei Yi exclaimed, his eyes widening. Searching through his memories, he was certain he had never heard of the Nine-Blade Society. At least, it didn't exist among the top-tier or elite factions within the Great Chu domain. Could it be a lesser-known second-rate faction? Wei Yi mused internally. Yet, Ho Zhengtao shattered his assumptions. It's normal not to have heard of it. The Nine-Blade Society is merely a small force within Black Dragon City. After saying this, Ho Zhengtao lowered his head, a look of shame on his face. Chapter 126. The door is knocked upon. If we consider the entirety of the Great Chu Kingdom, the Nine-Blade Society indeed holds little significance. Not to mention being a second-rate force, they might not even qualify as a third-rate one. However, within the confines of Black Dragon City, the Nine-Blade Society's strength is not to be underestimated. The leader of the Nine-Blade Society, Lu Chuang, was initially just an ordinary thug who fought his way up, eventually founding this organization. Now he has reached the third-tier martial spirit realm and commands over 100 formidable martial artists. Furthermore, having recently allied with the Shaohua sect, he enjoys their protection, making it difficult for ordinary factions to contend with him. This explains why the estate of the Overlord sect was seized by the Nine-Blade Society without any recourse. After all, Hou Zhengtao and the few dozen martial artists in the branch could hardly stand against Lu Chuang. That in the morning, shortly after the sun had risen, the Nine-Blade Society's base in the southern part of the city was bustling with activity. "Come on, keep going." The shouts of martial training echoed throughout the training grounds. All the 100 martial artists of the Nine-Blade Society were present, diligently honing their skills, some even trained shirtless, their sweat glistening in the sunlight. Lu Chuang stood to the side, nodding slightly, his face filled with satisfaction. These individuals are the foundation of his rise. As long as he has these subordinates, the Nine-Blade Society can continue to grow and perhaps even become one of the leading forces in Black Dragon City in the future. "President, I heard a new leader has come to the Overlord sect's branch," one of Lu Chuang's trusted aides reported. "Oh, what if he has? What does that have to do with me?" Lu Chuang replied nonchalantly, clearly indifferent. "They say this lad has quite the background. On his first day in the city, he clashed with the dandy Huaqiukong and even broke the legs of a dozen guards from the Luxiang Lord's estate. Strangely, the Luxiang estate not only didn't retaliate, but also apologized, paying 100,000 taels to redeem Huaqiukong. That's so. Has Lord Huarong lost his senses?" Lu Chuang frowned slightly, then realized. "Are you implying that he might come to us seeking this estate?" "He might very well have that thought." The aide nodded quickly, expressing his concern. However, Lu Chuang scoffed and sneered. "What is Huaqiukong? Merely a spoiled brat. What qualifications does he have to compare himself to me? As for that lad, if he dares to come here flaunting his power, I will ensure he returns without success." "Humph. The Overlord sect only has a bit of fame. In Black Dragon City, that lad can hardly stir any waves. What audacity he has to come here." Just then, before Lu Chuang could finish his sentence, a sudden loud bang echoed through the air as the estate's door was kicked open. Two martial artists from the Nine-Blade Society were hurled inside, one after the other. This unexpected turn of events left everyone in the training ground momentarily stunned. Was someone challenging them? This was serious. Yet, before they could react, a cacophony of hurried footsteps approached, and dozens of martial artists clad in combat attire stormed in, weapons in hand, their faces filled with fierce determination. Clearly prepared for a confrontation, the expressions of the nearby Nine-Blade Society members shifted dramatically as they were forced to retreat. "Humph, the Nine-Blade Society has quite the arrogance, not even allowing entry at the door." "Lu Chuang, is this how you teach your subordinates? If you cannot teach them, I will gladly step in to assist." Hou Zhengtao strode in confidently. Before Lu Chuang could respond, he took the initiative to question him. Lu Chuang's words were abruptly halted, his face flushing with anger. "Hou Zhengtao, you have the audacity to come to our Nine-Blade Society's territory and act recklessly?" he shouted furiously. "You are mistaken. This has always been our Overlord sect's territory. When did it become yours to command?" A cold voice interjected. Lu Chuang turned around to find a young man standing not far behind him, dressed in a deep blue martial arts uniform. Tall and handsome, the young man exuded a remarkable presence. His dark eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky, suggesting an air of unfathomable mystery. Under such scrutiny, Lu Chuang felt an involuntary twinge of inferiority, akin to the disparity between a noble and a servant. However, he quickly regained his composure, a cold sweat trickling down his back, and his heart raced with unease. When had this young man appeared? He seemed to have sensed nothing at all, as if he had suddenly materialized from thin air, his ghostly speed and agility. Lu Chuang's expression immediately darkened, turning to glance at the coldly smirking Hou Zhengtao and the spirited disciples of the Overlord sect. A phrase suddenly surged in his mind. Ill intentions abound. However, Lu Chuang's ability to perceive this did not imply that the other members of the Nine Sabers Association shared the same awareness. There are always naive fools in any setting, and within the Nine Sabers Association, there exists such a person, Lu Chuang's trusted confidant, Zhang Shihu. Without a second thought, he charged forward. "Impudent brat. The Nine Sabers Association is no place for you to act recklessly. Get lost." As Lu Chuang's most loyal aide, Zhang Shihu was no slouch. His prowess as a 7th-rank Grand Martial Master was formidable, and his natural strength made him a standout even among his peers. He aimed not only to teach Wei Yi a lesson but also to deliver a severe blow to those Overlord sect warriors. Thus, he launched a fierce punch towards Wei Yi's head, intent on smashing it like a watermelon, swift as the wind, ferocious beyond measure. "Don't." Lu Chuang, witnessing this, felt no joy. Instead, his face paled, for he clearly saw the thick mockery etched on Wei Yi's face. Along with an unmistakable air of disdain, Wei Yi turned his head to regard the raging Zhang Shihu, a smile gracing his lips, albeit a rather cold one, sending a chill down one's spine. Even Zhang Shihu found himself momentarily taken aback, Such unfathomable confidence. In that case, allow me to awaken you. With a light chuckle, Wei Yi's figure vanished instantaneously, leaving Zhang Shihu's powerful punch striking nothing but air. Chapter 127. Invincible among peers. Zhang Shihu's sudden attack, while rapid, was far too ordinary for Wei Yi, lacking any sense of urgency. With a few deft changes in footwork, he effortlessly evaded Zhang Shihu's iron fist. Following that, a series of afterimages flickered, and he disappeared completely from sight. Zhang Shihu's face was one of utter bewilderment, while Lu Chuang's expression darkened. In that moment, he could finally confirm that this young man's speed was astonishing, far surpassing what he had anticipated. I must, concerned for the safety of others, Lu Chuang intended to intervene. However, at that moment, Hou Zhengtao stepped in front of him. Although Hou Zhengtao's strength was inferior to Lu Chuang's, as a martial spirit realm warrior, he was still capable of momentarily halting Lu Chuang. Why the hurry? If you wish to outnumber, you must first pass through me, Hou Zhengtao sneered. The other disciples of the Overlord sect also took a step forward. Their intentions clear. Lu Chuang glared furiously, but after some contemplation, chose not to force his way through, for he had already discerned that Wei Yi had yet to break through to the martial spirit realm, and Zhang Shihu might not necessarily lose the contest. Moreover, even if Zhang Shihu were to falter, there were others to follow. He could always step in if it truly came to that. With this thought in mind, Lu Chuang felt a strange calm wash over him at that moment. However, Wei Yi reappeared behind Zhang Shihu, playfully tapping him on the shoulder. Brother, I'm right here. Who's your brother? Take this, Zhang Shihu, filled with rage, bellowed as he swung his fist in retaliation. So unfriendly. Don't you know that friendship comes first and competition second? This time, Wei Yi did not evade. Instead, he swiftly extended his right hand. As Zhang Shihu's fist came crashing down, Wei Yi seized his wrist, unleashing a surge of power that twisted Zhang Shihu's arm in an instant. And no matter how strong Zhang Shihu was, he could not muster any strength in such a vulnerable position. Instead, pain surged through him, cold sweat beading on his forehead as his knees buckled, his body collapsing downward. Wei Yi, with no intention of honoring the spirit of friendship, executed a whip kick, infused with all his might. Slicing through the air with a sound akin to a steel whip, the resounding crack echoed throughout the training ground. Everyone felt a jolt as they witnessed Zhang Shihu's formidable frame being sent flying, crashing into a nearby weapons rack with a cacophony of splintering wood. Zhang Shihu writhed on the ground in agony, unable to rise. Observing this scene, the members of the Nine Sabers Association could not help but change their expressions. While Zhang Shihu was not the strongest among them, he was certainly of elite caliber, a 7th-rank Grand Martial Master with astonishing strength, and few could claim to defeat him. Yet, before Wei Yi, he found himself completely outmatched, toppled within mere exchanges. The disparity. Let us attack together. Two similarly built members of the Nine Sabers Association exchanged glances, then swiftly charged forth. Both were 7th-rank Grand Martial Masters and were brothers with a telepathic bond. In collaboration, they had previously bested a 10th-rank Grand Martial Master. With piercing cries that cut through the air, they simultaneously executed powerful side kicks, their legs infused with overwhelming force, leaving no room for Wei Yi to evade. Wei Yi's lips curled into a slight smile, and in an instant his figure became a blur. The brothers' well-prepared kicks struck nothing but empty space, their expressions shifting to one of shock as they began to understand Zhang Shihu's earlier predicament. The opponent's speed was simply astounding, far exceeding their own. However, with Zhang Shihu's example fresh in their minds, they quickly adjusted their strategy, altering their direction to attack Wei Yi once more. Yet, by that time, Wei Yi had already made his move. He blocked one brother's calf with a palm, simultaneously pressing down with tremendous force. The heart-crushing energy erupted, twisting the expression on the man's face into one of agony. Wei Yi followed up with a punch, which the brother could not even begin to deflect, sending him crashing to the ground. Second brother, the other sibling's face paled at the sight. In a panic, he found himself pushed back by Wei Yi, who advanced relentlessly. With a thunderous impact, Wei Yi unleashed the dragon elephant fist, sending the elder brother flying as well. Wei Yi shook his head. Too weak. Far too weak. Truly pathetic. He then turned to address the Nine Sabers Association members with unabashed ridicule. Is this all the strength the Nine Sabers Association possesses? If you are all this feeble, perhaps you should disband sooner rather than later. Upon hearing this, the faces of all Nine Sabers members darkened, their tempers flaring. I'll take you on. You're far too arrogant. A burly man, bare-chested, stepped forward, his strength radiating without concealment. 10th-rank Grand Martial Master, the foremost expert of the Nine Sabers Association, second only to Lu Chuang. As he stepped forward, Lu Chuang, who had intended to intervene, restrained his impulse. The man did not approach empty-handed. Instead, He seized a spear from the nearby weapon rack and strode towards Wei Yi. Kid, I never waste my breath on the worthless. Let us get to it. Without waiting for him to finish, Wei Yi waved his hand dismissively, his attitude dripping with arrogance. The man was instantly incensed that you were seeking death. With a furious roar, the burly man charged forward, his spear tip trembling as countless spear shadows converged. Propelled by surging true energy, akin to a tumultuous SENIT, was evident that his spear techniques were of considerable caliber. Truly, as a 10th-rank Grand Martial Master, he had already distanced himself from the previous three. Yet, Wei Yi's expression remained unchanged. What does it mean to be invincible among peers? It means to regard no one of equal rank with any seriousness. Against a prodigious talent, Wei Yi might need to engage in a fierce battle for hundreds of rounds. But against a small faction like the Nine Sabers Association, he felt no pressure whatsoever. Is this the level of skill on display? It seems the Nine Sabers Association is indeed quite weak. As the words left his lips, Wei Yi leaped into the air, landing upon the spear's head, effortlessly bypassing the myriad spear shadows that in a flash. He appeared before the burly man, whose face turned pale with shock as he attempted to retreat. Retracting the spear to change his tactic, but it was already too late. With a resounding thud, Wei Yi's fist connected, dislocating the man's jaw, and sending blood spraying from his nose. The punch rose from below, akin to a dragon ascending. Moments later, silence enveloped the entire training ground. The four foremost experts of the Nine Sabers Association lay sprawled on the ground, none daring to utter a word. Only Wei Yi stood there, unscathed, a smile plastered on his face as he gazed at Lu Chuang, extending his finger with disdain. Now it's your turn. Chapter 128. Confrontation with Lu Chuang. Suddenly, without warning, Lu Chuang unleashed an overwhelming aura that surged forth like a terrifying storm. A swirling, gray-brown energy enveloped him entirely, howling and roaring as it expanded outward. The surrounding warriors instinctively recoiled, the members of the Overlord sect unable to hide their startled expressions. Even Hou Zhengtao, of the same martial spirit realm, was pushed back several steps despite his preparedness. Without a doubt, Lu Chuang's prowess indeed surpasses that of Hou Zhengtai by a considerable margin. However, at this moment, Lu Chuang remains completely indifferent to the presence of Hou Zhengtai before him, his fierce eyes fixed intently on Wei Yi in the distance. His gaze is searing, filled with a ruthless intensity, and an undercurrent of chilling murderous intent is palpable. After the tumultuous events instigated by Wei Yi today, his skilled subordinates have been defeated one after another with ease. Should he fail to reclaim his dignity, the morale painstakingly built by the Nine Knives Association would shatter entirely. Maintaining their current standing would be in jeopardy. Kid, you forced my hand. A terrifying aura surged forth. The realm of martial spirit is indeed incomparable to that of a Grand Martial Master. In an instant, Lu Chuang's presence dominated the arena. The expansive training ground fell into a heavy silence. The members of the Bawang sect displayed expressions of concern, while the martial artists of the Nine Knives Association gleamed with anticipation. Zhang Shihu and others may hold a higher prestige among them. Yet Lu Chuang remains their true pillar of strength. As long as Lu Chuang stands undefeated, the Nine Knives Association shall not falter. Go, Chuang. Teach that boy a lesson. Let him know your prowess. Indeed, Chuang must not let him off lightly. The martial artists of the Nine Knives Association began to chant fervently. In that moment, their voices echoed like thunder, astonishing many outside the arena. This is beginning to get interesting. Wei Yi chuckled lightly, devoid of any hint of fear or retreat in his eyes. On the contrary, excitement coursed through him, invigorating every fiber of his being. He had encountered martial artists of the martial spirit realm before. Not just one but several, yet none had truly satisfied him. His battle with Long Zhou had seen a significant disparity in their strengths. He merely seized the opportunity presented by Long Zhou's underestimation to hold his ground. When Madame Qiao appeared, Long Zhou unleashed his full power, leaving Wei Yi without the means to resist. He had also briefly exchanged blows with Heikuan, another martial spirit realm warrior. But that engagement was merely a clash of extraordinary flames and hardly counted as a true battle. As for those who perished at his hands on the Thousand Zhang Cliff, they were either caught off guard or subdued with no chance to resist. Thus, they did not count either. For Wei Yi, an opponent like Lu Chuang is undoubtedly the most suitable challenger at a third-stage martial spirit, neither too high nor too low in cultivation. Too high, and he would have no means to withstand. Too low, and there would be no challenge. Perfectly fitting, Wei Yi murmured to himself, waving his hand to dissuade Hou Zhengtai and the others who intended to assist him, urging them to retreat. Kid, I must admit, your strength is commendable, yet merely commendable. Lu Chuang's voice was dark and foreboding. Since you have the audacity to wreak havoc in our Nine Knives Association today, be prepared to leave on a stretcher. He began to stride towards Wei Yi, his aura growing increasingly terrifying with each step. Raising his right hand, someone quickly presented him with his treasured blade. The scabbard was ornate and exquisite, reflecting a dazzling sheen in the sunlight. Lu Chuang slowly unsheathed the blade, revealing its pristine edge, an impressive aura surging forth akin to the purest winter snow. It was indeed a precious weapon, though it was merely a low-grade treasure. It possessed considerable value, especially since Lu Chuang had wielded it for years, allowing him to unleash its full potential. With the sword in hand, his presence intensified further. Wei Yi could not help but narrow his eyes slightly. Lu Chuang's aura, even before harnessing the power of his martial soul, was undeniably formidable. Yet, it was only natural. He had risen from the status of a petty thug to his current position, establishing a formidable faction like the Nine Knives Association, which spoke to his genuine capabilities. In a flash of brilliance, the heroic sword appeared in Wei Yi's grasp. The power of his bloodline erupted simultaneously, causing his aura to surge with ferocity. Lu Chuang, observing, could not suppress the tightening of his gaze. Bloodline power? So, you are a bloodline warrior. No wonder your strength exceeds that of your peers. Let us see if you can withstand a single strike. A fiercer determination ignited in Lu Chuang's eyes as he launched into action without hesitation. His movement speed, while not astonishing, was certainly swift, befitting a martial spirit warrior. With a roar, he leapt several feet into the air, bringing his blade down with devastating force. The terrifying blade aura blazed like fire, raising the temperature of the entire training ground. Lu Chuang descended like a rampaging bear, his strike exuding an overwhelming might. Come at me. At that moment, Wei Yi responded with enthusiasm that he immediately unleashed the pure Yang sword art. Now at LV-19, merely a step away from perfection, this top-tier sword technique, inherited from the illustrious pure Yang sword sect, was executed with remarkable speed, and the blade light flared brilliantly. The terrifying sword energy surged upward, transforming into an intensely radiant sun. With a resounding explosion, the violent energy raged uncontrollably. Lu Chuang's descent faltered, and Wei Yi was pushed back several steps as well. Yet neither paused. They struck again in a flash. Kid, you seek your doom, Lu Chuang bellowed, his blade slicing through the air relentlessly, devoid of any mercy or hesitation. His eyes gleamed coldly as waves of horrifying blade energy surged towards Wei Yi like an unstoppable tide. You lack the qualifications to challenge me, Wei Yi taunted, deftly evading while unleashing a flurry of sharp sword energies that formed an immense sword net, effectively countering each of Lu Chuang's fearsome strikes. The entire training ground was engulfed by the overwhelming auras of both combatants. The fierce sword energy and terrifying blade aura clashed and spiraled, causing the onlookers to retreat in fear, unwilling to approach the two. Chapter 129. Overpowering the martial spirit. How could this be possible? Though Lu Chuang's face betrayed no emotion, his heart was tumultuous. Like a storm raging within, he had initially believed he had sufficiently overestimated this young man. Yet in the throes of battle, he realized he had gravely underestimated his opponent's strength. While Lu Chuang may not be a top-tier powerhouse, he did possess third-stage martial spirit cultivation, a prominent figure in Black Dragon City. Unlike those born into prestigious families, he had clawed his way to this position, solidifying his foundation and amassing substantial combat experience, placing him among the elite of his peers. Yet, against Wei Yi, a grand martial master, after dozens of exchanges, he found himself utterly unable to prevail. In fact, throughout the confrontation, he had never once held the upper hand. This stark contrast in reality was entirely beyond Lu Chuang's expectations. This young man is terrifying, but if a grand martial master possesses such strength, what would he be capable of upon breaking through to the martial spirit realm? Is this the true caliber of the elite disciples of the Bawang sect? Lu Chuang's astonishment only deepened, and he felt an inexplicable dread towards the Bawang sect. He had never underestimated the Bawang sect, merely the branch in Black Dragon City, or rather, the likes of Ho Jingtai. Yet now, through Wei Yi, he glimpsed a broader perspective and found himself growing increasingly wary of the Bawang sect. The thoughts of his previous actions sent a chill down his spine. Nonetheless, regardless of the circumstances, he must win this match today. Otherwise, how could a martial spirit realm warrior fail to subdue a mere grand martial master, who would regard him with any respect in the future? Victory is imperative. A fierce determination ignited in Lu Chuang's eyes as he resolved within himself. Without further ado, he summoned his ultimate trump card, his martial soul power. Kid, wait until you break through to the martial spirit realm before challenging me. For now, you are not my match. The chasm between the Grand Martial Master and Martial Spirit realms is not one you can bridge. Upon uttering these words, Lu Chuang's aura underwent a dramatic transformation. Grayish-brown true energy surged forth, enveloping his entire form like flowing water. A lizard-like martial soul manifested behind him, its piercing green eyes fixated on Wei Yi, exuding an overwhelming aura of malevolence. Lu Chuang was not a bloodline warrior, nor did he possess any extraordinary gifts. He had merely awakened an ordinary martial soul. Yet, even so, an ordinary martial soul is still a martial soul, and upon summoning it, Lu Chuang experienced a tremendous enhancement in all aspects. With his combat power skyrocketing, with a mighty swing, he brought his blade down, and the grayish-brown blade energy surged to several feet in length, crashing towards Wei Yi. The numerous sword energies he conjured were effortlessly obliterated. With a thunderous boom, Wei Yi could not react in time. The speed of the blade energy was astonishing. Striking him squarely in the chest, he coughed up blood and was violently hurled backward, crashing against a nearby stone platform, his complexion paling instantly. Captain, witnessing this scene, Ho Jingtai and the others were immediately alarmed, rushing to assist. However, at that moment, the members of the Nine Knives Association firmly blocked their path. Much like they had done with Lu Chuang earlier, fortunately, Wei did not suffer severe injuries and soon regained his footing. On one hand, it was due to him having restrained much of his strength, and on the other, it was because he wore inner armor. Although he had not suffered serious injuries, minor wounds were unavoidable. Even after standing up again, his chest ached with a dull pain. The power of the martial spirit was simply not as formidable as he had anticipated. Wei Yi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, raised his head, and looked at Lu Chuang, revealing a chilling smile. Immediately following, a colossal ethereal totem materialized behind him, causing his aura to surge wildly. Golden light enveloped him, as if he were clad in golden armor. Grasping his sword, he boldly advanced step by step towards Lu Chuang. Martial spirit. Lu Chuang's eyes widened. He quickly realized, shaking his head, no, it's not a martial spirit. It's a totem awakened by a bloodline warrior. Yet, this bloodline totem seems extraordinary. Gazing at the twisting massive shadow behind Wei Yi, it seemed to embody an unfathomable and terrifying might, though it appeared to be constrained and sealed by some mysterious force, preventing its true power from manifesting. Nevertheless, it still exuded an unsettling aura, reminiscent of a fearsome, unparalleled beast on the brink of awakening. Who exactly is this young man? Lu Chuang was filled with astonishment, barely restraining himself from cursing aloud. Wei Yi's continually revealed abilities shattered his expectations time and again. To him, Wei Yi was not merely a high martial artist. He bore more resemblance to a martial spirit than Lu Chuang himself. However, surrender was not an option. He was determined to suppress Wei Yi. Empowered by his martial spirit, Lu Chuang unleashed his true energy and charged forward, wielding his sword ferociously. Humph! Wei Yi's gaze turned icy as he swiftly met the attack. Yet he altered his strategy, no longer engaging Lu Chuang in a direct confrontation. Instead, he unleashed the 13 deadly swords, executing various intricate and profound sword techniques, coupled with the 18 Phantom Eagle techniques. His figure flickered like a ghost across the martial arts arena, gradually suppressing Lu Chuang's momentum. Although Lu Chuang's combat prowess was commendable, his speed could not match that of Wei Yi, even with the martial spirit activated. The entire rhythm of the battle was entirely controlled by Wei Yi. The glimmering sword light was blinding, yet it was fraught with peril, concealing traps at every turn. Die, brat. Lu Chuang's patience wore thin, and he could no longer resist the urge to strike. However, at that moment, a cold glimmer flashed in Wei Yi's eyes. You have lost. The long sword suddenly slipped from his grasp, darting through layers of blade energy like a spirit snake, directly piercing Lu Chuang's right hand. In agony, Lu Chuang's sword flew from his grip. Seizing the opportunity, Wei Yi advanced against the terrifying blade energy, gripping the sword hilt tightly, sweeping it horizontally, and unleashing a burst of sword energy. Lu Chuang was instantly sent flying. Wei Yi followed closely, and as Lu Chuang halted, his sword was instantly poised against Lu Chuang's neck, the cold blade pressing down. The sharp sword aura penetrated his body, rendering Lu Chuang's form rigid, his retaliatory movements abruptly ceasing. Raising his head, he met Wei Yi's emotionless, pitch-black gaze. Chapter 130. I surrender. Lu Chuang's expression was dazed as he raised his head, encountering the frigid, colorless eyes of Wei Yi. The chilling gaze seemed devoid of any emotional nuance, causing him to shudder involuntarily as clarity washed over him. He glanced down at the sword resting against his neck. The icy touch seemed to seep into his bones, evoking an involuntary shiver. Surrender? Wei Yi asked bluntly, offering Lu Chuang no leniency. He had never been one to show mercy towards foes. The Nine-Blade Society had forcibly occupied the Bawang sect's South Branch estate, humiliating them in Black Dragon City. The fact that he had not killed anyone was already quite gracious as for Lu Chuang's future. Would his reputation plummet? Would he slink away in disgrace? That was of no concern to Wei Yi. Lu Chuang's face shifted through a spectrum of emotions, his mouth opening, yet failing to produce any sound. He clearly found himself unable to voice his surrender, especially when glancing at his subordinates nearby, who were filled with eager anticipation. His eyes brimmed with deep-seated unwillingness. Wei Yi observed him, unable to suppress a light laugh, shaking his head. Perhaps you have been under the illusion that I would hesitate to kill you? Wei Yi inquired, his expression calmed. Or perhaps I should ask, who could possibly retaliate against me for doing so? As he spoke, Wei Yi gradually pressed the sword down. The sharp blade sliced through skin, a trickle of blood seeping forth. The sensation of the blade tearing through flesh sent tremors down Lu Chuang's spine. His expression immediately shifted in response, after a long absence from the sensation of impending death. It once again loomed over him. Gazing at the smiling face of the youth before him, he felt the chilling intent to kill emanating from Wei Yi's eyes. That I surrender, Lu Chuang blurted out, no longer daring to hesitate. His voice was barely audible. I didn't hear you clearly, Wei Yi pressed, refusing to let him off easily, continuing to challenge his resolve. Lu Chuang's expression grew notably grim. Do not push me too far. Huh? Push you too far? I know nothing of that. I only understand the law of the jungle. Wei Yi replied. Yes, you said, when I stepped into this place, I should be prepared to leave lying down. Since you have forcefully occupied this estate, be prepared to pay the corresponding price. Wouldn't you agree? With a flash of the sword, blood splattered as a long cut appeared on Lu Chuang's chest. Crimson blood instantly saturated his outer clothing. Lu Chuang gritted his teeth, howling in pain, his face contorting. What are you doing, boss? The members of the Nine-Blade Society immediately erupted in anger. Do not approach. Lu Chuang urgently urged them to hold back, for he could see the murderous intent in Wei Yi's eyes intensifying. If matters progressed further, it might truly spiral out of control. I surrender, Lu Chuang proclaimed loudly, seemingly fearing Wei Yi would impose further difficulties. This time, his voice echoed throughout the martial arts arena. Upon witnessing his voluntary surrender, the Bawang sect members were instantly revitalized, calling out and cheering, even whistling in delight. Meanwhile, the Nine-Blade Society warriors appeared as if struck by lightning, each one dejected and despondent. In a battle of pride, once that pride is shattered, one is truly defeated. Very well, Wei Yi nodded in satisfaction. Since you have lost, let us discuss the price you must pay. This estate is ours. You can leave today. Given the duration of your stay, a fee of 200,000 taels of silver will suffice. Furthermore, whenever you encounter a member of the Bawang sect in the future, you must take a detour. That should be about it. Can you comply? Wei Yi lowered his head, looking at Lu Chuang. Lu Chuang's face darkened. 200,000 taels. How could he possibly gather that amount without selling everything he owned? The Nine-Blade Society was but a small faction, unlike the affluent Lu Xiangho residents. Moreover, the demand to avoid Bawang sect members in the future was even more humiliating. Agreeing to these conditions would mean sacrificing all semblance of dignity. Yet could he refuse? When one is under a roof, they must bow their head. Fine, I agree. However, I cannot produce such a sum right now. Give me 3 days, and I assure you I will gather the amount and deliver it to you. Lu Chuang swallowed his pride and spoke. All right, no problem. That I am not unreasonable, Wei Yi replied with a broad smile. However, since the deadline is extended, interest will accrue at a rate of 10,000 taels per day. If it becomes difficult, taking a few extra days is also acceptable. Upon hearing this, Lu Chuang, who had just risen, nearly fell again. What? Is there another issue? Wei Yi inquired with feigned concern. No issue. That I will ensure the silver is delivered promptly, Lu Chuang forced out through gritted teeth. Good. Wei Yi's eyes sparkled with mirth. Let us depart. After speaking, Lu Chuang turned and left. No longer concerned with tidying up, he was eager to leave. That as for the members of the Nine-Blade Society, upon seeing Lu Chuang depart, none dared to linger any longer. Although some were reluctant to part with the grand estate, the predatory gazes of the Bawang sect members spurred them to hasten their departure. Moments later, not a single member of the Nine-Blade Society remained. Oh, the Bawang sect members erupted in joyous cheers, their faces alight with happiness. Having had their estate seized, they could hardly contain their desire to reclaim it, but their lack of strength had held them back. Wei Yi's arrival had fulfilled their wish, exceeding all expectations. The admiration in their eyes towards Wei Yi grew exponentially in a short span. Wei Yi's reputation within the branch had reached astounding heights. A timely boon was always more cherished than a mere embellishment. Even the middle-aged Hou Zhangtao was profoundly impressed. Branch leader, you are truly remarkable. I never expected Lu Chuang to be no match for you. Hou Zhangtao exclaimed, his face brimming with excitement. Lu Chuang is nothing of consequence. Though his strength is commendable, he ultimately hails from a rough background, with limited potential for future development. Wei Yi waved his hand, displaying no sense of arrogance. However, upon witnessing his nonchalant demeanor, Hou Zhangtao felt an even deeper admiration, especially when he reflected on his own inadequacies. He couldn't help but feel a tinge of shame. By the way, Captain, although Lu Chuang has promised to provide 200,000 taels of silver, he may not be entirely forthcoming. With this concern in mind, Hou Zhangtao voiced his apprehension. Isn't it better if he withholds it? Wei Yi glanced at him with a light chuckle. Better? A large question mark appeared over Hou Zhangtao's head. After pondering for a long time, he couldn't grasp what was favorable about that. If he doesn't hand it over, we have a valid reason to take action again. At that point, the Nine-Blade Society would no longer have a reason to exist. After stating this, Wei Yi turned to walk away. It dawned on Hou Zhangtao, and he couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise. Did the captain mean to eradicate the Nine-Blade Society completely? Chapter 131. Contemplation and Enlightenment. After resolving the issue with the Nine-Blade Society, the branch of the Overlord sect quickly relocated back. After all, no one preferred to remain in a confined space when there was a more spacious option available, including Wei Yi himself. As for the trivial matters involved in the relocation, there was no need for Wei Yi to concern himself with them. He was disinterested in such mundane affairs and entrusted everything to Hou Zhangtao. Now that Hou Zhangtao had matured in age, it was increasingly challenging for him to achieve breakthroughs in martial arts cultivation, so he shifted his focus towards sect affairs. To Wei Yi, Hou Zhangtao was undoubtedly the most suitable assistant. As for Wei Yi, he sought a quiet training room to diligently organize the experiences gained from previous battles. He reflected on the deficiencies that needed addressing, the strengths that should be better utilized, the strategies that were most suitable, and the martial techniques that required improvement. Such summaries and reflections would lead to further enhancement. Although Wei Yi benefited from the game system, making the cultivation process significantly easier than for others, the game system was not omnipotent. It could not cover every aspect. To become a true pinnacle powerhouse, Wei Yi had to invest effort and thought. The reason I was able to defeat Lu Chuang this time ultimately lies in the fact that his strength was not formidable. Once my bloodline power fully erupted, aided by the totemic force, his third-tier martial spirit cultivation could not completely suppress me. Moreover, Lu Chuang came from an ordinary background, with a shallow foundation. His cultivation method was merely commonplace and did not encompass any particularly powerful techniques or trump cards. Compared to ordinary martial artists, Lu Chuang might seem decent, but when compared to true geniuses with inherited legacies, he was undoubtedly lacking. Wei Yi contemplated deeply. He did not feel prideful or complacent for defeating Lu Chuang. On the contrary, he remained calm and clear-headed. He understood where his current limits lay. After all, he was merely at the great martial master level. As long as he had not achieved a breakthrough, he would be constantly constrained by this realm. Even if he unleashed his bloodline power, he could at most contend with martial artists below the 5th tier. As for those above the 5th tier, he would likely need to fight with all his might. Whether he could ultimately win would depend on fate. Of course, if faced with truly top-tier martial spirits like Lu Xiuan, who could even contend with ordinary martial kings, it would likely be futile for him to struggle, unless he could achieve a significant breakthrough in a short time. To quickly enhance his strength, the simplest and fastest approach was undoubtedly through both cultivation and martial techniques. Currently, my cultivation is at the 9th tier of Great Martial Mastered, but today's battle provided ample experience. Although I am still short of the 10th tier, I am not far off. The difference between the 10th tier and the 9th tier is not substantial, and the subsequent breakthrough tasks are the key focus. According to the game system's conventions, each breakthrough task becomes increasingly difficult. The previous breakthrough task for the Great Martial Master was already challenging, and I suspect that this task for the martial spirit realm will be even more troublesome. With this thought, Wei Yi couldn't help but sigh, rubbing his somewhat throbbing forehead. This issue is unavoidable unless he wishes to remain at the Great Martial Master level for a lifetime. However, concerning martial techniques, if the Pure Yang Sword technique could reach the LV20 perfection realm, there would be hope of mastering the Pure Yang Sword intent. My most formidable means of combat is through swordsmanship. If I could grasp the Pure Yang Sword intent, it would be akin to upgrading from a bird gun to a cannon. My strength would undoubtedly see a dramatic increase, even if I could not claim to sweep through the martial artists of the martial spirit realm. At the very least, I would not have to worry excessively about ordinary martial spirit practitioners. A glimmer of brilliance emerged in Wei Yi's eyes. Understanding sword intent is no simple feat. aside from those exceptionally gifted in the way of the sword. Among ordinary sword cultivators, it is rare for even 1 in 10 to successfully comprehend sword intent. Furthermore, sword intent is unrelated to cultivation level. One does not necessarily comprehend it simply by being at a higher level. Some individuals have even broken through to the martial king realm, yet still cannot grasp sword intent. However, Wei Yi did not share such concerns, for he had the game system at his disposal. He was acutely aware that as long as he could advance the pure yang sword technique to LV20, there would be a way to comprehend the pure yang sword intent. The pressing question now is how to elevate the pure yang sword technique from LV19 to LV20. How can I achieve this breakthrough? This question lingered at the critical juncture. The night passed unnoticed. Wei Yi remained awake the entire night, pondering and researching the pure yang sword technique. He did not feel fatigued. With his current cultivation and physique, such a moderate intensity of staying up posed no issue whatsoever. Not only were there no bloodshot eyes, but he also exhibited no signs of exhaustion as his dantian's purple haze true energy circulated. He felt invigorated, as if brimming with vitality. When the first rays of sunlight pierced through, Wei Yi finally paused, raising his head to gaze at the sun just emerging over the eastern mountain. He suddenly seemed to have an epiphany, perhaps that it could be approached in this manner. Wei Yi sprang to his feet without hesitation and hastily exited the training room. Then he executed his movement technique, leaping several times in succession. Soon, his figure appeared atop the rooftop of the pavilion, positioned at the highest point of the entire estate. He settled into a cross-legged position, remaining still as he gazed at the rising sun in the distance. As time slipped by, Wei Yi appeared as if he were a statue, seemingly entrapped in a peculiar realm. Pure yang sword technique. First comes the pure yang, then the sword technique. At last, Wei Yi experienced a moment of clarity. He had previously fallen into a misunderstanding, focusing solely on how to better grasp the sword technique while neglecting the paramount essence of pure yang. What is pure yang? The rising sun in the morning undoubtedly serves as the most fitting reference. Wei Yi sat cross-legged, earnestly observing the spectacle of the sun's ascent. He watched as the golden rays grew increasingly bright and dazzling, gradually illuminating the entire earth. Everywhere he looked, the golden light enveloped all, rendering it inescapable and unresistible. This was not merely a display of might, but an expression of supreme will. With this realization, Wei Yi's heart trembled, and an unprecedented brilliance erupted from his eyes. The pure yang sword technique. I may just be beginning to comprehend. Unconsciously, a joyful smile crept across his lips. Chapter 132. Ouyang Lanshan, this doesn't feel quite right. If this is still lacking, it seems somewhat off. It should resemble the previous approach. The sound of the sword cutting through the air echoed. Throughout the morning, Wei Yi diligently practiced swordsmanship in the training grounds. Although he had vaguely grasped the essence of pure yang and felt capable of fully mastering the pure yang sword technique, for some reason, the execution always felt just a touch off. It was as if he were separated by a thin membrane, on the verge of a breakthrough, yet perpetually unable to transcend this slight barrier. This vexing sensation was maddening. Wei Yi's swordsmanship grew increasingly fierce, the brilliance intensifying. His true energy unknowingly infused into the technique, creating a radiant sword light that resembled a small sun. Nearby disciples from the branch practicing martial arts could not help but feel a shiver of trepidation. None dared to approach within 3 zhang of Wei Yi. Is the captain all right? Wu Dazhong could not help but inquire. What could possibly be wrong with the captain? What nonsense are you spouting? Hou Jingtao shot him a glare and reprimanded him. Wu Dazhong quickly realized his phrasing was ambiguous and promptly clarified. I meant to say, the captain is working too hard. He hasn't rested from last night until now. He won't lose track of time while practicing, will he? Thus, it is no wonder that at such a young age, he has become the captain and is capable of defeating a martial spirit-level powerhouse like Lu Chuang. While you are nearing 30 yet remain an ordinary disciple, an elderly member from the branch chimed in with a chuckle. Upon hearing this, several nearby individuals felt disheartened. However, Hou Jingtao, being in his 30s, took it in stride and nodded in agreement, stating, there are no free lunches in this world. Effort must precede reward. If you wish to possess the captain's strength, you must first be willing to work as diligently as he does. Certainly, I find myself unable to proceed. As he spoke, Hou Jingtao shook his head with a hint of regret. If he were 10 years younger, he might have fought fiercely, but now such thoughts eluded him. Despite a lingering envy within, old Ho, why can't you do it anymore? Has your sister-in-law turned against you? A familiar voice suddenly emerged from behind. It was Wei Yi, who had ceased his training and approached. Hou Jingtao stood momentarily stunned. The others could not help but burst into laughter. It's nothing at all that I'm certainly capable, he stammered, feeling embarrassed. He understood Wei Yi was jesting and, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired, Captain, Have you made any breakthroughs in your training? Not quite yet. I need to rest a bit first, Wei Yi replied, shaking his head. Just then, a thunderous crash resounded as the mansion's door was forcefully kicked open. Accompanied by 2 cries of distress, the 2 disciples stationed at the entrance were sent sprawling inside. Witnessing this eerily familiar scene, everyone in the mansion, including Wei Yi, fell silent, exchanging bewildered glances that it was a scene they recognized all too well. Reminiscent of a historical reenactment, just yesterday, they had visited the Nine-Blade Society, and now, it seemed, someone had come to challenge them. Is this karma? Wei Yi muttered to himself. Who dares to intrude upon our tyrant sect branch? They must be seeking death. Who has the audacity to think us easy prey? The realization struck, and indignation surged within everyone. The disciples swiftly gathered, many brandishing weapons, their expressions menacing as they fixed their gazes on the shattered door. However, contrary to expectations, only a single young woman stepped through. Upon recognizing her features, everyone, save for Wei Yi, gasped in astonishment, their eyes betraying unmistakable fear. As she walked in, the disciples blocking her path retreated, seemingly unable to muster the courage to confront her. Dressed in a dark blue, form-fitting martial arts outfit that accentuated her curvaceous figure, she stood tall, at least 1.7 meters, by Wei Yi's estimation. Her beauty was undeniable, though not as striking as Zhu Linger or Li Miaofu. Yet when compared to ordinary women, she was certainly a beauty. However, her face bore an icy demeanor, exuding a chilling aura that instilled a deep-seated fear. Who is she? Wei Yi inquired, his brow furrowing. The reactions of the onlookers indicated that this woman was no ordinary figure in Black Dragon City. Otherwise, the disciples would not exhibit such trepidation. Her name is Ouyang Lanshan, the head of the Killing Martial Sect's branch in Black Dragon City. She is reputed to be a once-in-a-century genius martial artist. Although she has been here for less than half a year, she has subdued everyone with her formidable presence. Currently, not a single person within the Killing Martial Sect dares to show her any disrespect, including the previously unruly 4 branch leaders, who now obey her commands without question. Ho Jingtao, an elder in the Black Dragon City branch, was well versed in the city's key figures and quickly relayed this information. Looking up at Wei Yi, concern etched on his face, he urged, "Captain, you must exercise caution. This woman is utterly unpredictable, and her strength far surpasses that of Lu Chuang." Far surpasses? A flicker of intrigue flashed in Wei Yi's eyes. At that moment, Ouyang Lanshan halted, surveying the trembling disciples of the tyrant sect before declaring, "Where is your new captain? Bring him forth to meet me." "Huh? You think you can just waltz in here?" Wei Yi retorted with a cold laugh, commanding without hesitation, "Where are the disciples? Throw this mysterious woman out." Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. "Throw her out?" Ouyang Lanshan, Wu Dasong, standing not far from Wei Yi, was the first to react, a fierce glint in his eyes. Without a second thought, he gripped his staff tightly and bellowed, "Didn't you hear the captain's orders? Throw this inexplicable woman out." His shout jolted the others to action, and they echoed, "Throw her out." As the command resonated, Wu Dasong led the charge, a dozen burly men surging toward Ouyang Lanshan. While she may not have appeared as formidable as the group of muscular men, the contrast was deceptive. Ouyang Lanshan, instead of cowering, wore a look of interest in her dark eyes, and her demeanor radiated excitement. Yes, excitement. Every genius martial artist possesses a certain obsession, much like Li Miaofu, who could practice swordplay for an entire day. Or Ouyang Lanshan, who relished the challenge of an intriguing opponent. It seemed the tyrant sect was not entirely composed of weaklings. Ouyang Lanshan's peculiar nature dictated that if the disciples were to shrink back in fear, she would dismiss them with disdain. However, with Wei Yi's command, the brave souls daring to confront her earned her respect. The outcome was swift. Wu Dasong was sent flying. Indeed, he was propelled through the air before his strike could land. Ouyang Lanshan appearing before him in an instant. Her speed was staggering, and her seemingly small fist struck his chest with crushing force, leaving him no chance to resist. One after another, the other burly men followed suit, each meeting the same fate at her hands, dispatched with ease as if she were cutting through vegetables. Moments later, only Ouyang Lanshan remained, standing calmly as the defeated disciples lay sprawled on the ground. Wailing in agony, shock enveloped the onlookers. Their strength was woefully inadequate. I haven't even warmed up yet, Ouyang Lanshan remarked disdainfully, her dissatisfaction evident. Her words incited further outrage among Wu Dasong and the others. But she paid them no mind, fixing her gaze on Wei Yi and sneering, "You must be the new captain. Hiding in the back doesn't make you a hero. Dare you step forward? I shall offer you some guidance." Wei Yi scrutinized her intently, but chose not to respond immediately. Instead, he approached Wu Dasong, crouching down to examine the ice crystal imprint left on his chest, an unmistakable mark of her formidable power. This was not merely ice attribute energy. It was a purer form of icy essence. Wei Yi's eyes narrowed as memories flooded back. The ice soul physique. He raised his head, directing his gaze toward Ouyang Lanshan while gesturing for other disciples to assist Wu Dasong and the others. Ouyang Lanshan raised an eyebrow, surprised but unreserved. Indeed, I did not expect you to have such discernment. Care to test your mettle against me? If not, you may comply with my request and vacate this residence. Returning the territory to the Nine-Blade Society. This is a naturally gifted spirit body. Even without the practice of any special techniques, one can effortlessly master ice attribute energy. Individuals of this caliber undoubtedly possess an extraordinary advantage in martial arts cultivation. Wei Yi has finally come to believe that Ouyang Lanshan is a rare martial arts genius, a prodigy of the Shawa sect that appears once in a century. The ice soul spirit body is an exceptionally rare talent, even scarcer than bloodline warriors. Bloodline warriors can inherit their lineage. Generally, if one's ancestors were bloodline warriors, their descendants have a high probability of awakening bloodline powers. However, the ice soul spirit body represents a truly innate gift, a rarity that could be described as 1 in a million. Anyone possessing a spirit body, regardless of their martial aptitude, holds significant potential for cultivation. Without further ado, Wei Yi summoned his hero's sword into his palm, casting a cold gaze at Ouyang Lanshan and speaking in a deep voice. His meaning was unmistakable. He had never shied away from battle unless faced with an opponent devoid of any hope of victory. There was a flicker of courage in his demeanor, yet he would soon regret it, for he would not show her the same mercy he had shown to others. With a chilling smile, Ouyang Lanshan addressed Wei Yi, and in that moment, a terrifying aura erupted from her being. The martial spirit realm, the power of her martial soul surged forth, manifesting as swirling silver-white icy energy around her. Under the sunlight, this ethereal frost appeared even more dreamlike, blurring Wei Yi's vision. "Receive my punch," she cried out, and like a refraction of light, Ouyang Lanshan's figure vanished from sight. A burst of ice erupted from the ground as her fist materialized before Wei Yi. The formidable icy energy rushing towards him like a dragon of frost, seemingly intent on devouring him whole. Astonishingly, under the influence of this icy air, Wei Yi's movements began to slow involuntarily, his speed significantly hampered. Evading her attack seemed impossible. He could only watch helplessly as her fist drew closer. Chapter 134. The pure yang sword intent. Wei Yi's eyelids twitched violently, and the pressure in his heart surged. Undoubtedly, Ouyang Lanshan's ice soul spirit body was more powerful than he had anticipated. He had not foreseen that the eerie icy currents would not only amplify her strength, but also affect her opponent. This reciprocal enhancement and diminishment immediately widened the gap between them. Before Ouyang Lanshan, his speed advantage could not be realized. Without the ability to leverage his speed, it felt as though Wei Yi had lost a vital arm, the strongest one at that. Utilizing his superior speed, he had previously stood undefeated, but now such a scenario was clearly impossible. "Oh, you truly believe I approached you blindly, unaware of your abilities?" Ouyang Lanshan's mocking voice echoed in Wei Yi's ears. "I have long been informed of your situation by Lu Chuang. Regrettably, my ice soul spirit body precisely counters your speed, coupled with my superior cultivation level, ensuring your inevitable defeat today." Her laughter was cold, and her fists did not hesitate, striking with relentless force. Wei Yi immediately swung his sword to defend himself, unleashing a flurry of sharp sword light. Yet each strike was swiftly shattered by Ouyang Lanshan's fists. The onslaught continued. Her strength seemed inexhaustible. Even when he activated his bloodline power, he remained completely suppressed. Just as Ouyang Lanshan had stated, her cultivation level was not vastly superior to Lu Chuang's, but her ice soul spirit body was precisely tailored to counter Wei Yi's speed. If this continued, the one who would surely lose was Wei Yi. A sudden realization struck Wei Yi. He could no longer underestimate this seemingly frivolous woman. Though she appeared carefree, she was far from foolish. "Yet, you seem to be getting a bit carried away. Do you believe Lu Chuang fully understands me? You underestimate me and overestimate him." A glint of determination flashed in Wei Yi's eyes as he unleashed a powerful strike, forcing Ouyang Lanshan back 2 steps and creating distance between them. Simultaneously, he activated the energy of the crimson crystal true flame, circulating it within his body. This fire attribute energy perfectly countered the ice attribute. And as he completed a full cycle, the chilling air within him was entirely dispelled. The numbness vanished, and the familiar agility returned to him. Exotic fire? Ouyang Lanshan's gaze sharpened. A talented martial artist from the Xiao sect. She recognized the crimson crystal true flame immediately, and her previously unwavering confidence faltered. If her ice soul spirit body countered Wei Yi's speed, then this exotic fire was undoubtedly the antidote to her abilities, significantly diminishing the advantages granted by her spirit body. How does it feel to lose your confidence? Wei Yi sneered as he transformed into a flurry of afterimages, encircling Ouyang Lanshan. His sword slashed repeatedly, enveloping her in an array of sword energy. Freed from the shackles of the icy aura, Wei Yi's speed eclipsed Ouyang Lanshan's. The balance of victory had shifted once more. Countless sword lights surged from all directions, compelling Ouyang Lanshan to unleash her true weapon, a long whip of ice blue energy that lashed out with terrifying speed and precision, enhancing her combat prowess significantly. The clash of whip shadows and sword energy erupted in a cataclysm of energy, forcing both Wei Yi and Ouyang Lanshan to retreat swiftly, their eyes locked in a fierce, unyielding gaze. Neither was willing to concede. Truly, they were both elite disciples of their respective sections. However, even so, you could never be my match. On the contrary, losing to me would be a matter of pride for you. As her words fell, Ouyang Lanshan bit her silver teeth and struck her chest with considerable force, causing her ample bosom to quiver. Wei Yi's eyelids twitched. What was this technique? A seduction tactic? Or a breast-shaking technique? But soon, his expression shifted as a terrifying surge of energy erupted from Ouyang Lanshan's chest, enveloping her entire form in a cascade of blue ice crystals, akin to a suit of armor that amplified her aura exponentially. Unquestionably, this was the true state of the ice soul spirit body, and Ouyang Lanshan's most formidable form. With a whip crack, she unleashed a torrent of fearsome energy, striking Wei Yi before he could even evade. The impact sent him staggering backward, his face flushed. Ouyang Lanshan pressed her advantage, her dark eyes cold and merciless as she unleashed a relentless barrage of whip strikes. Wei Yi gritted his teeth, summoning the crimson crystal true flame to counter her assault. Yet, despite his efforts, he could not withstand the onslaught of her countless whip shadows. Under the influence of the icy aura, Wei Yi found himself back in a predicament reminiscent of before. It was not that the crimson crystal true flame was ineffective, but rather that his cultivation was significantly inferior to Ouyang Lanshan's, hindering his mastery over the flame. The barrage of whip shadows descended upon him like a frigid torrent. It seemed he would be consumed in an instant, defeat looming ever closer. But in that moment, Wei Yi's spirit surged. Amidst the biting cold shadows, he glimpsed a radiant light, a glimmer of undeniable sunlight. This was the essence of pure yang. Ding. Player Wei Yi has fully comprehended the essence of pure yang. Pure yang sword technique experience 50,000. Ding. Player Wei Yi LV19 pure yang sword technique experience is full, automatically leveling up to LV20. Ding. Player Wei Yi's pure yang sword technique has reached LV20 perfection, unlocking the pure yang sword intent, requiring 100,000 skill experience or cultivation experience to master. DOU confirm comprehension. A series of system notifications chimed, and a look of ecstatic joy spread across Wei Yi's face. Chapter 135. Sword intent soaring to the heavens to spend 100,000 experience points. Hearing the system's prompt, Wei Yi could not help but chuckle bitterly. Indeed, it was as he expected. Yet, given the current circumstances, he had no other choice but to agree. Experience points were precious but could be farmed at any time. However, the pure yang sword intent was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Wei Yi chose to confirm. Soon, 100,000 experience points were deducted in the game system. Not only did the nearly 70,000 experience points, which were on the verge of breaking through to the 10th rank Grand Martial Artist, get completely reset, but the experience points for the 9th rank Grand Martial Artist also diminished by nearly half. Consequently, Wei Yi's cultivation level naturally dropped to that of an 8th rank Grand Martial Artist. However, as a compensation, a profound and enigmatic legacy of memories surged into Wei Yi's mind, manifesting as the long-desired pure yang sword intent. This experience was akin to an awakening, allowing Wei Yi to instantly digest and assimilate the memory as if it were his own. As though he had practiced it for many years, the system panel displayed Pure Yang Sword Technique, LV20, Pure Yang Sword Intent, LV1, LV10. Soon after, a new expanded skill, the Pure Yang Sword Intent, emerged behind the Pure Yang Sword Technique. Of course, while this story may seem lengthy, Wei Yi's reaction transpired in but a fleeting moment. To the external observers, it was merely the blink of an eye. Yet, within that ephemeral moment, Wei Yi underwent a profound transformation. Having mastered the pure yang sword intent, he had genuinely stepped into the realm of sword cultivation, no longer merely an ordinary martial artist wielding a sword. To defeat me seems utterly impossible. Your chances have slipped away, Wei Yi remarked with a slight upward curve at the corner of his mouth as he swung his sword downwards. There were no intricate sword techniques employed. No frenzied infusions of true energy, nor even the activation of the crimson crystal true flame. It was simply a straightforward stroke. However, this strike was imbued with supreme sword intent, the pure yang sword intent. The purest essence of swordsmanship was infused into this attack, transforming it from the mundane into something radiant and resplendent, shining ever brighter like the midday sun, rendering it nearly impossible to gaze upon. Ouyang Lanshan's numerous icy whips, sweeping towards him, met this profound strike and melted away like snow under the scorching sun, unable to withstand even for a moment. How is this possible? Ouyang Lanshan's eyes widened in disbelief. As the sword light descended, her expression shifted dramatically. She swung her long whip repeatedly, retreating step by step, yet still could not halt the impending strike. With a resounding crash, the sword light flashed past, and Ouyang Lanshan found herself thrust backward, unable to evade. Impossible. I refuse to believe this, she muttered, biting her lip fiercely, her eyes betraying a hint of madness. Instead of retreating in fear, she channeled her energy even more fervently. Fully activating her ice spirit-bodied, an astonishing power of ice surged within her, enveloping her in a crystalline armor, boosting her defenses to an incredible level. Without hesitation, she charged once more toward Wei Yi, her long whip lashing out with renewed vigor, casting a multitude of whip shadows. Yet, this time, Wei Yi displayed no signs of panic. You truly won't shed tears until you see the coffin, he scoffed, swinging his sword repeatedly. Waves of sword light surged forward, clashing with the whip shadows, obliterating them in an instant. The icy aura could not deter the formidable sword intent that shone with brilliance. Moreover, under Wei Yi's full activation, the pure yang sword intent was unleashed to its utmost potential. Sword intent soared skyward, a chilling aura enveloping the entire courtyard, sending waves of dread rippling through the skies above the vast black dragon city. While ordinary martial artists felt little more than a shiver, those who had transcended the martial spirit realm and possessed considerable mental strength could not help but feel a jolt of alarm. They instinctively raised their heads to gaze towards the southern direction of the city, their eyes reflecting a grave seriousness and their faces betraying uncontainable astonishment. What an overwhelming aura! Who could it be? The experts within Black Dragon City were taken aback by the astonishing presence of the pure yang sword intent. Even though Wei Yi had just grasped it, he wielded a terrifying power beyond normal comprehension. As the adage goes, any swordsman who has mastered sword intent should not be underestimated. For a swordsman, acquiring sword intent is akin to obtaining a nuclear weapon-level trump card. Ouyang Lanshan, engaged in battle with Wei Yi, fully understood this truth. Despite her ice spirit body providing remarkable defense, even a typical martial spirit expert would find it challenging to breach her defenses. Yet, under the overwhelming eruption of Wei Yi's pure yang sword intent, she found herself forced to retreat, lacking any capacity for counterattack. Boom! The sound of explosive clashes resonated continuously as the two fought from one end of the training ground to the other, leaving destruction in their wake. Watching from a distance, Ho Zhengtai felt a pang in his heart. The training equipment was valuable. Another surge of sword energy struck Ouyang Lanshan, producing a cracking sound as her icy armor finally shattered under the pressure, scattering into countless shards of ice. With a spurt of blood, Ouyang Lanshan was sent flying like a rag doll, crashing into the edge of a nearby platform, her face paling to a ghostly white. No, stop. At that moment, accompanied by furious shouts and the sound of rushing air, 4 figures suddenly appeared, revealing themselves as the other 4 vice leaders of the killing martial sect's branch in Black Dragon City. They positioned themselves before Wei Yi, shielding Ouyang Lanshan from harm. Clearly, they had been lurking in the shadows, prepared to protect Ouyang Lanshan, and only revealed themselves when she found herself in peril. Seeing them emerge, Wei Yi merely smirked. What? Unable to win, you resort to overwhelming me with numbers. Our branch of the Overlord sect is not lacking in manpower. As he spoke, he gestured with his hand, and instantly, all the martial artists from the Overlord sect surged forward, shouting in unison, "Think you can bully the few with the many? We are ready for a fight." Upon hearing this, the 4 vice leaders of the killing martial sect broke into a cold sweat. Although they possessed considerable strength, 2 fists could not contend with 4 hands, and they would struggle against such a multitude, especially with a formidable opponent like Wei Yi in front of them. I concede. At this moment, Ouyang Lanshan gritted her teeth and stood up. Looking at Wei Yi, she took a deep breath and finally spoke. Hearing her words, Wei Yi burst into laughter. In that case, let us discuss the compensation for the damage to the main gate and those training facilities you caused. Chapter 136, The 100 Flowers Chamber of Commerce. Unbeknownst to him, half a month had passed. Wei Yi had served as the branch leader in Black Dragon City for this duration. Contrary to his expectations, the past fortnight had been remarkably peaceful, with no unusual incidents occurring. His investigation into the fates of previous branch leaders yielded no clues, as if they had vanished into thin air, leaving him bewildered. Wei Yi had mentally prepared for this, understanding that if the perpetrator could be easily identified, the Overlord sect would not have remained so helpless until now. That if the culprit were found, avenging their wrongs would be far simpler than investigating the matter. The real challenge lay in the fact that he did not know who the antagonist was, which was the most frustrating aspect of it all. Initially, Wei Yi believed that his arrival would draw out the hidden enemy, or at least provoke some reaction from the mastermind. However, everything had remained surprisingly calm and normal. For someone bearing such heavy responsibilities, this was not good news. That he needed abnormality, not normalcy. Could it be that my arrival in Black Dragon City caused such a stir that the hidden hand now fears to act against me? Wei Yi pondered. His thoughts were not unfounded. Upon his arrival in Black Dragon City, he had captured the city's most notorious playboy, Hua Yuankong, forcing the Lu Xiongho mansion to come begging for his release. He then provoked the Nine-Blade Society, compelling Lu Chuang to sell his possessions to repay debts, causing the once thriving society to plummet. Following that, he had defeated Ouyang Lanshan, the head of the Killing Martial Sect's branch in Black Dragon City. Ouyang Lanshan was no ordinary opponent. She was a rare genius martial artist, gifted with an ice spirit body and formidable cultivation, regarded as a top-tier powerhouse in the city. Wei Yi's victory over her, culminating in her admission of defeat, caused his name to spread rapidly throughout Black Dragon City, elevating the image of the Overlord sect's branch and lifting it from its previous state of disgrace. Thus, Wei Yi harbored such speculations. Of course, during this time, he did not remain idle. While dispatching others to investigate these matters, he also dedicated himself to cultivation, primarily focusing on mastering the pure yang sword in 10th. Although he had grasped it, his initial level was still LV1. Attaining its utmost potential at LV10 would be no small feat. However, upgrading the pure yang sword in 10th proved to be significantly more challenging than the pure yang sword technique, as the experience required for advancement increased tenfold, bordering on the absurd. After diligently practicing for half a month, he had yet to advance to LV2, though he had become markedly more adept in its application. The levels of martial arts techniques such as the 7-Kill Fist and the Dragon Elephant Fist have significantly improved. Furthermore, the Eagle Shadow 18 techniques have advanced from LV22 to LV23. Wei Yi's agility has also become astonishingly swift. When he exerts himself fully, he can even rival those at the pinnacle of martial spirits, as well as certain martial kings who are not adept in agility. Naturally, one cannot practice martial techniques continuously, leaving ample leisure time. Wei Yi, uninterested in the trivial matters of the branch, focused instead on refining medicinal pills to generate income. Where do the materials for alchemy come from? They are readily available in the system's marketplace. As long as there is silver, one can procure whatever is desired. Although the prices are not cheaper than those outside, it saves a considerable amount of time and effort, while also avoiding numerous unnecessary complications. After all, if someone like Wei Yi were to purchase hundreds of thousands of tales of alchemical materials at once outside, it would undoubtedly attract significant attention. While there are many alchemists in Black Dragon City, none would dare spend such a vast sum at once. It is likely only Wei Yi could undertake such a feat, as his prodigious alchemical skills guarantee a profit. After half a month of diligent effort, Wei Yi transformed hundreds of thousands of tales worth of materials into finished medicinal pills. However, he faced a dilemma regarding how to convert these pills into silver. Selling them to the gaming marketplace could yield some profit, but not nearly enough, and that would be a loss. Selling them in reality seemed the more advantageous option. Nevertheless, the question of how to sell so many pills posed a significant challenge. In contemplation, Wei Yi quickly summoned Hou Zhengtao, the most knowledgeable individual in Black Dragon City, to discreetly inquire about the situation. Hou Zhengtao, aware of Wei Yi's recent focus on alchemy, was quick to offer a solution. If you wish to sell at the best price and achieve the highest return, allow our branch to assist you. We have several shops within the city. However, this method would take some time. As compared to other larger alchemy shops, their storefronts were modest and not ideally located, resulting in a slower sales pace. If you wish to sell quickly and in large quantities, you could directly approach the merchant associations. They would certainly not reject the alchemical products, though the prices might be slightly lower. It would save much hassle. After listening to Hou Zhengtao's explanation, Wei Yi nodded. Which merchant associations in the city are most suitable? Hou Zhengtao elaborated. Black Dragon City has always been bustling with trade, and given its status as a no-man's land, many merchant associations have established themselves here, with at least a dozen notable ones. However, I would recommend you choose among the Jiulong Merchant Association, the Yunhai Alliance, and the Baiwa Merchant Association. The Jiulong Merchant Association is a well-established entity with a history spanning over a century. Renowned for its excellent reputation, the Yunhai Alliance, which spans several nations, is said to be backed by the royal family of Qi, boasting the strongest overall strength and likely the highest prices. As for the Baiwa Merchant Association, it occupies a middle ground, though its origins remain shrouded in mystery, with no one truly aware of its owner. Baiwa Merchant Association, Wei Yi's expression momentarily faltered, as if recalling something, his gaze involuntarily flickering. Observing this, Hou Jingtao misinterpreted his reaction and immediately donned a knowing smile. It seems you have a preference for the Baiwa Merchant Association. I too find it commendable. It has a strong reputation for fairness in business dealings. More importantly, the head of the Baiwa Merchant Association, Miss Mutin, is regarded as the most beautiful woman in Black Dragon City. Historically, beauty and heroism go hand in hand. I believe only a young talent like you could be worthy of Miss Mutin. Your visit may not only secure a transaction, but also perhaps win the heart of a fair maiden. Hou Jingtao subtly flattered him. Wei Yi blinked, feigning confusion as he replied, "Who is Miss Mutin?" Cough, cough, cough. Hou Jingtao was instantly taken aback. The renowned Miss Mutin, and you do not know of her? Chapter 137. A great business. Where is Miss Mutin? What? No guest today. Do you know who I am? Do you know who my father is? No, no, no. I am not here to cause trouble. I have long admired Miss Mutin. How could I possibly cause a ruckus here? I am here to discuss business. Do you understand? I have come to procure hundreds of thousands worth of goods from your association. This is a significant business transaction, and I wish to discuss it with Miss Mutin in person. What? Still not possible. Are you jesting with me? Do you even know who I am? As Wei Yi stepped into the Baiwa Merchant Association, he heard a young man vociferously protesting inside, sounding somewhat familiar. Master Hua, I certainly recognize you. You visit several times a day, replied a kindly middle-aged steward with a smile, maintaining a respectful demeanor. However, I regret to inform you that our young lady is unwell today. Perhaps you could come back another day? You. Master Hua's eyes widened in frustration. His two bodyguards behind him immediately stepped forward, exuding their peak martial prowess. Yet the middle-aged steward remained unfazed, maintaining his amiable demeanor. He neither raised his voice in anger nor succumbed to the pressure, as if entirely unaffected. This is quite intriguing, thought Wei Yi, unable to suppress a chuckle as he approached. Oh, who do we have here? Is this not the illustrious Master Hua? How is it that you cannot even meet Miss Mutin? Do you not know who Master Hua is? He is the son of the Duke of Luxiang. How dare you treat him this way? Does your Baiwa Merchant Association no longer wish to conduct business in Black Dragon City? Wei Yi reveled in the unfolding drama, drawing the attention of those around them. They began to murmur, pointing at Hua Yuankang. What are you trying to do? Hua Yuankang gritted his teeth, his expression growing increasingly grim. What was initially a minor incident was now attracting a crowd. And the embarrassment would likely spread rapidly. Master Wei, are you here for something? The middle-aged steward could no longer suppress a wry smile. While he was unafraid of Hua Yuankang, his goal was to conduct business and avoid escalating the situation. If trouble arose, they would ultimately bear the consequences. Do you know me? Wei Yi raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had not ventured out much lately. Who in Black Dragon City does not know the esteemed Master Wei? The middle-aged steward deftly flattered him. In business, we may be lenient in some aspects, but our discernment must not falter. What can we assist you with, Master Wei? Perhaps we could discuss matters in the inner chamber. With a nod from the steward, a curvaceous woman clad in a qipao approached to receive him, evidently concerned about a potential altercation between Wei Yi and Hua Yuankang. Wei Yi glanced at Hua Yuankang and replied, "Very well, let us converse in private. I am indeed here to conduct business. Unlike certain individuals who feign intentions while harboring ulterior motives. Who are you referring to?" Hua Yuankang's ire flared once more. The middle-aged steward quickly intervened, soothing the situation before it escalated further. Meanwhile, Wei Yi had already entered the inner chamber, which was essentially a private booth. "Master Wei, what do you require?" The voluptuous woman inquired with a smile. "No, I am not here to purchase. I am here to sell." Wei Yi waved his hand, smiling as he spoke. The woman's expression momentarily faltered, blinking in surprise before regaining her composure. "We accept all valuable items." The implication was clear. Items of no worth would not be entertained. Without further explanation, Wei Yi waved his right hand, producing a vial of pills on the table. Spatial treasure? The woman's gaze flickered as she regarded Wei Yi with newfound interest. Any spatial item is immensely valuable, signifying considerable wealth. This is not a fourth-grade medicinal pill, she continued, her eyes widening at the sight of the Ziyuan Dan. A pill that enhances martial prowess. Medicinal pills that improve cultivation are typically scarce and seldom sold. This Ziyuan Dan is of excellent quality, certainly top tier. For this vial containing 20 pills, our association can offer 20,000 taels of silver. After a careful examination, she promptly quoted the price point. 20,000 taels for a vial of Ziyuan Dan means 1,000 taels per pill. This is indeed an astonishing price, one that the average person cannot afford. However, Wei Yi did not immediately accept the offer. Instead, he smiled faintly and replied, I possess over 50 vials of such Ziyuan Dan. Over 50 vials. The woman nearly stumbled at the revelation. The first thought that crossed her mind was disbelief. What a jest. With each vial containing 20 pills, over 50 vials equates to over 1,000 Ziyuan Dan. This is by no means a trivial sum. Not to mention the time and effort required by an alchemist to produce such a quantity. The sheer amount of materials needed is staggering. Given that the success rate of most alchemists is not particularly high. However, recalling Wei Yi's identity, she knew he would not come to jest with her, leaving her in a state of hesitation. Master Wei, you are not joking, are you? Do you perceive me as such a dull individual? Wei Yi was well aware that she harbored doubts, and he was disinclined to engage in further trivialities. With a casual flick of his wrist, over 50 identical elixir bottles materialized before him. Feel free to examine them. Each one is identical. The voluptuous lady was swept by a tide of astonishment. And without hesitation, she commenced her inspection. One after another. She scrutinized them. 20 purple origin pills. 20 purple origin pills. Identical. All the same. Indeed, all 52 bottles contained identical purple origin pills, each of exquisite quality. Even though this seasoned member of the 100 Flowers Guild had dealt with countless transactions, she found it difficult to conceal her shock. The acquisition of such numerous purple origin pills, which were scarce in the market, would yield extraordinary benefits for the guild. It was not merely a matter of profit. It would provide an irreplaceable promotional advantage. After all, while other guilds were unable to procure purple origin pills, they could supply them abundantly, making the disparity glaringly evident to all. That we will take them all, the voluptuous lady declared without hesitation. However, at this moment, Wei Yi chuckled. You wish to purchase? I am not necessarily inclined to sell. With a wave of his hand, the elixirs were swiftly returned to his spatial pouch. Perceived by outsiders as a treasure of space, of course, I am here to conduct business. However, as for the price, I am not satisfied. Wei Yi shook his head with a light smile. At the very least, it should be doubled. Otherwise, there is nothing to discuss. Before she could respond, Wei Yi raised 2 fingers, making his demand clear. This price is far too high. If we were to acquire at such a rate, we would have no profit to speak of. The voluptuous lady replied with a wry smile. If the price were slightly higher, I could make a decision, but to double it, I am not merely selling goods. I am also selling an active advertisement. I trust you understand my meaning. Wei Yi maintained a calm demeanor. If you cannot make a decision, then let someone who can negotiate come forth. Of course. If you are uninterested, I shall consider this conversation concluded and will explore opportunities with the 9 Dragons Guild and the Cloud Sea Alliance. They may show interest. As he spoke, Wei Yi began to rise. The voluptuous lady dared not allow him to approach the other 2 prominent guilds, fearing she would be deemed a traitor to the 100 Flowers Guild. She hurriedly intercepted him. Master Wei, please do not rush. Allow me a moment. I shall inform our young lady, and perhaps she will offer you a satisfactory price. Chapter 138. More handsome than you. After a brief interval, the voluptuous lady returned to the private room. Master Wei, our young lady requests your presence. Wasn't your young lady feeling unwell? Wei Yi suddenly recalled the middle-aged steward's earlier comments regarding Hua Yuankong. Indeed, if Master Wei is willing to lower the price, I can make a decision, and we need not disturb the young lady's rest. The voluptuous lady looked at Wei Yi with eager anticipation. However, it was evident that Wei Yi was not the type to indulge in pity, especially when faced with potential loss. Before even meeting her, that he merely blinked, as if he had not comprehended her meaning, and sincerely remarked, Your young lady has truly exerted herself. Since that is the case, we should not delay further. Let us proceed. The lady was momentarily speechless. Yet, even if Wei Yi was unwilling to lower the price, she could not afford to show displeasure. Instead, she had to maintain a smiling facade. Soon, she guided Wei Yi towards the 2nd floor. Suddenly, a commotion erupted. It was Hua Yuankong, who had not departed, and upon seeing Wei Yi ascending the stairs with the lady, he could not restrain himself from interjecting. This exemplifies the disparity in influence. Clearly, your standing pales in comparison to mine. Is it even a question? Why must you be so foolish? Wei Yi was unperturbed. instead opting to provoke him, causing Hua Yuankang's face to flush with indignation. What did you say? Until we settle this matter today, I will not let it go. Hua Yuankang's fury surged once more. Young Master Hua, please calm down, the middle-aged steward implored with a weary expression. However, this time, Hua Yuankang was not easily placated, and instead shouted defiantly, "You told me that Miss Mutin is unwell and does not meet guests, yet now you lead him upstairs. Explain this situation to me. If you do not clarify today, I will dismantle your 100 Flowers Guild." Hearing this, the middle-aged steward's expression grew cold. To be frank, he was not intimidated by Hua Yuankang or even his father, Huarong. After all, the 100 Flowers Guild had establishments throughout the land, and their backing was formidable. A mere rural marquis posed no threat. He had been amiable out of habit, but he had not anticipated this young man would overstep his bounds. "Young Master Hua, please conduct yourself with dignity. This is the 100 Flowers Guild, not your Luxiang Marquis 8. As he spoke, his restrained power surged forth, emanating a chilling presence. This seemingly unremarkable middle-aged steward was, in fact, a formidable warrior at the martial spirit level. Hua Yuankang's expression changed slightly, forced to retreat under this overwhelming aura, yet his arrogance prevented him from yielding, and he continued to protest. "You are the one who broke your word. Do you think I am easily intimidated? You must tell me why he can ascend while I cannot, because I am more handsome than you." Wei Yi replied with a smile. This response was impeccably straightforward. The vast establishment fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All eyes turned to Wei Yi and then back to Hua Yuankang. One was a poised and handsome young talent, while the other was a pampered, effeminate playboy. It seemed that this reply indeed held some merit. Many couldn't help but nod in agreement. "Ahem, Master Wei, please refrain from jesting. Any disputes between you and young Master Hua can be resolved privately. If this continues, it will put us in a difficult position," the middle-aged steward remarked with a look of reproach. Under his scrutinizing gaze, Wei Yi felt compelled to cease his mockery of Hua Yuankang. "Haha, I was merely joking. You may take your time to explain things to him. I shall take my leave." With that, Wei Yi ascended to the second floor, observing his graceful demeanor and the middle-aged steward blocking his path. Hua Yuankang's expression darkened to an extreme. "The reason Master Wei can ascend is that he brings significant business to our guild." The middle-aged steward offered a brief explanation, as it was preferable to avoid conflict. However, Hua Yuankang could not accept this reasoning and saw it as an opportunity to exploit. He shouted loudly, "A substantial business. This destitute fellow could possibly bring a big deal. I am the one who can bring you a substantial business. I have mentioned that I intend to procure goods worth over 100,000 taels of silver from your guild. Now that you have caused such a ruckus, I no longer wish to do business with you." With that, Hua Yuankang lifted his chin with pride. Others began to murmur, unable to contain their thoughts. The middle-aged steward shook his head helplessly and replied with a blank expression, "In our guild, at least 1,000,000 taels of silver would qualify as a substantial business. As for your mere 100,000 taels, we could decide without needing the young lady's involvement." Hua Yuankang's mouth fell agape. Unable to close for a long moment, he finally realized that he had been disregarded all along. Meanwhile, Wei Yi was oblivious to Hua Yuankang's embarrassment. This moment, he had already ascended to the second floor under the guidance of the voluptuous lady. In contrast to the opulence of the first floor, the second floor's decor was far more elegant and refined. If the first floor resembled a mundane marketplace, the second floor resembled a tea house for cultured gatherings. In a private room, Wei Yi encountered the renowned Miss Mutin, who was indeed a rare beauty. Approximately in her 20s, clad in a flowing white dress, her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders, her clear and spirited gaze exuding an ethereal charm, coupled with her exquisite demeanor. It was no wonder she was hailed as the most beautiful woman in Black Dragon City. Yet, having encountered many beauties, Wei Yi remained composed, sitting down gracefully with a subtle smile throughout. "I have heard that Master Wei possesses extraordinary talent and is a rare prodigy. Upon meeting today, it is indeed exceptional," Miss Mutin remarked, her voice melodious, akin to the strings of a lute. Wei Yi could not help but brighten at her words, responding with a smile. "Miss Mutin, you truly embody the grace that captivates hearts. No wonder. Young Master Hua below is incessantly preoccupied with thoughts of you." As he spoke, Wei Yi couldn't help but chuckle that a gentleman does not shy away from another's beauty nor speak ill of others. "Master Wei, that is not a commendable habit of yours." Miss Mutin winked playfully, her demeanor laced with a rare charm. "I misspoke." Wei Yi chuckled softly, then shifted the topic. "Now, let us discuss business. 52 bottles of purple origin pills. At 2,000,000 taels of silver. What do you think, miss?" Chapter 139. Peony and Narcissus Master Wei, it would be prudent to propose a more reasonable price. As it stands, we would not merely fail to profit, but would likely incur losses. Peony spoke earnestly, her gaze fixed upon Wei Yi. While purple origin pills are rare in the market, their prices are generally known. I trust you are aware of this. Surely, we cannot allow our guild to suffer losses while peddling our wares. However, Wei Yi remained unmoved, chuckling softly. Miss Peony, that sentiment does not quite resonate. 4,000 taels of silver per bottle of purple origin pill may seem steep in Black Dragon City, but in other regions, it is hardly exorbitant. In the prosperous southern lands, a bottle often fetches 5,000 taels, and in the imperial capital of Dechu, prices may soar even higher, with eager buyers clamoring for them. The 100 Flowers Guild has established shops across various locales. Trading goods between regions is a common practice, is it not? Upon hearing this, Peony regarded him with a hint of surprise. Such tactics were not foreign to them. Yet few ordinary martial artists would possess such knowledge. She pondered that if Master Wei were to engage in commerce, he might very well be a business prodigy. You flatter me, Miss Peony. I only possess a superficial understanding. Wei Yi replied, shaking his head with a faint smile. What you say is indeed correct, yet my circumstances differ slightly. To be candid, I have only been in Black Dragon City for a little over 6 months, tasked with revitalizing our guild's branch here. Therefore, should I procure this batch of purple origin pills from you, I cannot sell them elsewhere. They would remain in Black Dragon City to establish our reputation. Under these conditions, I am unable to offer you a higher price. Observing his calm demeanor, Wei Yi sensed he was not jesting. After a moment of silence, he inquired, then, Miss Peony, what price can you offer? 150,000 taels of silver, Peony replied, raising her head with sincerity in her eyes. Wei Yi's brow furrowed slightly. The reduction from 200,000 taels to 150,000 was a significant drop, exceeding his limits. However, Peony swiftly added a condition. If you agree, you shall be a distinguished guest of the 100 Flowers Guild, and I would owe you a favor. As she spoke, she elegantly raised her delicate hand and flicked her fingers. A sharp energy surged forth, striking a nearby porcelain vase, which shattered into fine dust. Wei Yi's pupils involuntarily constricted at the sight, and he regarded Peony with newfound respect, softly uttering, a martial king's realm. I recently made a breakthrough, Peony replied with a serene smile, her tone casual, as if discussing a simple meal. So, Master Wei, do you believe my favor is worth 50,000 taels of silver, which holds greater value, a martial king's assistance or 50,000 taels? The answer is not easily discernible. After all, the weight of favors varies. One cannot expect a mere favor to compel someone to risk their life. Yet, in certain circumstances, a martial king's small gesture could be invaluable. Just when I find myself in need of such assistance, if the true Miss Peony were willing to lend a hand, I would certainly agree. 150,000 it is. I accept. Wei Yi's surprising declaration left even the composed Peony momentarily stunned, her eyes widening in disbelief. Shortly thereafter, the two parties finalized their transaction, and Wei Yi made his way downstairs to depart. Simultaneously, a young woman in a red garment emerged from a private chamber. With a complexion like a peach blossom and an alluring demeanor, she was a rare beauty, her presence even more vibrant, aptly embodying the name Peony. How did he know I wasn't you? Did he discover my presence? Without a doubt, this was the true Miss Peony. Her large, beautiful eyes reflected astonishment. Water Narcissus, you have been seen through, she exclaimed with a smile. That shouldn't be possible, Water Narcissus replied, her disbelief evident as she looked at her sister. He's never met you before. How could he possibly discern my disguise? Peony shook her head, contemplating that. I cannot say. Perhaps it was a matter of temperament. Regardless, that fellow is quite cunning. He might have known all along, but chose to reveal it only as he was leaving. How mischievous of him. One cannot say so. I was the one masquerading as you. If anything, I deceived him first, which is far more disrespectful, Water Narcissus countered, shaking her head in defense of Wei Yi. Goodness, Water Narcissus, you aren't developing feelings for him, are you? You're already defending him before I've even spoken, Peony teased, her expression a mixture of surprise and amusement. Though, I must admit, he is rather handsome and possesses decent martial prowess. His combat abilities are quite impressive, and his martial talent is certainly superior to that of those who are mere wastrels. Moreover, he possesses the 100 Flowers token, if you truly take a liking to him. There will be no objections from the guild master. To this, Peony's eyes sparkled with excitement. Oh, you impudent girl, what nonsense are you spouting? Water Narcissus's cheeks flushed as she playfully scolded her sister. I am merely curious as to why he possesses the guild master's 100 Flowers token. What is his connection to the guild master? Regardless of their connection, Since he holds the 100 flowers token, we must assist him this time. That I cannot help but giggle. He likely believes he has outsmarted us. Unaware that even without lowering the price, we would still lend him our support. It's no wonder the guild master praises you as a business genius. Do not mention this to the guild master. I'm uncertain if it will be a compliment or a reprimand, Peony remarked, exchanging a knowing glance with her sister, prompting them both to laugh. Oblivious to the true nature of his dealings, Wei Yi believed he had made a clever transaction. Unaware that he had not truly gained any advantage. Chapter 140. Luring the snake from its hole with 150,000 taels of silver in hand, Wei Yi marveled at the speed of his profits. Exiting the 100 Flowers Guild, a glimmer of delight danced in his eyes. Successfully concluding this transaction brought him immense satisfaction, as his expenditure on alchemical materials from the system marketplace had been a mere 50,000 taels. The time spent crafting pills was only half a month. Tripling his initial investment in just 2 weeks, yielding a 200% profit, was indeed astonishing, an unparalleled rate of earnings, perhaps only rivaled by illicit endeavors. Yet, this was made possible by the gaming system. Without the constant supply of alchemical materials from the system marketplace, and absent his exceptional alchemical skills, none of this would have been feasible. In just half a month, his alchemical proficiency had ascended from LV37 to LV39. Once he reached LV40, he would attain the status of a 5th-tier alchemist. At that point, acquiring 5th-tier recipes would enable him to concoct 5th-tier pills, accelerating his profit margins even further. Energized by such prospects, Wei Yi felt confident that he would never face a shortage of funds again. Of course, this method was uniquely his. No other alchemist, be they 4th, 5th, or 6th tier, could achieve his extraordinary success rate. Moreover, the rare alchemical materials he obtained could not be accessed by others in such abundance. Without these essential conditions, mass production of pills for profit would be unattainable. Nonetheless, this strategy could not be employed too frequently. If exposed, it would be challenging to justify. At least until he had secured his own safety, he needed to exercise caution, ensuring he had sufficient funds for his immediate needs. 150,000 taels of silver. If spent judiciously, it would sustain him for quite some time. With his pockets replenished, Wei Yi's spirits soared, and the bustling crowd around him appeared far more agreeable. "Captain, shall we return now?" asked Wu Dasong and his companions, trailing behind him. Of course, Wei Yi initially intended to say yes, but suddenly recalled his agreement with Water Narcissus and the recent tranquility of the area. He quickly revised his response. "You all return first. I wish to take a solitary stroll." With that, he altered his course, striding toward the other end of the street. Wu Dasong and the others exchanged glances. Aware they had no authority to dictate Wei Yi's actions, and thus returned to the southern branch of the city, Wei Yi's figure soon vanished amidst the throngs of people. At this moment, 2 individuals swiftly appeared at the location he had just vacated. Observing Wei Yi's solitary retreat, they exchanged glances, a sinister smirk emerging on their faces. Meanwhile, within a private room of an inn across the street, Hua Yuankong could hardly contain his excitement upon hearing his subordinates report. "Is what you say true? That lad truly left the city alone." "Absolutely true. We would never dare deceive you, young master," the 2 subordinates assured him, thumping their chests. "Excellent. Excellent." Seeing their earnest demeanor, Hua Yuankong's suspicions dissipated, and he erupted into a hearty laugh. "That Wei fellow has finally ceased hiding within his faction. He has ventured outside the city all alone. Is he not courting death? It is akin to an elderly man hanging himself. He must be tired of living." A fierce expression crossed Hua Yuankong's face, his eyes gleaming with a palpable intent to kill. The grudge between him and Wei Yi had been forged since Wei's arrival in the city, a memory that had lingered in Hua's mind, waiting for the right moment for retribution. After being sharply ridiculed by Wei Yi at the 100 Flowers Guild, the accumulated grievances intensified his desire for vengeance. He yearned to flay Wei Yi alive and shatter his bones into 1,000 pieces. Indeed, this boy must not be allowed to escape. Only that Wei fellow dares to oppose you in Black Dragon City. If we eliminate him, no one shall dare provoke you again. His 2 sycophants chimed in eagerly. Hua Yuankong nodded in agreement, feeling justified in his thoughts. He turned to the 2 guards standing nearby, who were not ordinary guards, but 2 of the 8 elite protectors under his father's command, both at the pinnacle of martial prowess, unmatched among those below the martial spirit realm. Recognizing the look in Hua Yuankong's eyes, they understood his intentions. After a brief silence, one spoke. "Killing Wei Yi is no simple task, especially since he excels in evasion. That if he chooses to flee, we would be powerless to stop him." "Are you suggesting you lack the courage to act?" Hua Yuankong's expression darkened. "No. We mean to suggest that we hope you can summon the other 6 of our brothers from the marquee. When the 8 of us unite, even if that way you were truly a martial spirit expert, he would have no chance of escape. The man replied unfazed. Very well. Hua Yuankong's anger transformed into delight at this notion that he found the reasoning sound and nodded in agreement. You are correct. That fellow may not possess overwhelming strength, yet his ability to flee is exceptional. We have but this singular opportunity. He must not escape again. Let us also involve Lu Chuang from the Nine Blades Society, with the 8 of us joined by Lu Chuang, who is a martial spirit expert. We shall see how that boy meets his end. Hua Yuankong declared through clenched teeth, his voice laced with hatred. The 2 sycophants exchanged astonished glances, but Lu Chuang is under the command of the madwoman Ouyang Lanshan. Can we truly summon him? You think Lu Chuang would remain loyal to her, especially when he could not even contend with Wei Yi? Who do you think paid the 20,000 taels Wei Yi extorted from him? If it were not for dealing with that Wei fellow, Lu Chuang would have been a weapon against Ouyang Lanshan. Hua Yuankong scoffed, a smug smile on his face. The 2 subordinates were taken aback, quickly showering him with flattery. Even the 2 elite protectors could not help but reveal a hint of surprise. It seemed Hua Yuankong was not merely a fool after all. At A.S. Wei Yi departed Black Dragon City alone. Numerous martial artists within the city began to stir. The Marquis of Luxiang, the Nine Blades Society, and of course, the Killing Martial Sect were all on the move. Master, operations have commenced. A deputy leader of the Killing Martial Sect reported respectfully within the training hall. With a thunderous crash, Ouyang Lanshan unleashed her fury, shattering a sandbag before her. Ice shards flew in all directions as she stood there, her expression icy. That treasonous wretch, today I shall witness his demise. Outside Black Dragon City, within a hidden underground palace, hundreds were laboring fervently at the forefront. A makeshift platform housed several array masters, young and old, diligently calculating and deducing. Layers of colorful barriers protected a dark altar at the center, which flickered with an otherworldly glow, resembling the most enigmatic Pandora's box. Thanks to the efforts of these array masters, many protective barriers had already been dismantled, leaving only 3 layers that stubbornly held fast. Yet these final barriers appeared on the brink of collapse, seemingly ready to shatter at any moment. Almost there, murmured Lu Xiangho Huarong, his plump face brimming with excitement. At this rate, in just a few hours, we shall successfully complete our mission. This is all thanks to your planning, esteemed eunuch. Without the numerous array masters you gathered, we would still be at a standstill for months. Once this concludes, you shall receive all the credit. As he spoke, Huarong cast a sycophantic glance at the figure standing before him, an elegant man with a fair complexion and a delicate demeanor. Eunuch Lu. Not only was Eunuch Lu present, but also the leader of the Blackwater Bandits, He Kuan, stood nearby. Upon hearing Huarong's flattery, Eunuch Lu smiled modestly. We are all merely serving His Highness the Third Prince. As for credit, I am indifferent. He then turned to He Kuan, smiling. For the final barrier, it will require your Blackwater's hellfire to breach it. I trust you will exert your utmost effort. Of course, I will not hesitate, He Kuan replied coldly, his expression devoid of warmth. But that boy within Black Dragon City must die. Certainly. Eunuch Lu agreed without a moment's hesitation, then turned to Huarong. Huarong understood and promptly assured, this small matter poses no challenge. I have already dispatched someone to monitor him, but I hesitated to act earlier for fear of drawing the attention of the Overlord sect. However, with success imminent, there will be no need for such concerns. Once this is over, that boy shall not escape Black Dragon City. At that moment, a figure hurriedly entered the underground palace. It was the leader of the 4 golden guards, whom Huarong trusted most. He approached Huarong and whispered a few words in his ear. Huarong's expression changed slightly, but after glancing at Eunuch Lu and He Kuan, he could not help but chuckle. He Kuan, perhaps you need not wait for the mission's conclusion. Your request may be fulfilled sooner than anticipated. That boy has foolishly ventured outside the city alone. What a stroke of luck. The branch of the Overlord sect, Wu Dasong and several others returned together. Why are only you few back? Where is the master? A gatekeeper inquired with a smile. The master certainly has his own affairs. What do we have to do with it? Someone replied. Exactly. Do you think the master's matters concern you? Wu Dasong retorted, his eyes widening. As he spoke, he suddenly froze, feeling something in his robe. He reached into his chest and discovered a letter he had not noticed before. Upon examining it, he saw the words delivered to Deputy Master Ho inscribed on it. The Deputy Master Ho referred to was undoubtedly the deputy leader of the Overlord sect, Ho Jingtang. Wu Dasong immediately understood and rushed into the sect, shouting at the top of his lungs, Deputy Master Ho, something big has happened. On the upper floor of the 100 Flowers Guild, The sisters Shui, Xian, and Mu Dan were engrossed in a game of chess. The air filled with the delicate fragrance of incense. Suddenly, a flurry of commotion disrupted their serene match. Oh dear, it seems we shall not be able to continue this game. Mu Dan chuckled as she picked up a piece and flicked it, sending it flying against the window. The window swung open, and a white pigeon flew in, landing expertly on her palm. I assure you, this letter must be from your esteemed suitor, Mu Dan teased as she retrieved the note from the pigeon's leg. Who cares about your suitor or mine? How shameless can you be, speaking like that? Shui Xian retorted, rolling her eyes that if you're not going to read it, hand it over to me. Mu Dan, knowing full well who Shui Xian referred to, smirked and replied, of course, I shall read it if it's a love letter. Would you still have a chance to see it? I must guard against such matters. As she opened the letter, Mu Dan's expression of anticipation swiftly vanished, and she tossed it to Shui Xian. Men are all brutish. They only know how to fight and kill. There's not an ounce of charm in them. Seeing her demeanor, Shui Xian couldn't help but laugh. You haven't even met him. How can you expect romance? Her words sparked a glimmer of realization in Mu Dan's eyes as she nodded seriously, seemingly finding clarity. I understand now. If one were to behold my unparalleled beauty, how could they remain indifferent? It appears that I had not encountered him before. Thus, I must meet him. However, you won't be angry with me for stealing your man, will you? Observing her teasing expression, even a fool could discern the jest. Yet, Shui Xian rebuked, you are becoming increasingly outrageous. What man? If you continue to speak so indiscriminately, I might truly become angry. Just joking. How about we go together this time? Upon hearing this, Shui Xian lifted her head, blinked, and then nodded. Staying here was rather dull, so let us go together. Meanwhile, outside the city, in a stone pavilion, Wei Yi sat leisurely on a stone bench, gazing at the distant twilight scenery like a carefree poet. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a golden tranquility enveloped the plain, while the distant mountains donned the hues of the evening glow. Occasionally, passers-by strolled by the pavilion, some greeting Wei Yi or asking for directions, while he merely smiled in response, remaining silent. Suddenly, a rapid clatter of hooves echoed, and a dark line appeared at the edge of the plain, with dozens of knights galloping towards him, stirring up a storm of wind. A smile crept onto Wei Yi's lips. He knew his awaited guests had arrived. Chapter 142. The Eight Guardians. The sharp sound of hooves suddenly pierced the air, shaking the earth as a troop of knights swept in like a tempest. Arriving before the stone pavilion in mere moments, the newcomers were none other than Hua Yuankong and his entourage of the Eight Guardians, each a seasoned 10th-tier martial master. United, they were an unstoppable force. Beside Hua Yuankong stood Lu Chuang, the president of the Nine Blades Association, a formidable 3rd-tier martial spirit, who fixed his intense gaze upon Wei Yi, fiery hatred evident in his eyes. Additionally, over 20 of the most elite guards from the Lu Xiang Marquis' residence boasted martial master capabilities. The purpose of their simultaneous arrival was unmistakable, and a terrifying aura surged forth, causing bystanders to flee in haste, fearing for their safety. Wei Yi, you must understand my purpose in bringing these people here. Although we have enmity, if you kneel and plead for mercy now, I might consider sparing you, given my good mood. Hua Yuankong's cold gaze pierced through Wei Yi, his demeanor exuding arrogance, convinced that victory was assured. Wei Yi, however, remained unfazed, lounging idly without even raising his head, seemingly too indifferent to acknowledge him. You are insufferably arrogant. Hua Yuankong's lips twitched, his teeth gritted, resentment boiling within him. He intended to toy with Wei Yi, but the latter's blatant disregard drove him to madness. My lord, once we capture that brat, you may do with him as you please. A middle-aged man behind him spoke grimly. He was the leader among the Eight Guardians. Hua Yuankong scoffed. You think you can deal with me with these rabble? You underestimate me. Finally rising, Wei Yi surveyed the crowd, his gaze landing on Lu Chuang. So, you've changed allegiances? TSK, such speed. Wei Yi chuckled, his eyes brimming with mockery. Lu Chuang's grip on the reins tightened, veins bulging as he suppressed his fury, coldly stating, this is all thanks to you. And today, you shall pay in full. I can only apologize and offer you 4 words. Overestimating oneself. Wei Yi replied with a derisive tone, clearly dismissive of Lu Chuang and the numerous adversaries present. Witnessing such insolence, not only was Lu Chuang infuriated, but Hua Yuankong was also seething with rage. Even the normally composed Eight Guardians found their expressions darkening. Without needing further commands from Hua Yuankong, the 8 dismounted in unison, drawing their blades and fanning out, lowering their bodies as they advanced towards Wei Yi from all directions. Surround him, Hua Yuankong barked. The 20-plus guards immediately spread out, encircling the stone pavilion, leaving Wei Yi no opportunity to escape. However, Wei Yi had no intention of fleeing. Hurry up and make your move that I have to return to the city. I am pressed for time. He taunted again, igniting their collective fury. The 8 guardians, seasoned warriors, moved with a fluidity that was both poised and explosive. Wei Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of seriousness crossing his features. Yet, it was merely a fleeting moment. Not bad, but too bad that you encountered me. As his words echoed, the heroic sword found its way into Wei Yi's grasp. Without hesitation, he swung down, infusing it with pure yang sword intent. The leader of the 8 guardians sensed a deep instinct from years of combat and instinctively dodged to the side. With a thunderous crash, a massive pit appeared before the onlookers, causing even those who had previously underestimated Wei Yi to draw in sharp breaths. Lu Chuang, who had once faced Wei Yi, felt his heart race at the sight. Die. At that moment, enemies from both sides and behind charged forth, their blades infused with energy, unleashing a terrifying wave that enveloped the entire stone pavilion. Though far from mastering the blade's intent, Wei dared not confront it head-on. He flickered and vanished from sight, only to reappear amidst the chaos. With another explosive sound, the stone pavilion crumbled under the force of the combined assault. There, form a formation, kill him. The 8 guardians, battle-hardened veterans, swiftly regrouped, encircling Wei Yi in a manner that showcased their expertise in coordinated attacks. Despite Wei Yi's speed, he was forced to tread carefully against the overwhelming numbers. The adage that 2 fists cannot fight 4 hands rang true. It was clear he needed to reveal some true skill. With a determined heart, Wei Yi unleashed the full might of the pure yang sword technique. A radiant force shimmering forth, the sword intent, combined with the technique, doubled its potency, radiating a brilliance so intense that it was blinding. In what seemed like a mere instant, Wei Yi's sword struck down, slicing through 3 of the guardians, sending them flying and staining the ground with blood. 2nd, 3rd, 7th, will fight him to the death. The 5 remaining guardians, seeing their companions injured, were consumed by rage, abandoning all restraint and charging at Wei Yi with reckless abandon. Chapter 143. The shift in power and truth. 5 frenzied opponents were far more formidable than 8 rational ones. Although Wei Yi had severely injured 3 guardians, disrupting their formation, it only served to incite the remaining 5, transforming them into desperate warriors willing to exchange injuries for victory. Their fervor forced Wei Yi back step by step. Suddenly, a piercing sound tore through the air behind him. Wei Yi turned to see a chilling blade poised to strike down. Its blinding edge was impossible to look at. It was Lu Chuang. Realizing the shift in Wei Yi's power, Lu Chuang could no longer remain a passive observer. Seizing the moment amidst Wei Yi's battle with the remaining 5, he concealed his presence and struck without hesitation. A martial spirit-level warrior ambushing a martial master was laughable, yet it was happening right before their eyes. No one present deemed it inappropriate. The 8 guardians were eager to subdue Wei Yi, and Hua Yuankong was desperate to see him utterly destroyed. As for Lu Chuang, his motivations were crystal clear. In this life-and-death struggle, fairness was a forgotten concept. Die! Lu Chuang roared, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Unmistakably driven by his hatred for Wei Yi, who had usurped his territory, disrupted his plans, and forced him into a desperate situation. In his heart, all the mistakes were forced upon him by Wei Yi. Thus, when he struck down with his blade, he unleashed nearly all of his power, harboring not a shred of mercy, wishing instead to cleave Wei Yi in 2. Alas, his intentions remained mere thoughts. If Wei Yi had been oblivious, it would have been one thing, but once he sensed danger and prepared himself, the LV-23 Eagle Shadow technique was no trivial matter. The remaining 5 guardians could not withstand it, nor could Lu Chuang. In an instant, Wei Yi vanished from sight. Lu Chuang's meticulously planned attack fell entirely short. At the same time, a terrifying aura erupted from within Wei Yi, the power of the golden bloodline. To confront the 8 guardians, Wei Yi needed not to employ his bloodline power. However, with Lu Chuang, a 3rd-tier martial spirit, Wei Yi could no longer afford to conceal his true capabilities. Otherwise, should he feign prowess and become a fool, he would truly become a fool. He somewhat regretted sparing Lu Chuang's life last time. Hence, this time, he intended to reclaim it. Wei Yi's gaze was fixed on Lu Chuang as he spoke slowly. Had it not been for the intricacies of his martial arts, he might have already fallen to Lu Chuang's blade. This should have been my statement. Last time, I allowed you to escape by chance. This time, I shall use your life to demonstrate the chasm between us. Under Wei Yi's unwavering stare, Lu Chuang felt the weight of immense pressure, yet he could not afford to show weakness. Altogether, he declared, leading the charge toward Wei Yi. With a fierce swing of his blade, he aimed to cleave Wei Yi. In the past, facing a full-force strike from a martial spirit-level warrior, Wei Yi might have hesitated. However, After comprehending the pure yang sword intent, he required no further contemplation. To counterattack was the optimal strategy. With a swift motion, he unleashed a sword strike imbued with sword intent, capable of shattering all resistance. Before the remaining 5 guardians could close in, Wei Yi's sword had already shattered Lu Chuang's blade aura, and a surge of sword energy erupted. With a thunderous boom, Lu Chuang was caught off guard and struck in the chest by the sword energy, sending him reeling backward in a spray of blood. A martial spirit-level powerhouse had been sent flying. This scene was undeniably shocking. The remaining 5 guardians could not help but be shaken, seizing the moment. Wei Yi struck decisively again, unleashing 2 consecutive sword strikes akin to a phoenix nodding. The radiant sword light dazzled, revealing the lethal moves of the 13 death blades. The 2 warriors at the forefront had yet to react when they instinctively clutched their throats, shrieking in agony, before collapsing with wide eyes filled with disbelief. Their throats pierced. They died on the spot. How could this be? At that moment, everyone present was unable to contain their astonishment. This was not merely a severe injury. It was outright slaughter. The death of 2 10th-tier martial masters significantly increased Wei Yi's experience points. The realm he had lost due to spending 100,000 experience points to comprehend the pure yang sword intent was restored, elevating him back to the 9th-tier grand martial master level. Level up. His state was instantly fully restored, and his combat prowess surged beyond what it had been. Without a moment's thought, he charged forward again, his treasured sword flashing and slashing with relentless ferocity. The terrifying sword energy rampaged, and Lu Chuang and his companions struggled to hold their ground. At this moment, Lu Chuang truly grasped the shift in Wei Yi's power. During their previous encounter, Wei Yi had to exert every ounce of his strength to defeat him, relying mainly on the subtlety of his movements. However, after mastering the pure yang sword intent, Wei Yi's strength had evidently ascended to a higher echelon. Even without employing evasive tactics, he could defeat Lu Chuang head-on, and in a manner that was utterly overwhelming. How could this be? How could this be? As Lu Chuang pondered this, Hua Yuankong found himself plagued by the same thoughts. Initially, he believed subduing Wei Yi would be a simple task. Wei Yi was merely a formidable grand martial master, and with the combined force of the 8 guardians and Lu Chuang, it should have been as effortless as slicing through vegetables. Yet, in reality, it was far beyond his expectations. The united front of the 8 guardians not only failed to slay Wei Yi, but found themselves thoroughly outmatched. 3 of the 8 guardians were severely wounded. 2 fell dead on the spot, leaving only 3 to barely resist. Lu Chuang, a martial spirit-level warrior, appeared as naught but a mere trifle before Wei Yi. Useless, useless, all of them useless. They had boasted of their prowess, only to reveal themselves as inept. All of you, charge. Everyone must take him down today. Hua Yuankong's mind was consumed with thoughts of killing Wei Yi, and he immediately bellowed. Under his command, the remaining 20 or so guards of the Ho residence surged forward, weapons drawn, intent on slaying Wei Yi. Just then, another thunderous sound of galloping hooves erupted as numerous figures appeared at the edge of the plain. The onlookers could not help but turn pale. Chapter 144. Harvesting experience. This time, a greater number of individuals appeared, and they belonged not to a single faction but rather 2 distinct forces. One was the team from the Bawang sect, led by deputy leader Ho Zhangtao, a cadre of knights charging like a tempest. They had evidently arrived at breakneck speed. The other was from the Sha Wuzong, led by the talented martial artist Ouyang Lanshan, accompanied by 2 deputy leaders of the martial spirit realm, also a contingent of dozens. Upon their arrival, Hua Yuankong's expression shifted dramatically. The Sha Wuzong's presence was manageable. But the emergence of the Bawang sect's members could not possibly be unrelated to Wei Yi. Was all of this a scheme you orchestrated beforehand? Hua Yuankong swiftly turned to Wei Yi, glaring at him with fierce intent. Though he was arrogant and reckless, he was not truly foolish. The situation was glaringly apparent. How could he fail to see through it? What do you think? Wei Yi replied with a light-hearted smile. Seeing his smug demeanor, Hua Yuankong could hardly contain his fury, wishing to tear this Wei apart with his own hands. Yet he also knew such thoughts were futile. With his meager strength, he could do nothing against Wei Yi. Retreat, Hua Yuankong commanded decisively, his voice low, and he immediately led a few of his companions to flee on horseback, abandoning Lu Chuang and the others. However, the Bawang sect's members had already encircled them, cutting off their escape. No way out, came the roar. Witnessing their leader besieged, the Bawang sect's members were consumed with rage. Wei Yi held significant stature in their eyes. Ho Zhengtao would not allow Hua Yuankong to escape, personally leading a dozen knights to charge ferociously at him, unerringly aimed. Wei Yuankong was taken entirely by surprise at their ferocity, and before he could react, he was unceremoniously knocked off his horse, landing hard on the ground. "You scoundrels!" Wei Yuankong's face turned pale with pain as he gritted his teeth in anger. Yet in that moment, dozens of Balong's sect warriors pounced upon him. Wei Yuankong's face paled in terror. "Wei Yi, I never expected you to be so treacherous. You are a true scoundrel," Lu Chuang cursed with a grim expression. Initially, they believed they had outwitted Wei Yi, thinking he had no way to escape and would surely perish at their hands. Hence, even upon realizing Wei Yi was a tough opponent, they had not considered retreating, confident that their numbers would eventually wear him down. They thought it would merely require a bit more effort, with the outcome ultimately unchanged. However, they had not anticipated that all of this was merely a fabrication of Wei Yi's design. They had been played. The stark contrast of reality was simply unbearable. Treacherous deceiver, cunning scoundrel. Especially upon seeing the Sha Wuzong members galloping toward them, Lu Chuang felt an overwhelming sense of betrayal, yearning to turn and flee. Yet at that moment, Wei Yi had no intention of letting him escape. A martial spirit-level warrior represented a vast reservoir of experience points for Wei Yi. Regret comes too late now. I did not force you to come. You walked right into the trap yourselves. I initially thought I could catch bigger fish, but it seems I've only snagged a few small fry. However, since you're here, don't think of leaving." Though Wei Yi taunted, his gaze remained cold as ice, and he showed no mercy. He clearly remembered how these individuals had treated him, each harboring murderous intent and never considering sparing him, with the tides turned. How could Wei Yi show leniency? Wei Yi unleashed his full cultivation without reservation. Under the activation of the pure Yang sword intent, each of his sword moves was significantly enhanced. The sword light shone, radiating with a terrifying murderous aura. The remaining 3 guardians of the Luxiangho residence were the first to suffer, their throats pierced by 3 swift strikes, falling lifelessly to the ground. Wei Yi's figure flickered, immediately advancing upon Lu Chuang. Lu Chuang glanced around, realizing that his allies had lost the will to fight. The dead lay strewn about, and those who had fled left him to face Wei Yi alone. He was never a match for Wei Yi. Now that Wei Yi has comprehended the essence of swordsmanship, how could he possibly contend? Please, don't let me finish. Lu Chuang's heart raced with trepidation, and in his panic, he chose to retreat without hesitation. Do you remember what I said before? I vowed not to spare your life this time. Wei Yi sneered, immediately employing his swift movement technique, closing the distance to Lu Chuang with ease. The fear within Lu Chuang escalated with each passing moment. "That I can pay you. I can offer another 200,000 taels. No, 300,000. For 100,000, I can ally with you. The Nine Blades Guild will submit to the Bawang sect from now on. Please don't kill me. I can pay any price as long as you spare my life." The specter of death loomed. Lu Chuang showed no trace of his former bravado, continually retreating and pleading for mercy. Devoid of any desire to fight Wei Yi, "Stop. Don't kill that wretch. Let me handle this." At that moment, a figure rushed in. It was Ouyang Lanshan, the leader of the Sha Wuzong. She was evidently aware of Lu Chuang's betrayal and had come to personally rectify the situation. After all, this was indeed a profound humiliation for her. If it were any other matter, Wei Yi might have given her some face, but not this one. He would not relinquish the experience that was so close at hand, especially as he was eager to elevate his cultivation level. Thus, without hesitation, Wei Yi struck point 13 deadly swords, the 14th sword. He unleashed his lethal technique, striking before Ouyang Lanshan could intervene. His sword transformed into a flicker of ethereal light. Faster and more astonishing than before, Lu Chuang, overwhelmed by terror, could not withstand the onslaught and continued to retreat. Yet, no matter how fast he moved, he could not outrun the speed of Wei Yi's sword. In an instant, a flash of light appeared, and a spray of blood erupted. Wei Yi sheathed his sword, standing firm, while Lu Chuang clutched his throat, his eyes wide with disbelief and resentment. He opened his mouth, but was unable to utter a single word before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. "Wei, you are courting death." Ouyang Lanshan arrived to witness this scene and could not contain her fury. Her beautiful eyes widened in rage. Without a word, she launched a powerful punch toward Wei Yi. A terrifying aura of icy coldness roaring forth. "You say you must spare me. Must you truly do so?" Wei Yi scoffed, his sword descending without hesitation. The clash of sword energy met her punch, both powers canceling each other out, yet the resulting shockwave forced them both to take several steps back. Ouyang Lanshan glared coldly at Wei Yi, her chest rising and falling with agitation. Clearly infuriated. "What? Am I mistaken? If you truly wish to fight, I shall oblige, but do you believe you can defeat me?" Wei coldly regarded her. He was not the sort to falter in the presence of a woman. Since Ouyang Lanshan chose to be impudent, he would not offer her kindness. Their gazes locked in hostility, sparks of animosity igniting between them. Meanwhile, the guards of the Luxiang Marquis had mostly been captured by both factions, including Huayuan Kong, who attempted to flee. "Captain, how shall we deal with these individuals? Should we bring them back to the branch?" Ho Jingtang inquired as he approached Wei Yi. "Why complicate matters?" Wei Yi chuckled lightly, his gaze icy to the extreme. Even Ouyang Lanshan, standing before him, felt a shiver run down her spine. "Let me go at once, or I swear I will make you regret it. Last time, my father did not hold you accountable. But this time it may be different. If you release me, there may still be room for negotiation. If you attempt to extort me again, rest assured, there will be no refuge for you in Black Dragon City." Though captured, Huayuan Kong refused to concede. Instead, he continued to bluster, emboldened by previous encounters, believing Wei Yi would not dare harm him, for the Luxiang Marquis was the most powerful faction, led by his father, the Marquis Huayuan Huarong. Wei Yi would not truly dare to act against him, he thought. Fool. Wei Yi coldly spat the words. Indeed, he was quite foolish. Observing Huayuan Kang's arrogance, Ouyang Lanshan could not help but agree. She had long been intolerant of him. Suddenly, a flash of sword light sliced through the air, blood spraying forth. Ouyang Lanshan stood frozen, and the rest of the onlookers were equally stunned. Wei Yi had severed Huayuan Kang's throat with a single stroke, silencing him mid-sentence. Time seemed to freeze as everyone widened their eyes in shock. Huayuan Kang's pupils dilated. Disbelief etched across his face. He could never have anticipated such a brutal outcome. You. Huayuan Kong had not expected Wei Yi to act so decisively, striking without mercy, breath coming in ragged gasps. His complexion paled as he succumbed to his fate, his body crumpling to the ground. Gasps of shock echoed among the crowd. Even Ouyang Lanshan was taken aback. "Are you not afraid of retribution from the Marquis?" Ouyang Lanshan could not help but asked. "I have already slain so many of his men. Do you think he will simply ignore it?" Wei Yi retorted. Ouyang Lanshan fell silent, realizing the truth in his words. Indeed, of the 8 guardians, 6 had been slain by Wei Yi, along with numerous guards from the Marquis. This was no trivial matter. The Marquis Huayuan Huarong could not simply pretend nothing had occurred. Moreover, he had sent so many to confront Wei Yi. How could Wei Yi not retaliate? "Do not blame me. Blame your own misfortune," Wei Yi declared coldly. Stepping forward, he relentlessly swung his sword, and those captured guards could not resist one sword stroke, and one by one, they fell to his blade. System notifications rang out continuously as Wei Yi's experience points surged. Even those guards captured by the Xiao Wuzong met the same fate, as Wei Yi showed no mercy, dispatching them all in the blink of an eye. Dozens lay dead at Wei Yi's feet. While the experience points from each individual guard were minimal, the cumulative total was substantial, leaving him just shy of reaching the 10th rank of Martial Master. However, the onlookers were left dumbfounded, a wave of dread washing over them. They were unaware that Wei Yi was merely grinding for experience. Instead, they perceived him as ruthless and merciless. In that moment, the members of the Xiao Wuzong regarded Wei Yi with a mix of fear and awe, instinctively retreating several steps, sensing an unspoken threat in his presence. It is not the powerful that instill fear, but rather those who wield their strength with a merciless hand. "Someone is coming," Ouyang Lanshan suddenly remarked, her expression shifting. It appeared the big fish they had been waiting for had finally arrived. Wei Yi smiled, though the malice that enveloped him rendered his smile chilling. The sound of galloping hooves approached rapidly from the distance. This time, there were few in number, but their presence was undeniably formidable. 4 figures emerged, each exuding an aura of lethal intent. They were the 4 strongest subordinates of Marquis Huayuan Huarong. Upon their arrival, even the ordinary warriors could not help but tense, and Ouyang Lanshan's expression grew grave. The 4 great guardians consisted of 1 7th rank martial spirit, 1 6th rank, and 2 5th rank martial spirits, each renowned and formidable opponents. "I can only assist you with one of them," Ouyang Lanshan unexpectedly offered. "Assist me?" Wei Yi was momentarily taken aback. Surprise evident on his face, he discerned that Ouyang Lanshan had come for Lu Chuang. Their relationship had always been strained, and having now claimed Lu Chuang's life, one would expect her to wish him ill. Why then was she offering assistance? "Are you perhaps developing feelings for me?" Wei Yi blurted out. Ouyang Lanshan, taken aback by his words, was quickly engulfed by a mix of rage and disdain. "Wei, do you have no shame? Do you think I would ever look at you? Even if all men in the world perished, I would never, ever, lay eyes on you. Do you understand?" Ouyang Lanshan exclaimed loudly, her attitude returning to normalcy. Wei Yi exhaled in relief. his heart finally at ease. Observing his sense of liberation, Ouyang Lanshan's eyelids twitched, and an impulse to strike him surged within her. That is there a connection between the deaths of the previous leaders of the Bawang sect and the Lu Xiangho mansion? Wei Yi suddenly inquired, his gaze fixed on Ouyang Lanshan. Taken aback by his question, Ouyang Lanshan couldn't help but look at him with surprise. Despite her frustration towards Wei Yi, she couldn't help but admire his quick thinking. She hadn't anticipated that he would deduce her willingness to assist so swiftly. That I cannot be certain about the circumstances of your Bawang sect's branch, but the deaths of several individuals in our Haixia sect are undoubtedly tied to the Lu Xiangho mansion. Based on my speculation, the mastermind behind the recent turmoil in the city is likely Hua Rong of the Lu Xiangho. Ouyang Lanshan nodded in agreement, but a glint of determination flashed in Wei Yi's eyes as he resolved to leave one alive. Faced with the imminent threat of 4 renowned martial spirit-level warriors, his confidence shone through as he boldly declared his intent to capture one. It was rare for anyone, aside from Wei Yi, to display such fearlessness in the presence of seasoned warriors. Ouyang Lanshan, surprisingly, found no fault in his plan and nodded in approval. That in her eyes, and indeed in the eyes of all, Wei Yi had long since risen to the level of a martial spirit warrior. Even standing among the elite, she turned to her 2 deputy leaders, instructing, "You 2 should team up against one of them. I can assist. While I cannot guarantee much, I can certainly hold one back." Ho Jingtao, a martial spirit-level warrior himself, stepped forward, unwilling to shy away from battle. "Be careful, old Ho," Wei Yi cautioned, then gestured for the others to retreat. In a battle of this caliber, ordinary martial artists have no place. I do not wish for the remnants of the Bawang sect to suffer devastating losses here. Ouyang Lanshan made the same choice. While many could swarm an elephant, neither she nor Wei Yi wished to sacrifice their subordinates' lives in this encounter. Soon, only the 5 of them remained standing firm. Simultaneously, the 4 formidable figures from the Lu Xiangho mansion arrived swiftly. Upon witnessing the carnage, particularly the lifeless body of Hua Yuankong, their expressions darkened. "Who killed the young lord?" "Step forward," the leader of the 4 bellowed, his large eyes fixated on Wei Yi and his companions, a palpable aura of menace enveloping them. Although they did not immediately attack, their imposing presence was undeniable. Indeed, the reputation of Hua Rong in Hailing City was significantly bolstered by the prowess of these 4 warriors. "How arrogant! Are you the so-called 4 great fools? I've already dealt with the 8 useless ones before you. Now it's your turn," Wei Yi taunted. "I was the one who killed Hua Yuankong. Come at me. It won't take long to handle you." He waved his right hand, his tone dripping with arrogance. The 4 warriors stared at him, astonished, as did Ouyang Lanshan and her companions. Wei Yi's powerful mockery left them momentarily speechless. Enraged, the 4 warriors glared at him, their tempers flaring. No one in Hailing City had ever dared to speak to them in such a manner. "You arrogant brat, let's see how you die today." The leader of the 4 leapt onto his steed, charging directly at Wei Yi. "I'll skin you alive," he roared, followed closely by another warrior. However, Ouyang Lanshan stepped in front of the latter, declaring, "Your opponent is me." As she spoke, she unleashed a punch, activating her ice spirit body, unleashing a terrifying chill. Ho Jingdao and the other 2 did not hesitate, intercepting the remaining 2 foes, though they did not hold the upper hand. They were far from being at a disadvantage, given the 3-2 odds. The opponent facing Wei Yi was the strongest among them, a 7th-level martial spirit warrior wielding a pair of black battle axes. His imposing stature and strength allowed him to wield his axes with devastating force, creating a fearsome whirlwind as he advanced towards Wei Yi. "You might find yourself dead first," Wei Yi retorted with a cold smirk. Swiftly executing the pure yang sword technique that he danced around, maintaining a careful distance, neither closing in nor retreating too far, his sword, longer than the battle axes, provided him a significant advantage, with his bloodline power enhancing his abilities. He unleashed a flurry of strikes, invigorated by numerous recovery pills he had consumed earlier. Engaged in combat, he showed no signs of fatigue. "Die!" the burly warrior bellowed, launching both battle axes simultaneously, creating a series of circular arcs as they aimed to crush Wei Yi from both directions. Wei Yi's expression shifted as he swiftly dodged to the side, but the axes changed trajectory, attacking from both sides with blinding speed, leaving him no chance to evade. Realizing he had fallen into his opponent's trap, he chose to confront the attack head-on. Wei Yi struck the right axe with his sword, forcing it back with a fierce burst of sword intent, while simultaneously delivering a powerful dragon elephant fist, encased in blazing red flames, against the left axe. The resulting clash reverberated through the air, causing Wei Yi to stagger back several steps. Prepare to die. The burly warrior pressed his advantage, reclaiming his axes and leaping into the air. his formidable power surging as he aimed both axes downwards at Wei Yi. Intent on cleaving him in two. Wei Yi looked up, annoyance melting away into a mocking smile that in an instant, he vanished from sight, leaving the burly warrior stunned. Above you, came the cold voice. The warrior looked up to find Wei Yi had inexplicably appeared at a higher elevation, his sword descending with lethal intent. The sharp sword aura erupted. And only then did the warrior's expression change. After several exchanges, he had not anticipated that he would be the one caught off guard. However, as a seasoned 7th-level martial spirit warrior, he remained calm under pressure. His battle experience serving him well. Why life is not something even the king of hell can claim. Do you think you can take it? With a fierce glint in his eyes, he suddenly gathered his energy. Halting his descent, gripping the battle axes tightly, a blinding light erupted from the axes, swirling with dark energy, displaying their terrifying might. Die, he roared, reversing the axes and striking upwards at Wei Yi with all his might. As their weapons collided, their energies clashed violently. Though Wei Yi's cultivation was inferior, the enhancement from his bloodline power and the aid of the blazing red energy allowed him to hold his ground. Quickly pushing the burly warrior back, with a thunderous crash, Wei Yi was driven back 4 steps, while the warrior coughed up blood, retreating several paces, his face pale from the injury. Now that you can die. At that moment, a cold, feminine voice pierced his ears. The blue whip, akin to a striking serpent, shot towards him, wielded by Ouyang Lanshan, while her opponent was held back by another deputy leader of the Haisha sect. As a prodigious talent of the Haisha sect, Ouyang Lanshan's ambush was anything but simple. Activating her ice spirit body and martial spirit to their fullest, her whip radiated with the power of a treasured weapon. Exuding an aura of dread and hidden lethality, racing towards its target in an instant, the fierce strike pierced through the robust warrior's soul defense, burrowing deep into his chest. Blood splattered violently. The hulking man glared in rage. His eyes wide as if a ferocious tiger was poised to devour him, he gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, raising his battle axe to cleave down at Ouyang Lanshan, evidently intent on trading his life for his adversary's. If it had been just Ouyang Lanshan alone, he might have struggled to withstand such a frenzied counterattack. However, regrettably for the brute, he was not alone. Wei Yi stood ready at his side, with a swift motion. Wei Yi released his sword, which shot forth, its sharp blade piercing through the man's back. The hulking warrior's eyes widened once more. His battle axe had yet to descend, and his movements froze. He desperately attempted to turn around, but could not complete the final gesture as blood flowed incessantly. His strength waned, and his massive frame gradually crumpled to the ground. Thus, the leader of the 4 golden giants perished beneath the combined might of Wei Yi and Ouyang Lanshan. A notification chimed. Player Wei Yi has slain. Instantly, Wei Yi's experience surged as he eliminated a 7th-tier martial spirit realm powerhouse. One by one, they continued their assault. Wei Yi and Ouyang Lanshan exchanged nods before launching themselves at the remaining trio. Although Hou Jingtao and the 2 vice leaders of the Xiao sect struggled, they were merely at a disadvantage, being martial spirit level fighters themselves, with the addition of Wei Yi and Ouyang Lanshan to the fray. The tide of battle swiftly shifted. It was overwhelmingly one-sided. In a short span, 2 more fell lifelessly to the ground. Alas, one was struck down by Ouyang Lanshan's whip, depriving Wei Yi of the corresponding experience. Only one adversary remained, soon surrounded by Wei Yi and his companions. Nearly 100 warriors from the Ba Wang sect and Xiao sect stood in the periphery, rendering escape impossible. This individual, a fierce character, recognizing the futility of flight, decided to fight back desperately, hoping to take someone down with him. Yet, under the combined efforts of the group, his intentions were but a fantasy. He was swiftly subdued. Do you have anything to say? Wei Yi inquired coldly, narrowing his eyes. Do you take me for a coward? If you intend to kill, then do so. I won't yield easily, the man bellowed, his fury evident. It was clear he was indeed a tough individual. Why resort to such measures? Share what we wish to know, and we can end this painlessly. Cooperation would be mutually beneficial, wouldn't it? Ouyang Lanshan urged. Yuval harlot, don't think you can intimidate me with your threats. Slap. Before he could finish, Ouyang Lanshan struck him with her whip, instantly swelling half his face grotesquely. If you wish to die, I shall grant you that, she fumed, her chest heaving with indignation. Allow me, Wei Yi interjected, stepping in front of her. I had hoped for a reasonable discourse. Since you refuse, I shall be forced to expend some resources. A cold glint flickered in Wei Yi's eyes as he withdrew a pill vial. Removing the cork, he poured out a crimson pill. This is the soul-confounding bone erosion pill. Ouyang Lanshan gasped, her expression shifting. The others similarly paled. Though rare, it was among the most notorious of 5th-tier pills. Its effects were to confuse the mind intensely, rendering the victim utterly incapacitated, and the experience of consumption was excruciating. Hence its name. Most would prefer torture over ingesting such a pill. Wei Yi had not purchased this. It was a reward from the tomb of the Eagle King, Lu Zong, with some leisure time. He had refined those pills, and the soul-confounding bone erosion pill was one of them. The hulking man recognized the horror of the pill, fear washing over his face. Yet, before he could voice his thoughts, Wei Yi forcefully shoved the pill into his mouth that he struggled wildly, his visage contorting in agony as his gaze grew increasingly vacant and dazed. Whereas Lu Xiangho Huarong, a voice echoed in his mind. At the red iron mine outside the city. I in the Qirong underground palace. He uttered unconsciously. Chapter 148. The cuckoo occupies the magpie's nest. It is widely acknowledged that the underground veins surrounding Black Dragon City are abundant, often yielding various precious ores. This is one of the key reasons the city attracts numerous factions. Just over 10 miles from the city lies a red iron mine. In truth, red iron is not a high-grade ore. It is merely a common mineral used for crafting weapons and treasures, so the competition for this mine has not been fierce, and it has remained under the control of the Bawang sect. The red iron mine is recognized as the Bawang sect's territory, with patrolling guards and miners all affiliated with the sect. However, when Wei Yi, the leader of the Bawang sect, arrived at the mountain's base, he was met with unyielding resistance from the guards. The mine has recently collapsed and is closed for repairs. Outsiders are not permitted entry, one guard stated coldly, his demeanor cautious as he and several warriors gripped their weapons tightly, clearly on guard against the sudden arrival of Wei Yi and his companions. Before Wei Yi could respond, Ouyang Lanshan burst into laughter. It was indeed a humorous sight, the leader of the Bawang sect being barred from his own territory. Having faced humiliation from Wei Yi before, Ouyang Lanshan found delight in his predicament, her laughter brightening her usually frosty demeanor, revealing a more feminine charm. Is it truly amusing? Wei Yi asked, turning to her with an impassive expression. What do you think? Ouyang Lanshan replied with a playful glint in her eye. Wei Yi's lips twitched slightly. He was far from amused. He turned his cold gaze towards Hou Zhengtao. The latter, feeling not only embarrassed but also infuriated, stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at the guards. Are you blind? You don't even recognize your own leader. Where is Hu Dahu? Perhaps his outburst had an effect, as soon enough, a burly man with a dark complexion and a dozen warriors descended from the hillside. Vice Leader Ho, what brings you here? The dark-faced man asked in surprise. Don't concern yourself with how I arrived. You. Hou Jingtao's expression soured, and he could not contain his anger. Take us up the mountain. Before Hou Jingtao could finish, Wei Yi interrupted him with a direct command. Hou Jingtao dared not speak further. The dark-faced man appeared puzzled, glancing at Wei Yi, clearly unaware of his identity. This is our sect leader. You've been ill for the past half-month and Haven T come to the city. So naturally, you wouldn't recognize him. Hou Jingtao explained with a huff. The sect leader. I see my mistake. The dark-faced man stammered, quickly apologizing. Enough of this nonsense. Up the mountain, Wei Yi stated succinctly, preparing to lead his group forward. Yet, at that moment, the dark-faced man blocked his path, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. What? Is my sect leader not allowed to ascend the mountain? Wei Yi stepped back, assessing the dark-faced man keenly before forcing a smile that did not reach his eyes. Do not take offense. Allow me to explain. The mine has collapsed, and the roads above have been sealed. If you wish to inspect the mine, it is genuinely impossible today. Perhaps you could return tomorrow? We'll clear the path overnight. The dark-faced man bowed apologetically, but Wei Yi remained silent, letting out a cold laugh. What an excuse. It seems you've all been bribed. Haven to you. With that, he turned to Hou Jingtao. Knowing that the dark-faced man and his ilk had likely been compromised, he began to suspect Hou Jingtao might also be involved. The realization that his territory had been completely usurped by another faction while its leader remained oblivious ignited Wei Yi's fury. If he had not learned of the red iron mine situation through the soul-confounding bone erosion pill, he might still be in the dark. Now he understood why the leaders of the Bawang sect had frequently met untimely ends. The root cause likely lay within the red iron mine. Vice Leader Ho, I trust you know how to deal with these traitors. I assume I need not assist you. Wei Yi questioned coldly, though he had always placed his trust in Hou Jingtao. The current situation compelled him to harbor doubts. After all, he had only been in Black Dragon City for half a month. It was understandable if he had been unaware. However, Hou Jingtao had remained there all this time. Was it truly possible he knew nothing? Or had he also been swayed by others? Hou Jingtao, no fool, felt a shiver run through him as he met Wei Yi's steely gaze, although Wei Yi had treated him well recently. He was acutely aware of Wei Yi's ruthless nature and did not dare allow any misunderstandings to fester. Rest assured, leader, I am absolutely loyal to the sect, he declared without hesitation, turning to the dark-faced man and his companions. Charging out without a moment's delay. Kill them all. At the command, the disciples of the Overlord sect immediately charged out together. The expressions of Hudahu and the others changed in an instant. Unable to believe that Wei Yi would so decisively unleash a massacre, nor could they fathom that the usually affable Ho Jingtang would turn ruthless without a thought for past connections. Captain, Vice Captain Ho, please don't misunderstand. Hudahu retreated, anxiously trying to explain. Explain your grandmother. You treacherous dog. Still trying to fool me at this point. Go die. Ho Jingtang seethed with rage, swinging his sword directly at Hudahu. The guards of the mine were no match for the formal disciples of the branch sect, and with the disparity in numbers, they were swiftly overwhelmed, requiring no intervention from the disciples of the Xiao sect. Ouyang Lanshan wore a broad smile, clearly delighted by the unfolding events. The Overlord sect and the Xiao sect had always been at odds, and both she and Wei Yi had clashed several times. However, Ouyang Lanshan refrained from overstepping, as they still maintained a cooperative relationship. Is there truly something beneath the Qidai mind? Do you think what that person said is true? Ouyang Lanshan could not help but inquire. I only know that the bewildering bone erosion pill is definitely not a counterfeit, Wei Yi replied, casting her a fleeting glance, his interest in further discussion waning. His mind was preoccupied with another matter, the breakthrough task. Indeed, upon defeating the last of the four great kings, he had already ascended to the 10th level of the martial master realm. Just now, the task for breaking through the martial spirit realm was also announced. Ding! Player Wei Yi's cultivation has reached the 10th level of the martial master realm, triggering breakthrough task. Task requirements. Slay 20 opposing martial spirit realm warriors. Task duration, 3 months. Task reward. Breakthrough to the martial spirit realm. Chapter 149. The Qihong Underground Palace. The task required him to slay 20 martial spirit warriors within 3 months, and they must be enemies, meaning he could not simply count strangers. Naturally, even if there were many opposing martial spirit warriors. Accomplishing the feat of killing 20 within 3 months was undoubtedly a daunting task. After all, martial spirit warriors were not just any ordinary foes. They were top-tier experts who had awakened their martial spirits and were worthy of the title of master wherever they might be found. Seeing the specific requirements of this breakthrough task, Wei Yi could not help but frown slightly. While he understood that higher realms meant more challenging tasks, he had not anticipated the difficulty of this one, which exceeded his expectations. If such was the case, what would the breakthrough task for the martial king realm and the martial sect realm entail? Would he be required to slay 30 martial kings or 40 martial sect warriors? If that were true, even if he scoured the entire Chu kingdom, he might not be able to gather that many top-tier experts. Wei Yi shook his head with a bitter smile. He had no choice. Since the breakthrough task had been issued, he could only choose to accept it. In truth, compared to those who struggled without success, he considered himself quite fortunate. At least he only needed to complete the task to ensure his breakthrough. For others, this was an opportunity they could hardly imagine. Report, Captain. I have fulfilled my duty. Ho Jingtang returned with his men, speaking in a solemn tone. Wei Yi looked up at the sound. The mountain guards who had been bribed had all been slain, including Hudahu, who had been personally dealt with by Ho Jingtang. Wei Yi nodded slightly, then regarded Ho Jingtang, whose body was drenched in the aura of blood, but chose not to say much. To the mountain, as soon as he spoke, Wei Yi dashed towards the Qitai mine, with everyone following closely behind. I just remembered. Could that fellow's mention of the Qihong Underground Palace have something to do with the Qihong Great Master? Ouyang Lanshan, who had been deep in thought, suddenly halted on the mountainside. The Qihong Great Master. Wei Yi paused, furrowing his brow. Have you not heard of the Qihong Great Master? He once traversed over a dozen nations in the extreme south domain, and it is said that he secretly commissioned the construction of the Qihong Underground Palace as his tomb after his death. However, the several Qihong Underground Palaces discovered later were all fakes. The true Qihong Underground Palace has yet to be found. Ouyang Lanshan explained, gazing up at Wei Yi. The Qihong Great Master and the Qihong Underground Palace. Could it be? The notion that the Qitai Mine's underground palace might be connected to the Qihong Great Master seemed outrageous to the other two vice-captains of the Xiao sect, who expressed disbelief. I think so too. How could a pinnacle figure like the Qihong Great Master establish a palace in such a remote place? It seems implausible. Even Ho Jingtang found it hard to believe. The reason was simple. The Qihong Great Master was too renowned, a true pinnacle expert, not limited to just one nation or region, but across the entire extreme south domain of numerous countries. Perhaps it is true. After all, the Qihong Great Master might have stayed in our Great Chu for several years, and perhaps it was during that time that he arranged for the palace's construction. Moreover, the name is too coincidental, being called the Qihong Underground Palace. Ouyang Lanshan became increasingly convinced of the possibility, regardless of whether it is true or not. We could find out by checking. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Wei Yi's eyes. He did not know much about the Qihong Great Master, yet felt that Ouyang Lanshan's theory was quite plausible. After all, if it were merely something ordinary, the Lu Township Marquis's residents would not go to such lengths. Incurring such great costs. He had not only bribed everyone in the Chitai mine but also stirred up a bloodbath in Black Dragon City, killing several leaders of the Overlord sect's branch, which would cost him dearly if discovered. Such audacity would not be motivated unless there was something of immense value at stake. Perhaps. As Wei Yi concluded. The group exchanged glances, nodding slightly in agreement. Regardless of the truth, they would soon find out. Without further hesitation, they surged up the mountain together. The journey was short, and with their impressive speed, they reached the entrance of the mine in the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. A long walkway extended downward, revealing that the mountain had been completely hollowed out. Standing at the entrance, they could see a mysterious underground palace faintly visible. The group looked at one another, their breaths quickening. Could it be that a great treasure truly awaited them? Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from within the mine. Figures suddenly emerged, blocking Wei Yi and the others' path. It was evident that these individuals were divided into two factions. One group was clad in uniforms, representing the elite guards from the Lu Township Marquis's residence. The other group was ragged and casual, yet exuded an overwhelming aura of malevolence, clearly not good people. Blackwater bandits. Wei Yi's gaze sharpened, instantly discerning the identity of this group. Together, they numbered over 100, and unlike the feeble guards below, each of these individuals was a formidable elite warrior, with several even at the martial spirit realm. Wei Yi, Ouyang Lanshan. Lu Township Marquis Huarong emerged from the crowd, glaring coldly at Wei Yi and Ouyang Lanshan. What brings you here? Wei Yi surveyed his adversaries, though it was their first encounter. He quickly deduced Huarong's identity. It is I who should be asking you. Marquis, this is the territory of our Overlord sect's branch, Wei Yi replied with a grim expression. Indeed, Marquis, why would you leave your residence to wander into this desolate mine? Surely you are not here to seek treasure. They say there is enough to go around. So wouldn't we deserve a share as well? Ouyang Lanshan added with a light laugh, seeing their banter. Huarong's expression darkened, his eyes flickering. When he saw Wei Yi standing before him, he could no longer contain himself and inquired, Did you encounter my son earlier? What do you think has become of him? Wei Yi retorted with a sneer. If you still wish to spend silver to redeem him, I fear you will be sorely disappointed. He is no longer in my hands, but rather in the hands of the King of Hell. A cold smile crept across Wei Yi's lips as he slowly drew his sword, his tone eerily calm. How about I send you both to reunite in the underworld? Chapter 150. Huarong's decapitation. What did you say? Upon hearing Wei Yi's words, Lu Township Marquis Huarong's eyes widened in disbelief, shock etched across his face. Although he could not fathom how Wei Yi had come to be here, he absolutely refused to believe that his son had fallen at Wei Yi's hands. After all, he had arranged so many helpers for Huayuankong. Initially, there were 8 guardians and those elite guards accompanying him. And later he dispatched his most capable 4 great kings, along with Lu Chuang from the Nine-Blade Society. Just counting the martial spirit realm warriors, there were more than 5. How could so many not protect Huayuankong? Kid, do not try to deceive me. I have eaten more salt than you have rice. Huarong retorted with a cold smile, his gaze filled with mockery as he regarded Wei Yi. How could my son possibly perish at your hands? Such petty tricks cannot deceive me. Huh? In response to Huarong's unwavering confidence, Wei Yi merely chuckled softly, casting a pitying look in his direction before calmly stating, I understand your disbelief, which is precisely why I have brought his head to return to you. No sooner had Wei Yi spoken than Wu Dasong, who had been shadowing him, stepped forward, but a sinister grin curled upon his large countenance as he unfastened the cloth bag hanging at his waist. Lord Huarong, I return your son to you. As he spoke, Wu Dasong hurled the bag forward. Huarong's heart jolted in shock, and he instinctively prepared to retreat. However, the bag suddenly loosened, revealing a round, lifeless head before his eyes. It bore the unmistakable features of his son, Huayuankong. Huarong's heart quaked violently, as if struck by a hammer against his chest. Overwhelmed by grief, tears streamed down his face as he fell to his knees. Clutching the severed head and weeping inconsolably. In that moment, a chilling glint ignited in Wei Yi's eyes. He exchanged a subtle glance with Ouyang Lanshan, and they both nodded imperceptibly. My son is dead. And yet you wretched brat, still draw breath. You shall join him in death. Huarong's fury erupted as he glared at Wei Yi, his eyes ablaze with an unprecedented murderous intent. Kill him. Everyone, attack, at any cost. I demand his death. Huarong's gaze was laced with venom as he commanded, almost deliriously. Yet at that very moment, Wei Yi and Ouyang Lanshan had already sprung into action. Particularly, Wei Yi unleashed his martial prowess with utmost force. Moving with a swiftness akin to lightning, his afterimage lingered in place while his body surged forward. I have yet to die because I came to escort you on your journey. Your son has already departed ahead of you. Now, I shall send you both to reunite. Wei Yi's cold voice resonated in Huarong's ears, and before Huarong could fully comprehend, Wei Yi was upon him. The guards behind Huarong were caught off guard, unable to intervene in time. Upon hearing Wei Yi's words, Huarong's complexion shifted dramatically, and without a moment's hesitation, he opted to retreat. Although he too was a martial artist of the martial spirit realm, his strength had been artificially inflated by elixirs, rendering him vastly inferior to a prodigy like Wei Yi, who could challenge opponents of higher tiers. Unbeknownst to him, the disparity in their speed was even greater. As he retreated a mere 2 steps, Wei Yi had already reached him, his sword descending with blinding speed. A crackling sound echoed as Wei Yi's blade fell, not claiming Huarong's life, but rather activating his protective treasure, which enveloped him in a dark azure barrier. Huarong's face drained of color. Yet before he could catch his breath, Wei Yi's onslaught resumed, this time infused with sword intent and ignited by the crimson crystal's true flame. The fiery sword energy surged forth, its power far surpassing that of the previous strike. Lord, the guards behind Huarong rushed to his aid, but at that moment, Ouyang Lanshan, who had charged alongside Wei Yi, also made her move. Get back. With her whip slicing through the air, a myriad of icy blue shadows emerged, showcasing her strength that eclipsed her peers. The approaching warriors were immediately forced back, and no, please, at that moment. Huarong was genuinely frightened, abandoning thoughts of revenge against Wei Yi. He scrambled backward in a state of utter disarray. Yet, Wei Yi's sword continued its descent, a flash of light slicing through the air. Huarong's head was severed from his body. Kill, charge forward. At this juncture, Hou Zhengtao and others arrived with reinforcements from the Bawang sect and the Xiao Wuzong, leading to a chaotic clash in the blink of an eye. The two groups were embroiled in fierce combat, while Huarong's demise at Wei Yi's hands went unnoticed. Ding. Player Wei Yi has slain Lord Huarong of Luxiang. Ding. Player Wei Yi has increased task completion by 1. Current progress 120. Although Lord Huarong was weak, his cultivation was genuine martial spirit, qualifying him for task completion. A flicker of joy sparked within Wei Yi. This was indeed an unexpected boon, albeit only a fraction of the required completion. Wei Yi pressed on, his figure flickering as he dashed into the depths of the mine's underground palace, with Ouyang Lanshan closely following. Compared to the turmoil outside, the inner sanctum of the mine was of paramount importance. If the legends surrounding the underground palace were true, in an instant, they traversed the lengthy pathway, plunging into the depths of the palace. However, the scene that unfolded within was far beyond Wei Yi's expectations. Particularly the two figures standing before the final layer of the formation's light barrier. Figures he never anticipated. Point 1 was Qian, the leader of the Blackwater bandits, and the other was the eunuch who had previously intervened to aid Qian. While Qian's presence was manageable, the eunuch's return was alarming. Remembering the spectral speed and formidable strength of the latter, Wei Yi felt his pupils constrict involuntarily. This individual was certainly not of the martial spirit realm, but rather a formidable warrior at the martial king level. I didn't expect to encounter you again so soon. What a twist of fate. The eunuch, Lu Gonggong, turned to face Wei Yi, a smile gracing his features. Simultaneously, Qian, seated before the formation's light barrier, also turned to glare at Wei Yi with seething hatred. Chapter 151. Cunning as a fox. Wei, how dare you appear before me? I will kill you. Upon seeing his arch-nemesis, Qian's eyes ignited with intense loathing as he ground his teeth, wishing to devour Wei Yi whole. He could no longer remain seated, intent on launching an attack, disregarding the imminent collapse of the formation. Wait, Lu Gonggong swiftly intervened, his expression shifting. Despite Qian's disregard, he could not afford to ignore the situation. Hold on. In truth, this underground palace was not the genuine Qirong Palace. The real one could not be so rudimentary. This was merely a vault of the revered Qirong great respect. Within it lay one of the 3 legendary tomes that had brought Qirong to fame, the Qirong Fire God Scripture. Regarded as the pinnacle of fire-based cultivation. Moreover, the Qirong Fire God Scripture was not merely a cultivation text. It elaborated on the extraordinary techniques for refining and controlling strange fires, the Qirong great respect. Having mastered 3 rare flames, wielded tremendous combat prowess, and was unstoppable in the southern extreme domain, earning the title of the Divine Fire great respect, largely due to this scripture, although Lu Gonggong did not cultivate fire-based techniques, rendering the Qi Rong fire god scripture of little use to him. It was invaluable to the third prince behind him. The prince practiced fire techniques and possessed a rare flame. Mastering the Qi Rong fire god scripture would elevate him beyond his peers, significantly enhancing his chances of seizing the crown. In essence, this scripture was the third prince's ladder to ascendancy. Thus, Lu Gonggong had specially assigned his most trusted aide, Lu Gonggong, to this mission, sacrificing much for the plan. With success now within reach, Lu Gonggong could not allow it to falter. Without Hakuin's Blackwater fiery flames, he would struggle to dismantle the final layer of the formation. Allow me to subdue that brat. Afterward, you may do as you wished, Lu Gonggong quickly reassured him. Hakuin cast a penetrating glance at Lu Gonggong before reluctantly resuming his seat. Spare him half his life. I will torment him to the point of begging for death. His gaze fixated on Wei Yi, his words dripping with malice. Ouyang Lanshan, unable to suppress her alarm, turned to Wei Yi and asked, "What exactly did you do to him? Did you wrong him in some way?" Wei rolled his eyes at her inquiry. "Do you still have time for such concerns? What lies within that altar?" As he spoke, Wei gestured toward the altar, although the final layer of the formation had yet to be dismantled. The inner altar was beginning to reveal itself. It appeared to be a cultivation tome along with several other treasures. Ouyang Lanshan narrowed her eyes for a closer inspection, raising an eyebrow as she exclaimed, "Could that be the cultivation tome of the Qi Rong Great Respect? Surprised that you know of the Qi Rong Great Respect. It seems you truly cannot be spared." Lu Gonggong's eyes flickered with murderous intent as he advanced toward them. The terrifying pressure of a martial king gradually manifesting. The chilling aura that enveloped him felt as if a venomous serpent was poised to strike. Even with Wei Yi's possession of a rare flame and Ouyang Lanshan's ice spirit body, both felt an involuntary chill creep over them. This illustrates the disparity in cultivation realms. The two were forced to retreat. Who is this dead eunuch? Ouyang Lanshan exerted all her strength to summon the ice spirit body to withstand the terrifying pressure. Simultaneously inquiring of Wei Yi, "You ask me, but who should I ask?" Wei Yi's expression mirrored her unease. His cultivation realm was even lower than Ouyang Lanshan's, currently not having even broken through to the martial spirit realm. Even with the activation of his bloodline power, it was quite arduous to resist. Just then, Wei Yi's ears perked up, as if a faint voice whispered beside him. The look of delight suddenly appeared on his face. "Stop him," Wei Yi declared without hesitation. "What?" Hearing Wei Yi's sudden exclamation, Ouyang Lanshan thought it was directed at her, her eyes widening in disbelief. How could she possibly stop this dead eunuch? What could she use to impede him? As Ouyang Lanshan prepared to speak, she noticed the eunuch's expression had shifted dramatically, losing the confident demeanor he once held. Instead, his countenance grew grave. "Come out," the eunuch commanded sharply. "Though, isn't this the esteemed chief steward Lu? Most trusted by the third prince? How did you end up in this desolate place?" A seductive voice chimed in, followed by the appearance of a figure in red, revealing none other than Miss Peony of the 100 Flowers Guild. "Wei Duju, we arrived just in time, didn't we?" She winked at Wei Yi, her face adorned with a smile. "I am indeed the true Peony. I go by the name of Narcissus." Following closely was Narcissus, appearing in a flowing white gown, exuding an elegant and refined aura. Both women were martial king-level cultivators. Although they had only recently broken through, their combined strength was sufficient to counteract the oppressive aura of Steward Lu. "Who are you?" Steward Lu's expression darkened. "Since you know my identity, do you comprehend the consequences of opposing me?" Steward Lu's face was undeniably grim. It was one thing for Wei Yi and Ouyang Lanshan to intrude, but now two martial kings had unexpectedly emerged, and they recognized him at a glance. He was not a well-known figure, having spent most of his time within the palace, rarely seen outside. The fact that they could identify him so quickly indicated their backgrounds were anything but ordinary. "Indeed, we understand the repercussions of offending Steward Lu." Thus, Peony turned to Wei Yi with a feigned look of grievance. "Wei Duju, we are here to assist you. Should we find ourselves cornered by him, you must shelter us." "Well said, well said." Wei Yi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, responding with a mix of laughter and exasperation. "You, a formidable martial king, can go anywhere in the world. Do you need my refuge?" Wei Yi recognized that she was jesting. Compared to the demure and graceful Narcissus, Peony's personality was indeed more vivacious. Boom! At that moment, a sudden explosion echoed as the final layer of the barrier was shattered. Yet, Hakuin did not remain stationary. A glint of cold cunning flashed in his eyes, and without a word, he soared toward the altar with utmost speed. "Haha, The secret manuals and treasures are all mine. You fools have labored to make me a wedding dress. Once I master the divine technique, I will return to reminisce with you." He Kuan cackled, seizing the treasured manual in his grasp. Chapter 152. The pursuit of He Kuan. Seeing the situation unfold, Steward Liu could hardly be oblivious that it was apparent that He Kuan had been feigning ignorance all along. The claims of being besieged, becoming despondent, seeking revenge, and dismissing rewards. These were all fabrications, a deliberate ploy to lull him into complacency. In truth, He Kuan had always coveted the treasured manual concealed within the crimson. Previously, with the Serpent Lady's assistance, they could contend with Steward Liu, but now that she had perished at Wei Yi's hands, he was left to rely solely on himself, necessitating this ruse. The outcome was undoubtedly successful. Steward Liu had relaxed his vigilance, and at the moment the barrier was broken, He Kuan swiftly snatched the most crucial manual. As for the other treasures, he gritted his teeth and decisively chose to abandon them, immediately fleeing toward the exit of the underground palace. "He Kuan, you will die." Upon witnessing the most vital manual, the crimson, being seized by He Kuan, Steward Liu's face contorted in fury. His rage and hatred for He Kuan surged to a peak. He had never regarded He Kuan as a serious threat. In his eyes, He Kuan was merely a bandit, unworthy of respect, especially since he had abandoned his own woman. Yet, he never anticipated that this contemptible individual would snatch away his target right from under his nose. Rendering all his efforts in vain, the thought of failure sent a shiver down his spine, intensifying his hatred for He Kuan. Boom! Steward Liu unleashed a furious strike, a palm crashing down, unleashing a torrent of energy that transformed into a dark azure dragon. Directly assaulting He Kuan's back, He Kuan coughed up a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling significantly, clearly injured. Yet, He Kuan remained unfazed. It seemed he had anticipated this, immediately grabbing a handful of recovery pills and swallowing them. Utilizing the force from the attack, he surged out of the palace, increasing the distance between them. It felt as if Steward Liu had inadvertently aided his escape. Seeing this, Steward Liu was further enraged, nearly spitting blood. Clearly, everything had been calculated by He Kuan. Cunning as a fox, his schemes were indeed extraordinary. "All brothers, block them. Not a single one escapes," He Kuan shouted. The black water pirates he had brought were all his loyal subordinates. Upon hearing his command, they charged in without hesitation, swiftly sealing off the cave's entrance. The external battle erupted into chaos, involving the Overlord sect, the Kill Marshal sect, the Lu Xiangho's residents, and the Blackwater pirates. All entangled in a melee, making it impossible to discern friend from foe. Taking advantage of the commotion, He Kuan fled. "Ha! Steward Liu, thank you for the gifts from you and the third prince. I shall take my leave first. This act of kindness will be repaid in the future, and Wei Yi, once I attain mastery of my abilities, it will be your demise. Just wait patiently." He Kuan's maniacal laughter echoed through the cavern. This entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time everyone reacted, He Kuan had already dashed out of the underground palace, his silhouette barely lingering. "I will chase him," without a moment's hesitation. Wei Yi made his decision. In his full state, He Kuan was not his match, but now that He Kuan had been severely wounded by Steward Liu, he might have a chance to defeat, or even slay him. This was the perfect opportunity for Wei Yi, and he could not afford to let it slip by. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of lightning and charged out. "You go assist him." Narcissus and Peony exchanged glances and immediately blocked Steward Liu while instructing Ouyang Lanshan. "Understood." Ouyang Lanshan did not hesitate. She quickly followed Wei Yi in pursuit, although she had not anticipated the situation to unfold this way. Chasing after He Kuan was undoubtedly her best option, especially since she could not contend with Steward Liu. "Get out of my way. I have no interest in tangling with you." The most anxious among them was undoubtedly Steward Liu. He bore little enmity toward Wei Yi, and even less toward Narcissus and Peony. He did not wish to waste precious time here. If he had to confront anyone, it was not now. His foremost desire was to hunt down He Kuan and seize the crimson. That was his vital task. However, Narcissus and Peony would not allow him to have his way. "You may not wish to fight us, but we are very much interested in your life. 3 years ago, in Jinling, your atrocities claimed the lives of over a dozen of my sisters. You may have forgotten, but we remember vividly. Today shall be your end." Upon hearing this, Steward Liu jolted in shock, instantly recalling the events. "You are from the 100 Flowers Guild." Steward Liu's expression shifted drastically, realizing that today's events would not conclude amicably. However, should a conflict arise, he was not intimidated by them, his eyes narrowing with malice. "If you wish to die, I shall grant your request." Soon, the three engaged in fierce combat. The clash of three martial kings unleashed a terrifying energy that reverberated throughout the cavern, causing it to tremble perilously. Stop right there. As Wei Yi reached the entrance of the cavern, 4 or 5 black water pirates lunged at him with blades drawn. These individuals were desperate and reckless, though their cultivation levels varied. They possessed an unyielding ferocity. It was unclear what kind of potion He Kuan had fed them, as they charged at Wei Yi like rabid dogs, disregarding their lives. You rabble, get lost. Wei Yi's gaze turned icy. His speed unwavering. He swung his hero's sword, infusing it with surging true energy and the blazing crimson crystal flame, unleashing waves of fiery sword chi that enveloped the area like a raging inferno. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 black water pirates were completely engulfed by the raging inferno. Charging forward, Wei Yi swiftly dispatched over a dozen pirates before finally bursting forth from the depths of the mine. At this moment, He Kuan had already fled to the mountainside. Upon noticing Wei Yi's pursuit, a strange glint flickered in his eyes, followed by a sinister smile, and he continued to flee at a rapid pace. This fellow, Wei Yi furrowed his brow slightly, hesitating for a moment before ultimately deciding to pursue him. The level 23 Eagle Shadow technique was unleashed in full force. Although He Kuan's speed was remarkable, the distance between them quickly diminished. Yet, as Wei Yi drew nearer, an inexplicable sense of unease began to well up within him. Chapter 153. 1 against 4. Wei Yi and He Kuan were locked in a relentless chase. Both possessed astonishing speed. Wei Yi wielded a high-grade martial technique, while He Kuan relied on his superior cultivation level that in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. They had exited the confines of the red iron mine. He Kuan, no matter how foolish, would never escape toward the direction of Black Dragon City. Instead, he veered into the sprawling mountain range. Wei Yi did not relent and continued to closely follow as they raced through the terrain. Another 2 cups of tea passed. Eventually, within a valley, He Kuan, pale and gasping for breath, could run no further and finally came to a halt. Despite his higher cultivation, he had only been able to maintain his distance from Wei Yi through explosive bursts of energy. And given his previous severe injury from Lord Lu, his stamina had been depleted at a far greater rate than Wei Yi's, rendering him unable to sustain his escape. This lad's speed is indeed astonishing. If only I could find a way to seize his martial techniques. The glimmer of cunning shone in He Kuan's eyes. However, before he could utter a word, Wei Yi caught up and, without a moment's hesitation, swung his sword down with ferocity. Whoosh, his speed was breathtaking, arriving before He Kuan in the blink of an eye. The terrifying sword light stretched to an alarming length. He Kuan's expression changed dramatically. He had not anticipated that Wei Yi would act so unpredictably. Striking without a word, with his vital energy severely depleted, he had no choice but to summon the Black Water Evil Flame for defense. After all, the Black Water Evil Flame was a true, and having been cultivated by He Kuan for many years, its might was indeed extraordinary. With a wave of his right hand, he traced a circular arc, conjuring a blazing fire shield that materialized before him. The sword energy crashed against the shield, as if a stone cow had plunged into the sea, causing not even the slightest ripple before vanishing without a trace. Haha, is that all you've got? He Kuan's delight was palpable. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, his eyelids twitched violently as he beheld another streak of fire sword energy descending upon him. Clearly, Wei Yi had also summoned his, while ordinary attacks could do nothing against the Black Water Evil Flame shield. The addition of the Crimson Crystal True Flame elevated its power to an entirely different level, resulting in a drastic change in outcome. As this new sword strike descended, the shield formed by the Black Water Evil Flame began to tremble precariously. He Kuan's face paled in fear, and he hurriedly retreated. With a deafening explosion, the shield shattered instantaneously. Wait. He Kuan swallowed hard and raised his voice to halt the confrontation, simultaneously retreating to maintain a safe distance from Wei Yi. I'll wait for your grandmother. Wei Yi's eyes were filled with icy killing intent, and he immediately pressed forward. He Kuan's previous trickery had not only deceived Lord Lu, but had also played them all for fools. Such a cunning individual could not be afforded any opportunity. Regardless of the circumstances, Wei Yi resolved to eliminate him. Death would be the end of it. Enough of your prattling. You may as well descend into the underworld and discuss matters with King Yin. Wei Yi's gaze was devoid of warmth as he swung his sword without hesitation. Why must we resort to violence? Why not sit down and discuss? He Kuan implored. The Crimson Fusion Fire Divine Nerve in my possession is not only suitable for my cultivation. It also complements your mastery of we could explore its intricacies together. Are you truly prepared to risk your life? He Kuan continued to sow seeds of doubt. But aren't you curious why Ouyang Lanshan has yet to pursue us? Why haven't the others appeared? Despite his weakened state, He Kuan's words had a modicum of effect on Wei, yet a shadow loomed over his heart, and he sensed something amiss. Just then, a series of terrifying explosions erupted from the distant mountain peak. and numerous figures emerged in the sky. The overwhelming aura suggested several unfamiliar martial kings had suddenly appeared, seemingly engaged in battle with Lord Lu and others, while others appeared to have been intercepted. Could it be? Wei Yi's eyes widened as he swiftly turned to Heikuan. A cacophony of hurried footsteps approached, and soon, a dozen elite black water pirates sprang forth from the forest, encircling Heikuan within their ranks and simultaneously surrounding Wei Yi. The four leading figures were all martial artists of the martial spirit realm. Was this all part of your scheme? Wei Yi gritted his teeth, demanding an answer. Humph, would I dare to seize the treasure without a well-prepared escape route? That dead eunuch thought everything was under his control, Heikuan retorted with a cold laugh, wearing a smug expression. You needn't wait any longer. Those pursuing you will take some time to catch up. You won't be able to escape. Initially, I hadn't anticipated your arrival. These arrangements were meant for that dead eunuch. However, your presence has turned into an unexpected delight, perfect for offering your head as a tribute to my late wife. Heikuan's gaze locked onto Wei Yi, filled with venomous hatred. Onward. As he spoke, Heikuan gestured with his right hand, and the black water pirates surged toward Wei Yi, the four martial spirit realm warriors, intent on a swift resolution. Immediately unleashed their martial spirits, their combined pressure overwhelming Wei Yi, forcing him to retreat. Haha, boy, are you beginning to understand fear? There's still time to beg for mercy. If you're willing to surrender your martial techniques to me, I might spare your life. Heikuan laughed triumphantly. Wei Yi raised his head, coldly fixing his gaze upon him. You're far too early in your triumph. You truly think these low-tier martial spirit warriors can subdue me? I fear you are merely indulging in wishful thinking. With gritted teeth, Wei Yi swung his sword down decisively. Boy, you seek death. How arrogant. Today, I shall sever your head and use it as a ball. Wei Yi's words instantly ignited the fury of the four martial spirit warriors. Without a moment's hesitation, they charged at Wei Yi, blades slashing and fists smashing to in an instant. A terrifying energy enveloped Wei Yi. The oppressive atmosphere akin to a massive millstone intent on grinding him to dust. Chapter 154. Life or death struggle. Wei Yi was not merely boastful. He genuinely harbored no fear of the four martial spirit warriors before him. Heikuan, in truth, had underestimated his strength, still believing him to be at the level he had demonstrated at the Thousand Zhang Cliff. In reality, after comprehending the essence of swordsmanship and attaining the 10th stage of the Grand Martial Master realm, Wei Yi's combat prowess had ascended to an entirely different echelon. While facing top-tier martial spirit warriors might pose a challenge, dealing with these lower-tier adversaries would not be a significant issue. Even against four opponents, Wei Yi, when pushed to his limits, could very well emerge victorious. Though the expressions on his face were grave as the four advanced, he did not retreat a single step. Nor did he entertain any thoughts of backing down. In a narrow encounter, the brave shall prevail. Wei Yi's pupils constricted sharply, and an astonishing battle spirit erupted from within him. His obsidian eyes seemed to blaze with an inner fire. The power of his bloodline and the energy from the crimson crystal true flame surged forth without reservation, and the ethereal totemic figures manifested behind him. His aura soared, in the first step. Wei Yi blocked the blade of one of the attacking warriors. In the second step, he flickered like a phantom, executing the 13 deadly swords, forcing another assailant to retreat. In the third step, he was caught off guard and was struck in the chest by one of the attackers. Staggering backward, blood spilling from his lips, his complexion paling. Yet, at that very moment, Wei Yi's sword erupted with a formidable sword intent, delivering a strike of unparalleled ferocity. The assailant, brimming with confidence, had not expected Wei Yi to resort to a desperate exchange of injuries. The terrifying sword energy cleaved downward. With a resounding explosion, blood sprayed forth as the man was cleaved in two. The scene utterly horrific. This sight sent a jolt of trepidation through the hearts of the remaining adversaries, causing the last martial spirit warrior to momentarily falter. This boy, let us all attack together. He is a formidable foe. Do not underestimate him. If it were an ordinary martial artist, perhaps they would have already succumbed to fear and retreated. However, the three warriors at the spirit realm did not falter. Instead, they summoned their utmost strength. With fierce shouts, they once again joined forces to attack. Unlike their initial arrogance, this time they unleashed their most potent skills. One of the swordsmen roared as his body suddenly swelled, his arm strength nearly doubling. He brought his sword down with astonishing ferocity. Another swordsman frantically channeled his inner energy, and in an instant, his blade shimmered with brilliant purple light, resembling a tempest of violet lightning. When he struck, it felt as if thunder itself had descended, his power rivaling that of the first swordsman. The final spirit realm warrior was equally formidable. He took a deep breath and leaped over 10 feet high, simultaneously hammering down with both fists, enveloped in a torrent of true energy that exerted unimaginable pressure. Faced with such a formidable assault, Wei Yi felt his nerves tightened at that moment. He had no time to retreat. The overwhelming aura of the three enveloped him completely, and any attempt to withdraw would leave his vulnerable back exposed to their onslaught. Wei Yi's choice had to be to confront them head-on. Gritting his teeth, he grasped the hilt of his sword tightly and struck down with a single, straightforward blow, though it lacked any sophisticated swordplay. This strike channeled his most powerful force along with the unique energy of the crimson true flame that a fiery blade aura erupted, enhanced by the pure yang sword intent, appearing as if nothing could withstand its sharpness. The lightning blade aura of one swordsman collided with this terrifying sword energy, instantly tearing apart. Even his sword showed fine cracks under the pressure, cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and he coughed up blood. His body flying backward. "You brat, die." Another warrior leaped in with a barrage of iron fists that he collided with the fearsome sword energy, his fists becoming bloodied as he was forced to retreat. Yet, under the force of his overwhelming strikes, Wei Yi felt as if he had been struck hard, his complexion growing paler as his energy recovery lagged behind the consumption. "You brat, even against our three, you have performed admirably. Embrace your fate." The last warrior's eyes glinted with malice as he seized the opportunity to attack, his words polite, yet his actions ruthless. His sword surged with terrifying power, slicing down with a piercing shriek. Wei Yi gritted his teeth, disregarding the blood trickling from his mouth, and surged forward. His sword met the warrior's blade in a clash. The disparity in their strength was immense, forcing Wei Yi to retreat step by step. Their gazes locked, and Wei could clearly see the murderous intent in his opponent's eyes, devoid of mercy. That icy stare seemed intent on devouring him whole. No, Wei Yi suddenly roared, his eyes flashing with a terrifying brilliance. The totemic shadow merged with him, amplifying the power of his golden bloodline to its peak. His aura surged once more, and with this unexpected boost, he resisted the violent force of the warrior. How is this possible? I am a body-refining martial artist. The warrior's eyes widened, but before he could finish, Wei Yi abruptly relinquished his sword. Seizing the fleeting moment of surprise, he charged forward, landing a powerful strike to the warrior's chest. 7-kill fist, dragon elephant fist. The two ultimate techniques exploded in succession, unleashing a flurry of punches that crushed the warrior's chest. In mere moments, the man collapsed, lifeless. This old Wu has also perished at his hands. The remaining two spirit realm warriors were left in shock. Wei Yi had slain two of their own, particularly the second, who was the strongest among them. This ruthless and frenzied fighting style left them astonished, their faces betraying unmistakable fear. Yet, at this moment, Wei Yi had erupted into a frenzy of battle. His fighting spirit seemed insurmountable. He lifted his head, coldly gazing at them. "Now, it's my turn to attack," with a flick of his right hand. Guided by his consciousness, the heroic sword swiftly returned to his grasp. The pure yang sword technique was immediately unleashed, augmented with the pure yang sword intent. In an instant, a multitude of dazzling sword energies erupted, enveloping the two warriors in a deadly curtain of blades. The screams that followed echoed ominously. In less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick, all four spirit realm warriors fell at Wei Yi's hands. Although he too bore significant costs, his body was marred with wounds, his attire stained with blood, and his face pale as a ghost. Yet, gazing at the four lifeless corpses on the ground, Qian and the others were rendered utterly speechless. The time had been too brief. Wei Yi's movements had been too swift. They had not even had the chance to intervene. One had anticipated that the combined forces of four spirit realm warriors would not only fail to subdue Wei Yi, but would instead be utterly annihilated by him. This result was beyond their wildest expectations. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they might have found it hard to believe. How is this possible? Qian gritted his teeth, filled with regret. When the battle commenced, he had refrained from intervening, fearing a counterattack from Wei Yi, only for the situation to devolve into this. The strongest of his four subordinates had been slain, leaving him with only a handful of ordinary warriors. Observing the trembling fear on the faces of those remaining, he realized they were utterly unreliable. That I only target Qian. If anyone else wishes to leave, you may do so now. Otherwise, should I change my mind, you will find no escape, and you will regret it. Wei Yi retrieved several recovery pills, swallowing them before turning to the others, his tone flat. The bloody reality lay before them, and no matter how calm Wei Yi's voice sounded, it was laden with a palpable aura of bloodshed. Exchanging glances, some could not withstand the pressure and turned to flee. These were bandits, after all. Rarely were there those with steadfast resolve, under the influence of a leader. The others swiftly followed suit, and in the blink of an eye, all of the ordinary warriors had fled, leaving only Heikuan and the four increasingly cold corpses. Heikuan did not wish to escape, but Wei Yi's unwavering gaze left him no opportunity to flee. Is this the escape route you arranged? It seems rather lacking. Wei Yi scoffed at Heikuan, his tone dripping with mockery. You talk too much, merely seeking time to recover. Regardless of your battle prowess, your cultivation has not broken through to the spirit realm. Having slain them, you must be at your wit's end, or else you would not resort to threats to make them leave at this point. Heikuan paused, scrutinizing Wei Yi with cold amusement. Hey, oh, you still possess the strength to fight. Why not test it and see? Wei Yi's gaze turned cold as he fixed his stare on Heikuan. Although I am not at my peak, how much better off are you? That slap from old Lu, if I am not mistaken, contained a rather peculiar energy. Did you manage to force it out after such a lengthy struggle? Heh, you don't seem to have done so. Wei Yi tightened his grip on the sword hilt and began to advance toward Heikuan step by step. Hukin's expression soured. Facing Wei Yi's relentless approach, he found himself forced to retreat. Wei Yi was correct. Though Wei Yi was not in optimal condition, Heikuan's state was equally dire. He had underestimated old Lu's strength, or rather, the depth of old Lu's animosity toward him. Wei Yi was unaware of the origin of old Lu's palm strike, yet Heikuan knew it was a vicious technique circulating within the palace. Known as the bone-melting palm, had old Lu mastered it, a single strike would have rendered Heikuan's bones to dust, leaving him powerless to escape. Kid, since we are both in such dire straits, why not call it a truce? Even if you are unwilling to negotiate or trust me, we could temporarily reconcile that as for our grievances, we can address them later. Heikuan attempted to persuade Wei Yi. The memory of Wei Yi's ruthless killings deeply etched in his mind. Given the current circumstances, he was reluctant to engage Wei Yi in further conflict if he could survive this ordeal. He would have ample opportunities to deal with Wei Yi later. The truce. Wei Yi raised an eyebrow. But what if I only wish to kill? Wei Yi said, looking at Heikuan with indifference upon hearing this. Heikuan's expression darkened, his face falling into an exceedingly grimace. Then you shall meet your demise. However, before Heikuan could utter another word, Wei Yi abruptly surged forward, his sword slicing down in an instant. A fierce and imposing sword intent surged forth, and countless gray sword energies raged wildly. Enveloping Heikuan, Heikuan's expression shifted dramatically. You brat, are you forcing me? He shouted angrily. He swiftly unleashed a barrage of punches, releasing waves of force to block the terrifying sword energies rushing toward him. That I am not merely forcing you. I am here for your life. Wei Yi's gaze was icy, his movements unwavering. He continued to wield his sword, unleashing a torrent of chilling sword energies as if they were sweeping mountains and seas. Kid, I'll fight you to the death. Under Wei Yi's relentless pressure, Heikuan finally steeled himself, a frenzied glint igniting in his eyes. He prepared to gamble his life, but at that moment, a blinding flash of sword light suddenly pierced through the sea of sword energies, darting toward him like lightning, impossibly elusive. The 14th sword of the death, 13 swords. An unprecedented life-threatening crisis descended, and Heikuan was drenched in sweat, retreating in panic, his heart racing. No, please, we can negotiate. We can. Thud. A sword pierced through his throat. That Heikuan's words were abruptly cut off, his eyes widening in shock and resentment as he stared at Wei Yi, who stood before him without him noticing. His eyes remained unblinking as his body slowly collapsed. Ding. Player Wei Yi has slain the leader of the Blackwater Bandits. Heikuan. Ding. Player Wei Yi's task completion has increased by 1. Current progress 620. The system prompt echoed. Wei Yi finally exhaled in relief, but his legs weakened, and he collapsed to the ground. That Heikuan's assessment was not incorrect. Wei Yi had indeed reached the brink of exhaustion. After battling the 4 martial artists of the martial spirit realm, he was nearly depleted. In his pursuit to slay Heikuan, he had drained the last remnants of his strength. He had never felt so weak before. He sat on the ground for quite a while, gradually recovering a bit of energy. He then consumed several recovery pills, and his pale complexion began to regain a hint of color, while his lethargy slowly lifted. After taking a deep breath, Wei Yi rose slowly. I can't push myself like this again. The situation was too perilous. If that last sword hadn't slain Heikuan, I would have been the unfortunate one. Reflecting on his reckless adventure, Wei Yi couldn't help but feel a twinge of fear. A gentleman does not stand beneath a dangerous wall. He had indeed acted impulsively this time. However, his accomplishments were remarkable. Having slain 5 martial artists of the martial spirit realm, including a renowned peak martial spirit expert. Although Heikuan was injured, for Wei Yi, a 10th-tier Grand Martial Master, to achieve such a feat was undeniably a source of pride. If word spread, it would undoubtedly spark widespread discussion. With this thought, Wei Yi couldn't help but smile. After all, he had emerged victorious at that moment. A sudden stirring in Wei Yi's heart caught his attention. He turned, his brow furrowing slightly. Soon, a strand of pitch-black, mysterious flame captured his gaze. Wei Yi's eyes brightened instantly that he recalled that this must be the controlled by Heikuan, the black water evil flame. Compared to the crimson crystal true flame he possessed, the black water evil flame ranked higher on the list. The crimson crystal true flame was ranked 108th, while the black water evil flame was ranked 93rd. If the crimson crystal true flame was characterized by its high temperature, the black water evil flame was known for its low temperature. However, its destructive power was not any less than that of the crimson crystal true flame, and it might even surpass it in Heikuan's hands. The black water evil flame exhibited greater power than his own crimson crystal true flame. Now that Heikuan was dead, the black water evil flame was effectively without a master. Perhaps I can re-refine it for my own use, that if I can master too, my strength might rise to another level. However, Wei Yi hesitated, pondering whether the black water evil flame would conflict with the crimson crystal true flame. Some things are not necessarily better in greater quantity. Compatibility is key. That if he successfully refined the black water evil flame, but it clashed with the crimson crystal true flame within him, he would be the one to suffer the consequences. In that case, he would have no time for other training, as he would spend all his days suppressing these two. Ding. Player Wei Yi has discovered black water evil flame. Ding. Player Wei Yi requires 100,000 experience points to refine the black water evil flame. Would you like to begin the refinement? Just then, the system's prompt rang out, startling Wei Yi with a mix of surprise and joy. He was astonished that the previous refinement of the crimson crystal true flame required only 10,000 experience points. Yet this time, the cost for the black water evil flame had multiplied tenfold to 100,000 experience points. At this rate, if there were a third refinement, would it not require 1 million experience points? And for the fourth, 10 million experience points. The thought sent shivers down his spine. However, he was pleased that the system could assist in the refinement. This implied that the black water evil flame and the crimson crystal true flame would not conflict. Even if there was a potential for conflict, the system would help resolve it. Wei Yi felt a wave of relief wash over him, trusting the game system. With this, the primary concern was undoubtedly resolved. Yet, it was unfortunate that he had to part with his hard-earned experience. The experience pearl contained only a little over 100,000 points. Thanks to his recent slaying of 5 martial artists of the martial spirit realm. Otherwise, spending 100,000 experience points could have led to a drop in his realm. Yes, Wei Yi deliberated and ultimately decided to refine the black water evil flame. In truth, this decision did not require much contemplation. Although 100,000 experience points was considerable, it paled in comparison to the rarity of the black water evil flame. Ding. Player Wei Yi consumes 100,000 experience points and begins refining the black water evil flame. Countdown. 100, 99, 98, 97. Time passed slowly. Wei Yi stood before the black water evil flame, his right hand extended, motionless. A mysterious allure seemed to draw the black water evil flame closer. The dazzling flame gradually ignited, enveloping Wei Yi's hand entirely. The flames danced and flickered. The black water evil flame, with a chilling touch akin to the frost of deep winter, rendered his hand icy cold. In response to this stimulation, the crimson crystal true flame ignited spontaneously, flowing warmth into Wei Yi's right arm, melting the bone-chilling cold. Under such circumstances, the two mysterious achieved a remarkable balance of coexistence. Ding. Player Wei successfully refined and subdued the black water evil flame. The melodious system prompt rang out once more. A smile graced Wei Yi's lips. He had successfully refined another. With a wave of his right hand, the black water evil flame seemed to obey his command, transforming into a dark beam of light and swiftly entering his palm. Pure, mystical energy surged into Wei Yi's body, far surpassing the effects of the finest recovery pills in the blink of an eye. The energy from the black water evil flame coursed through his body, banishing his weakness and fatigue, restoring him to an unprecedented peak state. He moved his hands and feet, and a series of cracking sounds echoed through the air as he fully recovered. Indeed, it lives up to its title as a mysterious. Wei Yi beamed. He then raised both hands. Boom! 2 soft explosions sounded as 2 distinct flames ignited in the palms of his left and right hands. One was the hot crimson crystal true flame. The other was the cold, black water evil flame. With both hands in motion, the 2 flames began to merge slowly in his grasp. Chapter 157. Scavenging loot, with the left hand holding the crimson crystal true flame and the right hand wielding the black water evil flame. These two extraordinarily powerful gradually fused under Wei Yi's control, forming a ball of flame that was approximately the size of two adult men's fists, suspended between his palms. One half was red, the other half black. Resembling a slightly distorted bagua pattern, the flames blazed fiercely, radiating an exceptionally brilliant light. Yet beneath this dazzling brilliance lay an immensely volatile and dangerous energy. Even Wei Yi, the creator, felt a twinge of trepidation. He estimated that if this orb were to explode in his hands, he might not even have time to escape, with the most likely outcome being complete annihilation. As this thought crossed his mind, beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead, and he dared not continue playing with it. In truth, the fusion of these two extraordinary flames has only just begun. It has not yet achieved a true amalgamation. At present, they are merely in a nascent state of adhesion. Nevertheless, even at this preliminary stage, the results are nothing short of astounding. As for a deeper level of fusion, it appears that Wei Yi must advance further in his cultivation. At his current level, he can only achieve this extent, and anything beyond that eludes his control. Curiosity piqued, he decided to test the power of this fusion. The sphere of extraordinary flame was swiftly propelled from his hand. Akin to the Rasengan technique used by Naruto Uzumaki in Naruto, the sphere shot forth with remarkable speed, swirling the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The tempestuous wind howled as a brilliant light erupted, culminating in a deafening explosion. Not far ahead of Wei Yi, a massive crater several zhang wide emerged, with clouds of dust billowing into the air. The trees and underbrush that once occupied the area had vanished without a trace. Evidently obliterated by the ferocious energy that seems quite formidable, Wei Yi mused to himself, contemplating the probable consequences had it struck a person that he had not anticipated that merely fusing the two extraordinary flames could unleash such terrifying power. This was merely a rudimentary fusion. He wondered what the might of a complete fusion would be, or if he could further refine and master additional extraordinary flames. What would the outcome be if he combined 3 or even 4? If he could continue down this path, it might surpass even the most elite martial techniques. Suddenly, Wei Yi felt that this could indeed be an immensely powerful avenue for development, provided he could gather and refine even more potent extraordinary flames. Ding! The system notification chimed. Player Wei Yi has created a unique martial technique, currently rated as superior quality. Please assign a name for the new technique. Wei Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is this truly a self-created special technique? After a moment's reflection, he declared, Explosive Sphere. Soon, a new entry appeared on the system panel. Explosive Sphere, LV1 LV20, with a note stating, Explosive Sphere, a player-created special technique, significantly stronger than ordinary techniques of the same rank. Cannot be leveled up through monster kills. Improvement relies solely on the player's continued practice and comprehension. After taking a brief respite, Wei Yi began to scour the bodies for spoils of war. The 4 ordinary martial artists of the martial spirit realm possessed little of value. Collectively, their belongings amounted to only a few thousand taels of silver. While meager, he tossed them into his spatial pouch. He then turned his attention to the real treasure, Hakuin. As the undisputed leader of the Blackwater Bandits, Hakuin was a veritable golden goose. Despite being a martial spirit realm warrior, he possessed a spatial treasure, a spatial ring. Upon inspection, Wei Yi found that, although the internal space was only the size of an ordinary wardrobe, it was still quite remarkable. More importantly, such spatial treasures are not easily obtainable, even for the wealthiest. And certainly not for typical martial king-level experts. Wei Yi, without hesitation, slipped it onto his finger. Inside the spatial ring lay numerous valuable items, including various pills, poisons, raw materials, gold, silver, jewels, paintings, and even some miscellaneous treasures such as high-grade ores and rare diamonds. Altogether, their worth exceeded 200,000 taels of silver. There were also numerous cultivation methods and martial techniques, totaling several dozen. While none were particularly high in rank, the sheer quantity was still considerable. For Wei Yi, they held little use. Hence, he planned to take them home as gifts for his father to enrich the Wei family's library. Among the treasures was Hakuin's own cultivation technique, the Black Heart Cannon. A superior quality method, however, this technique leaned toward a sinister attribute and had several flaws. Apart from a few useful methods for controlling the Black Water Fiend flame, Wei Yi found little interest in the rest. Though the Purple Cloud Heart method was merely of medium quality, given the choice, he would undoubtedly choose it over the Black Heart Cannon. The Purple Cloud Heart method was balanced and devoid of any flaws, making it easy to transition to other techniques in the future. Conversely, once one embarked on the Black Heart Cannon, it would be challenging to change to another method later. Additionally, Heikuin had stolen the red fusion fire scripture from the crimson fusion underground. A true treasure of immeasurable worth, a medium-quality cultivation method. It surpassed the purple cloud heart method by a significant tier. Wei Yi was astounded. He finally understood why Heikuin risked so much. Even antagonizing influential figures like Duke Lu and the Third Prince, such a supreme scripture was indeed worth the peril. Securing a top-tier cultivation technique suited to oneself would render the breakthrough to the martial king realm almost effortless for Heikuin. With great prospects even for reaching the martial sovereign realm in the future, once he achieved the status of a martial sovereign, he would be a significant figure within the entirety of Chu. No longer needing to heed the likes of Duke Lu or the Third Prince. Even the Emperor of Chu would find it difficult to disregard him, and he could easily relocate to other southern realms if necessary. However, it was unfortunate that all of Heikuin's schemes ultimately served to benefit Wei Yi. I misjudged him. It turns out Heikuin is a good person, Wei Yi thought, unable to suppress his joy. His mood was as refreshing as enjoying chilled watermelon on a scorching summer day. Chapter 158. Red Fusion Fire Scripture. The sky was clear, and the sun shone brightly. Wei Yi stood atop the highest level of the Bawang sect's branch, gazing out over the expanse. From this vantage point, he could see nearly half of Black Dragon City. Observing the bustling streets and the vibrant scenes unfolding before him, his spirits lifted considerably. It seems the repercussions of that incident are gradually subsiding. He murmured to himself. Nearly half a month had passed since the battle at the Iron Mine. That chaotic clash undoubtedly stirred significant commotion, occurring so close to Black Dragon City, and with the deaths of both Duke Lu's subordinate, Hurong, and the Blackwater Bandits leader, Heikuin. The toll was considerable. Estimates suggested over 300 fatalities. Not only had the Bawang sect's branch been involved, but also the Xiao sect, the Lu family, and the Blackwater Bandits, along with several other bandit factions that had joined in, all orchestrated by Heikuin. The ensuing battle involving 6 or 7 martial king-level experts attracted numerous onlookers. Due to the considerable uproar, Wei Yi had remained within the Bawang sect's branch upon his return, both to evade the fallout and to focus on comprehending and cultivating the newly acquired Red Fusion Fire Scripture. As a top-tier medium-quality technique, the Red Fusion Fire Scripture presented considerable challenges in its cultivation. Had it not been for the assistance of the system, even the initial stages would have consumed several months. Even with the system's aid, mastering this exceptional technique required significant effort and dedication. Transitioning his primary cultivation method from the Purple Cloud Heart method to the Red Fusion Fire Scripture, Wei Yi's Dantian energy officially transformed into Red Fusion Qi, compared to Purple Cloud Qi. Red Fusion Qi was undoubtedly more potent. If one were to compare, a single unit of Red Fusion Qi could easily overpower 3 or even 4 units of Purple Cloud Qi. Furthermore, the Red Fusion Fire Scripture not only enhanced the potency of the refined energy but also encompassed myriad cultivation techniques, including methods for transforming non-attribute Qi into more powerful fire attribute Qi, explosive energy combat skills, and even intricate techniques for manipulating extraordinary flames. The legendary Red Fusion Grandmaster's formidable reputation and combat prowess were closely tied to his mastery of those 3 extraordinary flames. Unlike Wei Yi, the Red Fusion Grandmaster had no game system to assist him. His ability to harmonize 3 extraordinary flames without conflict and maximize their power was due to the Red Fusion Fire Scripture. Wei Yi extended his right hand, and suddenly, a flicker of flame ignited at his index finger, followed by similar flames at his middle finger, thumb, ring finger, and pinky. Each fingertip bore a flickering flame, with a gentle clasp of his hand. The 5 flames collided in an instant, producing a soft pop and igniting a brilliant display of sparks that coalesced into a 5-petaled flower of flame, shimmering mesmerizingly. A satisfied smile crept onto Wei Yi's face as he waved his hand, causing the fiery blossom to dissipate. Through continuous practice over this period, his control over extraordinary flames had indeed improved significantly. Regrettably, time was still too brief. There remained much of the Red Fusion Fire Scripture that he had yet to fully comprehend. With another 2 or 3 months of research, he would likely reach proficiency. The Red Fusion Fire Scripture truly lives up to its reputation as one of the 3 supreme scriptures of the Red Fusion Grandmaster. Wei Yi murmured to himself, increasingly grateful for his fortune. The solitary pursuit of Heikuin, albeit fraught with peril, ultimately yielded an exceptional bounty. Even without seizing Heikuin's fortune exceeding 1 million, the acquisition of the esteemed Crimson Fusion Fire technique was more than sufficient for Wei Yi. This distinguished compendium of martial arts is not something that could be purchased for mere millions. In fact, even tens or hundreds of millions of silver would likely not entice anyone to sell, as countless individuals would vie for its possession. Wei Yi focused his thoughts and accessed the game system. His primary martial art had transformed into the Crimson Fusion Fire technique, unlike his previous complete mastery of the Purple Mist Heart method. This new technique bore a percentage indication, 37. This signified that Wei Yi had yet to achieve full comprehension and integration of the Crimson Fusion Fire technique, having only grasped 37 of it. The more profound and powerful the technique, the more challenging it is to master. This holds true for both high-tier martial arts and cultivation methods. Wei Yi was mentally prepared for this challenge, aware that once this percentage reached 100, further unexpected surprises would likely await him. Given the formidable nature of the Crimson Fusion Fire technique, the other two tomes belonging to the great master of Crimson Fusion would surely be extraordinary as well. What marvels would transpire if he could gather all three? Regrettably, the true location of the Crimson Underground remains a mystery, leaving him with little hope. Reflecting on this, Wei Yi could not help but sigh. Having witnessed the profundity and might of the Crimson Fusion Fire technique, he found himself gripped by a tinge of avarice. He continued to examine the game system, noticing that the mission involving Black Dragon City had been completed. The rewards included 100,000 cultivation experience, 100,000 skill experience, and 10,000 sect reputation. Wei Yi chose to temporarily store the cultivation experience in an experience orb, while he decided to withhold the sect reputation. Planning to accumulate more before engaging in a lottery.as for the 100,000 skill experience, he allocated it to the Eagle Shadow 18 techniques, elevating this movement skill from LV23 to LV24, bringing him one step closer to the pinnacle of LV30. His gaze then settled on the mission to eliminate the Blackwater bandits. With only 14 more heads required to complete the task, it appeared that this mission would be essential. Wei Yi narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing within. Although Qian was dead, the Blackwater bandits persisted, housing numerous skilled fighters within their ranks, and their thousands still wreaked havoc in the region. Thus, this mission was one he would not abandon. A series of footsteps approached, and Wudashong soon arrived at the loft. Report to the master. Ouyang has already arrived, he respectfully announced. Quickly, show her in, Wei Yi commanded, a spark of anticipation igniting in his eyes. No need. I have come myself, a haughty voice interjected as Ouyang Lanshan's tall figure appeared in the loft. However, her gaze toward Wei Yi was far from amiable. Please have a seat, Wei Yi offered with a smile. While his demeanor remained courteous, Ouyang Lanshan did not reciprocate with any warmth. Humph, she scoffed, seating herself with an indifferent expression, scrutinizing Wei Yi with a derisive curl of her lips. You summoned me here. Surely not to request my assistance again. If that is the case, I advise you to refrain from asking, for I shall not acquiesce. Seeing her unfriendly countenance, Wei Yi could not suppress a wan smile. He was well aware of the reasons behind her discontent. During the previous encounter at the Red Iron Mine, he had seized the Crimson Fusion Fire technique from Qian, while both Mutant and Shui Skin had acquired other treasures from Lu Gong. This left Ouyang Lanshan empty-handed, especially since her faction, the Killing Martial sect, had suffered considerable losses. As the saying goes, it is not the lack of spoils that breeds discontent, but the inequity of distribution. Had Wei Yi and the two women also returned empty-handed, Ouyang Lanshan would have felt little grievance. After all, they would all be in the same predicament. However, the stark contrast of her being the only one without gain, while Wei Yi and the others profited, was a source of irritation for her. Wei Yi had no means to remedy the situation. Though he wished to console her, he was reluctant to share the Crimson Fusion Fire technique. As Ouyang Lanshan was neither his sister nor his spouse, and such generosity was beyond him. I shall not dwell on past matters. I have indeed summoned you for a significant opportunity to share wealth. But I wonder if you would be interested, Wei Yi stated, eschewing any quarrel with Ouyang Lanshan. Share with me, Ouyang Lanshan retorted, her expression laden with skepticism. Do you truly expect me to believe your words? I do, Wei Yi replied confidently, gracing her with a smile. If you were genuinely disinclined to believe, you would not be seated before me today. You. Ouyang Lanshan's expression faltered, her eyes flashing with indignation. Did you not send someone to inform me that you wished to compensate for the losses of my sect? Do you think I would have come otherwise? Are you attempting to deceive me? Her gaze sharpened, the cold aura emanating from her suggesting she might resort to violence. Wei Yi felt a surge of apprehension at her fierce demeanor. Ouyang Lanshan was no gentle maiden. She was a martial enthusiast. As evidenced by her previous audacious assault on the Bawang sect, he had no desire to provoke her into a confrontation that could potentially demolish the entire loft. Allow me to finish speaking. Do you truly believe I would waste my time on idle jest? He countered. Very well, continue. Ouyang Lanshan took a deep breath, appearing to suppress her frustration. You must be aware that the leader of the Blackwater bandits, Qian, met his demise at my hands. Are you proposing an assault on the Blackwater bandits? She interjected, having deduced his intentions before he could complete his sentence, demonstrating her intelligence. Wei Yi nodded, not bothering to conceal his plan. With both the Iron Maiden and Hakuin deceased, the Blackwater bandits are now a disorganized entity. This presents an opportune moment for us to strike. If we join forces, vanquishing them will pose no challenge. The wealth they have amassed through unscrupulous means over the years shall be divided between us. In truth, Wei Yi did not feel compelled to ally with Ouyang Lanshan. Rather, he found himself devoid of superior alternatives. The handful of members within the Bawang sect were insufficient for such an endeavor. The distance to Jinling was considerable, and a typical martial artist would take days to traverse the journey. Consequently, he could not request assistance from home. Meanwhile, the Baiwa Merchant Guild, where Mutin and Shuixian operated, lacked sufficient manpower, given that they were merely a trading guild, and the Black Dragon City branch was not a significant base of operations. Although recruiting from other Bawang sect branches was a possibility, the timeline was too tight. Hence, after weighing his options, Wei Yi deemed Ouyang Lanshan to be the most suitable partner for collaboration, despite the ongoing rivalry between the Bawang and Killing martial sects. The two factions in Black Dragon City had relatively few conflicts. While the plan seems sound, the Blackwater bandits are adept at concealment, with multiple hideouts. Do you have any knowledge of their whereabouts? Ouyang Lanshan inquired, furrowing her brow. Eliminating the Blackwater bandits was indeed a timely opportunity. Having long operated with impunity, if they could be apprehended all at once, the rewards would be substantial, and Ouyang Lanshan was visibly intrigued. The sole obstacle was locating their lairs, which had thwarted many factions in their attempts to eradicate the bandits. Wei Yi smiled knowingly. He had invited Ouyang Lanshan for a reason. Take a look at these maps. As he spoke, he spread several maps across the table in the loft. Ouyang Lanshan's expression shifted, and she leaned in to examine them, her face quickly betraying her astonishment. Her eyes widened in disbelief. How did you acquire this? These maps indicate the locations of the Blackwater bandits' hideouts, Wei Yi declared with a proud smile. Moreover, they detail the layout of their defenses and even pinpoint various treasure locations. How did you come by this? Ouyang Lanshan, no fool, quickly deduced the source of the maps. You obtained these from Hakuin, did you not? Indeed so. What say you? Are you willing to cooperate? Wei Yi pressed, with these maps in hand. The likelihood of success loomed large. Should she agree to collaborate, he was prepared to offer her half of the spoils, serving as recompense for the previous inequity. Very well, I accept. Under such circumstances, if Ouyang Lanshan still refuses, it would truly be foolish. However, I have another request, Wei Yi suddenly added. What request? Ouyang Lanshan furrowed his brow slightly. Relax, it is merely a trivial request. Wei Yi chuckled lightly and continued. I only need you to hand over all the martial artists at the martial spirit realm from the Blackwater bandits for me to deal with. Chapter 160. The isolated boat on the crumbling island. The Blackwater bandits are notorious marauders lurking in the Blackwater region. Among the numerous bandit groups throughout the south, the strength of the Blackwater bandits ranks prominently. Under the leadership of Hakuin and Snake Lady, at their peak, the bandits amassed over 4,000 members, with 400 to 500 being above the martial master realm and dozens at the martial spirit realm. Such power, although formidable, pales in comparison to top-tier second-rate and first-rate forces. However, after enduring several setbacks, the Blackwater bandit strength has significantly diminished. First, they suffered repeated defeats at the hands of Wei Yi, leading to heavy losses. Then came the battle at the Thousand Zhang Cliff, where dozens of elite bandits, including Snake Lady, were annihilated. Following that, the conflict at the Red Iron Mine resulted in the deaths of over 100 members, including their leader Hakuin and 4 martial spirit-level commanders. Although the Blackwater bandits have not disbanded immediately, signs of fragmentation have begun to emerge, with various leaders vying for supremacy. In this turmoil, no one seems inclined to avenge the former leader. The Blackwater bandits have several strongholds, the largest being the Heart of the Swamp, an island in the lake. The current ruler of this territory, known as the Tiger Head Whale, is a burly middle-aged man at the 6th level of the martial spirit realm, a notable figure in the region. In the days of Hakuin, he was the 3rd in command. Right after Hakuin and Snake Lady, with their absence, he has taken control of the largest territory without hesitation, proclaiming himself the new leader of the Blackwater bandits. Once I have subdued the likes of Black Axe, Zhang Qiaolong, and the 3-legged leopard, the Blackwater bandits will be entirely under my dominion. In retrospect, I must thank those from Black Dragon City. If they hadn't eliminated that scoundrel Hakuin, I wouldn't have had the chance to rise. Once I fully grasp control of the Blackwater bandits, I shall express my gratitude to them. At the very least, I will ensure they receive a complete corpse when their time comes. On the island, The tiger head whale sat atop the city wall, a sinister smile etched on his face. His pitch-black eyes gleamed with a dark light, and combined with his rugged and fierce appearance, he instilled a sense of dread. Even his subordinates kept their distance, fearful of the volatile leader's wrath. Suddenly, a sharp horn sounded, causing everyone on the island to pause momentarily. The newly appointed leader, the tiger head whale, snapped out of his reverie. He leaped down from the city wall, annoyance written across his face, and bellowed, "What is going on? Which scoundrel dares to disturb my dreams? If they keep making noise, I'll chop off their head." "Boss, it's not just noise. Look over there. A ship is indeed approaching," someone anxiously reported from the lookout. Instantly, all eyes turned toward the distant lake, where a small boat was indeed sailing against the wind. One person was rowing at the back while another stood at the bow, clad in a white martial robe, a sword at their waist, appearing as if they were walking on water, their figure tall and imposing, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, exuding an irresistible aura. In that moment, more than half of the black water bandit warriors present felt a profound sense of inferiority. Where did this pretty boy come from? "You there, who are you?" The tiger head whale's gruff voice boomed, echoing like waves across the water. However, the young man at the bow of the boat paid no heed, remaining serene and composed, his gaze unfazed, as if his consciousness was traversing the heavens, completely disregarding the tiger head whale's shouts. Ignored the black water bandits on the island turned their attention back to their leader, the tiger head whale's expression darkening considerably, his countenance twisting in displeasure at being so thoroughly disregarded. "What is happening? Aren't their brothers on guard outside? All nearby ships have been burned. How could a small boat suddenly appear?" "Boss, this situation seems a bit off," one of his subordinates cautiously pointed out. "I can see just fine, can't I?" the tiger head whale retorted irritably, yet his gaze remained fixated on the young man at the bow. His earlier shout had utilized sound wave techniques. Ordinary individuals could not possibly ignore it. Yet this young man showed no reaction whatsoever. He wasn't a fool. He could sense something was awry. "Prepare the crossbowman. Shoot him dead," as expected of a leader. The tiger head whale quickly made a decision. His command echoed, and several crossbows were readied, aiming at the small boat. However, just as the boat was about to enter range, it suddenly halted, leaving the eager black water bandits stunned. "What is going on? Why did he stop? The crossbows can't shoot that far." The bandits began to murmur, their expressions sour, feeling as though they had been made fools of by the young man. "Captain, be careful." Upon receiving the warning, the boat's rower, Wu Da-song, took a deep breath and swiftly jumped off the boat, plunging deep into the water. "Now, it's my turn," Wei Yi murmured to himself. In an instant, his figure flickered, and he vanished from the bow, leaving behind a long, vague silhouette on the surface of the lake, charging towards the island. The black water bandits on the island were left dumbfounded. "Could it be done this way? Quick, shoot. Shoot him dead," someone urged frantically. The speed of his movement was too rapid. They could barely see him, let alone react. "Archer, shoot that little brat," another voice shouted. Time was running out. He was closing in. The shadow surged forward, the outer city wall proving no barrier. The defensive mechanisms were unable to aim, and they could only watch as he approached the island. Suddenly, a violent surge of energy coalesced between his hands, transforming into a mysterious sphere of red and black. The sphere rapidly advanced toward the city wall, and the tiger head whale's face changed drastically as he rushed forward with his elite subordinates at breakneck speed. Yet they were still a moment too late. With a thunderous explosion, a portion of the massive city wall collapsed, sending countless individuals tumbling down and damaging the defensive apparatuses. The chaos erupted instantaneously. What an astonishing method of attack. In the distance, Ouyang Lanshan squinted her eyes slightly. "Now it was our turn. Kill," she commanded with a delicate yet commanding tone. Instantly, she led a group of powerful martial artists toward the heart of the island. Behind them, dozens of boats filled with warriors surged forth toward the small island with great momentum. Chapter 161. Carnage on the island. This heart of the island is the Black Water Bandits' largest stronghold and naturally possesses the most formidable defenses. The guarding force of this island primarily stems from two aspects. Over 1,000 martial artists on the island, nearly half of whom are elite warriors from the Blackwater Bandits, and the continuously fortified city defenses. Though the defenses of such a small island cannot compare to those of a legitimate large city, islands are inherently easier to defend than to attack. With the addition of walls and numerous defensive mechanisms, breaching this stronghold is undoubtedly a daunting task. Yet, no one anticipated that Wei Yi would so easily bring down half the city wall, creating an enormous gap, exposing a previously impenetrable defense to a significant vulnerability. Everyone was momentarily taken aback. especially upon seeing Ouyang Lanshan leading a throng toward them. The black water bandits were filled with a deep-seated fear. Their earlier bravado vanishing entirely. We must kill that brat. We must take him down. Together. Even if I die today, I'll drag him down with me. 100 warriors roared in fury, their eyes ablaze with rage directed at Wei Yi. Witnessing such a fierce assault caught Wei Yi off guard. Although his earlier use of the explosive sphere proved effective, the toll it took was substantial. Leaving his complexion paled, he quickly retrieved a recovery pill. Swallowing it hastily, the LV-24 Eagle Shadow 18 techniques activated, transforming him into a phantom, instantly creating distance between himself and the pursuing warriors. Wei Yi was not afraid of them. Rather, he wished to avoid squandering time and energy on these ordinary martial artists. He always remembered that the most important task at hand was to accomplish the breakthrough mission. Upon discovering a martial artist at the martial spirit realm, Wei Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he swiftly brandished his sword and charged toward a black water bandit leader. This individual, a burly one-eyed man with a notoriously volatile temper, was enraged to see Wei Yi not retreating but advancing towards him. He could not contain his fury, feeling insulted and belittled. After all, why would so many seek him out if he were not worthy of their attention? You seek death, he bellowed, swinging his iron staff ferociously at Wei Yi. The blow, accompanied by a fierce flame, was evidently formidable. However, his speed was far too slow, and his movements clumsy in Wei Yi's eyes. Just as the massive staff descended, Wei Yi had already maneuvered around him. Subsequently, Wei Yi began to seek out his next target. As for the one-eyed man, he had already been cleaved in two, lifeless on the ground. Ding! Player Wei Yi has slain a martial spirit realm black water bandit. Breakthrough mission completion. 1. Current progress. 720. Ding! Player Wei Yi has slain a martial spirit realm black water bandit. Breakthrough mission completion. 1. Current progress. 820. Ding! Player Wei Yi has slain a martial spirit realm black water bandit. Breakthrough mission completion. 1. Current progress. 920. Before long, Wei Yi had dispatched 3 martial spirit realm martial artists. His speed was astonishing. Once he set his sights on a target, escape was nearly impossible. His prowess rendered him unafraid of low-tier martial spirit realm warriors. And having cultivated the Crimson Fusion Fire Divine technique, his strength ascended to an even higher echelon. Dealing with such ordinary low-tier martial spirit realm foes was as effortless as slicing through vegetables. While it appeared easy to him, it was undeniably terrifying for the black water bandits, especially those who had initially pursued him. Upon witnessing his ruthlessness, they fled in sheer terror, vanishing without a trace. Who would dare confront such a fearsome entity? Wei Yi, disinterested in engaging unless he found another martial spirit realm warrior, found himself ignored as the black water bandits were reluctant to approach and meet their demise. Suddenly, he spotted another martial spirit realm warrior. Without hesitation, he dashed to assist Ouyang Lanshan, who was locked in combat with a tiger-headed whale. With a swift slash, he aimed at the creature's head, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that enveloped the area, sending the tiger-headed whale into a panic as it swiftly recoiled. You shameless scoundrels, collaborating for a sneak attack, the tiger-headed whale roared, indignant. Ouyang Lanshan's expression hardened as she glared at Wei Yi. What are you doing? I don't need your help. Who is helping you? Don't flatter yourself. Have you forgotten our agreement? This one is mine now, Wei Yi retorted, his gaze fierce. How dare she attempt to claim his prey? With that, he lunged toward the tiger-headed whale with aggressive intent, disregarding Ouyang Lanshan entirely. Ouyang Lanshan was furious, but recalling her prior commitment to Wei Yi, she could only suppress her anger, gritting her teeth and muttering curses under her breath, wishing that he would meet a swift end at the hands of his adversary. Meanwhile, her opponent, realizing Wei Yi had stolen his target, did not remain idle but began to lash out with his whip, sending several black water bandits flying before charging into the island. You seek death, the tiger-headed whale roared, now furious, as he charged at Wei Yi with his blade drawn. Seeing his opponent shift from a formidable martial spirit realm adversary to a mere great martial master, he felt elated and unleashed his full power. Yet, as they clashed, his expression shifted to one of disbelief. The terrifying sword light surged toward him, the fiery sword energy obscuring the sky, leaving him no room to evade. In that moment, it was as if Wei Yi were the one at the martial spirit realm, and he merely a great martial master. The tiger-headed whale was on the verge of tears. Realizing that this was not luck, but rather a stroke of bad fortune, that I must escape. If I can just get away, with my experience and power, I can surely establish my own domain again. I cannot afford to engage in a drawn-out struggle with this cunning foe. The tiger-headed whale made a decisive choice. summoning his martial spirit to unleash a terrifying wave of blade energy before turning to flee. Wei Yi, witnessing this, felt no anger. Instead, he smirked. With your speed, if you manage to escape, it would indeed be impressive, but you might as well offer yourself up. His words echoed. Wei Yi vanished from sight. Simultaneously, a shadowy figure appeared behind the tiger-headed whale, delivering a swift and decisive strike, the sword intent soaring skyward. Boom! Wei Yi's sword struck down, unleashing a wave of fiery sword energy that surged forth. The essence of the flame, a manifestation of masculine energy, harmonized perfectly with the pure yang sword intent. After cultivating the Crimson Fusion Fire Divine technique, Wei Yi's sword energy was more potent than ever before. Even at a distance, the heat radiated intensely. The tiger-headed whale, fully enveloped by this sword energy, felt as though he were in a furnace, standing at the rim of a volcano, aware that he was on the brink of being consumed by boiling magma. Now, the tiger-headed whale lamented his decision to remain and endure. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have fled long ago. Damn it, am I truly going to perish here? Am I fated to meet the same demise as that short-lived black coon? Despite his internal curses, his movements remained rapid. As a sixth-tier martial spirit realm warrior, he may not have been the pinnacle of martial excellence, but he was certainly beyond the lowest tier, with a decisive motion. He struck his chest, spitting forth a mouthful of vital blood that drained the color from his face. At the same time, his martial spirit surged to its peak, merging seamlessly with his blood to form a crimson turtle shell that shielded him from the impending attack. Wei Yi's sword descended with force, crashing against the blood-colored shell, and though the tiger-headed whale was forced back several steps, he ultimately preserved his life, albeit at the cost of his vitality, leaving him considerably weakened. I surrender. I am willing to submit to you, my lord, the tiger-headed whale shouted without hesitation. Wei Yi paused, momentarily taken aback by the rapidity of his capitulation. However, he quickly followed up with another sword strike. Regrettably, I do not accept captives today, Wei Yi replied coldly. Even if he were to take prisoners, he would not accept a blood-stained bandit leader like this one. Such individuals were bound to betray him. Besides, the breakthrough mission remained incomplete, and Wei Yi had no intention of letting this opportunity slip away. Boom! Another wave of fiery sword energy erupted, although it was again blocked by the blood-colored shell. It was evident that after 2 successive strikes, the crimson barrier began to tremble. Boom! 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 Wei Yi pressed his advantage, unleashing 3 more waves of sword energy. The blood-colored shell was now on the verge of collapse, fissures spreading across its surface. Seeing this, the tiger-headed whale's face darkened immensely. Without a second thought, he turned to flee. You bastard! You turtle spawn! May you meet a wretched fate. Once I survive this ordeal, I will find a way to tear you apart. Realizing Wei Yi's determination to kill him, the tiger-headed whale abandoned all pretense and began to curse as he fled, seemingly invigorated by his own vitriol, even quickening his pace. Excellent. Wei Yi's expression was as cold as ice. His hero's sword continuing its relentless assault, the weapon's might fully unleashed. Sword energy swept through the air as Wei Yi disregarded the toll on his stamina, attacking with unbridled ferocity. With a thunderous crash, the blood-colored shell shattered completely. The tiger-headed whale's face paled, and he hastily attempted to employ his secret technique once more. This time, however, Wei Yi did not afford him an opportunity, accelerating and suddenly appearing directly in front of him. With a flash, his treasured sword descended, leaving a crimson line upon the tiger-headed whale's forehead. His wide eyes, filled with disbelief, reflected the shock of his impending demise, and then his robust body slowly crumpled to the ground. Ding! Player Wei Yi has slain the Black Water Bandit leader, the tiger-headed whale. Experience gained. Ding! Player Wei Yi has increased his breakthrough mission completion. 1. Current progress. 10-20 AS Wei Yi ventured deeper into the island. He found that Ouyang Lanshan had already secured control of the area. Although the island was home to over 1,000 Black Water Bandit warriors, they were now leaderless, particularly after Wei Yi's impressive display of strength in dispatching several martial spirit realm leaders. In comparison, although the coalition of the Bawang sect's branch and the Sha Wuzong branch consists of merely a few hundred individuals, their overall caliber is notably more elite, with a greater number of formidable leaders. Coupled with their comprehensive strategy and meticulous deployment, the process of seizing the island at the lake's center unfolded with hardly any unforeseen events. Not only did those Blackwater bandits face annihilation, but the most crucial treasure vault was swiftly brought under complete control. Why did Ouyang Lanshan acquiesce to Wei Yi's plan? She had no need to fulfill any breakthrough tasks, nor was it likely that her intent was to punish evildoers and promote virtue. Her sole desire was merely the accumulation of wealth and treasures gathered by the Blackwater bandits over the years. Do not assume that those with high cultivation and strength are indifferent to riches. The path of martial arts differs from that of spiritual cultivation. While those outside might be free of desires, martial practitioners are certainly not. In truth, the higher one's cultivation and strength, the greater their demand for material wealth. The adage, the poor are scholarly, while the rich are martial, holds true. Every aspect of martial training necessitates financial expenditure, and as one ascends in rank, the costs increase significantly. Typically, one may remain indifferent due to the meager amounts involved. But should a sum of tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions in silver notes be at stake, even top-tier martial artists at the martial king level would likely be inclined to assist. Wealth is a powerful motivator, a truth that remains unchanged. The Blackwater bandits have indeed amassed a considerable fortune over the years. Although the treasure vault may not contain any rare artifacts, the total value of the accumulated wealth exceeds 5 million taels of silver. Once transported back to Black Dragon City, both our families would each receive at least 200 million taels as for the two of us. Even if we were to take half, that would still amount to over 100 million taels of silver. Ouyang Lanshan exclaimed with excitement to Wei Yi. Anyone would feel elated at the prospect of acquiring such wealth, and naturally, even this talented martial artist could not escape the allure. Her demeanor towards Wei Yi had noticeably improved. Have you ever considered eliminating us and claiming everything for yourself? Wei Yi raised an eyebrow and suddenly inquired. Humph. Ouyang Lanshan scoffed, rolling her eyes in annoyance. While I may not like you, I at least have my principles. Since we are collaborating, I would never resort to underhanded schemes. I would never engage in such actions that I might not believe such words from others. But I am inclined to trust you. Wei Yi nodded. What's the matter? You seem unusually glum. Noticing the lack of excitement on Wei Yi's face, Ouyang Lanshan asked in surprise. Sigh, I cannot muster any joy. Wei Yi lamented. Of course, you wouldn't understand my troubles. With the breakthrough task still half completed, Wei Yi found himself in an increasingly vexatious predicament. He had not anticipated that the Blackwater bandits' largest stronghold at the island would be defended by only 4 martial spirits. A significant underestimation of his expectations. Following this pattern, even if he were to raid the other Blackwater bandits' hideouts, he would still fall short of the required number of heads for the task. It was truly a headache. Chapter 163. The troublesome task. Wei Yi's predictions were not amiss. In the span of a month, he systematically eradicated the other hideouts of the Blackwater bandits, leading to the complete disbandment of this once infamous bandit group. The system's mission to eliminate the Blackwater bandits had been marked as complete. However, the breakthrough task still remained significantly lacking. Progress. 1520. This indicated that he needed 5 more heads of hostile martial spirit practitioners to fulfill the task requirements. 5 martial spirit practitioners, neither an excessive nor an insignificant number. If any martial spirit practitioner's head could count towards the quota, the task would not seem overly daunting. After all, there were many villains causing havoc. With numerous bandit leaders being martial spirits, eliminating them would pose no issue and could even be seen as a service to the people, and Wei Yi would certainly not hold back. The critical issue, however, was that these individuals did not meet the requirements of the breakthrough task, which specified hostile martial spirit practitioners. Thus, Wei Yi found himself in a quandary. The time limit for the breakthrough task was 3 months. And with a month and a half already elapsed, he had only another month and a half remaining. It seemed he had no choice but to consider that option. Wei Yi sighed, finally making a decision. Having completed the Eliminate the Blackwater Bandits task, Wei Yi claimed his reward. 100,000 cultivation experience points were temporarily stored in the experience orb to be utilized for upgrading his cultivation realm upon completing the breakthrough task. 50,000 skill experience points were entirely allocated to the Eagle Shadow 18 techniques, yet his level remained at LV24, with the experience progress bar only halfway to LV25 at AS for the remaining silver treasure chest. Wei Yi opened it without hesitation. This time, he drew a rather unique item. Ding! Player Wei Yi has opened the silver treasure chest and obtained a pair of mystical items, flame wings. Soon, a pair of palm-sized fiery red wings appeared before Wei Yi's eyes. Could a treasure chest yield such an item? Indeed, silver treasure chests surpass bronze ones in quality. Wei Yi's eyes sparkled with delight. The flame wings are a one-time use item that, when activated, sprout a pair of fiery wings from the user's back, significantly enhancing their agility and speed. With the duration and extent of enhancement dependent on the user's cultivation level, Wei Yi's speed was already remarkable. With the addition of these flame wings, he would undoubtedly soar to new heights, likely outpacing even those 2 levels above him in cultivation. This treasure seemed quite promising. However, for now, it was unnecessary. Like the previous unique item, the spring medicine spirit, Wei Yi stored it in his spatial pouch for future use. As evening descended upon the top floor of the loft, Wei Yi sat in quiet meditation. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed. Wei Yi opened his eyes to see that it was Hou Jingtao. Waving him over with a smile, "Sit." Hou Jingtao immediately straightened up. Ever since he had been suspected by Wei Yi, he had felt a constant sense of unease, although he had done nothing wrong. He worried that Wei Yi might cause him trouble, so he had been diligent during this period. Not only had he meticulously managed internal matters, but he had also given his all in the battles against the Blackwater bandits, consistently leading from the front, a stark contrast to his previous desire to avoid trouble. Yet, despite all this, he still felt a twinge of fear in front of Wei Yi. "Sect leader, did you not need something from me?" To be honest, the more Hou Jingtao interacted with this young sect leader, the less he understood him at times. Wei Yi seemed approachable and friendly, entirely devoid of the condescending demeanor typical of talented disciples within the sect. However, at other times, he could be exceedingly ruthless, even merciless, invoking a sense of dread that left Hou Jingtao unable to decipher his true nature. He even worried that Wei Yi might suddenly dispatch him without a word. Despite being a martial spirit practitioner, he possessed no confidence in resisting Wei Yi should he choose to act. Witnessing the deaths of more than 10 martial spirit practitioners at Wei Yi's hands had made him acutely aware of the disparity in combat power between them, which inversely correlated with their cultivation levels. "There's no need to be so tense." Wei Yi waved his hand. Noticing that Hou Jingtao was perched on the edge of his seat, he smiled reassuringly. "I've been watching your performance during this time. As for the past events, regardless of your involvement, they are now irrelevant. This is my stance, and it will also be the sect's position. That matter ends here." Upon hearing Wei Yi's words, Hou Jingtao was momentarily taken aback, then finally exhaled in relief. "Sect leader, your insight is unparalleled. I am immensely grateful. From now on, whatever you command, I, Hou, shall absolutely obey." He immediately thumped his chest to express his loyalty. At this, Wei Yi couldn't help but chuckle and shook his head. "Actually, I am about to leave." "Leaving so soon?" Upon hearing this, Hou Jingtao was taken aback. Although he feared Wei Yi greatly, he also held him in high esteem. Not just him, but nearly 100 individuals within the Bawang sect branch felt the same way. It was thanks to Wei Yi that they had escaped their previous predicament. Because of him, their branch had gained considerable renown in Black Dragon City, allowing them to hold their heads high wherever they went. Moreover, the spoils from their recent eradication of the Blackwater bandits had been substantial, with each person reaping significant rewards. Their respect and admiration for Wei Yi had reached unprecedented heights, far surpassing that for any previous sect leader. Quite frankly, in the Bawang sect branch now, the sect's orders held less weight than Wei Yi's words. Yet, he was about to depart. "Sect leader, why must you leave? Is there a pressing issue? Where are you going?" Hou Jingtao hurriedly inquired. "Where am I going? Naturally, I am returning to the sect. I am, after all, a disciple of the sect. My purpose in coming to Black Dragon City was to resolve certain matters. Now that they have been addressed, I must return. I can't possibly stay here for a lifetime," Wei Yi replied with a smile. Upon hearing Wei Yi's explanation, Hou Jingtao found himself speechless. Compared to the branch in Black Dragon City, the headquarters of the Bawang sect was undoubtedly Wei Yi's true home, and the two places were not even comparable. He could not obstruct Wei Yi's decision. My situation has been reported to the sect, and I expect to depart in the next couple of days. Additionally, I have recommended you for the position of the next leader, and the sect should agree for the stability of the branch, so take a few days to prepare. The appointment from the sect will be issued soon," Wei Yi continued, and Hou Jingtao stood in a daze, taking a while to process the information that no matter where the leader is, I, old Hou, will forever be your subordinate. Hou Jingtao respectfully bowed, his expression solemn. Chapter 164. Wei Yi leaves the city the next morning. As the sun rose, its golden rays illuminated the entire Black Dragon City, draping the vast city in a layer of golden light. Wei Yi departed from Black Dragon City, and all 103 members of the Bawang sect branch gathered to bid him farewell. "No need to see me off," Wei Yi said with a smile, waving his hand as he mounted his horse. "Take care on your journey," Hou Jingtao choked out, remembering the astonishing changes in the branch over the past 2 months. This usually easygoing middle-aged man felt a twinge of sadness. "Take care," the others echoed loudly, especially Wu Dasong and a few others, who shouted at the top of their lungs, their once carefree demeanor now replaced with tear-filled eyes. During this time, they had fought alongside Wei Yi against the Blackwater bandits, and their admiration for him had reached its zenith. If one were to describe it, they had become devoted fans. Had Wei Yi not been heading to the Bawang sect, they might have wished to follow him. "Old Hou, brothers, I hope you all remain well after I leave. If anything arises, come find me at the sect." Wei Yi called out. He then smiled heartily and rode off, swiftly urging his steed into a gallop. The guards at the city gate dared not obstruct him. Instead, they opened the gate wide, fearing to disturb this esteemed figure. "He has left, Lord City Master. Wei Yi has departed from Black Dragon City," a servant reported to the city lord's residence. Upon hearing this, the old city master, who had already crossed 50, stood up, his face brimming with joy. "He truly left. Indeed, he has," the servant confirmed. "Haha, he is finally gone. At last, my life is spared." Although he was the lord of Black Dragon City, he had always been under the thumb of Lu Xiangho Huarong, akin to Huarong's subordinates. Hearing that Huarong had been slain by Wei Yi, along with his 8 protectors and 4 formidable warriors, he had spent the past month in sleepless dread, fearing that Wei Yi might come seeking him for vengeance. Now, with Wei Yi's departure, he finally felt relieved. "Am I truly a fish that slipped through the net?" he mused, a term that, while not positive, filled him with elation. Better to be a fish that slipped through than to meet my end alongside Lu Xiangho Huarong. With that thought, he felt even more uplifted. "Set up a feast at once, and summon the ladies from the inner court. I intend to drink heartily today. Leader, we have just received news that the head of the Balwang sect branch, Wei Yi, has left Black Dragon City," a deputy leader of the Shawa sect respectfully reported to Ouyang Lanshan. Hearing this, Ouyang Lanshan, who had been diligently practicing her whip technique, was momentarily taken aback. "What did you say? That Wei fellow has left Black Dragon City? Why would he leave?" Ouyang Lanshan frowned. In Black Dragon City, she found few worthy of her attention, and Wei Yi was undoubtedly among them, recognized as her greatest rival. She had been contemplating when to challenge him again, only to hear such news that "I heard he is returning to the sect. He was only in Black Dragon City on an urgent mission. And now that his task of eradicating the Blackwater bandits is complete, it makes sense for him to return," the deputy leader replied after some thought. "That damned man, he secretly ran away. Clearly afraid I would defeat him, hence he left without a word. A coward, a spineless wretch." Ouyang Lanshan gritted her teeth, extremely dissatisfied. The deputy leader stood awkwardly, not daring to speak further. "Immediately send someone back to the sect and request they appoint a new leader to succeed me," Ouyang Lanshan suddenly instructed. The deputy leader was taken aback, confusion etched on his face. "Leader, are you leaving as well? Huarong is dead, and now Wei Yi is fled. What is the point of my staying here?" Ouyang Lanshan shot back, her irritation evident. "Besides, I have been training here for nearly a year. It is time to return and vie for the position of core disciple." With that, Ouyang Lanshan glanced outside, her beautiful eyes ablaze with fierce determination. "Wei Yi, when next we meet, I shall surely defeat you." At the 100 Flowers Guild, Shui Xian sat quietly in the loft, toying with a jade hairpin that shimmered with runes, pulsating with a remarkable aura. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed a treasure she had seized from the Qi Rong underground palace. Suddenly, footsteps approached, and a fragrant breeze wafted through as Mu Dan's figure quickly appeared before her. "Sister, that Wei fellow has actually run away," Mu Dan exclaimed, her expression filled with indignation. "When did he become a heartless scoundrel?" Shui Xian asked, perplexed. She seemed to have anticipated this news and was not surprised by Mu Dan's report. "How is he not a heartless scoundrel? We sisters helped him immensely, and instead of being grateful, he has entangled himself with that tomboy Ouyang Lanshan for over a month. Now he just leaves without even bidding us farewell. What else could he be but a heartless scoundrel? It infuriates me." Mu Dan fumed, her delicate hand brushing over her ample chest in frustration. "You, my dear sister, you received benefits last time. Why would you expect him to be grateful?" As for his collaboration with Ouyang Lanshan, it was to eliminate the Blackwater bandits. "You truly speak without thinking," Shui Xian sighed, unable to comprehend her sister's perspective. "But him leaving without saying goodbye is indeed true. Right? It clearly shows he does not consider us friends. We still cared for him." "Who says that? He came by last night. You just weren't in the guild at the time. When I returned, you insisted on sleeping." Shui Xian explained with a smile that Mu Dan opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words, then pouted, pretending to be aggrieved. "Sister, you and he are clearly in cahoots to deceive me. It seems you two are the real pair of dogs and cats." Shui Xian's expression darkened. "What are you saying, you little girl? Do you want me to tear your mouth apart?" Just joking, just joking." Mu Dan quickly distanced herself. Shui Xian shot her an annoyed glance and then looked out the window. Sighing, "The master will be visiting here soon. I had hoped they would meet, but it seems fate has other plans." "Humph, the master is stunning. That Wei fellow is simply out of luck," Mu Dan muttered, her resentment unabated. Chapter 165. Infuriating on an unnamed hill more than 10 miles from Black Dragon City, a young man clad in a flying fish suit rushed in from afar. His speed was astonishing. Leaping from the foot of the mountain to the ridge in the blink of an eye, and soon he stood before a middle-aged man that he knelt on one knee, his breath steady, indicating a solid foundation in cultivation, and reported in a low voice, "Master, the man has left the city and is riding this way. At this speed, he will arrive in no more than 2 incense sticks' time." The middle-aged man before him, dressed in a brocade robe, with a fair complexion and no beard, exuded a soft, feminine quality. He was none other than the eunuch Lu, who had previously collaborated with Hakuin to confront Wei Yi twice. Upon hearing the report, Lu's narrow eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed toward the direction of Black Dragon City, a disdainful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. After a moment, he revealed a contemptuous arc. Gently rubbing his hands together, he spoke indifferently, "That young man has calculated everything, yet he still cannot escape my grasp. Prepare immediately. We can commence the plan. Not only do we need to obtain the sacred texts, but we must also take that young man's life. Anyone who disrupts my plans must pay the price." "Yes." The young man in the flying fish suit immediately bowed in compliance. Lu waved his hand, and the 7 or 8 attendants in similar attire behind him sprang into action, racing down the mountain like flying eagles and leaping cheetahs. Lu pondered for a moment, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He then stepped down the mountain himself. "This time, I will take matters into my own hands. I wish to see what tricks that young man can still play." As his words echoed, his aura began to emanate slowly, like a stone cast into a still lake, causing the surrounding space to ripple violently with a chilling murderous intent surging forth. Outside the city, on the official road, a young man rode furiously, galloping at breakneck speed. The steed beneath him was undeniably a superb warhorse, galloping forward without the slightest hint of slowing down. Soon, as he veered into a desolate forest, heads began to emerge from the nearby thickets, each pair of indifferent eyes fixated on their target. Silence reigned. There were no murmurs, no extraneous movements, not even the sound of breathing. It was evident that those lying in wait were seasoned elite warriors. At once, a signal was given with a downward sweep of the right hand. Suddenly, brilliant, kaleidoscopic lights flickered from the roadside, manifesting into a colossal array that formed an impenetrable cage. The knight atop the horse could not help but change color in shock. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped, planting his feet on the horse's back, and then propelled himself backwards. But at that instant, someone had already positioned themselves behind him. "Kid, thinking of escaping now that it's too late." With a thunderous boom, blood splattered as both man and horse were forced into the confines of the arrayed this moment. Those concealed nearby in flying fish attire revealed themselves that a dozen elite masters emerged, among them the formidable Lord Lu of the Martial King realm. Frankly, even without the trap, it would be nearly impossible to evade such an ambush. "Wei Yi, you have fallen into my hands. What do you have to say for yourself? Hand over the crimson fusion fire god nerve." Lord Lu spoke coldly. "I am not." The knight lifted his head to reveal a face that bore a slight resemblance to Wei Yi, yet was unmistakably unfamiliar. This was not the Wei Yi they sought. Lord Lu's expression darkened, and he immediately turned to the flying fish operative responsible for reconnaissance. With a swift motion of his hand, the operative was sent flying several yards, crashing violently against a nearby tree, blood spewing forth as his face turned pale. "What is going on?" Lord Lu seethed through gritted teeth. "I do not know." The operative stammered, a look of despair etched across his face. "Then what use are you?" Lord Lu, in a fit of rage, struck again, his terrifying true energy coalescing into a dark green handprint. The wounded operative had no chance to evade, and with a deafening crack, his skull shattered. The scene was gruesome, causing others to shudder in fear. "Lord, this man appears to be an officer from the Lord's Manor of Black Dragon City." Another flying fish warrior spoke, recognizing the knight's identity. Lord Lu's icy gaze shifted back to the young knight, suppressing his fury as he asked coldly, "Tell me, what is the meaning of this?" I do not know." The knight's face blanched, fear evident as he struggled to swallow that I was merely tasked with delivering a letter to Sulin City. Unaware of having offended anyone that I deserved to die 1,000 deaths that I truly did not know that as he spoke, the young knight knelt, repeatedly bowing in apology. "Who sent you with the letter, and who requested your attire?" Lord Lu inhaled deeply, his voice frigid. "It was Wei Yi, from the barbarian sect's branch. He insisted I depart at this time. It was his demand." The knight dared not conceal the truth, disclosing Wei Yi's name without hesitation. However, upon hearing this, Lord Lu's anger intensified. "The Lord's Manor and the barbarian sect have a tumultuous relationship. How could you acquiesce to Wei Yi's demands? Do not deceive us, for if you do, we shall make your death a difficult endeavor." A nearby flying fish warrior threatened menacingly. I dared not. I dared not. That I knew I should not have cooperated. But what? Lord Lu pressed again. That he offered me 5,000 taels of silver, and since it was merely a short journey, I thought it a fair deal and impulsively agreed. Fool. Lord Lu could no longer contain himself and spat blood and fury at a mere 5,000 taels, after all this time and effort to set this trap. Costing tenfold, yet it all falls apart for such a paltry sum. It infuriates me. Meanwhile, in the hold of a boat heading south to Jinling, Wei Yi sat leisurely, sipping wine and savoring freshly cooked fish caught by the fishermen that morning. His days were blissfully enjoyable. Young master, my father asks if you require anything else. The fisherman's daughter inquired bashfully as she entered the cabin, her head lowered. With wine and fish, I am already satisfied. Wei Yi replied with a smile of contentment. However, if I could also hear the fishermen's songs of the Jiangyan waters, that would be splendid. If you do not mind the noise, I would gladly oblige. The girl said, her confidence shining through her large eyes. Then I shall listen with rapt attention. Wei Yi grinned. The fisherman's daughter beamed with joy, and soon after, a melodious fishing song filled the cabin. Chapter 166. The desire to annihilate the Sun clan. After 7 days at sea, Wei Yi arrived in Jinling, heading straight for his family. Although he had relinquished his position as the head of the Black Dragon City branch, he had no intention of returning to the sect immediately. His visit to the family was twofold: to see his parents and to fulfill a task of breakthrough. His target for this breakthrough, however, was not the Wei family but their sworn enemy, the Sun clan. What? You wish to annihilate the entire Sun clan? Wei Tianyang, overjoyed at his son's return, widened his eyes in disbelief upon hearing Wei Yi's request. To eradicate the Sun clan? They are one of the 10 great families, their overall strength on par with that of the Wei family. This is not a matter to be taken lightly. He lamented, such a decision could affect the very fate of the Wei family, and I cannot unilaterally decide. You are too close to the situation to see clearly. Father, Wei Yi chuckled, offering an analysis. Consider the Wei family. How many of our kin have perished at the hands of the Sun clan over the years, not to mention the myriad of conflicts. The enmity between our families is irreparable. They are truly our arch-nemesis. If you propose an attack on the Sun clan, the elders will unanimously support it, for those who oppose will be scorned by their own kin. While that is true, this is ultimately a significant matter and cannot be approached recklessly, Wei Tianyang replied, frowning. The Sun clan is not as formidable as you perceive. Their strength hinges on Sun Jinshan, who, after the Battle of the 1,000-foot cliff, consumed an entire bottle of blood-boiling pill, severely depleting his foundational essence. The remaining members of the clan are hardly a concern. More importantly, they would never anticipate our sudden assault, if even you hesitate. How could the others foresee it? Provided we plan meticulously and strike with thunderous resolve, eradicating the Sun clan should pose no substantial challenge. Your plan is sound, but the Sun clan is a force in Zhongshan. Should we launch a full-scale attack, we would surely provoke the ire of other factions in Zhongshan, potentially uniting them to aid the Sun clan against us. In that scenario, we would find ourselves ensnared. Wei Tianyang mused, furrowing his brow. That only simplifies matters further. The Sun clan's decline is common knowledge, making it the perfect opportunity for action. You can discreetly forge alliances with other forces in Zhongshan. Together, we can annihilate the Sun clan, claiming their wealth while they receive their land deeds. Those are assets we could not seize otherwise. Thus, it would be wise to share them, fostering an ally in Zhongshan for the benefit of our family's development. Wei Tianyang was taken aback, astonished by how effortlessly Wei Yi resolved the dilemma that had plagued him. After a deep breath, he reflected on Wei Yi's words, finally grasping their significance. After a moment of silence, he couldn't help but chuckle. How have you changed so much? You seem like a completely different person. Isn't it said that a scholar's worth is to be reconsidered every 3 days? Besides, if I were not your son, why would I toil for the Wei family? Wei Yi replied with a smile. True. Regardless, no matter how impressive you are, you remain my son. Wei Tianyang laughed heartily. That I had heard that you had caused quite a stir in Black Dragon City and had eradicated the entire Blackwater bandit group. Initially, I found it hard to believe, but now I am utterly convinced that in the past, you were rather disappointing. Yet you have suddenly transformed into a prodigious talent that I must admit, I find it a bit hard to adjust. As he spoke, Wei Tianyang couldn't help but burst into laughter. After all, he was his own son. The more capable he became, the more delighted he felt. What are you two chatting about in the study? Looking so happy. The door swung open, and Wei Yi's mother, Shuin, entered with a puzzled expression, glancing at Wei Yi and then at Wei Tianyang. She blinked in confusion and asked. Wei Yi and his father exchanged a glance. and both could not contain their laughter. By the way, father, mother, I have brought you some small gifts on my return, Wei Yi suddenly said, as if recalling something. You brought gifts? Qian Tonghe replied with a look of surprise. This is the first time, isn't it? Just don't bring out something too shabby and embarrass yourself, Wei Tianyang teased with a smile. What are you saying? It's the thought that counts, as long as Io has this intention. Don't mind your father. Whatever the gift, I will be delighted. Qian Tonghe shot a glare at Wei Tianyang, her protective nature evident. Wei Tianyang awkwardly rubbed his nose, realizing he was merely joking. This is it. Wei Yi produced a pill bottle and handed it to them. What is this? Wei Tianyang took it first, looking puzzled at the two pills inside. He was not knowledgeable about such things, but Qian Tonghe, being a seasoned fourth-tier alchemist, widened her eyes in disbelief. Is this a longevity pill? A seventh-tier longevity pill? Qian Tonghe exclaimed, her expression one of incredulity. What is its worth? Wei Tianyang asked immediately. Priceless, even with money. It cannot be obtained. Qian Tonghe shot him another disapproving glance for his lack of knowledge, then turned to Wei Yi. How did you acquire such a rare treasure? You should keep it for yourself. Even if you do not consume it, it can be exchanged for other valuable items that I have two more. Please accept it, mother. According to father, this is my first gift, so don't be polite. Wei Yi insisted, as the longevity pill was only effective the first time it was consumed. Otherwise, he would have gladly given both to his parents. Also, I have brought back some martial arts techniques and manuals I looted from the Blackwater bandits. They are of no use to me. You can incorporate them into the family collection, father. With that, Wei Yi waved his right hand, and an impressive array of martial arts manuals appeared on the table. Although many were of common grade, there were quite a few of superior quality, and the sheer quantity was astonishing that if sold, they would constitute a substantial fortune. However, typically, few would sell martial arts manuals, as they are treasures that can be passed down through generations. Wei Tianyang and Qian Tonghe exchanged glances and couldn't help but chuckle, especially Wei Tianyang. That it was at this moment he truly understood the significance of what Wei Yi had said about the transformation one experiences after a brief separation. Chapter 167. The shock of Lu Hu. The following morning, Wei Yi did not indulge in laziness simply because he was at home. Instead, he rose early, just as he had during his time at the sect and in Black Dragon City, and began his training. Although he possessed a gaming system that could allow him to be idle, Wei Yi preferred to be a diligent and hard-working martial artist. To him, this was not merely a matter of necessity, but a question of mindset. That a person who is inherently lazy and complacent, even if they possess great wealth, will find it difficult to become a truly remarkable individual. What Wei Yi sought was not a fleeting display of prowess, but a lifetime of greatness. Taking advantage of the abundant spiritual energy in the morning, he practiced the Crimson Fusion Fire Divine technique for half an hour. The crimson energy within his body circulated several cycles, gathering in his dantian, becoming more refined and stable, and mastering it became increasingly effortless. Afterward, he proceeded to the family training ground outside to practice his martial techniques. Wei had a structured training regimen for the various techniques he had mastered, including daily practice goals, durations, and appropriate methods. As someone with a modern soul, he understood the importance of planning. Today, he primarily focused on the Dragon Elephant Fist, a martial technique he had obtained from the Bawang sect scripture hall. Although it was merely a simplified version of the Dragon Elephant Prajna Fist, it was still a medium-grade technique. With mastery and finesse, it could unleash remarkable power. After practicing for some time, although he had not reached the maximum level of LV20, he had achieved LV17 and was close to reaching LV18. Today, I will strive to elevate the Dragon Elephant Fist to LV18, he silently resolved. Soon, he began his practice. With each punch, he generated gusts of wind, sometimes fierce as a tiger, sometimes grand as an elephant, exhibiting both ferocity and majesty. Wei Yi seemed entirely absorbed in the flow, his strikes brimming with immense power, the essence of the dragon elephant evident, and the realm of comprehension was clearly within reach. This spectacle attracted a number of Wei clan members who were out for their morning exercises. Isn't that Wei Yi? When did he return? Wow, he is practicing martial arts. Wei Erlong, you truly have no shame, daring to call the young clan leader by his name. I see you have become quite bold. Ha! The young clan leader is now an inner disciple of the Bawang sect. Dealing with you is as simple as handling that dead dog from Sanshu's family. What do you mean by that? I merely spoke hastily. I hold great admiration for the young clan leader. Besides, who doesn't know of his reputation? Enough, enough. You two, stop arguing. That it seems the young clan leader is not practicing our Wei family's techniques, but rather the Bawang sect's techniques. Truly, the Bawang sect lives up to its reputation as a top-tier power. Even their martial techniques are astonishing. The discussions among the Wei clan members were lively, including not only the younger generation but also several elder Wei martial artists, including Lu Hu, who had previously been on good terms with Wei Yi. This kid in less than half a year. He has made such tremendous progress. Lu Hu was astounded, unable to suppress his disbelief. He had personally escorted Wei Yi to the true martial academy, where Wei Yi had not even surpassed the great martial master realm. His capabilities seemed merely average in his eyes. However, after just half a year, Wei Yi had not only reached the peak of the great martial master realm, but also mastered techniques that left him in awe. He couldn't help but compare himself. Even if he were to perform such techniques, he would only achieve a similar level, yet he was a 6th-tier martial artist. Interesting, Lu Hu thought, his eyes glinting with a burgeoning fighting spirit. He quickly stepped forward. Practicing alone is inefficient. Allow me to train with you. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in laughter. Knowing Lu Hu was eager to test himself, Wei Yi turned to see Lu Hu and smiled. Since Uncle Hu is willing to offer guidance, I would be remiss not to accept. However, if I win, you must not blame me for embarrassing you. You little rascal, I don't know how strong you are now, but your tongue has certainly become sharper. Humph, we shall see once you lose to me, Lu Hu replied, his expression darkening. Without further ado, he charged 3 steps forward and threw a punch. Take this. Although Lu Hu did not employ any martial technique, he was known for his immense strength within the Wei family. His punch, delivered with force, was indeed formidable. The younger clan members felt a rush of apprehension. If they were on the receiving end of such a punch, they would surely end up injured. However, Wei Yi merely laughed at the sight, displaying no fear, and did not even blink. Uncle Hu, this won't do. Wei Yi chuckled heartily, meeting the punch with one of his own. Without using any techniques, in the blink of an eye, their fists collided in a clash of pure physical power. Lu Hu's confidence faltered as he felt the impact. The look in his eyes shifted dramatically. After such a long time apart, Wei Yi's strength had undergone a remarkable transformation, not to mention the physical power he had gained through ancient blood refinement and the continuous honing of the flame-tempering body technique. He had reached an astonishing level. Though perhaps slightly inferior to specialized body cultivators, he certainly surpassed ordinary martial artists. With a resounding thud, both men were pushed back 3 steps, and the crowd gasped in astonishment. Lu Hu was particularly incredulous. Again, he shouted, charging forward once more, this time employing a superior martial technique. His true energy surged, and his fist radiated with brilliant light, moving with incredible speed, resembling a flash of lightning. Dragon Elephant Fist. Wei Yi's eyes sparkled, and he immediately unleashed the Dragon Elephant Fist to engage in battle. In comparison to the notorious leader of the Blackwater Pirates, the Orca, the strength of Lu Hu is markedly superior. Although both are at the 6th rank of martial spirits, Lu Hu was originally a disciple of the Overlord sect, resulting in a fundamental disparity in their foundations, cultivation techniques, and mastery of martial arts. The pressure Lu Hu exerted on Wei Yi was indeed more formidable. However, it was merely a greater pressure, nothing more. After exchanging over 30 blows, Wei Yi's experience with the Dragon Elephant Fist surged, allowing him to successfully reach level 28. A smile graced his face as he raised his head to look at Lu Hu, a sly grin forming at the corners of his mouth. Uncle Hu, thank you for helping me hone my martial skills. However, it seems our match is about to conclude. As his words fell, Wei Yi's figure appeared before Lu Hu like a specter. In the midst of Lu Hu's astonished gaze, a fist manifested an awe-inspiring image of a dragon and tiger, roaring forth towards him. Chapter 168. Situ Exite. The fist's might was manifested through a formidable force, akin to a torrential flood. This undoubtedly signified that Wei Yi had deeply grasped the essence of his martial technique. While he had yet to fully integrate his understanding, he was not far from achieving IT level 18. He was merely 2 levels shy of the maximum level 20, indicating that he had indeed reached a commendable stage. With this sudden outburst of power, Lu Hu found himself momentarily dazed. Despite his efforts to withstand it, he was forced back several steps, finally managing to stabilize himself after retreating a considerable distance. Looking up at Wei Yi, Lu Hu's expression was a complex mix of emotions. Although Wei Yi had deliberately restrained his strength, he remained uninjured. Still, the sensation was far from pleasant. At that moment, Lu Hu could only express his feelings with a single phrase. The waves of the Yangtze River pushed the waves ahead. While the former waves perish on the beach, undoubtedly he had lost this match. Even though he had not invoked his martial soul's power, Wei Yi had similarly refrained from utilizing his bloodline abilities. Nor did he employ any treasured weapons or sword techniques. The two had purely engaged in a comparison of martial arts under entirely fair conditions, and he had been bested by Wei Yi. Thank you for your mercy, Uncle Hu. Sensing Lu Hu's embarrassment, Wei Yi took the initiative to speak. You rascal, don't try to be clever with me. A loss is a loss. Oh, you think your Uncle Hu is someone who cannot bear to lose? Lu Hu exclaimed, his eyes wide with indignation. Yet, he quickly shifted his tone. After all, I have taught you martial arts before. I can hardly be ashamed to lose to my own disciple. The last part he directed at the others, evidently seeking to find a way to save face. Wei Yi could only chuckle at this. The other clan members burst into laughter. Lu Hu, how dare you call yourself the teacher of the young clan leader? Have you no shame? Indeed, you are quite shameless. If your preliminary teaching counts, then we are all masters. Come on, let us not be too blunt. After all, Lu Hu has already embarrassed himself enough. Those younger members remained silent, while the older clan members, unafraid of Lu Hu, began to jest openly. Lu Hu's face turned crimson, and he burst out cursing, You lot, stop standing there talking without pain. If you have the ability, come and fight. Whoever defeats this kid Wei Yi today, I will treat him to drinks, and I will ensure he has his fill. Let's skip that. Upon hearing this, the others glanced at Wei Yi, whose smiling demeanor suggested he might be willing to accept the challenge, and quickly fell silent. They had no desire to be embarrassed like Lu Hu. How about I give it a try? At that moment, an unexpected voice rang out. Everyone turned in astonishment. Wei Yi also turned to look at the speaker. It was a stranger, a young man clad in white, tall, and with clear eyes. Though not conventionally handsome, he exuded an impressive aura. Wei Yi felt a faint sense of threat emanating from him. Clearly, this suddenly appeared young man possessed formidable strength. May I ask who you are? Wei Yi squinted slightly, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward his father, who was observing from a distance. Beside his father stood another unfamiliar middle-aged man, bearing a striking resemblance to the young man, indicating a close relationship. Wei Yi surmised they must be direct relatives. The middle-aged man exuded a powerful presence, while the young man only conveyed a slight threat. This middle-aged figure imposed a far greater pressure, his gentle smile betraying no hint of hostility, yet instilling a sense of restraint. If Wei Yi was not mistaken, this man had likely also transcended to the martial king realm. I am Situ Xian from the Zhongshan Situ family, and also an inner disciple of the Xiao sect. The white-clad youth smiled warmly as he introduced himself. I have long heard of your esteemed name, Wei Yi, and have been eager to seek your guidance. The mention of Zhongshan and the Situ family. Wei Yi's expression sharpened. He immediately raised his gaze to his father. It was as if the two shared an unspoken understanding. Noticing the inquiry in Wei Yi's eyes, Wei Tiandong nodded slightly and said with a smile, Young Situ is a top disciple of the Xiao sect, renowned for his exceptional talent and formidable strength. He is a celebrated genius within the sect, and his willingness to offer instruction is indeed a rare opportunity for you. Brother Tianyong, do not overly flatter him. This lad is merely an ordinary disciple of the Xiao sect. However, our Wei Yi has made quite a name for himself in Black Dragon City, having eradicated the Blackwater pirates. He is the true young prodigy. Situ Xian's father, Situ Lin, interjected with a gentle smile. Upon hearing their exchange, Wei Yi quickly understood that the Situ father and son were likely the allies his father had chosen from Zhongshan. That was remarkably swift. Wei Yi mused inwardly, though he thought this. His expression remained impassive as he turned to Situ Xian and politely replied, Since Brother Situ is willing to offer his guidance, I would be remiss not to accept. Then let us begin. Situ Xian declared, a fierce battle intent igniting in his eyes as he stepped toward Wei Yi. His aura surged powerfully, indicating he had clearly surpassed the martial spirit realm, although he was merely at the third rank. His foundation was exceptionally solid, with a profound vigor comparable to that of top-tier martial spirits. The formidable presence he exuded caused the Wei clan members nearby to instinctively tense up. What a powerful aura. No wonder Situ Xian is hailed as the greatest genius of Zhongshan. Someone whispered, Can the young clan leader defeat him? Another voiced concern for Wei. Well, Wei Yi, who furrowed his brow. Despite being 3 ranks higher than Situ Xian, he hesitated to claim victory against such a renowned talent. Suddenly, with a resounding explosion, Situ Xian's aura erupted once more, and his martial soul manifested dramatically. His martial soul took the form of a ghostly, skeletal wolf, devoid of fur yet radiating a luminous white glow. Instead of exuding the ferocity typical of wild wolves, it was suffused with a sacred presence. Witnessing this, even Wei Tianyong, who had remained composed, felt his pupils constrict slightly. He cast a deep glance at Situ Lin. Realizing the Situ family had concealed their strength remarkably well, Situ Xian had awakened an ancient martial soul. The phrase ancient martial soul sent ripples of astonishment throughout the assembly. Wei Yi felt his heart tighten. Chapter 169, Ancient Martial Soul. while the awakening of martial souls is possible upon breaking through the martial spirit realm. They are classified into tiers: ordinary, special, and ancient martial souls. Most martial artists, possessing average talent and practicing standard techniques, only awaken ordinary martial souls. In fact, over 90% of martial artists fall into this category. Only a select few, who either practice special techniques, encounter unique opportunities, or possess exceptional talent, such as unique bloodlines or spiritual gifts, have a chance to awaken special martial souls, as for ancient martial souls. They too are considered special but are notably more powerful, often granting the wielder immense combat prowess, far surpassing that of those with ordinary martial souls. Thus, the revelation of Situ Xian's ancient martial soul elicited such a profound response from the Wei clan. For those who could awaken an ancient martial soul are truly rare talents. Wei Yi's expression grew grave. Be cautious. Since Situ Xian has awakened an ancient martial soul, his strength is undoubtedly formidable, likely exceeding my expectations. That it seems the Situ father and son are assessing our Wei clan's worthiness for an alliance. He continued, "You need not bear too heavy a burden. Simply handle it with care." Upon hearing his father's discreet transmission, Wei Yi felt a sense of reassurance. Being a clever individual, he quickly grasped the intentions of the Situ father and son. If it were merely a simple collaboration, it need not be so complicated. However, should the two families choose to ally, the influence of his father alone is evidently insufficient. One must also consider the potential talent of this young clan leader. Thus, Situ Xian opted to issue a challenge. With this clarity in mind, Wei Yi swiftly reached a decision. "Since you wish to test me, I shall gladly oblige. What of the ancient martial soul?" Ultimately, he remains merely a practitioner of the third tier of the martial spirit realm. How much power can he truly wield from an ancient martial soul? Wei Yi's spirit surged with fervor, devoid of any hint of fear. What nonsense! He had already slain countless opponents of the martial spirit realm. How could he possibly fear one of their ilk? Without hesitation, he unleashed the power of his golden bloodline, a terrifying aura immediately enveloping his body. The totemic phantom emerged, its imposing presence swiftly overshadowing the entire region, even forcing back the formidable aura of Situ Xian. Witnessing this spectacle, not only did the Situ father and son reveal astonishment, but the Wei clan members also widened their eyes in disbelief. When Wei Yi departed, he had only awakened his silver bloodline. Little did they expect that upon his return, his bloodline power had ascended to the golden level. It is worth noting that the founder of the Wei clan possessed merely the golden bloodline talent. In a sense, this implies that Wei Yi's current talent has reached the level of the Wei clan's ancestor. "Wei brother, why speak so of me?" Situ Luan remarked, casting a profound glance at Wei Tianong. "Is it not true that the Wei clan has also concealed much?" In truth, Wei Tianong was equally stunned. He wished to express that he was entirely unaware of the situation, although he had encountered Wei Yi at the Thousand Zhang Cliff. He had not paid attention, never anticipating such a remarkable advancement. Yet, he maintained an impassive facade, feigning an air of inscrutability. With a serene smile, he replied, "We are alike." Situ Luan's lips twitched involuntarily. He had just felt a pang of smugness. Yet here they were, truly, an old fox. Both were unable to suppress their thoughts. That moment, Wei Yi and Situ Xian faced each other, each poised for confrontation. Situ Xian unleashed his power, his martial soul manifesting, a white radiance illuminating half the sky. Wei Yi activated the Crimson Fusion Fire Divine technique, his bloodline power surging forth with a terrifying intensity. The two auras escalated and collided, yet neither seemed able to gain the upper hand. "Wei brother, your prowess is indeed extraordinary," Situ Xian stated solemnly, his countenance devoid of mirth, filled instead with indomitable fighting spirit. "Situ brother, you are the true genius," Wei Yi replied coolly, his sword held firmly in hand, its brilliance undulating, releasing an ominous sharpness. "Behold the blade!" Situ Xian suddenly bellowed, his weapon also a sword, which he swung downward with dazzling white light, perhaps due to the activation of his ancient martial soul. His swordsmanship lacked a ferocious aura, instead exuding a sense of sanctity, akin to a purifying force, evoking an irresistible sensation within those who beheld it. Pure Yang sword technique. Wei Yi's pupils narrowed slightly. The Pure Yang sword technique, combined with the Pure Yang sword intent, was immediately unleashed. His sword danced vigorously, erupting with countless blazing sword lights in an instant, resembling a blazing sun, its brilliance so intense it was nearly blinding. The sound of explosive clashes reverberated continuously. Both wielders were undoubtedly among the elite of their tier. Their initial strikes were anything but ordinary. Indeed, Wei Yi faced considerable disadvantage. Despite his formidable prowess in the Grand Martial Master realm, he remained ultimately suppressed by the martial spirit realm. Moreover, The enhancement from the totemic phantom paled in comparison to a true martial soul, especially considering Situ Xian's rare awakening of an ancient martial soul. Fortunately, Wei Yi had successfully comprehended the sword intent. Through relentless practice during this period, his experience had gradually accumulated, elevating the sword intent from level 1 to level 2, significantly enhancing its power. This allowed him to maintain a precarious equilibrium against Situ Xian. The two figures flickered incessantly, executing their techniques and shifting positions, transforming the entire training ground into their battleground. The onlookers were compelled to retreat further and further. Martial Soul, enter, after exchanging dozens of moves without gaining the advantage. Situ Xian could no longer contain himself and unleashed his ultimate move. The true power of the ancient martial soul began to manifest. With a resounding boom, the martial soul instantly entered his body, unleashing a torrent of terrifying energy. Wei Yi's expression shifted slightly at this sight. Without a moment's hesitation, he poured forth all his strength. The sword intent erupted. The pure yang sword intent was immediately pushed to its utmost limits. While the two forms of extraordinary fire were secretly activated, merging into the heroic sword that a single downward strike transformed into a fearsome sword aura several zhang long, cleaving towards Situ Xian. Bone Wolf Devouring Technique. This time, Situ Xian did not counter with a strike. Instead, he soared into the air, his eyes turning cold and devoid of emotion. Drawing in a deep breath, he instantly created a terrifying vortex. The vortex grew larger, its pull becoming increasingly potent, and behind it, the spectral image of a bone wolf martial soul materialized. Under Situ Xian's command, this dreadful vortex descended upon Wei Yi. Chapter 170. Explosive Sphere. The bone wolf devouring technique executed by Situ Xian was a gifted secret technique bestowed by the ancient martial soul. Far surpassing ordinary martial skills. As the terrifying vortex loomed, the entire sky seemed to darken, akin to an abyssal entrance suddenly being unveiled, or a fearsome beast opening its maw wide. Even Wei Yi felt a pressing sense of imminent danger, as if he might be swallowed whole. Cut through. Wei Yi gritted his teeth and growled softly, gripping the sword hilt tightly, his brow furrowed with determination. With all his might, he swung down the sword. Holding nothing back, a fire-infused sword aura erupted, combining the crimson true qi and the pure yang sword intent. This strike's power was undoubtedly sufficient to threaten even the strongest of the martial spirit realm. The onlookers were left in shock that a grand martial master was able to unleash an attack rivaling that of a top martial spirit. This was indeed against the natural order. Yet, astonishingly, when this terrifying sword aura collided with the inky vortex, it produced not a single ripple, vanishing without a trace, as if it had never existed. The black vortex remained, yet the formidable sword aura had disappeared entirely. How can this be? Wei Yi found it hard to believe. Even if it had been cast into water, it would have at least created a splash. Could this black vortex truly be so unfathomable? Seemingly sensing Wei Yi's astonishment, Situ Xian displayed a hint of pride in his eyes. My gifted secret technique is not to be compared with ordinary martial skills. As he spoke, he forcefully pressed his palm downwards. The black vortex instantly transformed into an enormous hand, descending with crushing force. With a resounding crash, Wei Yi was unable to evade, being thrown back several meters, collapsing to one knee, his face paling as a trace of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. Witnessing this scene, all the members of the Wei clan clenched their fists, their faces etched with concern and anxiety. It seems this is your limit. You cannot match me. Concede. Observing Wei Yi's disheveled state, Situ Xian's expression remained indifferent as he halted mid-attack, coldly declaring. Upon hearing such unceremonious words, the Wei clan members were filled with indignation, some impulsive individuals even wishing they could slap Situ Xian across the face. Yet, such thoughts were clearly impractical. They could only hope for Wei Yi to rally himself. Must it truly come to defeat? All the Wei clan members felt a deep sense of reluctance. That it was not that they were unwilling to lose. Rather, they were averse to losing at their doorstep, for it was akin to being slapped in the face. Perhaps that we should call off the match to preserve the peace between our families, Situ Lin. Not far away, suggested with a smile. Let the lad decide for himself. Wei Tianyang responded calmly, revealing no hint of panic or worry on his face. Situ Lin frowned slightly at this, lifting his gaze to Wei Yi. Unable to suppress his inner thoughts, could it be that the lad has some hidden trump card? Just then, Wei Yi rose to his feet once more, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He did not concede. Instead, he flashed a radiant smile. The ancient martial soul is indeed extraordinary. I wonder if I might awaken an ancient martial soul upon breaking through to the martial spirit realm. His voice was soft, yet unfiltered. Upon hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but chuckle. Truly impressive, my brother. Even in such a moment, you still have the presence of mind to ponder such things. Situ Exine, after a brief pause, nodded with a smile. Perhaps there may be a chance that, of course, this was merely a polite consolation. The number of those who awakened special martial souls was exceedingly rare, let alone an ancient martial soul. He certainly did not believe Wei Yi could awaken one as well. If it were so easy, ancient martial souls would be as common as cabbages by the roadside, and they would not be so rare. You still refuse to concede. I have already held back. If we continue fighting, I may inadvertently cause you serious injury, Situ Xian stated calmly, devoid of disdain yet unable to hide the pride on his face. However, he had ample reason to be proud. Since that is the case, there is no need to hold back. Coincidentally, I wish to test whether your devouring technique can truly consume anything. As he spoke, Wei Yi raised his right hand. With a thunderous roar, flames erupted, and a blazing inferno appeared in the palm of his hand. The terrifying heat and formidable energy made both C2 and his son's gazes momentarily freeze in astonishment. Extraordinary fire. They both recognized the origin of this flame. It was not a mere manifestation of true energy nor a spirit flame cultivated through earthly means, but rather a genuine and fearsome fire born from the essence of the world itself. Is this the infamous crimson crystal true flame? C2 Lin inquired, taking a deep breath. Indeed, Wei Tianyang nodded, secretly relieved that it was not an easy feat. He had been feigning all along, and upon seeing Wei Yi's true hidden card, he felt somewhat reassured. However, before they could finish speaking, Wei Yi extended his left hand. With another explosive sound, another roaring flame burst forth. Unlike the crimson crystal true flame, this one was chillingly cold, emanating a dark, eerie glow that felt even more perilous. This not the black water demonic flame of Heikun. How did it end up in Wei Yi's hands? He can actually control two kinds of extraordinary fire simultaneously. C2 Lin was once again astonished. Do you not know that Heikun perished at the hands of the dog? Wei Tianyang retorted. C2 Lin was instantly rendered speechless. The two distinctly different extraordinary flames blazed in Wei Yi's palm, their terrifying aura seemingly igniting the very heavens and earth. Then, under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the two flames were surprisingly fused together by Wei Yi, transforming into a mysterious fireball of black and white. Immediately, an incredibly violent and terrifying aura surged forth. Even Wei Tianyang and C2 Lin could not help but change their expression slightly. The power emanating from this aura had undoubtedly surpassed the level of a martial spirit, reaching that of a martial king. Excellent. C2 Xian's gaze darkened. The contempt in his heart dissipated, replaced by a profound sense of battle intent. As he spoke, he pressed down with his right palm, and a massive vortex reappeared, swiftly enveloping Wei Yi without any hesitation. Wei Yi, unyielding, immediately propelled the explosive ball in his hand forward. Let us see who can devour. Or who can explode, Wei Yi murmured. In the blink of an eye, the two terrifying energies erupted simultaneously, transforming into an extremely fearsome and violent wave that engulfed the entire martial arts arena, enveloping everyone present. This is bad. Stop immediately. Sensing the terrifying power of the explosion, the two martial king level experts, Wei Tianyang and C2 Lin, could no longer remain mere spectators and shouted loudly as they rushed out. Chapter 171. Reaching cooperation. May our future collaboration be fruitful. In the Wei family's conference hall, after more than an hour of secret discussions, both parties finally reached a consensus. C2 Lin stood up, a broad smile on his face. The cooperation has finally been established, signifying that from now on, the Wei and C2 families would form an alliance, engaging in comprehensive collaboration. This would not only allow the Wei family to potentially step onto the fast track of development, but would equally benefit the C2 family. The actions in 3 days will serve as the opportunity for both families to test the results of our collaboration. Wei Tianyang was equally pleased. The performance of the C2 family will undoubtedly not disappoint Brother Wei. C2 Lin was well aware of the long-standing animosity between the Wei and Sun families. Though initially taken aback by the boldness of the Wei family's plans, he soon recognized the immense potential for success. This was one of the significant reasons he hastily came to the Wei family and agreed to form an alliance. Eliminating the Sun family would be a boon for the C2 family, as both families were situated in Zhongshan and had always been in competition. Without the Sun family, the C2 family would have greatly expanded space for development. Moreover, there was the substantial wealth accumulated by the Sun family over the years to seize and divide. At this point, he turned to Wei Yi, who stood behind Wei Tianyang, and invited him warmly. If you have time in the future, we welcome you, young nephew, to visit our C2 family. Let us compete again next time. C2 Xin also stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Wei Yi with intensity. The previous contest was interrupted by the sudden intervention of Wei Tianyang and C2 Lin, leaving no clear victor. Naturally, C2 Xian felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, and his eyes held a challenge that a most welcome opportunity. Wei Yi chuckled lightly. In a few days, once he completed his breakthrough task, he would smoothly enter the martial spirit realm. And at that point, he would no longer be restrained by his cultivation level. Thus, he had no fear of C2 Xian, and indeed, he might even be the one to dominate the match. With this thought, a broader smile spread across Wei Yi's face as he eagerly remarked, I too hope to spar with brother C2 once more, observing the fiery determination in both their expressions. Wei Tianyang and C2 Lin exchanged knowing smiles. Such positive and competitive aspirations were not something they would hinder. Rather, they welcomed it to avoid any premature discovery of the alliance between the two families. C2 and his son arrived discreetly and departed hurriedly, not even stopping for lunch before swiftly returning to Zhongshan. In the attic, only Wei Tianyang and Wei Yi remained. The jovial smile on Wei Tianyang's face faded, and he turned to Wei Yi with concern. My son, were you unharmed earlier? I am fine. In fact, I gained quite a bit. Wei Yi glanced at the system panel, which had upgraded the special martial skill Explosive Sphere to LV2, and a joyful expression emerged on his face. Competing with C2 Xian indeed provided him with a wealth of experience. Si2 Xian's strength was no trifling matter. More precisely, it was the awakening of his martial soul that was formidable. That I have a feeling that this is still due to his current low cultivation level. If he were to rise several tiers, or even break through to the martial king realm, his martial soul's secret techniques would become even more terrifying. Remembering C2 Xian's devouring technique, Wei Yi's expression turned serious. The mysterious and unpredictable nature of this technique could only be truly appreciated through direct confrontation. Had he not mastered two extraordinary fires and created the explosive sphere, he would have been at a loss on how to contend with it. His martial soul was the ancient martial soul of the bone demon wolf, which was also the ancestral martial soul of the C2 family, but it had not been awakened for several generations. For instance, the martial soul awakened in his father was merely an ordinary one. In the past, their ancestors had relied on this ancient martial soul to carve out a name for themselves in Zhongshan as the Wolves. Wei Tianyang explained, at the outset, the C2 family was one of the 10 great families, but they were later diminished and expelled from the ranks. Now, under C2 Luin's leadership, they have revived and their strength is now on par with the other 10 great families. Their agreement to collaborate with us likely aims to eliminate the Sun family and reclaim their position among the 10 great families. So there as that layer of reasoning. No wonder father sought their cooperation. He must have anticipated that they would not refuse. Truly cunning and astute. Wei Yi mused, having little knowledge of the matters concerning the 10 great families. You little rascal, is that how you speak of your father? Wei Tianyang's expression darkened. However, it is indeed a significant part of the reason Si2 Lin may be manageable. But C2 Xian possesses not only exceptional talent, but also an awakened ancient martial soul. He may well surpass his father in the future, leading the C2 family to even greater heights. Naturally, our Wei family will not lag far behind at this point. He looked at Wei Yi. His eyes filled with anticipation. He certainly did not believe his son was inferior to others. Wei Yi chuckled awkwardly, wishing to express that he had no interest in taking over the family business. However, seeing the abundant expectation in his father's gaze, he ultimately decided against disappointing him, resolving to address it at a more suitable time. Father, you are still in your prime. There is no need to rush these matters. Wei Yi complimented with a smile. You little brat. Wei Tianyang, well aware of his son's thoughts, could only shake his head in resignation. Meanwhile, C2 and his son had already ridden beyond the borders of Jinling City. Stopping by a small river outside the city, Si2 Xian suddenly halted. What is it? C2 Lin questioned, puzzled, and promptly signaled for the several guards behind them to stop as well. Si2 Xian's face flushed instantly. Suddenly unable to contain himself, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion shifting from red to pale in an instant. Alarmed, C2 Lin sprang into action, leaping forward to catch C2 Xian as he fell from his horse, and promptly produced a few pills to place in his mouth. My son, what is wrong? When were you injured? Father, I am fine. Si2 Xian forced a bitter smile and shook his head. However, C2 Lin, with his vast experience, grasped C2 Xian's wrist and pressed on his pulse. As his true energy seeped into his body for a brief examination, he quickly understood, and his expression darkened. You were injured by Wei Yi. C2 Lin inhaled deeply, his tone carrying a hint of shock. He had always believed that the two were evenly matched, Yet it appeared that C2Xian had been secretly suppressing his injuries. This implied that C2Xian had, in fact, lost the match. You are confused, Do you realize how perilous your previous actions were? By forcefully suppressing your injuries, you risk inciting a more severe backlash, potentially jeopardizing your very foundation. After speaking, Situlun sighed, for no one knows his son better than he does. While maintaining one's dignity is important, health is of paramount importance. Your future prospects remain vast. Rest assured. Father, I may have faltered this time, but I shall undoubtedly reclaim my honor next time, Situxian declared with a confident smile. His words resonating with assurance that I believe in you. You are not only my pride, but also the pride of our Situ family, Situlun replied, inhaling deeply and nodding emphatically. Chapter 172. Midnight and Truth. The Sun family can be considered an ancient and prestigious lineage in the state of Chu, boasting a heritage that spans several centuries. They have produced numerous notable figures, and their depth of legacy is undeniable. However, no matter how profound the legacy, it cannot withstand continuous financial depletion. Particularly in the past 2 years, the head of the Sun family, Sun Wenyuan, has made a series of foolish decisions following the deaths of his 2 sons, Sun Wenyuan and Sun Wenzong. He has descended into near madness, leading the family into an abyss, causing both their reputation and strength to plummet to this day. Some have openly declared that the Sun family no longer qualifies to be among the top 10 families and should be replaced by more deserving lineages. A severe blow to the Sun family members. Certain elders within the family have begun to covertly discuss the possibility of ousting Sun Wenyuan from his position as head of the family. Although Sun Wenyuan is a formidable warrior at the martial king level, if he continues to display such incompetence, it may be more prudent to appoint a person of greater virtue and reputation as the new head. This suggestion has stirred significant controversy within the Sun family. In the study of the Sun residence, the evening breeze wafted in, and the flickering lights cast restless shadows throughout the room. Sun Wenyuan sat in silence, his gaze fixed intently on a recently acquired document detailing the elders' conspiracy. His breaths grew rapid, and his hands trembled slightly, revealing his simmering rage. It was apparent that he was in a state of fury. These old fools never expected me to discover their audacity. I have devoted years to this family, even sacrificing my 2 sons for its sake, and they dare to conspire against me? Outrageous. They seem to be yearning for an early demise. The expression on Sun Wenyuan's face twisted with anger, and a fierce glint flickered in his eyes. Having lost both sons to Wei Yi in a struggle for a rare flame, he was plunged into despair. And since then, his character has gradually morphed. After returning from the precipice with severe injuries, his temperament has grown increasingly erratic and brutal. If he had previously been merely passive, his eyes are now completely clouded by hatred, rendering him a different man entirely. He harbored no sympathy for the Sun elders. Instead, their actions only intensified his murderous intent. If I cannot eliminate Wei Tianong, can I not deal with you old fools? Sun Wenyuan muttered to himself, a sinister smile creeping upon his face. He had never been a match for Wei Tianong, and now, with his foundation severely compromised, he stood no chance. As for Wei Yi, he longed for vengeance, but countless spies from the Wei family were undoubtedly watching, and the moment he stepped outside, Wei Tianyong would learn of it. At that point, it would not be him pursuing Wei Yi, but rather Wei Tianyong hunting him down, leaving him paralyzed with fear. Such a life was driving him to madness, and he could not fathom why his own family dared to provoke him at such a time. Where are those old fools now? Sun Wenyuan inquired coldly as he raised his head. Soon, a middle-aged man clad in black appeared, respectfully reporting, honored head of the family. The elders on the list are currently gathered at the residence of the second elder and have been discussing for several hours. Very well, Sun Wenyuan sneered, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. He rose abruptly, commanding, summon all the blackguards. We shall join the festivities at the second elder's house. The blackguards are the Sun family's most formidable elite force. A sharp blade at their disposal, though their numbers are just over 100, each is a seasoned warrior capable of taking on 10 foes, with squad leaders at the martial spirit level. This unit, while under Sun Wenyuan's command, is rarely deployed for internal matters. However, his decision to mobilize them now conveyed his intentions clearly. The middle-aged man in black hesitated, his eyes glinting with concern. If we gather the blackguards now, the security of the residence will significantly diminish. Fear not. Does anyone dare to invade the Sun estate? Sun Wenyuan dismissed the concern. His sole desire was to assert dominance through bloodshed. The black-clad man promptly acquiesced. Understood. Yet, as he bowed, Sun Wenyuan failed to notice the sardonic curve of his lips, nor the piece of paper clutched in his palm, which bore but a single time, midnight. Meanwhile, at the residence of the second elder, A brawny middle-aged man exclaimed, "We must depose that man. Whoever becomes head of the family will surely be more suitable than him." The eyes of over a dozen attendees were focused on him. Elder 6, though your words ring true, he is a martial king-level warrior if he refuses to abdicate. What can we do? The second elder lamented. Indeed, his reckless actions over the past 2 years have left the family in disarray. And we yearn for a change in leadership. Yet, our opposition holds no weight. Another elder chimed in, his expression one of bitterness. The crowd murmured in agreement, clearly dissatisfied with Sun Shinshan's leadership. Elder 6, observing their reactions, smirked with a glint of mischief. He suddenly slammed his palm on the table, laughing heartily. Do not worry, everyone. You may not be aware, but he suffered serious injuries while attempting to ambush Wei Yi on the precipice. And his strength has waned significantly since. Yet he remains a martial king. If it comes to a fight, the Sun family would be left in ruins. Do not fret. I have a plan. If everyone agrees, Situ Luin from the Situ family will come to our aid. That he is not only a martial king, but ranks among the top 5 in Zhongshan, capable of subduing Sun Jinshan. He will have no choice but to comply. This thought involving outsiders may not be wise. Some in the crowd expressed mixed feelings of hope and hesitation, leading to another round of fervent debate. Elder 6 stood aside, coldly smiling, secretly calculating the time. Sun Jinshan should be on his way by now. Midnight was fast approaching. Similar schemes were unfolding throughout the Sun estate. That night, the entire Sun residence seemed to be enveloped in an atmosphere of eerie turmoil. The spies from the Wei and Sun families, who had infiltrated over the years, began to take action, disrupting the peace and vigilance of the Sun estate, reducing their defenses to a bare minimum. All were awaiting the appointed time, midnight. Chapter 173. Turmoil in the Sun estate head of the family. Over 100 blackguards swiftly assembled, each exuding a chilling aura, their expressions cold and devoid of emotion. Even as they called out to their leader, their eyes remained impassive, resembling emotionless machines, distinctly different from ordinary warriors. Sun Jinshan was not surprised by their demeanor. For the Sun family, the blackguards were indeed akin to a cold machine, tasked solely with combat and slaughter without the need for sentiment. Though not all members had arrived, the gathered blackguards were sufficient for Sun Jinshan's needs. Among them were 7 warriors at the martial spirit level, while the rest were all formidable grand martialists. In truth, such an elite force, if properly orchestrated, could take down a typical martial king with relative ease. However, organizing such a unit is no simple feat. Ordinary second-tier forces like the Blackwater bandits would struggle to achieve this. Only top-tier families possess the requisite resources and strength, like the Sun family, the Wei family, and the Situ family. Head of the family, the blackguards are assembled and awaiting your command, reported the middle-aged man in black. Bowing respectfully, let us proceed. Sun Jinshan nodded, foregoing further discussion as he led the way toward the second elder's residence. The Sun estate is vast, akin to an enormous garden, housing thousands of individuals within its numerous buildings. One could easily become lost if they were an outsider. After a brief interval, Sun Jinshan and his entourage arrived at the entrance of the second elder's residence. Break in, Sun Jinshan coldly commanded. Kicking the door open, with a resounding crash, the door burst apart, startling those inside. Who dares to intrude upon my residence? The second elder emerged, his face contorted with rage, though he generally maintained a decent demeanor. Having his door kicked in was a first for him. However, upon seeing Sun Jinshan and the throng of blackguards behind him, the second elder's expression shifted dramatically. Which scoundrel has the audacity to trespass into the second elder's residence? Immediately afterward, the esteemed elders emerged one by one before they could clearly discern the intruders. One among them could no longer contain his anger and began to curse vehemently. They were utterly perplexed, wondering who among the Sun family possessed such audacity. Fourth elder, your voice is indeed resounding, but to seek my life, you may find it a more formidable task than you presume. Sun Jinshan sneered ominously. At these words, all present were momentarily taken aback, their gazes converging on the second elder. The second elder himself was equally bewildered by Sun Jinshan's sudden appearance at that moment. The sixth elder stepped forward, his expression filled with righteous indignation. Master, what is the meaning of this? We are merely gathered in leisure. Have you brought so many guards dressed in black to treat us as enemies to be exterminated? As he spoke, the others began to grasp the gravity of the situation. The cold, unyielding expressions of the black-clad guards rendered their faces pallid. Master, what is your purpose in intruding upon my residence with such a contingent of black-clad guards? The second elder advanced a step, his countenance darkening with suspicion. What purpose? Sun Jinshan retorted with a chilling laugh. What do you think I intend? Do you believe I remain oblivious? You conspire against me, hoping to oust me from my position as clan leader, believing I am unaware of your schemes. For years, I have diligently served the family, if not for my contributions, at least for my steadfast efforts. Is this how you repay me? Second elder, even if you harbor grievances against me, must you resort to such underhanded tactics to unseat me? Sun Jinshan's voice dripped with resentment as he confronted them. Caught off guard by Sun Jinshan's accusations, the second elder found himself momentarily at a loss for words, while others exchanged awkward glances, unsure how to respond. Admittedly, they had perhaps overstepped. The sixth elder's expression turned grim. He was not a true member of the Sun family, but rather a spy from the Situ clan. The schemes of the Wei and Situ families had taken considerable effort to orchestrate this evening's events, and he was loath to see their plans unravel in chaos. Just then, a middle-aged man in black across from him subtly nodded to in an instant. The sixth elder understood and wasted no time in shoving the fifth elder forward, shouting, "Now that matters have escalated, what are we waiting for? Seize him. We shall not allow him to defy our will." The fifth elder stumbled forward, bewildered. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man unsheathed his sword, and before the shocked gaze of the fifth elder, he swiftly struck. Blood sprang as he shouted, "Protect the master. Eliminate these traitors." Like the sixth elder, he was not a member of the Sun family but rather an elite sent by the Wei family. Though they hailed from opposing factions, this marked their inaugural collaboration, and their synergy was surprisingly seamless. The fifth elder fell, and chaos erupted. Sun Jinshan, already seething with anger, had hoped for a peaceful resolution for the sake of family stability. But these obstinate individuals had dared to make the first move. He bellowed, "Kill them. Leave no one alive." The black-clad guards obeyed without hesitation. Madness. Everyone, do not hesitate. He has shown no mercy. If we do not resist now, it will be too late. The sixth elder incited. The other elders, realizing the gravity of the situation, erupted in anger and joined the fray. Witnessing the fifth elder's demise, they could no longer afford to hesitate. They had been driven to a corner with no alternative. In the name of the United Elders, we strip Sun Jinshan of his title as clan leader. He is the true source of our family's calamity, and he must die today. The elders of the Sun family were not weaklings. The weakest among them possessed martial prowess. As a dozen of them launched their assault, a fierce battle ensued with the black-clad guards, and Sun Jinshan was swept into the maelstrom. In times past, he could have quelled such turmoil single-handedly, but his current strength was waning. Though he still held the rank of martial king, his combat capability had diminished, which was precisely why he had called upon the black-clad guards. The higher echelons of the Sun family soon devolved into a chaotic melee. The vast Sun residence quaked with turmoil as factions clashed, those loyal to the elders, those to the master, and those neutral, all inevitably embroiled in the strife. Adding to the chaos were the spies from the Wei and Situ families, stoking the flames of discord, rendering the scene all the more tumultuous. The estate, housing thousands, descended into utter disarray. Under such circumstances, the forces prepared by the Wei family finally began to move. Chapter 174. The night assault. In the dead of night, silence enveloped the streets. No pedestrians could be seen, save for a few solitary lanterns swaying beneath the eaves. The cold wind rustled, stirring the sand. The guards stationed at the gates of the Sun residence yawned, their demeanor lethargic. Although turmoil raged within the inner courtyard, the vastness of the estate meant that it had yet to reach their post, and they could not even hear any disturbances. "This weather is quite chilly. Why don't you lot take over for me tonight? I'll head back," a young guard with thick brows and bright eyes implored, tightening his robe. Upon hearing this, the others rolled their eyes in unison. "You wish. Here is 2 words for you. Dream on." "Exactly. Sun Yang, this is only your 3rd day on duty. Are you already looking to slack off? What will you do when you have another half-month to go?" "What to do? I'll just take it easy. You lot talk a good game about brotherhood, but when push comes to shove, you're utterly unreliable," Sun Yang retorted, visibly disgruntled. "Hey, brothers should share both hardship and joy, right? If someone dares to attack our Sun residence, having you around would at least give us an extra hand. Have you lost your mind? Who would dare to attack us? They'd have to be looking for death." Suddenly, one guard raised his hand, pointing towards the opposite side of the street. "What is that over there?" Sun Yang looked up, and his expression turned to one of disbelief as a single thought echoed in his mind. "Damn it. That crow's mouth has spoken true." Figures emerged from the shadows of the street. Leading them was a young man, his features obscured by the night. He wore a black martial arts uniform, tall and imposing. His eyes shone brightly, even in the darkness. Clutching a drawn sword, the blade glimmered coldly in the moonlight, exuding a chilling aura of death as he advanced slowly. With each step he took, the tension in the air thickened, compelling the guards to breathe more rapidly. Behind this young man, a steady stream of figures emerged, rows upon rows, all clad in fitted dark attire, armed with sharp weapons, their formidable presence palpable. The overwhelming aura of menace they exuded was akin to a tidal wave crashing forward. This. Sun Yang staggered backward, his face draining of color. Glancing at his companions, he saw they mirrored his fear. "What do we do?" Sun Yang bit his lip, recognizing the imminent threat. Even a fool could discern that their visitors bore ill intent. We can't hold them off. The earlier guard who had spoken with foreboding now looked as if he might weep. If he could retract his words that had summoned such calamity, he would gladly slap himself repeatedly, regardless of the bruises he might incur. Sound the alarm. A senior guard quickly made a decision, rushing to the large copper gong hung by the gate. Thus coded the gong, as it had rarely been used, but at this moment, it served as the best warning device. Sun Yang's eyes brightened. It was indeed a clever idea. If they could cause enough commotion, perhaps the assailants would flee in fear. Unfortunately, his optimism clashed harshly with reality. Apologies. A chilling voice echoed beside him. Sun Yang's eyes widened as he realized the young man, who had previously been half a street away, had somehow appeared right in front of him, specifically in front of the guard who intended to sound the alarm. A flash of cold light. His sword struck in an instant. The elder guard collapsed into a pool of blood, never having touched the gong. Run! The other two guards, witnessing this horrifying scene, were paralyzed by fear, forgetting to shout as they turned to flee into the estate. However, their speed was too slow. Before they had taken more than a few steps, Wei Yi had already lunged forward, his sword slicing through the air, severing them at the waist. Both fell, their eyes wide with disbelief, collapsing to the ground. 3 lives extinguished in the blink of an eye. Beads of sweat trickled down Sun Yang's forehead, soaking his back as he trembled uncontrollably. No longer daring to flee. I can guide you. I can do anything. Spare me my life. Sun Yang struggled to swallow, his voice trembling as he pleaded. His heart raced violently, pounding in his chest at an unprecedented pace. Kill him. Yet Wei Yi merely waved his hand. Sun Yang's heartbeat faltered, and he couldn't help but close his eyes, thinking, so this is how it ends. A flash of crimson light erupted, followed by a series of dull thuds. Several hidden sentinels of the Sun family were swiftly eliminated. A dozen warriors from the Wei clan darted into the Sun residence like leopards. Wei Yi turned to Sun Yang and said, "Since you are willing to guide us, I appreciate your assistance." Sun Yang, dazed for a moment, finally realized that he was not the one to be at a loss for words. He could only ask, "Where are you headed?" As a guide, he felt it was his responsibility. Being a distant relative of the Sun family, he had not been in the main residence long enough to form any significant attachment. If his life could be spared, he was willing to lead them. "Take me to where there are people, preferably to the locations of the prominent figures of your Sun family, 5 of them. If you help me locate 5 such important individuals, you may leave freely." Wei Yi extended his hand, his expression earnest. "All right," Sun Yang agreed without hesitation, his mind racing to recall the so-called influential figures of the Sun family. Names of several significant characters quickly surfaced: the ruthless captain of the guards, the corpulent elder Lu responsible for external affairs, and the avaricious steward Liu. In an instant, Sun Yang had a list of a dozen notable figures. Narrowing it down to 7 or 8 based on their strength. "I will take you there immediately," he declared, his quick response marking him as an exceptional guide. Wei Yi couldn't help but smile at the sight. "Follow me," he commanded. Trailing closely behind Sun Yang, he felt a sense of assurance that with this young guard leading the way, his mission for the night would undoubtedly succeed. The combined forces of the Wei and Situ clans, totaling 10 teams of over 1,000 skilled fighters, had encircled the entire Sun residence, leaving no chance for escape. In Chapter 175, Breakthrough to Martial Spirit, 20 men formed a small team, splitting into groups to act. "Remember, it is better to kill wrongly than to let anyone escape." "Understood." After entering the Sun residence, Wei coldly ordered, his expression impassive. Hearing this, Sun Yang trembled, fear intensifying in his eyes. The Wei clan members responded in unison. This was not a moment for mercy. Sparing the Sun family would only invite trouble upon themselves in the future. Once the decision to annihilate a clan was made, one must eradicate every last root. At the very least, the direct descendants of the Sun family could not be spared. In truth, there was no need for Wei Yi to give such orders. The animosity the Wei clan harbored towards the Sun family was far more profound. Having been embroiled in conflict for years, "Move out," Wei Yi gestured, and his followers immediately sprang into action, dispersing into small teams to swiftly infiltrate the various courtyards of the Sun residence. "Lead the way," Wei Yi instructed, turning to Sun Yang. Overwhelmed with fear, Sun Yang's teeth chattered as he dared not utter another word, and promptly led the way. The 20 men of Wei followed closely behind. They soon arrived at an opulent courtyard. "This is Captain Zhao Qianhu's residence. He should be inside," Sun Yang explained without waiting for Wei Yi to speak. "Good." Wei Yi nodded slightly, signaling his followers, leaving 2 men to watch over Sun Yang. The others leaped over the courtyard wall like agile leopards, pairing off to storm into the dwelling. Several servants were caught off guard, and before they could react, they were swiftly dispatched, falling into pools of their own blood. Their screams attracted the attention of those inside. "Who dares to intrude upon my domain?" A fierce-looking, bearded man, accompanied by several subordinates, burst forth, reeking of alcohol. Clearly, they had just been drinking and were displeased by the interruption. This leading figure was none other than Captain Zhao Qianhu. Wei Yi, having previously studied the images of all prominent members of the Sun family, recognized him immediately and felt a surge of certainty. Kill! Wei Yi wasted no breath, charging forward with his sword drawn. The dozen or so Wei warriors followed suit without hesitation, surrounding Zhao Qianhu as the captain of the Sun family's guards. His strength was formidable. He had not only broken through to the martial spirit realm, but was also a fourth-tier martial spirit warrior. Yet, in his drunken state, he was ill-prepared, lacking even a suitable weapon to defend himself against the combined assault of Wei Yi and his elite warriors. In this merciless slaughter, Wei Yi had no intention of allowing others to step aside for a fair duel. Within moments, Zhao Qianhu's head was severed by Wei Yi's blade, his expression twisted in disbelief as he perished on the spot. His subordinates met the same fate, each dispatched in turn. Ding! Player Wei Yi has slain Zhao Qianhu, captain of the Sun Guards. Experience gained. 20,000. Experience not yet accumulated, stored in the experience orb. Ding! Player Wei Yi has increased task completion by 1. Current progress. 1620. As the system notifications chimed, a cold smirk graced Wei Yi's lips. Next, witnessing the once formidable captain of the guards fall to Wei Yi in an instant, Sun Yang was utterly consumed by despair. He had hoped for a mutual destruction, believing he might seize an opportunity to escape. However, now he resigned himself to being a compliant guide. Under his direction, Wei Yi's party no longer needed to stumble blindly through the vast estate. Instead, heading straight for the residences of the significant figures, in a short time, 6 or 7 key individuals fell to Wei Yi's sword. Though not all were martial spirit realm warriors, nearly half were, allowing Wei Yi to swiftly increase his task completion by 3 more, leaving just 1 remaining to achieve his goal. Soon, the last figure appeared, a secondary elder of the Sun family, a second-tier martial spirit warrior. You are all dogs of the Wei clan. He spat, recognizing Wei Yi. His ancient eyes ignited with a fierce hatred, as if he wished to consume him alive. Despite being a younger generation, Wei Yi was well known within the Sun family. With the vast majority of its members, from the head of the family, Sun Jinshan, down to the common clansman, aware of his name, if it weren't for Wei Yi, the heirs Sun Wenyuan and Sun Wenyuan would not have perished. Nor would Sun Jinshan have descended into madness, leaving the Sun family in its current dire state. To many, Wei Yi was viewed as the principal architect of the Sun family's decline, inciting a desire for revenge. You wretched creature, you have brought such calamity upon the Sun family. Today, I shall risk everything to slay you. He roared, summoning his power and charging at Wei Yi without hesitation. His eyes were devoid of fear, filled instead with a madness that was unsettling. Wei Yi's gaze turned icy as he raised his hand. 5 Wei warriors stepped forward, crouching to draw their crossbows, unleashing a volley of poison bolts. The air filled with the piercing sound of arrows slicing through the wind, dozens of deadly projectiles hurtling forward. The Sun Elder swung his sword to deflect the assault, but was struck by several arrows, forcing him back, bloodied and battered. Wei Yi, even if you kill me today, the Sun family will never forgive you, he screamed, his face twisted with defiance. Rest assured, by dawn, the Sun family will no longer exist. Wei Yi retorted with a chilling smile, charging forward with his sword. The elder, already at a disadvantage, was rendered powerless after being severely injured by the crossbow bolts. He could barely fend off 10 strikes before Wei Yi's blade silenced him forever, his head rolling to the ground. Ding! Player Wei Yi has slain a secondary elder of the Sun family. Experience gained. 20,000. Experience not yet accumulated, stored in the experience orb. Ding! Player Wei Yi has completed the task. Current progress. 2020. Ding! Player Wei Yi has successfully completed the breakthrough task, advancing to the first tier of martial spirit. Ding! Player Wei Yi has broken through to the martial spirit realm and may now awaken his martial soul. Shall the awakening commence now? A cascade of system prompts resonated, signifying that he had finally crossed the threshold into the martial spirit realm. What a journey it has been, Wei Yi sighed, unable to suppress his quiet exclamation. In Chapter 176, Regrets Too Late, chaos still reigned at the Second Elder's mansion. The black-clad guards had suffered heavy losses, with several Sun Elders also slain. The remaining fighters were all injured, having succumbed to a bloodlust that disregarded their kinship. Each side eager to eliminate the other and secure their victory. In their eyes, this was no ordinary battle. It was a decisive conflict that would determine the future destiny of their families. They all believed themselves to be in the right, each accusing the other of being a traitor to the family. Yet, at that moment, a sudden report shattered the impasse. A large group of martial artists is invading the East Gate. This announcement struck like a thunderclap, instantly awakening everyone present, including Sun Jinshan, who found himself momentarily stunned. How could a multitude of martial artists invade their Sun family? This was unimaginable. Stop. Sun Jinshan shouted, his authority as the head of the family still holding some sway. Upon hearing his command, the crowd hesitated briefly but ultimately chose to withdraw momentarily to the sides. What is going on? Everyone turned their gaze toward the Sun clan warrior who had delivered the news. This individual, clearly having just emerged from battle, was stained with blood, his face pale. Over 100 martial artists breached the east gate, attacking indiscriminately, having already infiltrated the main residence that we could not stop them. I implore the head of the family and the elders to make a swift decision. How could this happen? The 4 main gates are guarded by dozens of martial artists, an elder who is personally stationed at the east gate. How could they have easily gotten through? Someone questioned, unable to contain their disbelief. It is true. I swear on my life. We could not hold them back. The leader appears to be Situ Luin from the Situ family. The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. Situ Luin had led his people into their Sun family. This was inconceivable. Although the 2 families coexisted in Zhongshan with some rivalry, it had never escalated to such a life-and-death conflict. Elder 6, you were the one who contacted Situ Luin. How could this happen? Where is Elder 6? Voices rose in alarm, realizing that Elder 6 had vanished without a trace. A shadow of dread loomed over everyone's hearts. Report. A large group of martial artists has breached the west gate. Report. Numerous martial artists have appeared at the Hengyi area, seemingly the Situ family's guards. Report. The 3 elders of the Wei family have joined forces and invaded the estate. Report. Wei Tianyang has taken control of the family arsenal, and the elder guarding it has fallen at his hands. The reports came in a relentless stream, each one deepening the chilling dread within the Sun clan members. Sun Jinshan gritted his teeth and bellowed, Sun Wuchen, come out and face me. Sun Wuchen was the black-clad middle-aged man he trusted most. The intelligence regarding the conspiracy among the elders had come from him. And even the mobilization of the black-clad guards for suppression was orchestrated by Sun Wuchen. Yet now, he had vanished, just like Elder 6. The senior members of the Sun clan were not fools. They had been kept in the dark until now, and as the situation unfolded, they began to realize something was amiss. Everything seemed to have been meticulously arranged. In other words, they had all been ensnared in a trap. While they fought amongst themselves, even the black-clad guards who should have been stationed at various points had been drawn in, only to be met with a joint assault from the Wei and Situ families. They are intent on exterminating the Sun family. Sun Jinshan spoke slowly, his face etched with bitterness and regret. He cursed himself for awakening too late, for falling into the machinations of traitors like Elder 6 and Sun Wuchen, leading to their current predicament. What should we do now, head of the family? One elder could not help but ask. Now you acknowledge me as the head of the family. What were you doing before? Were you not attempting to depose me? If you're so capable, why don't you take charge? Sun Jinshan could not restrain his anger. If it weren't for these meddlesome elders, they would not be in such dire straits. The elder he scolded turned crimson with shame. This is not the time to debate who is right or wrong. We must consider a solution. Otherwise, the Sun family will truly perish. No matter what. The Sun family must not fall while we are here. The second elder stepped forward earnestly, and his words resonated with the crowd. Sun Jinshan's expression darkened. All eyes were upon him, expecting him to provide a solution. With the Wei and Situ families setting such a trap, the outside world was likely already a net of doom. There is no other choice. We must fight our way out together. Let whoever can escape do so. As long as the direct descendants survive, there is hope for resurgence. We will seek vengeance against the Wei and Situ families later. Sun Jinyu gritted his teeth. Not a bad idea, someone remarked, but just then, a light laugh echoed in the air. The crowd turned to see a figure appear on the rooftop across from them, towering and imposing. Sun Jinshan recognized him instantly. It was his long-standing rival, Wei Tianyang, the head of the Wei family, and he was not alone. Behind him stood the 3 elders of the Wei family and several other ordinary elders, all martial artists of the martial spirit realm. The oppressive aura enveloped all the Sun clan members, causing their faces to pale. Wei Tianyang, do you truly intend to annihilate my Sun family? Sun Jinshan glared at him, eyes filled with malice. What do you think? Wei Tianyang sneered. But it is not just me who seeks your family's destruction. Another voice interjected, as Situ Luin, the current head of the Situ family, appeared alongside his own cadre of martial artists. With 2 martial kings and over 20 martial spirit realm warriors, the overwhelming pressure enveloped the courtyard, rendering the Sun clan members speechless. Sun Jinshan's face turned ashen. Against Wei Tianyang alone, they might have had a slim chance to escape. But with Situ Luin joining him, their prospects dwindled to almost nothing. I regret it. Sun Jinshan murmured in despair, his voice barely audible. No one knew what he truly regretted, whether it was trusting Sun Wuchen, pursuing Wei Yi to the precipice, or attempting to seize the strange fire. Had those initial choices not been made, perhaps this dire outcome could have been avoided. Chapter 177. The Grand Elder of the Sun Family, since Wei Tianyang aims to extinguish the Sun clan. I shall eliminate his most cherished son, thereby severing the hopes of the Wei family entirely. A cold voice echoed through the night as footsteps approached. An elderly man in his 50s entered the courtyard. Exuding no signs of age, but rather an aura of fierce determination, his dark eyes gleaming with the ferocity of a predator, Sun Wenyuan. Upon seeing the newcomer, Wei Yi's pupils contracted slightly as he recognized the identity of this man. The Grand Elder of the Sun clan and the biological brother of the current head. Sun Jinsan. As far as Wei Yi knew, Sun Wenyuan was a unique figure within the Sun family. Passionate about martial arts, yet possessing only average talent, he had never involved himself in family matters or power struggles. Preferring to focus solely on his rigorous training, despite his ordinary aptitude, his years of dedicated practice had honed his skills to a formidable level, achieving the 10th stage of the martial spirit realm, making him the second strongest member of the Sun clan after Sun Jinshan. Wei Yi had not anticipated that this old man would find him so quickly. Young Wei, will you choose to end your own life? Or shall I assist you in departing this world? Sun Jinwu spoke coldly, simultaneously releasing his grip on Sun Yang's neck. The latter crumpled to the ground like a lifeless mass, clearly beyond saving. The two Wei warriors guarding Sun Yang also met their demise at Sun Jinwu's hands, all without a sound, leaving even Wei Yi unaware of the unfolding events. Old man, you dare insult our young lord? We shall send you on your way. Without needing Wei Yi's command, 4 Wei warriors surged forward, shouting in rage as they attacked Sun Jinwu. All 4 were elite martial artists, having surpassed the great martial master realm. As their blades descended, a chilling aura enveloped Sun Jinwu. Yet, he showed no sign of fear. His expression remained unchanged. He kicked Sun Yang's lifeless body aside, as if it were merely an object. Swiftly blocking 2 attackers on his left. In a flash, he appeared before the remaining 2 on his right, delivering thunderous punches that sent them crashing backward, blood spewing from their mouths. In the next instant, he was back on the left, seizing one warrior's arm and breaking it with a twist. With a swift kick, he shattered the bones of another, sending the 4th warrior tumbling back in agony. You old fool, seeking death. Seeing his ruthless attacks ignited fury among the remaining warriors, they roared and charged at him. At that moment, however, Wei Yi's cold voice cut through the chaos. Halt. Unlike his previous encounters with the prominent figures of the Sun family, Wei Yi's expression was now marked by gravity. Allow me, he thought. Against a formidable opponent like Sun Jinwu, ordinary martial artists became ineffective. Even depleting his energy and stamina proved arduous if he desired. One strike could easily dispatch an adversary, and Wei Yi certainly did not wish to witness his kin perish without cause. Awakening his martial soul was not an option at this moment. Simultaneously, Wei Yi made a choice regarding the game system's notification. The awakening of a martial soul not only required time but also an environment of absolute tranquility, which was clearly not the case now. However, having broken through to the martial spirit realm, he could utilize the accumulated experience within the experience pearl. With the 20,000 experience points from 2 task settlements, he now possessed over 400,000 points. While this seemed substantial, it was relatively modest in the context of the martial spirit realm. Spending 100,000 experience points would elevate him from the 1st to the 2nd tier of martial spirit. An additional 200,000 would see him ascend to the 3rd tier. Yet, the remaining points were insufficient for another level up. Nevertheless, achieving an instantaneous elevation from the 1st to the 3rd tier of martial spirit was undoubtedly astounding. At the very least, it startled Sun Jinwu, who had lived long enough to never witness such a rapid advancement in cultivation. It felt less like a breakthrough and more akin to a leisurely meal. You have been concealing your cultivation? Sun Jinwu could only come to this conclusion. You may interpret it as such, Wei Yi thought, disinterested in offering further explanations. Yet, for me, it remains unchanged. The 3rd tier of martial spirit. You are still no match for me. Ultimately, today you cannot escape your demise at my hands. Sun Jinshan sneered, his gaze filled with a chilling murderous intent. Despite his lackluster talent, his combat prowess was formidable. And he was already at the 10th tier of martial spirit. If he could not deal with the likes of Wei Tianyang, could he truly struggle against his son? In truth, many who sought my life were once as confident as you. Yet in the end, they all fell before my sword. Typically, those who speak excessively are more likely to meet their demise. This rule will soon apply to you. Wei Yi raised his head, coldly fixing his gaze upon Sun Jinwu. With a flick of his wrist, the blade of the heroic sword tilted sharply, gleaming with a chilling light, and descended swiftly. The speed surpassed that of lightning, and a terrifying sword aura erupted, resembling a fiery serpent. Under the influence of this blazing sword energy, the Night-Ash Chill was incinerated. Seeking death, Sun Jinwu roared in fury, charging directly toward Wei Yi's sword aura without flinching, launching a punch. astonishingly. His fleshly fist collided with the sword energy without sustaining any injury, instead shattering the sword aura with a single blow, sparks flying. Prepare to meet your end. Sun Wenyuan bellowed, swiftly closing the distance to Wei Yi, his palm descending like steel toward Wei Yi's head. Clearly intent on taking his life with utmost haste. So you are a body cultivator. Wei Yi's heart sank as comprehension dawned upon him. Without a moment's thought, he instinctively activated the Eagle Shadow 18 techniques, creating distance between them. His close combat ability, while not weak, did not warrant a direct confrontation with a peak martial spirit body cultivator, but it was undoubtedly a case of attacking an enemy's strength with one's own weakness. Maintaining distance and engaging in ranged combat was his optimal strategy. You old fool, I shall not engage you in close combat. What can you do to me? Wei Yi sneered mockingly. The third tier of martial spirit was now operational, no longer suppressed by his opponent's realm, offering an unprecedented sense of ease. Simultaneously, the power of his bloodline surged forth, and as Wei Yi wielded his sword, the pure yang sword intent manifested, illuminating the entire courtyard with its dazzling brilliance. Transforming into a curtain of swords, it surged towards Sun Wenyuan in an instant. Chapter 178. You have grown old. The martial spirit realm is distinctly different from the great martial master realm. Thus, the same sword technique wielded by Wei Yi carried a vastly different potency. The pure yang sword technique, augmented by the pure yang sword intent, conjured a radiant curtain of swords with a single sweep, its blinding light concealing a terrifying power that evoked trepidation, akin to the midday sun capable of incinerating all matter. Sun Wenyuan's complexion shifted slightly. He was no novice but rather a battle-hardened veteran. Quickly discerning the terror of Wei Yi's sword technique, to be precise, it was not merely the sword technique that was fearsome, but rather the powerful combination of technique and intent. The resultant force surpassed mere arithmetic. The fame of the pure yang sword technique did not stem from its intrinsic excellence, but from the exponential increase in power upon comprehending the pure yang sword intent, which is why it is regarded as the signature martial skill of the pure yang sword sect. Such a renowned skill could not be ordinary. Realizing this, Sun Wenyuan refrained from using his fleshly fists against Wei Yi's blade. While the body of a body cultivator was indeed formidable, there were limits. At least he had not yet reached a point where he could disregard all and annihilate an opponent with a single punch. Transform. Sun Wenyuan commanded, and immediately, the totem of his martial soul condensed into a long, ethereal glow, gathering between his hands. Upon closer inspection, it morphed into a lengthy iron staff, shimmering with a brilliant light and radiating an intense soul power, far surpassing that of ordinary weapons. Break for me. Sun Wenyuan moved swiftly, leaping into the air, and brought the staff crashing down. In an instant, a massive shadow of the staff emerged, accompanied by a thunderous roar, as he forcefully shattered Wei Yi's sword energy with sheer brute strength, causing Wei Yi himself to be pushed back 3 steps by the violent force. Raising his head, Wei Yi's eyes glimmered with coldness. Transforming your martial soul into a weapon? I did not expect your mastery over the martial soul to be so commendable. That will suffice to deal with you. The murderous intent in Sun Wenyuan's eyes intensified, and with a furious shout, he declared, You little brat, now you can die. His figure surged forward, and the staff fell rapidly, each strike following the last as if his power were boundless, casting countless shadows upon Wei Yi, creating a colossal black cage that imposed tremendous pressure upon him. Wei Yi wielded his sword, unleashing a torrent of sword energy, which soon collided with the numerous staff shadows, resulting in a continuous series of explosive sounds, with fearsome waves of energy radiating in all directions. The Wei family martial artists surrounding the scene had no choice but to retreat and evade. They wished to assist, yet the current situation rendered them powerless to intervene. Even those armed with crossbows found themselves unable to launch attacks amidst the chaotic melee of Wei Yi and Sun Wenyuan. In truth, given Sun Wenyuan's prowess, ordinary crossbow bolts would likely prove ineffective. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive sounds persisted. Wei Yi's sword energy was sharp and formidable, while Sun Wenyuan's martial soul staff was brutally unrivaled, resulting in a stalemate between the two. This was largely due to Wei Yi's recent breakthrough to the 3rd tier of martial spirit, coupled with the enhancement from his golden bloodline and the overwhelming force of his crimson fusion true chi, allowing him to barely hold his ground. Had he still been at the great martial master level, he would have undoubtedly struggled to withstand Sun Wenyuan's frenzied onslaught. Sun Wenyuan was eager to claim Wei Yi's life, attacking with unrelenting ferocity, each move a desperate attempt to kill, disregarding his own safety. Although he typically did not concern himself with family affairs, as the elder of the Sun family facing annihilation, he could not afford to remain indifferent. Unable to reverse the situation, his only recourse was to exact a harsh revenge. In his view, the most effective means of retaliating against the Wei family was undoubtedly to eliminate their exceptionally gifted young clan leader. Wei Yi, you are no match for me. Wei Yi, surrender now, and perhaps I might grant you a swift end. You, a mere youth, have already achieved much. Do you not realize you have reached your limit, as Sun Jinwu relentlessly attacked. He sought to undermine Wei Yi's resolve with his taunts. He perceived Wei Yi as a typical young man, believing he could shake his spirit, yet he failed to grasp that Wei Yi, having lived 2 lives, possessed a steadiness surpassing that of ordinary adults and could not be swayed. Resorting to such petty tactics revealed his desperation. Wei Yi internally scoffed, his sword momentum unwavering. He executed evasive maneuvers, darting about while continuously probing for weaknesses in Sun Jinwu's defenses. The two remained fiercely engaged, their speeds astonishing as they exchanged over 100 blows in the blink of an eye. Wei Yi was not anxious. The situation was favorable to him, with the Wei and Sidu families allied against the Sun family. Once they secured victory, more reinforcements would inevitably come to his aid. Additionally, he was young. There was a saying that youth often triumphs over age. Despite Sun Jinwu's ferocity, he was over 50, his stamina and vitality waning, unable to compare to the vigor of youth. Thus, as long as he continued to deplete his opponent, victory would ultimately belong to him. As anticipated, Wei Yi's sword momentum remained unchanged, yet he could distinctly sense that after 100 exchanges, Sun Jinwu's staff technique was no longer as frenzied as before. His complexion grew pale, and his breaths became increasingly labored. Even after consuming several pills, relief eludes him. Old man, can you no longer endure? You have aged. Given your advanced years, what assets do you possess to rival the youth? It would be wise to concede gracefully. Wei Yi, breaking his previous silence, began to mock mercilessly. Sun Jinwu, infuriated, fumed and shouted, "You insolent child, you seek death. The one courting death is you." Wei Yi's gaze turned icy, sharp as a blade. At that moment, as Sun Jinwu unleashed a torrent of curses, he hesitated, revealing a critical opening. Wei Yi seized the moment, unleashing the dual energies of his extraordinary flames, empowering his limbs, and in an instant, he attained an unprecedented pinnacle of prowess, striking forth with lightning speed. That it was the 14th stroke of the deadly 13 swords. The most lethal assassination technique at his disposal. A glimmer of cold light flashed as his figure surged forward. Even amidst the darkness, it sent chills racing through the hearts of onlookers. Sun Jinwu's countenance shifted dramatically, panic setting in as he retreated desperately, attempting to evade Wei Yi's sudden, explosive assault. However, he was evidently a moment too late. Wei Yi's agile movements surpassed his capacity to evade. The sword light flickered and, in the blink of an eye, pierced through myriad obstacles, arriving before Sun Jinwu. "You may now embrace death. Rest in peace." Wei Yi's expression remained impassive as he released the sword, which, guided by his consciousness, cleaved through the void, swiftly penetrating Sun Jinwu's throat. Blood gushed forth. Sun Jinwu's actions halted abruptly, his figure frozen in disbelief as he gazed at Wei Yi, his eyes wide with shock. Moments later, he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Chapter 179. The Fall of the Sun Clan. This brutal battle of slaughter persisted throughout the night. As dawn broke, sporadic skirmishes still raged on. The Sun Clan's estate housed thousands of kin. Even if one were to slay thousands of swine, it would require considerable effort. Moreover, these individuals were not mere swine, but formidable warriors, many of whom had transcended into the martial spirit realm and awakened their martial souls. With such fierce resistance, it was no simple task to eradicate them. Despite their decline, the Sun Clan remained one of the 10 great families, with their estates serving as a pivotal stronghold, teeming with elite warriors and fortified with various defenses, including formations, traps, and even venomous creatures. To annihilate the Sun Clan, both the Wei and Situ families suffered significant losses. Numerous martial spirit warriors from both sides fell, and ordinary Grand Martial Masters and Martial Masters sustained grievous injuries. Of the 1,000 who stormed in, the majority emerged wounded, with some never to return. This was only made possible due to their prior strategic planning, which incited internal discord within the Sun Clan, granting them a crucial opportunity. Had the Sun Clan been prepared, the cost would have been far more staggering. Yet, they ultimately triumphed. Correspondingly, the spoils of their endeavor were remarkable. The eradication of the Sun Clan equated to the removal of a mortal enemy. The two families had clashed for over a decade, culminating in a decisive victory for the Wei clan. The Situ clan, in turn, gained unprecedented opportunities for expansion, liberated from the Sun Clan's constraints in the Zhongshan region. This was not merely a matter of strategic advantage. The tangible gains were substantial. The wealth amassed over centuries by the Sun Clan was staggering. Even after significant depletion, it remained incomparable to ordinary forces. The treasures within the Sun estate alone surpassed 10 million taels of silver. This figure did not account for weapons, armor, martial arts manuals, rare artifacts, and various cultivation resources such as pills, medicinal herbs, and ores. Thus, the annihilation of the Sun Clan was merely the first step. The subsequent days were consumed by the division of spoils, as well as the swift resolution of remaining Sun Clan members and managing nearby factions. Alongside the acquisition of their other territories, the ensuing chaos proved even more demanding than before. However, only the key figures of the Wei and Sidu families were burdened by this busyness, including Wei Yi's father and the three elders. For Wei Yi, however, these matters were of little concern. Having vanquished the Sun Clan, he had successfully completed his breakthrough task and felt justified in returning to his family for rest the following morning. The so-called clan-defending techniques of the Sun Clan were hardly impressive. In his study, Wei Yi perused the martial arts techniques pillaged from the Sun Clan, unable to suppress a disdainful sneer, expressing his dissatisfaction. In reality, the Sun Clan's foundational techniques were not without merit, ranking as superior in quality, producing true energy with a fire attribute, an exceptional technique sought after by most martial artists. Yet, for Wei Yi, who had already mastered the Crimson Fire Divine art, its caliber seemed rather mundane. There was nothing worthy of his study. Wei Yi sighed, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Although his repertoire of martial arts was not vast, it was sufficient. His discerning eye had grown accustomed to excellence, rendering ordinary techniques unworthy of his attention. Even with the system facilitating his learning, he was reluctant to squander his experience on trivial martial skills. "You impudent child, your arrogance grows by the day. Soon, will you look down upon our Wei clan?" His mother, Shin entered the room, casting him a disapproving glance, while tidying the chaotic pile of martial arts manuals. She chided him with exasperation. How could that be? Wei Yi chuckled, glancing around the room. Seemingly devoid of further tasks, he stood and declared, "I shall visit the ancestral grounds of the family." The ancestral grounds? What business do you have there? Shin paused, taken aback by his statement. She was well aware of the significance of the ancestral grounds and the restrictions surrounding entry. Suddenly recalling something, she scrutinized Wei Yi with astonishment. "You have broken through to the martial spirit realm. You intend to awaken your martial soul. According to family tradition, any member of the Wei clan, whether direct or collateral, who achieved the martial spirit realm was permitted to enter the ancestral grounds to awaken their martial soul." Indeed, Wei Yi had no reason to conceal the truth from his mother, especially upon witnessing her astonished expression. He beamed with pride. After a brief interval, Wei Yi arrived at the ancestral grounds, greeting the two clan elders. Presently, in addition to some elite guards, two elders of the Wei clan held vigil over the ancestral grounds. Unlike elders, who were typically seasoned warriors from an older generation, clan elders were usually individuals from previous generations of the Wei clan, essentially belonging to Wei Yi's grandfather or even great-grandfather's era. Such figures were rare, each having attained the pinnacle of the martial spirit realm, holding significant status within the clan, not to mention even Wei Yi. The young clan leader would bow in respect, let alone his father, Wei Tianyang. The young clan leader, "What brings you here?" Upon recognizing Wei Yi, the two elders' demeanor softened, although they were unfamiliar with many of the younger generation. They recognized Wei Yi as the young clan leader and were aware of his enrollment in the Overlord sect, considering him the most distinguished disciple of his generation. As they conversed, they discreetly appraised Wei Yi, noting his remarkable poise, causing them to nod in approval. Wei Yi expressed his desire to enter the ancestral grounds to comprehend the awakening of his martial soul, seeking their permission. "Awaken your martial soul?" The two elders exchanged surprised glances, evidently taken aback by Wei Yi's early achievement in the martial spirit realm. Observing their expressions, Wei Yi fully displayed his martial spirit realm prowess. The astonishment in the elders' eyes deepened as they beheld his third-tier martial spirit realm. "In that case, you are indeed welcome to enter the ancestral grounds. We shall personally guard the entrance for you, allowing you to focus on your breakthrough." The two elders spoke in unison. Chapter 180. Awakening of the Martial Soul. The two Wei clan elders personally escorted Wei Yi to the ancestral grounds, then sat cross-legged at the cave entrance, one on each side, resembling the legendary guardians, affirming their promise to protect him. "Elders, you need not do this," Wei Yi exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated their words to be mere formality. Yet they genuinely settled at the entrance. Gazing at their aged faces and recalling their esteemed positions within the Wei clan, Wei Yi felt a mix of apprehension and unease. If his father were to discover that he had allowed two elders to sit at the entrance to safeguard him, he would surely be reprimanded severely. "You needn't say more. Proceed inside and focus on your breakthrough." Noticing the hesitation in Wei Yi's eyes, the elder on the left smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "Do not worry. We are not so frail. This ground is quite comfortable to sit upon. Besides, witnessing the awakening of our clan's genius martial soul is a privilege we cherish." The other elder nodded gently with a warm smile. "As long as we breathe, none shall disturb you today. You may rest assured as the two individuals exchanged knowing glances. A shared smile illuminated their faces, their eyes directed towards Wei Yi, brimming with profound anticipation. At their age, interests had waned, and the awareness of their limited time loomed over them. Their only aspiration was for the family to thrive and for their descendants to achieve greatness. Wei Yi's performance, undoubtedly, offered them a glimmer of hope. Achieving a breakthrough to the martial spirit realm before the age of 20 meant that, barring any misfortune, ascending to the martial king level would be almost effortless. With the martial sovereign level also within reach, this child was undoubtedly the beacon of hope for the Wei family. Both shared this unspoken sentiment. As for the guardian of the cave, they would willingly lay down their lives if necessary. Such was their unwavering dedication to their family's legacy. Thank you, esteemed elders. Wei Yi bowed deeply, refraining from further words as he promptly turned to enter the ancestral grounds. Soon, the entrance was sealed once more. And within the ancestral land, Wei Yi found a vacant space to sit cross-legged. Just as during his previous visit, the atmosphere was saturated with an abundance of natural spiritual energy. Now, with his heightened cultivation and sharper spiritual awareness, the surrounding energy converged towards him effortlessly, entering his body without the need for active meditation. This locale was undeniably an exceptional training ground. However, Wei Yi recalled his true purpose for entering: to awaken his martial soul. What is a martial soul? It is the very essence of martial arts, the most vital support for any martial artist. In ancient times, it was said that only those who awakened their martial souls could be considered true martial artists. Thus, the martial spirit realm marked the genuine beginning of a martial artist's journey. The previous levels of martial disciple, martial master, and great martial master were initially classified under the foundational stage and did not denote true martial artist status. It was only later that these were meticulously delineated into 3 distinct tiers. Regardless, awakening a martial soul was of paramount importance for any martial artist. If one were to awaken a feeble martial soul, their achievements would be limited throughout their lifetime. Conversely, a formidable martial soul would yield immeasurable benefits. Once a martial soul is awakened, alteration becomes exceedingly arduous. Most souls remain immutable, akin to innate talent, accompanying one throughout life. Of course, this pertains to ordinary martial artists. For Wei Yi, however, the awakening of any martial soul held the same significance, as his gaming system could enhance even the most mundane into the greatest of champions. Yet, if possible, he hoped to awaken a powerful martial soul. This would not only conserve his time and effort but also dictate a more advantageous developmental trajectory. Although both paths could lead to the pinnacle of strength, there was an undeniable distinction between the king of shrimp and the king of dragons. He fervently wished to avoid awakening a commonplace martial soul. At the very least, he aspired to awaken a special one. At this moment, Wei dared not hope for an ancient martial soul, fully aware of the slim probability of such an occurrence. For him, awakening a special martial soul would suffice. Ding. Player Wei Yi has broken through to the martial spirit realm and may commence the awakening of his martial soul. Shall we proceed now? The gaming system's prompt echoed once more. Without hesitation, Wei Yi swiftly responded, yes. Instantly, an immensely powerful and mysterious force enveloped his entire being, and the natural spiritual energy surged around him, coalescing into a massive sphere of energy, with Wei Yi at its core. The gathering energies included not only the natural spiritual essence but also pure soul power. The reason for awakening martial souls within the ancestral grounds was precisely due to this pure soul energy, which could significantly enhance the quality of the awakened martial soul. Even if the odds were low, any increment was invaluable. The system panel displayed a continuous influx of data. Wei Yi had no time to scrutinize it. An overwhelming force surged into his body, seemingly tearing his soul apart. An unprecedented agony engulfed him, twisting his face in distress as beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead. Gritting his teeth, he exerted every ounce of strength to remain conscious. The overwhelming, pure energy relentlessly washed over and transformed Wei Yi's body, fortifying his spiritual power in the process. The awakening of the martial soul was, in itself, a transformative journey. Boom, his bloodline power was ignited. Golden radiance illuminating the space as a totemic phantom manifested. Wei Yi felt as though he had transcended the confines of the ancestral grounds, drifting into an otherworldly dimension. His consciousness soaring as his spirit grew increasingly dizzy. Suddenly, a thunderous crack reverberated, akin to a bolt from the blue. A pitch-black fissure tore open where his soul connected with the void, from which an enormous shadow emerged. Its colossal form twisted, with dark eyes radiating ferocity. Wei Yi felt his soul tremble, a deep-seated connection coursing through him, that he recognized that this immense figure was his newly awakened martial soul. Ding! Player Wei Yi awakens a special martial soul. Chapter 181. Special martial soul? Ding! Player Wei Yi awakens the special martial soul, devouring spirit great python. Ding. Player Wei Yi possesses a golden bloodline. Shall the bloodline power be fused with the martial soul? Upon fusion, the bloodline power will dissipate, resulting in a significant enhancement of the martial soul's quality. Point 2 system prompts resonated within Wei Yi's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. The awakened martial soul was the special devouring spirit, Great Python. Initially, a wave of joy washed over him. He knew that among special martial souls, the devouring spirit Great Python was renowned, considered one of the most prestigious serpentine martial souls. This martial soul not only excelled in combat, but also possessed unique devouring techniques, making it one of the strongest special martial souls for battle assistance. However, the prospect of fusing his bloodline power to further elevate the martial soul's quality was enticing. The devouring spirit Great Python already stood at the pinnacle of special martial souls, and if its quality could be significantly enhanced, it might even evolve into an ancient martial soul. The thought ignited a fervent excitement within Wei Yi. Although he had initially claimed that awakening a special martial soul was sufficient, the possibility of awakening an ancient martial soul was too tempting to ignore. The only concern remained: what if it couldn't transform into an ancient martial soul? If that were the case, the complete fusion of bloodline power and martial soul would render the bloodline power utterly void, leaving him with nothing to show for it.my dear system, you have truly presented me with a profound dilemma. Nevertheless, with the martial soul awakened, the significance of the bloodline power diminished. Many of their functions overlapped, with the martial soul evidently being more formidable. Therefore, it might be worth the gamble, especially since the fusion promised to enhance the martial soul's quality. It was unlikely to weaken it. With this thought, Wei Yi quickly reached his decision. Fusion, he selected promptly. Instantly, the bloodline power surged forth, detaching from Wei Yi and entirely merging with the totemic phantom. The phantom swiftly integrated with the devouring spirit Great Python. As this torrent of energy surged in, the newly birthed devouring spirit Great Python could not help but let out a resounding roar, its massive body thrashing violently, a terrifying aura expanding rapidly, stirring chaos even in the void. Wei Yi, too, suffered, as the martial soul was intrinsically linked to his spirit. Both shared a symbiotic fate. The devouring spirit Great Python writhed in agony under the violent influx of energy, causing Wei Yi to experience excruciating pain, his complexion paling once more. Damn it, if this continues, I might truly lose my mind. Wei Yi could no longer restrain himself, cursing bitterly. Had he known the process would be this agonizing, he would have deliberated for several more minutes. The awakening of Wei Yi's martial soul generated considerable commotion in the outside world, even causing the skies above the ancestral grounds to churn ominously, hinting at celestial phenomena. This spectacle astonished many members of the Wei clan, especially given that they had just vanquished the Sun family and were on high alert. Any disturbance would attract attention, let alone such a significant upheaval. The first to arrive was Wei Yi's mother, Shuin. Aware of Wei Yi's endeavor to awaken his martial soul, she had refrained from accompanying him to alleviate any pressure. However, upon witnessing the unfolding events, she could no longer remain passive and hurried towards the source of the commotion. Alongside her were several nearby martial spirit-level guardians, all soaring through the air, hastening to the scene. What is happening? Why is there such a significant disturbance above the ancestral grounds? Is someone breaking through? This intensity of soul power fluctuations, could it be the awakening of a martial soul? Yet, this commotion is unprecedented, they murmured amongst themselves. Could it be that young lad, Wei Yi? The name flickered in Lu Hu's mind, prompting him to glance at Shuin, unable to suppress his inquiry. Madam, who is the one involved here? It should be Ear. Shuin nodded, her eyes filled with concern. Given the magnitude of the commotion, could there be any unforeseen issues? Although she was aware that Wei Yi was undergoing a breakthrough, her worries were unavoidable. This disturbance was far greater than the one she experienced during her own awakening of the martial spirit. Do not fret. At that moment, an elderly voice echoed in the ears of the group. They exchanged glances and hastily approached, only to find the two esteemed elders of the clan seated on the ground, jointly guarding the entrance to the ancestral site. Elders, what is the meaning of this? The crowd could not help but feel bewildered. Surely, these venerable gentlemen had not taken ill today. Why were they both sitting at the entrance? Are the elders perhaps assisting those within in their protection? Someone quickly surmised, prompting wide-eyed reactions from the others, including Shuin, who stood frozen in shock, for she knew precisely who was inside. The fact that the two clan elders were personally safeguarding the breakthrough was a privilege even the clan leader might not possess. A collective thought arose among them, though they could only silently grumble, observing the two elders' expressions of contentment. Elders, what is the situation inside? Shuin's maternal instinct took precedence. All other concerns could be momentarily set aside. Is Wei Yi within? She inquired, her worry evident. The elder on the left nodded slightly, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. Indeed, it is your son that if my senses are accurate, he has awakened a special martial spirit. The devouring spirit python. I witnessed someone awaken this spirit over a decade ago, so I am certain. The devouring spirit python is a top-tier special martial spirit with such a spirit as support. The boy's future prospects appear promising. The other elder chimed in with a smile. The devouring spirit python, a top-tier special martial spirit. It has been ages since anyone in the Wei family has awakened such a caliber of martial spirit. Truly, this is a moment of double joy. Upon hearing the elders, the crowd had no reason to doubt them. Although the elders' combat prowess might have waned, their experience was unparalleled. In an instant, the onlookers were filled with awe, and a smile of joy spread across Shinchiolan's face. However, at that moment, a sudden, thunderous explosion reverberated through the air. A surge of soul power, far exceeding the previous commotion, erupted from the ancestral site. Wildly expanding in all directions, the celestial phenomena in the sky intensified. The winds howled, and thunder rumbled, completely enveloping the Wei residents. Even the inhabitants of Jinling City felt an inexplicable pressure rising in their hearts. The two esteemed elders outside the ancestral site, along with Lu Hu and Shinchiolan, were momentarily stunned. Had they miscalculated? The experienced elder blinked, momentarily befuddled. Such a terrifying display seemed beyond the capabilities of an ordinary special martial spirit. Chapter 182. The disappearance. Recently, two significant events transpired within the Wei family, sending ripples throughout Jinling. One was the alliance between the Wei family and the Zhongshan Situ family, who swiftly annihilated the Sun family, reducing a first-rate clan to mere historical dust, naturally igniting much discussion. The second event was the remarkable breakthrough of the young clan leader, Wei Yi, into the martial spirit realm at a tender age. However, it was not merely the breakthrough that caused such a stir. He also awakened an exceptionally powerful martial spirit, the intensity of which resonated throughout the entirety of Jinling, creating unprecedented celestial phenomena that left many in awe. Despite the Wei family's attempts to downplay the event, they could not escape the discerning eyes of the public. Strong individuals from other factions speculated that the martial spirit awakened by the young clan leader was at least a top-tier special martial spirit, with a significant possibility of being an ancient martial spirit. As a result, numerous discussions and evaluations regarding the Wei family surged, with Wei Yi's name becoming a focal point of intrigue. Tales of his upbringing, from being underestimated due to his inability to cultivate to his meteoric rise, captivated audiences of all ages. Even the storytellers in Jinling's taverns began to craft various anecdotes about him to entertain the masses. Concurrently, Wei Yi emerged as a representative figure of the younger generation, becoming a paragon for countless parents who compared their children to him. The implications extended beyond mere gossip. The annihilation of the Sun family, a long-standing rival, granted the Wei family tremendous gains, propelling their overall strength to new heights, allowing them to rank among the top 3 families within the 10 great clans. Meanwhile, the astonishing talent exhibited by Wei Yi, the heir apparent, rendered the Wei family a coveted ally, prompting various clans and factions to seek connections with them. The most effective way to forge such connections was undoubtedly through marriage alliances. Particularly, the fact that the young clan leader remained unmarried sparked excitement among various factions. Within a few short days, matchmakers from across Jinling inundated the Wei estate with proposals. Though, Wei family head, what are you still hesitating for? Everyone knows the Wu family in the south of the city. They are a lineage of literature and propriety. Miss Wu is a renowned lady of Jinling, not only unparalleled in beauty, but of impeccable character. She would surely be a perfect match for your son. I dare say so with decades of professional credibility. Do not listen to this matchmaker's nonsense. Miss Wu is nowhere near as suitable as Miss Lu for the young master. The Lu family is the true established lineage, and they have always been on good terms with the Wei family. Miss Lu and the young master have known each other since childhood. To say they are childhood sweethearts would not be an exaggeration. Additionally, Miss Lu is gentle and filial. Marrying her would undoubtedly bring fortune to both you and your wife. You are all mistaken. If we are to discuss suitability for the young master, who could compare to the eldest daughter of the Jiang family from Hedong? The Jiang family is a military lineage, and their current head is a prominent general of the court. The Jiang daughter possesses extraordinary talent in martial arts. She is the perfect match for the young master. Together, they would have shared interests and could roam the world as a legendary couple. Humph. All talk and no substance. Can the Jiang daughter measure up to Miss Wu in beauty and character? Miss Wu is the best. Miss Lu is truly the most suitable. Listen to me. Miss Jiang is the best. The matchmakers erupted into a cacophony of arguments, far more irritating than 100 squawking ducks. Wei Tianong furrowed his brow deeply. He glanced at his wife, Shinchiolan, only to find her torn between joy and distress. her expression reflecting the struggle of choice. He couldn't help but stifle a chuckle, though he dared not laugh openly. Enough, enough. Everyone, please cease your bickering. Wei Tianyong stood, clapping his hands to restore order. Report. The city lord has arrived. A servant suddenly announced. Wei Tianyong was momentarily taken aback. The city lord was an official appointed by the court, and they had little interaction. Why would he suddenly visit the Wei estate? Exchanging a glance with Shen Qiulan. They both nodded slightly and quickly went to greet him. The esteemed city lord graces our humble abode, truly illuminating our dwelling. Wei Tianyong exclaimed cheerfully upon reaching the entrance. Not far away, the city lord approached, flanked by a retinue. You are too modest, Wei family head. If your grand estate is merely humble, then what is my modest city lord's residence? The city lord replied with a smile, although he held a high position. He held no superiority over Wei Tianyong, a leader of a prominent family and a martial king. To be candid, I have come at the behest of the Duke of Huaiyang, hoping to forge a lasting bond between our families. The young Princess Mingxin has reached marrying age, and your son is widely recognized as a prodigious talent. If our families could unite through marriage, it would undoubtedly be a joyous occasion. Upon entering the estate, the city lord swiftly clarified his intentions. This, Wei Tianyong blinked, momentarily taken aback. He genuinely did not anticipate that his son would become so popular, even drawing the attention of the Duke of Huaiyang. He had heard of Princess Mingxin. Not only was she stunningly beautiful, but she also possessed remarkable talent and held a special place in the Duke's heart. For a moment, Wei Tianyong found it challenging to decide. Turning to Shen Qiulan for guidance, she immediately understood, summoning an elderly servant and instructing, fetch ear, this concerns his future happiness. Let him decide for himself. Master, madam, the young master. The elderly servant immediately knelt, tears welling in his eyes. What has happened to our son? Wei Tianyong and Shen Qiulan exchanged alarmed glances. The young master has gone missing, leaving only this letter. The servant quickly produced a note from his robe and handed it to them. Wei Tianyong took the letter, opening it to reveal only a few hastily scrawled lines, indicative of a rushed farewell. Father, mother, I have departed ahead. You need not concern yourselves with my marriage. The next time I return, I shall certainly bring my bride to meet you. The unfilial son pays his respects. After reading this, Wei Tianyong and his wife exchanged bewildered glances. This rascal actually slipped away. This little brat. Even Shen Qiulan, who usually dotes on her son, couldn't help but mutter a low curse as for Wei Tianyong. He wore an expression of helplessness, glancing at the Jinling city lord, who awaited his response, and the numerous eager matchmakers. Wei Tianyong suddenly felt an overwhelming fatigue. How could he have such an unpredictable son? Chapter 183. Waiting for you for so long, you just slipped away like that. What about the family head and madam? Are you aware that there are still a dozen matchmakers waiting for you at home? Moreover, I just heard that even the Prince of Huaiyang sent someone to propose on behalf of the esteemed Miss Mingxin. Are you not the least bit moved? At the city gate, as he handed the horse over to Wei Yi, Lu Hu rambled on incessantly. Seeing his nagging demeanor, Wei Yi couldn't help but sigh in resignation. If it weren't for needing Lu Hu's assistance in procuring a swift steed to escape, he truly wished to avoid this lingering conversation. Should his parents discover his departure, he would find it impossible to leave. Uncle Hu, have you been single for too long and are now eager to find a wife yourself? Why not let those matchmakers introduce a few for you to consider? In truth, you shouldn't lack confidence. If we consider your profile from the side, you are quite handsome. Perhaps there are young ladies who would take a liking to you. Wei Yi teased, narrowing his eyes with a grin. Lu Hu's expression darkened immediately. You brat, do you still have the heart to jest with me? Believe it or not, I could hold you back and prevent your escape. Lu Hu glared at him in anger, immediately threatening him. Wei Yi quickly yielded, smiling apologetically. Just a joke. Uncle Hu, please don't hold it against a young man like me. You rascal. Observing the spinelessness of this fellow, Lu Hu shook his head in bemusement and sighed. He certainly did not intend to detain Wei Yi, otherwise, he would not have helped him with the horse. After some contemplation, he couldn't help but advise, actually, the family head is not insisting you marry immediately. It is merely an engagement, and you have the freedom to choose. Such conditions are rare in noble families. Is there really a need to run away, as a scion of a distinguished family? It is indeed uncommon for one to have autonomy over their marriage, especially for Wei Yi, the heir of the Wei family. The significance of marital matters is substantial, and for him to receive such leniency is quite commendable. This is largely due to the indulgence of Wei Tianyong and Shen Qiulan, coupled with Wei Yi's own diligence, which has earned him such favorable conditions. No one in the family dares to voice any dissent. However, Wei Yi was still unwilling to know. Uncle Hu, please don't fret that I genuinely have no intention of marrying at the moment. That I wish to focus on my cultivation and set a modest goal for myself, to surpass my father first. Furthermore, what use is this choice? Faced with a plethora of portraits, should the images be of celestial beauty yet the reality be of a hideous countenance, what then? I would have no place to weep for having made such a selection myself. Wei Yi pouted. Although there are no Photoshop or beautifying apps in this era, it is still possible to enhance portraits. As he spoke, Wei Yi mounted his horse. All other excuses aside, this last one is indeed the crux of the matter. Lu instantly discerned Wei Yi's underlying thoughts. Wei Yi did not hide it, immediately nodding in acknowledgement, grinning as he said, "After all, I am still young. There is no rush. This matter can wait a couple of years." In the prime of youth, how could one forsake an entire forest for a single tree? Uncle Hu, do you not agree? I've heard you were quite the dashing rogue in your youth as well. Wei Yi winked playfully. Lu Hu found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, a commotion erupted at the city gate. A large contingent of guards and knights galloped forward, all adorned in the attire of the Wei residents. Upon spotting Wei Yi, they immediately began to shout, "Young clan leader, young master." Seeing this scene, Wei could no longer linger. He bid farewell to Lu Hu and promptly cracked the whip, striking the horse's rear, which sped away like the wind towards the distance. "You run quite swiftly. You were rather generous, even gifting your mount to him." Not long after Wei Yi's departure, a tall figure soared in from afar. Hearing that familiar voice, Lu Hu's robust form involuntarily quivered slightly, and he instinctively retracted his head, respectfully greeting, "Family head." Lu Hu, who was typically fearless, held a unique trepidation towards one person. Wei Tianyang, Wei Yi's father. It was precisely due to losing to Wei Tianyang in combat that Lu Hu had joined the Wei family. Family head. It's not that I wanted to give him the horse. It was that rascal Wei Yi who pressured me into it. I truly had no choice. Lu Hu hurriedly explained, anxious about incurring trouble. However, to his surprise, Wei Tianyang seemed disinclined to rebuke him. He simply waved his hand, then stared blankly in the direction where Wei Yi had vanished. Watching as the figure of man and steed gradually faded from view. After a moment, he let out a slow sigh. Perhaps it is for the best that he is gone. Ignoring the trivial matters of the family will allow him to venture further on his own path. He will achieve greater success than I. With that, Wei Tianyang patted Lu Hu on the shoulder. "You did well." He then turned and walked towards the city. Observing his somewhat desolate figure, Lu Hu glanced at the already distant Wei Yi. And suddenly, it seemed as if he understood something profound. In less than half a day's time, Wei Yi had left the confines of Jinling, heading west. Riding with the wind beneath his hooves, he returned to the family with significant achievements. Not only had he successfully fulfilled the long-pressing task of breakthrough, but he had also awakened his martial spirit, elevating his cultivation to the third tier of the martial spirit realm. This level of cultivation not only positioned him as a standout among the younger generation in Jinling. Even within the inner disciples of the Overlord sect, he was no longer considered mediocre. Rumors had it that in a few days, the sect would host a grand competition for the inner disciples. Should he participate, perhaps he could seize the opportunity to secure a position as a core disciple. As Wei Yi galloped onward, he pondered the requirements for core disciples of the Overlord sect. While not excessively stringent, the most crucial criterion was strength. What constituted strength? It meant being capable of defeating other core disciples. Only then would one earn the right to replace them. Otherwise, they might as well remain in obscurity. Thus, the total number of core disciples within the Overlord sect consistently remained within a specific range. It seemed something was amiss. Passing through a bamboo grove, Wei Yi's brows furrowed slightly, an inexplicable tension gripping his heart as a strange emotion began to stir within. He immediately reined in his steed, drawing his sword and narrowing his eyes to scrutinize his surroundings. The gentle breeze rustled the bamboo leaves, and suddenly, shadowy figures emerged from the depths of the grove. Appearing not far before him. "We have awaited you for a long time," the leader spoke coldly. Chapter 184. The four beasts of Longmen. 4 figures had materialized, 3 men and 1 woman. Their attire was peculiar. Clad in coarse, rudimentary animal skins, their faces smeared with vibrant patterns, and much of their skin lay exposed, revealing robust and powerful physiques, each towering like giants. Even the woman among them was far stronger than the average female. Her physique surpassing that of ordinary men, radiating an aura of fierce ferocity. Should one suggest she were a man masquerading as a woman, many would likely believe it. The presence they exuded was remarkably intimidating. Akin to ferocious beasts emerging from the depths of the forest, without exception, all 4 had reached the martial spirit realm. Although they had not attained the pinnacle of this tier, they felt more threatening than ordinary peak martial spirits. Together, their combined strength was enough to instill fear. Observing these mysterious figures blocking his path, Wei narrowed his eyes, sensing the murderous intent emanating from them. Even his steed recoiled in fear, and the heroic sword resting upon his saddle trembled slightly. "Uve awaited me for long. I believe I have heard of you. The 4 beasts of Longmen. Have you been dispatched by Long Zhiyuan?" Wei Yi quickly recalled their identities, maintaining an outward calm while inwardly startled. The 4 beasts of Longmen were renowned as the sharpest blades of the Long family. Given his enmity with the Long family, Wei Yi had discreetly gathered intelligence about them. He knew that these four were not originally from the state of Chu but were brought back and raised by a Long family elder who had traveled abroad. Ultimately maturing into the most formidable assassins under the Long family's banner, Wei Yi suspected that the conflict with the Long family would not resolve easily, but he had not anticipated such a substantial show of force from Long Yuan. Dispatching the four most lethal assassins all at once. Since you are aware of our names, you should also understand that there is no possibility of escape for you. If you wish to keep your body intact, you may as well take your own life, the leader stated coldly. The expression on his face was remarkably serious, devoid of any hint of jest. Yet, upon hearing this, Wei Yi could not help but chuckle. A subtle curve gracing his lips as he lightly inquired, "Are you so confident? Kill." The leader of the group was evidently not one for idle chatter, noticing that Wei Yi had no intention of taking his own life. He wasted no words and coldly issued his command. Instantly, the four men advanced to surround and attack Wei Yi. "Die, kid." A man on the left was the first to strike, leaping forward with a great sword that cleaved through the air. Imbued with the ferocity of a thunderstorm. As the blade descended, the surrounding air quivered, and Wei Yi's expression shifted slightly in response. He immediately leapt onto his horse's back. Go to hell. At that moment, a man and a woman simultaneously soared into the air, both wielding uniquely curved battle blades adorned with long blood grooves, their very appearance striking fear into the heart. They swept their weapons horizontally from either side, seemingly sealing off all avenues of escape for Wei Yi. With a swift motion, Wei Yi employed the secrets of the Eagle Shadow 18 techniques, evading their strikes with supernatural speed, soaring to a height of about 10 feet. This ends here, yet, just then, the leader executed a downward strike, and Wei Yi was taken aback, not knowing when the man had taken to the AI. As the blade descended, a terrifying wave of energy erupted, accompanied by flames, a sight that was utterly terrifying. The four's coordination was impeccable, as if the entire sequence had been meticulously planned, causing even Wei Yi to feel a chill run down his spine. Fortunately, Wei Yi was no ordinary warrior, having broken through to the martial spirit realm. Soaring through the skies was no challenge for him. He quickly evaded sideways, the blade missing him by mere inches. With a thunderous crash, the majestic steed beneath him was caught off guard and cleaved in two, crimson blood splattering across the ground. Seeking death, Wei Yi's fury erupted upon witnessing the demise of the steed. A gift from Lu Hu that he had barely ridden for a day. With a fierce shout, he brandished his sword and charged at the leader. Instead of showing anger, the leader's eyes flickered with disdain. As if to say that the opponent emphasized by Long Yuan was hardly formidable. He subtly nodded to the other three. Then, he unleashed a wave of blade energy to intercept Wei Yi, while the three others quickly closed in. But at that moment, Wei Yi's figure suddenly transformed. Like a ghost, he seized the opportunity before the other three could encircle him, abandoning the leader to confront the woman directly. His sword flashing forward like lightning. The abrupt shift took everyone by surprise. The woman's expression changed drastically as she stumbled backward, attempting to create distance while swinging her blade in defense. No, the other three roared in anger, especially the leader, who felt a sense of being toyed with and furiously charged at Wei Yi. However, Wei Yi pressed his advantage, disregarding the woman's counterattack as he relentlessly assaulted her. "Die," Wei Yi growled, his dark eyes glinting with a fierce intent, entirely shedding the facade of anger he had previously displayed. Clearly, that had been mere pretense. She was his true target, seeking death. "Kid, get out of the way." The other three shouted in fury, but they were unable to catch up. The woman, now filled with fear, hesitated to engage Wei Yi directly and prepared to evade. Yet, Wei Yi's speed surged once more, darting past her and sending his sword slicing through the air, cold steel severing her throat with a swift motion. The sound of her neck snapping echoed, and her head flew high, blood spraying and staining Wei Yi's robes. Giving the appearance of having bathed in blood. He coldly stared at the remaining three, baring his white teeth in a chilling smile. "The four beasts of Long men now have but three left. How much power remains in your alliance?" At these words, the remaining three could not suppress their fury, especially upon seeing the corpse of their fallen comrade. Their eyes ignited with wrath. "Today, I shall make you wish for death," the leader enunciated coldly, leading the charge against Wei Yi. The four beasts of Long men had established their reputation through formidable strength. Had it not been for their overconfidence, the woman would not have fallen so easily to Wei Yi's blade. They could not be blamed entirely. They had received erroneous intelligence, believing Wei Yi had yet to break through to the martial spirit realm and was still merely a grandmaster level warrior. Underestimating an opponent was the gravest mistake a killer could make, and thus, their downfall was understandable. The true strength of the four beasts of Long men lay in their unity, with only three remaining. They could not form their battle formation, thus significantly diminishing their combat prowess, an opportunity Wei Yi was quick to seize. "Die." Wei Yi forced the strongest among them, the leader, backward with a strike, suddenly appearing before the man wielding the great sword. rapidly closing the distance. The man's long weapon could not exert its full power, causing him to panic. In that instant, Wei Yi's sword descended forcefully. To his credit, the man was tenacious, managing to catch the sword with his bare hands. Discarding his great sword, he used both hands to channel his inner energy, forming a thick layer of ice around his palms, effectively halting Wei Yi's blade. He appeared to have faced something similar before. Quickly regaining his composure, eyes filled with fierce determination, and shouted, "I have his weapon. You all kill him." The other two immediately charged at Wei Yi. Wei Yi infused his strength into his sword, forcing the man to retreat repeatedly. Yet, he paid no heed, instead channeling his inner energy to thicken the ice, even freezing Wei Yi's sword, sending cold tendrils creeping into his body. "Kid, I want you to accompany Sally in death." The man's eyes were filled with a murderous intent, and he bellowed furiously. Sally was clearly the woman Wei Yi had slain earlier. "Since you cherish her so much, then join her in death." Wei Yi replied coldly, as two distinct fires within him surged to life. Their energy merging with the sword, the once icy blade transformed into a blazing crimson, an aura of terrifying heat enveloping it. The frost encasing the sword melted away in an instant, no longer able to obstruct the sharp edge. "No." The man's eyes widened in terror as he screamed, but his voice could not halt the descent of Wei Yi's sword. With a spray of blood, he was swiftly slain. "Alu! Alu!" The remaining two erupted in fury upon witnessing another comrade fall at Wei Yi's hands. Their hatred reached its zenith. Die. Without a moment's hesitation, they charged at Wei Yi, disregarding their inner energy reserves, unleashing their ultimate techniques, a barrage of terrifying blade energy enveloping him. Yet, at that moment, Wei Yi chose not to confront them head-on. He employed the Eagle Shadow 18 techniques, flickering and shifting positions. The two pursued him relentlessly, but could not even graze the hem of his garment, let alone land a hit. "You cowardly rat. Are you afraid to stand and fight?" They shouted in rage. "Very well. I accept your challenge." Wei Yi replied with a cold smile, standing firm and beckoning them with his left hand. "Come." Seeing Wei Yi's agreement, the two exchanged glances, imperceptibly nodding in silent accord, then cautiously approached. "Kid, since you wish for a fair duel, I shall face you alone," the leader proclaimed, suddenly unleashing a powerful technique, his voice booming like thunder. Causing Wei Yi to momentarily falter. In that instant, he slashed downward, producing three identical black arcs of blade energy that surged toward Wei Yi from three directions, seemingly unavoidable. "Today, I will make you wish you were never born." At that moment, the other man did not simply stand by. His eyes filled with resentment, he retrieved a purple hidden weapon from his pocket, aimed at Wei Yi, and pressed a button, unleashing a myriad of needle-like poison darts that enveloped the area around Wei Yi. This was their true killing move. No. The leader suddenly sensed something amiss, his expression changing dramatically as he shouted. But it was too late. The attacks descended upon him in an instant, enveloping the vicinity completely. Wei Yi had no escape, or rather, he made no attempt to flee, as he was swiftly pierced by the poison darts. Simultaneously, three arcs of blade energy descended with a resounding crash, dissipating into nothingness, revealing that it had merely been an illusion. With a sickening sound, the blade pierced flesh. The leading man struggled to turn his head, only to find Wei standing not far behind him. Observing with a cold smile, the sword in his hand was slowly extracted from his companion's body, leaving a long trail of crimson blood, a sight so vividly striking that it sent a shiver through the leader's soul. With a soft thud, the man using the hidden weapon collapsed, his eyes losing their luster, the lingering bitterness swiftly fading away. You. The leader's eyes no longer held a trace of arrogance. Instead, they were filled with a profound fear. The death of his three companions at Wei Yi's hands felt surreal, yet the gruesome reality of their lifeless forms lay before him. As Wei Yi approached step by step, the leader retreated, the oppressive atmosphere and icy dread rendering him utterly helpless, stripping away his former composure. No, he roared, then turned to flee, unable to bear the suffocating pressure. Wei Yi, witnessing this, let out a cold laugh and immediately pursued, striking down with a single stroke. The final confrontation turned out to be the simplest, as the most formidable leader met his demise at Wei Yi's hands. The four beasts of Longmen, merely a trivial matter. Wei Yi scoffed, his murderous intent unabated, not directed at the four corpses, but rather aimed at Long Yuan of the Long family, far away in the sect. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, applause erupted, accompanied by a soft, sinister voice echoing through the bamboo grove. Upon hearing this voice, Wei Yi's mood plummeted, and his expression changed drastically. Chapter 186. Two choices. With a sudden gust of wind, the bamboo leaves swirled, as if stirred by a storm of sand. The entire bamboo forest was enveloped in a chilling aura of impending death. The space felt frozen, time seemed to halt, and the air grew thick, making even the act of breathing feel laborious. Amidst the dim light, footsteps echoed ominously. Ethereal figures emerged, some surfacing from the ground, others descending from the bamboo branches, and yet others rushing from all directions. In the blink of an eye, 30 to 40 individuals gathered. Encircling Wei Yi, all were clad in brocade garments, wielding embroidered spring knives, a clear indication of their identity. The Imperial Guards, a force that struck fear across the realm. Composed entirely of elite warriors under the control of the Dechu royal family, this was the sharpest blade of the dynasty. Capable of covert operations, assassinations, and relentless pursuits, instilling dread in all major factions, such a contingent existed solely within the Chu kingdom. Even the mightiest sects, like the Xiao sect or the Overlord sect, could not muster a force of this caliber, highlighting the difference between dynasties and sects, one embracing the masses, the other cultivating the elite. The earlier display had indeed been captivating, feigning weakness, seizing the moment, striking decisively, and systematically dismantling their foes to build momentum, ultimately exerting overwhelming pressure. TSK, such performance warrants admiration, even from me. A cold voice resonated gradually. The figure before Wei Yi shifted, solidifying into a middle-aged man adorned in a white robe, revealing the infamous Lu Gong Gong. It was unclear when he had arrived, but his skill in concealment was genuinely alarming. Young Master Wei, you were deceived by my ploy outside Black Dragon City. This time, it cannot be a ruse, can it? Lu Gong Gong raised his head, narrowing his eyes, a chilling smile creeping onto his face, laced with subtle mockery. What do you mean? Wei Yi feigned confusion, blinking innocently. Yet, beneath his calm demeanor, the pressure within him mounted. TNT anticipated that these individuals would follow him here after he had evaded them outside Black Dragon City. Wei Yi genuinely wished to ask. Were they all dogs with an exceptional sense of smell? It matters not if you do not understand. Just hand over what I seek. Lu Gong Gong's gaze remained icy as he scrutinized Wei Yi. Wei Yi knew well what Lu Gong Gong desired. It was none other than the Crimson Fusion Fire Divine technique. Although he had seized it from He Kuan, it had originally been taken from Lu Gong Gong. Wei Yi had not expected Lu Gong Gong to pursue him relentlessly for this technique, even mobilizing so many Imperial Guards. However, he was unwilling to relinquish the Crimson Fusion Fire Divine technique. Such a pinnacle cultivation manual was too valuable to part with willingly. Is it the cultivation technique you seek? Wei Yi probed cautiously. Lu Gong Gong lifted his eyelids, regarding Wei Yi with impatience. Since you are aware, hand it over promptly. That poses a bit of a problem. I have yet to comprehend that technique, and thought it was a sham, so I left it within my family. Perhaps I could fetch it for you. Wei Yi inquired with a sincere expression. Do you think I would believe such nonsense? Lu Gong Gong sneered, a glint of cold light flashing in his narrow eyes, revealing a menacing intent. Lu Gong Gong found it plausible that Wei Yi comprehended the technique, for the Crimson Fusion Fire Divine technique was one of the 3 sacred texts of the Crimson Fusion Grandmaster. A top-tier cultivation manual. It was normal for someone to take half a year to grasp its fundamentals. If Wei Yi had mastered it in a short time, it would seem rather suspicious. However, he doubted Wei Yi would leave such a valuable manual behind with his family. Truly, it's not with me. If you wish, you may send 2 men to search me. If it is found on me, you may take the cultivation technique back, and do with me as you please. Without allowing Lu Gong Gong to speak further, Wei stated directly. He had hidden the Crimson Fusion Fire Divine technique within the game system's spatial pouch. No divine being could locate it. Thus he feared no body search. Upon hearing this, Lu Gong Gong's expression darkened. His greatest fear had materialized. He dreaded that Wei Yi had concealed the manual in some secret location, which was why he acted with lethal force from the outset. His primary objective was to reclaim the manual. Wei Yi's life was secondary. In his eyes, killing Wei Yi would be as easy as dispatching a chick. Young Master Wei, this jest is far from amusing. Lu Gong Gong inhaled deeply, suppressing his rising irritation and anger, fixing his cold gaze upon Wei Yi. You now have 2 choices. Either voluntarily surrender the Crimson Fusion Fire Divine technique, and I will allow you to leave, or I will take matters into my own hands, employing torture to extract the information, and even in death, you will reveal it. I trust young Master Wei has heard of the Imperial Guard's interrogation methods. With that, Lu Gong Gong stepped forward, his murderous intent now fully evident, fixing a piercing gaze on Wei Yi, threatening coldly, my patience is limited. Cease your prattling, young Master Wei, and make your choice. As he spoke, Lu Gong Gong waved his right hand. With a flash of cold light, the embroidered spring knives were drawn. The surrounding Imperial Guards unsheathed their blades in unison, their icy stares locked onto Wei Yi. Every one of them had their energy firmly directed at him. Any sign of movement would lead to immediate assault. The suffocating pressure bore down on Wei Yi, causing his countenance to shift slightly. Taking a deep breath, he raised his head to meet Lu Gong Gong's gaze, helplessly shrugging his shoulders. Well then, if it comes to this, I find myself compelled to choose. My choices. Chapter 187. My martial soul, I am willing to take you to retrieve that cultivation manual. Wei Yi responded swiftly. Upon hearing this, everyone present sighed in relief. A hint of a smile broke across Lu Gong's face. Their reaction stemmed not from fear of Wei Yi, but rather from a concern about completing their mission. Had Wei Yi stubbornly chosen death over surrendering the manual, even if they killed him, they would be unable to report back to the third prince. In comparison to the third prince's potential wrath, what value would be gained from slaying Wei Yi? Now, you may speak. Where have you hidden the manual? Lu Gong inquired immediately. He was genuinely curious, since Wei Yi had not concealed the manual on his person. Where could it possibly be? Perhaps within the saddle of his steed. Glancing at the nearby horse, split in two, Lu Gong shook his head. Unlikely. He could not fathom where Wei Yi might have hidden a tome thicker than ordinary texts. Facing Lu Gong's inquisitive gaze, Wei Yi merely smiled, withholding his response. However, the conversation took a sudden turn, and he unexpectedly requested, "Before anything else, I would like to seek your guidance, esteemed elder." Wei Yi flashed a radiant smile and humbly asked for the elder's wisdom. "As long as I am convinced, I will surely lead you to that technique. You dare to threaten Lord Lu? Young man, you are courting death. You are asking for punishment instead of a toast." Upon hearing Wei Yi's words, the surrounding guards were instantly enraged. Several of them, faces filled with fury, approached Wei Yi with drawn swords. "Stop!" Lord Lu's voice cut through the tension, his relaxed smile gradually fading as a chilling glint appeared in his dark eyes. "Your request is acceptable. Since you refuse to yield, I shall make you submit. However, be cautious. While I may not take your life, should you inadvertently leave yourself crippled, do not blame me. You have brought this upon yourself." The murderous intent in Lord Lu's eyes surged, his ominous words sending a shiver down the spines of those present. Yet, Wei Yi seemed unfazed, wearing a smile on his face, if that is the case. "Then let us proceed." With a cold snort, Lord Lu waved his right hand, unleashing a horrifying aura that sent chills through the air, the realm of a martial king. Even without activating his martial soul, his overwhelming presence was astonishing. Visible black streams of energy swirled around him, enveloping his form and casting an eerie pressure over the area, as if he had created an absolute domain under his control. Compared to Sun Wenyuan, with whom Wei Yi had once clashed, Lord Lu's strength was evidently on an entirely different level. Their previous encounter had not been a true confrontation. Wei Yi had merely fled from Sun Wenyuan's pursuit. However, this time, he stood face to face with Lord Lu. Wei Yi felt no fear. Instead, a fervent light ignited in his eyes. What of the martial king's realm? I may still possess the strength to fight. This is the perfect opportunity to test myself. Wei Yi had no intention of handing over the Crimson Fusion Fire technique to Lord Lu. Trapped within such a formidable encirclement, escape seemed nearly impossible. Thus, the only recourse lay in engaging him in battle. In terms of cultivation, I cannot match him. In martial skills, I likely fall short as well. My only advantage is undoubtedly my martial soul. Swiftly, Wei Yi formulated a strategy in his mind. Although he had recently broken through to the third rank of the martial spirit realm, he still found himself at a significant disadvantage against Lord Lu, a martial king, despite having witnessed his prowess in slaying the 4 beasts of Longmen. In Lord Lu's eyes, he remained a mere insignificant figure. Conversely, Wei Yi dared not let his guard down. Lord Lu could afford to underestimate him, given his strength and confidence. Yet, should he become complacent, the consequences would be dire. Wei Yi immediately summoned his cultivation, fully manifesting his third rank of the martial spirit realm. The true energy surged within him, causing his robes to flutter as if animated by a breeze. Establishing a realm of his own, with a solemn expression, Wei Yi's sword began to hum, and the pure yang sword intent erupted forth, transforming into sharp waves of energy that swirled around him. This astonishing aura made the guards shudder, particularly those who had just prepared to strike, now filled with trepidation. Only Lord Lu's expression remained unchanged. That all you've got? He asked indifferently, his gaze neither belittling nor dismissive. Such strength might be commendable within the martial spirit realm, even considered top tier, but for a martial king, it paled in comparison. In his mind, he thought only of how Wei Yi was overestimating his capabilities by daring to challenge him. And then my martial soul. Wei Yi's pupils suddenly emitted a soul-stirring light. A mysterious and dangerous energy began to emanate from the depths of his being. The martial soul is the essence of a warrior. The more powerful the martial soul, the more it intertwines with the warrior's life and spirit. With a thunderous roar, a dark spatial rift tore open, and an enormous distorted figure swiftly emerged from the void. Towering and colossal, it loomed behind Wei Yi, almost several times his height, exuding a terrifying presence. Witnessing this spectacle, not only did the guard's expressions shift dramatically, but even Lord Lu could not suppress his surprise. Taking a deep breath, he felt a flicker of unease. It was not due to Wei Yi himself, but rather the ancient martial soul totem manifesting behind him. This was an ancient martial soul. Two massive serpent heads floated behind Wei Yi, one on each side, dark as if they hailed from the deepest depths of hell. Their eyes were filled with boundless malice, and their entire forms radiated an overwhelming aura of death, intermingled with a hint of ancient energy. As if they had fused seamlessly with Wei Yi. This is my martial soul, the ancient martial soul, twin-headed ghost python. That moment, Wei Yi lifted his gaze, his eyes shimmering with a terrifying brilliance. Chapter 188, Twin-Headed Ghost Python. The twin-headed ghost python was not only an ancient martial soul but also a formidable entity among them. In truth, it transcended the classification of a snake-type martial soul, as its essence was infused with an abundance of yin and death energy, leaning more towards a ghostly attribute. If one were to categorize martial souls, the twin-headed ghost python would undoubtedly rank at the pinnacle. Its power was widely acknowledged. When it awakened, its soul energy permeated the entirety of Jinling City, prompting the Wei family to conceal its existence due to its considerable significance throughout the history of the Chu kingdom. Instances of individuals awakening such a martial soul were exceedingly rare, yet those who did were invariably prominent figures. For this reason, Lord Lu felt a surge of alarm. He had not anticipated that Wei Yi would awaken the ancient martial soul, the twin-headed ghost python. In that instant, he found himself tempted to consider whether he should recruit Wei Yi for his own purposes. However, upon reflecting on Wei Yi's intelligence and cunning, he quickly dismissed such impractical thoughts. A mere gifted warrior could be subdued and controlled, but a genius possessing both talent and intellect was beyond his grasp. Moreover, this young man was exceptional in both respects, leaving Lord Lu uncertain of his ability to manage him. He feared that he might provoke a backlash at any moment. If he could not control him, then the only option left was to eliminate him to prevent future troubles. Regardless, as long as he obtained the Crimson Fusion Fire technique, he would resolve the matter swiftly. Lord Lu's expression remained unchanged, but his heart was consumed with murderous intent. Meanwhile, the twin-headed ghost python was fully awakened by Wei Yi. The terrifying soul energy surged forth, as if they had become one. Wei Yi raised his head, gazing at Lord Lu, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. In an instant, his figure vanished from sight. What? Lord Lu furrowed his brow, a sense of alarm taking root in his heart. This was not good. Years of experience and instinct alerted him to impending danger. Without hesitation, he leaped back. His speed was undeniably exceptional, once allowing him to rescue the leader of the Blackwater bandits from two martial kings. Yet this time, he was a moment too late. To be precise, it was not that he was slow. Rather, Wei Yi's speed was extraordinary. This was no mere martial technique. It was the ability to traverse the void. Given Wei Yi's current cultivation, he could not possibly reach the point of piercing through space. This was a gifted secret technique bestowed by the twin-headed ghost python. Ghostly space, enveloped by the martial soul's energy. Wei Yi could flicker and shift silently, launching surprise attacks to eliminate his foes. In fact, he had utilized this technique when confronting the four beasts of Longmen. However, given their weaker strength, he had managed to deceive them without summoning his martial soul. Now, against a martial king like Lord Lu, he would need to exert his utmost to succeed. In the blink of an eye, he covered the distance between them. With no pause in between, he had barely disappeared from one spot before reappearing directly before Lord Lu. The area transformed into a ghostly space under the influence of his soul energy. With a swift motion, he struck down with his sword, infused with pure yang sword intent and a chilling murderous aura. Lord Lu was caught off guard. The sound of tearing fabric echoed as the sword energy shredded his robe, blood splattering forth, leaving a crimson mark across his chest. But this was not the end. Lord Lu gritted his teeth and immediately retreated once more, while Wei Yi, eyes alight with murderous intent, relentlessly pursued him, his sword continuously slicing through the air. The surrounding guards stood in stunned silence. Utterly bewildered by the unfolding events, the two individuals seemed to have completely swapped positions, and the situation was utterly different from their expectations. It was not Lord Lu pursuing Wei Yi, but rather the reverse. Lord Lu was retreating continuously, while Wei Yi relentlessly chased him. The flashes of sword light illuminated the surroundings, and the intent of the sword was overwhelming. That you're courting death. Lord Lu was filled with indignation. He never anticipated that Wei Yi would seize the initiative and place him in such a passive predicament. Gritting his teeth, he could no longer resist summoning his martial spirit, unleashing his power with a palm thrust forward while simultaneously retreating several paces. With a resounding boom, the sword aura and palm shadow shattered simultaneously. Wei Yi staggered slightly, but managed to come to a halt, his complexion as pale as snow, The ghostly shadow technique was an ancient martial spirit's secret art. And given his current limited cultivation, forcing its repeated use had pushed his body to its limits. Moreover, the technique excelled in ambush. Once the opponent was on guard, its effectiveness would drastically diminish. Indeed, Lord Lu was formidable. You are not lacking either. Wei Yi seemingly complimented. You've been quite arrogant. Lord Lu replied through clenched teeth, his voice cold and deliberate. One good turn deserves another. Since you have presented me with such a splendid gift, I must repay you adequately. His ominous tone was thick with suppressed fury, and his aura intensified. Without further ado, he lunged at Wei Yi in an attempt to deliver a harsh lesson. Then take this sword. Wei gritted his teeth, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Without hesitation, he infused his martial spirit and instantly regained his peak state, without a second thought, diving again into the shadows of the ghostly shadow technique. You. Upon seeing Wei Yi vanish once more, Lord Lu was unable to contain his fury. Yet, more than that, he felt a pang of trepidation. Wei Yi, currently at the martial spirit level, was already such a nuisance. If he were to break through to the martial king realm, what would become of him? Perhaps even he would struggle to withstand such lethal strikes. The two-headed ghost python was indeed extraordinary. Awakening in such a manner, the desire to eliminate this boy grew stronger within Lord Lu. He immediately urged his cultivation to the maximum, unleashing a barrage of palm shadows. Wei Yi suddenly appeared behind him, executing another sword strike. This time, Wei Yi infused nearly all of his strength into the blow, channeling not only his sword intent, but also two distinct flames into the strike. As the sword descended, the aura of the sword ignited fiercely. I anticipated this. Lord Lu unexpectedly smirked, his figure flickering as the multitude of palm shadows dissipated, revealing them to be mere phantoms. You have been sufficiently arrogant. Lord Lu pivoted and unleashed a palm strike, this time employing his ultimate technique, the bone-melting palm. The terrifying force surged forth, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy. It collided with the flaming sword aura, shattering it within moments, and the residual palm force struck Wei Yi, sending him crashing backward with a thunderous sound, blood spewing as he was flung several paces away, crashing into a large tree. This was the disparity between the martial king and martial spirit realms. No matter how powerful an ancient martial spirit might be, it could not bridge the vast gulf between the two realms. Lord Lu hovered in the air, his voice cold and unyielding. Unlike Wei Yi's disheveled state, he had not taken a single step back. It was clear that the difference was substantial. I have learned. Wei Yi muttered, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, casting a deep glance at Lord Lu. Without another word, he turned and fled rapidly into the distance. Witnessing this scene, everyone present, including Lord Lu, was left utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 189. Reluctant retreat. Clearly, it was Wei Yi who had initiated the challenge, yet midway through, he chose to flee. His actions left all witnesses speechless. In truth, Wei Yi himself did not desire such an outcome. Retreating in the face of defeat felt disgraceful. Indeed, it was humiliating. However, if he had to choose between preserving his dignity and saving his life, he would unhesitatingly opt for the latter, even if given 100 chances. What did dignity matter if one's life was lost? Could one be resurrected? Thus, Wei Yi resolutely chose to escape. In fact, he had intended this from the start. If he could fight, he would. If he could not, he would flee. What surprised him was the vast difference in strength between himself and Lord Lu. Although Lord Lu was a top-tier martial king, he had not anticipated that his all-out sword strike would be effortlessly shattered by a single palm. This realization made Wei Yi acutely aware of the considerable gap between himself and true powerhouses. However, he need not be anxious that he would return, grind for experience, and elevate his cultivation to the 10th tier of martial spirit. The disparity would then be significantly reduced. As he ran, Wei Yi mused, simultaneously retrieving a handful of restorative pills and hastily consuming them to regain his strength. The emergency pills he had purchased from the sect were finally proving their worth. That wretched eunuch, who knew what malevolent techniques he had mastered, tearing open his shirt, he stared at the dark palm imprint on his chest. Unable to suppress his curses, he now understood the pain Black Qian had felt when Lord Lu had severely injured him. Fortunately, he had bought plenty of detoxifying and healing pills. While they could not restore him instantly, they could effectively suppress his injuries. Utilizing the Eagle Shadow 18 techniques to the fullest, Wei Yi dashed desperately towards the direction of Jinling City. As for returning to courtship, that was insignificant compared to his life. Once he reached Jinling, he could hardly believe that Lord Lu would be able to do anything to him at that point. The advantageous position would belong to him. The Wei family was currently thriving in Jinling. With his father's invitation, gathering a few martial king-level experts to assist would be a trivial matter. He was determined to hunt down that wretched eunuch and exact vengeance. Yet, his thoughts were overly optimistic. Suddenly, a signal rocket soared into the sky and exploded above. Wei Yi's heart sank, immediately sensing that something was amiss. Sure enough, shortly thereafter, a dozen Imperial guards appeared on the road ahead, four of whom had already surpassed the martial spirit realm, soaring directly towards him. Under different circumstances, Wei Yi would not have feared them. He had slain 4 martial spirit warriors before and was not intimidated. However, the large group of Imperial guards pursuing him posed a serious problem. Particularly concerning was Lord Lu leading the charge, whose speed and agility were astonishing. Should he falter even slightly, he would undoubtedly be overtaken by this man. Cursing inwardly, Wei Yi had no choice but to change direction. Given the current situation, he could surmise that the route back to Jinling was likely blocked, and he was uncertain how many more would emerge to hinder his escape. Continuing on this path could result in him falling into a trap. If another martial king-level expert appeared, flanking him alongside Lord Lu, he would have no chance of fleeing to the Blackwater River. He resolved that I can always dive into the river. They certainly won't be able to catch me there. With that, Wei Yi dashed towards the Blackwater River. He had previously returned from Black Dragon City to Jinling by boat along that river, which was not only long and winding but also had a complex terrain that if fortune smiled upon him, he could find marshlands or reed beds to hide in, even if 100 Imperial guards pursued him. It would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. You brat, where do you think you're going? Die. Lord Lu had summoned his martial spirit, unleashing his power and accelerating his speed even further. His agility had never been slower than Wei Yi's, but now, with this burst of energy, he surpassed him. Although they were still several dozen paces apart, the distance quickly diminished with Lord Lu's furious roar. Is that eunuch on steroids? Wei Yi cursed internally, putting every ounce of energy into his escape. But alas, the gap continued to close. He could even feel the chilling aura emanating from Lord Lu, causing him to shiver involuntarily. His complexion paled at the thought of what would happen if he were caught by this wretched eunuch. You cannot escape. The ominous voice seemed to echo in his ears. The distance between them was now less than 10 paces, and Wei Yi's breathing quickened. Suddenly, he remembered the flame wings, which could amplify his speed. How could he have forgotten such a treasure? Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned the flame wings he had drawn from the silver treasure chest upon completing the mission to eradicate the Blackwater bandits. In a flash of light, the small wings transformed into a length of fire, attaching themselves to his back. With a rush, it felt as though he had sprouted wings, and his speed surged dramatically, allowing him to swiftly distance himself from Lord Lu. Indeed, a marvelous treasure. Wei Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was a pity that such items were not available in the game shop. Otherwise, he would have purchased several as backups. They were undoubtedly a lifesaver. The depletion of true energy was alarmingly rapid. Sensing the swift loss of vitality from his dantian, Wei Yi dared not hesitate and hastily consumed several restorative pills. This wretched brat. How could he possess such treasures? Should he be allowed to escape? No. Given his cunning nature, if he were to flee this time, capturing him again would be immensely difficult. Uncle Lu gritted his teeth in frustration. Soon, he produced a crimson vial, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately swallowed several red pills. Instantly, an eerie crimson glow enveloped him, and his aura surged violently. His speed increased dramatically. You cannot escape, brat. Uncle Lu's voice resonated once more. Wei Yi turned to see the relentless eunuch hot on his heels, a simmering hatred boiling within him, yet he found himself powerless, forced to exhaust all his efforts to flee towards the Black River region. The chase persisted for over half an hour. The pursuer was severely drained, while the fugitive was barely clinging to life. After traversing dozens of miles, the Black River finally came into view. Wei Yi, on the brink of collapse, felt a surge of joy. Just then, a large ship suddenly approached. Chapter 190. Sister, save me. The ship, measuring over 10 meters in length, bore iron armor at its bow, cutting through the waves like a colossal sea beast. Two large flags flapped vigorously in the wind. Upon closer inspection, the insignia on the flags unmistakably belonged to the 100 Flowers Merchant Guild. Wei Yi's eyes gleamed with hope, particularly upon spotting the 2 women, Peony and Narcissus, standing at the bow. Tears welled up in his eyes as he felt a sense of rebirth. He quickly shouted, Miss Peony, Miss Narcissus, please save me. Damn it. Hearing Wei Yi's cries, Uncle Lu's heart raced. He too recognized Peony and Narcissus, and his expression darkened immediately. Having encountered them before at the Red Iron Mine, he felt unperturbed if only one of them was present. However, facing both together, he knew he could not gain the upper hand. Moreover, having just sprinted for miles, his stamina and true energy were severely depleted. To pursue Wei Yi, he had even consumed pills to stimulate his potential. Thus his combat effectiveness was considerably diminished. He was unwilling to complicate matters further. Seeking help from women. What kind of man are you? Uncle Lu spat furiously, his teeth clenched. As he spoke, he quickened his pace, evidently intent on capturing Wei Yi before the women could intervene. But am I not a man? And who are you to judge? Wei Yi retorted defiantly. You, a eunuch without a shred of dignity. Just wait. Once I break through in my cultivation, I will make you pay in full. As Uncle Lu accelerated, Wei Yi matched his speed, unwilling to falter after having escaped so far. Desperate to reach the 100 Flowers Merchant Guild's ship, he poured every ounce of his strength into fleeing. You bastard! How dare you insult me? Uncle Lu's face flushed with rage as he pursued relentlessly. Wei Yi, lacking the strength to curse further, focused solely on escape. Their dramatic chase did not escape the notice of those aboard the ship. In truth, not only Peony and Narcissus were at the bow, but also a familiar figure to Wei Yi, the enigmatic Xiao Yuji. However, her presence was obscured by the two women, surrounded by several guards, indicating her significant status. Master, should we not lend him a hand? One of the women suggested. Yes, master. The one pursuing him is the eunuch under the third prince, who bears a great grudge against us. Upon hearing Wei Yi's desperate cries, both women turned their gazes toward Xiao Yuji. Having grown acquainted in Hiling City, they held a favorable impression of Wei Yi, even though Peony had previously scolded him. She would not stand idly by in this critical moment, especially against Uncle Lu, who had enmity with them. I'm not anxious, yet you two are in such a hurry. What is this, a budding romance? Xiao Yuji teased, her eyes twinkling as she appraised the two, smiling like a blooming flower. What are you saying, master? The women blushed at her words. With a light chuckle, Xiao Yuji stepped forward and called out. Brother, what are you doing? Hearing that somewhat familiar voice, Wei Yi looked up to find his sister aboard the ship. His eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend her relationship with Peony and Narcissus. However, the instinct to seek help prevailed, and he shouted, Sister, please save me. If you don't help me now, your brother will truly perish, and you will have lost a brother. In a moment of realization, Xiao Yuji paused, surprised that he had called out for her so willingly, having previously resisted doing so. People must be pushed, she mused, a smile breaking across her face. Not wishing to delay any longer, she swiftly instructed Peony and Narcissus. Help him aboard. I'll handle that eunuch. Master, you will personally intervene? The women exclaimed in astonishment. Xiao Yuji's actions clearly conveyed her determination. Although Wei Yi was aware of her formidable strength, having boldly entered the outer institute of the tyrant sect, he had never witnessed her in action. Today, however, he would witness the full extent of her power. With a single step, she leaped into the air, covering over 10 zhang in an instant. Her demeanor remained calm. She neither activated her martial soul nor frantically channeled her energy, yet her aura enveloped the entire river. The water below began to boil, waves crashing violently. The mysterious energy surrounded her, her gaze indifferent, radiating pride as if she regarded Uncle Lu, a martial king, with utter disdain. Then, with a mere flick of her finger, she unleashed a colossal blue vortex of energy, instantly shrouding the area in overwhelming pressure. Uncle Lu's face paled as he realized the gravity of the situation. This was not a martial zone realm expert. Despair gripped him. He never anticipated encountering Peony and Narcissus, only to be confronted by another unknown martial zone master. Such figures were of the highest caliber throughout the state of Chu. Why would one personally intervene to assist someone like Wei Yi? Overwhelmed, he dared not contemplate further. Senior, please allow me to explain. I am the deputy commander of the Imperial Guards, a trusted aide of the third prince. Should you slay me, you would surely incur his wrath. That I implore you to show mercy. Uncle Lu's heart was racing, and he no longer dared to pursue Wei Yi, turning to flee while pleading desperately. However, upon hearing his words, Xiao Yuji's eyes glinted with palpable disdain. Even if the third prince himself were here, I would dare to strike him down with a single finger, let alone a mere eunuch like you. As she spoke, her finger descended. In an instant, a chilling blue energy shot forth like lightning, aimed directly at Uncle Lu, heralding an unprecedented life or death crisis. Uncle Lu's face turned ashen. He never imagined this mysterious martial zone expert would possess such terrifying strength and would not hesitate to kill. Dismissing even the third prince, grinding his teeth, he realized escape was futile. He quickly retrieved a white jade plate emitting a rich spiritual energy, evidently a rare treasure, and raised it defensively. The blue energy collided with the plate, which instantly manifested intricate array patterns, layer upon layer, clearly a defensive artifact. Yet, it could not withstand the onslaught. With a resounding crash, the plate shattered into countless pieces. Uncle Lu was pierced through the chest. Coughing up blood, his body spiraling towards the riverbank like a broken kite. Not dead? Xiao Yuji raised an eyebrow, surprised. Then let me finish the job. Her tone was calm, as if squashing an insignificant insect. With another flick of her finger, she aimed directly for Uncle Lu's life. However, at that moment, the sky darkened abruptly, and in an instant, a plain-clothed old eunuch appeared like a ghost. Master Qiao, spare him this time. Why pursue a total annihilation? Chapter 191. The old eunuch. If Uncle Lu's speed was already at the pinnacle for his rank, then this old eunuch's speed reached a terrifying level beyond comparison. His arrival went unnoticed by anyone present, as if he had materialized from thin air in the blink of an eye. Unfazed by Xiao Yuji's terrifying blue energy, he wore a calm smile throughout. Raising his right hand and gently dispersing the lethal energy, rendering it into nothingness, gasping in shock, everyone aboard the merchant ship could not help but take a sharp breath. Wow, this old eunuch is something else. Wei Yi exclaimed, eyes wide with astonishment at this moment. Both Mutin and Shuin had lost their earlier ease and composure. They were acutely aware of their master's formidable prowess and felt a deep sense of shock. Never before had they encountered anyone capable of so effortlessly countering their master's attacks, even though their master had also approached the situation with a nonchalant demeanor. May I ask how to address you? Esteemed elder? Xiao Yuji inquired, refraining from further action, merely hovering in midair with a light laugh. Although there was no palpable tension, it was evident that with the arrival of the old eunuch, her previous sense of control had dissipated. I am merely an ordinary old eunuch, the elder replied coolly. However, at that moment, Lu Gonggong knelt on the ground, one hand pressed against his wounded chest, his face flushed with shame as he spoke. I have failed in my duties. I beseech your forgiveness, master. Who would have thought it was the revered ancestor of the sunflower? Upon hearing Lu Gonggong's words, Xiao Yuji instantly realized who he was referring to. With such ghostly speed and the fact that he was Lu Gonggong's master, there was no one else but the legendary sunflower ancestor. Though renowned, the sunflower ancestor seldom ventured outside the palace and had remained hidden for many years. Thus, few had actually seen him. This was why Xiao Yuji did not immediately connect the dots. However, her exceptional status and vast intelligence allowed her to deduce from just Lu Gonggong's title that the person was indeed the illustrious sunflower ancestor. And a grave expression crossed her face. Facing the foremost eunuch of the great Chu imperial palace, indeed the most preeminent among countless eunuchs across several nations in the extreme south, the sunflower ancestor was unparalleled. She knew she had to tread carefully. Indeed, Xiao Zhuangzhu is extraordinary. I have not walked outside for many years, yet you recognize me. Your capability surpasses even that of the Jinyui, the elder remarked, disregarding the kneeling Lu Gonggong and maintaining his steady gaze on Xiao Yuji. His words imbued with deeper meaning that haha. Xiao Yuji chuckled lightly, but her expression abruptly shifted, turning icy as she coldly questioned. However, even so, your disciple has relentlessly pursued my brother. How shall we settle this account? Xiao Zhuangzhu, you have already severely injured him. Is that not sufficient? The sunflower ancestor asked. Not nearly enough. Xiao Yuji resolutely shook her head, leaving no room for negotiation. Then as he spoke, the sunflower ancestor raised his head. Glancing at Wei Yi, who had just stood on the boat, for some inexplicable reason, upon meeting the elder's calm gaze, Wei Yi felt a tightening in his chest. Fortunately, the sunflower ancestor quickly shifted his gaze back to his disciple, letting out a long sigh. This foolish one, though ineffective, is still my disciple that I cannot simply stand by and watch him perish. Very well, Xiao Zhuangzhu, whatever you wish, we shall comply, the elder concluded, turning his attention back to Xiao Yuji. Mutin could not help but mutter a curse under her breath. These two eunuchs are no good. Shuin, typically composed and elegant, coldly agreed. Wei Yi blinked, perceiving the evident disdain the two women held for the eunuchs. Or rather, a strong aversion. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuji had already taken action. Unlike her earlier confrontation with Lu Gonggong, she approached the sunflower ancestor with utmost seriousness. Channeling her inner energy, she unleashed a torrent of terrifying energy that surged through the air. Three-finger flick to the heavens. Xiao Yuji intoned coldly, in an instant. The surrounding spiritual energy surged wildly, reaching the level of a martial sovereign, her control over the forces of nature far exceeding that of ordinary warriors. In the blink of an eye, a colossal hand materialized in the sky. Each of her 3 consecutive strikes was more astonishing and terrifying than the last. culminating in a sensation of the heavens collapsing and the earth shattering. The violent energy roared forth, surging towards the Sunflower Ancestor. Truly, the master of Baihua Mountain was formidable. The Sunflower Ancestor remained unfazed, standing his ground as he executed a single palm strike, transforming bone and soft palm. This was the ultimate technique previously utilized by Lu Gonggong, which he had only grasped in part. However, in the hands of the Sunflower Ancestor, the martial art had reached a pinnacle of perfection. With a single palm strike, the tempest dissipated. There were no deafening explosions or fearsome collisions of energy. Under the eerie palm force, everything swiftly fragmented and resolved. With such ease, a hint of solemnity crept into Xiao Yuji's eyes. Take him away. She understood that with the Sunflower Ancestor standing before her, it was impossible to harm Lu Gonggong today. Thank you, she added. The Sunflower Ancestor then turned again, this time fixing his gaze on Wei Yi. His expression inscrutable. What do you intend to do? Wei Yi was startled, instinctively retracting his head, a chill running down his spine. Being targeted by Lu Gonggong was one thing. At least he had the chance to escape. But if the old eunuch set his sights on him, he might find it impossible to flee. That is my brother. Should you harm him, we shall inevitably find ourselves in a life-and-death struggle today. Xiao Yuji interjected, appearing at the bow of the boat, her voice calm, yet resolute. Everyone present paused in surprise. Wei Yi felt a surge of gratitude, while Muden and Shuin exchanged knowing smiles. The Sunflower Ancestor chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. The matter is not as grave as it seems. I merely wish to inquire of this young brother. He directly posed his question. May I ask, young brother, where did you learn the Eagle Shadow 18 steps? That should not concern you. Xiao Yuji interjected before Wei Yi could respond. The Sunflower Ancestor's expression faltered momentarily. Then he smiled. Indeed, if that is the case, we shall take our leave, but I hope we shall cross paths again. After casting a profound glance at Wei Yi, he hoisted Lu Gonggong and swiftly departed, vanishing into the ether in mere moments. What did that old eunuch mean? Wei Yi was perplexed. What does it mean? Long ago, Eagle King Lu Zong met his demise at his hands. Now that you have mastered the legendary martial technique of Eagle King Lu Zong, and with such profound understanding, it is evident you have received true inheritance. What do you think he means? Xiao Yuji shot him a look of exasperation, reluctantly explaining. Ding. Player Wei Yi has learned of the true cause of Eagle King Lu Zong's death. Ding. Player Wei Yi has successfully completed the quest. Eagle King Inheritance. Would you like to claim your quest reward? Hearing the system prompt, Wei Yi found himself momentarily rooted to the spot. The quest had been completed just like that. Why did he feel a vague sense of having been duped? Chapter 192. The Sunflower Manual. How could Eagle King Lu Zong have been slain by the Sunflower Ancestor? One was a rogue martial artist, and the other a palace eunuch. Logically, they should have no connection. Wei Yi did not rush to claim his reward, but instead turned to Xiao Yuji with confusion. Why would there be no connection? Tell me, how did Eagle King Lu Zong gain his fame? He was renowned for his speed and agility. Wei Yi quickly responded, then realized something, promptly asking, are you suggesting that the Sunflower Ancestor is also famous for the same reason, leading to their conflict? Precisely, Xiao Yuji confirmed with a nod. Both are martial sovereign-level powerhouses, celebrated for their speed and agility. To claimed the title of the fastest. They became rivals, ultimately agreeing to a contest that I am unclear about the details. But the outcome was that Eagle King Lu Zong fell to the Sunflower Ancestor in that duel. Of course, few are privy to this affair. In truth, the reason the Sunflower Ancestor killed Lu Zong was to obtain the Eagle Shadow 18 steps from him, aiming to compare and comprehend it alongside his own Sunflower steps. However, Lu Zong was well prepared, having established a tomb before the contest, hiding the most precious techniques and valuables within. Thus, although the Sunflower Ancestor killed him, he ultimately gained nothing. As she spoke, she cast a meaningful glance at Wei Yi. Wei Yi smiled wryly, fully understanding her implication. He did not conceal the truth, straightforwardly admitting, I indeed obtained the Eagle Shadow 18 steps from an unmarked tomb. However, I was completely unaware that it belonged to Eagle King Lu Zong at the time. That is your good fortune, she replied. Indeed, such fortunate events are seldom encountered. Both Muden and Shuin chimed in, unable to suppress their laughter. Faced with their teasing, Wei Yi's expression grew increasingly bitter. I once thought this was a stroke of luck, but now it seems otherwise, with the Sunflower Ancestor keeping an eye on me. Will I not live in constant fear, unable to sleep soundly? Seeing his distressed demeanor, Xiao Yuji could not help but smile and shake her head. Do you not realize that fortune often accompanies misfortune? Nothing is absolute. Since you have reaped the benefits, you must inevitably bear the corresponding costs. Did you truly believe that good fortune would simply fall from the sky? However, there is no need for you to worry excessively. With me here, he would not dare to harm you. Once you return to the sect, that old eunuch will lack the audacity to intrude upon the overlord sect as for what lies beyond that. I cannot assist you, of course. These are merely hypotheticals. It is just a technique of body movement. After all, he is not idly watching you all day long. Wei Yi pondered and found some truth in it. With Xiao Yuji providing protection, there was indeed no cause for concern regarding safety. Upon returning to the overlord sect, the fear would be even less justified. The overlord sect is a place that could be described as a den of dragons and tigers to outsiders. Even Xiao Yuji would not dare to recklessly intrude, and the old master of the sunflower would certainly not have the courage to do so either. Otherwise, the ancient elders within the overlord sect would swiftly teach him a lesson. If necessary, he could simply hide within the sect for a few years, allowing him to focus on enhancing his strength. Wei Yi thought to himself. Yet, at that moment, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Player Wei Yi has successfully completed the mission, Eagle King Inheritance, triggering the subsequent mission, Eagle King's Revenge. Mission requirements. Avenge Eagle King Lu Zong by either killing the old master of the sunflower or crippling all his cultivation. Mission duration, 3 years. Mission rewards. The lifetime martial arts experience of Eagle King Lu Zong, Sunflower Scripture. Mission failure penalty. Reduction of cultivation rank by 1 major tier. Upon seeing this newly appeared mission, Wei Yi could not help but smile wryly. The system was indeed a trap, leading him deeper into the pit. With this mission at hand, evasion was no longer an option. For the first time, a failure penalty had appeared, clearly compelling him to confront the old master of the sunflower head-on. Considering the terrifying movement techniques and cultivation prowess of the old master, and then reflecting on his own frail stature, Wei Yi felt utterly despondent. He could not even defeat the old master's disciple. How could he possibly contend with that old eunuch? Nonetheless, the mission rewards were substantial. The lifetime martial arts experience of a formidable martial sovereign was invaluable, especially since Eagle King Lu Zong was not an ordinary martial sovereign, but a figure of great renown. His lifetime of martial arts experience would undoubtedly benefit him immensely for the Sunflower Scripture. Wei Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be that infamous scripture that required self-castration for practice? Wei Yi opened his mouth, eager to negotiate with the system about exchanging the reward for another technique. Meanwhile, the old master of the sunflower swiftly brought eunuch Lu to a nearby stone pavilion. Inside the pavilion sat a young man in a luxurious brocade robe, flanked by dozens of martial artists acting as guards. Among these, there were no weaklings. All had at least broken through to the martial spirit realm, with several at the level of martial kings. Such a formidable escort was truly astonishing. Upon entering the pavilion and seeing the young man in the brocade robe, eunuch Lu immediately knelt without hesitation, apologizing for his inadequacy and seeking punishment from the third prince. Clearly, this elegant young man was the favored third prince of the current dynasty. He did not even glance at eunuch Lu, but instead stood to greet the old master of the sunflower politely, acknowledging his efforts. Although eunuch Lu was his subordinate, the old master of the sunflower held a much higher status in the palace. Even esteemed by his father, it was precisely because of the heavy responsibility bestowed upon him that his father had arranged for the old master to protect him during his time in Jiangnan. Your Highness, you flatter me. It is all for this foolish man, the old master of the sunflower replied, coldly kicking eunuch Lu to the ground. Eunuch Lu dared not complain, repeatedly bowing his head in penitence. Only then did the third prince turn his gaze toward eunuch Lu, his previously polite demeanor shifting to one of cold arrogance. After a moment, he spoke indifferently. You may rise, for the sake of the old master. I will forgive you this time. Thank you, Your Highness. Eunuch Lu trembled as he stood. I have come to Jiangnan for the martial arts event in 3 months. Given your extended stay here, you should have established some foundation. I hope you can atone for your sins with merit. Upon hearing this, eunuch Lu immediately patted his chest in assurance, vowing not to disappoint the prince again. That time, we can extend an invitation to the overlord sect, particularly to that fellow named Wei Yi. Just then, the old master of the sunflower interjected. Night fell. The merchant ship docked by the banks of the Blackwater River. The riverbank was shrouded in mist, and the chill of the night became more pronounced. For someone like Wei Yi, whose foundation was already solid, this slight chill was hardly a concern. However, lying in bed, he found himself unable to sleep. He had initially anticipated a smooth journey, only to encounter numerous unforeseen complications. The genie Wei Eunuch Liu, the old master of the Sunflower, and even the 100 Flowers Merchant Association had become entangled in his affairs. Wei Yi felt little fear toward the genie Wei and Eunuch Liu. Had he not been ensnared in an ambush, he could have single-handedly dispatched those genie Wei with ease. As for Eunuch Liu, he was not overly worried. Although he was currently not a match, given time to accumulate experience and elevate his cultivation to the 10th tier of the martial spirit realm, he would undoubtedly enhance his speed and stand undefeated. What truly troubled him, however, was the old master of the Sunflower. This old eunuch not only possessed formidable cultivation, but also astonishing speed. He might suddenly appear at any moment, making it nearly impossible to guard against him. Moreover, the disparity in their cultivation levels was immense. For Wei Yi to catch up, even achieving the Martial King realm might not suffice. It was indeed a predicament. Had he known it would be this way, he would not have rushed to learn the 18 techniques of the Eagle Shadow. Now, with this persistent old eunuch keeping watch, and the need to resolve matters within 3 years, life had become unbearable. Wei Yi sighed softly. Confronting a boss should ideally be done gradually, tackling them one by one. Suddenly facing a top-tier boss was genuinely vexing. Just then, a series of knocks interrupted his thoughts. Who is it? Wei Yi quickly rose, his heart racing with apprehension. It's me, came Xiao Yuji's voice from outside. Wei Yi felt a wave of relief. Promptly donning an outer garment before opening the door, he found Xiao Yuji wearing a loose-fitting white robe. Her demeanor less sharp than during the day, now imbued with a touch of allure. She entered carrying a round basin filled with a blue, unidentifiable liquid that seemed to be some sort of medicinal concoction. What are you doing? Wei Yi inquired, glancing at the basin with confusion. Xiao Yuji set the basin down, assessed him from head to toe, slightly furrowing her brows before directly commanding, "Take off your clothes." What? At her request, Wei Yi's eyes widened, filled with incredulity. Take off my clothes? Isn't that a bit too direct? He blinked, swallowing hard as he seemed to struggle with the decision. What are you thinking? I'm your sister. Remember, you called for this today. Xiao Yuji shot him an exasperated glare, flicking his forehead with her finger. Aren't you mindful of your own body? Have you dispelled the effects of the bone-transforming palm? You can't just foolishly go to bed like this. At her words, Wei Yi finally recalled the matter. He pulled at his collar, and, indeed, the mark from the palm was still there, and its color seemed even darker than before. It was merely suppressed by the medicinal effect, which was why he hadn't felt any pain, and he had temporarily forgotten about it. How did you know I was hit by the bone-transforming palm? Wei Yi asked in astonishment. I have eaten more salt than you have eaten rice. This little matter is not hard to discern. Xiao Yuji replied with evident impatience. Stop wasting time. Hurry up and take off your clothes. Don't worry. I'm not interested in your scrawny figure. That's intolerable. Wei Yi's face turned red with anger. Without further ado, he stripped off both his outer robe and inner garments. The adage clothes make the man holds true. Wei Yi, who had once appeared somewhat frail, had transformed significantly after extensive training, several awakenings of his bloodline, and the recent practice of the flame body refinement technique. His physique was now distinctly muscular. Though not overly pronounced, with a streamlined form that was aesthetically pleasing, coupled with his nearly 6-foot stature, he was indeed impressive. So, what do you think? Wei Yi struck a few poses, puffing out his chest as he asked. It's passable, Xiao Yuji replied dismissively, rolling her eyes. Passable? Wei Yi exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. How can you deceive yourself like this? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuji's face flushed slightly, and she became indignant. You cheeky brat. Do you still want my help with your injury? Let me tell you, the bone-transforming palm is incredibly insidious. Although you've suppressed it with medicine, once it wears off, you'll be in for a world of pain. If you don't need my assistance, then I shall take my leave. As she spoke, she pretended to walk away. With a thud, Wei Yi lay down without hesitation, exclaiming, I'm entrusting my 100+ pounds of flesh to you today. Do whatever you wish, just help me eliminate this mark. What nonsense are you spouting? Do whatever I wish, Xiao Yuji muttered under her breath, bringing the basin closer to Wei. She then gently applied the medicinal liquid with both hands. Beginning to massage his chest, the true energy gradually permeated into Wei Yi's body, merging with the effects of the medicinal liquid, slowly and meticulously dispelling the malevolent force of the bone-transforming palm. It resembled a gentle massage, with delicate hands continuously making contact with his chest. In the stillness of the late night, an unusual atmosphere subtly blossomed within the room. Wei Yi dared not speak. The only sound that broke the silence was the occasional swallow, for the sight of Xiao Yuji before him was irresistibly alluring, compelling him to turn his head away. Xiao Yuji, too, felt her cheeks flush. uncertain of why she was so audacious tonight. Though she referred to him as her brother, he was ultimately a stranger, a man unfamiliar to her. Especially when she beheld his sturdy physique, an inexplicable sensation surged within her. Their breaths seemed to quicken. Do you feel better? After a pause, Xiao Yuji finally inquired. Much better. Wei Yi nodded in response. Do you truly wish for me to consider you my brother? Wei Yi suddenly posed the question. Yes, Xiao Yuji replied after a moment of silence, gently nodding her head. If you are unwilling, it is of no consequence, she added. No, I am willing. Wei Yi sighed deeply. In truth, even without your words, I could surmise it. Your identity must be more than merely the owner of the Baihua Villa. I inquired with Shui, Xian, and Mu Dan today. They only knew your surname, not even your name. How could a master like you remain so obscure? Xiao Yuji remained silent, her gaze fixed on Wei Yi, her eyes sparkling in the darkness, seemingly glimmering with an extraordinary light. That I do not concern myself with your past. All I require is your kindness towards me. Since you treat me well, I shall reciprocate. That I have always been one to assist family over reason. Should anyone seek to harm you, I will stand by your side. Wei Yi regarded her with utmost seriousness. Xiao Yuji's movements faltered, her body slightly trembling as she took a deep breath, biting her lip and nodding gently. Moments later, she departed. Yet, Wei Yi found himself unable to sleep, lost in thought. He decided to access the gaming system and select his task rewards. Chapter 194, Young Master of the Villa. The task was divided into two parts with two requirements. The first part required Wei Yi to learn the complete version of the Eagle Shadow 18 techniques, which he had already accomplished and claimed the reward. The second part necessitated him to ascertain the true cause of Eagle King Lu Zong's death. He had confirmed that Lu Zong had perished at the hands of the Sunflower Ancestor, and this reward was now also available for collection. Wei Yi swiftly made his choice. Much like the initial reward collection, when he made his selection, the scenery before him instantaneously transformed, as if his very soul had been drawn into a mysterious realm. It was the fragment of Lu Zong's lingering spirit guiding him anew. This time, beyond mere demonstrations, it was a more hands-on, personalized instruction, seemingly disregarding the minimal soul energy remaining as time passed. Wei Yi's mastery of the Eagle Shadow 18 techniques steadily improved. As a middle-grade martial skill, the Eagle Shadow 18 techniques were no trivial matter. Otherwise, Lu Zong could not have attained the title of Eagle King. Even Lu Zong himself had spent nearly a decade to reach a state of perfection. For Wei Yi, if he had previously grasped the skill proficiently, this time, under the meticulous guidance of that lingering spirit, he truly comprehended the essence of the technique, including the hidden secrets of the 18 moves, which seamlessly integrated into his innate abilities. That he stood merely a step away from a consummate understanding. The system's data reflected his level skyrocketing from LV-24 to LV-29, with the final LV-30 only a level away. Unbeknownst to him, the long night faded into dawn. Lu Zong's remaining spirit grew faint, almost transparent, as if it could dissipate at any moment. Clearly, the 2 sessions of guidance had drained most of his soul energy. Go, he spoke softly, his gaze clear as if he were a living being. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Wei Yi respectfully bowed, his expression sincere. Although Lu Zong's instruction was a reward from the system, the mentor was nonetheless Lu Zong, and Wei Yi would forever cherish this kindness. Strive diligently, do not tarnish my name. Lu Zong smiled faintly, his eyes filled with reassurance. Then, with a soft pop, he vanished into the void. Wei Yi regained his senses, finding himself back in the merchant ship's quarters. He looked up at the morning sunlight streaming through the window, yet felt a heaviness in his heart. Senior Lu Zong, I shall surely seek justice for you. Inwardly, he vowed, Sunflower Ancestor, I will one day bring you down. After completing his morning rituals, Wei Yi approached the front of the merchant ship, encountering Mu Dan and Shui Xian, only to find their gazes towards him rather peculiar. What is it? Wei Yi felt a chill run down his spine under their scrutinizing stares, clearing his throat before inquiring. Why do you both look like you've seen a ghost? He jested. You are the ghost, they retorted in unison. What is going on with you two? Wei Yi asked with a smile. Mu Dan and Shui Xian exchanged glances, sighed softly, and then turned to Wei Yi, bowing respectfully as they addressed him. Greetings, young master of the villa. Young master? Wei Yi was momentarily taken aback. From this day forth, you are the young master of Baihua Villa. Xiao Yuji approached, clarifying the situation. After a moment of contemplation, she added, if I am ever absent, you shall be the new master of Baihua Villa. What does this mean? Wei Yi blinked, still feeling somewhat bewildered. How had he suddenly become the young master of Baihua Villa? Although it sounded rather impressive, he was unsure of the implications. It is my arrangement. Baiwa Villa is my creation, and now that you are my brother, my only kin, it is only natural for you to assume this title. Is there a problem? Xiao Yuji gazed earnestly at Wei Yi, her eyes as clear as water, making him feel somewhat uneasy under her scrutiny. No problem at all. You are my elder sister, so whatever you say goes. Wei Yi shrugged, muttering under his breath, as long as I benefit from this, anyone who complains must be a fool. Puffed. Mu Dan and Shui Xian could not help but burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Humph. If you keep giggling, I shall command you both to serve me tonight. Wei Yi feigned a fierce glare at the two girls, his tone filled with mock threat. Really? I have no objections, Mu Dan replied. Undeterred, puffing out her chest and casting a playful glance at Wei. Shui Xian also put on a pitiful facade, though her smile betrayed her true feelings. Wei Yi was momentarily speechless. He realized that as the newly appointed young master, he would likely struggle to command these two mischievous girls. Although they were technically Xiao Yuji's servants, she had never treated them as such, instead nurturing and guiding them like sisters. Their status was far from low, and they occasionally dared to jest with Xiao Yuji, the mistress herself, let alone him. All right, enough of the antics. Allow me to brief you on the situation at Baiwa Villa. Seeing the commotion, Xiao Yuji shook her head with a smile. She beckoned Wei Yi into her study, retrieving a large stack of scrolls and documents to present before him. Though I founded Baiwa Villa, it has also benefited from the support of certain powers, which has enabled rapid development over the years. The Baiwa Chamber of Commerce now stands as one of the most formidable commercial entities in the Chu Kingdom. As for the specific forces behind it, you need not concern yourself. As long as I am here, no one will trouble you. Should I be absent, you will take over Baiwa Villa, and you need not worry about them. Simply eliminate any who dare to disturb you. As she spoke, a glimmer of ferocity flashed in Xiao Yuji's eyes, and she gestured dismissively. Are you all right? You speak as if you're preparing for a final farewell. Wei Yi furrowed his brow. He had little interest in Baiwa Villa, considering he hardly cared for his own prominent family, the Wei clan. His true concern lay with Xiao Yuji herself. I was merely using a metaphor. Worry not. I assure you I will be fine for the foreseeable future. As for what lies ahead, we shall address that in due time. Xiao Yuji clearly wished to avoid delving into such matters. She continued, Baiwa Villa has 23 estates within the Chu Kingdom, with 7 or 8 estates each in the neighboring Wei and Lu kingdoms. The specific locations and details are documented within these materials. If you encounter trouble, you can summon the villa's forces from any estate to assist you. Additionally, the Baiwa Chamber of Commerce has branches in all major cities, generally managed by the maidens I have personally trained. As the young master of the villa, you can also command them as needed. Xiao Yuji provided extensive information, allowing Wei Yi to gain a clearer understanding of Baiwa Villa's strength, while it appeared scattered and unassuming. Its collective power was likely far superior to that of many first-rate forces when consolidated. In other words, overnight, he became the second in command of this vast force. Chapter 195, A Sword Manual. Xiao Yuji, accompanied by the two women, Shui Xian and Mu Dan, did not come to the vicinity of Jinling for leisure, but rather had serious business to attend to, albeit not urgent, with the unexpected incident concerning the sunflower ancestor. Xiao Yuji dared not let Wei Yi journey alone. Thus, they decided to escort Wei Yi back to the sect together. After 5 or 6 days on the boat, navigating upstream, they would disembark and ride for another day or two to reach the Bawang sect. The journey was neither too long nor too short, providing Xiao Yuji the opportunity to explain some matters regarding the Baiwa Mountain Manor and the Baiwa Merchant Association to Wei Yi. After all, Wei Yi was now the young lord of the Baiwa Mountain Manor. Should there come a day when he had to take over, it would be a grave issue if he remained uninformed. Aside from discussing matters related to the Baiwa Mountain Manor, they also delved into various other topics, particularly regarding cultivation, where Wei Yi sought her guidance as a powerful martial artist at the martial sect level. Xiao Yuji was more than qualified to teach him, and her insights greatly benefited Wei Yi along the way. However, Shui Xian and Mu Dan found themselves at a disadvantage during their sparring with Wei Yi, which left them rather disgruntled. Though they had just entered the martial king realm, they were still formidable warriors, and it was difficult for them to accept that they could not best a mere martial spirit practitioner. This was largely due to Wei Yi's mastery of the Eagle Shadow 18 techniques, which had reached level LV29, significantly enhancing his speed and agility. When fully unleashed, even the likes of Lu Gonggong would find it challenging to match him. Your martial skills are indeed well honed, though your cultivation level still requires some improvement. Should you elevate your cultivation, I fear no one of your rank could rival you. not even the sunflower ancestor. When it comes to evading danger, Xiao Yuji remarked, unable to hide her admiration. She found herself astonished by Wei Yi's cultivation talent. Her own aptitude was already exceptional, having broken through to the martial sect realm at such a young age. Capable of contending with the older generation's sunflower ancestor. Although this was partly due to the support from a powerful faction, it was also closely tied to her innate talent. Yet, upon witnessing Wei Yi, she felt that perhaps her younger brother's cultivation talent surpassed her own. Time flew swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. On the 7th day at noon, they arrived at the small town at the foot of the Bawang sect. Let us part ways here, Wei Yi said. This place was already within the Bawang sect's territory, where few dared to cause trouble, and the presence of court officials was non-existent, given Xiao Yuji's somewhat unique status. Wei Yi did not wish to put her at risk. Very well, she replied, nodding in agreement, and came to a halt, with her entourage following suit. That I want to say more. I trust you will handle everything well. If you encounter any trouble, do inform me. As you said, anyone who dares to provoke you, I shall deal with them, she stated, her eyes gleaming with resolve. Although she maintained a sisterly demeanor before Wei Yi, she was known as a cold and ruthless figure within the Baiwa Mountain Manor and the Holy Sect, having personally executed countless warriors, including first-rate ones. For instance, had it not been for the timely intervention of the sunflower ancestor, Lu Gonggong would likely have perished at her hands. The sunflower ancestor's willingness to negotiate was not out of a desire for peace, but rather due to the formidable reputation of Xiao Yuji. He wished to avoid unnecessary conflict. If trouble arises, I will not hold back, for you are my sister, Wei Yi quipped with a playful grin. Just remember that, Xiao Yuji chuckled, shaking her head at his laziness. After a moment's thought, she retrieved an ancient scroll from her spatial artifact at her waist and handed it to Wei Yi. I know you practice sword techniques, but unfortunately, I am not proficient in this area. This sword manual is the most valuable item I currently possess, obtained through a fortunate encounter in the kingdom of Lu. However, it has a somewhat sinister reputation, as many who have practiced it have been affected mentally. I give it to you now, but after reviewing it, decide whether to cultivate it. If it indeed poses any danger, do not take unnecessary risks, she warned seriously as she looked at Wei Yi. Wei Yi took the manual and glanced through it. The Night Sword Technique. The name feels rather unremarkable, he remarked with a smile. Yet, he was taken aback when the system notification chimed. The technique was indeed of inferior grade at the Earth level. In other words, this was the first Earth-grade offensive martial art he had encountered. Previously, he had obtained 2 Earth-grade manuals, the Red Fusion Fire God Technique, a cultivation method, and the Eagle Shadow 18 techniques, a movement technique. While he had learned numerous martial arts, he lacked a powerful offensive technique, and even the pure Yang sword technique was merely of the profound level. To his surprise, this seemingly low-tier Night Sword technique was classified as Earth-grade. Is this really an Earth-grade sword technique? Wei Yi could not help but inquire. Indeed, it is said that someone in the kingdom of Lu cultivated sword intent from this manual. In terms of grade, it is quite commendable. However, it is somewhat peculiar. Those with weak wills may be influenced and even led astray. Were it not for your cultivation of the pure Yang sword intent, I would not dare to bestow this upon you. Xiao Yuji explained. Wei nodded in understanding. The pure Yang sword intent was inherently firm and bright, possessing a suppressive effect on the sinister. In reality, even without the pure Yang sword intent, Wei Yi felt no concern. For he had the game system, which allowed him to cultivate martial arts in a manner vastly different from ordinary practitioners. Then I shall accept it without reservation. I currently possess nothing of value, but I will prepare a gift for you later, Wei Yi said with a broad smile. Then let us share a hug, Xiao Yuji proposed, her heart genuinely warmed by the sight of the handsome young man before her. As she opened her arms, all right, Wei Yi, unfazed by shyness, embraced her. Afterward, Xiao Yuji remounted her horse, casting a lingering glance at Wei Yi before cracking the whip and turning away, her entourage following closely. Young lord. Until next time. Mu Dan smiled charmingly, while Shui Xian also bid a reluctant farewell to Wei Yi soon. The 2 women rode off into the distance. Watching their figures fade away, Wei Yi took a deep breath, brushed aside any lingering emotions, and quickly remounted, galloping towards the Bawang sect, which was his true foundation at present. Chapter 196. First, a beating. Wei Yi swiftly returned to the Bawang sect, encountering no further obstacles along the way. Within the jurisdiction of the Bawang sect headquarters, no malicious entities dared to disturb the peace. As he passed by the outer gates annex, he encountered a few familiar faces, Li Hanluan and others from the Qinghu Academy. Wei Yi shared a close bond with Li Hanluan. They resonated well with each other and had fought side by side. forming a genuine camaraderie that in fact, Li Hanluan's failure to pass the inner gate assessment previously had been due to bad luck. Otherwise, based on his strength, he was qualified for the inner gate. This time, I'm certain I'll pass the inner gate assessment. When I do, you must look out for me, Li Hanluan declared confidently. Over the past few months, he had diligently cultivated and made significant progress, especially since Wei Yi and his peers had entered the inner gate. He had become a top-tier figure in the outer gate's annex. And if he failed to enter the inner gate this time, it would not be due to luck, but rather a serious flaw in character. Haha, no problem. Once you're in, I'll have your back. Wei Yi laughed heartily, patting Li Hanluan's shoulder without hesitation. The two exchanged pleasantries about the recent dissolution of the Black Tiger Association, new disciples arriving at the outer gate's annex, and fresh batches of students from the Zhenwu Academy and Qinghu Academy. Among other topics, Wei Yi did not linger too long and quickly made his way to the inner gate. Upon returning, he headed straight to the law enforcement hall, as his mission to Black Dragon City had been assigned by Elder Yin. Now that it was complete, he naturally needed to report back to Elder Yin, ensuring a respectful attitude toward the powerful figure he had chosen to align with. However, before meeting Elder Yin, he encountered a familiar face outside the law enforcement hall, Yuan Bei. Wei Yi. As soon as Wei Yi spotted Yuan Bei, the latter also recognized him, and their eyes met with a palpable tension. However, Yuan Bei was not merely resentful, he felt a sense of guilt. Previously, he had secretly tipped off the Sun family to ambush Wei Yi, intending to eliminate him completely with their assistance. Yet, to his astonishment, Wei Yi's resilience had allowed him to escape the trap set by Sun Wenyuan and complete his mission in Black Dragon City, also eliminating the Blackwater bandits, thereby significantly elevating his influence and reputation within the sect. Yuan Bei could not help but feel a surge of jealousy. This kid truly has the luck of the devil. Had I known that matters were so simple, I would have ventured to Black Dragon City myself. Now, the one who has completed the task of eradicating the Blackwater bandits is none other than me. Yuan Bei, the one who would have gained fame within the sect. It is truly infuriating that this scoundrel has reaped the benefits. Yuan Bei lamented silently within that he could not perceive the efforts exerted by Wei Yi. He only saw the fruits of Wei Yi's labor, believing that what others could achieve, he too could replicate. He remained blissfully unaware of his own limitations, such as the nature of those blinded by unwarranted confidence. Yuan Bei, how long it has been, Wei Yi sneered as he approached. From Lu Zhenshuan, he had already learned that the informant within the Sun family was indeed Yuan Bei. Regrettably, lacking solid evidence, he could not eliminate this wretch outright. After all, harming a fellow disciple is a capital offense. Yet, even if he could not eliminate him openly, Wei Yi had no intention of sparing him any discomfort. What do you intend to do? This is the sect, Yuan Bei stammered, retreating as he saw Wei Yi advance step by step. His visage shifted to one of panic. Having been bested by Wei Yi time and again, he had long lost the courage to confront him directly. Why act so distant? We've known each other for so long. We should be more amiable, Wei Yi replied with a congenial smile. With his agile skills, Yuan Bei could not evade him, and in an instant, Wei Yi had him in close quarters, wrapping an arm around his shoulder while delivering a merciless punch. Yuan Bei winced in pain, doubling over and clutching his abdomen, his face contorted in agony. Wei Yi had held nothing back in his strike. Were you not seeking someone to assassinate me? Now that I have returned alive, are you not disappointed? Our accounts are far from settled. I am merely collecting some interest. Wei Yi declared, his demeanor shifting abruptly as he delivered another kick that sent Yuan Bei sprawling. What are you doing, Wei Yi? Are you all right, junior brother Yuan? How dare you assault a fellow disciple within the sect? As the commotion escalated, a crowd quickly gathered. Being an elder disciple, Yuan Bei was clearly the victim, eliciting sympathy from many who began to question Wei Yi. Nothing much, just that senior brother you spoke out of turn. I found him displeasing, so I gave him a beating, Wei Yi explained nonchalantly. The crowd fell silent upon hearing this. They turned their gazes towards Yuan Bei, eager to inquire what he had said to provoke such a reaction. Yuan Bei, furious, felt blood rise to his cheeks. Wei Yi, do not slander me. You attacked me for no reason. When did I insult you? This matter is far from over. I shall report to the elders and seek justice. He shouted in anger. You may not have insulted me, but you did insult Elder Yin. Wei Yi fabricated boldly. I just overheard you criticizing Elder Yin for being unjust and calling him senile, suggesting he ought to retire. A petty person like you deserves a beating. Gasps of shock rippled through the crowd. It was as though they had heard a scandalous revelation. Yuan Bei had dared to insult Elder Yin? Claims of injustice, calling for retirement. When Wei Yi had once stirred chaos within the inner sect, it was Elder Yin who had come to his defense. If Yuan Bei had indeed insulted Elder Yin and Wei Yi had heard it, his actions could be deemed understandable. The onlookers quickly distanced themselves from Yuan Bei, fearful of being implicated. I did not. I swear on the heavens, Yu Wenbei stammered, his temper flaring as he swore. Should this accusation stick, he would find no redemption. What is the matter here? An authoritative voice boomed, belonging to Elder Yin, who had arrived on the scene. The crowd fell silent, terrified, and began recounting the events of the altercation. Yu Wenbei, the cleaning task for this month in the law enforcement hall is assigned to you. Elder Yin declared decisively. Yu Wenbei felt tears welling up. To have the entire law enforcement hall's cleaning task assigned to him meant he would have little else to do this month. Do you have any objections? Elder Yin inquired sternly. No, I accept the order, Yu Wenbei replied, not daring to hesitate. As for Wei Yi, Elder Yin turned his gaze toward him. Yu Wenbei's expression brightened. Everyone knew Elder Yin was fair and just. If Yu Wenbei were punished, surely Wei Yi would not escape retribution. Come with me. This was the instruction Wei Yi received. He watched as Wei Yi followed Elder Yin into the law enforcement hall, a look of ease on his face. Chapter 197. Entering the law enforcement team. You little rascal, returning only to stir up trouble, Elder Yin chided, once they were alone in the room, removing his cold demeanor. He shook his head in resignation. He was not like the other youthful disciples. As one of the 4 grand elders of the sect, he had lived long enough to have seen much. And his discerning eye quickly caught on to Wei Yi's schemes. Hey, I cannot be blamed for this. Wei Yi chuckled awkwardly, aware that he could not conceal the matter from Elder Yin. Cannot be blamed? Are you implying I should take responsibility for your actions? You, my dear lad, have the audacity to use me as a shield, framing Yu Wenbei for insulting me? What a wretched idea you concocted. Elder Yin shot him a glare, clearly displeased. The matter is as follows. On my way to Black Dragon City, I was ambushed by a martial king-level expert, and these individuals were secretly contacted by Yu Wenbei with the intent to take my life. You would not expect me to remain calm upon encountering him upon my return, would you? Not delivering a severe punishment is already a significant show of restraint. Wei quickly recounted the gist of events. He had already informed Elder Yin of the details concerning the Black Dragon City mission, and Elder Yin was aware he had faced trouble on the way. However, he had not anticipated Yu Wenbei's covert involvement. Dealing with Yu Wenbei is one matter, but his father, Yu Wenwei, and his elder brother, Yu Wuji, are far more formidable adversaries. Yu Wenwei is one of the 18 principal elders of the sect, and Yu Wuji is a core disciple. Neither of them is to be trifled with. Should you harm Yu Wenbei, you will certainly provoke retaliation from his father and brother, Elder Yin cautioned thoughtfully. Wei Yi remained unfazed, having already anticipated this. Even if he is the son of a celestial being, he has already attempted to take my life, that I cannot simply let this matter rest. Be cautious in your approach. Today, I will pretend I have heard nothing, Elder Yin stated. As a law enforcement elder, he could not assist Wei Yi in dealing with another sect disciple. To act as though he were unaware of the matter was already a considerable favor. You performed commendably on this mission. Not only did you resolve the issues at the Black Dragon City branch, but your eradication of the Blackwater bandits and other accomplishments were executed beautifully. Elder Yin swiftly shifted the topic to the mission. His expression revealed his satisfaction with Wei Yi's performance. Due to Black Dragon City's distance from the Overlord sect, it had long been neglected, leading to a weak presence there. Wei Yi's outstanding performance had undoubtedly brought great prestige to the Overlord sect. For a major power, reputation was paramount, and this was why many elders had begun to see Wei Yi in a new light. Only actions that yielded tangible benefits for the sect could win their genuine approval. I wish to follow you, Elder. Should you be willing to take me as your disciple, I would be immensely grateful. Wei Yi replied, keenly aware of the importance of seizing this opportunity. The most powerful figures within the Overlord sect were the sect leader and the 4 grand elders. The sect leader had not taken a disciple for many years, leaving him no hope there. As for the other 3 elders, he was unfamiliar with them. Thus, Elder Yin was undoubtedly his best option, although Elder Yin was somewhat rigid and obstinate. He had known Wei Yi's father for years and genuinely cared for him, making Wei Yi eager to enter his tutelage. Desiring to be my disciple comes with stringent requirements. Are you certain you can meet them? Elder Yin asked, a knowing smile playing on his lips. As if he could see through Wei Yi's thoughts, Wei Yi blinked, feeling a twinge of apprehension, yet he resolved not to retreat at this juncture, promptly responding, I am willing to comply. Very well. You shall stay with the law enforcement team for a period. When your performance satisfies me, I will officially accept you as my disciple. As he spoke, Elder Yin handed Wei Yi a token. Wei Yi took it and saw it inscribed with the words Leader of White Tiger Team, Group 3. Moments later, he departed. In the Grand Hall, another figure appeared, a naive young man, Shuin, who had previously aided Wei Yi. Master, does this mean that Wei Yi will be my junior disciple from now on? Shuin inquired with a face full of excitement. Elder Yin cast him a sidelong glance. Are you so pleased? Hee. Everyone else has junior brothers and sisters, while I am left alone. Now, at last, you have accepted a junior disciple. and Wei Yi seems quite agreeable to me. Naturally, I am delighted, Zhou Yong replied, chuckling as he scratched his head. I have arranged for him to join your law enforcement team. Do take care of him. Additionally, keep an eye on those from the Yuan family that, if necessary, warn Yuan Hui not to stir up any trouble. Elder Yin instructed after some thought. After all, Wei Yi was not only his disciple but also the son of his good friend, and he could not be entirely unconcerned. Rest assured, master, my junior disciple is someone only I can bully. Zhou Yong's words inadvertently revealed his true intentions. Unbeknownst to Wei Yi, he was oblivious to the conversation between his new master and his senior brother. At that moment, he was seeking the location of the White Tiger team. After inquiring with several people, he learned that the law enforcement team was divided into 4 squads: Qinglong, Baihu, Xuanwu, and Zhuke, each further divided into 10 smaller groups, with 10 members in each group, totaling 400 individuals. All were true elites among the inner disciples of the Overlord sect, each requiring exceptional martial prowess to be selected. The leaders of each team, moreover, had to possess the martial spirit realm cultivation to assume their roles. This meant that the entire law enforcement team comprised at least 40 martial spirit realm warriors, not counting the higher-ranking team leaders and the overall captain. Elder Yin's arrangement for Wei Yi not only exempted him from assessment, but also directly promoted him to the leader of the White Tiger team, which could be considered a reward for his current task. So this is where the White Tiger team is located, Wei Yi thought as he finally found the room, just as he was about to knock on the door. A cacophony of voices erupted from within. From now on, I am the leader of the White Tiger team. If anyone is dissatisfied, step forward, a brazen voice proclaimed from inside the room. Wei Yi was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 198. Who is the leader? Upon hearing this, Wei Yi's first reaction was, how could there be 2 leaders? Was Elder Yin mistaken? He took a step back, glancing at the plaque above the door to confirm it was indeed the White Tiger team's room. He then looked at the token in his hand, which clearly identified him as the leader of the White Tiger team. It quickly dawned on him that neither Elder Yin nor he was mistaken. Rather, someone inside was attempting to usurp his position. Clearly, this leadership role was quite coveted. Wei Yi smirked. Now that it was in his hands, he certainly would not relinquish it. Instead of pushing the door open immediately, he stood at the entrance, listening intently. Sure enough, the arrogant voice rang out again. It turns out that our White Tiger team leader is Brother Liu, who has a long history and exceptional strength. And I respect that. However, now that Brother Liu has exited the law enforcement team, this leadership position has naturally fallen to me. As a long-standing member of the White Tiger team, I am better suited to lead than someone randomly assigned by the higher-ups. Right? If everyone agrees, let us sign here, and I'll present it to the captain. At this moment, another voice finally chimed in. Brother Zhang Yang, if you wish to contest this, we would concede, but there is no need for signatures. A somewhat timid voice stated. What? Are you unwilling? Zhang Yang immediately threatened coldly upon hearing this. The voice quickly weakened. Humph, who says you can just declare yourself leader? Another voice sarcastically retorted. Why not? Because I am the strongest. ILL repeated. If anyone is dissatisfied, step forward. Zhang Yang slammed the table and shouted arrogantly once more. Clearly, he was not one to exhibit humility. Wei Yi raised an eyebrow upon hearing this and then pushed the door open to enter. As he scanned the room, he noticed 9 individuals. Aside from one young man standing with hands on his hips, the other 8 were seated. Among them were 4 familiar faces, the Gongong brothers. Wei Yi surmised that Elder Yin had likely arranged this. The one who had previously voiced opposition was Gongyang Bao, who was now lazily leaning back in his chair, seemingly indifferent to Zhang Yang's bluster. Gongyang Guo appeared cold and aloof, his head tilted outward as if he were asleep. Meanwhile, Gongyang Jing and Gongyang Zhong sat there with steady composure, their expressions impassive. The other individuals varied in demeanor, aside from a rosy-cheeked youth who had bowed his head under Zhang Yang's pressure. The rest shared a similar attitude to the Gongyang brothers. Thus, Wei Yi quickly concluded that while Zhang Yang might possess some strength, he lacked the support of the group, which explained their ambivalence. Wei Yi's entrance immediately drew attention, particularly from Gongyang Jing and Gongyang Zhong, who instantly stood up. Brother Wei, Gongyang Bao nearly toppled his chair in surprise, but his face clearly displayed joy. Who are you? Who allowed you to enter? Get out. Zhang Yang turned to glare at Wei Yi, unable to suppress his reprimand. What is your attitude, Zhang Yang? Who are you speaking to? Before Wei Yi could respond, Gongyang Bao boldly began to scold him. Zhang Yang's eyes widened as he prepared to unleash his fury. However, Gongyang Jing and Gongyang Zhong stepped forward, coldly staring him down. Even Gongyang Guo, who had been ignoring him, seemed to awaken at this moment. What do you mean by this? We are discussing important matters. How can you let outsiders in? Zhang Yang hesitated, unwilling to push too hard against the 4 brothers. as they constituted nearly half of the group. Outsider, I am no outsider. Wei Yi interjected with a smile, extending his right hand to display the token. The gleaming token bore the inscription of leader of the White Tiger Team 3, unequivocally declaring his identity. Brother Wei, you are the new leader? This is splendid news. The Gonyang brothers openly welcomed him. You must be the Wei brother who completed the task in Black Dragon City, right? I heard that you eradicated the Blackwater bandits. And your reputation in Jiangnan is quite remarkable. If you're the leader, that would be simply marvelous. The other individuals chimed in with their agreement. Wei not only had a reputation for strength but also received organizational recognition. So they naturally would not oppose. Only Zhang Yang looked utterly dismayed, having anticipated seizing power, only to find the rightful leader had arrived midway through his scheme. I refuse to accept this. Zhang Yang glared at Wei Yi, raising his voice defiantly. Do I need your approval? Wei Yi replied, feigning confusion. Zhang Yang, enraged and embarrassed, banged the table and shouted, Dare you challenge me to a duel? Whoever wins becomes the leader of the White Tiger team. If you can defeat me, I will submit. Hearing this, Wei Yi couldn't help but laugh, mockingly retorting, Have you lost your mind? Or are you still half asleep? I am already the leader of the White Tiger team. Why would I need to compete with you? Who do you think you are? Let me tell you something. Starting today, you are no longer a member of the White Tiger team. Congratulations. My first order as leader is to expel you from the team. Wei Yi looked at him with a cold smile. Such a foolish troublemaker was not worth keeping. You. Zhang Yang was left dumbfounded. He had not expected that not only would he fail to attain the leadership position, but he would also be expelled from the law enforcement team. If word of this spread, he would become a laughingstock. I refuse. Zhang Yang persisted. You are abusing your power. I will not accept this. Whether you accept it or not, it is a fact. We need to discuss important matters within the team now. You, as an outsider, may leave. Wei Yi waved his hand dismissively, this time, without needing his directive. The other 9 individuals promptly stood up, including the rosy-cheeked youth. Zhang Yang, you have been arrogant and bullying me all this time. I have long wished to be rid of you from the team. The youth declared, holding his head high. The subsequent events unfolded swiftly. Zhang Yang was soon expelled from the room. As for his removal from the team, Wei Yi could easily take the initiative. He believed Elder Yin would not obstruct him. A privilege of having connections. This afternoon, we shall not discuss any matters. I invite everyone to dine at the best wine house in the sect, Wei Yi announced with a smile. Excellent. The others immediately cheered, their faces beaming with joy. Chapter 199. A feast at the banquet hall. The banquet hall run by the sect was truly extraordinary. Most of the dishes were sourced from rare magical beasts and were prepared by top-tier chefs. Some even incorporated precious medicinal herbs, not only offering delightful flavors that lingered on the palate, but also providing rich nutrition that greatly benefited the cultivation of martial artists. The only downside is the exorbitant price. A modest meal costs at least 1,000 taels of silver, while a more extravagant feast may reach 10,000 taels. Except for the wealthy scions of affluent families, the average disciples of various sects can scarcely afford such indulgences. Wei Yi, having completed several lucrative missions, amassed a considerable fortune from both selling alchemical pills and eliminating the Blackwater bandits. Currently, his spatial pouch alone holds over 3 million taels in cash. Not to mention the vast array of supplies and treasures. If he were to liquidate those assorted items, he could easily exceed 5 or 6 million taels. Such wealth undoubtedly qualifies as extravagant. Wei Yi, however, was not stingy. He ordered an exquisite banquet costing 33,000 taels of silver. The dishes were delightful, and the wine was exquisite. The 9 of them dined for an entire afternoon, indulging to the point of excess. A few, unaccustomed to drinking, collapsed onto the table inebriated, while the others wore flushed faces. This sumptuous meal naturally brought the 2 parties closer together. After all, one who receives favors must also acknowledge them. As the newly appointed leader of the White Tiger team's 3rd group, Wei Yi was warmly welcomed not only by the Gonyang brothers, but also by others present. Through casual conversation at the table, Wei Yi learned that the Gonyang brothers' entry into the law enforcement team and their placement in the same group was facilitated by Li Miaofu. As for how Li Miaofu came to know the 4 brothers, it was through Zhu Linger. Ever since Brother Wei left the sect for Black Dragon City, Long Juanli had repeatedly caused them trouble. Later, upon learning of this, senior sister Li Miaofu intervened to teach Long Juanli a lesson and arrange for the 4 of them to join the law enforcement team. Since then, Long Juanli had not reappeared. Additionally, Zhu Lingo had also benefited from Li Miaofu's support, gaining entry into the Pill Cauldron Hall and becoming a disciple of Elder Su, one of the 4 law enforcement elders. It was said that her talent for alchemy was exceptional, earning her the admiration and affection of Elder Su. Listening to the Gonyang brothers recounting, Wei Yi finally understood the enormous favor Li Miaofu had done for him based on a mere request. It seemed that he owed her a significant debt of gratitude. Wei Yi felt somewhat troubled. Monetary debts are easily repaid, but debts of gratitude are far more complex. He found himself at a loss as to how to repay Li Miaofu, for she appeared to lack for nothing. With her extraordinary talent and status as a core disciple under the sect's focused cultivation, she was undoubtedly faring much better than Wei Yi. Is I who have implicated you all. Wei Yi expressed with a hint of regret to the Gongyang brothers. When he had clashed with the Long family, the Gongyang brothers had stood by him, and Long Juanli's harassment of them was evidently a consequence of Wei Yi's actions. Brother Wei, please don't say that. This was our own choice. Gongyang Jing replied earnestly, shaking his head. Once we break through to the martial spirit realm, we will seek justice from Long Juanli, added Gongyang Gua. His tone cold. Wei Yi glanced at Gongyang Gua and noticed he had already reached the peak of the great martial master realm, indicating that a breakthrough to the martial spirit level was imminent. The other three, while slightly behind, were not far off, all having achieved exceptional standards among great martial masters. Clearly, the four brothers had been diligently training over the past few months. By the way, Brother Wei, I am quite curious about your relationship with Sister Li, Gongyang Bao inquired, raising an eyebrow. Unable to contain his curiosity, the other three turned to look at him as well. Well, it's not that complicated. Wei Yi smiled slightly. Enjoying their eager expressions, he teased them before leisurely responding, actually, there is nothing much to it. Who believes that? The four exclaimed in unison, rolling their eyes. If there were truly no relationship, how could she have aided you so significantly? They were not foolish. After all, it was well known that Sister Li Miaofu rarely befriended others, not to mention male disciples. Even among female disciples, she had few companions, let alone one to assist her. However, since Wei Yi remained tight-lipped, they could only helplessly ply him with a few more cups of wine. By the time Wei Yi and the others returned to the law enforcement hall, it was already evening. Upon entering their room, they found someone waiting for them, Captain Xiao. The Gongyang brothers were momentarily taken aback before promptly greeting him respectfully. Captain, Wei Yi exclaimed in surprise. Captain Xiao is indeed our law enforcement team's leader, the others quickly explained to him. Why? Do you not recognize me anymore? Xiao smiled at Wei Yi. How could I forget? I hadn't had the chance to thank Captain Zhou last time. Wei Yi quickly replied, expressing his gratitude. Although Elder Yin had already regarded Wei Yi as a disciple, he had yet to openly acknowledge this, and Xiao did not broach the subject either. He casually waved his hand, dismissing the matter as trivial. I have come to assign some tasks to your White Tiger team's third group. He produced a stack of documents and handed them to Wei Yi, who took them in a daze. The Gongyang brothers leaned in, curiosity piqued about the tasks that required Captain Zhou's personal delivery point. 10 heads huddled together, their eyes wide with astonishment. What? Capture Huang Shirong. This task is also assigned to us, and Long Bufan, isn't he from the Long family? Didn't he the last incident get dealt with by the Xuanwu 5th group? Wei Yi, new to the situation and still unaware of the specifics, felt bewildered, while the others could not help but exclaim in disbelief. Are these tasks dangerous? Wei Yi inquired softly. Not dangerous per se, but they are quite troublesome. The targets are some privileged disciples of the sect. So you understand, Gongyang Zhong replied with a wry smile. Wei Yi immediately turned to Zhou Yong. So, Captain, do you think we can accept these tasks? Zhou Yong, seemingly unfazed, continued to smile. Captain Zhou, are these tasks truly feasible? I mean, have these individuals genuinely violated sect regulations? Wei Yi asked. Unable to suppress his doubts, Zhou Yong had saved him, and Wei Yi trusted his character. Yet he felt compelled to confirm. If they hadn't violated sect regulations, their names wouldn't appear in the law enforcement hall. These tasks are indeed somewhat troublesome. I had assigned them to several other groups without success, which is why I am entrusting them to you. So what do you say? You won't let me down, will you, Brother Wei? Xiao asked with a wink, still smiling. Wei couldn't help but smile wryly at Xiao's words. Given his position, could he truly refuse? Chapter 200. The first enforcement. The primary responsibility of the law enforcement team is to enforce the sect's regulations. This duty is divided into internal and external tasks. Generally, members of the law enforcement team prefer external missions, as they carry no psychological burden. Even if it requires the extermination of entire families, it concerns only outsiders and has no repercussions within the sect. However, internal assignments require action against fellow disciples, and even if the other party has indeed violated sect rules, unless it is a grave betrayal, they remain comrades and are subject to various relational constraints, especially when dealing with privileged disciples. Each has a deep background, and their mentors or parents may be high-ranking officials within the sect. If one were to offend them too severely, it could ultimately be the enforcer who suffers the consequences. This is why Zhou Yong had accumulated so many troublesome tasks. It wasn't that he was unwilling to complete them. He simply could not. Now, he had entrusted all of them to Wei Yi. As a newcomer to the law enforcement team, Wei Yi had no choice but to accept the tasks, regardless of whether he could complete them. In the dead of night within the law enforcement hall, Elder Yin continued to review and finalize some work. Zhou Yong stood a short distance away, deeply furrowing his brows. After a moment, he finally stepped forward and tentatively asked, "Master, will it be problematic to assign all those tasks to Junior Brother?" It turned out that this was not merely Zhou Yong's idea, but rather Elder Yan's arrangement. Zhou Yong was indeed somewhat worried. After all, the individuals targeted by these tasks were not easy to handle. Many were seasoned individuals who had faced disciplinary actions from the law enforcement team before and possessed formidable backgrounds, showing no fear of the team. "Why not let me handle it personally?" Zhou Yong suggested, unable to bear the thought of his junior brother being thrown into such a predicament right after joining the law enforcement team. "Are you so idle?" Elder Yin raised his head and shot him a glance. Asking coolly, "Not at all. I'm just concerned about my junior brother's well-being," Zhou Yong hastily replied, laughing nervously. Elder Yin snorted softly, stopping his work with a sigh. He then explained, "One must be tempered to become a gem. Do you think I arranged for him to join the law enforcement team so he could enjoy a life of ease? I didn't mean that. But what? Do you think I would harm him?" Humph. Elder Yin's expression darkened, and he scolded him sharply. Zhou Yong could only offer a wry smile, choosing not to argue further and obediently sealing his lips. Wei Yi possessed talent and capability. What he lacked was merely recognition within the sect. And how does one earn such recognition? The swiftest path to ascend undoubtedly lies in vanquishing one's adversaries, or, to put it plainly, stepping upon the backs of others to rise. Such ineffectual parasites serve as his finest whetstone, and as for their connections and backgrounds, with my endorsement, who within the sect could dare to challenge him? Moreover, he is executing the sect's missions. Who would be so bold as to impede him? Upon hearing his master's account, Zhou Yong's mouth gaped in astonishment, suddenly comprehending his master's earnest intentions. "Alas, you remain excessively naive." Observing his eldest disciple, Elder Yin sighed deeply. He was immensely satisfied with Zhou Yong's character. Yet he occasionally failed to adapt. In contrast, Wei Yi exhibited a greater propensity for flexibility, albeit his cunning nature posed a risk. One could not be certain he would not deceive even me someday. Despite such thoughts, a knowing smile crept upon Elder Yan's lips. The following morning, Wei Yi arrived at the law enforcement hall. Within the White Tiger team's third group room, the other 8 members awaited. "Captain, are we truly going?" one member inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. "Yes, why should we delay?" another suggested. "Delaying is not a solution. Should we not seek out a more manageable target to complete the task?" "It would ease our burden," proposed Gong Yang, his eyes glinting with a sudden idea. The group brightened at this suggestion, finding merit in it. Wei Yi surveyed his comrades and calmly questioned, as members of the law enforcement team, "Do you intend merely to enforce the sect's laws? If each of you is so timid, fearing trouble, what dignity does the law enforcement team possess?" A sense of shame washed over them. "Present me with the topmost mission," Wei Yi commanded, extending his hand. It involves apprehending Huang Shirong, who has repeatedly harassed the female disciples of the sect, even resorting to clandestine peeping in the women's baths and brazenly tarnishing their reputations. Boasting of his misdeeds without a hint of shame. Although he has not committed a grave offense, his actions have caused significant turmoil, making him a public enemy among the female disciples. However, his father is an elder of the sect, and Huang Shirong himself is quite formidable. The law enforcement team's attempts to apprehend him have been evaded, and he has since sought refuge with his father, rendering them powerless against him, Gong Yang soon reported, handing the mission scroll to Wei Yi, who quickly scanned it and nodded slightly. Huang Shirong. Indeed, a troublemaker of the worst sort. In that case, let us make him our first target. With that, Wei Yi turned and strode out of the law enforcement hall, leaving the 8 members in stunned silence. Is there no hesitation? Huang Shirong is the son of Elder Huang. This is not a serious crime. How will Elder Huang react if we apprehend him? Besides, Huang Shirong is no pushover. Otherwise, he wouldn't have eluded capture for so long. What shall we do? One queried. What else can we do? We must follow him, Gong Yang replied, and without hesitation, the 4 brothers promptly joined Wei Yi, their bond with him ensuring their support. The young disciple with the fair complexion pondered briefly before also following suit. The remaining 3, feeling compelled, eventually trailed behind, as it would be illogical to remain behind while the others proceeded. Moments later, the 9 members of the White Tiger team arrived at a palace situated halfway up the mountain. Huang Shirong's father was an elder within this palace, and at his request, Huang Shirong had been residing there of late. Outside a stone pavilion, Wei Yi spotted Huang Shirong, confirming his identity with the likeness in the scroll. Approaching him, he presented his identity token as the captain of the third group of the law enforcement team. I am Wei Yi, captain of the law enforcement team. Huang Shirong, you are required to accompany me to the law enforcement hall. The young man, adorned with an extravagant hairstyle, immediately lifted his head at the mention of his name. This young man, without a doubt, was Huang Shirong, the target of Wei Yi's mission. Standing at nearly 6 feet tall, he matched Wei Yi in height, yet his physique was exceptionally frail, lacking the robust strength typical of martial artists. Clad in loose robes, he appeared as if a gust of wind could easily topple him, exuding no semblance of dignity. If one were to describe his demeanor, it would be that of a languid delinquent. Standing there with a slothful expression and casting a disdainful glance at Wei Yi, clearly dismissive of the so-called captain of the law enforcement team. Are you law enforcement members so idle as to target me alone? Do you think me an easy mark? I can easily report you to the elders, Huang Shirong retorted, exhibiting no fear, but rather a sense of annoyance. Huang Shirong, you have violated sect rules and dare to speak so brazenly. It would be wise for you to accompany us back to the law enforcement hall. Otherwise, do not blame us for taking action. The Gongyang brothers interjected, their anger palpable, though they preferred not to engage in internal disputes. Their reluctance did not equate to fear, especially as they represented the law enforcement hall and refused to let their dignity be tarnished. Do you wish to resort to violence? Go ahead. It's not the first time. Last time you failed to capture me, Huang Shirong boasted, his bravado unyielding. As he spoke, several of his companions gathered around, casting hostile glances at Wei Yi and his team. We cannot allow anyone to bully Brother Huang under our noses. One declared, indeed, the law enforcement team is impressive, but we are not to be underestimated. If you wish to lay a hand on Brother Huang, you must first seek our permission. Several voices clamored in unison, clearly loyal to Huang Shirong. Witnessing this scene, Huang Shirong's expression grew more triumphant, reveling in the provocation, even beckoning Wei Yi as if daring him to a CT-IN response. Wei Yi could not suppress a cold smile. Realizing that within such a grand sect as the Overlord sect, individuals like this existed, fearless and eager to stir trouble. Is it permissible for the law enforcement team to act during a mission? Wei Yi suddenly turned to Gong Yang, seeking confirmation. Gong Yang, understanding Wei Yi's intent, promptly replied, as long as there are no serious injuries, it is acceptable. If they initiate violence, we may retaliate freely. Then it is settled. Previously, Wei Yi required justification to confront Yuan Bei. However, now, as a member of the law enforcement team, he was free to act without hesitation. Anyone who dares to strike shall be dealt with. I will take responsibility. Provided no one dies, he commanded decisively, striding toward Huang Shirong. The onlookers were taken aback, astonished that Wei Yi would act without deliberation. Are you truly daring to engage me? Do you know who I am? Huang Shirong exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock as Wei Yi approached. I am not merely daring. I am quite serious, and I fear you may not withstand it. Wei Yi smirked, his gaze narrowing as he swiftly closed the distance to Huang Shirong. Startled, Huang Shirong shouted, stop him, as his companions rushed forward to intervene. At that moment, the Gongyang brothers surged in, emboldened by Wei Yi's orders, and without hesitation, they engaged. Under Wei Yi's leadership, several were swiftly incapacitated, leaving onlookers scrambling to evade the chaos. Huang Shirong, witnessing the unfolding scene, felt a surge of panic and immediately fled toward the palace. You'll remember this. I'll make you pay, he shouted as he ran. Thinking to escape, Wei Yi would not allow him to flee, wearing a cold smile as he unleashed the Eagle Shadow 18 techniques, a mid-tier martial art with a proficiency of LV29, moving with ghostly swiftness, rendering Huang Shirong's companions unable to obstruct him. Although Huang Shirong was swift, as he prepared to dash into the palace for refuge, Wei Yi had already positioned himself in front of him. How dare you? Huang Shirong gasped, startled at the sudden appearance. Reap what you sow. Wei Yi struck with lightning speed. Caught off guard, Huang Shirong received a series of crushing blows, pure energy flooding into his body, sealing his meridians instantaneously. His eyes widened in disbelief as he collapsed, powerless. Who dares harm my son? Stop this at once. A furious roar echoed as an elderly man in a crimson robe burst forth from the palace, bearing a striking resemblance to Huang Shirong, evidently his father, an elder of the sect. A second-tier martial king. I see. At such an advanced age, with vitality already waning, it is quite impulsive. Wei Yi stood before Huang Shirong, his heroic sword materializing in an instant. With narrowed eyes, he swiftly discerned the elder's cultivation level. Unflinching, he struck down with his sword. In the astonished gaze of the onlookers, a terrifying flame sword aura, several feet long, erupted, enveloped by an incredibly sharp and fearsome energy. The elder in crimson robes, rushing forward, immediately paled, halting in his tracks. He swiftly countered with a palm strike, manifesting an enormous true energy palm imprint that collided with the flame sword aura in an explosive clash. Wei Yi staggered back 3 steps, while the elder was forced back 5 or 6 steps, his chest heaving, a faint flush appearing on his aged face, clearly indicating the impact of the sword aura was not trivial. Elder Huang, without rules, there can be no order. Huang Shurong has violated the sect's regulations. We must take him to the law enforcement hall for punishment. Please do not impede us. Before the elder could speak, Wei Yi interjected. He continued, if you insist on obstructing this, I shall have no choice but to invite you to the law enforcement hall as well. Wei Yi raised his sword, the sharp blade radiating an unyielding aura. His expression devoid of jest. Elder Huang was so enraged he nearly spat blood, gritting his teeth in utter fury. However, confronted with Wei Yi's formidable presence, he dared not act rashly. It was one thing for his son to face the law enforcement hall's judgment. If he were to follow suit, it would indeed become a laughingstock for the entire sect. Elder Huang's gaze remained fixed on Wei Yi, his expression fluctuating between anger and apprehension. He could not concede that he was incapable of defeating this young man. Yet, he understood that as long as Wei Yi held his ground, even a draw would be tantamount to defeat for him. The disparity in their statuses was glaring. He was a martial king realm elder, while Wei Yi was merely a newly initiated disciple. If an elder could not subdue a disciple who had only been in the sect for a few months, it would be a source of ridicule. Regardless of the reason, others would only see him as the fool in this situation. The thought of the repercussions made him uneasy. After all, Wei Yi had previously clashed with Long Xiao Yuan, resulting in both being punished. Wei Yi had been demoted to Black Dragon City, while Long Xiao Yuan had lost his position as a deacon in the punishment hall. Had they been any other disciples, Elder Huang would have believed they would not dare to confront him. An elder, however, with Wei Yi's notorious reputation for audacity, even daring to challenge the Long family, he had no desire to take unnecessary risks or follow in Long Xiao Yuan's foolish footsteps. Yet, the prospect of yielding to a disciple left him feeling resentful. Noticing the hesitation in the elder's eyes, Wei Yi smiled, quickly softening his tone. Elder Huang, there is no need for concern. Huang Shurong's transgression is not a grave one. He has merely disrupted the sect's discipline. Even if he enters the law enforcement hall, he will only face a brief confinement for reflection. If he admits his mistakes and shows a good attitude, the duration may even be reduced. So, why impede the process? Making this matter larger would only be detrimental to him. Wei Yi's words provided Elder Huang with a graceful exit. You are quite the eloquent speaker, playing both the good and the bad. Though Elder Huang's words were sharp, he felt a sense of relief. It was not as humiliating as he had feared. He could not help but regard Wei Yi with newfound respect. The young man before him was not the arrogant figure of rumors. Rather, he understood the art of negotiation. The only downside was that his son had fallen into Wei Yi's hands. Elder Huang turned his attention to his son, who lay dejected on the ground. His heart ached, yet he was more infuriated. If it weren't for this troublesome boy's antics, such matters would not have arisen. The elder's expression darkened as he compared himself to Wei Yi. Both were of similar age, yet their demeanors were worlds apart. Having made his decision, he chose to depart, preferring to distance himself from the situation. Father, Huang Shurong's face was a mask of despair as he witnessed his father leave without a backward glance. Feeling utterly drained, his so-called friends had long since disappeared. Ding! Player Wei Yi has completed a task for the law enforcement hall, gaining 3,000 cultivation experience and 3,000 sect reputation. At that moment, a system notification chimed. Wei Yi was startled. He had not anticipated a reward for this task. While 3,000 experience points were trivial compared to the hundreds of thousands required for level advancement, the 3,000 sect reputation was a valuable asset. One could exchange 10,000 reputation points for a silver treasure chest. However, accumulating sect reputation was no easy feat. Since joining the Bawang sect, he had only amassed just over 20,000, primarily during his time in Black Dragon City. He had not expected such a substantial increase from a single task. The tasks from the law enforcement hall seemed plentiful, and many members of the enforcement team were reluctant to accept them. Wei Yi's eyes sparkled. While others feared offending people, he was unperturbed. In the realm of the Three Kingdoms, Cao Cao wielded his power against the nobility for a reason. Only by daring to offend some could one command respect from many. Wei Yi envisioned a wave of reputation points beckoning to him, or rather, a multitude of silver treasure chests calling out. It appeared that completing these law enforcement hall tasks was the most efficient way to accumulate reputation. At this pace, reaching 100,000 reputation would be a mere formality. Once he amassed enough for a tenfold draw from a silver treasure chest, he would be ready. Elated, he focused on the law enforcement hall tasks. 2 of you, escort him back to the law enforcement hall. The rest, follow me to locate the next target. Wei Yi promptly arranged for 2 individuals to take Huang Shirong back while he led the remaining members toward the next task. Driven by the allure of task rewards, Wei Yi's enthusiasm soared. In a mere 2 days, he had completed all the tasks assigned by Zhou Yang. To his surprise, he actively sought out more tasks. Nearly leaving Zhou Yang in shock. He had anticipated how to cover for Wei Yi if he failed to complete the tasks. Yet here was Wei Yi, eager for more. Zhou Yang had initially thought Wei Yi was losing his mind. But upon inquiry, he learned that Wei Yi had indeed fulfilled all prior tasks. These internal tasks posed 2 main challenges: the difficulty in dealing with the targets, who were as slippery as eels, and their complex connections, as many at backing. This made members of the enforcement team hesitant. However, for Wei Yi, these challenges were trivial. His strength rivaled that of the sect's core disciples, allowing him to handle these individuals without issue. As for their connections, Wei Yi's audacious reputation had long since spread throughout the sect, and now with the backing of the Law Enforcement Hall and Elder Yin, he acted without restraint. Even ordinary elders and deacons were met with his disregard should they attempt to intervene, which in turn made others wary of opposing him. Thus, the completion of tasks progressed swiftly. Of course, this approach ruffled some feathers. However, in comparison, his rewards far outweighed any repercussions. Most of those he apprehended were detrimental elements within the sect. And aside from a few dissenters, the majority applauded his actions. In a short time, Wei Yi's reputation as a stern enforcer spread, earning him the respect of the higher-ups in the Law Enforcement Hall. Moreover, as he continuously undertook tasks, his reputation soared. With each task yielding 3,000 points, he amassed tens of thousands in just a few days. During his downtime, he also frequented the Beast Soul Tower to gain experience, successfully bridging the gap needed for his promotion, achieving a breakthrough into the 4th tier of the martial spirit realm. However, advancing from the 4th to the 5th tier would demand 400,000 experience points. The path ahead was indeed long and arduous. Wei Yi's journey to accumulate experience would require steadfast dedication for some time. Chapter 203. You want me to release him? Brother Wei, you are truly remarkable. Many of the sisters in the Danding Hall have been discussing you these days. There are quite a few who admire you. In the late afternoon, Wei Yi strolled alongside Zhu Linger in the sect's hillside plaza. Having returned for over a week, he had completed most of the internal tasks assigned by the Law Enforcement Hall. With only a few tasks remaining, he no longer needed to exert himself excessively. As Zhu Linger had some free time today, they decided to take a leisurely walk and chat together. Despite Wei Yi's diligent cultivation, he is not the type to blindly exert himself without thought. Rather, he seeks a life of balance and moderation, observing the girl before him, who has seemingly blossomed into an even more exquisite beauty over the past few months. Wei Yi couldn't help but marvel at how he had unconsciously come to regard Zhu Lingo as a sister. Reaching out to gently tousle her hair, I asked that really what others are saying. You truly believe it? Zhu Linger's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she did not deter his affectionate gesture. Instead, she playfully rose on her toes and nudged his palm with her head. Relishing the delightful sensation. Of course, it's not just idle chatter. They know we're familiar and have asked me to introduce you to them. Many of them are quite beautiful. Wei de Gu, are you interested in meeting them? With a mischievous glint in her eyes, she tilted her head and inquired, are they more beautiful than our little Linger? Wei Yi paused, feigning contemplation, before asking. Zhu Lingo considered this for a moment before shaking her head, her face turning earnest. Perhaps they are slightly less charming than you, dear Wei de Gu. Then it's settled. Having you is more than enough, Wei Yi declared with a grand gesture, exuding an air of generosity. Zhu Linger could no longer suppress her laughter, her face blossoming into a radiant smile that sparkled like clear, untainted water. By the way, how is your grandfather faring? Wei Yi inquired, a smile gracing his lips. Thanks to your elixirs, he is feeling much better now. The longevity pill is a top-tier elixir of the 7th rank, possessing remarkable restorative properties. He plans to visit the sect soon to express his gratitude in person. Gratitude is of little consequence. If it proves troublesome, he needn't come at all. Wei Yi waved dismissively, not concerning himself with such matters. His assistance was not sought for reward. He merely wished to ensure Zhu Lingo had a better environment for protection. Zhu Lingo, perceptive as she was, recognized Wei Yi's true intentions. He had no familial ties to her grandfather. His generosity was clearly for her sake. Biting her lip lightly, warmth surged within her heart, akin to a soothing spring. Wei de Gu, since you've returned, you won't be embarking on missions for a while, will you? And about the disciples you captured, won't that cause issues? I've heard that while they may not be upstanding citizens, their backgrounds are quite significant. Capturing them could ruffle quite a few feathers. That if there are no missions, I should remain in the sect for some time. This. Wei Yi recalled the old ancestor of the Sunflower clan. Recent intelligence from the Wei family and the 100 Flowers Manor indicated that the ancestor had been wandering around Jiang'an with the third prince, seemingly unconcerned about him. Wei Yi found himself puzzled. Did the ancestor truly harbor no intentions against him? Or was he simply playing a deceptive game? This question lingered in his mind, but for now, it had to be set aside as for offending others. Undertaking any endeavor will inevitably ruffle some feathers. Besides, I am not a pile of gold. It is impossible for everyone to like me, Wei Yi replied with a chuckle. That metaphor is rather common, Zhu Linga remarked. Joining in his laughter, having struggled to find an appropriate descriptor, rest assured, they cannot harm me. Disliking me is inconsequential. As long as they fear me, that suffices. Perhaps one day, when they come to their senses and decide to reform, they may even express gratitude. Indeed, I believe you are right. Wei de Gu, Zhu Linga nodded earnestly, her expression brimming with blind trust, clearly smitten. Who might this be? A rather irksome voice suddenly interrupted, causing both Wei Yi and Zhu Linga to frown. Turning, they beheld 4 figures approaching, led by none other than Wei Yi's old rival, Long Jiyun. Behind him trailed 3 young disciples, all evidently from the Long family. Wei Yi instantly recognized them, including Long Jiyuan's son. Long Juanli, the very source of their previous conflicts. Cousin Wei, I hear you've been enjoying a rather pleasant time of late, Long Jiyuan remarked, feigning surprise, though the animosity in his gaze was unmistakable. Cousin, Wei Yi chuckled lightly, unabashedly retorting, it would be wise to refrain from such terms. Our relationship is not that close. Long Jiyuan's expression faltered momentarily. Wei Yi, do not be so arrogant. Long Juanli stepped forward. Unleashing his ire, he harbored the deepest animosity towards Wei Yi, as his standing within the Long family had suffered greatly due to their clashes. Seeing Wei Yi now, he longed to strike him down. Those who rise to power should not be overly brazen. I offer you a friendly warning. The Bawang sect is vast, and your minor achievements are inconsequential. Your fleeting fame will soon be forgotten. It would be prudent to recognize reality. Another young Long family member taunted. Wei Yi merely smirked, his disdain evident. Have you finished your little tirade? If so, I shall take my leave. As he spoke, he began to turn away with Zhu Linga. Long Zhou countenance darkened as he stepped forward, blocking Wei Yi's path. Wei Yi, our enmity is not insurmountable. We need not dwell on past grievances. This time, since you have captured my nephew Long Bufan, if you release him, the Long family will no longer pursue you. So, after all this fuss, you seek my mercy, Wei Yi sneered. Pray tell, what authority do you possess to demand such a thing? Wei Yi had a vivid recollection of Long Bufan, the favored grandson of the current head of the Long family. Despite his debauched behavior and notorious reputation, the charges against him were grave allegations of heinous crimes against a fellow disciple. Such offenses were intolerable in any sect, and especially so in a powerful one like the Bawang sect. Even mere suspicion would cast a significant shadow that if the matter remained concealed, it might be overlooked. However, if exposed, not only would Long Bufan suffer, but the entire Long family would likely face repercussions. Yet, Long Bufan, in his arrogance, believed his status rendered him untouchable, swaggering through the sect without fear, and then he crossed paths with Wei Yi. The rest was history. Wei Yi had apprehended him without hesitation and handed him over for interrogation. Long Zhou sought Wei Yi's intervention, knowing the charges had yet to be confirmed. If Wei Yi fabricated an excuse, he could potentially release Long Bufan. However, should complications arise afterwards, Wei Yi would be held responsible, a scenario he was unwilling to entertain. He would rather see the Long family face dire consequences than risk his own position for Long Bufan's sake. Wei Yi unequivocally rejected Long Zhiyuan's plea. Is there truly no room for negotiation? Long Zhiyuan's expression soured upon hearing Wei Yi's response. As a long-standing faction within the Bawang sect, the Long family wielded considerable influence. Most would hesitate to oppose them, but Wei Yi was no ordinary individual. Very well, Long Zhiyuan suppressed his fury, attempting to soften his tone. Consider this. Should you agree to help us, not only will the Long family cease to pursue you, but we could even establish a friendship. If you require anything, feel free to ask. We will do our utmost to accommodate you. Observing Long Zhiyuan's insincere demeanor, Wei Yi couldn't help but scoff. Your family has gone so far as to enlist the 4 beasts of the Long men to deal with me. Do you truly think I would even consider aiding you? Be my friend, he said with a chuckle, but your words sound far sweeter than your actions. Do you think I am but a child of 3? Gullible enough to believe such nonsense? Wei Yi coldly questioned, tearing off the facade. Dragon Zhou could no longer conceal his anger. Wei Yi, we shall ask you one last time. Will you agree or not? If you refuse, do not blame us for being impolite. Dragon Zhou and his companions threatened in a fit of indignation. Wei Yi cast a fleeting glance at them before raising his gaze to Dragon Zhou. Your family may have once been the backbone of the Overlord sect, but now. As long as these drunken fools remain, your family will only decline further day by day. Wei Yi, you truly refuse to grant our dragon family this courtesy? Dragon Zhou inquired ominously, his eyes glinting with darkness. If I say no, then it is no, Wei Yi replied with grave seriousness. enunciating each word. Then how about doing me a favor? At that moment, a middle-aged woman's voice unexpectedly resonated. Following her voice, a figure swiftly approached. It was none other than Madame Qiu. Her demeanor was serene, starkly contrasting with the volatile expressions of Dragon Xiao Yuan and his cohorts. Even Wei Yi could discern no trace of emotional fluctuation on her face. As she neared, a faint smile graced her lips, perhaps in deference to Elder Qiu. What do you think, Wei Yi? If you agree to assist us, not only will the dragon family be grateful, but Elder Qiu will also extend his gratitude. Should you wish, you could even become the representative of our dragon family and Elder Qiu amongst the younger generation of disciples, receiving our unwavering support. At that point, attaining the status of a core disciple would be as effortless as grasping at straws. Madame Qiu's approach was evidently far more sophisticated than Dragon Yuan's. She neither threatened nor pleaded. Instead, she laid out the terms directly, a proposition that would surely entice any disciple. Dragon Yuan and the three other dragon family members widened their eyes in disbelief. Their mouths agape, yet they refrained from speaking, intimidated by Madame Qiu's authority. At this juncture, Zhu Ling couldn't help but glance at Wei Yi. The surrounding disciples, passing by the square, were equally drawn to the unfolding drama. Although they could not hear the specifics of the conversation, their curiosity was piqued, and many watched with eager anticipation, hoping for a confrontation between Wei Yi and the dragon family. Apologies, but I must decline. Wei Yi shook his head. After casting a deep look at Madame Qiu, he stated, I am sorry. We have matters to attend to. We shall take our leave. With that, he grasped Zhu Ling's hand. Turning away without a backward glance, Sister, what is the meaning of this? Dragon Yuan finally broke his silence. Offering Wei Yi such generous terms was not in the best interest of their family. It was merely a trap. Once he dealt with the Dragon Gate's four beasts, the relationship with their family would be irreparably damaged. Moreover, if they could not manage a mere disciple, those outsiders might truly believe the dragon family was in decline. Madame Qiu's gaze was cold as she explained with a hint of disdain, I did not anticipate that this young man would be so slippery, entirely evading our trap. I wonder what conditions that surname Yin offered him to secure his unwavering loyalty. What shall we do now? Dragon Jian asked impatiently. Although he was the elder brother, he held no authority before Madame Qiu. Accustomed to Dragon Yuan's lack of decisiveness, Madame Qiu merely cast him a fleeting glance. Return and report to father. I have no further solutions. However, this young man must be dealt with swiftly. Madame Qiu raised her head, her eyes fixed on the direction Wei Yi had departed, her gaze chilling. She recalled that during their last encounter, Wei Yi was merely at the martial master realm, yet within a few short months, he had remarkably advanced to the 4th stage of martial spirit. A clever adversary is not to be feared, but if that adversary possesses exceptional talent for cultivation, the scenario changes drastically. The best course of action is undoubtedly to eliminate him before he fully matures. Chapter 205. The Dragon Family. Meeting. The Dragon Family's ancestral home is situated at the foot of the Overlord sect. Its opulence cannot be compared to the grand estates of other prominent families. However, this does not imply that the Dragon Family is lacking in strength. On the contrary, their power is on par with that of first-rate families, and in terms of top-tier experts, they may even surpass them. The Dragon Family, being reliant on the Overlord sect, has been unable to cultivate a large number of grassroots personnel, thereby diminishing their influence significantly. Conversely, this dependency allows the Dragon Family access to a portion of the Overlord sect's might. As one of the superpowers of the Chu Kingdom, it is fair to say that even a single hair from them is thicker than the waist of an ordinary individual. Thus, no ordinary force dares to provoke the Dragon Family. In reality, aside from a few old adversaries within the sect, the Dragon Family has not faced provocation for quite some time. Yet, a new situation has now arisen. Nightfall enveloped the Dragon Family Hall. Illuminated brightly. A dozen individuals were present, all of whom were core members of the Dragon Family. At the head of the table sat the venerable patriarch, Long Tianyan. Now over 80 years old, he remained vigorous. Aside from his gray hair, he appeared no different from a robust man in his prime. He is still one of the elders of the Overlord sect, though he wields no real power. His status is exceptionally notable. His cultivation level at the peak of Martial King makes him the strongest pillar of the Dragon Family. To his left and right sat his eldest son, Long Qianli, and his youngest daughter, Long Sanfeng. Long Sanfeng is, in fact, Madame Qiu. Both Long Qianli and Long Sanfeng are also powerful martial kings, forming the core strength of the Dragon Family. The remaining attendees were all martial spirits, most of whom had reached the peak of the martial spirit realm. For instance, Dragon Yuan, a 7th-stage martial spirit, could only occupy the second-to-last seat from the assembly in this hall alone. One could glean the formidable strength of the Dragon Family. And this was merely a fraction of their total power. as many others were absent for various reasons. Why hasn't Xiao Yuji arrived? Someone inquired, unable to contain themselves before the meeting commenced, now that he is Elder Qiao. He hardly regards our dragon family. Another retorted, it seems someone has forgotten that he attained the position of law enforcement elder through our family's unwavering support. Humph, little sister, remind him not to forget his roots. Another chimed in, why target my sister? Elder Qiao has already explained that he cannot attend due to pressing matters. Is it necessary to remain so adversarial? Humph, who knows if that's true, regardless. That fellow is increasingly disregarding our dragon family. Even hesitating to elevate Bu Fan from the law enforcement hall, the crowd buzzed with chatter. The larger the family, the more conflicts arise. The dragon family was no exception. Long Sanfeng's expression darkened at the comments. But she refrained from expressing her anger in front of her siblings, as it would not do to act as she would with outsiders. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, Long Tianyun rapped the table, his voice booming. I am not dead yet. Upon hearing this, the room fell silent. The members of the family held a deep respect for their patriarch, especially since the family's power was firmly in his grasp. Anyone who dared to oppose him would likely find themselves ostracized from the dragon family the following day. Sin Feng, do not take their foolish words to heart. Inform Elder Qiao that I understand his difficulties. Long Tianyun reassured his daughter. Yes, father, Long Sanfeng replied, her expression softening. Yet, she understood that her father likely harbored concerns about her husband, or else he would not refer to Elder Qiao in such a manner. I have summoned everyone today for two matters of importance. The first concerns Bu Fan. As he spoke, Long Tianyun's gaze turned to his eldest son, Long Qianli. Father, this is my fault. I have failed to properly discipline Bu Fan. Long Qianli immediately accepted responsibility. Years under his father's authoritative shadow had conditioned him to instantly bow his head in acknowledgement of his mistakes. Setting that aside, is the matter true or false? Did he truly commit such an act? Long Tianyun inquired directly, disregarding other concerns. Long Qianli's expression grew awkward. Brother, we are all siblings here. What is there to hide? We know how Bu Fan usually conducts himself. So just speak plainly. We will not mock you, haha. The second brother, Long Baizhong, chimed in with a grin from his lower seat. Silence. How much better are you? Long Tianyun's face darkened immediately. Long Baizhong pouted. It was common knowledge that their father favored the eldest son and doted on the youngest grandson, and he thought it quite unfair. There is truth to the matter, and 3 women have indeed perished. One of whom hails from the Xie family's collateral line. Long Qianli was well aware of his son's affairs. Point 3. I thought it was only one. Long Tianyun exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Indeed, there are 3. Long Qianli affirmed. Why is there a Xie family member involved? No wonder that old Xie fellow intervened in this matter. I must understand how this came to be. Long Tianyun's frustration intensified. This unworthy descendant has caused such a significant uproar. Perhaps we should just let him admit fault, he concluded after a moment of silence. Admit fault? Upon hearing these words, not only was Long Qianli taken aback, but the others also couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. What else could they do? Long Tianyun retorted with irritation. At first, everyone was oblivious, but now that little beast has been captured and brought to the law enforcement hall, what do you expect? Do you think you can rescue him right under Yin Dongyuan's nose? Humph, with that boy's cowardly disposition, do you really believe he can withstand interrogation? I estimate that within 2 days, he will divulge all our Long family secrets. Although Long Tianyun was somewhat indulgent towards Long Bu Fan, he understood his grandson's character all too well. The crowd fell silent. Even Long Qianli, as a father, had nothing to say. He knew his son well. Within just 2 days, he figured that the troublesome boy would probably confess everything in a single day. I will take action tonight while it is still dark. At least this way, he may preserve his life. I believe Yin Dongyuan would not go so far as to take the life of a direct descendant of the Long family. Indeed, although Yin Dongyuan was stern and unyielding, he was not a fool. At this moment, he would not go to the lengths of a fatal confrontation with the Long family, though the punishment would likely be severe. Long Tianyun sighed. It seemed this matter was beyond redemption. The remaining issue was what to do about that fellow named Wei Yi. As he spoke, Long Tianyun raised his gaze to the assembled crowd. That boy must die. Before anyone could respond, Long Yuan abruptly stood up, grinding his teeth and exclaiming loudly. Chapter 206. How to deal with it in the Long family. Long Yuan's standing was not particularly high. In terms of cultivation prowess, countless within the Long family surpassed him, and in terms of intelligence and capability, he hardly ranked. Especially after the last incident, he had been removed from his position as the deacon of the punishment hall, causing his status within the family to plummet. Although he still counted as a core member, He was merely a marginal figure within that circle and had little opportunity to voice his opinions during discussions. His sudden outburst was indeed unprecedented and drew the attention of everyone present. Faced with the astonished and mocking gazes of his peers, Xiao Yuan felt his face flush, yet he gritted his teeth and insisted. That boy must be killed. Otherwise, he will surely become a significant threat to our Long family in the future. A mere disciple from a small sect dares to be a threat to our Long family. Tisk, fourth brother, you truly seem to be regressing. Old fourth is not regressing. He is merely wary after being bitten by a snake once, and now he fears even grass ropes. Laughter erupted among the crowd. They were cautious around Long Sanfeng, mindful of his cultivation level and elder Xiao, knowing where to draw the line. But with Xiao Yuan, they felt no such restraint. Even Long Tianyun, his father, held little regard for Xiao Yuan, who had brought great shame to their family and now made such a ruckus. He even contemplated whether to allow this fellow to participate in future core meetings. Enough, sit down. In the future, unless called upon, refrain from being so rash, Long Tianyun admonished sternly. Xiao Yuan, feeling helpless, resumed his seat. He opened his mouth to argue, but facing his father's imposing gaze, he ultimately lacked the courage. Father, I believe fourth brother is correct. That boy should indeed be eliminated as soon as possible. Long Sanfeng suddenly chimed in, supporting Xiao Yuan's stance. What makes you say that? Long Tianyun raised an eyebrow, inquiring. He could disregard Xiao Yuan's words, but he could not afford to overlook Long Sanfeng, his youngest daughter. One reason was her current status, which warranted his attention. Another was his understanding of her intelligence. Had she been a son, she might have been the most suitable successor for the Long family. Firstly, that boy's connection to our Long family. From the moment he entered the inner sect, he clashed violently with Junli and fourth brother, ultimately being banished to Black Dragon City. Although he later turned misfortune into fortune and successfully completed his tasks, do you think he would harbor gratitude toward our Long family? Certainly not. Only hatred would remain. Furthermore, fourth brother's beast pursued him. He is not foolish and must have realized that the deaths of the four are certainly related to him. Moreover, during my conversation with him today, I discerned a deep cunning within him. He is no ordinary young man. While he may not pose an immediate threat, who knows what the future holds? Let us not forget, he is also from a prominent family, backed by the Wei family of Jinling and supported by his maternal family, the Shuin family. Furthermore, he has Yin Dongyuan as an ally, coupled with his notable talent in cultivation. Once he grows stronger, he may indeed become a significant problem for our Long family, just as fourth brother suggested. Yes, that is precisely what I meant. Even Xiao Yuan couldn't help but nod in agreement. Long Sanfeng's words echoed his own thoughts. However, the impact of her words was markedly different from his. The Wei and Shuin families are hardly a concern. They have no bearing on our Long family. As we do not rely on external development, they cannot control us. Yet, Yin Dongyuan's attitude warrants caution. Currently, Buffon's life is still in his hands. That if we take action against Wei Yi, could he not also strike down Buffon? Long Qianli interjected. Although he was equally displeased with Wei Yi for capturing his son, he prioritized his son's safety and wished to avoid any risks. I have a method that can eliminate that boy without bloodshed, and even Yin Dongyuan will have nothing to say about it. Long Baizhong suddenly spoke up, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. What method? All eyes turned to him, eager for his solution. Speak quickly if you have a plan. Long Tianyun urged impatiently. Wei Yi had embarrassed the Long family repeatedly. If there was a way to deal with him, he wished to eradicate this nuisance, if only for the sake of their family's dignity. Long Baizhong smirked, raising a finger. There is but one method. Have Wu Wei take action. The grand competition is about to commence. Wu Wei has been conserving his energy for months, preparing to seize the top position. Why would you have him act? Long Tianyun's expression darkened, and he scolded harshly. Long Wu Wei was his eldest legitimate grandson and Long Buffon's elder brother. Unlike the latter, who was a frivolous youth, Long Wu Wei had always been a source of pride for the Long family. With their unwavering support over the years, he had become a core disciple of the sect, even ranking among the top within that circle, and was in contention for the title of first disciple. The position of first disciple would make him the eldest brother among the thousands of disciples in the Bawang sect, and could even pave the way for him to become the sect's heir. This was an immensely significant matter for the entire Long family. How could it be jeopardized over such trivial matters? Father, you are mistaken. Wu Wei has been conserving his strength for months, and with the competition approaching, he cannot improve significantly. However, if he seizes this opportunity to make a name for himself throughout the sect, he could elevate his standing to the highest peak and overshadow his competitors, thus gaining a decisive advantage in the competition. Are you suggesting Long Qianli began to grasp the implication. Indeed, I propose we issue a challenge, the life and death arena. If we were to strike against Wei Yi, it would be an unfair advantage. Qian Tonghe would certainly object. However, if Wu Wei challenges Wei Yi, it would be a youth-to-youth duel, devoid of any concerns to in the life and death arena. Life and death are determined. Even if Wu Wei were to kill that Wei Yi, Qian Tonghe would have nothing to say. In fact, he would be compelled to spare Buffon's life. Otherwise, he would be seen as harboring resentment and seeking revenge. Would he risk tarnishing his reputation after so many years in the sect? Long Baizhong concluded triumphantly, but Wu Wei is a well-known core disciple, while Wei Yi has only just entered the inner sect. What if he fears the challenge and refuses to accept? Long Tianyun suddenly inquired. If you were in his position, would you accept such a challenge? Well, Long Baizhong blinked, realizing that if he were in Wei Yi's shoes, he certainly wouldn't act so foolishly. Would Wei Yi be that naive? With this thought, Long Baizhong began to doubt the feasibility of the plan. No, he will definitely accept. Long Sanfeng interjected suddenly that I can assure you, that boy will not refuse the challenge. I can see he is inherently proud. Chapter 207. Will he accept the challenge? It must be said that Long Sanfeng's judgment of character was exceptionally sharp, while her assertion that Wei Yi would become a future threat to the Long family remained unverified. Her observation that he was inherently proud was something even Wei Yi himself could not deny. Proud individuals can be categorized into two types. That a certain type of blind pride emerges when individuals, upon attaining a certain status or achievement, inflate their self-importance to the point of ostentation and arrogance, often referred to as to be, a quintessential example of self-sabotage. Conversely, another form of pride stems from unwavering self-confidence, born of repeated victories, that fosters an ever-growing belief in oneself. This confidence can translate into further triumphs, bolstered by a formidable willpower that enables them to transform seemingly impossible challenges into victories. Such individuals are undoubtedly formidable, as they may prefer death over conceding defeat. Wei Yi embodies this very essence, outwardly affable and approachable, yet harboring a deeply entrenched obstinacy. It is often said that true strength is synonymous with a certain degree of obsession. Does Long Wu Yi wish to challenge me? Wei Yi inquired, gazing at Long Juanli, who had presented a challenge in the law enforcement hall. His expression remained composed, devoid of any surprise, as if he had anticipated this encounter. Indeed, Long Juanli now found himself regretting his decision. He had initially perceived this as an excellent opportunity to showcase his prowess and perhaps insult Wei Yi, yet he was unprepared for the reality of being encircled by a throng of supporters. Now, he dared not utter even a mildly provocative remark, fearing a direct confrontation with the assembled crowd. Rumor had it that the law enforcement team faced no repercussions for violence, and this thought nearly brought Long Juanli to tears. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have refrained from seizing this task. This was also due to Wei Yi's substantial wealth and generosity. He had been treating his peers to meals frequently, thereby enhancing their dining experience. Not only did the members of Team 3 benefit from this generosity, but many others within the law enforcement team had also indulged in such privileges that a magnanimous individual is always well regarded. And Wei Yi's recent clearing of most team tasks only augmented his popularity among the law enforcement members, alleviating their burdens. Consequently, news of the Long family's challenge to Wei Yi sparked a fervor, prompting nearly everyone still present to rally in support of him. Is your Long family attempting to bully the law enforcement hall due to our supposed lack of personnel? Wei Shidi has only recently entered the inner sect, and Long Wu Yi dares to compete with him. They proclaimed, "You dare to issue a life and death challenge. Do you think I cannot see through your scheme? You simply wish to force Wei Shidi into a corner. After all, he captured your Long family's Long Buffon so quickly. The Overlord sect is not dictated by your Long family, Long Juanli. If you don't clarify your intentions today, you shall not leave the law enforcement hall." Another voice interjected, "How dare you bully our law enforcement hall, thinking we are all mere spectators? Let Long Wu Yi challenge our Xuanwu team's captain, Huyan Shixiao. Indeed, what is Long Wu Yi worth? He didn't even make it to the top 3 in the last sect competition. If he has the courage, let him challenge the 4 captains of our law enforcement team. As for Captain Shou, let us avoid the accusation of bullying." Wei Yi required no words of his own. The law enforcement members, in a cacophony of voices, nearly drowned Long Juanli in their fervent support. His expression was one of bitter resignation, clutching the challenge notice yet unable to present it. "Brother Wei, please do not fall for the Long family's ploy. They have set Long Wu Yi against you to exploit the situation," urged the Gongyang brothers, pulling Wei Yi back with earnest concern. As for Long Wu Yi, although Wei Yi had never met him, the name was not unfamiliar. A long-standing core disciple of the Overlord sect. He had reportedly reached the 8th tier of the martial spirit realm and was likely on the verge of breaking into the 9th tier after a period of intense seclusion. Moreover, his high cultivation level and status as a core disciple indicated exceptional capabilities, devoid of the flaws or weaknesses common among roaming cultivators. Core disciples are a rarity, and the elite among them are unequivocally regarded as prodigious talents. If he wishes to challenge, how can I disappoint him? Wei Yi mused with a light smile, devoid of fear or trepidation, his desire for combat igniting fervently within him. Do you doubt my abilities against him? He queried the Gongong brothers. Unquestionably, they held such doubts, which is why they feared Wei Yi might impulsively accept the challenge. However, confronted with Wei Yi's direct question, they found themselves at a loss for words. Wei Yi, aware of their protective instincts, did not wish to retreat. If he chose to back down against a martial spirit realm warrior, it would indeed be a disgrace. That moment, a sudden hush fell over the previously boisterous environment as a young woman entered. Clad in white, as pure as snow, with a long sword in hand, her presence radiated an aura of sharpness. She was none other than Li Miaofu, the captain of the Zhuke team, renowned as the sect's foremost genius in swordsmanship. This is not the proper way to host guests. Our law enforcement team requires no such theatrics. Everyone, please step aside, she stated succinctly. Upon hearing her words, no one dared to hesitate. The four captains of the law enforcement team held considerable respect, and the members promptly cleared a path. Long Juanli felt his knees weaken, nearly collapsing. Just as he prepared to express gratitude, he realized Li Miaofu had not spared him a glance, striding directly to Wei Yi's side. Are you here to dissuade me as well? Wei Yi asked. That I have faith in you, Li Miaofu replied, her eyes shimmering with an unusual light, before adding, regardless of the choice you make. Wei Yi smiled. Stepping forward to accept the challenge notice from Long Juanli's hands, without acknowledging him further, he addressed the crowd. To express my gratitude for your support, I shall treat everyone to a lavish feast at the Fortune Pavilion today. A moment of stunned silence followed, before the crowd erupted in cheers. A complimentary meal was always welcomed. Meanwhile, Long Juanli found himself utterly disregarded. Once a notable inner sect disciple, he now found himself in such a predicament, leaving him disheartened and bitter as he silently turned to depart. Regardless of the outcome, as long as Wei Yi accepted the challenge, his task was deemed complete, and he no longer wished to concern himself with anything further. Chapter 208. The weight of a beautiful woman's favor. As dusk fell, Wei Yi and Li Miaofu exited the Grand Sect Tavern, making their way back to their quarters, although many others accompanied them. They discreetly chose alternative routes, leaving the space open for the two. After enjoying a sumptuous meal courtesy of Wei Yi, it was only courteous to provide them some privacy. You must have spent quite a time treating so many people, Li Miaofu remarked, feeling an unexpected warmth in her cheeks, perhaps due to the wine, as the surrounding silence heightened her sense of unease, prompting her to seek a topic for discussion. In her typically composed demeanor, she had never encountered such a situation, and the phrase heart racing like a deer sprung to mind. Indeed, approximately 70,000, Wei Yi replied, walking beside her, inhaling her delicate fragrance. Such an amount? Li Miaofu exclaimed, her eyes widening. Though she generally lacked a keen sense of finances, she was aware that 70,000 taels was no trifling sum, especially for a single meal. There is no need for such extravagance next time. With that money, one could purchase numerous alchemical pills to aid in cultivation. After a moment's reflection, she could not help but advise, all right, I promise I won't do it again. Wei Yi nodded without hesitation, then explained, the reason for my generosity today is simply that seeing you made me particularly joyful. Under normal circumstances, I am quite frugal and rarely treat anyone, often relying on others for meals. Wei Yi's words were undoubtedly a fabrication, evident even to Li Miaofu. Such nonsense, she retorted, shooting him an annoyed glance. Yet, recalling his earlier statement, she could not help but lower her head slightly, the warmth in her cheeks intensifying. Have you just returned from a mission? She inquired. I've been back at the sect for over 10 days and haven't seen you. I asked Xiaoling, but she was unaware of your whereabouts. Sensing her discomfort, Wei Yi tactfully shifted the conversation. I wasn't on a mission. The sect's grand competition is approaching, and I felt my swordsmanship had hit a bottleneck, so I went to the wooden sword platform in Jinyang County for some training. After breaking through, I returned but left in haste and didn't inform anyone. However, I have heard quite a bit about you since I returned. My news pales in comparison to yours. Truly, you are the sect's foremost swordsmanship genius. For you, breakthroughs seem as effortless as eating and drinking. How one can be envious of another. Wei Yi chuckled, feeling a twinge of envy for Li Miaofu's swordsmanship talent. Without the game system, he doubted he could even match half of her prowess. Not at all. My breakthroughs also require considerable effort, though to others, it may seem effortless. Li Nufu replied. It is precisely because I maintain a singular focus and refrain from distractions that I find it easier to break through. Many who encounter bottlenecks often do, so due to excessive distractions as their conversation unfolded, Li Miaofu shared a wealth of insights regarding cultivation experiences with Wei Yi. It cannot be deemed as guidance. Yet it has undeniably benefited Wei Yi immensely. These insights are entirely her own conclusions. Most individuals would cherish such knowledge and seldom share it so generously with others. Li Miaofu, however, possesses no concept of withholding. Wei Yi is profoundly moved in his heart. You truly intend to duel with Long Wu Wei? Li Miaofu suddenly halted her steps and inquired, I have already accepted the challenge. If I do not appear at the life and death platform in 3 days, I would undoubtedly become the laughingstock of the entire sect. You would not wish for that, would you? Wei Yi shrugged. In truth, he had not given it much thought, seemingly perceiving Wei Yi's dismissive attitude. Li Miaofu could not help but retract her smile, her expression turning serious as she admonished, if you genuinely plan to compete, do not underestimate your opponent, just as there is a significant gap between outer and inner disciples. The disparity between ordinary inner disciples and core disciples is equally vast. To be candid, even if I were to battle Long Wu Wei, I cannot guarantee a complete victory. He is not as simple as you might imagine. Really? Wei Yi furrowed his brow. He had a vague sense of Li Miaofu's strength, having comprehended numerous sword intents. Although her cultivation was merely at the martial spirit realm, her actual combat prowess could likely rival that of ordinary martial kings. Yet she claimed she could not guarantee victory over Long Wu Wei. Was the Dragon Clan's prodigy truly that formidable? I am not joking. Although Long Wu Wei did not place in the top 3 during the last sect competition, it was merely due to unfortunate luck in facing Hu Yinfeng, whose Xuanwu technique counters him perfectly. Your proficiency in swordsmanship clearly does not favor a defensive style, and you possess little advantage in a contest against him. Should you continue to underestimate him, even if you are indeed stronger, there is a possibility he could defeat you. Moreover, the life and death platform is a matter of life and death. If he truly seeks to take your life, no one else could intervene. Li Miaofu's emotions inadvertently revealed a hint of urgency, perhaps even unbeknownst to her. After a moment of contemplation, she retrieved a pill box from her spatial ring and handed it to Wei Yi. You have 3 days left. Taking this breaking spirit pill should elevate your cultivation by 1 level, thereby increasing your chances. The breaking spirit pill, a 5th-tier elixir, is renowned as the most expensive of its kind. Consuming just 1 allows a martial spirit realm cultivator to advance by a level, an effect that is nothing short of miraculous. Naturally, each cultivator can only consume it once. A second dose would yield no benefit. Nonetheless, it remains highly coveted, with its availability being scarce, regardless of monetary wealth. Wei Yi was unsure how Li Miaofu had obtained this breaking spirit pill, but he could discern that her own cultivation had not yet reached the pinnacle of the martial spirit realm. He even speculated that this pill might have been her preparation for the upcoming sect competition. No, I cannot accept this. You have yet to consume it yourself. How could you give it to me? Wei Yi immediately declined. For him, breaking through in cultivation was not particularly challenging. He merely needed to invest time in gaining experience, and was thus reluctant to waste such a precious breaking spirit pill. I have already consumed 1. Taking another would be ineffective. Li Miaofu shook her head, though her slightly flustered expression undoubtedly indicated her deceit. Wei Yi was no fool. How could he not see through her? I'd just take it. Stop being so verbose, you big man. Without waiting for Wei Yi to finish his sentence, Li Miaofu shoved the pill box into his hands. That I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Seemingly fearing he might return it, she said this and fled without looking back, employing her martial skills to disappear in the blink of an eye. Wei Yi stood in place, unable to suppress a wry smile as he gazed at the exquisite pill box, still faintly warm in his hands, his heart overwhelmed with gratitude. Chapter 209. The Shadow of the 10 Famous Swords. Upon returning to his residence, Wei Yi tidied himself up a bit before sitting cross-legged on the bed. He began to regulate his breath and circulate his vital energy. After a complete cycle, the effects of alcohol were swiftly purged from his system. His gaze cleared, and his mental state returned to its peak. Taking out the pill box gifted by Li Miaofu, he contemplated for a moment before ultimately opening it and retrieving the dark purple breaking spirit pill within. He could not bear to disappoint the kind intentions of the fair maiden. Long Wu Wei, I'm afraid I must apologize. In 3 days, I must emerge victorious. A glimmer of determination flashed in Wei Yi's eyes. Initially, he had not been overly concerned, but at this moment, his fighting spirit surged to its zenith. Even if it were solely for the sake of the breaking spirit pill in his hand, for that heartfelt gesture, he had to triumph in this duel. In short order, Wei Yi consumed the breaking spirit pill, which instantly transformed into an immensely powerful essence that surged into his meridians, cleansing his body while rapidly augmenting the energy reserve in his dantian, propelling his cultivation forward. The system notification chimed promptly. Ding. Player Wei Yi has consumed 1 breaking spirit pill. Cultivation experience 400,000. Ding. Player Wei Yi's 4th tier martial spirit realm experience is now full, automatically advancing to the 5th tier martial spirit realm with the assistance of the game system. Even normal breakthroughs were significantly expedited, devoid of any unexpected occurrences. In a mere few minutes, he successfully advanced from the 4th tier martial spirit realm to the 5th tier. For ordinary martial artists, such an achievement would typically require 6 months to a year of diligent effort. Unfortunately, the breaking spirit pill could only be effective once for each individual. Any additional consumption would be futile. Otherwise, acquiring more would be akin to a cheat code for leveling up. However, even if he could not consume it again, it would still prove lucrative. Regrettably, his alchemy skills were still a tad short of qualifying him as a 5th tier alchemist, and he lacked the formula for the breaking spirit pill. Never mind, there was no rush. He was not currently in need of funds, and he could explore that avenue in the future. As nightfall descended, Wei Yi settled his mind and began to contemplate the imminent life and death platform duel. The Long clan's instigation of Long Wu Wei to challenge him was transparent. Their aim was undoubtedly to seek revenge under the guise of honor, especially after the irreparable rift that had formed between them following his capture of Long Bufan. The enmity from the Long clan had reached its zenith. They either sought to cripple him and expel him from the Bawang sect or intended to eliminate him altogether, thus resolving their grievances once and for all. Long Wu Wei was a top-tier core disciple, one of the strongest fighters among the Bawang sect's disciples, and for the Long clan, dealing with Wei Yi, a newcomer to the inner sect, would be a trivial matter. For the Long clan, it was a matter of swift retribution. As for Long Wu Wei personally, he likely sought to build momentum for the upcoming sect competition through his battle with Wei Yi, aiming to secure a resounding victory and thus gain an advantage in the competition for the title of the foremost disciple. The Long clan had indeed devised a clever scheme, Wei Yi scoffed. Upon further reflection and considering the current state of the sect, he quickly grasped the Long clan's intentions. However, they truly believe they can use my life as a stepping stone for their ambitions? Can they rely solely on Long Wu Wei to subdue me? They ought to be wary of being greedy, lest they become ensnared in their own schemes. Wei Yi soon formulated his own plan. The Long clan's arrangement was predicated on the assumption that Long Wu Wei would win. If he were to emerge victorious instead, then all of the Long clan's machinations would serve to dress him in finery. Yet, as Li Miaofu had mentioned, Long Wu Wei was no nameless individual. His strength was formidable. Regardless of the outcome, he must not allow himself to be complacent. Wei Yi quickly reflected. Underestimating an opponent is an error that must never be committed. Even a lion uses its full strength when hunting a rabbit, and he was facing an adversary with a reputation and cultivation that surpassed his own. His most potent weapon was undoubtedly the ancient martial soul, the twin-headed ghost python, though he could not enhance it in the short term. The red crystal true flame and blackwater fiend flame also could not be advanced within such a brief time frame. As for the training progress of the red melding fire god technique, which had reached 78, he could still strive for improvement. Although achieving 100 mastery within 3 days was impossible, a deeper understanding would undoubtedly amplify its power. Regarding his cultivation, after consuming the breaking spirit pill, he had attained the 5th tier martial spirit realm, advanced to the 6th tier martial spirit realm. He would require 500,000 experience points. A time frame of 3 days would likely be insufficient. It seemed the only opportunity for substantial enhancement lay in the Night Sword technique gifted by Sister Qiao. He had struggled to grasp it, having only reached LV5 in over 10 days. Where had he gone wrong? Wei Yi pondered. The progress was indeed too slow. The Night Sword technique was a low-grade Earth-tier sword technique, and once its level was elevated, its power would undoubtedly increase significantly. Becoming a vital weapon in his arsenal, Wei Yi was determined not to give up. Could it be the sword's influence? A flash of insight struck Wei Yi. The heroic sword exuded a righteous aura, harmonizing perfectly with the pure Yang sword technique and pure Yang sword intent. Yet when wielding it for the Night Sword technique, it felt incongruous. Reflecting on this, Wei Yi found some merit in the reasoning. With this in mind, he decided to procure a new sword. Presently, Wei Yi was affluent enough to indulge in lavish meals, and thus he would not skimp on a weapon essential for his survival. He accessed the game's marketplace and navigated to the sword category. Ignoring the ordinary swords, he directly browsed the treasures in accordance with Wei Yi's strategy of cultivating the Night Sword technique. He believed it prudent to select a sword inclined towards shadow attributes. The Famine Shadow Sword, the Phantom Sword of Wailing Spirits, and the renowned Qing Sword, one of the top 10 famed swords. The game marketplace indeed lived up to its reputation as a treasure repository, offering an array of swords. With his current privileges, although some higher-tier swords remained out of reach, he was still dazzled by the selection. Truth be told, Wei Yi was uncertain which sword would be superior, so he opted to consider them by price. He resolved to purchase not what was right, but what was expensive. Among the swords, the Chungying sword, one of the top 10, was undoubtedly the priciest, listed at 580,000 taels of silver. This was nearly 5 times the worth of the hero's sword, which was valued at 100,000 silver taels. However, while the hero's sword was a low-tier treasure weapon, the Chungying sword was classified as a mid-tier treasure weapon. Despite both being treasures, there was a significant disparity in quality for someone at the martial spirit realm. Controlling a mid-tier treasure weapon was already at the limits of their capability. High-tier treasure weapons possessed excessive spiritual energy, surpassing their capacity. Thus, he resolved to purchase the Chungying sword, one of the top 10. Wei Yi swiftly made his decision. The 580,000 taels of silver was promptly deducted, and soon thereafter, a delicate sword, as light as a cicada's wing, materialized in Wei Yi's grasp, in a swift motion. He executed a strike, the sword's trajectory imperceptible, yet the table before him was cleft in two with a resounding crack. Chapter 210. The third day. 3 days had swiftly passed during this time. The news of Wei Yi's impending duel with Long Wuwei had spread throughout the sect. This was undoubtedly the result of the Long family mobilizing various forces for publicity, eager to bolster Long Wuwei's reputation and maximize the impact of this battle. Such a life-and-death duel naturally drew considerable attention. Long Wuwei needed no introduction. He was the foremost among the younger generation of the Long family, often referred to as the Dragon Steed, and ranked among the top disciples within the sect. His strength beyond question. Moreover, having secluded himself for several months, his current prowess was shrouded in mystery, making his appearance a significant draw for many. Conversely, Wei Yi was no nameless figure, despite being a newcomer to the inner sect for barely a few months. He had made quite a name for himself, rivaling even the seasoned disciples. Upon entering the inner sect, he had caused quite a stir by clashing with the father-son duo of Long Yuan and Long Juanli. Exhibiting a brazen demeanor on his first day, following his demotion to Black Dragon City, he unexpectedly completed a daunting task there, even eradicating the infamous Blackwater bandits. Upon returning to the sect, he instigated a wave of challenges, earning a reputation as a cold-faced enforcer, thus becoming a constant topic of discussion since his entrance. His duel with Long Wuwei was bound to attract a multitude of spectators, with the number of disciples drawn to Wei Yi's side nearly matching that of Long Wuwei. This life-and-death duel had become the most anticipated event prior to the sect's grand competition. On the morning of the third day, as dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window, prompting Wei Yi to awaken. The brilliance in his dark eyes shimmered, indicating he had fully restored his vitality. Throughout these 3 days, he had immersed himself in rigorous sword training, and fortunately, his efforts had yielded remarkable results, far exceeding his expectations, culminating only last night. After a restful night, he was now completely revitalized. Wei Yi rose, meticulously washed and groomed himself. Once he had arranged his hair and attire, he opened the door and stepped outside, only to find a considerable gathering awaiting him. At the forefront were Li Miaofu and Zhu Ling. Behind them stood the 4 brothers of the Gonyang clan and members of the enforcement team, along with friends from the outer sect who had also advanced, such as Zhang Wu and Lu Riyun. And even Li Hanluan and Pei Qinghe from the outer sect had come. "Why is everyone here so early?" Wei Yi asked. Astonished, Li Miaofu's cheeks flushed as she assumed he was addressing her and hurriedly explained. "I was brought here by little Linger." Zhu Linger shot her a reproachful glance, and after receiving a fierce glare from Li Miaofu, she shrank back, instantly silenced, unable to decipher the peculiar exchange between the two. Wei turned to the Gonyang brothers. "We're all here to support you," Gonyang replied with a broad smile. "Indeed, though the Long family is formidable, we are not without allies. We stand as your steadfast support." "With the enforcement hall and others waiting for you at the life and death platform," others echoed, seeing the camaraderie in the early presence of disciples such as Li Hanluan from the outer sect. Wei Yi felt a swell of gratitude. Taking a deep breath, he bowed deeply and earnestly expressed, "Thank you all. Wei Yi will remember this kindness. Should the need arise in the future, I will do my utmost to assist." Meanwhile, at the Long family estate, deep within a sealed underground chamber, a loud crack echoed as the chamber's door swung open, revealing a young man with striking features stepping forth. Upon closer inspection, he appeared to walk above ground, as if avoiding contact with the dust below. With steady steps, neither hurried nor slow, he exuded a calmness akin to a mountain. What was even more astonishing was the flickering glow of fire in his eyes, emanating an aura of danger. "Young master, here is the information regarding your opponent for the upcoming match." A Long family guard promptly presented a dossier. This young man was none other than Long Wuwei, the direct grandson of Long Tianyun, the head of the Long family. After a cursory glance at the document, Long Wu-wei absorbed the contents in an instant, revealing little emotion on his face. Suddenly, flames erupted from his palm, incinerating the dossier into ashes in the blink of an eye. The information is lacking in detail. Ensure this is rectified next time, Long Wu-wei remarked coldly as he strode forward without looking back. His indifferent words echoed in the guard's ears, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead as he wiped them away. His heartbeat gradually normalizing. He couldn't help but inwardly marvel at how much more formidable the young master had become since his seclusion. Outside the estate, a gathering of Long family members awaited, led by Long Tianyuan. Upon seeing Long Wu-wei emerge, he immediately approached him with a vigorous stride, betraying no signs of age, and inquired anxiously, "Wu-wei, how was your seclusion?" "This time, I did not disappoint your expectations, grandfather. It has been accomplished," Long Wu-wei replied, a hint of pride creeping into his expression. "Excellent, excellent. Truly worthy of being my Long family steed, now that this is achieved. Dealing with that Wei Yi child will be a mere formality. I will await your return at the estate to celebrate your victory," Long Tianyuan exclaimed, elated. Hearing this, Long Wu-wei felt a surge of warmth in his heart, reassuringly promising, "Give me an hour, and I will slay that Wei Yi on the life and death platform, avenging you, grandfather. I shall use bloody evidence to warn those with ulterior motives. Our Long family's dignity shall not be trifled with." Long Wu-wei vowed, a fierce glint in his eyes. The crowd erupted in applause, and Long Tianyuan could hardly contain his laughter. "With a grandson like you, how could my Long family not prosper? That Wei Yi child is no match for you." Chapter 211. The Life and Death Platform. The Life and Death Platform is the most renowned arena within the Ba Wang sect for martial duels. Its purpose can be succinctly summarized. Life and death are determined upon this platform. Indeed, it serves as a genuine battleground for life and death confrontations. Ordinary matches are seldom held here. Rather, its presence signifies irreconcilable grievances that necessitate resolution through such duels. Moreover, the Life and Death Platform is equipped with special formations that cannot be opened from the outside. Only those within can lift the restrictions. In other words, unless a victor emerges from the battles on the platform, external parties cannot intervene. This makes such duels exceedingly fair. Notably, some powerful figures from the sect's higher echelons have engaged in combat on this platform, and numerous ordinary disciples have also faced off here. Even renowned outsiders have sought to resolve their enmities using the Ba Wang sect's Life and Death Platform. In the entire history of the deathmatch platform, Wei Yi and Long Wu-wei are not the most renowned users. However, in the past year or two, no one has garnered as much fame as they have, thus attracting a multitude of disciples from various sects to witness the spectacle. Not only have nearly 1,000 ordinary disciples crowded in, but several high-ranking figures have also made their appearance. For instance, Elder Qian Tonghe, who has agreed to take Wei Yi as his disciple, and Elder Qiao Zhihua, who has close ties to the Long family, both of whom have shocked many ordinary disciples by appearing simultaneously. Additionally, there are Elder Yuan Hui, father of Yuan Bei, Elder Shimin, mother of Shimin Yulian, Madame Qiao, Long Sanfeng, and the current head of the Xie family, Sun Wenyuan. These four, all ranked among the 18 principal elders, have also caused a stir upon their arrival, not to mention the numerous ordinary elders and deacons present. The assembly of spectators is indeed unexpected. How does Elder Yin perceive this bout? Elder Qiao, seated in the viewing area, glanced around before addressing Yin Dongyuan beside him, casually inquiring, "Is this your arrangement?" Yin Dongyuan's mood was understandably grim. Having finally accepted a disciple he favored, the Long family stirred up trouble, evidently seeking to eliminate Wei Yi. It is no wonder he was in such a foul temper, even casting a rather unfriendly glance toward Elder Qiao. "Do you believe it has nothing to do with us?" Elder Qiao responded rather swiftly. Yin Dongyuan scrutinized him deeply. In truth, he believed that Elder Qiao was not involved, as he was aware that Elder Qiao had been striving to disentangle himself from the Long family's influence in recent years, attempting to draw a clear line between them. After all, he had now become a formidable martial sovereign and an elder of the sect's law enforcement, possessing both the strength and status to free himself from the Long family's grasp. No longer wishing to remain their puppet, that would be splendid. Recently, our enforcement team has welcomed a new member named Qiu Ping. I heard that you know him. Upon hearing this, Elder Qiu's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that Yin Dongyuan was aware of his illegitimate son and had even brought him into the enforcement team, and what was worse, he had been completely oblivious to it. How dare that little wretch take such liberties? Elder Qiu's countenance darkened, a tempest brewing inside him. He coldly fixed his gaze on Elder Yin and spoke with a stiff tone. "Are you threatening me?" "I merely wish to convey my regard for this disciple. If it has nothing to do with you, then so be it. If it does." Yin Donglin's eyes glimmered with a chilling resolve. That old coot Long Tianyun thinks he can scheme against me, yet he is unaware that I have long since entrusted the matter of Long Bufan to Elder Xie to handle. I am eager to see how he will feel once he learns of it. Elder Qiu narrowed his eyes at his words, inwardly cursing the Long family for being such inept allies, provoking Yin Dongyuan so directly and dragging him into the fray. Especially when he considered how his wife would react upon learning about Xiu Ping, his anger surged. This matter truly has nothing to do with me. Elder Qiu reiterated firmly. He then shifted the conversation, seemingly curious. However, Elder Yin, your current actions appear somewhat inconsistent with your usual demeanor. Humph. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered, let alone someone like me, Yin Dongyuan replied coldly. If my disciple can successfully navigate this tribulation, all will be well, but if not, the Long family will learn the consequences of inciting my wrath. That I hope it does not come to that, Elder Qiu said slowly. Yet, deep down, he harbored a desire for just such an outcome. Ideally, he wished for that little rascal Wei Yi to be slain by Long Wui, leading to a fierce clash between the Long family and Yin Dongyuan, allowing him to reap the benefits as a bystander. This was the scenario he most coveted. At that moment, the once boisterous square fell into an abrupt silence. The throngs of people quickly parted to form two lines. Simultaneously, the members of the Long family and those from the enforcement hall erupted into cheers, their voices echoing thunderously. Clearly, the two central figures, Wei Yi and Long Wui, had made their entrance. Long Wui, adorned in a brocade robe, exuded an air of arrogance, raising his chin high, his gaze indifferent and proud. In stark contrast, Wei Yi donned a simple white robe, wielding a sword with a calm demeanor, advancing at a leisurely pace. A subtle smile gracing his face, his striking appearance naturally endeared him to many. Although their expressions diverged, the aura they both emanated surpassed that of ordinary disciples. Before they ascended the platform, the two stood at opposing sides, gazing at each other across the distance, as if sparks were flying in the air. Long Wui's eyes were laced with disdain as he let out a cold snort. Wei Yi remained composed, a faint, enigmatic smile playing at the corners of his mouth. This young man certainly possessed an extraordinary quality. Meanwhile, Elder Ximen, seated in the viewing area, nodded slightly. Though she had never met Wei Yi, she was not unfamiliar with his connections. She had arranged the marriage between Zhu Linger and the Yuan family, only for it to be thwarted by Wei Yi, and her daughter Sun Wenyuan had even been brought to tears by him. The very conflict between Wei Yi and the Long family stemmed from Yulian, which had led Long Juanli to seek trouble with Wei Yi, resulting in a series of troublesome events. In truth, she was not the type to harbor petty grievances. Rather, her demeanor was dignified and graceful, fitting of a noble woman. Her gaze upon Wei Yi held more admiration than disdain. If my Ximen family had such an outstanding young man as him, why would I need to toil over those arranged marriages? Elder Ximen sighed inwardly, contemplating how she wished things could be different. Humph, he is merely enjoying his moment of glory now. Soon, he will surely reveal his true self on the platform, and perhaps even meet his end at Long Wui's hands. Sun Wenyuan, seemingly unable to tolerate her mother's admiration, could not help but retort coldly. Her feelings towards Wei Yi were complex, yet deep down, she harbored an inexplicable hope that he might triumph over Long Wui. I must be out of my mind. How could that scoundrel possibly defeat Long Wui? She thought, shaking her head in self-mockery. On the other side, Yuan Hui took his seat alongside his sons, Yuan Bei and Yuan Wadai. Do you think he can win? Yuan Hui inquired with indifference. He was not directing the question at Yuan Bei, whom he deemed utterly useless, but rather at Yuan Wudi. The chances are slim, Yuan Wudi responded tersely. After a moment's contemplation, he added, Long Wui has emerged from seclusion with significant advancements in strength. I sense he may also be concealing some hidden cards, which are undoubtedly extraordinary. It is likely that Wei Yi will struggle to contend with him, having only been in the sect for a few months, thus lacking sufficient experience. Yuan Hui nodded slightly, sharing the same sentiment. That would be for the best. It would be ideal to use the Long family to eliminate this young man. Chapter 212. 9 Turns of Dragon Flame. Amidst the anticipation of the crowd, Wei Yi and Long Wui swiftly ascended the deathmatch platform. The two exchanged cold glances, neither willing to yield. I've had a change of heart, Long Wui suddenly declared. Wei Yi raised an eyebrow, bewildered by this unexpected turn. Initially, I intended to kill you outright, but now I have decided not to kill you. Wei Yi nearly laughed aloud. This fellow was truly brimming with misplaced confidence, bordering on arrogance, unable to suppress his sarcastic tone. He retorted, So, should I be grateful to you? Would you prefer I kneel and thank you profusely? Long Wui, discerning the mockery in Wei Yi's words, felt his expression turn icy. I merely said I would spare your life. but I will render you utterly incapacitated, allowing all to witness your fate as a cautionary tale. This is the cost of provoking the Long family. Long Wui's demeanor was cold, his voice chilling. The fury in his gaze bore the weight of his lineage as the Long family's heir. The dignity of the Long family, in his eyes, was synonymous with his own. Wei Yi's repeated provocations against the Long family were, without a doubt, affronts to Long Wui himself. Such a person could not be allowed to live. Let the battle commence. With his command, he swiftly waved his right hand downward, and with a resounding explosion, the array's restrictions were activated. It is your turn. He coldly regarded Wei. Since you are so eager to court death, I shall not hinder you. Wei Yi wasted no time either, quickly activating his side of the array's restrictions. In an instant, brilliant lights flickered, and countless dazzling screens illuminated, transforming into layers of radiant shields that enveloped the deathmatch platform. As the color shifted, the screens faded to transparency, allowing those outside to witness the battle without obstruction. However, the defensive power of the array had reached its zenith. It was no simple task for even the most formidable warriors to breach it from the outside. What is the deathmatch platform? It is the arena that distinguishes life from death. This undeniably signified the formal commencement of their duel. Remember my name, Long Wui, he intoned coldly, as an overwhelming aura erupted from him, as anticipated. His cultivation had indeed reached the 9th tier of the martial spirit realm. Just a step away from the pinnacle of the 10th tier, his foundation was solid, and his genuine chi was robust, far surpassing the ordinary martial artists outside. According to Wei Yi's estimation, even He Kuan, a peak martial spirit practitioner, could not match the intensity of the genuine chi possessed by Long Wu before him. In other words, even the peak martial spirit He Kuan might not stand a chance against Long Wu. Of course, Long Wu's strength was not solely reflected in his cultivation level. More importantly, it stemmed from the martial arts he had mastered, which was the true pillar of his dominance over his peers. The 9 cycles of Dragon Flame was the true inherited martial art of the Long family, reserved exclusively for the successors of each generation. Among the Long family's 2 supreme techniques, one was the Flame Dragon Armor, and the other was the 9 cycles of Dragon Flame. Most direct line descendants could only cultivate the Flame Dragon Armor, but Long Wu, as the direct grandson of the Long family, was eligible to practice the 9 cycles of Dragon Flame. It indeed seemed that defeating him would require considerable effort. Wei Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, instantly becoming vigilant, while the Crimson Fusion Fire technique began to operate rapidly at that moment. Long Wu was already enveloped in waves of fiery, genuine chi. He then extended his hands, and strange flames appeared above them. 1, 2, 3. A total of 6 mysterious flames. Each flame radiated a wildly fierce aura and manifested in different colors. Witnessing such a spectacle, even before the two had engaged in combat, many spectators could not help but engage in lively discussions. I didn't expect Long Wu had already cultivated the 9 cycles of Dragon Flame to the 6th cycle. Senior brother, Hu Yan. If you encounter him again in this year's competition, will you be able to withstand him? It's hard to say, a young man with black hair replied slowly, shaking his head. He was Hu Yanfeng, the captain of the law enforcement team's Xuanwu division, who had previously defeated Long Wu in last year's competition. His victory had been due to his Xuanwu technique, which had countered Long Wu's 9 cycles of Dragon Flame. However, at that time, Long Wu had only reached the 5th cycle. Now that he had advanced to the 6th, Hu Yanfeng lacked complete confidence in his ability to withstand it. Everyone knew that the power of the 9 cycles of Dragon Flame only grew stronger with each cycle. With the 6th cycle nearly doubling the power of the 5th, Wei Yi was not skilled in defense, and he was uncertain whether he could withstand the 9 cycles of Dragon Flame. Nearby, Li Miaofu could not help but furrow her brow slightly. Brother Wei will definitely win. The girl beside her, who was enthusiastically cheering, was Zhu Linger, her fists clenched as she shouted blindly. Seeing her in such a state, Li Miaofu couldn't help but smile. Indeed, he will surely win. With that, she raised her gaze to the stage, her beautiful eyes filled with confidence, though she herself was unsure why she felt so assured. Kid, if you fall beneath the onslaught of my 9 cycles of Dragon Flame, you ought to be content, Long Wu declared, finally making his move. Under his command, 6 terrifying flames transformed into fiery dragon serpents that lunged ferociously at Wei Yi. Since you wish to play with fire, I shall indulge you, Wei Yi scoffed. Although Long Wu's 9 cycles of Dragon Flame was formidable, the summoned flames were not exotic fire, but in terms of flame power. Once was unleashed, none could rival it. Furthermore, Wei Yi had mastered 2 forms of. After cultivating the Crimson Fusion Fire technique and learning various fire control methods from it, Wei Yi's command over was far superior to what it had once been. Without any notable gestures, The crimson true flame erupted instantly, transforming into a ferocious tiger that pounced forward, engaging in a fierce struggle with the 6 fiery dragon serpents. Overreaching, Long Wu-wei sneered, then pointed a finger into the void, unleashing a fiery ray that shot toward Wei Yi like lightning. However, at that moment, Wei Yi summoned the black water demonic flame, morphing it into a massive tiger as dark as ink, which roared forward and devoured the fiery ray before charging ahead without losing momentum. But this was not the end. Suddenly, Wei Yi formed hand seals, invoking profound techniques, causing the 2 exotic fire tigers to explode simultaneously. The violent energy overturned the 6 fiery dragon serpents. The 2 then recombined into a dual-colored dragon that surged toward Long Wu-wei, its colossal fiery claws aiming directly for his head. Upon seeing this, Long Wu-wei's expression shifted slightly. Since you have such an affinity for fiery dragons, let me show you their true might. Wei Yi's gaze turned cold. Relentless in his advantage, he pressed down with his right hand. Before Long Wu-wei could react, a thunderous explosion erupted as the dual-colored dragon detonated once more, engulfing him entirely in a tempest of ferocious flames. A collective gasp echoed from the crowd as they watched in astonishment. Chapter 213, Ancient Martial Soul. In truth, the gathered spectators had little understanding of Wei Yi's true strength. They were mostly aware of his considerable reputation. When he had first entered the intersect, he had clashed fiercely with the father-son duo of Long Zhou-yuan. Even Long Zhou-yuan had found it quite challenging to respond. Now, only a few months had passed, and many wondered how much stronger Wei Yi could have become. Thus, most did not hold high hopes for his performance in this duel. Conversely, Long Wu-wei, as a core disciple of the sect, had consistently ranked among the top 10 in previous competitions. Undoubtedly a first-rate genius whose strength was beyond question. However, the reality of their confrontation exceeded everyone's expectations. Wei Yi not only exhibited no weakness but also demonstrated astonishing control over exotic fire, executing a series of bizarre and unexpected maneuvers that seemed to put Long Wu-wei on the defensive. In contrast, Long Wu-wei did not display the prowess of a top core disciple and appeared somewhat flustered. What I asked this? Can someone explain what is happening? It said that there was a vast disparity in their strengths. Those 2 exotic fire, this control over flame is simply astonishing. Wei Yi's strength is remarkable. He feels that even stronger than senior brother Long. I regret placing all my bets on Long Wu-wei yesterday. I feel I'm about to lose. Many intersect disciples could not help but discuss amongst themselves, their expressions filled with disbelief. Even some who had long been acquainted with Wei Yi, such as Zhang Wu and the Gongong 4 brothers, were taken aback, astonished by Wei Yi's rapid advancement in strength, which far exceeded their expectations. Not only had he effortlessly thwarted Long Wu-wei's attacks, but he had also retaliated fiercely. This was truly the Wei Yi they had entered the intersect with. Today's match did not seem likely to end easily. Elder Shimin was equally astounded, glancing at his daughter, only to find Shimin Yulian staring blankly, clearly shocked. This kid has mastered 2 exotic fire with such proficiency. Yuanwei instinctively narrowed his eyes, exchanging glances with his son, Yuwendi. Both of them could not conceal a hint of trepidation in their expressions. As for Yuanbei, he wore a bitter smile, his fear intensifying. Had he known it would be like this, he would have. Elder Chiu remained silent, his demeanor calm and collected. He cast a deep glance at Elder Yan, vaguely beginning to understand why Elder Yan had been so furious. If he possessed a disciple with such extraordinary talent, he would likely not tolerate any attempts to harm him, potentially reacting even more intensely than Elder Yan. With a thunderous explosion, Long Wu-wei emerged from the violent blaze, his flame dragon armor shielding him from significant harm. However, he could not escape the humiliation of appearing disheveled. In contrast, Wei Yi stood in his white robe, looking relaxed and untouched by injury. The stark difference in their appearances was evident. How about it, senior brother Long? Are you satisfied with my gift? Wei Yi asked with a light chuckle. He never held back against his adversaries, whether in action or in words. Long Wu-wei trembled with rage as he faced an unexpected situation. He had anticipated an easy victory over Wei Yi, but the latter's strength far surpassed his expectations. Alongside his resentment for Wei Yi, he also felt anger towards his family's informants. The discrepancy between Wei Yi's true strength and what he had seen in the morning's reports was vast. Had the intelligence been accurate, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. However, regrets were futile at this moment. Wei Yi, do not be so arrogant. You think this is enough to secure victory over me? You are merely rejoicing too early. Long Wu-wei, not an ordinary disciple, quickly adjusted his demeanor, the disdain in his eyes fading as a serious expression replaced it. Your strength is indeed beyond my expectations. But this is precisely what I need. Your strength qualifies you to be my stepping stone. Defeating you will bolster my confidence to defeat others and ultimately claim victory in the sect competition. Long Wuwei's eyes glimmered with a mysterious light, and his entire aura turned wildly ferocious. The flames swirling around him became increasingly intense and radiant, as if he had donned a suit of fiery armor. The flame dragon armor technique, in his hands, had evidently been cultivated to an extraordinary level, and combined with his formidable cultivation, it showcased an unparalleled power, far surpassing that of Long Jiyuan in the past. Die! Long Wuwei suddenly launched a punch, accompanied by a roaring stream of fiery energy as thick as a barrel. Humph! I shall see what qualifications you possess to be so arrogant. Wei Yi scoffed. Grasping the Qingying sword, he executed a swift cut, cleaving the terrifying fiery energy in two. Allow me to demonstrate the might of my night sword technique. I have diligently practiced for 3 days to prepare for you. In an instant, Wei Yi utilized his agility, appearing before Long Wuwei in the blink of an eye. The night sword technique unfolded. After 3 days of relentless practice, its progress surged to LV-17, especially when paired with the mid-grade treasure. The Qingying sword, it unleashed astonishing power. With a flourish of his sword, countless ethereal sword shadows erupted, filling the arena with a chilling sword aura, transforming it into an abyss of night, fraught with peril and lethal intent. The oppressive, malevolent aura swept over, causing even those outside the formation to feel a shiver of fear. Long Wuwei, shocked within, found himself at a loss against such a formidable sword technique, resorting to enveloping himself entirely in the flame dragon armor. Akin to retreating into a turtle's shell. Then I shall shatter your shell, Wei Yi exclaimed, launching a frenzied assault, his figure flickering as he unleashed a barrage of sword energy from all directions. Boom, boom, the explosive sounds resonated continuously. The flame armor shattered under the relentless onslaught of the Qingying sword, unable to withstand the fury of the attack. Long Wuwei was forced to retreat repeatedly, his expression shifting. His heart seething with embarrassment and rage. The members of the Long family clenched their fists, the scene before them starkly contrasting their expectations. No, you have forced my hand. Long Wuwei's eyes burned crimson. Unable to contain himself any longer, he revealed his ultimate trump card, the pinnacle of his recent seclusion and the foundation of his ambition to claim victory in the sect's grand competition. A peculiar roar echoed, followed by an overwhelming surge of soul energy erupting in all directions. The dark rift split the air, and an immense figure emerged, unmistakably the manifestation of Long Wuwei's martial soul. Gasps filled the observation platform as many elders and high-ranking members rose in shock. This is an ancient martial soul. At Long Wuwei's summons, an enormous, sinister black serpent appeared behind him, merging seamlessly with his soul. Clearly his innate martial soul, this black serpent radiated a fierce aura and exuded a potent wave of soul energy imbued with an ancient essence, surging forth and instantly shattering Wei Yi's sword energy, forcing him to retreat. This was, in fact, the ancient martial soul, the one-horned black serpent. Although not the purest of dragon bloodlines, it belonged to the dragon family and held a modest reputation among ancient martial souls. However, this was not the reason for the astonishment of those present. The true shock stemmed from the fact that Long Wuwei's previously awakened martial soul was distinctly different, merely a special martial soul. Had Long Wuwei's martial soul undergone evolution, though the probability of martial soul evolution is exceedingly rare, it is not entirely impossible. The conditions required are notoriously stringent, demanding an excessive amount of resources that even first-rate forces struggle to bear. What many did not realize was that this was the culmination of decades of arduous effort from the entire Long family. Their heritage lacked any peculiarities, with few awakening special martial souls, let alone ancient ones, which is why they had long aspired to cultivate an ancient martial soul. Long Wuwei was the chosen target of this cultivation. Indeed, he possessed remarkable talent, ultimately achieving the Long family's long-held aspiration as his martial soul evolved into the one-horned black serpent. If he continued to grow, he would undoubtedly have the potential to ascend to the martial sovereign realm and lead the Long family to greater heights. I had intended to unveil this trump card during the sect competition, but I suppose it shall be revealed now. Wei Yi, you have much to be proud of. Long Wuwei spoke coldly, striding toward Wei Yi. With the enhancement of the ancient martial soul, his strength transformed dramatically. Shedding his previous disarray. As he advanced, the very space of the arena seemed to swell with his imposing presence. Roar, in tandem, the ancient martial soul, the one-horned black serpent, continuously howled, unleashing a terrifying wave of soul power that surged forth like a tidal wave. Forcing Wei Yi to step back, raising his head, Wei Yi's gaze bore no fear or weakness. Instead, he remained composed. Is this your trump card? How utterly disappointing. Wei Yi steadied his stance, speaking slowly. What do you mean by that? Long Wuwei's expression shifted slightly before he sneered. You probably do not comprehend the disparity between an ancient martial soul and an ordinary one. My martial soul has evolved into the one-horned black serpent. You are no longer my match. The pride on Long Wuwei's face was unmistakable. Although the disciples of the Overlord sect were selected from countless young talents, only a handful among the core disciples had awakened ancient martial souls. He had often suffered due to this shortcoming, and now, having rectified it, he could not fathom that Wei Yi could still contend with him. With your abnormal flames, or your sword techniques, you stand no chance against me. Long Wuwei asserted confidently, possessing unwavering faith in his martial soul. Upon hearing this, the spectators fell silent. The Overlord sect's inner disciples numbered in the thousands, yet among them, fewer than 10 had awakened ancient martial souls. These disciples had been meticulously filtered from a vast pool, highlighting the rarity of ancient martial souls and their formidable strength. It was akin to inherent talent. Some are prodigies, while others are not. Making comparison futile. In truth, Wei Yi was quite powerful, yet he had encountered Long Wuwei. Indeed, who could have predicted that Long Wuwei's martial soul would evolve into an ancient one, the one-horned black serpent? To my knowledge, it ranks among the mid-tier ancient martial souls, murmured the onlookers. The gap between ancient and ordinary martial souls is immense. Alas, I had hoped for Wei Yi's victory, but it seems he has fallen just short. Li Miaofu bit her lip, instinctively gripping her treasured sword, contemplating how many blows it would take to breach the life and death arena's array restrictions. She could not bear to witness Wei Yi perish before her eyes. If he truly lost, she would intervene to save him, regardless of the consequences. It was not a lack of faith in Wei Yi, but rather her own experience as one who had awakened an ancient martial soul. Understanding its overwhelming strength against ordinary martial souls, Elder Yin, you seem rather unperturbed, Elder Qiu remarked, observing the composed Yin Dongyuan with a hint of confusion. At this stage, how can you remain so calm? Are you not concerned about your disciple's life hanging by a thread? What use is worry? Am I to compete on his behalf? Yin Dongyuan responded nonchalantly. Despite his words, Elder Qiu instinctively sensed something amiss. He scrutinized Yin Dongyuan and then cast a glance at Wei Yi, who remained unfazed on the arena. Suddenly, a realization struck him, causing him to widen his eyes in disbelief. It can't be. Elder Yin cast a knowing glance at him, a hint of concealed satisfaction flickering in his aged eyes. Are you not at all afraid? Watching Wei Yi's unchanging demeanor, Long Wuwei felt increasingly vexed. In his view, Wei Yi, facing such dire circumstances, should be trembling in fear. Begging for mercy to illustrate the chasm between them and restore his lost dignity. If you plead for mercy, I might spare your life for the sake of our sect, Long Wuwei taunted. You'll be disappointed that I am truly unafraid of an ancient martial soul. Is it? Who among us does not possess one? Wei Yi replied with a faint smile, then tore through the fabric of space, summoning forth his own martial soul. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the air, causing the array above the arena to tremble violently. As if on the verge of collapse, dark fissures began to emerge, spreading momentarily before being swiftly mended. Yet they left the spectators wide-eyed in astonishment. A terrifying aura surged forth, accompanied by an overwhelming wave of soul power that expanded uncontrollably in all directions. Soon after, two enormous heads materialized behind Wei Yi. Their cold, dark eyes fixated intensely on Long Wuwei, who stood not far ahead. Chapter 215. The moment of bravado. At this sight, all present rose in unison, not only the disciples, but also the elders and high-ranking officials of the sect, including Elder Qiu, the law enforcement elder. The emergence of the colossal figure behind Wei Yi elicited a collective gasp from the crowd. The ancient aura it emanated, coupled with the earth-shattering soul power and the overwhelming malevolence, left no doubt. Wei Yi's martial soul was an exceedingly rare ancient martial soul. No one had anticipated that Wei Yi would possess such a formidable heritage. When had ancient martial souls become so commonplace? This revelation exceeded everyone's expectations and imagination. Long Wuwei, gifted in his own right and having awakened a unique martial soul, had the benefit of the Long family's extensive support, allowing for his evolution into an ancient martial soul. However, Wei Yi was a mere newcomer just months prior, whose name was scarcely recognized. Though he had recently begun to gain notoriety, he was still perceived as lacking credibility. Yet here he was, awakening an ancient martial soul. It felt akin to casually picking up a stone only to discover it was a priceless gem. The astonishment did not end there. Wei Yi's ancient martial soul was not just any ancient martial soul. It was the double-headed ghost python, a being of great renown within the Chu kingdom. If Long Wuwei's unique horned ink dragon derived its name from a trace of dragon blood, then the double-headed ghost python was renowned solely for its innate talent, firmly placing it among the elite of ancient martial souls. It had been many years since such a creature had made an appearance. Who could have imagined that this young man had concealed such depths? I had thought he was on the verge of defeat. With this double-headed ghost python martial soul, there was no doubt that Wei Yi would ascend to the ranks of core disciples in due time. In fact, he could likely achieve that status even now. The eruption of Wei Yi's power sparked a fervent discussion among the sect's higher echelons. They had previously regarded him as merely competent, potentially overshadowed by the prodigious talents of the Bawang sect. However, with the addition of the double-headed ghost python, the landscape had dramatically shifted. The crowd rejoiced, save for the members of the Long family and Long Wuwei on the stage. "You, Wei Yi, how dare you play me for a fool?" Long Wuwei seethed, his teeth clenched at that moment. He realized that Wei Yi had intentionally concealed his strength to lure him into a false sense of security before summoning his ancient martial soul to humiliate him. Wei Yi wore a smile, exuding an air of calmness and ease. If he was to put on a display, he would do so with flair. The stage was set, and the atmosphere was ripe for action. "How does it feel to be played?" Wei Yi retorted with a cold smirk. "Others may fear your Long family, but I do not forget. Our contest is not over, and the victor remains undecided. You were the one who aimed to cripple me. After all, I shall merely return the favor." His expression darkened, icy determination gleaming in his eyes. With a multitude of grievances against the Long family, he would show no mercy to Long Wuwei. The arena transformed into a ghostly realm, suffused with soul power. The innate secret techniques of the double-headed ghost python were unleashed. In an instant, Wei Yi's figure flickered, crossing the vast expanse of the arena to appear before Long Wuwei, and then he struck with a lightning-fast sword. The combination of this uncanny technique with the night sword technique and the shadow sword amplified their combined might exponentially. "You!" Long Wuwei was caught off guard, sent flying by the blow. The fiery dragon armor on his chest shattered, revealing a deep wound, blood gushing forth. Wei Yi, sensing his advantage, pressed on with remarkable speed, employing the Eagle Shadow 18 techniques with extraordinary prowess. Although lacking the unpredictability of spatial traversal, his full-speed execution was nonetheless astonishing. With another swift strike, Long Wuwei had barely risen when he was again sent sprawling, blood staining his entire body. The arena was enveloped in a thick, metallic scent of blood, and the once bustling square fell eerily silent. Witnessing Wei Yi's merciless demeanor and unwavering resolve revealed a different aspect of him. He showed no mercy to his enemies. The Long family could not contain their outrage, and even the high-ranking officials, including Long Qianli, could no longer maintain their composure. If Long Wuwei were to be slain in the arena, the Long family would find it impossible to cultivate another successor of his caliber. "Anyone who dares disrupt this match will be seized by the enforcement team." Elder Yan's voice boomed across the expansive square. "You old fool, you dare endanger my son's life." Long Qianli, in a frenzy, leapt to his feet, cursing vehemently. "Humph!" Qian Dongyuan rose coldly, releasing a terrifying aura. Though separated by dozens of paces, Long Qianli felt as if he had been struck, collapsing to the ground, his complexion paling dramatically. In that brief moment, he comprehended the vast gulf between them. Should Elder Yan wish to harm him, he would not withstand a single blow. "This is your first warning. Out of respect for your father, I shall grant you a minor lesson. Should there be a second offense, I shall take your life, and no one will be able to save you." He cast a glance at Elder Chiu beside him. The Long family members wore expressions of despair, each more grim than the last. Long Sanfeng's gaze shifted to Elder Chiu, who was the only one capable of intervening in this dire situation. The match was not yet concluded. They would have to observe further. Elder Chiu, however, remained unfazed, seemingly relishing the prospect of a fierce conflict between the Long family and Qian Dongyuan, wishing for both sides to suffer mutual destruction. Had he known this would transpire, he would not have attended today. "I will kill you." Wei Yi, Long Wuwei, driven by desperation and fury, unleashed his full power, fueled by the strength of his ancient martial soul. The Long family held onto a flicker of hope for victory. Yet, at that moment, Wei soared into the air, bringing down his sword with all his might. A terrifying sword energy, nearly 10 feet long, cleaved through the air with a deafening crack. Not only was Long Wuwei suppressed, but his ink dragon martial soul behind him was also quelled. The vast arena trembled violently. Suddenly, a system prompt echoed in Wei Yi's ear. "Ding. Player Wei Yi has discovered a martial soul suitable for bloodline evolution. Would you like to devour the opponent's soul power?" Wei Yi was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. Could his martial soul truly absorb the soul power of his opponent for evolution? Overjoyed, he made his choice without hesitation. "Devour, consume as much as you can." Upon his command, the double-headed ghost python roared and charged forth, opening its gaping maw towards the ink dragon. In an astonishing spectacle, the crowd watched in awe as Chapter 216. A slip of the tongue is Wei Yi's soul-bound martial soul. The double-headed ghost python obeyed his orders without hesitation, executing them flawlessly. Wei Yi commanded it to consume as much as possible. And the double-headed ghost python made no effort to hold back. In truth, the ink dragon was significantly larger than the double-headed ghost python, yet the latter showed no signs of fear. Instead, its cold eyes sparkled with unprecedented excitement and madness. With a ferocious bite, it sank its fangs into the ink dragon's head, while simultaneously clamping down on its tail. With all its might, it managed to engulf a substantial portion of the ink dragon. The ink dragon, unwilling to submit, struggled fiercely, but it could not withstand the voracious, devouring force of the double-headed ghost python. In mere moments, its size shrank by nearly half, while the double-headed ghost python rapidly expanded. Resembling a creature in the throes of gestation, the onlookers were left dumbfounded. Could it be done in such a manner? Wei Yi's own eyes widened in astonishment. However, he soon realized the gravity of his actions. He had gone too far in his display of bravado. Long Wu-wei, critically injured, spewed blood and collapsed, his aura waning to its lowest ebb. Wei Yi, too, was not unscathed, suffering a backlash from the overwhelming consumption. Having devoured nearly half of an ancient martial soul, such an insatiable appetite was beyond his capacity to digest in a short time. Even with the support of the game system, Wei Yi was not in danger of exploding. Yet he felt the strain. However, the agony endured during the digestive process was unmistakably reflected upon him. It was akin to the time when the bloodline power fused with the martial soul to enhance its quality. This time, the torment he experienced was, if anything, even greater than before. Did I truly have a penchant for speaking carelessly? Will I succumb to unconsciousness once again, just as I did last time? Wei Yi collapsed onto the arena, unable to suppress a bitter smile. His complexion had turned an ashen hue, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead like a torrential rain, and his facial expression had twisted in discomfort. A piercing pain reverberated from his martial soul to his mind. Indistinguishable from his own personal experience, this relentless agony surged in waves, seemingly without end. It appeared that next time, he ought to prepare some potent painkillers in advance. This thought lingered in Wei Yi's mind before he truly lost consciousness. Thus, both competitors lay sprawled on the ground of the arena. However, the difference was that Long Wu had been severely injured from having nearly half of his martial soul devoured, while Wei Yi had fainted from his own greed, having consumed almost half of Long Wu's martial soul. What should we do about this? Witnessing such a scene, the spectators below the arena exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of how to respond. It was their first encounter with such a situation. It seems this can be deemed a draw. This moment, Elder Qiao stood up, feigning a conciliatory demeanor, and spoke with a smile. A draw? How dare you say that? The crowd couldn't help but internally scoff. The members of the Long family, however, were quite pleased with this outcome. After all, it would be embarrassing for them if Long Wu were to lose to Wei Yi, though a draw was not what they had initially planned. Given the current scenario, they were content with the stalemate. They were well aware that the true result indicated Wei Yi's victory. Consequently, their gazes towards Elder Qiao softened considerably, and their dissatisfaction regarding Elder Qiao's earlier neutrality towards the Long family diminished. Unbeknownst to them, Elder Qiao was the most displeased with this outcome. Whether Wei Yi had killed Long Wu or vice versa, either scenario would have been favorable for him, as long as it incited conflict between the Long family and Elder Yin. However, this conclusion was utterly disappointing. Elder Qiao maintained a facade of calm, while inwardly he cursed vehemently. Regardless, the priority now was to save the individuals. Elder Yin also rose at this moment. This juncture, the results of the competition were of secondary importance. Ensuring the safety of the participants was paramount. He was indifferent to Long Wu's fate, but he needed to guarantee Wei Yi's survival. Elder Qiao, let us join forces to break this array's restrictions. The formidable array restriction of the life and death arena far exceeded what most could imagine, as evidenced by Li Miaofu's earlier attempt to break the array to save someone. Such an endeavor was utterly impossible. Even Elder Yin would struggle to accomplish this in the short term. Agreed. Elder Qiao nodded. The two of them then soared into the air, though seemingly walking on air. They moved with the grace of one traversing solid ground, showcasing the strength of their martial sect cultivation. Both struck simultaneously. With a casual wave, Elder Yin unleashed a terrifying, chilling blade aura that cleaved through the air. Elder Qiao followed suit, unleashing countless wind blades. Their attacks resembled a tempest, and though executed casually, they were still awe-inspiring. After a brief moment, with a resounding explosion, the array's restrictions finally shattered. Elder Qiao rushed towards Long Wu, while Elder Yin dashed towards Wei Yi. They quickly rescued both individuals. What has happened to Wei Yi? Li Miaofu and others swiftly flew over, their faces etched with concern. Elder Yin placed Wei Yi's body on a nearby platform. Raising his head to glance at Li Miaofu, he recognized her as the sword talent that the sect master had taken a special interest in cultivating. However, he was unaware that his disciple had unknowingly developed a connection with her. Naturally, he harbored no objections. A spouse so both beautiful and talented would surely please his old friend Wei Tianong. Internally, he silently commended his disciple for his discernment, recognizing the unusual bond between Wei Yi and Li Miaofu. His demeanor toward her softened significantly, abandoning the usual coldness he displayed towards others, and instead offering a warm nod. There are no major issues. Initially, there was nothing to worry about, but this young man was too greedy. Directly consuming half of Long Wuyi's martial soul energy, he should recover after resting a few days in bed. However, that young man from the Long family, as he spoke, Elder Yin glanced over at Long Wuyi. There, he saw Long Wuyi's pallid face devoid of color. Even after consuming several precious pills, he remained unconscious, and his aura grew increasingly weak, clearly indicating a severe injury that it appeared there would be further complications ahead. In this sect competition, it seems you will likely lose one opponent, Elder Yin said with a smile. Given Long Wuyi's condition, it was uncertain whether he would recover, let alone participate in the sect competition. As for his dream of securing first place in the competition, that too would remain but a dream. If Long Wuyi could not compete, there was still Wei Yi. This sect competition might just witness the rise of a dark horse. A gentle voice interjected, revealing Elder Shimin accompanied by Shimin Yulian as they approached. Chapter 217. Tenderness after battle in the Long family's ancestral home. Long Tianyin sat imperiously in the main seat of the hall. Although he remained immobile, like a mountain, the gloomy expression on his face and the deep furrows of his brow unmistakably conveyed his agitation. Why was this the case? Long Tianyin himself could not articulate the reason. Logically, his grandson and that young man should not be on comparable levels. Why should he feel anxious? The opponent was merely a newcomer who had only recently entered the sect, having spent most of his time on external missions, leaving little opportunity for focused cultivation. In contrast, his grandson was a prominent core disciple of the sect, with a successfully evolved martial soul, and had a chance to vie for the first position in the competition. Defeating an ordinary disciple should be a trivial matter. Why did he still harbor concerns? Could it be that he was truly aging? Long Tianyin sighed. Though he had surpassed 80 years, he never considered himself old. How was the situation over at the sect? Long Tianyin raised his head and asked in a deep voice that he now regretted not attending the competition in person. Otherwise, he would not be anxiously waiting in this ancestral home. Master, several groups have already been dispatched. Good news, you should arrive shortly. The old steward, filled with confidence, chuckled, suggesting that perhaps young Master Wuyi would return alongside it. As with his strength, dealing with that young man should be a matter of mere moments. Suddenly, a Dragon Clan warrior burst into the room in a state of panic. Without a word, he collapsed to the ground. Young Master Wuyi has been gravely injured and has lost consciousness due to Wei Yi's attack, he reported with trembling voice. Crash. A cup fell to the ground, shattering into countless pieces. All servants and guards in the hall stared, dumbfounded. Long Tianyin abruptly lifted his head, his aged hands trembling uncontrollably. What did you say? Long Si, are you mistaken? The old steward questioned incredulously. This is what I witnessed with my own eyes. Young master, he truly lost, and half of his martial soul energy has been devoured by Wei Yi. The warrior gasped for breath, clearly having rushed back at breakneck speed. Half of his martial soul energy has been devoured. How could my grandson be in such a state? Blood spewed forth. And Long Tianyun's visage darkened. My lord. Master, the crowd was startled and quickly surrounded him. It's fine. I won't die yet. Long Tianyun waved his hand, dispersing the crowd, slowly rising to his feet, gazing out at the sky. His expression filled with bitterness. Heaven does not favor the Long family. Wei Yi repeating this name, both unfamiliar and familiar, Long Tianyun's gaze became profoundly complex. As dusk approached, the sky gradually darkened, and ominous clouds gathered, threatening rain. Inside the room, Wei Yi lay in bed, his complexion fully restored, breathing and heartbeat normal, yet he remained unconscious. His friends and fellow disciples had mostly departed, leaving only Li Miaofu and Zhu Linger to keep watch. Li Miaofu had initially intended to leave, feeling shy as a girl, but Zhu Linger had pulled her back. Zhu Linger insisted that as she was younger, she could not care for Wei to go alone, thus requesting Li Miaofu's assistance. After some contemplation, Li Miaofu agreed, as she too was worried but lacked an excuse to stay. Sisterly, I will go fetch some hot water. Could you please keep an eye on Wei to go? With that, Zhu Lingo picked up the kettle in the room. As the eldest daughter of the Zhu family, she had never undertaken such tasks before, but during her time in the sect, she had learned to manage them. ILL go. L. Miaofu immediately stood up. No worries. I will be back quickly. Zhu Ling'er, however, insisted, soon leaving the room with the kettle, leaving Li Miaofu alone. She surveyed the room before her. It was sparsely furnished yet well-organized and clean. The room differed somewhat from her impression of a man's space, yet it was undeniably reflective of his character. Li Miaofu suppressed a smile. Wei Yi exuded a sense of cleanliness and decisiveness. Unlike most men who often linger in ambiguity or hesitation, this clarity extended to his demeanor towards her, which perhaps inspired her admiration for him. Approaching the bedside, she gazed at the still unconscious Wei Yi. Realizing this was the first time she had scrutinized a man with such seriousness, his features were undeniably handsome, though not in a delicate, effeminate manner. Perhaps due to his martial training, he possessed a ruggedness and strength. With sharply defined contours of his face, akin to chiseled marble, drawing her gaze irresistibly. Biting her lip, she daringly reached out her right hand to gently trace the angles of his face, feeling the contours. She couldn't help but stifle a giggle, akin to a little hamster that had just found a delightful treat. At that moment, Wei Yi's eyelids fluttered, startling Li Miaofu into swiftly retracting her hand and stepping back. Instantly reverting to her usual icy demeanor, Wei Yi, with a soft grunt, gradually regained consciousness. As he opened his eyes and saw Li Miaofu standing a short distance away, he blinked in confusion before clarity returned. "What are you doing here?" he croaked, his voice hoarse. "You were unconscious. An elder Yin brought you back. The others have dispersed, leaving only me and Sister Zhu to watch over you. She has gone to fetch some water." Li Miaofu explained succinctly, retrieving a cup from the nearby table. "Please drink some water. It's warm." Wei Yi accepted the cup, taking a sip before suddenly looking up and asking, "I felt like someone was touching my face while I was unconscious." Li Miaofu's cheeks flushed crimson, her hands instinctively clutching the hem of her garment, betraying her usual composure and making her visibly anxious. Wei Yi scrutinized her for a moment, unable to suppress his suspicion. "Was it you? How could it be? I know nothing about it. Just return the cup to me once you're done," she stammered. Perhaps it was just a dream, Wei Yi mused, seemingly convinced by her response. Li Miaofu exhaled a silent sigh of relief, yet was instantly taken aback when her hands, reaching for the cup, instead found themselves gently clasped by Wei Yi's larger hand. "Thank you," he said, their eyes meeting briefly. His voice warm and inviting, reminiscent of the gentle sunlight in winter, capable of melting all barriers and warming the heart. Li Miaofu felt her cheeks redden once more. As night fell, Wei found himself alone in the room. With both Li Miaofu and Zhu Ling'er having departed, being women, it was natural they could not remain overnight with him. Besides, now that he had awakened, there was no further reason for them to stay. Amused by the memory of Li Miaofu's bashfulness before leaving, coupled with Zhu Ling'er's inquisitive gaze, he couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Upon accessing the game system, Wei noted that the data related to his martial spirit had indeed changed. After absorbing nearly half of Long Wuwei's martial spirit energy, his two-headed ghost python had significantly evolved. Initially classified as Ancient Martial Spirit Two-Headed Ghost Python, Neophyte Stage 0, it had now transformed to Ancient Martial Spirit Two-Headed Ghost Python, Neophyte Stage 88. The game system categorized martial spirit evolution into 4 stages: Neophyte, Growth, Maturity, and Complete Form. The Neophyte stage, the spirit was relatively weak, with limited power enhancement and a straightforward combat style. Upon reaching the Growth stage, it would evolve considerably, gaining strength and versatility. The Maturity stage allowed for various forms, such as when Elder Sun Wenyuan transformed his martial spirit into a weapon. The Complete Form could manifest as armor, merging seamlessly with the warrior, which was distinct from merely integrating the martial spirit. Furthermore, if conditions were met, a complete transformation could occur, as seen when Wei Yi's previous devouring spirit python evolved into the two-headed ghost python. He pondered what more powerful martial spirit awaited after the two-headed ghost python, though he felt a pang of sympathy for Long Wuwei. Although he hadn't directly slain him, Wei Yi estimated that Long Wuwei must be suffering greatly now. Having lost half of his martial spirit energy, resulting in substantial spiritual damage. "This is not my fault. One must bear the consequences of their own actions," Wei Yi scoffed, quickly dismissing thoughts of Long Wuwei. After all, he was no longer a rival. Once Long Wuwei regained his strength, he would still be unable to catch up to Wei Yi. With the game system at his disposal, he had no fear of any adversary. The rewards he had reaped were significant. Wei Yi's expression radiated joy. The substantial evolution of his martial spirit was merely one of his successes. Defeating Long Wuwei also granted him 30,000 experience points and 30,000 reputation points. Coupled with the reputation he had accumulated from previous tasks, his standing within the Ba Wang sect had finally surpassed 100,000, reaching over 108,000. With such a wealth of reputation, Wei Yi was determined not to squander it. 100,000 reputation could be exchanged for 100 bronze chests, 10 silver chests, or 1 gold chest, disinterested in bronze chests due to their low yield of valuable items. He hesitated to redeem the solitary gold chest, thus, opting for a middle ground, he chose to exchange for 10 silver chests. Without delay, he executed a tenfold draw from the silver chests. Ding. Player Wei Yi opens a silver chest and receives 3,000 taels of silver. Ding. Player Wei Yi opens a silver chest and receives 10 martial skill experience elixirs. Ding. Player Wei Yi opens a silver chest and receives a supreme level martial skill, Gale Blade Technique. Ding. Player Wei Yi opens a silver chest and receives 20 martial skill experience elixirs. Ding. Player Wei Yi opens a silver chest and receives 2,000 taels of silver. Ding. Player Wei Yi opens a silver chest and receives a set of mid-grade armor, Soft Hedgehog Armor. Ding. Player Wei Yi opens a silver chest and receives 10 martial skill experience elixirs. Ding. Player Wei Yi opens a silver chest and receives a protective treasure, Purple Jade Necklace. Ding. Player Wei Yi opens a silver chest and receives a 4th grade elixir, Purple Origin Pill. Ding. Player Wei Yi opens a silver chest and receives a pack of high-energy explosives. A series of system prompts resonated, causing Wei Yi's eyes to gleam with excitement. Indeed, the caliber of silver chests surpassed that of bronze chests, as the items acquired were no longer a mere collection of worthless trinkets. Most of the contents were of considerable value to him. Upon reviewing his haul, he decided to disregard the 5,000 taels of silver and the Purple Origin Pill. The total of 40 martial skill experience elixirs amounted to an impressive 400,000 martial skill experience points. Currently, the only skill worth enhancing was the Night Sword technique, so he dedicated all the experience to it, catapulting its level from LV-17 to LV-25 in an instant. Additionally, he had acquired the supreme level martial skill, Gale Blade Technique. However, as it was a blade technique rather than a sword technique, he held little interest in learning it. Nevertheless, recognizing its value, he stored it in his inventory as for the Soft Hedgehog Armor. Although the game store sold weapons, it lacked armor, making it a welcome addition to his gear. Without hesitation, he donned it. The protective treasure, Purple Jade Necklace, seemed ill-suited for a man of his stature, yet he considered gifting it to Zhu Linger or Li Miaofu instead. What truly astonished Wei Yi was the pack of high-energy explosives found in the final silver chest. Gazing at the dark bundle in his hand, he couldn't resist swallowing hard. This was no ordinary explosive. It was high energy, capable of obliterating an entire hill if detonated. Even the most formidable opponents, caught unaware, would likely perish in its wake, as they were still flesh and blood. This is an extraordinary find. It must be utilized wisely, Wei Yi mused, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. While the martial skill experience elixirs and Soft Hedgehog Armor were commendable, he deemed the pack of high-energy explosives the most precious of all. Days slipped by swiftly, marking the passage of time. The duel between Wei Yi and Long Wu Wei at the Deathmatch Arena has not faded with the passage of time. Rather, it has intensified. Becoming a topic of fervent discussion, the circumstances surrounding this contest were astonishingly unexpected, prompting increasing numbers of individuals to engage in conversation about it. Soon, news of the event spread throughout the sect, reaching even those who did not witness the battle firsthand. Consequently, Wei Yi's name resonated within the inner sanctum of the sect. Previously, while Wei Yi had garnered a modicum of recognition, it was merely a flicker of fame. Lacking widespread acknowledgement, many still regarded him as a novice disciple, having only recently joined the inner sect. However, following his clash with Long Wu Wei, Wei Yi's reputation was firmly established, with his newfound acclaim accompanied by genuine prowess. He had finally secured his position within the inner circle, no longer merely an obscure disciple. Ding. Player Wei Yi has defeated the training puppet, gaining insight into the Night Sword technique. Martial Arts Experience 48. Ding. Player Wei Yi has defeated the training puppet, gaining insight into the Night Sword technique. Martial Arts Experience 52. Ding. Player Wei Yi has defeated the training puppet, gaining insight into the Night Sword technique. Martial Arts Experience 50. Inside the sect's sword training hall, Wei Yi wielded his sword with relentless determination, sweat pouring down his brow. The training puppets before him were repeatedly forced back by his sword energy. Even when 7 or 8 training puppets joined forces, none could approach him under the relentless onslaught of his swift and intricate swordplay, let alone inflict harm upon him. Amidst this high-intensity training, his martial arts experience surged rapidly, though he still fell short of upgrading the Night Sword technique, requiring several more days of practice. An hour later, Wei Yi's arms felt heavy, and he found himself unable to keep pace with the depletion of his stamina and true energy, necessitating a pause. Exiting the training hall, he inquired about the cost. According to the training duration, A total of 305 taels of silver is required, the management disciple replied respectfully. However, since it is you, senior brother Wei, we can waive the 5 taels. Such deference was a privilege Wei Yi had not previously enjoyed, clearly a benefit of his skyrocketing reputation. Nodding in acknowledgement, Wei Yi swiftly produced 300 taels in silver notes. The Balong sect boasted numerous martial arts facilities, yet those that offered experience gains typically required a usage fee, such as the Beast Soul Tower and the Sword Training Hall, while the Beast Soul Tower could facilitate the acquisition of both cultivation and martial arts experience. Its efficacy had begun to wane for Wei Yi's current level. Conversely, although the Sword Training Hall focused solely on martial arts experience, its efficiency remained commendable. During this period, Wei Yi had devoted his days to practicing there, supplementing his sessions at the Beast Soul Tower, thus enabling the rapid advancement of the Night Sword technique. Upon leaving the training hall, he spotted a figure waiting quietly beneath a tree in the courtyard. With a slender form standing beneath the canopy, the gentle breeze danced with her attire, creating a serene image as she gazed into the distance. For a moment, Wei Yi found himself entranced. Eventually, sensing his gaze, she turned, and their eyes met, prompting a slight embarrassment for Wei Yi as he regained his composure. The other party responded with a subtle smile, her dark, luminous eyes shimmering with a hint of amusement. Ahem. It seems I accidentally got some sand in my eyes just now, Wei Yi stammered, his seasoned demeanor quickly returning as he approached her. Did you seek me for something? His voice remained as cool as ever. Yet Wei Yi discerned an added softness within it. Is it not permissible to seek you without reason? He countered with a smile. Miao Fu remained silent, her gaze fixed upon him, unable to withstand the intensity of her stare. Wei Yi surrendered. All right. I was wrong last time. I shouldn't have been so forward. It's been several days now. Are you still upset? He blinked, tentatively probing. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, he added. But Li Miaofu offered no reply, her earlobes tinged with a faint blush as she prepared to depart. Just as she turned, her hand was seized once more. Startled, she stepped back, resembling a frightened creature. Wei Yi, taken aback by her reaction, could hardly believe that the swordsmanship prodigy who had bested countless sect disciples would exhibit such a response. The chuckle escaped him as he adopted a playful demeanor. Drawing closer, what are you doing? Li Miaofu shot him an indignant glare, her annoyance evident. Had it been anyone else, she likely would have struck swiftly. All right, enough jesting. The reason I called you here is to present you with a gift. Wei quickly regained his composure, shedding his playful facade. Do not refuse. This is to express my gratitude for the spirit-breaking pill you gifted me. Without it, I could not have triumphed over Long Wu Wei. With a flick of his finger, the spatial ring he had acquired from He Kuan shimmered, revealing a beautifully crafted sword. The blade bore the inscription Heavenly Dependence. Indeed, this was the legendary Heavenly Sword from the world of Heavenly Sword and Dragon-Slaying Saber. Wei had expended a staggering 66,000 taels of silver to procure it from the Game S shop. Having previously gifted the purple jade necklace to Zhu Linger, he felt compelled to present Li Miaofu with a token of appreciation as well. Recognizing her concern and kindness, common gifts seemed inadequate, and knowing Li Miaofu's passion for swords, he ultimately decided on this exquisite blade, believing it to be the perfect offering for a sword enthusiast. As anticipated, upon seeing the magnificent sword capable of severing gold and jade, Li Miaofu's gaze was irresistibly drawn to it. With a slight bite of her lip, she appeared to struggle to divert her eyes. Shaking her head, her expression bore a hint of melancholy, as if displeased that Wei Yi would use such a sword to tempt her. Your victory over Long Wu Wei is due to your own strength. The spirit-breaking pill played little role. Even without it, you would surely have triumphed, she insisted. Such a sword is exceedingly valuable. It would not be an exaggeration to say it is priceless. I cannot. Before she could finish her protest, Wei Yi pressed the sword firmly into her hands. I know not what it means to be priceless. I only know that some things are beyond monetary value. Come, try it. I believe this sword suits you perfectly, he said with a smile. A sword can be gifted to heroes, but it can equally be bestowed upon beauties. As Wei Yi watched Li Miaofu grasp the heavenly sword, he couldn't help but envision the romantic escapades of Princess Min Min and Zhang Wuji.